On his first day back in his hometown, Zhou Bai noticed something was wrong with the back door. It was still the same door, but when he pushed it open, the outside world was no longer the familiar courtyard, but another world. Even more terrifying, this world began to reverse, changing his fate and the rules of life and death. Is this some kind of ghost? Zhou Bai stood in front of the back door, opening and closing it more than a dozen times. Everything inside was normal, but outside the door was always a darkness that swallowed up all light. He felt a chill run down his spine, but he was held captive by the unknown and couldn't move his feet at all. He raised his phone flashlight and shone it inside. The beam tore through the darkness, and a cave more than 2 meters high instantly appeared. The cave walls were clear but eerily silent. The silence instilled a sense of instinctive fear, but the more he looked, the more excited he became. He didn't rush in. Instead, he tied up his second uncle's rooster with a rope and threw it in. He stared at it for a long time, and only when he saw that the rooster was alive and kicking and there was nothing wrong with it did he grit his teeth and step into the hole. This step was like gambling with his life. After walking a dozen meters, a light suddenly appeared ahead. He rushed out of the cave and pushed aside the weeds, only to freeze instantly. Before him was not a village, but a vast, outrageously large primeval forest, as if his world had been forcibly replaced. The giant tree towered into the clouds, its trunk so thick that several people couldn't wrap their arms around it. The surrounding plants were all unfamiliar species. A thought instantly exploded in his mind. This was not Earth at all, and he was already standing on the edge of another world. He didn't delve any deeper. Instead, he immediately returned to reality, tied the rooster to the entrance of the hole, and observed it for several days. He had to confirm that this was not an illusion, much less a deadly trap, because if he made a wrong judgment, he wouldn't even have a chance to regret it. Back in his room, he drank water to try and calm himself down, but his mind was racing with calculations. What would he get if he handed it over to the state? But another, even more frantic voice overwhelmed everything. This world must belong to him first. He resigned and returned to his hometown only to recuperate, but he stumbled upon this gateway to change his fate. Once reported, everything would be taken over, and now, this door belongs to him alone. After much deliberation, he made a decision not to retaliate, but to take this piece of the pie first. Even if he had to hand it over in the future, he would still take his own share of the value from it. This was his only chance to turn things around. 3 days later, all the equipment was in place. Drones, sabers, compasses, and first aid kits piled up on the ground. It cost him half a year's salary, but he didn't regret it because he knew that this trip wasn't an adventure, but a gamble with his life. He put on his camouflage uniform, carried 20 kilograms of equipment on his back, and entered the cave again with a military shovel in his hand. This time he did not hesitate, because he had no way out. The rooster at the entrance of the hole was still healthy, confirming that the environment was non-toxic and radiation-free. His fear was suppressed, replaced by a stronger greed. This world might be able to change everything for him. He set up a locator at the cave entrance and launched a drone for reconnaissance. The footage showed endless forests, giant birds soaring through the sky, and rivers flowing like dragons. This scene made him realize that the world was far larger than he had imagined. Just as he was about to zoom out further, the screen suddenly shook. The signal was instantly cut off, and the drone lost contact. He froze for a second, and his heart sank. There was something here. It crashed. He cursed under his breath. He had already lost half a month's salary before it even started, but what was even more terrifying was that it meant he couldn't control this world by conventional means. Without further hesitation, he gripped his shovel and stepped directly into the forest. At that moment, he knew clearly he was no longer testing the waters, but officially entering uncharted territory. Ancient trees blocked out the sky, sunlight was sparse, and the air was filled with the smell of decaying leaves. He cleared a path while keeping his eyes on the GPS, confirming with each step that he could return alive. Hours later, he encountered countless strange creatures until a tree laden with colorful fruit appeared. The fruit was as tempting as jewels, yet it instinctively made him wary. He swallowed hard but dared not eat any, only taking pictures to prepare to pick a few to take back for testing. Just as he was about to make his move, a strange cry suddenly came from not far away. He looked up and froze. 20 or 30 meters away, a humanoid creature less than a meter tall was flying towards him. The little creature had wings, golden hair, and white skin, wore white clothes, and carried a cloth bag full of fruit on its back, looking just like a little angel from mythology. The little angel flew up to him, chattering incessantly and pointing at the fruit tree. Clearly, she was trying to stop him from picking the fruit. Since they couldn't understand each other's language, Zhou Bai could only respond with gestures. Looking at the adorable little angel before him, the thought of catching her and making money from her even flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. This was their territory. It was hard to say who would suffer a loss. Seeing that he seemed to understand, the little angel flew forward a short distance, then turned back to signal. Zhou Bai guessed it meant he should follow, so he could only cautiously keep up. The little angel flew on, stopping occasionally to wait for him. He was certain in his heart that this was definitely not Earth. After flying for a while, the little angel suddenly accelerated and disappeared. Zhou Bai stood still and waited. Soon, the little angel returned with several companions. The leading male angel said a series of words to him, which he still couldn't understand, and could only respond with a silly laugh. Finally, they gestured for him to follow. After walking for a long time, they stopped under an enormous ancient tree. This tree was more extravagant than any they had seen before. Its trunk was ridiculously thick, and its top was invisible. The leader used water from a wooden cup to dab on his forehead, as if performing some kind of ritual. Then several angels took his backpack and even stripped him of his clothes. Zhou Bai's mind was in chaos, fearing he would be sacrificed. The little angels flew around the giant tree, chanting. The next moment, the giant tree suddenly trembled, and a branch slowly stretched out. A huge leaf enveloped him. The leaf was hard, but not constricting. He could still breathe. A misty fragrance of flowers and trees filled the space. Gradually, he felt dizzy, and countless unfamiliar languages surged in his mind. After an unknown amount of time, the leaves unfolded automatically. Zhou Bai stood there for a while, catching his breath, before the dizziness slowly subsided. Honorable guest, welcome to Carl Village. I am Village Chief Carl, the leading angel spoke. Zhou Bai was taken aback. He clearly couldn't understand the language, yet he could grasp the meaning. Carl explained that he had undergone the baptism of the sacred tree, which was why he could understand the language of the angels. Put your clothes on and come with me. We won't hurt you. Zhou Bai straightened his clothes, and a little angel named Gunna handed his backpack back to him. Gunna explained that the fruit of the colorful tree was poisonous and would rot if touched, which was why she had hurriedly stopped him. Zhou Bai was then filled with fear and thankful that he hadn't picked the fruit indiscriminately. He then followed several angels into the village. There were no houses on the ground. All the buildings were perched high in the branches of trees. Many angels flew about in the air, curiously observing this outsider. Carl waved them away, leaving only himself and Gunna. The treehouse was built more than 20 meters high, and Carl lowered the rope ladder. He climbed up on Monday in vain, his heart pounding. Once inside, he found it spacious and bright, with a balcony overlooking the forest. A little angel brought him a fruit platter and a clay pot of fruit wine. Carl handed him a glass of emerald green liquor. Zhou Bai took a sip. It was fruity and refreshing, with a low alcohol content but a very smooth taste. Only then did Carl ask him where he was from. Zhou Bai gave a vague answer, only saying that he came from a very far place. Carl explained that humans occasionally came to trade. Zhou Bai then asked what they could exchange for. Carl said he could provide dried fruit, herbs, stones, feathers, and this fruit wine. He pointed to the wine on the table, saying that people from Bika City often came to trade. Zhou Bai took another sip, mentally calculating the value. Carl then stated his requests. Cloth, needles and thread, pottery, salt, and sugar were all acceptable. He especially preferred white cloth. Zhou Bai looked at his camouflage uniform and thought to himself, angels do look better in white. He said it was possible. It was no problem at all for the white cloth, which could be bought easily back in the real world. He knew in his heart that what was really important was not the goods, but the relationship that had just been established. It was already dark when the two finalized the details of the deal. He realized that he couldn't go back at this point. The disappearance of the locator signal made him nervous, but this became a reasonable excuse to stay overnight. Dinner was served quickly, consisting entirely of dried fruit, preserved fruits, and root vegetables. He looked at the table full of vegetarian food with a sense of helplessness, but considering it was their daily ration, he could only accept it as a guest. Carl and Gunna ate happily, but he felt watery and a little disappointed. But just then, he subconsciously pulled out his phone, and the scene suddenly changed. Carl stared at the glowing screen in his hand, his eyes filled with shock. He introduced the phone's camera, music, and game functions, and the village chief and Gunna's worldviews began to waver. As the music started, Carl, wearing headphones, swayed to the rhythm. Gunna, having just tasted chocolate for the first time, couldn't stop eating it, and he couldn't help but laugh at the sight, instantly raising the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Flashlight, saber, sunglasses were placed on the table one by one, and with each item he took out, Carl's eyes burned even brighter. He realized that the initiative was now in his hands. Carl suddenly changed his tune, saying that the terms of the deal needed to be renegotiated. He had originally only wanted to exchange the fabric, but now he had his eye on the phone and everything on the table, and the situation had reversed. Zhou Yibai quickly calculated in his mind. He couldn't leave the phone behind, but he also couldn't give up this opportunity. So he offered a seemingly sincere and reasonable solution. He said he could give away the things on the table, and he would bring a new phone next time. This sentence completely lowered Carl's guard, and the scales of the deal tipped entirely in his favor. When Carl heard that the phone was worth 50 jars of fruit wine, he looked troubled. He couldn't afford that much, but he didn't want to lose this friend, so he offered to exchange it for something else. As night deepened, Carl offered to return the gift. A thought struck him. He realized this night might change many things. Gunna flew back quickly, the stones in her bag spilling onto the table, shimmering with iridescent colors. Though he couldn't appraise them, he knew they were extraordinary, and his breathing unconsciously became heavier. The emerald green and diamond-like brilliance shimmered under the light. He calmly packed them into his backpack, but a huge premonition surged within him. Carl accepted the modern items with a satisfied expression, but then reminded him that the cell phone and flashlight needed a power source, and the solar panels were only a temporary solution. Carl couldn't understand the details, but he nodded solemnly. This power beyond his comprehension made him completely trust this human friend. That night, he stayed in the treehouse. There were no mosquitoes, no danger, and it was surprisingly quiet. Lying high in the air, he felt a sense of anticipation for this world for the first time. The next morning, he bid farewell to Carl and, led by Gunna, headed towards the colorful fruit tree from the previous day. He knew a new exploration was about to begin. Gunna flew ahead, carrying her patched little cloth bag, explaining that they would search for fruit and roots every day to sustain themselves. Looking at her round cheeks, he suddenly felt a strange sense of closeness. Gunna told him that Carl Village was a newly settled village with a population of less than 100. Orchards and vegetable gardens alone were simply not enough. She said they also needed to make fruit wine and dried fruit to trade. So every day, adults and children alike had to go out to collect resources. He was shocked when he heard this. The way of life in this world was far more realistic than he had imagined. He casually asked how long ago they had migrated, and Gunna casually replied that it was about 50 years. He instinctively widened his eyes. 50 years on Earth is enough to rewrite an era. Gunna, however, said that angel villages often exist for thousands of years, and 50 years is just a new village. For the first time, he truly realized the shock brought about by the difference in lifespan. He asked her age out of curiosity, and Gunna smiled and said that she was 137 years old and still not an adult. His heart surged instantly. This little girl had actually lived for a century. When she said the village chief was over 600 years old and angels could live up to 1,000, he fell silent for a moment. The timescale of this world was completely different. He leaned against the tree and continued asking what other races were involved. Gunna mentioned elves, yetis, sea people, goblins, and titans. The more he listened, the more alarmed he became. These names sounded like mythology, yet they truly existed. She said elves possessed magic, and humans also had magicians, and his emotions surged again. The thought of what would happen if this power entered reality flashed through his mind. Gunna added that every race has its advantages. Angels can fly and have the longest lifespans, while humans are intelligent and good at business. He suddenly realized that in her eyes, he represented the entire human race. He pressed for details about gods, worried about uncontrollable forces at play. Gunna explained that they worshipped the moon goddess but had never seen her, which secretly relieved him. They chatted as they walked until they reached the colorful fruit tree, where he stopped to say goodbye. This trip together gave him a deeper understanding of the world. He asked Gunna if there was anything she wanted to bring back. She was excited at first, then disappointed, saying that the cell phone was too expensive, worth 50 jars of fruit wine, and that she couldn't make more than a few jars even after a year of picking fruit. Seeing her disappointed expression, he suddenly made a decision. Next time he would give her a phone and download more songs, and the situation changed again. Gunna's eyes lit up when she heard this. She stuffed all the remaining fruit from her backpack into his bag as a return gift, and he didn't refuse. The two said a brief goodbye, and he turned back along the tracks he had made the day before. The jungle was still deep and secluded, but his state of mind was different. His backpack was filled with stones and dried fruit, and he carried 2 jars of fruit wine in his hand. He knew that the gains from this expedition far exceeded money. Losing 20,000 yuan worth of equipment in exchange for friendship and a passage to another world only strengthened his resolve that this door was no mere coincidence. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when he stepped into his old family villa. The experience felt like a dream, yet it was undeniably real in his mind. Zhou Yibai poured the fruit wine into a Coke bottle to give to his second uncle. He felt guilty because the rooster had done a good job, but then he worried that if something went wrong, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. He repeatedly recalled that he hadn't experienced anything unusual after drinking it, and his emotions gradually calmed down. Finally convincing himself that this wine was made by angels and should be fine, he hopped on his electric scooter and headed straight for town. The old man took a sip and nodded repeatedly. Seeing the satisfied smile on the old man's face, he felt relieved, but his real goal was to buy a cell phone. He bought several new mobile phones at once and downloaded hundreds of songs, feeling extremely excited. His next step, however, was to continue spending money on fabrics and various household items. Fabrics, salt, sugar, pots and pans, and a charging pad filled his canvas bag, and he felt a pang of regret as he calculated his expenses. The unexpected turn of events led him to consider the potential future value of this trade route. A few days later, the supplies arrived. With a shovel in his left hand, a canvas bag in his right, and a hiking backpack on his back, the supplies were heavier than before, but his resolve was stronger. He packed up and set off. He still felt unreal as he passed through the cave entrance again. He walked along the jungle path he had carved out, his emotions running high, when suddenly he realized something fatal. He couldn't remember the way to the angel village. There were no markers deep in the forest. He stood anxiously under the colorful fruit trees. The situation suddenly reached a stalemate. Just as he hesitated whether to rush in, Gunna's voice rang out from the air. He was startled at first, then overjoyed, his tense emotions instantly released. Gunna flew to him and said she had been collecting things nearby. He heard her expecting him to come back. A warmth welled up in his heart, and then, unexpectedly, she offered to help him carry his things. Upon learning that she had brought the phone, Gunna clapped her hands excitedly. Seeing her pure joy, he realized the journey had been worthwhile. The moment they entered the village, a group of angels flew down from the treetops and surrounded him. He felt the pressure increase dramatically, but to his surprise, their eyes were filled with curiosity and anticipation. He spread out a 10-meter-long white cloth, and the noise instantly disappeared. All the angels stared in disbelief at the snow-white fabric, while the village chief's face revealed undisguised excitement. He then took out porcelain bowls and metal cutlery, which the angels touched and marveled at. Listening to them praise the porcelain as works of art, he began to reassess this market. He suddenly realized that there were no gold or silver coins here. Trade was still based on barter. This angel village was indeed still in the most primitive stage of bartering. Zhou Yibai took out a bag of big white rabbit milk candy from his backpack and handed it out to everyone. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. This cheap knockoff had become the most popular gift. The angels were tasting the sweet milk flavor for the first time, and one by one they carefully unwrapped the candy and savored it. Satisfied expressions instantly spread across their faces, pushing the scene to a climax. Carl, with a candy in his mouth, looked at him, his expression turning serious. He realized a problem had arisen. The trade value was becoming unbalanced. The village only had 20 jars of fruit wine left, and 10 more had to be reserved for Biku City. As he finished speaking, the atmosphere subtly sombered. Zhou Bai smiled and waved his hand, saying that everything could be left behind, and the amount of fruit wine didn't matter. His casual remark, however, firmly secured the initiative. Carl nodded gratefully and immediately had a large bag of stones brought over. Looking at the pile of glittering stones, his heart began to race. He casually picked out a few pieces and put them in his bag, appearing calm on the surface, but knowing in his heart that he didn't have much money left in his card, and this transaction had to find its true value. A fist-sized green light stone at the bottom of the bag caught his eye. He asked its name, and Carl said it was called green crystal, used for lighting at night. Hearing that there were plenty in the cave, his emotions jolted. If he could bring such things back to reality, the situation could change completely. He put on gloves and carefully put away the green crystal, a wave of concern about radiation washing over him. But reason reminded him that he must have its composition tested when he got back. As night fell, a bonfire was lit, and the angels danced and sang around him. Music played from their phones echoed through the forest, reigniting the atmosphere. Phoenix legends above the moon resonated in the woods, and the little angels swayed to the rhythm. Watching this scene, he felt a strange sense of ease. At dawn, he stood by the treehouse window overlooking the village. The angels were busy yet orderly, and he realized that this place had far more potential than he had imagined. All the angels were of similar height and had exquisite features, with obvious genetic advantages. The more he observed, the clearer it became that this race was stable and long-lived. He began to rethink his future strategy. Relying solely on fruit wine and stones would be insufficient to sustain long-term investment. The trading approach needed to be upgraded. Gold and precious metals became his targets. He realized that he had to make contact with the humans of this world to truly gain a foothold. As he was pondering, Gunna flew in with Goli. He regained his composure, his face relaxed, and a new exploration began. The two little angels led him to the hillside orchard, where he saw what appeared to be an orchard overgrown with weeds but laden with fruit. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into his head. Zhou Bai nodded as he looked at the orchard, saying that the yield might not be high, but its natural beauty was its advantage. He casually asked how the angels usually traded with humans, already plotting a bigger scheme in his mind. Gunna said they exchanged fruit wine, feathers, and stones for salt and cloth, adding that they would only trade with him from now on. He was startled by these words. Their relationship had subtly escalated. He pressed her for details about what plants the humans wanted them to find, but Gunna casually remarked that angels rarely fell ill. Though she spoke so lightly, he was once again struck by the formidable nature of this race. On the lawn, Gunna and Gory were listening to music with headphones on. He watched the two centenarian angels immersed in the music, his emotions softening, but the scene was suddenly pulled back to reality. He took out his phone to take pictures, and the images were surprisingly clear. As they learned to pose, he realized that technology was changing this forest. He asked if there were any other angel villages nearby, and Gory said it would take a day to fly there. He fell silent upon hearing the distance. The world was far more vast than he had imagined. 2 days later, he prepared to leave, his backpack filled with stones and fruit wine. He tried to invite Gunna to his place, secretly testing the boundaries of that door. Gunna hesitated before refusing, saying that talking about it for too long would cause people to worry. He nodded outwardly, but inwardly he was certain of one thing. Whether otherworldly creatures could pass through the door was still unknown. The two said goodbye under the colorful fruit tree, and he walked through the jungle back to the villa. The moment his phone regained signal, he felt safe in the real world for the first time. He waited for news from his family, but received no response. His worry turned into a bitter smile, and he suddenly decided to go to the city to have the stones tested. The real reason, however, was that he didn't have much money left in his bank account. He called his mother, his tone light, but the conversation quickly turned to work and blind dates. He hung up hastily. Being pressured to get married at the age of 26 left him feeling helpless. He then contacted his PhD student, Lao Zhang, to test the glowing stone. The other end of the phone agreed to meet the next day. After hanging up, he bottled the fruit wine, intending to bring it to his parents to try, feeling somewhat expectant. The next morning, he took the stones and fruit wine into the city. 2 hours later, he arrived home, took out his keys, and pushed open the door. His younger sister, Zhou Yiqian, was sprawled on the living room sofa, scrolling through her phone, her feet, half-off socks, dangling back and forth. He was speechless at the sight. His younger sister looked up and teased him. He dropped his backpack and asked where their parents were. She rummaged through her bag looking for snacks, and he casually placed a bottle of fruit wine on the coffee table. He teased her to stop eating or she'd get fat, but she pulled out a colorful feather from her bag and exclaimed how beautiful it was. He replied casually, "It was a gift from a group of natives. If you like it, you can have it." After saying that, he didn't say anything more, letting his sister play with it in delight. Zhou Yibai emptied the stones from his backpack onto the coffee table, casually remarking that they were natural and could be picked at will. His sister's eyes lit up instantly, igniting the atmosphere. Zhou Yiqian picked up several brightly colored stones, admiring them and imagining them as a necklace. He appeared calm on the surface but was inwardly nervous, wondering if these stones were actually valuable. He didn't linger, saying he had something to do and hurriedly left. His sister wanted to follow but was refused. He slammed the door and left, his pace quickening. Upon arriving at the university gate and meeting Zhang Hao, he handed him the amethyst. Zhang Hao, about to complain, froze, his expression shifting from perfunctory to serious. Zhang Hao examined the amethyst repeatedly, saying it wasn't fluorite but an unfamiliar variety. He calmly told Zhang Hao to have it tested, but inwardly, a turbulent undercurrent was brewing. After leaving campus, he went straight to the largest jewelry appraisal center in the city center. He pretended to be calm as he entered, but for the first time, he felt genuinely nervous. The account manager glanced at the gemstones and then stopped. She picked up a green gemstone and whispered, "Emerald." His heart suddenly started racing at that moment. Several experts rushed to the scene to conduct the tests, and after more than 3 hours, the results were finally in, an estimated value of 12 million. He paused for a second when he heard the number. 2 emeralds, 2 rubies, and a piece of Hitian jade were the most valuable, while the other stones also had collectible value. He suddenly realized that what he had picked up was no ordinary stone. The company offered 3 options, and without hesitation, he chose to buy it outright. Cash in hand was the only real security, and this time he suppressed all greed. With 2 million in his account and a remaining check for 10 million, he stared at the numbers on the balance sheet, truly feeling the weight of wealth for the first time. Images of buying a house and a car flashed through his mind, and he even imagined himself throwing the house deed and keys at a blind date. But his thoughts were quickly interrupted by reality. The real key was that the interdimensional trade opportunity was about to arrive. The humans of Bika City were going to trade with the angels, and he had to seize this opportunity. Back home, the aroma of food filled the air, and his mother called him to eat, calming his emotions. He poured the fruit wine into glasses and handed them to his parents. His father, though he found it too sweet, downed it in one gulp. After savoring it, he nodded in approval. His sister, after finishing hers, also praised the taste. Seeing the satisfied expressions on his family's faces, he felt inexplicably at ease. Zhou Yibai poured his mother a glass of fruit wine, which she initially wanted to refuse. He gently advised her that the alcohol content wasn't high and the atmosphere was perfect, and she eventually raised her glass. The family clinked glasses to celebrate their reunion, and while he smiled outwardly, he was secretly thrilled. He couldn't reveal the fortune yet. Dinner was plentiful and warm, and he ate his fill for the first time in a long time, lying on the sofa. His mood relaxed, but he was quickly pulled back to reality by his plans. He realized that hiking back and forth was too arduous, and he needed to upgrade his equipment, so he directly ordered a powerful off-road motorcycle. He paid the more than 30,000 yuan bill swiftly and decisively, not even bothering to claim any coupons. At that moment, he experienced the confidence to spend money for the first time. 2 days later, he returned to his hometown. The motorcycle had arrived, and as he test drove it, the roar of the engine ignited a fire within him. The next morning, he loaded up his supplies and set off, this time including daily necessities and tools. He also brought fruit seedlings and a large quantity of small commodities, clearly expanding his target. The motorcycle maintained its course steadily on the bumpy mountain road, saving him nearly half the time compared to before, and his pace noticeably quickened. When the motorcycle entered Angel Village, its roar shook the forest. The little angels watched from afar, too afraid to approach. The atmosphere was tense for a moment. Carl flew over and asked what this magical mount was. He explained that it was just a man-made machine, his calm tone successfully stabilizing the situation. After unloading a large quantity of drinks, snacks, and fruit, he announced that everything was free this time, and they would exchange them next time, instantly reversing the situation. Carl excitedly grasped his hand, saying that from now on he would only trade with him and that he would inform the other angel villages. Hearing this, Carl was taken aback. He nodded in agreement, saying that he should just ask for whatever he needed, as he had already verified the value of the angels' gems and fruit wine, and their future potential was enormous. The idea of monopolizing the entire angel market quickly took shape in his mind. Otherworldly fruits and gems could become scarce commodities in the real world. Carl invited him to stay a few more days and mentioned that the humans from Bika City were about to arrive, making him realize that a real trade opportunity was approaching. He suggested building ground-level wooden houses in the village to avoid the risks of climbing rope ladders each time, and Carl readily agreed, immediately arranging manpower. Upgraded tools improved construction efficiency, but the project still took time, and he continued to live in that familiar treehouse for the next few days. Joey grumbled as he entered the forest. He was just an ordinary merchant in the Bika City Merchant Guild, and he was already fed up with this angel trade route, low profits and high risks. He toiled away each year, earning only 20 or 30 gold coins, and while he felt resentful, he had no way out. But this time, he heard that the angels had a new companion. When Carl mentioned that he might reduce his business dealings with Carl in the future, his expression changed instantly. If this path was cut off, he would lose his livelihood. He hurriedly stated that the transactions had always been fair and just, and promised to bring better goods next time. His tone was earnest, but he couldn't hide his anxiety. Carl calmly replied that his new friend's goods were dazzling, and that Joey's were far inferior to his. This remark stung Joey. Joey was skeptical. He didn't believe anyone could outsell the goods from Biku at a similar price. But a sense of crisis compelled him to meet the man in person. After the goods were delivered, he left his servants behind and followed Carl into the village. He was drenched in cold sweat as he climbed up to the treehouse, vowing never to go up such a high place again. As soon as he sat down, he noticed the wine glasses on the table. They were completely transparent glassware, and he had never seen such a pure material. He carefully picked up the wine glass, his heart churning with excitement. If this craftsmanship were sold to a nobleman, it would surely cause a sensation. Setting down the glass, he picked up the porcelain plate. It was delicate and smooth as jade, with exquisite and intricate patterns. He could hardly believe it was made by human hands. He was deeply shaken. The value of these items far exceeded all the angel's goods. He suddenly realized that he might be facing a formidable power. Only when Carl mentioned the fabric of the new clothes did he realize that the village chief's cloth was of far superior quality to the linen he had brought. The situation had completely reversed. He began to guess that his new companion was a nobleman, and he dared not show the slightest disrespect, for fear of offending someone he shouldn't. Just as his thoughts were churning, Joey Bai walked into the treehouse, panting. His clothes were unfamiliar, but his aura was different. Joey immediately stood up and bowed. A merchant from the Biku City Merchant Guild pays respects to Your Excellency. Joey Bai was taken aback when he was addressed as Your Excellency as soon as he entered. He then looked at Joey, who was dressed like a merchant from the old days, and looked reserved. He sat down and waved to the other man to disregard the formalities. His tone was amiable, but it added to his aura. Carl tactfully left, leaving the two alone to talk, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Joey Bai took out a bottle of beer and poured it for Joey. Joey stared blankly at the dark green bottle, as if he had seen a jewel. The golden liquid was bubbling, and Joey thought it was a rare delicacy. He carefully took a sip, but was secretly disappointed. The taste was ordinary, but he dared not tell the truth. He immediately praised it as a rare delicacy, adopting an extremely humble attitude. Joey Bai believed him and took the opportunity to talk about trading profits, his tone natural, but getting straight to the point. Joey frankly admitted that he only earned about 20 gold coins a year, and despite his hard work traveling back and forth, he had little savings. Sweat was already beading on his forehead as he spoke. Seeing this, Joey Bai reassured him, saying that he was also a businessman and just wanted to understand the market environment. Joey then introduced Biku City, mentioning that Princess Ariana was a capable ruler. The city was thriving in commerce, and its population had reached 30,000. He noted the low tax rate, good public security, and comprehensive industries. As he spoke, he even talked about housing prices, showing that he was indeed very familiar with the area. Joey Bai listened attentively, realizing that Biku City was the real stage, and Joey might be the breakthrough point. The atmosphere gradually relaxed, and he pushed the glass and porcelain plate in front of Joey, asking if there was a market for these items. Joey almost held his breath. He had never seen such a clear glass and a warm, smooth plate. In his view, even the gold tableware used by nobles couldn't compare. His voice trembled as he said that if such utensils appeared in Biku, it would cause a sensation. Joey Bai was secretly delighted, but remained outwardly calm, asking only one question. "You mean to say, this thing is very valuable?" "It must be very valuable." Joey suppressed the shock in his heart, but his voice still trembled. He could almost see the scene of nobles fighting over these items. He offered to sell them on his behalf, and even invoked the name of the president of the merchant guild, his posture respectful yet eager. Joey Bai didn't nod immediately, but slowly analyzed the complex process and low yield, implying that the supply must be controlled in quantity. Both of them understood the principle of scarcity driving up value. His words brought it up, and Joey nodded repeatedly in agreement. Then, as if by magic, Joey Bai pulled a bunch of small items from his bag. A tiny flame flickered from the lighter, startling Joey, who took a half-step back, his eyes burning even brighter. The small mirror reflected his face clearly. It was the first time he'd seen himself so clearly, and he froze. When the sugar entered his mouth, he almost cried out in surprise. The pure sweetness completely overwhelmed him. In his mind, sugar was expensive to begin with, and this delicate, pure white sugar was unimaginably valuable. The description of the little blue pill made his breath catch in his throat. He realized this wasn't a luxury item, but rather a commodity for the masses. Joey finally understood that once these goods entered Biku City, they would cause a storm. He cautiously inquired about the origin of the goods, and Joey Bai only casually mentioned that they came from the Far East and had a special transportation method. The Eastern Continent. Joey's heart skipped a beat. If that were true, the background was far beyond his comprehension. When he confirmed that these goods were willing to be entrusted to him for sale, his excitement was almost palpable. Joey Bai, however, spoke calmly, suggesting that he return to the city first to promote and collect orders, and then supply goods according to demand. He only offered 10% profit, but pointed out the future risks and costs involved, which filled Joey with both awe and admiration. Even 10% was a huge profit. He knew in his heart that this deal could change his destiny. What shocked him even more was Joey Bai's casual remark that this was only the first batch of goods. He looked at the clothes and backpack again, realizing that the real market was far more than just the items on the table. At that moment, Joey had only one thought in his mind. He had not encountered an ordinary businessman, but a representative of an Eastern power that controlled enormous resources. Joey immediately patted his chest in agreement, his expression solemn, as if afraid of missing this opportunity. When it came to pricing, he cautiously inquired, but Joey Bai didn't hesitate. The highest bidder wins. Quantities are limited, first come, first served, even implying that higher bidders will enjoy better quality first. After a barrage of sales pitches emphasizing scarcity, limited quantity, and priority, Joey's eyes lit up. He didn't understand the technical terms like scarcity marketing, exaggerated advertising, and free trials, but he remembered the core message: creating desire. After 2 hours of negotiating the details and arranging a next meeting, Joey left with the samples, feeling like he'd struck gold. He abandoned the remaining village trade, delivered the goods to Carl, and rushed back to Bhikshu City with the samples. At that moment, only one image remained in his mind: the scene of nobles scrambling for these goods. Joey Bai, on the other hand, stayed in the village for a couple more days to ensure that the loss of contact in the real world wouldn't cause trouble. Before leaving, Gunna and Goli asked if they could visit his home. Carl thought for a moment and agreed, letting them see the outside world. Joey Bai rode his motorcycle and successfully took the two little angels away. After passing through a cave, they entered Blue Star safely, and he felt both excited and slightly wary. If powerful beings from other worlds could also pass through, this passage would require even greater caution. Back in their hometown, the two little angels stepped into their modern living room for the first time, their expressions a mixture of restraint and amazement. The pristine white floors, transparent glass, and soft sofas appeared like a palace to them. Their eyes lit up the moment the iced cola touched their lips. Learning that a refrigerator could create ice, they mistook it for magic. He explained it was technology. The television turned on, and Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf began playing, completely captivating the two centenarian children. With a bite of ice cream, they smiled contentedly, their eyes crinkling. The beautiful house, the chilled drinks, and the animated television screen completely immersed the two little angels in the wonder of their new world. Joey Bai opened the refrigerator and found only meat left. He didn't dare give it to them, so he went downstairs to the vegetable garden to pick cabbages and cucumbers. He also boiled corn and potatoes, cooked vegetarian noodles, and sliced watermelon and apples, barely managing to put together a vegetarian dinner. He introduced each dish, and the two little angels listened with great excitement. It was their first time using chopsticks to pick up noodles, and although they were clumsy, they were happy. Their eyes lit up with every bite. The simple vegetarian dishes were a feast for them. Joey Bai watched them eat with satisfaction, feeling a little smug, though he was also forced to continue eating vegetarian food. After dinner, he cleaned the kitchen, while Gwoli leaned against the window watching the sunset. The distant fields and scattered lights felt both unfamiliar and peaceful to her. The forest was pitch black at night, but here it was as bright as day. She finally couldn't help but ask why passing through the cave led to a completely different place. Joey Bai no longer hid anything and calmly said that this was another world. There were no angels, no magic, only technology. Gwoli seemed to understand, and then asked if she could go out and take a look. Joey Bai immediately refused, worried about exposure and the virus and unknown risks. He could only let them stay indoors for the time being. Gwana continued playing on her phone, and Gwoli also got her old phone to download games. The TV couldn't understand the language, but the games were no obstacle, and the two quickly became engrossed. As night deepened, he prepared rooms for them, made the beds, and adjusted the air conditioning with the meticulous care of a parent looking after children. He taught them how to use the switches, the water heater, and the shampoo. Everything was new and magical to them. After showering, they ran barefoot back to their rooms, rolling around on the soft beds, looking like children despite their advanced age. The light was repeatedly turned on and off until he urged him to go to sleep. Get some rest, don't stay up too late. Okay, good night, Brother Joe. Around 9 o'clock at night, the two little angels had fallen asleep early, but Joey Bai was still full of energy. Just as he was about to start playing a game, his younger sister suddenly called. She immediately asked if he had any gems left, saying that the few he'd had last time had been offered over 10,000 yuan each by a jewelry store. Joey Bai's heart tightened. The true value of those gems far exceeded that figure. He reminded his sister not to show off, not to make a fuss, and not to let their parents know. He told them to just say it was a friend who brought it back from Africa. He didn't want any complications. After hanging up the phone, he realized he needed to be even more careful with this line of wealth. The next morning, he prepared breakfast of milk, bread, and fruit for his two little angels. After telling them not to wander off, he rode his motorcycle to town to refuel and buy groceries. On his way back to the village, he ran into his second uncle, who was full of energy and even offered him some fruit wine. It turned out that his old health problems had improved considerably after drinking it. Zhou Yibai casually packed a few more kilograms and sent them over, and the other party reciprocated with cured meat. He didn't think much of it, unaware that this bottle of wine was about to flow to someone in a higher position. Back home, the little angels exclaimed in amazement at the newly bought fruit. Apples, pears, mangoes, cantaloupes, they had never seen so many varieties before. The moment the cake entered their mouths, they were so happy they squinted their eyes. The sweetness was irresistible, so he had to cut another small piece. In the afternoon, they watched Ultraman while holding a fruit platter, completely absorbed in the story despite not understanding the lyrics. Meanwhile, deep within the otherworldly forest, another force quietly approached. A group of elves riding giant horned beasts arrived at Karl's village, led by Princess Sia of the Western Forest. Karl personally greeted them, and the two races were reunited after a long separation. The peaceful forest was about to usher in a new change. When Karl led Sia into the village, the first thing she saw was the wooden house under construction in the center. Angels never build houses on the ground. This clearly broke with tradition. Karl explained frankly that it was for a new friend, but Sia immediately frowned when she heard it was a human. In her mind, humans were greedy and dangerous, and not trustworthy. Karl, however, disagreed. He believed that while humans were short-lived, they possessed astonishing creativity. With that, he pulled out his phone and handed it to Sean. Sean initially only used it as a mirror, finding it insufficiently clear, until Karl took a picture of her. When she saw herself on the screen, she was instantly shocked. The ability to create images without magical fluctuations was completely mind-blowing. Karl demonstrated the time, music, video, and game functions. The tiny machine was incredibly versatile. When internet access and long-distance telepathy were mentioned, Sia found it even more unbelievable. Karl himself didn't understand the principles behind them, only knowing that they came from his mysterious human friend. The conversation returned to reality, and Sia explained her purpose. The western forests were being invaded by the grassland titans, deepening the conflict with the goblins and cutting off the iron supply. The elves, who refused to trade with humans, were now in dire straits, and she hoped to obtain iron supplies by leveraging the neutrality of the angels. Karl sighed after hearing this, stating frankly that the elves' arrogance was the reason for their isolation. But in his mind, a thought was gradually forming. Perhaps the human from the other side could be the key to the situation. Sia was clearly unconvinced by Karl's words, bringing up the old grudge from a century ago when humans kidnapped elven children. That war lasted for over a decade, and in her heart, humans remained the source of all evil. She also pointed out that the goblins had taken advantage of the elves' war with the titans to raise prices and cut off supplies, leading to a shortage of ironware. After hearing the whole story, Karl understood the elves' true purpose for their trip iron. The angels had always been neutral, not participating in wars, thus serving as a tacitly agreed-upon buffer zone for other races. Now, the elves hoped to obtain weapons resources through the angels. Karl frankly admitted that he had already rejected the human merchant and was now only trading with his new friend. Sia immediately pressed him on whether the human was willing to cooperate with the elves. Karl thought it wouldn't be a problem. As long as he offered good goods, the other party would surely be interested. When Sia mentioned bringing 3 chests of gold, Karl was already confident. After all, his friend would even accept amethyst, let alone gold. As for ironware, he was even more certain that she could provide metals of far superior quality to those from goblins. Sia looked at the gleaming tools outside the window, and for the first time, she wavered. But when she heard that Gunna and Gory had left with that human, her expression changed drastically. To her, sending angels on a long journey with humans was extremely dangerous. Karl, however, remained calm. He believed that the human would bring about new changes. Although Sia couldn't understand, she could only choose to wait. If the human returned in a few days, perhaps the elves' fate would take a turn for the better. Meanwhile, in the living room of Blue Star, 2 little angels were huddled around the television, asking questions. They gazed at the skyscrapers and airplanes, wondering how those wingless boxes could fly. Zhou Yibai patiently explained that technology and magic were different, and Ultraman was purely fictional. The two little angels, however, firmly believed Ultraman existed, and the gap between their understanding of the other world and reality subtly widened in their light-hearted debate. Sia repeatedly pressed the lighter, a pale blue flame leaping between her fingers. The elves surrounded her, yet sensed no magical fluctuations, no elements, no chanting. Yet it could start a fire. This was the first time she truly felt wary of humanity's machines. 3 days passed, and her curiosity about that human only grew stronger. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, the two little angels were already addicted to the internet and games. Gunna complained about not having finished the game, and Goli was still waiting for her delivery, completely reluctant to return to the forest. Joey Bai, however, insisted on setting off. He knew that delaying would only cause more trouble. The motorcycle, fully loaded with supplies, passed through the tunnel once more. He knew the familiar paths and bumpy mountain roads like the back of his hand. As the motorcycle entered Carl's village, the newly built wooden houses stood out prominently. Gunna excitedly flew out to let Carl know she was safe, and Carl greeted her with a smile. The gifts were being distributed, and the little angels cheered. Just then, a clear and melodious voice rang out. Joey Bai turned around and saw a woman of extraordinary elegance. Sapphire-like eyes, pointed ears, and a slender, graceful figure. She was an elf, and a princess at that. Carl solemnly introduced Sia, the fairy princess of the Western Forest. Joey Bai was momentarily stunned. Sia's gaze was calm, yet she was observing his every move. He extended his hand to shake hands, but she responded with a nod to her chest in elven etiquette, creating a subtle and awkward atmosphere. What caught his attention even more were the guards behind Xia. They were tall and fully armed, carrying bows, arrows, short swords, and spears. This wasn't a friendly visit. They came with a purpose. Joey Bai noticed the guards carrying prey and paused in the vegetarian angel village. This scene felt somewhat out of place. Carl explained directly that Seely had come specifically to wait for him, as there was an important deal to be made. Upon entering the newly built wooden house, Joey Bai couldn't help but admire the angel's construction efficiency. It was fully equipped with a living room, bedroom, and kitchen, and even had flower arrangements. He invited Sia to sit down and poured her a Coke. Sia finished it, even letting out a burp, and said proudly, "I know, it's called Coke." After the pleasantries, she got straight to the point. She needed a lot of ironware. Arrowheads, spearheads, short swords, shields, even armor. Joey Bai listened, and his mind raced with calculations. These were all industrial products on Earth, with extremely low costs. He took out a Swiss Army knife from his bag and handed it to her. Xia lightly tested it. The blade cut through wood like butter, and her eyes instantly changed. She stated bluntly that its quality far surpassed that of goblin craftsmen. On Monday, Bai remained calm on the surface, but he was already reassured. When Xia announced the quantities 1,000 arrowheads, 500 spearheads, 500 short swords, and 100 shields, she then opened the wooden box, revealing 10 gold bars neatly arranged inside. Joey Bai weighed the gold in his hand, his mind automatically calculating the price of gold. 10 kilograms of gold, costing less than 100,000, yielded a profit of several dozen times. He almost couldn't control his expression. It can be delivered in about 10 days. Sia had initially been somewhat dismissive of his greed, but upon hearing that it would be completed in 10 days, she was shocked. If they had used goblins, it would have taken at least a month and more, and required 2 chests of gold. Now, with only half the gold and a shorter time frame, she was already fantasizing about a triumphant return to the palace. Both parties finalized the details and agreed on delivery. Joey Bai plans to return to Blue Star tomorrow to prepare. He estimates that the little elf's request can be made in a few days. Joey Bai packed a chest of gold and, seeing that Princess Xia hadn't left yet, inquired about her purpose. Xia, somewhat shyly, explained that the elves wanted to exchange their specialties for goods. Elves normally never interacted with humans, but Joey Bai's items were so novel that they were tempted to trade. Joey Bai immediately became interested and pressed for details about the local specialties. Xia listed them off: furs, dried meat, herbs, gems, and the most precious honey among the elves. She spoke with great pride about the honey, saying that a small jar could be exchanged for 2 short swords, making it highly sought after by both humans and goblins. Of all the local specialties, Zhou Yibai only valued gemstones. Bringing the rest back to the real world would be troublesome and yield low profits. He tentatively suggested trading with the elves for gold, and Xia immediately put on a pitiful expression, hurriedly explaining her reasons to him. Seattle claimed that the western forests did not produce gold, and the existing stockpile already represented most of the elves' reserves. While the elves possessed abundant resources, they were arrogant and lacked business acumen, resulting in a large stockpile of unsold goods. Exchanging them for practical commodities would be far more worthwhile. Zhou Yibai was skeptical and did not delve deeper. Zhou Yibai immediately agreed to the barter and then inquired about the delivery time. She said it would take more than 10 days to arrive by riding a deer, and that she could send a message to the tribe to prepare now. Zhou Yibai was stunned to hear this, surprised that the round trip would take more than a month. Xia explained with a smile that her tribe had carrier eagles that could deliver messages in a day. Zhou Yibai suddenly realized that the other world also had a similar method of communication, and his doubts were instantly resolved. The two sides quickly finalized the deal. Zhou Yibai would provide a lighter, flashlight, mirror, tableware, tools, and salt, in exchange for fur, dried meat, and gems. Even after the agreement was reached, Xia remained persistent and strongly recommended elven honey to Zhou Yibai. Zhou Yibai's blunt statement that he didn't need honey surprised Xia. She had thought beekeeping was a skill unique to elves, and Zhou Yibai now understood that elves had monopolized beekeeping technology in this world, which explained why honey was so rare. The deal was successfully completed, and Zhou Yibai was secretly delighted. These modern goods cost less than 100 yuan in reality, but they could be exchanged for a whole truckload of rare and exotic products from the elves, making it a surefire profit for him. Just then, Gunna, dressed in her new clothes, flew through the air and jumped into Sia's arms, acting all cute. Sia laughed and ruffled Gunna's hair, teasing her about not growing tall, which made Gunna puff up her cheeks and look displeased. Sia took out a string of colorful beads to coax Gunna, who accepted them and immediately flew out the door, quickly returning with a knock-off Gucci bag as a gift. Sia held the bag and was very pleased with it, curiously asking what kind of market was online. Just as Gunna was about to take out her phone to explain, Zhou Yibai quickly interrupted her. He changed the subject, asking Gunna to take Xia to see the exhibits. The two beautiful girls left hand in hand, accompanied by an elf and an angel as seen as beautiful as a fairy tale. Zhou Yibai stayed overnight in Angel Village and secretly went to the elf's camp to enjoy a barbecue. Having not eaten meat for a long time, he was overwhelmed by the delicious flavor and almost cried with satisfaction. The next day, back on Earth, Monday White took the samples of the elf's weapon parts and rode his motorcycle straight to a hardware workshop in town. The owner, who was smoking at the door, took the samples and carefully examined these otherworldly parts. The boss bluntly stated that the sample material was poor, heavy, and prone to rust, suggesting that it be replaced with ordinary alloy. He also said that ordinary alloy was inexpensive and of good quality, while titanium alloy was expensive and difficult to process, making it unsuitable for mass production. Zhou Yibai immediately decided to use ordinary alloy, handing over a custom order form to have 1,000 arrowheads, 1,000 spearheads, and 500 short swords made. After calculating, the boss quoted a price of 100,000, with the work to be completed in 1 week. Zhou Yibai scanned the QR code to pay without hesitation. The shop owner reminded him that custom-made short swords cannot be sharpened privately and require a registration process. Zhou Yibai said he could sharpen it himself, paid, and left without even signing a contract. He planned to buy a stab-proof security shield online, which would be both times saving and cheap. He was no longer short of money. He hadn't cashed the multi-million-dollar check and wasn't in a hurry to deal with the gold the elves had given him. In his view, gold is a hard currency with potential for future appreciation. On Monday, Bai bought a lot of meat to treat himself, but received a call from the customer manager of the City Jewelry Center halfway there. Zhou Yibai's heart tightened, thinking there was a problem with the gemstones he had sold earlier. He then learned that the gemstones were of extremely high quality, and had been pre-ordered before they were even processed and released to the market. The buyer wanted to buy more rough stones at a high price. On Monday, Bai readily agreed to deliver the raw stones the following day. Angel Village in Carl was rich in various gemstones, and he had already monopolized the gemstone trade in the surrounding area. The raw stones he could obtain would only increase in the future. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Bai started thinking about buying a house, as living with his parents was inconvenient. He planned to look at houses while dropping off Baosher in the city. He didn't want to buy a car for the time being, feeling that traffic jams in the city were a problem and that an electric scooter would be more convenient. He suddenly remembered the amethyst he had given to his senior, Zhang Hao, to test. He still had several pieces left at home. Amethyst emits an eerie purple light at night, which can be unsettling if stared at for too long. He immediately dialed Zhang Hao's number. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. Zhang Hao sounded tired but urgent, immediately asking for more amethyst samples. Zhou Bai immediately tensed up and hurriedly asked if the stones had any radiation hazards. Zhang Hao immediately denied the radiation claim, only explaining that he was too tired from staying up late for days. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Bai's suspicions deepened. The amethyst testing should have been completed long ago, but Zhang Hao kept asking for samples, behaving very strangely. Zhou Bai secretly suspected that the amethyst that emitted a purple glow at night was definitely not ordinary. Zhang Hao's unusual request for a sample further confirmed his judgment. There must be an astonishing secret hidden behind this mysterious crystal. The next morning, Zhou Bai carried the amethyst to the city. Because the crystal was heavy, he took a taxi directly to Zhang Hao's school after exiting the station. He was quite surprised to see Zhang Hao. The once spirited senior now had disheveled hair and dark circles under his eyes, clearly having stayed up for several nights. Zhou Bai advised him to get some rest, but Zhang Hao was full of excitement and immediately asked for the amethyst. Zhou Bai handed over 20 kilograms of amethyst, which Zhang Hao treasured. He whispered and pressed Zhang Hao for details about the crystal's origin and reserves. Zhou Bai lied, claiming he had obtained it by chance while exploring a cave, and then used the opportunity to probe Zhang Hao, asking about the amethyst's special characteristics. Zhang Hao was immediately excited, stating that the crystal contains a variety of unknown mineral elements and has an extremely high energy density, making it a veritable natural super battery. He asserted that once the research results are published, they will shake the academic community, and if the reserves are sufficient, they may even rewrite the future energy landscape. Zhou Bai was deeply shocked, knowing that such crystals were not rare in the other world. He instructed Zhang Hao to keep the research results confidential for the time being, and to apply for patents and develop related products first, to avoid trouble caused by leaks. Zhang Hao immediately agreed. Even after leaving school, Zhou Bai was still deeply moved, secretly marveling at the unexpected treasure he had acquired. After calming himself, he stopped investigating the crystal's secrets and headed to the city to sell the raw gemstones and, incidentally, look at properties. He contacted his high school classmate Yi Qiuyu, who worked in real estate sales, beforehand, and arrived at the jewelry appraisal company first. The receptionist and the female manager were even more respectful than last time, and the manager immediately called over a senior appraiser to prepare for testing the rough stones he brought. Zhou Bai casually placed a bag of rough stones on the table. The veteran appraiser carefully picked it up, afraid of bumping or damaging it. After 2 hours of rigorous testing, 5 of the dozen or so rough stones reached top quality, and the rest were also of good quality. The rough stones were eventually sold for 10 million, and the money was directly transferred to Zhou Bai's bank card. Upon receiving the confirmation SMS, he was overjoyed. His funds were becoming more abundant, and he had finally saved enough to buy a house outright. After leaving the jewelry company, Zhou Bai took a taxi to the real estate agency where Yi Qiuyu worked. Having not seen her for a long time, Yi Qiuyu had shed her youthful naivete and become mature and gentle. After a brief reminiscing, Yi Qiuyu suggested they get together with their old classmates sometime. Zhou Bai accepted the invitation to the gathering and immediately inquired about suitable properties. Yi Qiuyu enthusiastically introduced popular properties within the Third Ring Road, where the average price is now over 10,000 yuan per square meter, a decrease of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan per square meter compared to last year. The sales hall was luxuriously decorated, but there were very few prospective buyers. Yi Qiyu showed him the model of the development. Only 2 buildings in the complex were sold out, and the rest were removing apartments with no waiting period for handover. The two then visited the model apartments, and Zhou Yibai immediately took a liking to a 168 square meter, 4-bedroom, living room unit. He learned that the price per square meter was 11,800 yuan for a regular floor and a little over 12,000 yuan for a good floor, with the total price of the entire unit less than 2 million yuan. Such a spacious apartment was something Zhou Yibai never dared to dream of before, but now that he has plenty of money, he feels the price is very reasonable. Yi Qiyu informed him that all the apartments in the development are ready for immediate occupancy, and the transfer of ownership can be completed as soon as payment is made, with no risk of the project being abandoned. A 5% discount is also available for full payment. Zhou Yibai became suspicious and asked the developer why they preferred customers who paid in full. Yi Qiyu explained that developers are currently facing a cash shortage, and bank mortgage processes are cumbersome and slow in disbursement. Full payment transactions can be completed on the same day, so they are naturally more favored. Without further hesitation, Zhou Yibai immediately decided to purchase the property in full. Yi Qiyu jokingly remarked that he had struck it rich, but Zhou Yibai simply claimed it was due to his family's support. He then produced his documents to complete the purchase procedures. The home buying process went very smoothly, and Zhou Yibai was filled with emotion when he received all the property documents. The large house that was once out of reach was now finally within his grasp thanks to his own good fortune. As Yi Qiyu was organizing documents, Zhou Yibai casually inquired about the availability of villas. The sudden question startled Yi Qiyu. She hadn't expected him to be planning to buy a villa. After regaining her composure, Yi Qiyu introduced him to the townhouses in the Qiuming mountain scenic area. The average price of the villas was 30,000 yuan per square meter, with a standard model of about 500 square meters costing 15 million yuan, and a high-end model with a swimming pool costing 20 million yuan. The downside was that the location was remote and inconvenient to travel to. After hearing this, Zhou Yibai immediately said that he was just asking casually. Although he had a net worth of more than 20 million, he was unwilling to invest all his savings in real estate. Moreover, living alone, a huge villa would be meaningless. After completing all the formalities, Yi Qiyu suggested that they visit the new apartment complex on the way. Zhou Yibai had already expressed this idea and immediately agreed. He knew that the promotional pictures of the properties were often embellished, and only by visiting in person could he see the true condition of the complex and the apartments. The two rode shared bicycles and arrived at Tianhu Chunwan community in 10 minutes. Zhou Yibai was pleasantly surprised after entering the community. The community was lush with greenery, the buildings were spaced reasonably, and there was no feeling of oppression. Located in the heart of the city, the community features an exquisite artificial lake with an elegant island in the center and an antique-style corridor surrounding the lake. The garden design is elegant and exudes high-end quality. Many residents have already moved into the community, and elderly people and children can be seen strolling and chatting everywhere, creating a quiet and warm living atmosphere. The building he chose has 15 floors, and the lighting, view, and ventilation of the 7th-floor apartment far exceeded his expectations. Zhou Yibai became increasingly satisfied with the photos, and the two then discussed home renovation. Yi Qiyu suggested looking at more model homes and offered to help him connect with renovation companies. Zhou Yibai said he wasn't in a rush to start construction and planned to refer to more renovation examples online first. Zhou Yibai asked Yi Qiyu to recommend a reliable renovation company. Yi Qiyu remarked that even a mid-range renovation for a large apartment would cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, and with furniture and appliances, it could easily reach 1 million. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yibai sighed, realizing that renovations truly have no bottom to their cost. After leaving the neighborhood, the two intended to have a meal together and catch up, but they had to give up due to personal matters. They agreed to meet again at another time, and then went their separate ways to attend to their business. Zhou Yibai arrived home at 6 p.m. on Monday and ran into his mother downstairs while she was grocery shopping. He quickly went to help her. His mother was surprised that he had returned from his trip early, and Joey Bai lied and said he missed her cooking, which made his mother very happy. He planned to stay at home for a few more days to spend time with his parents and plan the renovation of their new house. Meanwhile, in the military dependence compound in S City, Li Guotao poured out a glass of emerald green fruit wine, filling the room with its rich aroma. This wine was a gift from an old comrade in arms, and he drinks a small glass every day. Only because of medical restrictions and limited stock, he hasn't finished it all. Granddaughter Li Shan, dressed in a police uniform, returned home and scolded her grandfather for secretly drinking. Li Guotao, feeling guilty, explained that it was just ordinary fruit wine and even handed her a glass to smell. Li Shan was skeptical but earnestly warned him not to drink too much. Li Shan recalled her grandfather's medical report and was shocked after reviewing it. Li Guotao's blood pressure, heart rate, and other indicators had improved significantly compared to the previous month, and his physical condition had been completely refreshed. Li Guotao himself also felt much lighter. Li Shan pressed her grandfather to tell her if he had eaten anything unusual. Li Guotao glanced at the fruit wine on the table and guessed that his improved health was due to the wine. Although Li Shan found it absurd, she also had her doubts and decided to take her grandfather for a full physical examination the next day. Li Shan planned to send the remaining fruit wine to a professional institution for testing. Li Guotao was very reluctant to part with it, as there was only a little bit left in the bottle. He was curious about the effects of the wine, but also reluctant to send it all for testing. Li Shan picked up the last of the fruit wine, intending to have it tested the next day. She also told her grandfather that if it truly had health benefits, this small amount wouldn't be enough for long-term consumption. Li Guotao was reluctant to part with it, but he couldn't persuade his granddaughter otherwise, so he could only let her take the fruit wine. That evening, after dinner, Joey Bai lay on the sofa scrolling through short videos, enjoying his leisurely life at home. His father sat down next to him and, as usual, urged him to find a stable job. Joey Bai lied and said he took on freelance programming jobs at home, earning a stable living without having to clock in, so his father didn't ask any more questions. A moment later, his father asked about the fruit wine he had brought back last time, saying it tasted excellent and could relieve physical fatigue. His mother chimed in, saying that she felt refreshed and relaxed after drinking it. Joey Bai was quite surprised, realizing that the otherworldly fruit wine had special health benefits, and even had the idea of packaging it as a health tonic for sale, since the health industry is extremely profitable. After calming his thoughts, Joey Bai focused on preparing for the renovation. He contacted the renovation company recommended by Yi Qiuyu and arranged to go to the new house the next day to take measurements and finalize the renovation design plan. The following day at noon, Director Zhang of the military hospital compared Li Guotao's 2 medical examination reports and was shocked. The elderly man's various physical indicators had recovered extremely quickly, and many data points were approaching the standards for healthy elderly people. Director Zhang asked Li Shan if she had given the elderly man any special medicine. Li Shan immediately denied it, saying only that the only unusual thing her grandfather had done recently was drink a kind of homemade fruit wine. Director Zhang found it hard to believe that fruit wine alone could cause such a dramatic change in his health. At this point, a doctor brought in a preliminary test report for the fruit wine. In addition to regular nutrients, it is rich in amino acids, fruit acids, and beneficial trace elements, and also contains several unknown special components that cannot be identified by the hospital's existing equipment. The people present looked solemn, realizing that these unknown components were of great value for medical research and that in-depth investigation could lead to major medical breakthroughs. Li Shan hurriedly inquired about any side effects of the fruit wine. The doctor stated that current tests indicated that small amounts were beneficial and harmless, but further experiments were needed to determine its deeper effects. Director Zhang was particularly interested in the unknown components and hoped to obtain more fruit wine samples. After thinking it over, Li Shan agreed and planned to personally visit the place in a couple of days to thoroughly investigate the origin and production source of this magical fruit wine. Inside the luxurious castle of the otherworldly city of Biku, merchant Joey reported to Guild Master Thiam. On the table were various novel goods brought by Joey Bai. Thiam examined each item, then casually scooped up some white sugar and tasted it. The moment he took a sip, Thiam's eyes lit up. This white sugar was pure and free of impurities, and its sweet taste far surpassed that of the bitter coarse sugar from his hometown. He couldn't help but marvel at the pure and delicious taste of this sugar. Joey took the opportunity to introduce items such as white sugar, a makeup mirror, and a lighter, which left Thiam increasingly astonished. The small lighter, in particular, which could start a fire with a single press, seemed to him like a magical artifact. Thiam confirmed with Joey whether Zhou Yibai came from the distant eastern continent. Joey was very certain and praised Joey Bai for his refined temperament, extraordinary demeanor, and humble yet dignified manner, which was very aristocratic. Thiam, however, harbored doubts, puzzled as to why an Eastern nobleman would personally travel to the remote Angel village to conduct small business. Joey could only guess that Easterners acted differently, while Thiam was more concerned about the long and dangerous journey to the east, making a stable supply of goods difficult. Joey informed them that Zhou Yibai didn't need to worry about supplying goods. They only needed to place orders on time, and the goods would be delivered promptly. Upon hearing this, Thiam instantly realized that this concealed immeasurable wealth and enormous business opportunities. Thiam jokingly remarked that Joey had made a lot of money from his novel products. Joey remained silent, but in reality, he had already secured a large order for 1,000 gold coins, with profits comparable to several years' worth of income. This was the reason he had been so eager to promote the collaboration. These novel luxury items were only affordable to the nobility, presenting a huge business opportunity. Thiam asked Joey to leave all the products for research, promising him a generous share of the profits from any future collaborations. Joey thanked him and bowed before leaving. After Joey left, a masked man in black appeared and suggested eliminating Joey and seizing the orders and gold coins. Thiam immediately refused. He didn't care about Joey, but what he truly valued was the mysterious supply chain behind Joey Bai. Thiam ordered men to infiltrate Carl village to secretly monitor Zhou Yibai and investigate the origin of the goods. If anyone made contact with Zhou Yibai first, they were to be stopped, and if necessary, forcibly brought back. The man in black robes accepted the order and disappeared into the shadows. Thiam toyed with the lighter, his eyes filled with greed. He knew that once these otherworldly goods were distributed, they would unleash a wealth storm across the entire continent. Meanwhile, in Carl village, Sia was staying in Zhou Yibai's empty wooden house, wearing headphones and playing on the phone that Gunna had borrowed from her. The old village chief, seeing that Gunna's small bed couldn't accommodate both of them, specially cleaned up the wooden house to make room for her. At first, Sia didn't know how to operate a mobile phone, but after watching Gunna use it a lot, she gradually became proficient. She was very frustrated when she lost to the zombies in the game, but she still couldn't put it down and became addicted to it. Sia was amazed by the phone's comprehensive functions. It could play music, play games, and even connect to the internet to watch cartoons and shop online. She planned to buy several more during her next shopping trip, one for each member of her family. She also wants to buy a solar charging panel to solve her phone charging problem. In addition, she also really likes novel items such as cola, potato chips, and stylish handbags. As she pondered, Xia grew increasingly uneasy, muttering to herself that Zhou Yibai had not returned for a long time, and even secretly suspecting that he might run off with the elf gold. Zhou Yibai had no intention of running away. He had been busy with the renovation of his new house and preparing supplies, and had no time to return to the other world. After finalizing the renovation team, he handed it over to them and asked Yi Qiuyu to help keep track of the construction progress. After settling things at his new house, Zhou Yibai returned to town and loaded all the items he had bought on Linnea's stab-proof shield, a short sword, spearheads, and arrowheads custom-made by a hardware workshop into his truck and transported them back to his hometown. He planned to organize them and then ship them to the other world for trading. The truck was full of goods, and unloading took a long time. Fortunately, the delivery driver was very helpful and managed to move all the weapons and shields into the house and stack them properly. Just as they finished, a luxury Porsche pulled up in front of the house. A short-haired, capable-looking woman in a police uniform got out of the car and walked over. Zhou Yibai panicked instantly, his heart tightening. thinking that his business of reselling otherworldly resources had been exposed. He was restless, torn between confessing or playing dumb when questioned. His heart pounded as he nervously stared at the approaching policewoman. The policewoman walked into the yard and was stunned when she saw the piles of weapons and shields inside the house. She picked up an unsharpened short sword and asked Zhou Yibai about the purpose of purchasing so many weapons. Zhou Yibai broke out in a cold sweat, but fortunately, none of the short swords were sharpened, so they were not considered controlled weapons. He quickly came up with a plan, claiming he intended to open a weapons collection shop and use these swords as a side business. The policewoman then inquired about the piles of security shields, to which Zhou Yibai replied that they were used to enrich the store's product range and attract customers. The officer did not press further. The policewoman was Li Guotao's granddaughter, Li Shan. She had returned to her hometown to visit her elders for the weekend and had just come from the police station without having had time to change out of her civilian clothes. She wasn't there to investigate. She was just stopping by. Li Shan explained her purpose. She had heard that Zhou Yibai had a special green fruit wine and had come specifically to buy some. Zhou Yibai breathed a sigh of relief, surprised that news of the otherworldly fruit wine had spread. Zhou Yibai asked her how much she wanted, but Li Shan instead asked about the remaining stock. Zhou Yibai lied and said there were only a few jars left. In reality, the otherworldly fruit wine wasn't scarce. It was just troublesome to carry back and forth, and he also wanted to leave some for his parents, so he couldn't tell the truth. Li Shan pressed Zhou Yibai to tell her if the fruit wine was homemade, but he denied it was a gift from a friend. He then found a Coca-Cola bottle, filled it with about 10 kilograms of fruit wine, and handed it to Li Shan. Seeing that the portion was quite large, Li Shan immediately prepared to scan the code to pay. Zhou Yibai wanted to decline, but Li Shan insisted, so he casually quoted a price of 100 yuan. Li Shan immediately paid and thanked him, then drove away. Zhou Yibai looked at the luxury car with envy and secretly resolved to buy one himself someday. After his reflections, Zhou Yibai returned to his room to continue organizing the goods. These supplies needed to be transported to another world in batches, where there were no roads for vehicles, so they could only be transported back and forth by motorcycle. He couldn't help but sigh at how hard it was to earn money. The next morning, Zhou Yibai began transporting goods to the other world in batches. Due to the large quantity of supplies, he adjusted the plan, no longer sending them directly to Carl Village, but instead storing them all together near the 5-colored fruit tree. Once all the goods have been delivered, the elves will be notified to come and pick them up, saving time and increasing efficiency. After most of the day's work, all the goods were finally moved into place and neatly stacked. Then on Monday, Bai Qi entered Carl Village on a motorcycle, preparing to notify Xia and the elves to go to the 5-colored fruit tree to count and collect the trade goods and begin the subsequent exchange process. Chapter 29 Inspection. So much. Princess Xia stared blankly at the pile of packages on the ground. Then he turned to Zhou Yibai next to him and asked, "Why did you put the goods here? Why didn't you just take them to Carl Village?" Zhou Yibai pointed to the motorcycle under his buttocks and said helplessly, "There's nothing I can do. This thing can't carry much stuff at once. I can only make several trips to bring the stuff here first, and then go back to get more." Princess Xia had seen Zhou Yibai's motorcycle before. It was a strange thing. It could run without eating grass, and it ran quite fast. It was very magical. "Your mount is quite amazing. It only has 2 wheels but can run so fast and doesn't fall over. If I'm not mistaken, it's some kind of machine, right? Does it also consume electricity like a cell phone?" "It is indeed a type of machine. There are also cars like this that run on electricity, but mine runs on gasoline." Zhou Yibai patted the fuel tank. "Eating oil." Xia looked at Zhou Yibai's motorcycle, but didn't see anything like a mouth. "Are you selling this mount? I really like it. You want to buy this motorcycle?" Zhou Yibai asked curiously. "This thing isn't unsellable, as long as you pay the price." "Yes." Xia thought this kind of mount, which didn't need to eat grass or be taken care of, and was incredibly fast, was fantastic. She felt it was even cooler to ride than a deer. "Is this thing very expensive?" "It's quite expensive, probably worth about half of everything you have on the ground," Zhou Yibai said. In reality, the items on the ground totaled less than 120,000. Among them were weapons worth 100,000, as well as shields and other items bought online and exchanged. These items were not worth much money. He bought the motorcycle for over 30,000 yuan, and the reason he quoted a high price was simply to rip off this fairy princess. Anyway, she's a princess, and princesses are usually very rich, right? For example, that gold or something like that last time. So expensive. Princess Xia thought this thing was worth at most 3 or 4 gold bars, since the most expensive mounts usually only cost 2 or 3 gold bars. She didn't expect it to be worth more than a chest of gold. Because these things on the ground, besides costing a chest of gold, also included many goods exchanged for elven specialties. How about we trade you our antlered deer? Xia pointed to a huge antlered deer next to her. Only elves can raise this kind of antlered deer. Other races don't know how. Not only is it fast, but it can also fight alongside its master. This thing is useless to me, and it would be too much trouble to keep someone to take care of it. Zhou Bai scratched his head. I wonder if this big guy's meat will taste good. It'll probably be quite dry. This head is huge, almost the size of an elephant, just a little thinner. Moreover, riding this bike requires a certain level of skill. The roads here are difficult to navigate, and it also requires fuel to keep going, which is quite troublesome. Riding a deer requires skill, but all of us elves can ride them. As for the oil you're talking about, what kind of oil are you referring to? Is it animal fat? Princess C asked. No, it's an oil produced underground that needs to be refined before it can be used. I don't think you have any here. Gasoline can't be used directly after it's dug up. Even if there is oil in this otherworldly continent, it can't be used directly without refining. Princess Xia stopped thinking about the motorcycle and began inspecting the goods on the ground. Zhou Bai took out a short sword from the car that he had specially sharpened at home and explained. These swords are made using special manufacturing processes and materials from our region. They are more resilient and sharper, but for some reason, they haven't been sharpened yet. This one is already sharpened. Take it and test its quality. Xia stroked the gleaming short sword in her hand, her eyes shining, clearly delighted with it. This is clearly a rare and precious sword. He then handed the short sword to the elven guard beside him. Give it a try. The elven guard took the short sword, swung it a few times, and then suddenly chopped down hard on a small tree as thick as a thigh next to him. The sapling, as thick as a thigh, was instantly cut in two. The sword's edge won't break. The blade remains unbent. The elf, a powerful bodyguard of the princess, said with great excitement, Your Highness, this sword is more comfortable to use than I imagined, and it's also much sharper. That's natural, since you used to make them with ordinary metals, while Zhou Bai brought an alloy sword made with modern technology. Very good, I am very satisfied. Princess Xia nodded. Then they tested other things, including arrowheads and shields. The elven guards tested the shield's sturdiness and found that it was not only very light, but also had excellent protective properties. A single blow didn't even chip off a bit of paint. After verifying everything, they began to inspect the daily necessities that had been exchanged for supplies. A large bag of modern daily necessities, each item was as exquisite as a work of art to the elves. Everything's here, and the quantity is fine, right? When will your elf goods be delivered? Zhou Bai asked. The carrier hawk has been flying back for a few days now, and father's goods are already on their way. They should arrive here in the next few days. All right then, just leave the things in Carl Village when they arrive. I'll head back now. After finishing his speech, Zhou Bai got on his motorcycle and prepared to return to his hometown on Blue Star. Aren't you going back to Carl Village? Xia was taken aback. I won't go there today. I'll come back in a few days. It's okay to go to Angel Village for a vacation occasionally, but it gets quite boring if you go too often. There's no internet, no refrigerator, and you can only eat vegetarian food. It's more fun to stay home and play games online. I heard you're from the Eastern Continent. Isn't the Eastern Continent not far from here? She asked curiously. Zhou Bai scratched his head in confusion. Where is this Eastern Continent? When did he ever say he came from the Eastern Continent? Wasn't it the Tang Dynasty of the East? Actually my home isn't too far from here. Zhou Bai didn't know how to explain. Not far, but apart from the angels, it seems there are no other humans living in this forest. Xia looked at Zhou Bai. Oh, is that so? This guy doesn't seem as easy to fool as Gunna and the others. Didn't Gunna tell you where I live? I told you that your place is very close to here, and it won't take half a day to get there. I'm just curious. We've been living in the village for more than 10 days, hunting in the vicinity. We've explored the entire area, but we haven't found any trace of other human settlements. Is that so? Joey Bai pretended to be confused. Fine, you have your secrets, and I don't want to pry into them. Let's just make sure we have a good working relationship. Let's go. Princess Xia saw that the man didn't want to explain, so she didn't ask any further questions. After speaking, he directed the other elves to start loading the goods. The antlered deer that the elf was riding was enormous, and loading all the goods was no problem at all. Zhou Yibai didn't linger. He stepped on the gas and sped off. Chapter 30. My sister returns home. Your Highness, shall we follow that person? The elven guard beside me asked. No need. If this guy didn't want anyone to know his whereabouts, he wouldn't have come riding this strange mount. The tracks on the ground are so obvious that they can't be hidden at all. Sia then turned around and said, Pack your things and hurry back. Father is waiting for these weapons. In fact, Zhou Bai had thought about the car tracks before, but since there weren't many strangers from Angel Village, and walking would be tiring as he couldn't carry much stuff, he dared to come by motorcycle. Of course, the main reason is that he is carefree and thinks that if something he can't beat comes after him, he can just report it to the government. While no one's watching, stealing Mimi to make some money is the best strategy. As he approached the cave, he secretly glanced back to see if anyone was following him. Finding nothing amiss, he drove the car into the cave and went straight home. After loading all the goods on the ground, the sea elf jumped onto the antlered deer and instructed the elven guards beside him. I'll take the goods back to the western forest first. You arrange for 2 people to stay and guard Carl Village. First, to hand over the goods that my father had arranged to transport to that guy. Secondly, we should see what other interesting things that strange guy has. If they are useful to us, we can buy them with gold. Thirdly, we need to secretly protect him. This guy brought so many novel things, which will definitely attract the malice of those despicable humans in the future. If someone hurts him, secretly help him get rid of the trouble. He might actually benefit us. Yes. The elven guard beside him bowed, mounted the antlered deer, and turned back to Carl Village. Sia then led the remaining guards, riding on giant antlered deer, carrying a full load of goods back to the western forest. In Carl Village, Chief Carl was entertaining several other chiefs from Angel Village in the living room of the treehouse. Have you brought all your goods? Chief Carl asked after pouring everyone a glass of cola. The old angels found the transparent glass novel, and after taking a few sips of the drink, they were all captivated by its strange and stimulating taste. One of the angels, who looked older than the village chief Carl, said, Our village of Carlo has brought 3 carts of fruit wine, 1 cart of dried fruit, and a bag of gems. We need to exchange them for cloth, salt, and tools. Chief Carlo told us what he had brought and what he needed to exchange, all of which were things he usually traded with other merchants. The things we brought from Kabu Village are similar to those from Carlo Village. We have 2 carts of fruit wine, 1 cart of dried fruit, and 1 cart of dried goods, mostly mushrooms that we usually pick, and some gemstones as well. What we need are cloth, earthenware pots, and ironware. Of course, if we can also trade for some of these beautiful cups, said Chief Cabot. We've collected some teeth from giant wolves and feathers from firebirds, as well as a packet of dried flower tea. I wonder if he needs these, one of the Angel Village chiefs asked. I think so. My new friend said he needs any specialty products from our angels, Chief Carl said after thinking for a moment. The other village chiefs also stated the goods they brought and the items they needed to exchange, most of which were fruit wine and some dried fruit. Unfortunately, these angels don't have many skills other than planting fruit trees and harvesting fruit to make wine. You guys, besides exchanging for some necessary cloth, you can also exchange for some other things, like these lighters. They're so convenient for starting a fire. After finishing his explanation, he demonstrated how to use a lighter under the curious gazes of several village chiefs. Several naive angels were amazed by this little fire-starting machine. They only knew that the fabric Zhou Yibai brought was of good quality. They never expected there to be such good stuff. Then Chief Carl took out several other items, including a mirror, tableware, a flashlight, toilet paper, and other daily necessities, and explained their ingenious uses to them. As a result, several more options were added to the exchange list of the village chiefs. I wonder when that merchant will arrive here. Village Chief Carlo asked. He just finished trading a batch of goods with the elves today and said he'll be here in a few days. You can leave your goods here, and I'll give him what you need. Once he brings your goods, I'll have someone help you send them back to the village. The village chiefs of several angel villages stood up to thank Carl, and then flew back. Every village has its own affairs, and as the village chief of Angel Village, one generally cannot stay outside for long. After returning to his old house, Joibai immediately drove his motorcycle to town to buy things. The village of Carl built him a tree house on the ground, and they even had to furnish it with some daily necessities. We need to buy things like blankets, slippers, toiletries, and even some kitchenware. The little angels aren't very good at cooking, so they sometimes have to cook for themselves. I had just gotten home after shopping when I received a WeChat message from my younger sister, Joiqian. Brother, I'm about to have a holiday. I'm going back to my hometown for a visit in a few days. Joibai was startled when he received the message. Why did this girl suddenly say she was coming back? Even during holidays, Joiqian doesn't usually go back to her hometown. She usually goes to do summer jobs or something. My parents and sister only come back to my hometown for the Chinese New Year. Why come back? Aren't you going to do a summer job during your vacation? What's so fun about your hometown? Isn't it good to stay in the city? Joibai replied curtly. I'm not going to do a summer job this year. I'm not short of money this year, hee. Joiqian also replied with a playful emoji. Did you sell the gemstone that was given to you? If I had known she had some money, I wouldn't have taken the summer job, and I wouldn't have given her those gems. My best friend took a liking to my gemstones and took 2 more from me. Her family is very rich, and those 2 sold for 20,000 yuan. Any one of Zhou Yiqian's gemstones could sell for over 50,000 yuan. 2 of them are now selling for only 20,000 yuan. They're being ripped off without even realizing it. Fortunately, there are mines in her hometown, and there are still many gems, otherwise there really wouldn't be enough for her to make. Whatever makes you happy. Joibai was speechless. He had already sold it. He couldn't just ask the person to return it. Your gems are very valuable. Don't show them to others casually in the future. Just keep them to yourself. Okay, I'm planning to save it to make myself a piece of jewelry. Joibai was relieved after hearing this. If you have money, why not go out and have fun? It would be great to take advantage of the holiday to travel. Who would dare to travel at this time? It would be troublesome if I were quarantined for 10 or 8 days. It's better to go back to my hometown and have some fun, Joiqian replied. What's so good about going back to your hometown? I won't cook, do laundry, wash dishes, or mop the floor for you, and there won't be any takeout, milk tea, or crayfish. Besides, I won't be back in my hometown in a few days. I have to go out, and you'll be all alone in your hometown without even a meal. Joiqian isn't very good at cooking, so leaving her alone in her hometown would definitely be a challenge for her survival. Chapter 31 Joey's Visit. After much persuasion and coaxing, I finally managed to dissuade my sister from wanting to go back to her hometown. The fewer people who know about this otherworldly entrance, the better. If she finds out, who knows what kind of trouble she might cause. If she secretly runs off to another world to find some Prince Charming to be her queen, there won't be any way to bring her back. As for what to do in the future, we'll talk about that later. For now, we'll keep it a secret for as long as possible. After resting for 2 days, Joibai drove his motorcycle to Carl Village. Because he always brings small gifts or snacks to share with the village's angels whenever he comes to the village, he has become very familiar with the villagers. Angels are inherently kind, and Joibai was indeed very friendly to them, so the angels were also happy about his arrival. After arranging the things I brought from Earth in the wooden house, it finally felt a bit like a home. Just as Joibai finished moving the things he had brought, he saw village chief Carl fly in. My dear friend, you've come. Joibai put down what he was holding and greeted him. Hello, village chief. It's been a long time. Goods from several nearby angel villages have been brought here. Would you like to come with me to take a look at the goods? Sure, let's go take a look. Then they followed Chief Carl to the place where they stored their goods. So much. Joibai looked at the large pile of wine jars and goods on the ground in surprise. These are goods from several villages, and what they want to exchange is listed here. Take a look and see if there are any problems. Village Chief Carl handed Zhou Yibai a piece of paper covered with writing. Paper exists in other worlds too, but it's much more precious. Zhou Yibai brought some paper and pens to give to the village chief, and the paper he brought is the one he is using now. The sacred tree not only helped him understand the local language, but also allowed him to read the local script. Zhou Yibai took the papers. Most of them were for exchanging cloth, salt, and other necessities for their daily lives. There were also some other everyday items such as flashlights, lighters, tools, and tableware, but in relatively small quantities. These things are too easy for him to handle. He could probably get them done for less than 5,000 yuan in total. The angels brought mostly fruit wine to exchange, amounting to dozens of jars. That's great. Whether you give it to someone or drink it yourself, you'll never finish it. There were also some dried fruits or mushrooms and other dried goods, as well as some other odds and ends they usually collected. But what surprised Zhou Yibai the most was those bags of gemstones. This is the most valuable part. What animal's tooth is this? Zhou Yibai looked at the object, which was more than 2 meters long and much larger than an ivory tusk, and asked. Yes, these are the teeth of a megalodon. They are very rare because they are indestructible. Almost nothing can damage them. The Titans love to use them as weapons, Chief Carl explained. Can you even wield something this big as a weapon? Zhou Yibai expressed skepticism about this. However, I don't know if it's legal to use this to carve ivory carvings or other art pieces. Great, no problem. I'll go back in a few days and bring them what they need. Zhou Yibai wasn't too picky about the angels' goods, since what they wanted wasn't worth much money. Things like lighters could be bought for 100 yuan. There's just too much stuff in this warehouse. If we move it back to Earth, who knows when it will take. So I can only bring a little bit with me each time I go back. Why do others have cheat codes like having a spatial ability, while I have to painstakingly transport all these things back to Earth all by myself? Okay, I'll let you know next time I need anything. Village Chief Carl was pleased to see that Zhou Yibai did not find these things offensive. After returning from the warehouse to the cabin to continue organizing things, he then went with Gunna to see the orchard. He discovered that the watermelon and strawberry seedlings he brought from Earth were growing very well, even faster than those on Earth, and were about to bloom. Moreover, this was without fertilization or scientific management. I just don't know how the fruit will turn out, or if it will taste good. On Monday, I was busy weeding and catching insects in the field, while Guana fetched water from the river in the distance to irrigate the field. The two of them were having a great time. Brother Zhou, someone is looking for you. Hearing Guoli's voice, Zhou Yibai stood up from the field, patted the dirt off his hands, and asked, Who is it? They are merchants from Biku City. Guoli flew over and helped Zhou Yibai remove the weeds stuck to his body. He's from Biku, probably Joey. This guy has been gone for so long. I thought he ran away with my things. All right, you and gonna work hard in the field. I'll go check on things. As soon as I arrived at my tree house, I saw Joey already waiting there. There were also several animals that looked like horses pulling several carts of goods. Respected Master Zhou, Joey has come to visit you again, Joey said, standing there with a fawning expression. Joey, it's been a long time. Zhou Yibai greeted him warmly. Come in and have a seat. Joey followed Zhou Yibai nervously into the house. After looking around, she couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect that such a beautiful wooden house could be built here in such a short time. Yes, the little angels are quite talented in architecture. Zhou Yibai sat down on the cushion next to the coffee table in the middle and gestured for Joey to sit down as well. Since there was no hot water, I didn't make him any tea. He took out a jar of fruit wine brewed by the angels and poured a glass for the two of them. You came alone? Zhou Yibai asked casually. When I came over, I only saw him standing there alone. No, I brought slaves and guards with me, but I've arranged for them to be stationed outside the village. Joey picked up the fruit wine and took a sip. This fruit wine used to be the main product he bought when he came to Angel Village, and he usually sold it to wealthy people. He used to drink it occasionally and really liked the taste. Moreover, this fruit wine can relieve fatigue, so having a glass at this time would be perfect. I saw you brought over several cartloads of stuff. What kind of stuff is it? Oh, this time all the money brought in is for orders. After Joey finished speaking, he took out a piece of paper and handed it to Zhou Yibai. This is a list of all the goods that need to be ordered. Please take a look and see if there are any problems. Zhou Bai took the note and saw that it listed the things needed. 1,000 lighters, 500 flashlights, 100 porcelain plates, 100 glass cups, 100 mirrors, 100 gene of white sugar, and 500 boxes of blue pills. These are all the things I asked him to take back last time. Chapter 32 Large Order. So many? How did you price these items? Zhou Bai looked at the order numbers on the paper. There were hundreds of each item, and even thousands of lighters. There's a price list for these supplies at the back, Joey reminded her. On Monday, Bai flipped the paper over and saw the prices of various items. Lighters 10 silver coins each, flashlights 1 gold coin each, porcelain plates 10 gold coins each, glass cups 2 gold coins each, mirrors 5 gold coins each, white sugar 1 gold coin per pound, and blue pills 1 gold coin per box. Zhou Bai did not provide a suggested retail price at the time, so he asked, "Based on what did you set this price?" Joey explained, "I set the prices of some items based on the prices of the same items in Biku. For example, a tinderbox usually sells for 5 copper coins, but it can only be used a dozen times. It's not as convenient or fun as a lighter, so I set the price at 10 silver coins. Many people like this item, so it sells a lot. The brown sugar in Biku costs 30 silver coins per pound, but our white sugar is much better, so we ordered it for 1 gold coin per pound. Glass mirrors are also available in Biku, priced at about 1 gold coin each, but they are far less clear and beautiful than what you provided, so I ordered 5 gold coins each. The other items are priced similarly. Are you satisfied with these prices?" Zhou Bai didn't answer directly, as he didn't know the specific value and purchasing power of these currencies. So he asked, "How is your currency calculated? How many silver coins can 1 gold coin be exchanged for, and how much stuff can it buy?" "Our empire has 3 types of currency: copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. 100 silver coins can be exchanged for 1 gold coin, and similarly, 100 copper coins can be exchanged for 1 silver coin." After saying that, he took out several coins of different colors from his pocket and placed them on the table. Zhou Bai picked up the coins and glanced at them. None of the coins had numbers printed on them, only simple patterns, and the production was quite rough. However, the quantity is really generous. Apart from the copper coins being relatively light, the gold and silver coins feel too heavy. I weighed it in my hand and estimated that each gold coin weighed about an ounce. It's all about conscience. I just don't know how good it is, or whether it has enough gold content. Prices in Biku are a bit lower than in other cities because commerce is more prosperous and taxes are lower. 5 copper coins can buy 1 pound of black bread, just enough for a family's living expenses, while a decent house costs about 300 gold coins. Zhou Bai mentally calculated the exchange rate. If 1 copper coin was worth 1 yuan, then the house would cost around 3 million yuan. If that's the case, then a lighter selling for 10 silver coins would be worth 1,000 yuan, and 30 porcelain plates could be exchanged for a house, while the wholesale price of each plate is only 9 yuan. This deal was really worth it. "How are workers' wages calculated over there?" Zhou Bai asked again. "I have 3 employees in my shop. Their monthly salary is 500 copper coins, which is about 5 silver coins. That's about the same as what migrant workers usually get. I hired 12 guards this time. Each guard earns 1 silver coin a day, and the head guard earns 2 silver coins a day. This is considered a high income in the city. I used to earn only about that much every day. Goodness, the wages these guards earn in a few days are equivalent to the monthly income of an average worker. They're definitely blue-collar workers. If you calculate it this way, then ordinary people simply can't afford to buy a house, right? Even the guard's salary is only 3 gold coins a year. If they want to buy a house worth 300 gold coins, they would have to save for 100 years without eating or drinking. How do they live in the city? There are ways to live with high income and low income. Besides, there are different prices for houses in the city. Some cost 300 gold coins, and some cost 5 gold coins. It mainly depends on the location and size." Zhou Bai nodded. This is quite similar to the one on Blue Star. If it weren't for his extraordinary encounter, he wouldn't know how long he would have had to struggle to buy a house in the city. After finishing her sentence, Joey added, "But it's really not easy for ordinary people to buy a house in the city. I saved up for several years before I could buy a slightly better house." Seeing that he had finished the fruit wine in his glass, Zhou Bai poured him another glass. In that case, he was quite satisfied with the price of Joey's products. A lighter can cost an average worker several months of work, while a small mirror can cost a blue-collar worker more than a year of work. Even an ordinary person on Earth could buy a lot of these things with a day's wages. This is the huge profit brought about by technological inferiority and product scarcity. So the cars you parked outside are all for the payment of this order? There are 5 carts outside, 3 carts of silver coins and 2 carts of gold coins. There are a total of 4,000 silver coins and 1,500 gold coins. This is only part of the prepayment for this order. Good heavens, not counting silver coins, just the gold coins alone, each 1 tael, would be worth over 100 taels of gold. Did you secure all these orders yourself? No, some of them were brought by our Chamber of Commerce president. Joey explained. Actually, if I hadn't arrived in such a hurry, there would have been many more nobles placing orders. But I was in a rush to see you, and I hope you can prepare the goods as soon as possible. If possible, you could even prepare more. Of course, that's no problem. Joey Bai suddenly wanted to see the money he had brought, so he stood up. Why don't we go outside and take a look? I've never seen so much money before. The two went outside the house, and Joey jumped into the car and opened the box. When Joey Bai went over to take a look, the large box of glittering gold coins was indeed very tempting. This huge box of gold coins must weigh over 70 kilograms. Even if the gold content isn't as high as that of Blue Star, it probably won't lose much after refining. In that case, I won't accept these silver coins. Go back and exchange them all for gold coins, and settle all transactions in gold coins from now on. Silver coins don't seem to be very valuable on Earth. They're not as valuable as gold coins. Joey thought for a moment. That's not a problem. But if we exchange everything for gold coins, it might lead to a shortage of gold coins in the city, and there will be fewer and fewer gold coins in the future. However, the goblins have a lot of gold coins. You can exchange them for other items later. All right, then I'll take these silver coins back and exchange them for gold coins for you later. But when will your goods be delivered here? Joey asked. Although Joey's stuff may seem like it comes in hundreds or thousands, it's actually not that much. I estimate that 1 or 2 trips by motorcycle would be enough, which is less troublesome than getting the fabric the little angels want. It won't be long, Joey Bai said. By the way, how many guards did you bring? Are they reliable? Are they dangerous enough to kill or rob? Chapter 33 Going to Bikku. Joey didn't know what he meant by asking this, but he still answered. I brought 12 guards and 3 slaves with me. These guards are all soldiers from the city, but they are also hired by merchants. They are all registered in the city, and so far, there have been no cases of murder and robbery as you described. All right, leave 10 guards for me, and take the rest back to the city. Joey Bai thought for a moment and then said, I won't accept these silver coins. Take them back and buy me a house in the city. If it's not enough, deduct it from the payment for the goods. The house needs to be clean and spacious enough. In a few days, when the goods arrive, I'll bring them into town with these guards to deliver them to you. What do you think? These few thousand silver coins would be worth several hundred gold coins, enough to buy a very nice mansion in the city. Master Zhou, are you going to Bikku City? Joey said happily. That would be wonderful. Our guild leader said he would like to meet you in person. Joey Bai's desire to go to Bikku City was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather something he had never had the opportunity to do before. After all, Angel Village is too simple and honest, with almost nothing. To truly understand this world, you have to go to the city and see for yourself. Joey left 2 chests of gold coins, then beckoned a few men in from outside, gave them a few instructions, and led the rest of the men and silver coins back to the city. Joey Bai carried 2 boxes of gold coins into the house. These 2 boxes weighed over 100 pounds, far exceeding the gold bars the elves had. Moreover, the few orders Joey brought probably cost less than half the cost of the elves' orders. This is just a prepayment. Half of the funds can be recovered after delivery. With the prices here, this one payment alone could probably buy half a city. Think back to when I was as poor as a ghost on Earth. But in another world, I'm not exactly richer than a country, but I at least have the wealth that others couldn't earn in a lifetime. These 2 boxes of gold coins can be transported back to my hometown in one trip by motorcycle, and I also brought the angel's gems back with me. This time, the harvest was quite substantial, But the gold coins cannot be directly converted into cash. They need to be melted down into gold bars. However, he is not short of money right now, so he is not in a hurry to cash it out. You can order what you need directly online. It's convenient, cheap, and fast. Despite the seemingly large quantity of these miscellaneous items, they only cost less than 30,000 yuan in total. As for what he obtained, not to mention the goods and gems in the large warehouse of Angel Village, the hundreds of pounds of gold that Joey brought alone were worth an unknown amount of money. They transported a lot of things back from Angel Village in 2 separate trips, including that giant tooth. Joey Bai wanted to find someone to see if this giant tooth, which was over 2 meters long, could be carved into something like a work of art. So he picked up his phone and called the female manager of the jewelry appraisal center, who was in charge of major clients. "Hello, beautiful lady. Do you have any carving craftsmen in your area?" "Yes, we have the best carving masters in the city. Do you have any jade or precious wood that needs carving?" the person on the other end of the phone asked. "No. Can I use animal teeth?" "Ivory. That's illegal. We can't carve it here." The female manager was taken aback. Ivory carving was illegal. "It's not ivory. It might be dinosaur teeth," Joey Bai said, making things up haphazardly. "Dinosaur teeth? You don't need to lie like that. Even if such things existed, they would have been fossils long ago." The female manager mentally grumbled. However, as Joey Bai was a major client of the company, she held back her complaints and said, "Why don't you take a few photos and send them over for me to see?" Soon after, I received the photos sent by Joey Bai. Judging from the photo, it doesn't really look like ivory, because ivory isn't that thick, and it's curved. But the photos he sent showed straight, enormous teeth. She had never seen anything like them before. She didn't know what animal's teeth they were, but she was certain they weren't ivory. Although I have some doubts, since it's not ivory and doesn't resemble the teeth of other protected animals, it should be fine. So they asked Joey Bai to bring it over for the experts to take a look. Joey Bai then hired a Lalamove truck to deliver the giant tooth to her. After returning to the other world, Joey Bai took another bag of things to the guard post outside the village. "After all, I'm going to the city in a few days and will inevitably have to deal with them. If they're greedy and forget about me and end up killing me on the way, then I'm doomed." So he planned to bring some things to get acquainted with them, so that if he encountered any trouble in the city later, he could find someone to help him. Several guards were tending a fire, roasting something. When they saw Joey Bai approaching, they all stood up. Before Joey left, he had already instructed that this was a noble gentleman from the East, of high status, and that they should be treated with care. "What are you eating? It smells so good," Joey Bai asked with a smile as he came to them. "Your Excellency, the small beast we just hunted is being roasted right now," said the captain of the guards. Joey Bai looked at the prey, about the size of a piglet, roasting in the fire. It was so black that its shape was no longer discernible. After inviting them to sit down, Joey Bai asked the guard captain who had just spoken to him, "I heard you're soldiers from the city?" "Yes, I am a knight of Princess Ariana of Biku City. My name is Marlo, and I am the captain of this guard." "They are soldiers of Biku City, hired by Joey to come here for a guard duty," Marlo said somewhat nervously. This was the first time he had ever seen an Asian person with black hair and yellow skin, especially one dressed in a distinguished and noble manner. "You're soldiers, so why do you need to do things outside your duties?" Joey Bai asked curiously. "Our Princess Ariana, as the Lord of Biku City, has always been friendly to merchants. Princess Ariana has specially established a guard team that can be hired to escort merchants' goods and personal safety on the road. In addition to being responsible for security matters in the city, we also accept hired missions." Marlo cut off what he considered to be the best piece of meat and handed it to Joey Bai. "However, we all enjoy taking on these missions because there are very few dangerous things that happen along the way. Moreover, these tasks are highly paid. Aside from a small portion that is handed over, the majority of the payment goes to us as extra income, which is often much higher than our regular salary," Marlo explained. Joey Bai stared blankly at the large piece of roasted meat in his hand. Marlo thought he couldn't get used to the taste because the meat wasn't seasoned with spices, since nobles usually like to add all sorts of spices to their meat. However, spices are as expensive as gold, and these things are not something someone of his class can afford. "I'm sorry, sir, We only have this kind of ordinary salt, no other seasonings. Marlowe pulled out a bag of dark, murky salt blocks and said, Chapter 34 Food. Salt. Zhou Bai looked at the egg-sized, yellowish crystal that was about to turn black. It didn't look like salt at all. Marlowe knew that the salt these nobles ate was different from theirs, so he was a little embarrassed to give it to them. Just then, Zhou Bai brought over some seasonings. He took out a packet of iodized salt from his bag and tore open a corner of the packaging. Look, how is my salt different from the salt you eat? After saying that, he poured some into his palm. Is this salt? Marlowe looked at the white, sand-like crystals in his palm. They were unlike the salt he had ever seen. It wasn't that he hadn't seen what good salt looked like. Even the salt in Princess Anna's kitchen wasn't as white and fine. He lightly dipped his finger in the mixture and put it in his mouth. Ouch, so salty. Moreover, it only has a simple salty taste, unlike the common salt which not only has a salty taste, but also a bitter taste, an astringent taste, and other strange and messy tastes. Because Bikshu is far from the sea and there are no decent salt mines nearby, and salt is a necessity, most of the salt is transported from far away. Therefore, salt prices in the city have remained consistently high. Even for those with higher incomes than the average person, buying salt is a painful expense. And this is just ordinary coarse salt. As expected of a noble lord from the eastern continent, he is even more extravagant than the nobles in the city. Marlowe was certain that even if his bag of snow-white refined salt cost 10 or even dozens of times more than coarse salt, someone would still be willing to buy it. After all, nobles are very wealthy. What they lack more are things and opportunities worth spending money on. Zhou Bai took out other things from his bag. This is instant noodles, this is ham sausage, it's a pair with the instant noodles, and this is beer. On Monday, the white bag was mostly filled with food, but the guards around him looked completely bewildered as to what he had taken out. Simply put, these things are all food. Zhou Bai took out a bag of ham sausages, gave a few to each person, and then picked up one and skillfully tore open the packaging. Here, each of you take one and see how it tastes. The guards weren't too polite either. They tore open the packaging like Zhou Bai had done and took a bite. Is this meat? It tastes delicious. Marlowe finished the small sausage in just a few bites. The sausages that Zhou Bai brought were pork sausages, which have a very low starch content and are very chewy. This was the first time he had ever tasted food that left a lingering fragrance in his mouth. Unlike the meat we usually eat, which is often tough and has a strong flavor due to limited technology and seasonings, this type of meat is often dry and lacks flavor. It has both astringent and gamey smells. Fragrant. The other guards who received sausages also expressed their amazement. After pouring some hot water into this instant noodle, you can eat it after a few minutes. Of course, you can also put a few pieces into the pot and cook them in a few minutes. A pot of water was boiling in the fire. Marlowe quickly opened the pot and, under Zhou Bai's guidance, put in a few pieces of instant noodles and poured in the seasoning packet. Soon, the rich aroma of instant noodles attracted them. In a world where spices are as valuable as gold, no one can resist the bombardment of this seasoning fragrance. Suddenly, none of the grilled meat in their hands tasted as good anymore. It smells so good. The guards surrounding them sniffed the fragrance emanating from the air. The instant noodles were cooked quickly and under everyone's gaze. Each person held a broken bowl and waited for them to be taken out of the pot. A pot of instant noodles only contains a few packets of noodles, but if you cook it into a pot and pour on the rich broth, 10 people can each have a bowl. Marlowe, who was in charge of distributing the noodles, quietly swallowed. He had never eaten such strange noodles before, but the aroma alone was enough to make his mouth water. Master Zhou, this bowl is for you. Marlowe handed his bowl to Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai quickly waved his hand and refused. No need. No need. You can eat it yourself. I'll just have the barbecue. I crave instant noodles because I haven't had them in a long time, but after a bite or two, I feel nauseous. It's better to process the grilled meat you have. Adding some seasoning should make it edible. Marlowe was grateful for Zhou Bai's remarks. Although it was their first meeting, he gave a completely different impression from the nobles in the city. Compared to those arrogant, selfish, and greedy nobles, he felt that Zhou Bai was the true nobleman. Such exquisite salt and delicacies were being shared with her and her guards, something that had never happened before. Those greedy nobles are lucky if they don't find reasons to complain, scold you, and deduct your salary. With gratitude, Marlowe first tasted the soup that was about to overflow. This is what spices smell like. It smells amazing. Marlowe's eyes widened instantly. After seeing their captain start eating, the other guards couldn't wait to start eating their noodles as well. Wow, this is the first time I've ever tasted this flavor. It's so delicious. One of the guards couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It smells so good, it's amazing. Did they add spices to it? It tastes even better than any white bread I've ever eaten. Seeing the guard's exaggerated expressions, Zhou Bai, who was already a little hungry, suddenly felt tempted. Looking at the sizzling, oily roasted meat, he added some salt he had brought with him and, feeling it was about right, began to eat. It's not bad. It doesn't have a strong gamey smell. He happened to bring a dozen beers, enough for everyone to have a bottle. The instant noodles would taste even better with the beer and grilled meat. This beer has a strange but refreshing taste, quite different from what they usually drink. But when paired with instant noodles and barbecue, it's really enjoyable and chases away all the gloom of the day. Especially with its exquisite tin can and strange writing on it. One can tell at a glance that it is a valuable wine. Under the bombardment of delicious food, Zhou Bai left a deep impression on them. Before leaving, he gave them everything he had brought and said that he would bring them more delicious food when he returned to the city. They were so excited that they almost knelt down and kowtowed to thank him. Putting everything else aside, the value of that bag of salt alone could probably buy a house in the city. This was the first time they had ever encountered such a generous nobleman. Although Princess Ariana was kind to her subordinates, she was usually very frugal, and the salaries she paid were only slightly higher than those of ordinary commoners. Therefore, in order to increase the soldiers' income, she formed a guard unit and allowed merchants to hire these soldiers to help them earn more income and improve their quality of life. Chapter 35 On the Road. In preparation for his journey to the otherworldly city of Biku, Zhou Bai made a considerable amount of preparations. I bought some high-quality stab-proof vests, pepper spray, stun guns, and steel ball slingshots with long-range attack capabilities online. Seeing that the guards' weapons were not very good, he went to a hardware store and had 10 short swords specially made for them. So sharp, Marlowe didn't even exert any force. With just a wave of his hand, a small tree as thick as an arm was cut in half. This is a precious sword made of 8,848 titanium alloy, capable of cutting through iron like mud. How about it? Is it suitable for you? These are all for you, Zhou Bai said generously. Marlowe looked at these swords, and his mouth watered. They were so sharp that they could be called divine weapons. They gave us all these precious swords? Marlowe was the only knight in the guard, while the other 9 were soldiers. As knights, they are equipped with the same weapons as ordinary soldiers, except that they have mounts and better armor than ordinary soldiers. Therefore, knights often had to pay craftsmen to forge their own swords. Marlowe was no exception. The sword at his waist cost him 2 years' worth of savings. He cherished it very much and would take it out to maintain it whenever he had a spare moment. He wouldn't dare say how powerful the sword was, but it was certainly much stronger than the ordinary swords carried by ordinary soldiers. However, compared to the precious sword Zhou Bai gave him, it was indeed far inferior. Hey, this is nothing special. It's just that the materials and craftsmanship used are a bit more advanced than yours. If it weren't so troublesome, I would have made a set of armor for each of you. Each of these short swords costs just over 100 yuan, and the mold used is the same one that was made for the elves last time. However, the finished products they produce are incomparable to their crude handicrafts. This expense is insignificant compared to one's own safety. After bribing 10 guards with a dozen or so short swords, Zhou Bai was now more secure about his safety along the way. A few days later, the items I ordered online arrived one after another. It took a whole day to transport all the goods from one truck to Carl Village. After handing over the cloth and other goods the angels wanted to Chief Carl, all that remained was for Joey to place his orders. These items were not ordered in the same quantity as he had ordered, but more than doubled, and also brought many new products that were not available before. However, the convoy Joey left behind was enough to carry all of this. The entire convoy consisted of 5 wagons loaded with goods, 1 horse-drawn carriage, and 10 imposing guards. Zhou Yibai didn't ride his motorcycle. The horse-drawn carriage was his vehicle. Marlowe walked at the front of the group, riding a tall, horse-like beast. He wore a suit of silver armor and carried the sword Zhou Yibai had given him at his waist, looking very imposing. Other soldiers could only follow on either side of the convoy, responsible for protecting its safety. Bikku, a city-state that was once in decline. Its prosperity lasted only 5 years. Since Princess Ariana was assigned to this small town, she has used her wisdom and all her strength to transform this border town into the most prosperous city in the vicinity. The good public security environment, coupled with the lenient tax policy, attracted many businessmen to do business here, and the city suddenly became lively. She also restored the once dilapidated city walls. However, due to extensive urban construction and management, coupled with severe floods outside the city in the past 2 years, a lot of human and financial resources have been consumed, and the family's assets have been depleted, and even a lot of debt has been incurred. So she's been struggling financially lately. Recently, many novelties have appeared in the city, and the prices of these things are outrageously expensive. Even as a princess, she feels that she cannot afford them. But what troubled her was not this, but the fact that the appearance of these things caused a great sensation in the city, leading many merchants and nobles to ask her to repay the money, which she did not have at the moment. Not only that, she also sensed that the price of gold in the city had recently soared, and gold coins were becoming noticeably scarce. "Your Highness." Just as he was worrying, a female knight walked in. "What's up?" Princess Anna asked calmly. "Breaking news. I heard that the Eastern nobleman who provided these rare items is coming to the city soon." "Are you sure?" Princess Anna was somewhat surprised. After all, no Easterner had ever come to Bikku before, not even a nobleman or a merchant. Even the Eastern continent was only something they had heard of. No one around them had actually been there. Yes, it was the merchant Joey who brought back this news. He just returned from Angel Village a while ago, bringing back quite a few novel things. The female knight replied. When foreign nobles come to her city-state, they should, in principle, go through her, the city lord, to obtain visas, passes, residence permits, trade permits, and other formalities. Although she had never dealt with these things before. However, how to squeeze some money out of this foreign nobleman is what she needs to consider now. Inside another European-style castle. "Master, that nobleman from the Eastern continent is already on his way to the city, and he's brought several cartloads of goods. Is there anything we can do for him?" I asked the man in black. "No need, just follow him the whole way. Also, be careful not to let anyone disturb him. There are quite a few people in the city who are paying attention to him lately, and who knows what bad ideas they might have," said Theum, the president of the Bikku City Merchant Guild. "You can't kill a hen that lays golden eggs just for the eggs." Of course, Zhou Yibai was unaware of the sensation his items had caused in Bikku City after Joey's promotion of them. In particular, the small blue pills, white sugar, mirrors, and porcelain plates aroused the interest of many nobles. After hearing that this person from the Eastern continent was about to arrive in Bikku City, the city was already filled with nobles and their trusted servants. The nobles were already eagerly awaiting their arrival in Bikku. Zhou Yibai, who was heading to Bikku City, was not in a hurry to get there. He would release his drone every so often he walked. One purpose is to monitor whether anyone is lying in ambush nearby. Secondly, we need to survey the terrain along the way. Marlowe was already used to this phenomenon. He had seen enough of the new things Zhou Yibai had come up with. The team had been heading south for 5 days and had only covered a little over 100 kilometers. The entire route was through vast forests, and they had not seen any signs of human habitation. During casual conversations, Zhou Yibai also learned some information about Bikku City, such as Princess Ariana, the city's lord. Chapter 36, another world version of the Tang dynasty. When their children came of age, the emperors of the empire would send them to their own territories. Princess Ariana was very unfortunate, as she was assigned to this dilapidated border town. The town was previously governed by Duke Theum, but after Princess Anna came to her fiefdom, Duke Theum withdrew from the administration. The two had previously engaged in numerous open and covert struggles for power, but somehow, their rivalry later turned into cooperation. Duke Theum later became the largest merchant in Biku and the president of the Biku Merchant Guild. Princess Anna was very clever and used various methods to manage the small town very well. In just a few short years, the population has grown from less than 5,000 to more than 30,000, making it the largest city in the vicinity. Even Zhou Yibai thought Princess Anna's methods were very clever. Improve the business environment, reduce taxes, attract investment, value, and protect businesses, and actively help solve problems encountered by business people. These methods are similar to those used in the early stages of China's reform and opening up in the real world. Moreover, she did not have the haughty attitude of other nobles and was very humble. This also piqued Zhou Yibai's interest in the princess. After all, it was truly rare to find someone with such vision in another world, especially a young girl. Only 30,000 people, and it's the largest city in the vicinity? Zhou Yibai asked in surprise. In their own country, this population is only enough for a slightly larger village, not even as large as the population of a town. For example, in my rural hometown, the entire village has a population of over 5,000. Although most of them went out to work and earn money. With such a small population, one would doubt how prosperous Biku City could be. Yes, because even the imperial capital has just over 100,000 people. For a small border town like this, having 30,000 people is already quite remarkable, Marlowe explained. Does your empire not have a name? It's just called the Empire? Also, you said this is the border, so what country is on this side of the border? Zhou Yibai asked curiously. Having been here for so long, I still don't know much about this country. After all, I've only met so few people and haven't had a chance to ask around. Yes, the empire conquered the entire continent 100 years ago, and more than 30 countries, large and small, were destroyed or became vassals. Since then, the empire has been the name of this country. The imperial borders stretched from the southern forests to the vast sea in the east, and from the Arnis Mountains in the north to the boundless desert in the westal within the imperial territory. That's amazing. It was even more powerful than the Qin dynasty, which swept across 6 kingdoms. It had a bit of the feel of the British Empire. However, for a country where 30,000 people is considered a large city, the country that was swept away must be a small country with a small population. Then why not incorporate the southern forests into the empire's territory? Because the southern forest is the territory of the angels, while the western forest to the west of the southern forest is the territory of the elves. The empire needs a buffer zone to avoid conflict with other races. Would a powerful empire that has conquered dozens of countries be afraid of conflict with other races? This puzzled Zhou Yibai greatly. Are you afraid of conflict with the elves? Isn't your empire's military strength quite formidable? After all, you've already swept through dozens of countries. I don't know about that. After all, the empire hasn't had a war for decades, and all the empire's previous wars were wars between humans, not wars between races. Perhaps they don't want to fight anymore. After all, it's been a truce for so long. Our city of Biku is the closest to the elves' territory, yet I still haven't seen a real elf. He could probably guess why the empire didn't want to continue encroaching on the territories of other races. For example, due to the numerous wars that occurred previously, the entire continent suffered immense devastation and needed to recuperate. Secondly, the wars to conquer these races' territories yielded little benefit, since there was little to be gained besides vast forests. The third reason is that human soldiers are not good at fighting in jungles, while other races, such as elves, are very good at fighting in jungles. If a war is launched rashly, it will not benefit the imperial army. However, he did not share these speculations with Zhou Yibai. Then where is this so-called Eastern continent you speak of? Actually, he had wanted to ask the village chief or Princess Xia before, but he hadn't because he wanted to give his origins a proper identity. But as soon as they saw his appearance, they guessed that he came from some Eastern continent. He was very curious whether there were human countries in this other world that looked similar to Easterners. It is said that the Eastern continent is on the other side of the East Sea. More than 100 years ago, an explorer named Marco went there and brought back many exquisite things. Later, he also wrote a travelogue called Marco's Travels to the East, which was very popular, and I even bought a copy once. It tells the story of an empire called the Ancient Tang, which was a very wealthy country. It is said that the population of the capital alone exceeded 1 million. However, over the years, people have tried to find this country but have never succeeded. Therefore, some suspect that the man named Mark is a fraud, and that the things recorded in his travelogue are all his imagination, and that this country does not exist in the world. This guy named Marco does look a bit like Marco Polo from Earth. Is the Tang dynasty from another world the same one? However, if the Tang dynasty really existed in this world, it's possible that the capital city had 1 million people. It seems I'll have to find some books here to read in the future and learn more about this world as soon as possible. Aren't you from the Eastern continent? Marlowe asked curiously. Actually, he had always found it strange that if they came from the Eastern continent, they should have gone to the Eastern coast. How did they come from Angel Village? Had everyone been going the wrong way all along? Where I come from is not important. What matters is what I bring. Zhou Bai didn't want to explain too much, so Marlowe didn't press the matter further. After all, his purpose in coming here was to escort this nobleman safely to Bhiksha City. Moreover, this nobleman was so friendly and generous. The closer they got to Bhikkhu, the more difficult the road became. A light rain began to fall that day, and the convoy got stuck in deep ruts on the muddy road, unable to move. Zhou Bai had no choice but to jump off the car to lighten its weight and help drive it. Mr. Zhou, I'm so sorry, the convoy is stuck in the ruts. Please forgive us. You can rest here, and we'll take care of the rest. Marlowe, the rider leading the convoy, stepped forward and told Zhou Bai, who had intended to help push the convoy, to rest aside. Although he was usually very approachable, he was, after all, an aristocrat, and such dirty and tiring work could not be done by him. Chapter 37, Entering the City. It's all right. How much longer until we reach the city? Zhou Bai patted the dirt off his hands. All he wanted now was to get into the city quickly, find a comfortable hotel, have a hot meal, take a hot shower, and then get a good night's sleep. These days of bumpy travel were simply unbearable for him. At the current speed, it will probably arrive in 2 more days. Night Mallow quickly replied that if it didn't rain, they could reach the destination in another day. In this awful weather, we have no choice but to slow down. It took the convoy a lot of effort to finally emerge from the muddy ruts, and the whole team began to move forward slowly again. Before long, signs of human activity began to appear, and the trees in the forest gradually thinned out. Soon, patches of farmland came into view. Many farmers were still working in the fields in the drizzle. We've reached the territory of Bhikkhu. The villages, farmlands, forests, and mineral resources here all belong to Princess Anna, Marlowe explained. There were already many pedestrians on the road, and when they saw vehicles coming, they all moved aside to the sides. Zhou Bai sized up the pedestrians, all of whom were dressed in rags. When the pedestrians saw Zhou Bai looking at them, they all lowered their heads in fear. The rain gradually stopped, and many houses appeared ahead, mostly wooden houses. But compared to the exquisite wooden houses where the angels lived, it was like one was in heaven and the other on earth. It could barely keep out the wind and rain. There are also some stone houses, but they are relatively few in number. Probably only the wealthier people can afford to live in them. Overall, it looks much worse than my hometown village in the 1980s. Although it was already quite late, the convoy did not stop in the village but continued at full speed. Because there are many people and many opinions, if these starving villagers were to recklessly rob the convoy, it would be a huge problem for them. After traveling for 2 days, the caravan finally arrived in Bhikshu. Zhou Bai leaned out of the carriage to observe this so-called most prosperous city on the border. Apart from a few tall, top-notch Baroque buildings, most of them are low-rise stone buildings. The city roads were quite good, paved with smooth bluestone blocks. The convoy only experienced slight bumps while driving on them, making it much more comfortable than on roads outside the city. The streets were also very clean, unlike the scene of excrement and urine flowing everywhere in medieval Western cities that I had imagined, making it difficult to walk. There are still many stalls on the street, mostly selling various foods and some selling fabrics, but most of them are linen, and the colors are very limited. There were many pedestrians coming and going, and it was bustling and lively, which was beyond his expectations. Master Zhou, would you like to go to Joey's place first, or find a hotel to stay in first? Asked Sir Marlowe, the leader of the group. Park the convoy to the side first. Go and call someone to fetch Joey for me. I've already asked him to buy me a house here. We can go straight there later. Soon, Joey rushed over. Upon seeing Joey by, she quickly bowed and said, Master Zhou, I am so sorry. I didn't know you had arrived in Bika City so soon. I thought I would have to wait a few more days. Otherwise, I would have gone to the city gate to wait for you long ago. Joey Bai waved his hand dismissively. Did you buy the house I told you to buy? I bought it. It's in the north of the city. I'll take you there now. So the convoy, led by Joey, arrived at the house he had bought for Joey Bai. This is a residential area, so it's relatively quiet. Most of the wealthy people in Biku City live here because knights often patrol here, so it's quite safe. It's also not far from the commercial district, making it convenient for you to go shopping, Joey explained. Joey Bai thought he had bought him a European-style castle or a large manor, but it turned out to be just a slightly larger house. It looks so-so, but compared to other places, it's actually not bad. Joey Bai didn't pay much attention, since he hadn't seen any European-style castles or manors along the way. This is a stone house with 2 floors, antique in style, and very large in area, with an underground wine cellar and granary. The overall design is very sophisticated, with a spacious hall in the center of the house, which can usually be used as a living room or dining room. The house has a total of 5 rooms. There are 2 rooms on the upper floor, which can be used as bedrooms and studies. There are 3 rooms on the lower floor, one of which is a kitchen, and the other 2 can be used as guest rooms. It has a living room, a study, a kitchen, and a wine cellar. This is quite luxurious for Biku. The house has been cleaned for you. You can move in right away. Joey put in a lot of effort to buy this house for Joey Bai, since housing prices in the city had risen sharply and few people were willing to make a purchase. He spent a lot of money and connections to finally buy this house. Joey Bai walked around the house from top to bottom. The house was fairly clean, the furniture was all new, and most importantly, there was no strange smell. Joey Bai instructed that the daily necessities he had brought be moved into the house, while the remaining goods were given to Joey. In addition to the order you placed, this batch of goods has doubled in quantity. There are also some new goods. Take them back first and see how to handle them. Joey had been looking forward to these truckloads of goods for a long time, so he quickly nodded in agreement and said that the remaining balance would be delivered to him as soon as possible. By the way, Marlo, do I need any documents to stay here? Joey Bai asked Marlo, who had been helping him. This is his first time in the city. If there are any procedures to follow, it's best to leave now. Otherwise, they might lock him up in a dark room later on the grounds that he doesn't have a residence permit, and there will be no one to reason with them. Marlo shook his head. I'm not quite sure about that. Why don't I go back and ask around for you first? You should get some rest for the night, and I'll come back to see you tomorrow. He's been out for almost a month now, and he needs to get back to work as soon as possible. Most importantly, show off the sword you've acquired. When Joey Bai saw how eager he was to go back, he didn't say anything more. These past 10 days had indeed exhausted him, and all he wanted to do now was get a good night's sleep. Fortunately, Joey brought a slave over to help boil water and cook. After eating some bread and taking a nice hot bath, he was able to get a good night's sleep. The next day, I slept in until the sun was high in the sky on Monday morning. I boiled a pot of water and made myself a bowl of instant noodles. Before I even started eating, I saw that Knight Marlowe was already waiting at the door. You're here so early. How about we grab something to eat? Joey Bai found it funny to watch Ma Luo swallowing his saliva. He had eaten quite a lot along the way, so how come he wasn't tired of eating yet? Chapter 38, Meeting the Princess. May I? Marlowe swallowed hard, completely unlike what one would expect of a knight. Although they had become quite familiar with each other during this time, and understood Joey Bai's approachable personality, the difference in their status meant they were still somewhat reserved. It's nothing, just a packet of instant noodles. I'll cook you another one. After saying that, I made him another packet of instant noodles. What's the matter so early? Joey Bai asked while cooking noodles. Here's the thing, I already asked the people at the city hall yesterday. You need to go to the city hall today to apply for an entry visa and register your residence. Also, Her Highness Princess Anna is inviting you to dinner this afternoon. I hope you will be there on time. As he spoke, Malo handed the invitation to Joey Bai. Joey Bai took the invitation and looked at it. Okay then, take me there after we finish eating. Receiving the princess's invitation was quite unexpected, as I had never had any dealings with her before. Although I had the idea of visiting the princess before I came. After all, she is the big shot here, and you can't get by here without giving her some benefits. The fact that the princess had taken the initiative to invite him was quite unexpected. After completing all the formalities at the city hall and paying a small fee, Zhou Bai received a plaque, which allowed him to move freely throughout Biksha City. On my second day here, I'll be meeting the princess, a true noble woman. It would be a lie to say I'm not nervous. Moreover, this wasn't a princess from a small race like the elves, but a grand princess of an empire, the kind who governs an entire city. On Earth, he had never even met the town mayor. After leading Zhou Bai to the city lord's mansion, Zhou left on his own. Then a female knight came to greet him, and Zhou Bai presented the gifts he had brought, briefly explaining their craftsmanship and purpose. Then the butler invited him to another, slightly smaller dining room in the castle. There was a long dining table in the restaurant, covered with a beige velvet rug. The table was set with silver cutlery. After Zhou Bai sat down, servants brought out various fruits and snacks. The butler came over and personally poured Zhou Bai a glass of red wine, saying, "Her Highness the Princess will be here soon. Please wait a moment and enjoy the red wine that has been specially prepared for you." Zhou Bai was unsure of the Western etiquette required for this occasion, so he could only nod and say, "Thank you for your hospitality, Your Highness." As expected of true nobility, even the butler has such an aura. Zhou Bai picked up the silver wine glass beside him. The aroma of the wine was very strong. He swirled the glass and found it to be viscous like a paste, which was noticeably different from the wine he usually drank on Blue Star. Perhaps the brewing technique was inadequate, lacking the advanced brewing techniques and management methods of modern times. It probably doesn't taste as good as those 99 yuan 9-bottle ones you buy in GAZ's or Pansy's live streams. We'll just have to make do with it. We have to give the princess face. When I go back later, I'll bring back some wine worth a few hundred yuan so these bumpkins from another world can see what high-end wine is like. Zhou Bai took a small sip of the red wine in his glass with a hint of disdain. This taste. It's somewhat unbelievable. He took another big gulp while still puzzled. This time, he didn't rush to swallow, but slowly savored the sensation of the liquor in his mouth, allowing the taste buds on his tongue to fully immerse themselves in the liquor, then swallow it in one gulp. The sweetness was indescribable, and the taste was better than any kind of wine he had ever tasted before. It felt so comfortable from my mouth to my stomach. It was absolutely amazing. Zhou Bai had never tasted high-end red wine, but he felt that no high-end red wine tasted as good as this glass of red wine. The business of selling wine from GAZ's live stream here is probably going to fail. After finishing the rest of the red wine in my glass in one gulp, I couldn't resist pouring myself another whole glass. The perfect balance of flavors and unique aromas makes you feel like you're in a sunny vineyard, instantly lifting your spirits. It's so addictive, you just can't stop drinking it. As expected of true aristocrats, even their red wine tastes so good. Zhou Bai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. On the other side of the city lord's mansion, "Your Highness, these are the gifts from that Eastern nobleman. Here's the gift list. Please take a look." That's what the female knight who just led Zhou Bai in said. Oh, Anna took the gift list, which read, a beautiful women's watch, a bottle of Chanel perfume, a Gucci bag, and a Chow Sao Fu gold necklace. Of course, these items are all high-quality replicas, but even so, the quality is still quite good. Compared to products of this era, they are absolutely groundbreaking. She recognized all the words on the gift list, but she couldn't tell what the items were. "What are all these?" Princess Anna asked. The female knight then presented the gifts, each one wrapped in an exquisite gift box. "All the gifts are here. Is this the watch?" Princess Anna picked up a small, gold women's watch. The dial is only the size of a gold coin, covered with an extremely transparent crystal that looks like glass, but is not glass. The dial features 3 diamond-set hands, with the second hand moving evenly. This must have been made by an extremely complex machine. The structure and design of this watch have a strong artistic aesthetic, and the light gold strap matches the princess's noble, yet understated temperament. After all, he had spent over 100 yuan to buy these wholesale on Monday. He had seen the pictures of the hand molds when he was selecting them online. Although it's unclear how much Photoshop was used to create the effect, the watch, which costs just over 100 yuan, somehow makes people feel like it costs tens of thousands of yuan. What's the use of this? Princess Anna asked curiously. According to that Easterner, this is a small device worn on the wrist to tell time. When Zhou Bai arrived, he noticed that the time in this other world was similar to that on Earth. Although he hadn't measured it specifically, the 24 hours in a day were roughly the same. Princess Anna tried on the watch, the delicate strap accentuating her alabaster arms. The princess loved the watch. She even thought it was more beautiful than any piece of jewelry. Then she picked up the second gift, a beautifully packaged glass bottle of perfume called Chanel. Just by looking at the bottle, you can tell that this perfume is incredibly luxurious. I took a light sniff of the bottle opening, and the delicate fragrance instantly made me fall in love with the scent. This is incomparable to those cheap perfumes on the market. This gift really appealed to her. After all, beautiful women are particularly sensitive to fragrances. This fragrance has a fresh floral scent, a pleasant yet not overpowering aroma, and a beautiful bottle and packaging. She believes no woman could resist its allure. Anna was very pleased with the gifts. She loved every single one of them. Although I don't send gifts by the carload like others, these few gifts alone are something that no amount of cars could compare to. As expected of someone from a mysterious Eastern power, they are incredibly generous. Chapter 39 Gift Giving. Princess Ariana, the third princess of the empire and the city lord of Biku, has arrived. At the butler's call, Zhou Bai quickly put down his wine glass and stood up. Princess Ariana walked in from outside, dressed in a light blue aristocratic gown adorned with various jewels, making her appear extremely glamorous. Her tall figure and high-swept blonde hair made her look very dignified and noble, while a few strands of curly hair falling down her temples made her look naturally charming and a little cute. Especially her deep blue eyes, clear and pure, are very attractive. Friend from the Eastern continent, welcome to our visit. I hope the dinner specially prepared for you tonight will suit your taste. Princess Anna, holding up her long dress with both hands, came to the table opposite Zhou Bai, smiled, and nodded to him in greeting. From the moment Princess Anna entered, Zhou Bai's eyes never left her. Hearing the princess greet him, he snapped out of his daze and quickly looked away. Your Highness Princess Anna, it is a pleasure to meet you and an honor to have dinner with you. On Monday, Bai gave the princess a polite nod and smile. After the two sat down, several maids immediately brought out various ingredients and placed them in front of them. It was basically just a few pieces of white bread, some kind of meat that looked like pan-fried veal steak, and a plate of some unknown green vegetables. I had heard Marlowe say before that white bread was a food that only the rich could afford, and it was very expensive here. People like them usually only get to eat black bread. Zhou Bai once ate the black bread he brought, and it was as hard as wood, impossible to swallow. It can only be barely edible after being soaked in water to soften it. Seeing that Princess Bai had already started eating, he cut a piece of white bread and put it in his mouth. It's soft and delicious, with a hint of wheat flavor. It's definitely not comparable to the dark bread from Marlowe. Then I tried the grilled meat on the plate, which looked like pan-fried veal steaks. Tender and juicy. Pair it with a sip of red wine. Wow, this is true enjoyment. Is the food prepared tonight to your liking? Princess Anna asked, feigning surprise, seeing that Zhou Bai was enjoying his meal. Thank you so much for your hospitality, Your Highness. The food here is delicious and the wine is very sweet. I envy Your Highness for having such a good chef and winemaker. Compared to Angel Village, the food here is simply too good. Of course, my cooks are all from the Imperial Palace in the capital of the empire, and they've been with me for many years. The wine is also made by the winemakers in the palace. In Biku City, there's nothing better than this, Princess Anna said proudly. Today's food is far too much. She would never normally be willing to eat such a luxurious wild boar meat. To entertain this guy, she even brought out the imperial red wine that she had always been reluctant to drink. If she hadn't been being relentlessly pursued by debt collectors lately, and if this guy hadn't just made so much money from this place, she wouldn't have been so eager to invite this foreigner. I see. So it's from the chef and wine in the imperial capital. No wonder it's so delicious. I'll have to eat a lot tonight. After saying that, he cut another piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Princess Anna had been observing Joey Bai. Although he was dressed in a casual yet strange outfit, his words and actions were far too frivolous by noble standards, and he didn't even bring his own guards, instead using the guard team she had hired. However, this man was very generous, giving each of the soldiers and knights who escorted him a set of very sharp weapons. The value of these weapons alone was unknown. He's probably a minor nobleman from some small country in the east. That's why his behavior is so casual, not at all like a nobleman. But how could the nobles of a small country possess so many unbelievably good things? By the way, I heard you come from the ancient Tang Empire in the eastern continent. Could you tell me about your country? Princess Anna asked while eating. The ancient Tang Empire was a legendary country with extremely rich resources and a large population. It is said that the capital alone had more than 1 million people. Just imagine if I were in charge of a city with over 1 million people. I'd be exhausted. Managing this small city of just over 30,000 people is already exhausting. My country? It's really nothing special. It just has bigger cities and a larger population. That's about it. Everyone's pretty much the same, Zhou Bai said haphazardly. He had never been to the ancient Tang Empire, so how could he know what it was like? Is that so? The princess picked up a glass of red wine and took a sip. Our empire can't produce those novelties you brought. Is it because she's afraid of revealing information about her country that she's unwilling to talk about it? Princess Anna wondered. Our country may not be good at much else, but it is particularly advanced in technology, so we have created many new things. Actually, these things aren't complicated. Once you understand the underlying principles, you can build them. Yes, he was referring to his own country on Earth. Don't talk about anything. Just take a look and you'll see that there's nothing we can't make. Princess Anna did not believe Zhou Bai's statement. She had asked the best craftsmen in the city, and the lighter alone, though seemingly simple in principle, was beyond their current technological capabilities to make. This kind of thing can't be made just by knowing the principles. It must involve very special technical methods. Moreover, even the craftsmen couldn't figure out what materials were used in the lighter, but seeing the style and manufacturing process, they knew that it was clearly a product with very mature technology. Rather than relying on luck or repeatedly optimizing occasionally produced results through alchemy. This demonstrates just how advanced the country's alchemy and craftsmanship were. By the way, what do you think of the gifts I gave you? Zhou Bai noticed that the princess was neither wearing the watch she had given him nor the necklace he had given her. Don't Westerners like to show off their gifts to their guests? He gave Princess Anna gifts not merely as a formality, but in the hope that she would become the face of these watches, necklaces, bags, and perfumes. From now on, take these things with you and wander around the noble circles of Bika City more often, and even when you return to the imperial capital, try to mingle with the noble women. Let all those noble ladies see what high-end jewelry is and what true fashion is. Then, not long after, as a nobleman, you would feel embarrassed to greet acquaintances if you went out without carrying a bag and wearing a watch. This is Zhou Bai's real purpose. They needed a high-profile spokesperson, and no one was more suitable than Princess Anna. Chapter 40 Doing Business with the Princess. I really like it. Princess Anna said without any attempt to hide her feelings. These gifts Your Excellency sent are not simply gifts for the sake of gift-giving, are they? Just like her banquet for Zhou Bai this time, it was never simply a banquet for the sake of eating. The gift is of course a sincere gift for Your Highness, but I would like to take this opportunity to do some business with you. I wonder if Your Highness would be interested. You invited me here, not just for a meal and a chat, right? If I couldn't bring you some benefit, you wouldn't have gone to such lengths to invite me. Oh, I like the things very much, but I can't afford to buy them myself. If I'm not mistaken, the things you gave me are priceless, aren't they? Princess Anna said calmly. Of course they're valuable. After all, each item costs over 100 yuan. Compared to things like lighters and ceramic plates, it's many times more expensive. The item is naturally very valuable, but no matter how valuable it is, there will always be someone willing to buy it. I just want to make a deal with you, Princess. If you display these items within your circle and someone is willing to pay for them, you just need to give me the order details, and I'll split the profits with you. What do you say? Is this for real? You don't need to pay any cost yourself. You just need to showcase and promote the product within your own circle, and you can get half of the profits. Moreover, Such extremely luxurious and exquisite items will surely attract many wealthy people, resulting in substantial profits. I wonder how much these things will cost, and how much profit will be made. Princess Anna suppressed her excitement. If she could really reach a cooperation agreement with him, her financial crisis might be easily resolved. As for the price, I suggest that each item should be priced at no less than 20 gold coins. Moreover, as long as you sell it for more than 20 gold coins, I will give you half of the price, no matter how much you price it. What do you think? After all, these are products for women, and the easiest business to do is, of course, a business for women. So the prices will definitely be higher than before. If the price is set too low, it will not reflect the high quality of these products. Princess Anna was not surprised to hear the price. After all, these were unique items, and people would buy them no matter the price, considering both the craftsmanship and the product itself. But doing business this way is clearly just giving her money. If she sells it for 50 gold coins, she can make a profit of 25 gold coins without having to bear any financial risk, which is simply perfect. Take her watch and perfume, for example. Even if they were priced at 50 gold coins each, they would probably be snapped up. It should be noted that these nobles were not short of gold coins. They practically monopolized all the gold coins in the empire. Ordinary people were lucky to have a few silver coins at home. They mostly used copper coins for daily transactions, and gold coins were only used for large transactions. In addition, they monopolized most of the gold mines in various places, and their warehouses were piled with an unknown amount of gold. They would certainly be very willing to exchange it for these exquisite items. Anna was very excited, but she kept her composure and said calmly, "Of course, I would be happy to sell these precious works of art for you. However, I wonder how many sets of these products you brought. If someone needs them, how long would it take to receive them?" Joey Bai didn't bring many new products this time. If there are too many orders, he will have to go back and restock. I didn't bring many of the items this time, less than 10 sets of each. After receiving the order, it might take about 2 months to get there and back, since the road to Bhikshu is not easy to travel. 2 months? That's fast enough. After all, if something is too easy to obtain, it doesn't reflect its high value. While the two were discussing other transaction details, a female knight suddenly ran in from outside. "Your Highness, please proceed to the council chamber immediately. Duke Thiam and a large group of merchants are waiting for you there." Princess Anna frowned upon hearing the name Thiam. She knew immediately that it couldn't be anything good. They must be here to ask for my money back. Didn't I ask them for a few more days? Why are they causing trouble now? I'm very sorry, I have some things to take care of, so I won't be able to have dinner with you. I'll have the housekeeper take you home later. Princess Anna could only apologize to Joey Bai. "It's all right, Your Highness. You go about your business. I've almost finished eating. We can talk again another time." Joey Bai put down his cutlery. The meal was indeed quite good. Fine wine, delicious food, beautiful women. What could be more pleasant than this? Also, if there's anything I can help you with, just let me know, and I'll do my best. Judging from the looks of it, this girl must have run into some trouble. If he could help her, he wouldn't mind trying to win her favor. Thank you very much. Without waiting for Joey Bai's reply, she strode away from the restaurant with the knight who had brought the news. After finishing the remaining food on his plate, Joey Bai returned home under the escort of the housekeeper. The council chamber is located in a large building outside the castle hall. When Princess Anna entered, the room was already filled with nobles from Bhikkhu and influential figures from all walks of life. Those of lower status stood in the corner to listen, while those of slightly higher status were given a chair. 6 people were sitting at the round table in the middle. There were over 30 people in the room, all of whom had some kind of debt relationship with Princess Anna. The portly man in the main seat, dressed in magnificent attire, was Duke Thiam, the host of this gathering. He is also the president of the Bhikkhu City Merchant Guild and the richest man in the city. Princess Anna sat down in the empty seat, staring at Duke Thiam across from her, and asked, "Duke Thiam, what is the meaning of bringing so many people here?" Duke Thiam laughed and said, "It's nothing. It's just that everyone has been having a tough time lately, and we're almost starving. So we wanted to ask the princess for help to solve the problem." "Oh, is that so?" Anna sneered. "But I heard that you, Duke, received a large cartload of goods from that Easterner yesterday and made quite a bit of gold coins." Sigh. All this money belongs to that Easterner. I was just helping him sell things, and the payment still has to go to him in the end, Thiam said, feigning pitifulness. Chapter 41 Debt Collection. Yes, Your Highness, my wife has been complaining about me lending you money lately. We haven't been able to eat meat at home these days, and look how thin I've become. A merchant who was even fatter than Duke Thiam said. Princess Anna glanced at the obese businessman and even wondered if the chair he was sitting in could support his weight. Your Highness, why don't you settle the debt you owe me first? I urgently need the money, and the debt is only 50 gold coins, which is easy to pay back. Another merchant stood up. In recent years, due to numerous urban construction projects such as the repair of city walls and the paving of roads, many businessmen have been owed money for their projects. The amounts range from a few dozen gold coins to 200 or 300 gold coins, and the total outstanding payments for these projects amount to approximately 1,000 gold coins. In the past 2 years, due to several floods and plagues in her territory, she borrowed about 1,000 gold coins from other merchants to buy food, medicine, and for post-disaster relief, which has led to her now owing a lot of debt. The entire city of Biku only collects 500 gold coins in taxes a year, and with other income from the territory, the annual income is only 800 gold coins. After deducting the necessary expenses for maintaining the city's daily operations, only 200 or 300 gold coins can be used to pay off debts each year. This is what caused her current severe deficit. In fact, under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be a problem to pay back a portion of these debts each year, because these nobles or wealthy merchants are not short of money at all. They've gathered here to collect the debt just to embarrass her. Of course, it's also possible that because many of the items brought by Zhou Yibai were too expensive, some people wanted to buy more, but couldn't come up with that many gold coins at once. So I came here to join in the fun and see if I could get my money back in advance. After all, the items Zhou Yibai brought are all highly sought after. Buying them is practically a guaranteed profit. Any product, if taken to another city and resold, can generate several times the profit. However, Princess Anna had signed contracts for all these payments, whether for construction work or other debts, and the minimum repayment period has not yet arrived. Even if it's the minimum repayment date, according to past practice, it's always possible to delay payment for some time. After all, Princess Anna has a lot of assets in the city and is not afraid that she will not be able to repay the money. Everyone will give her face to some extent. This is the first time I've ever encountered someone coming to my door to collect a debt. What's more, it was a group of people coming to collect debts. She didn't believe that anyone was deliberately trying to cause her trouble. Isn't your payment due next month? Why are you demanding payment now? Princess Anna suppressed her anger. Your Highness, why don't you pay me back first? Mine is due this month, another merchant said. Your payment is due in 2 weeks, right? I'll pay you back when it's due. What's the rush? Princess Anna said coldly, giving him a cold look. We're afraid you might not have a single gold coin left in your vault, Duke Thiam said with a smile, looking at the young Princess Anna. Your taxes this year, including income from the estates and mines, are much lower than in previous years, but your debts this year are several times higher than in previous years. You simply have no ability to repay them now. Given Princess Anna's current financial situation, she is indeed at risk of financial ruin. This is also why she was in a hurry to meet Zhou Yibai. She can't refute that now, because there really isn't anything of value left in the vault. Duke Thiam, you don't need to worry about that. In any case, I don't have any outstanding payments at the moment. Princess Anna looked at everyone and said, I want to make it clear to everyone here that if I fail to repay any overdue payment, you can naturally come to me to collect the debt. We've just come to remind Your Highness that your debt crisis has reached its limit. If you can't pay your bills for this month and next month, it will be too late for us to come and collect the debts. You should know that your debt is not a small amount. It concerns the survival of many families. As the president of the Biku City Chamber of Commerce, I have a responsibility to protect everyone's interests. We've come here simply to find out what you plan to use as collateral if you, Princess, are unable to repay your debts, your castle or your estate. Duke Thiam asked sharply. I don't need to provide any collateral. Princess Anna smiled, and the guard beside her, receiving a look from the princess, immediately placed the gift Zhou Yibai had given her on the table. To be honest, I just had dinner with that Easterner. This is a gift he gave me. Let me show you what I think. They had seen everything Zhou Bai brought, whether it was the ones they had ordered before or the ones he brought newly, and they had even bought quite a few for their own homes. But they had never seen these things before. These are all women's products. I don't think he brought any of these items to you. Princess Anna asked with a smile. If these items weren't unique, Zhou Bai probably wouldn't have given them to her. So what? Thiam frowned, picked up the exquisite women's watch on the table, and examined it closely. It looks like an extremely small machine, and you can even see the hands on the dial inside rotating regularly. Who do you spend all the money you earn? Who do you buy all that gold and jewels for? Do you know what that means once these things become popular in your circle? Princess Anna asked. Most of them were businessmen, so they certainly knew what this meant. Women's businesses are the easiest and most profitable businesses in the world. What are these things? A merchant asked, picking up one of the items. This is a machine for keeping track of time, called a watch, but I think it's more beautiful and exquisite than any piece of jewelry, Princess Anna explained. This beautiful bottle contains perfume, and I don't think any woman in the world can resist its fragrance. Then he pointed to two other things. I don't need to introduce this exquisitely crafted gold necklace. Do you think your wives wouldn't be tempted if they saw someone else wearing this necklace? The remaining one is called a handbag. Don't be fooled by the fact that it seems to be the least technologically advanced of these items. Once it becomes popular, it may become the best-selling product among them. After all, watches and necklaces are too small, and perfumes can only be smelled. They're not very convenient to show off. Holding a bag in your hand would be just right. You mean you've reached an agreement with that Easterner? Duke Thiam asked. Chapter 42 Turbulence. Blue Star. 10 days ago. Ever since Zhang Wan, the client manager at the Jewelry Appraisal Center, received the giant tooth sent over by Zhou Bai, she invited the company's most famous carving expert to come and see what kind of artwork this more than tumter-long tooth could be carved into. At first, everyone was quite curious about what kind of animal these teeth were, because they had never seen such long teeth before. However, since the customer had already delivered the materials and there were no specific requirements for the carving, we began to work on the carving. However, once I started using it, I discovered a serious problem. No mechanical equipment can cut through this giant tooth. The ordinary cutting machine blades have already worn out 3 sets, but there isn't even a cut mark left. The sculptor, unwilling to accept defeat, tried various cutting methods, including high-temperature cutting, ultra-high-pressure water drilling, and high-speed drill bits. But this giant tooth felt even harder than titanium alloy. The high-speed drill bit drilled on it for a long time, but couldn't even leave a mark. They had no choice but to go to a workshop with a laser cutting machine, but when the red and blue beams of light hit it, nothing was left. There wasn't even a trace of burning. This is so bizarre. How is this possible? This is the most advanced laser cutting machine in the country. I've already turned the power up to the maximum. It can even cut a big gash in titanium alloy. How come there isn't a single mark? The operator of the machine was shocked by the result. He couldn't believe there was anything in this world that this machine couldn't cut. But now the facts are clear. What on earth is this thing? It can't even be cut by laser cutting. This has completely overturned my expectations. I have never encountered this situation before, the sculptor said helplessly. I know people at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. They have the best materials science and zoology experts there. Why don't we hand this over to them to study and see what it is, said the machine operator. Is this all right? This is a client's item. It wouldn't be appropriate to hand it over to someone else without permission. The sculptor hesitated. He also wanted to know why this thing was so strange, that even a laser cutter couldn't handle it. It's all right. We can take it back after they've figured out what it is. After all, we can't handle it if we give it to them now. All right then, you do what you think is best. Anyway, the client didn't give a deadline for carving. I'll go back and talk to Manager Zhang. The carving master finally agreed. If a customer gives you raw materials and you end up returning them as raw materials, it can damage your company's reputation, making others doubt your company's capabilities. The Chinese Academy of Sciences quickly received this strange giant tooth. But even after studying it for a long time, biologists still couldn't figure out what animal's teeth they were. After hearing about the characteristics of the root megadentum, the experts were not very convinced. What biological tooth in the world is harder than titanium alloy? They tried many methods, but no machine could do anything about the giant tooth. Later, after being ground for a long time by a giant grinder, only a tiny bit of debris was managed to be removed. Researchers from the Chinese Academy of Sciences used a high-powered electron microscope to observe the molecular properties of this giant tooth. Incredible! I have never seen such a molecular structure in nature, said the expert operating the electron microscope. This is a completely new structure. Although the basic component is still calcium, this special structure makes calcium stronger than the world's strongest titanium alloy. Another expert input the obtained data into a model built on a computer. My God! If we take this new supramolecular structure as a reference and introduce it into the alloy smelting industry, we can produce alloys that are several times or even dozens of times stronger than existing steel, the expert exclaimed. This is absolutely incredible. If this alloy can be successfully developed, it would mean that high-rise buildings and bridges will have greater earthquake resistance. The armor of tanks and warships will also become lighter and stronger. My country's long-standing technological weakness high-temperature turbine blades for aero-engines can also be solved. This will be a completely new alloy revolution. The white-haired expert from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, who had been observing the experimental results from the sidelines, was more composed than the others. He asked, "Do you know how this giant tooth was obtained and where it was discovered? Whoever it belongs to, find the person who found this giant tooth. Also, anyone who comes into contact with this giant tooth must sign a confidentiality agreement. Additionally, let's try other methods to see if we can scrape off more sample. We need to conduct a lot of experiments to synthesize this supramolecular alloy in the lab." This giant tooth has overturned the worldview of these experts. It may also bring unimaginable progress and changes to this country. Contact the person who found the giant tooth as soon as possible, and be careful to protect the scene and see if there are any more samples around. The order was issued quickly. Inside the Research Institute of the Municipal Military Region Hospital, preliminary results have also been obtained from the study of the fruit wine that Li Na obtained from Zhou Bai. Based on current clinical trials, preliminary results have shown that these fluids do indeed have excellent body repair functions, the researcher said, holding up the research report. Although it is not yet certain what the unknown elements contained in it are, the experimental observation results show that no side effects have been found. Moreover, according to the current observation, Mr. Li's physical condition has recovered quite well during this period, and his physical functions are even better than before. In addition, these liquids appeared to have a special inhibitory effect on cancer cells, but because Officer Li brought back too few samples, he was unable to conduct further experiments. This is truly a medical miracle. Director Zhang carefully reviewed the research report and asked, "Can you analyze the formula of these liquids?" That's the strange thing. Although it contains a lot of fruit acids, they don't come from any known plant or fruit. Maybe it's some kind of unknown wild fruit. Contact the person who provided this fruit wine and see if we can get more samples. Also, no matter how much he asks for, try to buy his recipe, Director Zhang instructed. The value of this fruit wine may exceed anyone's imagination. The ability to repair bodily functions means that human lifespan can be significantly extended. If it really could suppress cancer cells, who knows how many lives it could save. Both are of great significance. Chapter 43 Meeting. Li Shan received a task early in the morning. Head to the village to find the person who provided the fruit wine last time. Because the Military Research Institute has discovered the special effects of this fruit wine, they need more samples, or even the formula. As she had previously purchased fruit wine, she was arranged to visit again to buy some. So she drove her police car to Zhou Yibai's hometown early in the morning. However, there was no one inside the house. I asked her grandfather's comrade-in-arms, who is also Zhou Yibai's second uncle. The second uncle said he had seen Zhou Yibai for several days and that he must have gone out. She also asked her neighbors, and they all said they had never brewed this kind of fruit wine at home. Uncle Erda also said that this kind of fruit wine is only available from Zhou Yibai's place, and ordinary people cannot brew fruit wine with this taste. Since the owner wasn't home, Li Shan had no choice but to go back first. Just as I was about to get in the car and go back, a Hongqi car suddenly stopped next to me. This car looks unusual. After the two people got out of the car, Li Na, who hadn't gotten in yet, asked curiously, "Who are you?" The two people who got out of the car saw that Li Shan was wearing a police uniform and quickly said, "We are from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. We need to talk to Zhou Bai about something. We heard that he lives in his hometown." "Is this his hometown? The Chinese Academy of Sciences? Why are people from the Chinese Academy of Sciences coming to him? Could it be that they've also taken notice of his fruit wine? I'm also looking for him. I don't know where he is now. What do you need him for?" Li Shan asked. "I'm sorry, this is currently confidential, but rest assured, it's not a criminal case," the man replied. This made Li Shan even more puzzled. What could possibly need to be kept secret? Could it be that Zhou Bai had some other secret besides the fruit wine? As the two were talking, another car entered the village and stopped next to their car. Could it be that they're looking for Zhou Bai again? Li Shan wondered, looking at the parked car. Sure enough, a man's head popped out of the car window, and as soon as the window rolled down, he asked, "Hello, Mr. Zhou Bai. Do you live here?" "What do you want with him?" Li Shan asked curiously. "Why are so many people looking for him? Has the secret of this fruit wine already been discovered, and everyone wants to buy it? We're from the City University's laboratory. We got some special mineral crystals from him, but we've run out of them for our experiments. We haven't been able to reach him by phone, but the experiments are urgent, so we came to see if he has any more mineral crystals," the man replied. Special mineral crystals? Not only Li Shan, but also the comrades from the Chinese Academy of Sciences were taken aback. What could possibly warrant someone coming all the way to my house to ask for it? Especially some kind of mineral crystal. Are there any special minerals that only one rural household possesses? That giant tooth was amazing enough, but what else was even more amazing? Does this mineral crystal have any special properties? The colleague from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, who also worked in materials science, asked curiously, recalling the strange properties of the giant tooth. "Who are you?" "We are from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and we also want to ask him for something." "From the Chinese Academy of Sciences?" "This is no small matter, but the research is currently under wraps, so I can't tell him. I can only say, I'm sorry, our project is classified, and I can't tell you right now." "Is it also a classified project?" Good grief, 2 classified projects have come up all at once. "Officer, what did he do wrong?" the person from the Chinese Academy of Sciences asked. "If Zhou Bai gets into some trouble, they'll really have to think of other ways to contact him." "No, I originally came here to buy something from him, but it seems things aren't as simple as I thought." Li Shan vaguely sensed that things weren't as simple as they seemed. 2 top-tier organizations had suddenly arrived, along with her, all looking for something. "Let's go back first. Our public security system will investigate his whereabouts. Also, you should all go back to the city guest house for a few days. I'll go back and report on the situation first, and then we might need to meet up for a meeting." So the other cars that followed went back to the city with Li Na's police car. 3 days later, a meeting is being held in the conference hall of a building. The conference room was full of people. Most of these are top experts in their respective fields, including space physics, biology, geography, medicine, mineralogy, botany, quantum physics, and so on. Even relevant and unrelated departments came. This is all the information on Zhou Bai, his whereabouts over the past year, materials on some of the things he sold, and research data on the giant teeth, crystals, fruit wine, and other items in his home collected by various departments. No one spoke in the meeting room. Everyone was intently fiddling with a thick report in their hands, repeatedly checking information related to their own professions. Zhou Bai, still in the other world, was unaware that many of the things he brought back had fallen into the hands of the state and were being repeatedly examined in the form of reports. "Are these things really that amazing?" an expert, still wearing a lab coat, asked. "Even more amazing, we found a lot of amethyst ore in the bag in his hometown. Based on the soil sample attached to the ore, carbon-14 dating showed that it is over 6.5 billion years old. Previously, the oldest rocks discovered on Earth were only 4.4 billion years old, while the Earth's age is estimated at around 4.5 billion years. In other words, the soil on these mineral deposits is older than the Earth itself." One research expert said. "Is it possible that it was brought here with the meteorite?" An expert wearing frameless glasses asked. "There couldn't be any soil on a meteorite. Even if there were, it would have burned up when it entered the atmosphere." The expert continued. Furthermore, these crystalline minerals show no signs of atmospheric burning. They are more like native minerals of the Earth, except that such mineral bodies have never been discovered on Earth before. Is there anything special about this or body? Someone else asked. Based on the research of Zhou Yibai Sr., Zhang Hao, and others, we discovered that this crystal mineral has a very high energy density. They have already conducted many experiments, and the energy density of the batteries they produced, with the same volume and weight, is more than 50 times that of ordinary lithium batteries. In other words, if it were made into a mobile phone battery, it would be perfectly fine to play continuously for 8 to 10 days. Moreover, even if only 10% of crystals are added to a lithium battery, the capacity of this lithium battery can be increased to more than 3 times the original capacity. Do you know what this means? If there were a large quantity of this crystal ore, it would have significant strategic importance, both for military and civilian purposes. It could even be said that the Middle Eastern tycoons who rely on selling crude oil will all have to find ways to transform their businesses in the future. Chapter 44 Investigation. This is ridiculous. An expert, holding the documents in his hand, said in disbelief. The other people in the meeting room were also holding their files, their brows furrowed. And there's something even more outrageous. This is a special metallic material that we made based on the supramolecular structure of that giant tooth. A materials science expert from the Chinese Academy of Sciences took a newly made metal block out of a safe and placed it on the table. This metal material has improved its properties several times over compared to the original, which is already amazing enough. However, by adding a small amount of giant tooth powder to these metallic materials, the strength properties of these materials increased by tens of times. In other words, if we can achieve mass production of this new material, we will be far ahead of other countries in new materials, and many technologies that have constrained us can also be realized one by one. Materials for special fields such as rocket engines and aircraft engines will no longer be a problem. We can also imagine the effect if this metal were used in tank armor, warships, and other such materials. It would be a new material that changes the battlefield landscape. Upon hearing that this material would have a significant impact on the military, several military representatives picked up the metal block one by one and examined it closely. Then a medical expert in a white coat took out a bottle of liquid and explained, "We extracted a mysterious substance from fruit wine and conducted some experiments on mice using these substances. We found that these substances have a very significant inhibitory effect on cancer cells. Of course, large-scale clinical trials have not yet been conducted, so the experimental data is still limited. However, the remarkable properties of this liquid are truly unprecedented, and it may fill a gap in the medical field. I don't know if this fruit wine can cure diseases, but it tastes really good, and a few sips can relieve fatigue. That little guy has a lot at home," said a uniformed National Security Bureau officer. "Oldly, you didn't just take everything out of his house, did you?" A police officer in uniform looked at him. "No, we only took some samples, and we didn't touch anything inside," Oldly replied. "Why? These things are all extremely valuable. Losing any one of them would cause a major loss. Your National Security Bureau personnel should bring all of these things back," said an expert standing nearby. "Before we figured out the situation, our leader told us not to touch anything inside, so we only took a small sample. We can only proceed with the next step after we find the child," Lowley explained. "Among the samples you brought back, there was a bundle of beautiful feathers, which, after preliminary identification, do not belong to any bird feathers that have been found so far. Even more remarkably, DNA analysis confirmed that the feather did not originate from any life form on Earth, because the gene has a quadruple helix structure, not a double helix structure." This is what a zoologist said. Everyone else was stunned when they heard this. In fact, the zoology experts almost went crazy when they received the test results, constantly suspecting that something was wrong. After multiple verifications, I finally believed that the test results were correct. "So, these things didn't come from Earth?" the person next to him asked. The expert shrugged. "It has never been found on Earth before. I have some interesting things here. Look at these gold coins. There are several boxes full of them, over 1,000 in total, weighing more than 100 pounds. But we only took a few back to analyze. According to historians, This gold coin was clearly not minted by modern machines and was probably decades old. Its design and style closely resemble the currency of a mature feudal state. But this particular style of gold coin has never been seen in any other country on Earth before. Comrade Lee from the National Security Bureau continued. Has he been behaving strangely lately? Wang Guohua, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, asked. Wang Guohua, 52, a former military officer transferred to civilian work, is the head of the task force organizing this operation. He had previously worked in many confidential departments, and given his extensive experience and abilities, he was assigned to investigate and coordinate this incident. However, this incident was very unusual. Nothing like this had ever happened before. So even with his extensive experience, he felt that it was beyond his imagination. According to the confession and investigation of Li Shan, the police officer who first discovered that this was abnormal, the target had ordered a large number of knives 10 days ago. Moreover, according to his shopping account, he has purchased a large number of daily necessities in the past month. Most of the items inside are daily necessities, but there are so many that you could open a small shop. However, there are also some special items, such as a lot of outdoor adventure equipment, as well as drones, GPS devices, and other uncommon items. But strangely, most of the things he bought never ended up in his home. Comrade Li Shan had heard him mention opening an online store selling knives and similar products, but so far, no account has been found related to his online store, said the police officer in charge of the investigation. Zhou Yibai is unaware that his background has been thoroughly investigated in a very short time. Wang Guohua opened the file again to look at Zhou Yibai's information. This information was obtained through Skynet surveillance, facial recognition, various social media accounts, files, payment software, and everything else, whether public or private. This is just an ordinary middle-class family. The parents are both teachers at a middle school in the city, and the younger sister is a freshman in college. In addition to their hometown, the family owns 2 houses, one of which was bought by the parents themselves, and the other was recently bought by Zhou Yibai. It doesn't seem to have anything special about it. He just graduated last year. He used to work as a programmer at an internet company, earning only a little over 6,000 yuan a month. But half a month ago, he spent 2 million yuan to buy a house. This money came from the sale of gemstones. We have already recovered most of the rough gemstones he sold, and we are currently recovering some of them. It was also discovered that he had many more of these gemstones in his home, but the origin of these gemstones has not yet been traced. Has the target still not been found? Wang Guohua continued to ask. No, judging from his phone and the usage of his various accounts, he hasn't used them for more than 10 days. According to the Skynet system in various places and the surveillance at the entrance of his hometown village, there was no evidence that he had left the village. Furthermore, according to the investigation by the immigration authorities, no record of him leaving the country was found. We searched every corner of the village, including the mountains, but found no trace of the target person. Therefore, based on our deduction, he is either still in the village, or he has vanished into thin air. Chapter 45: The Life of the Nobles. The second day after arriving in Bikshu, Zhou Yibai also began to enjoy the life of an aristocrat. Zhou brought him a maid to take care of his daily life. So you can have a hot breakfast as soon as you get up in the morning. The maid's name was Iline, a 14-year-old girl, but she was not a slave, just an underage worker. She had been working for Zhou for over a year. Zhou saw that she was quick-witted, good-looking, and had some cooking skills, so he sent her here to work for Gu Zhou. It would be nice to have someone help with cooking and housework, so Zhou Yibai didn't refuse and kept her there. On Monday, I cut some bread and put it in my mouth. It was a bit sour and hard, not nearly as good as the bread I had at the princess's residence. Then I drank some warm milk. It has a strange fishy smell, probably from the addition of a lot of sugar, but that still can't mask the fishy smell. When Ailin saw that Zhou Yibai had only eaten a little bit, she felt that perhaps the food she had made was not to his liking, and she became a little uneasy. Although Zhou usually eats food made by her, Zhou is, after all, just a merchant, and is different from nobles. Nobles would certainly eat better. Master Zhou, this is white bread baked with the finest flour from Bika City. This is the freshest deer milk, and these are green beans we just bought this morning. Alice nervously introduced today's menu. Although she's changed jobs, if Joey Bai isn't satisfied, Joey will definitely get angry and fire her, which would cause trouble later. After all, it's not easy to find a job that's easy and has a good employer these days, and her family is counting on her salary to support them. Joey Bai found her nervousness quite adorable. He was probably worried that her cooking wouldn't taste good and would make him angry. So, understandingly, he tasted a green bean. It doesn't have much of a taste. Fortunately, there wasn't much of a smell. If it had smelled like anything else, he really wouldn't know how he would have handled the situation. Good. Joey Bai nodded. Although it wasn't exactly delicious, it wasn't bad either. After taking a few bites, Joey Bai put down his knife and fork. This otherworldly Western food is really not something everyone can handle. At this moment, a bowl of congee with preserved egg and lean pork would be better. Even soy milk with fried dough sticks and steamed buns tastes better than these things. Seeing that Joey Bai had only eaten a little, Eileen felt a pang of shame. She had prepared a table full of food early in the morning, but her host seemed rather dissatisfied. Joey Bai comforted him. It's okay. I'm not used to this Western food. You can eat the rest. I'll teach you how to cook Chinese food when I have time. Did you eat them all? Illy was secretly delighted. This huge table of food was the kind of delicious food she would never normally dare to dream of. Even Boss Joey doesn't usually eat that lavishly. Furthermore, Mr. Zhou said he would teach me how to cook Chinese food. What kind of cooking methods are used in Chinese food? How could a nobleman also be a cook? Seeing that Irene was standing still, Joey Bai wiped his mouth and then commanded, "Sit down. You can eat all of this. Don't waste food." Alice quickly sat down and carefully tasted the food, which she had made herself but rarely had the chance to enjoy. Joey Bai watched the little girl eating with great relish, and it was confirmed that it was just his own appetite that was off. Look how well the little girl was eating. Come on, you're so thin. Eat more. Joey Bai pushed all the food in front of him towards Eileen. Looking at the food in front of her, Eileen subconsciously exchanged a glance with Joey Bai, and her cheeks immediately turned red. "Thank you, sir," Eileen said softly. Although Boss Joey had treated him fairly well in the past, and rarely scolded or beat him, the leftover food was usually distributed to other employees. Because she was the only female employee in the shop, she had to take care of her own food and lodging, and could only eat black bread that she brought from home. Her culinary skills were taught to her by an old maid when she worked for a wealthy businessman. However, because the wealthy businessman leered at her all the time and would occasionally make unwanted advances, she quit her job without taking her salary. So although she usually cooks, she doesn't have many opportunities to eat these foods. Joey Bai watched the beautiful young woman in front of him carefully eat the food on the table, finding it very pleasing to the eye. He had to admit that this girl was indeed one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen, even comparable to Princess Anna, whom he had met yesterday. Her skin wasn't fair, but it looked healthy. She had delicate features, golden hair, and eyes as blue as a lake, as well as a unique exotic beauty. "Mr. Zhou, aren't you going to eat?" Seeing Joey glaring at her, Eileen slowed down her chewing and blushed slightly. It's okay, you can eat it." Joey Bai awkwardly looked away and took out his phone from his pocket to play with it. Even without internet access, playing on my phone when I'm bored has become an unconscious habit. You can read novels, watch downloaded movies, occasionally play single-player games, or look at photos. There are all sorts of ways to enjoy yourself even without internet access. Eileen saw Joey Bai playing with a glowing object and was very curious. She didn't know what it was, but she didn't dare to ask and could only continue eating. After finishing his meal, Joey Bai changed into the noble attire of this world, because he was going to meet Duke Theum, the president of the local merchant guild. Joey Bai had Joey prepare all the clothes for him. After all, Joey Bai's clothes were too casual. When you come to someone else's territory, you have to be more low-key and follow local customs. Although it was described as aristocratic clothing, the fabric was just average and somewhat rough, and the style did not suit Joey Bai's aesthetic. Eileen personally helped Joey Bai put on his coat, while Joey Bai stood still the entire time without lifting a finger. The luxurious life of the aristocracy. But I like it. The Duke of Theum's estate is not in the city center, but on the outskirts of Bikku. A special carriage was already waiting outside. "Joey Bai, carrying the prepared gifts, took the carriage to the gate. As expected of the old duke and the richest man in Bikku, this manor is no less impressive than Princess Anna's shrewdness. There are more than a dozen European-style buildings, and the lawn in front alone is estimated to be dozens of acres. Once inside, everything I saw, from the furnishings to the servants and guards, exuded a rich sense of aristocratic heritage that I, a mere pseudo-aristocrat and nouveau riche, could never match. Duke Theum had wanted to invite Zhou Yibai over to discuss the matter for a long time, but the princess beat him to it yesterday. This was the main reason why he summoned his men to the princess's residence to collect the debt. He didn't want the princess to get close to this foreign nobleman who carried gold mines before him. He knew that whoever made contact with Zhou Yibai first would reap the greatest benefits. Sure enough, the princess beat him to it and secured the sales rights to many highly profitable products. Chapter 46, Another Business Deal. Welcome, distinguished guest from the East. Your arrival has made the entire city of Bikku shine. I am very honored to have you as my guest today. Theum, with his large pregnant belly, offered a compliment at the restaurant entrance. Thank you very much for your invitation, Your Grace. I am also very pleased to have you as a guest in this beautiful manor. Zhou Yibai returned the greeting with equal respect. After sitting down at a huge dining table, servants soon brought out the food. Tell the steward to bring a few bottles of red wine that have been stored underground for many years. Duke Theum instructed the servant beside him. Yes, sir. The servant nodded and bowed before leaving. Oh my God, no wonder they are top-tier nobles. This aura is something not just anyone can have. Zhou Yibai had lunch with Duke Theum while discussing his experiences on the way to Bikku. Theum also introduced Zhou Yibai to some of the scenic spots, local customs, and other aspects of Bikku City. I introduced him to all the good food, beautiful sights, and fun things to do. The Duke's red wine was indeed excellent. It tasted even better than the wine I had at Princess Anna's place yesterday. The idea of expanding the wine business from Gaz and Pansy's live stream to this location has been shattered once again. Moreover, the tableware used to serve the food was not the gold and silver tableware from the princess's residence, but rather the ceramic plates that Zhou Yibai had brought over to sell before. You know what? These foods taste quite different when paired with these ceramic tableware. Duke Theum said with some pride. I bought most of the ceramic tableware that Your Excellency brought. Do you know how I reacted when I first saw these exquisite ceramic tableware? My God, I think only God could afford such pure white tableware. In a few days, I will invite all the wealthy and powerful people in the city to come here and admire these exquisite porcelain pieces. I believe that when they see how these porcelain pieces are paired with these delicacies, they will be absolutely ecstatic. Compared to the gold tableware used at most in imperial banquets, these noble and luxurious white porcelain tablewares seem so vulgar and unbearable. That's natural. After all, the smelting process for these porcelain tablewares is very complex. Only 10 pieces of porcelain can be produced in one furnace, but only one of the best pieces can be kept, and the rest will be smashed. This porcelain plate is already very rare. If it were a set, it would be even more difficult to find. Even in my country, they are extremely rare and precious, and are generally only used to entertain the closest and most distinguished guests. Zhou Yibai was talking nonsense with a straight face. Of course, these porcelain plates and bowls only cost a few dollars each, but if this kind of craftsmanship were in the Tang or Song dynasty, it would definitely be as precious as blue and white porcelain or roux-ware. It is said that in ancient times, Westerners would bring back porcelain plates from Great Eastern countries and then embellish them with gold rims, displaying them at banquets as precious items to show off to their peers. Duke Theum had an icy expression on his face. However, this is precisely what makes these porcelain tableware pieces so high-end and rare. That's how you get a good price. Theum proposed holding a banquet here in 3 days, inviting nobles and wealthy people from Bikku and even other cities to attend. They also showcased and sold the new products brought by Zhou Yibai here, further enhancing the awareness and popularity of these products. Zhou Yibai thought the suggestion was great, as it would save him time from doing sales, so he agreed. Although he has no trouble selling his products, he is ultimately alone and powerless. Only by aligning his interests with those of the local forces can he feel at ease in this other world. Princess Anna, who had connections within the empire, was one, as was the old duke, who represented the old indigenous forces. Thus, in a friendly atmosphere, Zhou Yibai and Duke Thiam reached a distribution agreement for the new product. Other products will also be sold to Thiam at 80% of the previous selling price, and there will be no further revenue sharing based on the sales price of future products. Previously, a product that sold for 10 gold coins would now be sold to Thiam for 8 gold coins by Zhou Yibai. Thiam can decide how many gold coins to sell it for, and Zhou Yibai will no longer participate in the subsequent profit sharing. Zhou Yibai thought this was a good thing, as it gave Thiam enough profit margin, and he didn't have to participate in management. He only needed to be responsible for getting orders and supplying goods. This would give him plenty of time and energy to explore this other world. By the way, I have another business deal I'd like to do with you. I wonder if you'd be interested? Thiam asked. Oh, you still have business. When it comes to business, Zhou Yibai is of course still interested, since the more gold coins the better. Thiam continued. According to information obtained by the Chamber of Commerce, the Titans have recently joined forces with the goblins to attack the elves in the western forests. Moreover, this attack is not like the previous small skirmishes. It has developed into a large-scale war. The goblins have recently been procuring large quantities of supplies, mainly food, in several nearby cities. As a result, food prices have risen to varying degrees in all areas. In Bikku alone, food prices have increased by 50% compared to last month, and are expected to continue rising. Zhou Yibai nodded upon hearing this. No wonder Ilalin had been complaining about the recent increase in food prices in the city that morning. The little princess of the elves had already asked him to buy a batch of weapons, so he already knew that the two sides were at war, but he didn't know how the war was going. Zhou Yibai had also heard that these goblins were very good at crafting all kinds of metal tools, but they didn't seem to know how to farm. Therefore, they obtained most of their food from humans, usually exchanging ironware or gold coins for food. According to Joey, while the Empire has no shortage of gold coins, compared to the goblins, it's like comparing a river to the sea. These new products you brought are very valuable. I believe that with the future orders and popularity, you will definitely get a lot of gold coins. This will cause a temporary shortage of gold coins in Bika City, and most of the gold coins will be concentrated in your hands. During this time, you can entrust these gold coins to me for management, mainly for stockpiling grain. It will definitely bring you 2 or 3 times, or even more, profits. Reselling grain during wartime was indeed a lucrative business. After all, during that period, whoever had the grain was the boss. But would the Empire and Princess Anna allow these merchants to hoard grain and drive up prices? After all, while reselling grain can be profitable, it is ultimately related to the stability of the country. If you want to survive longer here, it's best to be cautious. By the way, Your Grace, how many gold coins do you have with you right now? Chapter 47 Zhou Banqing. Duke Thiam thought for a moment and said, the previous payment plus part of the advance payment for this batch of new products is about 3,000 gold coins. Because Zhou Yibai's place was too small, it would be unsafe to keep so many gold coins there. So he didn't ask Joey to bring the remaining payment to him, but instead found a safe place to store it first. The safest place in the entire city of Bikku, besides the princess's residence, is the Duke's place. Is 3,000 gold coins a lot in Bikku City? Zhou Yibai asked. Although he knew that gold coins were valuable here, he didn't know exactly how much they were worth. Of course, besides you, I'm afraid no one else in Bikku City can come up with 3,000 gold coins right now. Even for me, it would take a lot of effort to come up with a few thousand gold coins, since most of the wealthy people here only hoard land, buy slaves, and purchase treasures. And since you brought so many good things this time, I reckon most of their gold coins will be used to buy your products. You should know that even though Bikku City is considered quite prosperous compared to other cities in the vicinity, its annual tax revenue is only a few hundred gold coins. Wow, I'm so rich. I have several times more money than the tax revenue of an entire city. It's not an exaggeration for everyone to call me Zhou the half-city. Zhou Yibai thought to herself with a smug smile. If you hoard so much food, won't the princess or the empire take care of it? After all, if food prices rise too much, It won't be good for the empire. What if a peasant uprising breaks out? Won't they investigate? Zhou Bai asked doubtfully. You don't need to worry about that. The grain we purchase is directly from grain merchants, so a short-term rise in grain prices is inevitable. But the harvest season is coming soon, and grain prices will stabilize quickly after the new harvest. We're just taking advantage of this time to make a fortune, Duke Theum explained. What if we collect too much grain and can't sell it, leaving us with a lot of unsold grain? Zhou Bai asked again. You don't need to worry about that at all. The goblins have already sent people to contact me. No matter how much grain I buy, they will take it all. We are only responsible for buying the grain. All right then, but only 2,000 gold coins will do. Leave some for me. I might need it later. Zhou Bai thought for a while and then agreed. After all, if he doesn't do this kind of quick money-making, someone else will, so he might as well earn it himself. If all else fails, we can simply import some grain from the real world. The gold coins he earned could buy so much food if converted into cash. And they might even make a profit from the interest rate spread. Duke Theum nodded. After all, you can't put all your eggs in one basket, so being cautious is understandable. Do those goblins only want food? Zhou Bai asked. He wanted to see if there was a chance to make some money off the goblins as well. Oh, besides food, we also have some other supplies, such as salt, amethyst, and sulfur, but these things are not plentiful in Bichu City, so we can only do food business with them, Theum said. Salt is understandable, since living things cannot live without it. But why would they want sulfur and amethyst? According to village chief Carl, amethyst is only good for glowing and has no other use. Zhou Bai didn't think about what they wanted these things for, since he didn't know anything about goblins. It was just a pity that he didn't have the opportunity to earn gold coins from them. After discussing other details, Zhou Bai and Duke Theum discussed how to hold a new wine tasting event 3 days later, and the discussion continued until evening. Before leaving, Zhou Bai packed some fresh meat, because the fresh meat at the Duke's place was tender and delicious. He personally escorted Zhou Bai to the door and gave him a bottle of red wine in return. This made Zhou Bai very happy, because the Duke's red wine was really delicious. Master. Not long after Zhou Bai left, the butler, Litter, walked quietly to the Duke's side and whispered something. The Duke watched the carriage disappear into the distance, then asked his loyal servant with a sharp look, What do you think of this Easterner? My lord, perhaps it's due to different customs, but I don't see a trace of nobility in him. His words and actions are more like those of a merchant. If they were nobles, they wouldn't eat at their host's house and then take the leftovers home. It couldn't be because he's too young. He doesn't seem to know much about business. Zhou Bai was originally just a programmer, and he wasn't good at business. He just used the information gap between the two different worlds to resell goods. He's not very good at negotiating business, but do you know what I saw in the products he brought? Theum looked at the now dark sky and murmured, It's not just about huge profits. I also see an insurmountable mountain. Even the empire seems so insignificant now. I don't know what kind of terrifying country is behind the ability to manufacture these products. Perhaps one day it will suddenly appear before us. You mean he's a spy, here to spy on our country's secrets? Litter asked in surprise. Theum shook his head and said in a heavy tone, I don't know, but I do know that if we don't seize the opportunity to build a good relationship with him, we may not have this opportunity again soon. Whether it's small items like flashlights and lighters, or exquisite watches from Princess Anna's collection, the craftsmanship behind them is extremely advanced. Even the weapons that Zhou Bai casually gave to Marlowe and his group were beyond the capabilities of the Empire's most skilled craftsmen. If the industrial levels of two countries differ too much, then in the event of war, the other country would be utterly crushed. In addition, the Empire has not fought a war for too long, and both its military strength and internal affairs are corrupt and decadent. If a powerful nation were to suddenly launch an attack on the Empire would certainly be easily defeated. It's still unclear how far this eastern country is from the Empire, but judging from the secret guards who have been monitoring him, Zhou Bai's arrival time at Angel Village is always very short. This means that if they launch an attack, it will take them less than 10 days to get here from Angel Village. Biku was the first border city of the Empire to be attacked. In any case, it's never a bad thing to befriend a powerful person. He no longer had any power in the imperial capital. In this small town far from the imperial power, the question on his mind was how to continue the prosperity of his family. Chapter 48 Salary Increase. Working for Zhou Bai includes room and board, so as soon as Zhou Bai gets home, he can enjoy AI Liline's services a comfortable hot bath. Eileen was very curious about this overly clean Eastern gentleman, because firewood was also very expensive in the city. Most families only use firewood for cooking. No one would waste it to heat water for bathing, since bathing means a weakened immune system, making one more susceptible to illness. Once you get sick, it can be fatal with current medical technology. Zhou Bai didn't understand the strange thoughts of these otherworldly people. After taking a shower, he saw Irene staring blankly at the solar-powered light above the living room. This solar lamp was brought by Zhou Bai. It was installed on Marlowe's carriage when he arrived, and was used for lighting. After arriving in Bixu, he installed the solar lamp in the living room. "You're looking so intently. Be careful not to strain your eyes." Zhou Bai patted her little head. Eileen rubbed her head and asked curiously, "How does this thing light up? There's no kerosene, yet it's so bright." This is a solar-powered light, a machine that converts sunlight energy into electricity. Zhou Bai didn't offer much explanation. After all, science was still a new subject for these otherworldly beings. He took out the roast meat that he had packed from Duke Theum and placed it on the table. "How could I forget you when we went out to eat? I specially packed it up for you. It tastes very good. You should try it." Eileen stared at the roast meat in the bowl, swallowed hard, and said apologetically, This isn't really appropriate." She couldn't even remember the last time she ate meat. Her salary was only enough to buy some black bread, barely enough for her family to make ends meet. "I'm already full. I brought this back especially for you. It won't be fresh if you don't eat it soon. It's just a piece of meat." How could someone working for Zhou Bai not receive even this much treatment? However, she can't drink red wine. It's not good for minors to drink alcohol. He himself was reluctant to drink it. He wanted to take it back to the real world so that his family and friends could also taste the fine wine here. Eileen thought this gentleman was really nice. He was good-looking and didn't have any of the strange smells that others had. He was very kind to himself, even sharing these precious foods with himself. She carefully cut a small piece and put it in her mouth. The tender and juicy texture was something she had never experienced before. She only took 2 bites before putting down her utensils. When Zhou Bai saw that she only ate 2 bites and then stopped, he asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is it not good?" With tears in her eyes, Eileen said, "It's so delicious. I've never had such delicious roast meat before. I want to take it back to my younger siblings and my parents. They haven't had meat in a long time." Zhou Bai patted her little head. "You eat. There's a curfew in the city now, and you can't go back. This meat won't be fresh by tomorrow. Don't worry, if you follow me, you won't have to worry about not having meat to eat in the future." With Zhou Bai's comforting words, Irene began to eat with relish. "By the way, I heard you say this morning that grain prices in the city have risen quite a bit recently." Zhou Bai asked. "Yes, a pound of black bread used to cost only 5 copper coins, but now it costs 7 copper coins." When the topic of current grain prices comes up, Eileen gets worried. Although the increase was only 2 copper coins, for people who buy things every day, it adds up to a lot more expenses over a month. "How much does Joey pay you? Is it enough?" Zhou Bai continued to ask. Rising food prices have the greatest impact on people at the bottom of society. "Boss Joey pays me 500 copper coins a month. Before, my family needed to buy 3 or 4 pounds of black bread a day to barely have enough to eat, but now it's not enough." As she ate, Eileen said, "It's all right, since you include food here, I can save on my own food rations and just buy less." "How many people are in your family? Don't any of your family members work? Do you the only one earning money?" Logically speaking, with Irene's salary and her family's income, she should have no problem eating her fill. So how come she's barely making ends meet? "My family consists of 5 people. My parents, my younger brother, and my younger sister. We live in Liwa village outside the city. My dad does some farm work, but after paying taxes, there's hardly any grain left. My mom also does some laundry to earn a little money, but she doesn't earn as much as I do. My younger siblings are too young to do chores. The money we earn is only enough to buy food, salt, cloth, and sometimes even for things like house repairs. It's basically not enough, Eileen explained. Joey nodded. This whole family needs to eat and spend money, and they basically rely on this little girl to support them. It's really not easy. He thought for a moment and said, I'll pay your salary from now on. I'll increase it to 1,000 copper coins a month. What do you think? 1,000 copper coins is only 10 silver coins. Working hard for a year would only earn you a little over 1 gold coin, which is a piece of cake for Joey Bai. A month's salary is only the price of a lighter. It's cheap. Really? Eileen asked in surprise. That way, the family won't have to worry about not having enough to eat, and they can even save some money to buy new clothes or something. Of course it's true. I won't be staying in the city often anymore. I'll need your help to look after many things in the city. Alice was even happier. Not only would she get a raise, but she would also be able to help the master with more things. This week, Master Joe is even more impressive than Master Joey. Not only did the renowned Duke Theum invite him to dinner, but I also heard that he visited the princess's residence yesterday. By the way, are there any bookstores in town? Joey Bai asked. I've been here for several days now, and I've been wanting to collect some books here so that I can learn more about the world. Yes, do you want to buy books? Eileen asked curiously. Go buy me some books tomorrow. Any kind of books will do. Joey Bai took out a gold coin and placed it on the table. The fastest way to get information is by reading books. Having been here for so long, it's time to learn more about this place. Oh, by the way, see if you have a book called Marco's Travels to the East. If you do, remember to buy a copy, Joey Bai instructed. I heard Marlowe mention this book before, and he's always been curious about it. Okay. Eileen accepted the gold coins and agreed. Joey Bai had always been very interested in this country called the ancient Tang Empire of the East. So he wanted to see if the country described in the book had any similarities to the Tang dynasty he knew. Chapter 49 Marco's Journey to the East. The next day, Irene bought more than a dozen books. 1 gold coin is enough for an average family's living expenses for a year, but I never expected it could only buy so few books. These books seem to be quite expensive. These books cover a wide range of topics, from historical records and legends to magic, art, and technology. Of course, most of them are novels and travelogues, such as this book called The Gate of Doomsday Destruction. Just by looking at the title, you can tell which bumbling novelist wrote this unreliable novel. I did manage to buy the copy of Marco's Travels to the East. The paper quality was quite poor, and it was clearly a handwritten copy, indicating that printing technology was not yet widespread here. On Monday, I found a recliner and planned to read this book carefully. Unlike Marco Polo, who came to the Yuan dynasty in the real world and even served as an official there, the Marco Polo in this alternate world came to an empire called the ancient Tang dynasty. He and his servants traveled from the Eastern Sea along the coastline for 3 years, passing through more than a dozen countries and enduring countless hardships before finally arriving at the ancient Tang Empire. After the ancient Tang dynasty, he was all alone. He first went to a city called Haizhou and lived there for a year. The clever boy quickly learned the local language and later came to Anzhou, the capital of the ancient Tang dynasty. According to the book, Anzhou was a very prosperous and huge city with a population of over 1 million. Compared to the hundreds of thousands of people in the imperial capital, it was truly the difference between a first-tier metropolis and a fifth-tier city. In his book, he praised the great city, describing it as not only magnificent and spectacular, but also possessing highly developed industry and commerce, bustling markets, exquisite and inexpensive silk brocades, and a rich and diverse culinary culture. His arrival also earned him an audience with the emperor, who, according to the translation in the book, was named Li Yuanba, the emperor of the ancient Tang dynasty. He was taken aback when he saw the name. Li Yuanba has become emperor? However, this Li Yuanba was different from the Li Yuanba in the Sui and Tang dynasties' heroes he knew. He did not have a brave and skilled older brother, Li Shimin. When he ascended the throne, the ancient Tang dynasty had already ruled its territory for over 100 years, and the empire was in dire straits. Both internal rebellions by regional princes and external disturbances by foreign tribes put him under great pressure. Later, through his strong leadership and diligent governance, the country was brought to order within a few years and began to enter a new period of prosperity. Moreover, he was a brave and highly cultured emperor. Under his leadership, the ancient Tang Empire swept through the surrounding countries in less than 10 years. This is somewhat similar to an empire, which swept across more than 30 surrounding countries a century ago and eventually unified this continent. After living in the capital for several years, Marco began to travel to other parts of the ancient Tang Empire, traversing almost every mountain and river in the empire. The vastness and wealth of the ancient Tang Empire completely astonished him. Wherever he went, he would record and study the local customs, geography, and people. Many of the customs and habits described in this book are similar to those Zhou Yibai knew about in ancient times. For example, the customs of celebrating the Spring Festival and the tradition of climbing mountains to sweep tombs are very similar. Even their eating habits are similar. In his book, he also wrote about the Great Wall, expressing his amazement that there was a country in the world that could build such a magnificent and boundless wall. However, unlike the others, this Great Wall was not built to defend against northern nomadic tribes, but rather to resist a strange beast. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yibai recalled a film by Zhang Yimou, which seemed to be similar to this one. He traveled and lived in the ancient Tang Empire for 20 years before returning to the empire. When he returned to the empire, he brought back many products such as silk, tea, and pottery produced in the ancient Tang Empire, which caused a great sensation. He was even received and commended by the emperor. He later wrote down his travel experiences in this travelogue, which sparked a craze for ancient Tang dynasty literature. Unfortunately, countless people embarked on journeys to find this ancient Tang Empire, but none of them could find it, leading some to suspect that Marco's travelogue was fabricated. Overall, Marco's travelogue is quite different from the real-world travelogue of Marco Polo, but the general descriptions do have some resemblance to the Tang dynasty. Moreover, this bizarre and legendary content can indeed fascinate every imperial citizen who reads this book. Zhou Yibai believed that he had been to this country before, and it would be impossible to make up such a complete story if he had just made it up. In addition, the illustrations in the book, whether of architecture, figures, or other objects, are all very much in the style of ancient China. However, this book was written more than 100 years ago, and I wonder if this otherworldly version of the Tang dynasty still exists. After all, over the past 100 years, many adventurers have gone to explore this so-called Great Eastern country, but to this day, not a single one has been able to reach it. This is absolutely absurd. So many people followed the direction Marco suggested, they were bound to get there eventually, yet not a single one of them succeeded. There must be some reason for this. Zhou Yibai was very interested in this Great Eastern country, but without modern transportation, he would never have been able to visit it. He finished reading the book, which was over 100,000 words long, in just one morning. During that time, Aylin thoughtfully prepared milk tea and desserts for him so that he could eat while reading. Eileen envied those who could read, because her family couldn't afford to send her to school. After all, even a book was something that most families couldn't afford. After finishing Marco's travels to the east, Zhou Yibai stretched and picked up another book to read. When he first saw the title of this book, The Gate of Doomsday Destruction, he thought it was a post-apocalyptic novel. It describes, in the form of historical records, that about 300 years ago, before the empire was established, the continent was divided into dozens of kingdoms. In one of the kingdoms, a great magician accidentally opened a strange door. This door was over 3 meters tall, surrounded by shimmering white light, and appeared in a circle. It is said that this gate connects to another world. The king sent scouts into the gate to investigate, but none of them returned. Soon after, a large number of steel behemoths appeared inside the gate. As soon as these steel behemoths appeared, they launched an indiscriminate attack on the entire kingdom, causing countless casualties. The king summoned his army to fight these steel behemoths, but often the soldiers were defeated before they even got close. The entire kingdom fell almost overnight. Chapter 50: The Gate of Doomsday Destruction. When Zhou Yibai saw this, he almost jumped up. The scene described here is all too familiar. This is exactly the scene described in an Isekai invasion novel. Moreover, one can imagine that if the target were the Rabbit Kingdom on Earth, when the Rabbit Kingdom's tanks rolled in, wouldn't it be a massive invasion of steel behemoths for the Empire? Could it be that hundreds of years ago, someone on this continent opened a portal to another world and communicated with it? Judging from the strength of this alternate dimension as described in the book, it should be a modern country that has already used firearms. With this country's strength, let alone destroying a kingdom, it could easily crush this planet. Why hasn't anyone mentioned this? And why haven't we seen any signs of advanced civilization after being here for so long? With these questions in mind, Zhou Yibai continued reading. According to the book, these steel behemoths occupied the king's capital and several surrounding cities in just a few days. Strangely, just when everyone thought the kingdom was about to be completely occupied, these steel behemoths suddenly and hurriedly returned to the portal. Finally, the portal disappeared and never appeared again. The book tells the story of how the king, with his bravery and wisdom, led his army to drive the invaders back into the time portal. Zhou Yibai simply couldn't believe it. How could an army that could dominate an era be driven away by a bunch of natives with hoes? Who would believe that? There must be some reason why this army from another dimension returned to its original world. The story described in this book is not long, but it is thrilling enough. Zhou Yibai even believed that these stories were true, because it would be difficult to imagine these weapons that they had never seen if they were just making things up. The book describes many modern weapons, such as weapons that emit flames and steel behemoths that often explode nearby after they roar, which are clearly the effects of artillery fire. Furthermore, some people saw human-like creatures fully covered in clothing emerging from the steel behemoth, clearly indicating that this is a modern army. This steel behemoth is probably a weapon of the tank type. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yibai broke out in a cold sweat. 300 years ago, a modern nation from another world invaded this place with tanks and firearms, though it is unknown why they suddenly returned. However, if this country were to reinvade this other world, and then reinvade Earth through its own backdoor, that would truly be barbecue. You have to understand that 300 years ago, Earth's technology was not much more advanced than that of the Empire today. Back then, they were already using firearms to mow down the aliens from this world. Who knows what their technology will be like 300 years from now? If a nation that is 100 years ahead of the world were to invade Earth, Earth would very likely be unable to defend itself. He cannot close the back door connecting to this world, and he once brought the little angels into Earth, proving that people from this side can also enter Earth. Fortunately, the mysterious country's invasion here did not last long, and for some reason, it only stayed for a very short time, and it did not occupy the planet. The fact that there hadn't been any news of it for 300 years put Zhou Yibai at ease. This book is only a few tens of thousands of words long, but the things it describes are by no means simple. I flipped through the other books, most of which were technical and technological books. These things were of no use to Zhou Yibai. Zhou Yibai put down his book, rubbed his eyes, and decided to stay here for 2 days before going back. If he stays here for too long and his family can't find him, then something bad could happen. What he didn't know was that the officials of the Blue Star Rabbit Kingdom had already laid a trap to find him. Council Hall of the City Lord's Mansion. Your Highness Princess Ariana, our request is actually very simple. You only need to gather 1,000 commoners from your territory to help us repair the road for 2 months, and this chest of gold will be yours. It was said by a short goblin sitting opposite Princess Anna. Princess Anna's expression wasn't very pleasant, not because she was blinded by the ugly little goblin in front of her, but because the little goblin was bullying her too much. They were delusional enough to think that a single chest of gold would be enough to get 1,000 people to help them repair a road for 2 months. She is currently heavily in debt and desperately needs the gold, but that doesn't mean she can be bullied. Although all the residents under her territory theoretically belong to her, it doesn't mean she can arbitrarily gather thousands of people to do anything. Anna calmed herself down and said to the goblin in front of her, "Mr. Goblin, I think you must be mistaken. You think you can get thousands of people to help you repair a road for 2 months with just a chest of gold. With this little bit of gold, let alone paying their salaries, it's not even enough to buy them food. Although I have the right to summon my people to do things for me, it doesn't mean I don't care about their lives. You must understand, although my territory has over 1,000 households, even if only one adult is mobilized from each household, it means that the family will lose a breadwinner, which is devastating for that family. The goblin named Gugu showed no fear of Princess Anna despite her noble status. Instead, he spoke with an air of superiority. Princess Anna, as you know, prices in the city have risen considerably recently. This chest of gold wouldn't be enough under normal circumstances, but things are different now. Rising prices mean lower wages, and many families are probably lucky to have even a bite to eat. They'd be scrambling for any job that could provide a living. It is true that prices in the city are rising, especially grain prices, which are rising at an outrageous rate. She has been trying to find a solution to the problem caused by the rapid rise in grain prices, but she hasn't found a good one yet, which is a headache for her. There's still some time before the autumn harvest, and there's not much surplus grain in the warehouses to release to the market. There's really no good solution to the rising grain prices in the short term. Of course, if there were a job that could transfer surplus labor and appropriately increase the income of farmers in the territory, it would indeed be a good way to solve the crisis brought about by the current food price increase. But it was clear that this little dwarf in front of her simply wanted to exploit the people of her territory. If my subjects go to your area to build roads, I wonder how much grain they will receive every day? As a responsible city lord, Princess Anna patiently asked. Chapter 51 Goblin Gugu. Gugu smiled at Anna and said, 1 pound of black bread per person per day. Only 1 pound. Princess Anna was very surprised to hear this number. How could he even have the nerve to mention such a small amount of food? Under normal circumstances, a pound of black bread would barely be enough to sustain an adult's life. But for adults engaged in high-intensity work, it is far from enough. At best, it can only keep them from starving. In addition, following these goblins to build roads in such distant places, if anyone gets injured, there is no one to treat them. The mortality rate is no joke. If the casualties are too great, the people under your rule will become dissatisfied with you, and eventually they will leave your territory to live elsewhere. It's not impossible that a rebellion could even occur if instigated by some people with ulterior motives. Princess Anna, you should know that many people outside don't even have a pound of grain a day. If I could provide them with a pound of black bread every day, believe me, they would be very grateful to me, Gugu said with a proud look. Princess Anna, upon hearing this, said angrily, how can this be the same? Building roads is a physically demanding job. With so little food, those people will be so hungry that they won't even be able to lift a stone. That's better than starving to death. Goblin Gugu looked at Anna and said, Your Highness, please believe me, the food shortage in Biku City will not be just a temporary situation, but will continue for a long time, perhaps a year, or perhaps several years. In short, barring unforeseen circumstances, not only Biku City but the entire empire will experience a food shortage during this period. Anna looked at him coldly. I heard that the goblins have been buying up large quantities of grain recently. The rise in grain prices in the city must be related to you, right? Our grain purchases are only one part of the reason for the rising grain prices. You will soon find out the other reasons. Goblin Goo stood up and bowed to the princess. Your Highness, thank you for your audience. This box of gold is for you. I believe that after some time, you will thank me for providing a good job opportunity for your people. Princess Anna didn't quite believe what the Goblin Gugu said. However, receiving a box of gold calmed her down considerably. Sir Marlowe, Princess Anna called out towards the door, and Marlowe strode in with an air of grandeur. Could you escort Mr. Gugu back to the hotel? Yes. Marlowe accepted the order. Gugu glanced at the tall knight in front of her and nodded in gratitude. With his sharp eyes, he glanced at the weapon Marlowe was carrying. As a goblin skilled in smelting, he immediately sensed the extraordinary nature of the short sword and asked curiously, Great Knight, may I borrow your sword to take a look? Knight Marlowe did not refuse. Although a sword is another half of a knight's life, and he doesn't usually let go of it easily, it's not a problem to let this goblin take a look. He was even quite proud. After all, the goblin is a master swordsmith, so being able to show off one's sword in front of him is a good thing. Taking the sword from Marlowe, Gugu examined it carefully. There are no fancy patterns, but you can feel the extraordinary nature of this sword as soon as you hold it. The sword gleamed with a chilling silver light, and the blade itself shone with a cold, menacing glint. Gugu flicked the sword with its hand, then quickly put its ear close, and a crisp hum sound reached its ears. Is there anything special about this sword? Princess Anna, seeing how intently the goblin was looking at the object, asked him a question. Although she knew that the guards who returned with Zhou Bai had all received weapons from him, she had previously thought they were just better weapons and hadn't paid much attention to them. A friend gave this to me. What do you think of this sword? Marlowe asked. Goblins are born masters of metallurgy, so giving them this evaluation is the best possible assessment. Gugu shook her head. I don't know yet, but it's obviously not made of refined iron. Can I try out this sword? Of course, but how would you like to try it? Gugu took a piece of armor from his chest armor. Let's try it with my armor plates. After all, I haven't encountered a sword that can break through my armor yet. Gugu was very confident in the armor she had crafted. After all, it was a top-quality battle armor that she had spent a year creating. Marlowe was also very confident. He firmly believed that his sword was no ordinary weapon. He gripped his sword tightly and slashed at a piece of exquisite armor lying on the ground. Hey! Bang! After a dazzling spark, Gugu's hard breastplate broke in two. Gugu opened his eyes wide. He knew how sturdy his own breastplate was. He thought it would only leave a scratch at most, but it was cut off completely. Gugu took Marlowe's sword and examined it. There were no nicks or chips on the blade, which showed just how terrifyingly sharp the sword was. So sharp. What material is this weapon made of? Gugu murmured to himself as he looked at the sword. Can't you even tell? Marlowe asked. Goblins are known as the race most skilled in metallurgy, yet they couldn't even tell what materials this sword was made of, which speaks volumes about its extraordinary nature. I can't tell, but the person who forged this sword must have been a great blacksmith, perhaps even more skilled than our goblin master Lulu. Gugu returned the sword to Marlowe and asked, Can you sell this sword to me? I'll pay any price. Not for sale. Marlowe sheathed his sword. Gugu knew what a good sword was to a knight, so he didn't insist. Could you help me find the blacksmith of this sword? I'm sorry, this sword was a gift from a nobleman from the east, but I don't think he forged it. If you want to find the swordsmith, you'll probably have to go to the eastern continent, Marlowe said. Gugu has recently heard some rumors that a person from the eastern continent has brought many exquisite and gorgeous things. At the time, he scoffed, saying, In terms of manufacturing technology, is there anyone better than us goblins? But after seeing Marlowe's sword, he was surprised by its craftsmanship, and he also became interested in the person who brought it. The legendary Eastern Continent, huh? So that's why the craftsmanship of this sword is different from ours. If you goblins were to make it, could you do it? Princess Anna asked. Gugu smiled confidently. Of course, it's just that we don't know what materials he used yet. If we can figure out what materials he used, then forging it won't be a problem at all. Chapter 52 Chinese Food. When Anna saw Gugu's smug little expression, she suddenly remembered the watch that Zhou Bai had given her. With the manufacturing process of this watch, these goblins could never make it. He took the watch off his wrist and held it up in front of Gugu. Mr. Gugu, I wonder if you goblins can also manufacture this little machine that can calculate time? Faced with Anna's sudden thrust of the watch, Goblin instinctively leaned back. Then his eyes widened instantly, and he snatched the watch from his hand. He pulled a monocle from his pocket, put it over his left eye, and examined his watch closely. After a while, I put it to my ear again and listened quietly to the sound of the watch. Then he frantically searched for the place to open it, as anxious as a monkey. Seeing that he pulled out a small hammer from Wok No Shear and was about to smash the watch to see its internal workings, Anna was so frightened that she immediately snatched the watch back. Gugu reached out, but didn't grab the watch. Instead, she immediately said to Anna, Your Highness, if you give me this little machine, I can give you another box of this gold. Seeing Gugu's anxious look, she replied proudly, I'm sorry, this watch was a gift from someone, and I really like it. But it seems you goblins can't make it, because you don't even seem to know how to open it. Gugu's eyes were fixed on the watch that Anna had taken back to her wrist, her desire for it undisguised. It's not that the goblins haven't created rotating machines, but those were all enormous and complex machines. It's easy to make something big, but it's extremely difficult to make it small. Moreover, fitting them into such a small space and allowing them to rotate accurately is even more difficult than imagined. It's astonishing that someone could make a machine smaller than a gold coin, which shows just how tiny the internal components must be. How are such tiny devices manufactured? How did they plan and arrange it? How does it work? Gugu couldn't imagine what the inside of the watch looked like. He didn't even know how to open such a small case. His thirst for knowledge about unknown mechanical processes constantly fueled his desire to obtain such a watch for research. This is indeed a delicate little machine. What did you call it just now? Was it a watch? What a strange name. You mean it's used to tell time? Yes, this watch is used to tell time. Princess Anna explained her understanding of the watch to him. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. There are actually people in this world who can use machines to accurately calculate time. Gugu exclaimed in amazement. Is this something that the man from the East brought? If I'd like to buy one of these watches, could you help me contact him? Mr. Gugu, would you like to buy one too? That's incredibly easy. I happen to have the sales rights for this watch. You just need to place an order with me and pay a partial deposit, and then you can pick it up from me later, Princess Anna said. There aren't many samples of the white-banded watch available on Monday, so all orders need to be placed in advance. Then I wonder how much this watch costs. Gugu asked. 2 boxes of gold and a watch. A box of gold is worth about 50 gold coins, and 2 boxes of gold are worth exactly 100 gold coins. This is much more expensive than selling it to someone else. However, these goblins have plenty of gold, and given their usual arrogant and domineering attitude, who else would they target if not them? After thinking for a while, Gugu concluded that the price was indeed not expensive for such a beautifully crafted watch. Okay, I'll take 10 watches. When can I expect to receive them? It will probably take 2 or 3 months. You should know that this was brought from the distant eastern continent. Zhou Bai once said that it would take 2 months to travel back and forth, but it's always good to allow some time. If it only takes a few months, then that's not slow. Such a complex watch must have taken several years to manufacture. Normally, it takes them several months to forge special weapons for others, so waiting a few months for something this exquisite is no problem. Princess Anna was also delighted, having unintentionally made a big deal. After deducting the payment to Zhou Bai, the bulk of the money was still his own, which greatly helped alleviate his financial crisis. On the other side, having nothing to do today, Zhou Bai made a few otherworldly versions of Chinese food at home. Braised pork ribs, sweet and sour otherworldly fish, stir-fried otherworldly cabbage, and otherworldly beast bone soup. Eileen watched and assisted throughout the process. She never imagined that cooking could be done this way. Although the ingredients were all from another world, with the addition of the many seasonings he brought, each dish had its own unique flavor. Looking at these delicious dishes, Zhou Bai was very satisfied. There aren't many rules here. The rule of eating together as master and servant is a newly established rule in the household. On Monday, I poured a glass of red wine for Eileen, who was sitting opposite him. The wine was a gift from Joey. Although it wasn't as good as the wine at the princess's and the duke's places, it was still of decent quality. Looking at the incredibly transparent glass in front of her, Eileen was hesitant to touch it, afraid that if she broke it, she wouldn't be able to afford to pay for it even if she sold her own possessions. Here, have a taste of this glass of red wine. Zhou Bai noticed that Eileen was a little reserved, so he raised his glass to her, and Eileen followed suit in a similar manner. Although it might seem odd to pair Chinese food with red wine, it's my own home, so I can eat however I want. But in Eileen's eyes, this was so ceremonial. This was what true aristocratic life was all about. These dishes are all common cooking methods from my hometown. Try them and see if they suit your taste. Zhou Bai naturally used chopsticks to put the food into her bowl. Looking at the fork in her hand, Eileen thought to herself, so nobles eat with 2 stick-like utensils. Moreover, it looks more flexible and easier to use than a knife and fork. It seems I'll have to learn how to use these cutlery in the future. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Zhou Bai looked at her, who was standing there motionless, and asked her a question, somewhat puzzled. That shouldn't be happening. To cater to Eileen's taste, he made it a bit lighter. If he were eating alone, he would have cooked the ingredients into Sichuan cuisine, adding all sorts of chili peppers. On Monday, I picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. It was sweet and sour, and very delicious. I picked up another piece of green vegetable, which was crisp, tender, and refreshing. Braised pork ribs are golden red in color and have a savory, slightly sweet flavor. There's nothing wrong with them. Chapter 53. Irene returns to the village. No, it's nothing. I just thought the tableware you were using looked strange, Alice said apologetically. Joey Bai glanced at the chopsticks in his hand. You mean this? This is our local tableware, called chopsticks. It's indeed more convenient to use chopsticks when eating Chinese food, but it's not easy to learn at first. I'll teach you how to use it when I have time later. For today, you can use a knife and fork. Okay, Eileen nodded and started eating the food in her bowl. Delicious. The Chinese food was indeed delicious, finally allowing Alyssa to experience what true gourmet food is. For her, who had long been limited to eating only black bread and wild vegetables, this was a delicacy that even emperors could not enjoy. She deeply understood why Joey Bai had only eaten a tiny bit of what she made before and then stopped eating. Compared to this, her cooking skills were no different from gnawing on wood. Seeing that she was eating a little too fast, Joey Bai reminded her, "Eat slowly, be careful not to choke. There's so much food, there won't be enough for you." After realizing that her eating manners were not good, Eileen slowed down, feeling embarrassed. The meal lasted a full hour before it ended. Having been here for so long, he felt very satisfied to be able to have a decent Chinese meal. By the way, are there any magicians in Bika City? Joey Bai asked. He had heard from Gunna that some people in this world could use magic, and he had always been very curious about what kind of magic existed here. I've been here for so long, and I've never seen anyone use it. A magician? Eileen shook her head. I've only heard of them, but I've never seen one. However, I've heard that there is a great magician in the Imperial Palace, and his magic is said to be extremely powerful. Are they only in the Royal Palace? It seems that to find out what these magicians are like and how they use magic, we'll have to ask Princess Anna at the City Lord's mansion. After all, Princess Anna came from the Royal Palace, so she should know some things. For someone who has grown up in a technological age, the formation of magic is a source of great curiosity. After all, even the chubby little angel Gunna can fly, so he wouldn't be surprised if someone here could use magic. If you can learn a trick or two from this, you can use it for self-defense or show off when you return to Earth. However, for the Rabbit Kingdom, which has broken free from feudal superstition for more than half a century, if they suddenly showed off their magic skills, would they be captured and dissected? If these so-called magicians are actually just magicians who know some tricks and illusions, then we'll be disappointed. Sir, may I take these leftovers home? Eileen asked cautiously. Life at home wasn't great, and now that she's enjoying such delicious food, she hopes her family can also have a taste of these delicacies. Sure, Joey Bai didn't mind. He was happy that someone liked his cooking, so he smiled and said to Eileen, You haven't been home for 2 days. Why don't you go back and stay for the night? Thank you, sir, Eileen said gratefully. By the way, you can't just take some leftovers back with you, can you? That would be embarrassing for the master. Let me give you something as a gift for your family. After saying that, he got up and went to the kitchen to fill a bag with flour, and also took some refined salt, candy, chocolate, and other food that he had brought from Earth, along with 2 lighters and a bar of soap for her. This is not possible. Eileen looked at the large bag of things and said in a panic. Joey Bai had given her all of these things to eat and use, and she knew that each one was extremely valuable. That bag of refined salt alone is probably something she couldn't afford even if she worked here for a year. It's all right. It's just some daily necessities. I'll be going back in a few days, and I'll bring back more good things then. Following the master, you'll never be treated badly. Joey Bai shoved a large bag of things into her hands. Eileen blankly accepted the bag Joey Bai handed her, and was instantly moved. It's so wonderful to have met such a gentleman. Rewa village is only 3 kilometers away from Biksha City. It takes less than an hour to walk from the city to the village. 7-year-old Bila was picking at his familiar wild vegetables on the hillside when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. He dropped the vegetables and ran along the roadside. Sister, you're back. Little Bila ran excitedly toward Eileen while shouting. Irene was happy to see her little brother. She patted his head, then took a piece of chocolate out of her pocket, tore open the wrapper, and handed it to him. Have you been good lately? I brought you some delicious chocolate. It's really good. Try it. What is chocolate? Little Bila took the chocolate with a puzzled look. It was dark and something he had never seen before. I took a curious bite and was immediately captivated by the rich flavor of chocolate. For him, who had never eaten snacks before, this was a delicacy he had never tasted before, even better than dried meat. He couldn't bear to swallow it, but simply held it in his mouth, savoring the incredible taste. Just like Irene, when she first tasted chocolate, she never imagined that the world could have such a flavor. Is it delicious? Ilalin asked with a smile. Delicious. Little Bila only ate 2 bites before clutching the rest of the chocolate in her hand and saying in her childish voice, I'm going to save the rest for my sister and mom. You eat, I have more. Ilalin lovingly stroked her younger brother's head. The two then happily held hands and hurried home. Inside a small stone house. As soon as Alyssa entered the room, she saw her mother lying in the hospital bed. After putting down her things, she quickly went over and asked, Mom, are you feeling better? When Mom saw it was Ilalin, her tired face immediately lit up with a smile. The doctor has already seen her. There's nothing seriously wrong. She just needs a few days of rest. He then sat up, leaned against the wall, and took Ilalin's hand, asking, I heard you changed jobs? How's your boss? He didn't treat you badly, did he? Alice patted her mother's smiling hand and said, It's a job arranged by Boss Joey. I'm a servant to a noble gentleman from the East. That gentleman is very kind. He not only provides room and board, but also gave me a raise. Being a servant here is a very normal job, and there's nothing wrong with it. So when Eileen's mother heard that her daughter could get a job with room and board and a raise, she was very happy. Recently, the price of black bread in the city has not only increased, but it has also become increasingly difficult to buy, often selling out as soon as you arrive late. Free room and board means our daughter won't go hungry, and a raise means the family has another glimmer of hope. Chapter 54 Ilalin's family. There are nobles from the East in Bikku? That's really rare. I've never heard of such a thing before. By the way, what do those Easterners look like? Irene's mother asked curiously. Little Bila moved 2 stools over from the side, one for her sister and one for herself, and sat quietly listening to her sister and mother chat. There's no difference. They both have 2 eyes and 1 head. The only difference is that his hair is black, his eyes are black, and his skin is yellow. But our master is very remarkable. Even the Duke and the Princess invite him to be their guest. Princesses and dukes were figures of great importance, whom they had only heard of in ordinary times and never imagined that they would have any interaction with these high-ranking nobles. He also brought many things that I had never seen in the city before, such as solar panels that could light up on their own, transparent glass cups, cell phones that could sing and talk, etc., which were very magical. I recognized each word Alaline said, but I didn't understand what they meant when put together. What is a solar-powered light? A singing hand-shaped chicken? Is a hand-raised chicken a type of domesticated poultry? Although they couldn't understand it, it didn't stop the mother and son from appreciating the greatness of this old man. Just as the mother and daughter were chatting, the door suddenly opened, and an adult and a little girl walked in. Sister, you're back. A little girl saw Ilalin and ran towards her quickly. Little Lena. Ilalin hugged her younger sister tightly. Sigh, we couldn't buy any black bread again today. It was sold out as soon as we got to the store. Allison's father, Eterson, helplessly put down his hat. Is there no other food at home? The mother asked, lying in bed. We still have some black bread stored up, but it'll only last us 2 days. If we can't buy any more tomorrow, we might run out of food, Edson said helplessly. For some reason, the price of black bread in the city has not only increased, but it is also often unavailable. Hearing this, Eileen stood up and took out the things she had brought from Joey Bai. When I came back, my master gave me a lot of delicious food. After saying that, she opened the bag and took out the items one by one, saying, This is flour, enough for the family to eat for several days. And these are all Chinese dishes that the master made himself. They are leftovers from lunch, and they are all very delicious food. I packed them all up and brought them back. And this bag contains refined salt, which is very precious. Even Joey's family can't afford this kind of salt. This bag contains milk candy, a very delicious type of candy. This is chocolate, also a very delicious food. Here are 2 lighters, a very popular fire-starting tool right now. They were brought here by the master. They can sell for 10 silver coins each in the city. If we're short on money, We can sell one. This is a bar of soap, a special gift from my grandfather. It's for bathing. He says we should bathe frequently to avoid getting sick. After using it, my whole body smells nice and feels very comfortable. The family was stunned when they saw the huge pile of things that Aline took out of the bag. These are all the things your master asked you to bring back. Edson asked nervously, staring at the things on the table. These packaged meals look delicious. He had heard people in the city talking about lighters before, so this is what they look like. It is said that one lighter can be equivalent to several years of his income. Eileen gave a few milk candies to each of her younger siblings, and also gave one to her parents. Yes, the master is very good to me. He even taught me how to cook Chinese food. I also contributed to these dishes. The younger siblings were overjoyed to receive the candy and couldn't wait to unwrap it and start eating. The two little ones, who had never eaten candy before, were immediately captivated by the rich, milky aroma of the candy. You have to eat these candies sparingly, okay? You can only have one a day, you know? These candies are very precious. You can't buy them outside, even if you have money, Eileen reminded her. Alice's family usually eats only black bread and vegetable salad or vegetable soup for dinner, which is a normal meal for an ordinary family. This was in the relatively wealthy city of Bikshu. In other remote areas, they might not even have black bread and vegetables for every meal. But today is truly a holiday. Tonight's dinner is black bread and the leftovers that Alice brought back. Although it was leftovers, it contained fish, meat, and ribs, and went quite well with the black bread. Moreover, even a minor noble family probably wouldn't be able to afford such a sumptuous meal. The family enjoyed their meal immensely and were very happy. Zhou Yibai never imagined that the few things he casually gave away could bring such great joy and happiness to an ordinary family. Because he planned to return to Blue Star ahead of schedule, Zhou Yibai called Joey over and gave him a full 100 gold coins to help him buy some local specialties. It mainly consists of books and materials, along with high-end wines and other products. After all, there weren't many things here that could attract him, and only these few things were worth taking back with him. He also planned to go to the city lord's mansion to hire a group of guards. Such a long journey cannot be completed without guards. After all, one's own life is the most important thing. The next morning, he arrived at the city lord's mansion. Princess Anna also wanted to meet Zhou Yibai, so she received him in the conference hall. Your Highness, it's a pleasure to see you again. I brought you some local specialties from my hometown, some milk candy and chocolate, which are all very delicious snacks. Anna was interested in everything Zhou Yibai brought over, and she immediately took a piece of candy, peeled it, and put it in her mouth. Very good. Milk and sugar mixed together to make candy, and it tastes so delicious. I really don't know what you were thinking. This idea is just brilliant. Princess Anna praised. He then took out a piece of paper and handed it to Zhou Yibai. By the way, I was just looking for you. I have some orders in hand. Here is the required quantity. Take a look. Zhou Yibai took the paper and glanced at it. Wow, not bad. In just a few days, she has acquired more than 10 bottles of perfume and several bags. Especially the watches, there are more than 20 of them. This is a luxury item after all. You can't expect it to be ordered as many times as lighters. In this small town of only tens of thousands of people, receiving so many orders all at once was already beyond his expectations. Anna thought Zhou Yibai felt the number of orders was too small, so she quickly explained, because of the tight schedule, there are only this many orders for now. But don't worry, I have already invited some women from the noble circle to a gathering at the manor, and the number of orders will definitely increase in the future. Chapter 55 The Empire's Magician. Zhou Yibai didn't care. He trusted the princess's abilities. After stuffing the order into his bag, he said, It's all right, there's no rush. By the way, Your Highness, I came to see you today to say goodbye. I plan to return to my hometown tomorrow, and I hope the same guards who escorted me here last time will take me back. What do you think? After all, he had lived with these soldiers for more than 10 days, and they were relatively familiar with each other, which made him feel safer. In addition, Zhou Yibai had given them some modernly crafted weapons, which would definitely give them a greater advantage in combat power compared to others. Princess Anna was surprised to hear that Zhou Yibai was going back. It had only been a few days. She quickly asked, So soon? You've only been here a few days, and you're already going back? Are you not used to city life? No, Biku City is quite nice. It's just that the journey took too long, and I was worried that my family would worry. Moreover, the main purpose of this trip was to open up trade routes with the Empire. The mission has been completed, and we have also witnessed the prosperity of the Empire. But don't worry, I'll be back soon, and next time I'll bring more new products and trade with the Empire. This explanation made sense, and Anna didn't think too much about it, so she agreed. All right, I'll inform Sir Marlowe and the others, and they will definitely escort you back safely. Thank you very much, Your Highness. Your order will be delivered here in about 2 months. It takes about 10 days to travel from Carl Village and the Angel Tribe to here, and about 20 days round trip. But he can't stay here for too long. If he doesn't contact his family for a long time, they'll get suspicious. He'll have to come up with a better reason to go back this time before he can come back here again. Only 2 months? That's pretty fast. After all, no one had ever set foot on the Eastern continent for hundreds of years. Even the legendary adventurer Marco took 3 years to find it. Princess Anna thought for a moment and then said, "By the way, we received about 500 gold coins for this shipment. I have a request. If you don't need these gold coins urgently, could you deposit them here first?" This batch of gold coins can solve some of the problems she is currently facing, and this Easterner has already made enough money from the merchants in Biku City, so this amount of money should not be a problem for him. Zhou Bai certainly doesn't lack gold coins, and it's not safe to leave them at his new home in Biku City. Leaving them with the princess would indeed be a good choice. Of course there's no problem with that. But princess, are you short of money lately? Zhou Bai asked curiously. I heard that the entire city of Biku only pays a few hundred gold coins in taxes a year. After deducting all expenses, I wonder if there's anything left over at the end of the year. Yes. Princess Anna made no attempt to hide anything, stating directly, "The price of grain in the city has been rising rapidly recently. I want to use this money to purchase a batch of grain from another city to stabilize the price of grain in the city, at least until the new grain is available." When the topic of grain prices came up, Zhou Bai blushed with embarrassment. After all, Duke Theum had taken a large sum of money from him to buy grain, so the rise in grain prices was inextricably linked to him. Oh, I see. Zhou Bai said apologetically. If the princess needs any help at all, she can let me know, and I will do my best to help. Princess Anna's eyes lit up. Is this really possible? Then I wonder if you could help me solve the food problem. Zhou Bai thought to himself, I was just being polite. Did you really take it seriously? Food isn't a problem for us. It's just inconvenient to transport it here. By the time the new grain arrives here, it'll all be on the market, right? Zhou Bai asked. Anna thought about it and agreed. After all, transporting grain from the distant eastern continent was not as efficient as transporting it from other cities. She then said, now that you have found a trade route from the eastern continent to this place, why don't you find someone to build a trade route from your place to Biku City? This also facilitates trade between the two parties. Don't worry, I can help you gather the road construction workers. You just need to be responsible for their food. It's better to build roads for this Easterner than for the goblins. At least it's much better than that stingy goblin. Moreover, she felt that this food shortage might not be as simple as she had imagined. If the new grain harvest is completed but grain prices have not yet returned to normal levels, then the entire city of Biku may face a major crisis. For Zhou Bai, repairing the road is a good idea. If the roads on both sides are repaired, it will be much more convenient to drive here in the future. However, even if the road is built to Carl Village, the journey will still be at least 300 or 400 kilometers. For a small town with only tens of thousands of people, only a portion of the adults can be spared to do this. There are no modern machines available, so relying solely on manpower is no easy task. Zhou Bai thought for a moment and said, road repair is not a bad idea, but I'll go back and discuss it first. Such a long road is no small project. From exploration to planning, determining where to build bridges, where to dig tunnels, and where to straighten roads all require time and planning. I can go back and build a batch of new tools first, then you can send people over. If both sides work together, the process will be faster and the food supply will be easier to manage. Anna didn't have a better solution either, since building roads isn't something you can just do whenever you want. Moreover, this guy's trip will take at least 2 months, so it depends on whether I can hold out until then. Let's leave the road repair discussion here for now. By the way, Your Highness, are there any magicians in Biku City? Joey Bai suddenly asked. There are no magicians in Biku City. Magicians are only found in the royal palace. What do you want to see a magician for? No, I'm just curious. Are there many magicians in the empire? Not many. Probably no more than 10, and there's only one grand mage in the entire empire. Princess Anna then asked, are there many magicians in your country? It seems that apart from elves, it's very difficult for humans to become magicians. Joey Bai didn't know if the ancient Tang Empire in this other world had magicians, but Blue Star definitely didn't. Our country doesn't have any magicians, which is why I'm curious about what magicians in the empire are like. Anna assumed Joey Bai wanted to become a magician, so she added, if you want to find a magician, I can contact the empire's magician Layla. She's my good friend. Although her magic isn't great, she's still the youngest and most promising mage in the empire. Chapter 56, The Return Journey. Very well. I hope I can meet the empire's magicians next time I come to Bichu City. Joey Bai suddenly remembered something else and asked, by the way, I was reading a novel from your empire called The Gate of Doomsday Destruction, and I found something interesting described in it. It is said that 300 years ago, a time portal appeared on this continent, and a group of people from another world walked out of the time portal. These people from another world have killed countless people. Is this true or false? Does your palace have any records of this event? Well, novels are all made up, aren't they? How can you believe such outrageous things? Princess Anna looked at him with a smile. Well, maybe I'm overthinking it. I was very pleased to be received by you this time, and I hope that when I come to the princess's residence again, I can taste your fine wine once more. Joey Bai got up and bid farewell to Princess Anna. After Joey Bai left, Princess Anna muttered a few words. Why is this guy reading imperial novels? The existence of the time portal is recorded in the empire's historical records. However, because this matter was too ancient and too bizarre, and in order not to cause unnecessary panic, the empire has kept this historical record sealed away. But as a member of the royal family, she knew about this history. Her teachers had introduced it to her when she was in school. The empire's magicians are generally subject to royal constraints, for fear that they might create another portal to another world. This history remained unknown for a long time, but with so many people talking about it, it eventually spread through various art forms. After a while, the empire got tired of it and stopped caring. However, this is not something that can be easily explained to an outsider. Mr. Zhou, the books and wine you requested have been purchased. Joey pointed to the dozen or so carriages parked at the entrance and said, the books from all the bookstores in the city and the fine wines from the wine cellars are basically all here. Very good, well done, Joey Bai said with satisfaction. You can take the books back to study the history and culture of this place, and the high-end wines here are just as good as those on Earth. Even if you don't sell them, they would be a great gift. Master Zhou, Duke Theum is hosting a grand banquet tomorrow, inviting all the powerful and influential people in the city. Aren't you going to attend? After all, this banquet will be a showcase and promotion of your new products, Joey asked curiously. I deliberately chose to go back when they were holding a party. The city was so lively, with so many important people gathered together, that way no one would notice me, and it would be safer to go back then, Joey Bai explained. I see. Joey nodded thoughtfully. Joey, you've been doing a great job lately. While I'm back, remember to take care of Illine. Don't worry, you'll definitely get your share of the benefits later, Joey Bai said, patting Joey on the shoulder. Joey was the first human from another world he had ever met, and he had done a lot for him. When the time was right, it would be a small matter if he helped Joey get rich, but he would at least help Joey become a true nobleman here. It's my honor to be able to work for you, sir, Joey said gratefully. During the time he followed Joey Bai, he not only met important figures he had never met before, but he also earned more money than he could have earned in his entire life. All right then, you take the convoy outside the city and arrange for someone to watch over it. I'll just take it back to Carl Village tomorrow. Okay. The next morning, Sir Marlowe arrived with his soldiers, and Irene also rushed back from home. Take good care of the house. Master will be back soon, Joey Bai instructed Ililin. Yes, sir. Although the two hadn't spent much time together, Eileen still felt very reluctant to part with Joey Bai. This was the kindest gentleman she had ever met. Let's go. Zhou Yibai summoned Knight Marlowe, and the group set off from the city in a grand procession. Because they were carrying a lot of cargo, in addition to the 10 guards led by Marlowe for security on the return trip, 20 slaves provided by Joey were also responsible for driving the wagon. The entire convoy consisted of more than 30 people. By the way, Sir Marlowe, is there any safety issue with this journey? Such a large convoy might attract attention on the road. Don't worry, Master Zhou. I've traveled this road to Angel Village several times before, and I haven't had any problems yet, Marlowe assured him. Zhou Yibai felt relieved and went back to his car to rest. For some reason, he felt uneasy about going back this time. Perhaps it's because I've been away for too long, and I feel a bit apprehensive about returning home. It could be for some other reason. After the convoy traveled back for a few days, apart from getting stuck and breaking down once, there were no other problems. This put Zhou Yibai at ease. After passing through the last village of Biku and entering the forest, the convoy officially left the territory of Biku. What's wrong? Not long after entering the forest, Zhou Yibai saw that Marlowe had suddenly stopped the convoy, so he poked his head out and asked. Marlowe rode up on his horse and said, "There seem to be people ahead. For safety's sake, we'll stop and observe for now. I'll send someone to check the situation ahead later." "No need. I'll take a look with a drone." He then took out one of the drones he had brought and launched it into the air. Marlowe had already witnessed the amazing capabilities of drones. These little machines could observe the ground from the sky, making them both convenient and discreet. "Take a look. Are these the people?" Zhou Yibai handed his phone screen to Marlowe to look at. Marlowe looked at the footage captured by the drone. "There are 5 people in total, but these people are a bit strange," Marlowe said, pointing to the people on the screen. "Their clothes and appearance are obviously not those of ordinary civilians, but fortunately there are only a few of them. We just need to be careful when we go over." So Marlowe warned everyone to be careful and watch out for the people in front of them. The convoy then began to move forward slowly again. When they passed by those people, Zhou Yibai secretly peeked at them through the carriage window. These men were dressed differently from the people we usually see, and they all had fierce and menacing expressions, with their eyes constantly fixed on the convoy. In particular, one of the people was dressed in a black robe and hat, which covered his face so well that his face could not be seen at all, making him look very mysterious. Fortunately, the group didn't do anything when they passed by, which put Zhou Yibai and the others at ease. Although the enemy is not numerous, if they get serious, there will inevitably be some casualties. This is something Zhou Yibai didn't want to see. Chapter 57: The Army of Another Civilization. "Master Diaz, this caravan looks quite wealthy. Shall we give them a run for our money?" Not long after Zhou Yibai's convoy left, a man in black asked the man in the black robe and hat. "Forget it. Didn't you see how cautious those people were? They must be on guard. If a fight breaks out, we won't gain any advantage. Our mission isn't to rob people on the road. Let the others have their slice," said the magician named Diaz. Monday's convoy continued its journey. After walking for about 3 hours, they suddenly heard a rumbling sound ahead. The convoy then stopped again. Zhou Yibai frowned. The sound is familiar. It's clearly the roar of some kind of machine. For safety reasons, the drone was launched into the air again. Soon, the footage transmitted back by the drone showed a billowing cloud of smoke about 10 kilometers away from Zhou Yibai and his group. "Is there something ahead?" Marlowe asked, looking at the screen. Because the drone flew too high, and the smoke and dust on the ground and the forest obstructed the view, the video was not very clear. "My God, it's the army!" As a gust of wind blew away some of the smoke and dust, Zhou Yibai could clearly see what a modern military base looked like below. Neatly arranged military vehicles, military tents, and stacked supplies. Even huge anti-aircraft machine gun-like weapons were set up on several high points. There are also various large facilities, both military and industrial, built around a steep cliff. Marlowe, who was also watching the live footage transmitted back from the drone, was stunned. He had walked this road several times before. The last time he came back, there was nothing here. How come there are so many strange people and equipment here all of a sudden? Moreover, he had never seen these people's strange equipment before and didn't know what it was for. Could it be that the government discovered the time portal at the back door of my house? and then sent people here? Zhou Bai wondered. That's quite possible. After all, he hasn't been back for a while. What if his family gets anxious and calls the police because they can't find him? They might find out. If that's the case, then there's no problem. It's just that it will be unlikely that I can secretly make money by reselling supplies between the two sides. Zhou Bai zoomed in on the image and suddenly realized that the equipment and personnel's attire did not resemble those of the Chinese military. No, this is not an army from the Rabbit Kingdom, and it may not even be from Earth. This may be an army from another industrial civilization that has entered this world. Based on the footage, no advanced guided weapons such as radar vehicles or missile vehicles were found. Instead, it resembled the German Panther tank from World War II. And the soldiers' attire all black uniforms, plus the Type 56 steel helmets that resemble those worn by East German troops during the Cold War in movies doesn't look like military equipment from any country on Earth in the 21st century. Zhou Bai thought of the novel called The Gate of Doomsday Destruction. Could it be that people from that world have re-entered this other world? But that was hundreds of years ago, so how come the equipment level is still behind that? No, he had to go back immediately and report to the government. The vast gap between the Empire's army and the Industriology army from an unknown world cannot be bridged by a difference in weaponry alone. If left unchecked, the entire alien world will inevitably fall into the hands of this industrial civilization in a short time. This other world has very rich resources, both mineral and human, which are extremely important to the Rabbit Kingdom. As can be seen from the images, this army from an unknown world, a product of modern industrial civilization, is expanding at an astonishing rate. He hadn't noticed them when he passed by here a dozen days ago, but now they've built such a large control zone. Once they completely control this continent, the cost and consequences of trying to take it back will increase exponentially. Therefore, the best course of action at present is to report to the national authorities and, before they deploy their forces, completely contain them within a certain area. At the very least, we must guard the back gate of our home base and prevent these alien armies from crossing over here. As for your question about whether there is any possibility of peace talks between the two civilizations to share the resources of this alien world, Zhou Bai denies this. This is similar to the Dark Forest theory. For two civilizations of equal level that happen to be in a period of high demand for energy resources, they are like two brands of equal level vying for the same market. The one that gets in first will definitely do everything in its power to crush the other in order to establish its own absolute monopoly advantage. As for whether the two sides will launch nuclear missiles at each other right from the start, Zhou Bai has no idea this week. Bypass these troops immediately. We need to get to Angel Village as soon as possible. Zhou Bai recalled the drone and immediately gave the order. According to his estimate, it would take at least 4 or 5 days to get back to Angel Village from here at the usual speed. Put everything aside and hide it. I'll come back for it later when I have a chance. I need to get back as soon as possible. Without these things, the speed can be at least twice as fast. So, at Zhou Bai's instruction, everyone hid the items on both sides of the road. Oh no, Master Zhou, someone is heading this way. Knight Marlowe suddenly warned. Zhou Bai also heard a sound like an engine, so he quickly told everyone to drop everything in the car and run to the bushes on both sides. These people clearly have ill intentions, and once they catch you, the consequences are unpredictable. Under the escort of Ma Luo and others, Zhou Bai desperately ventured deeper into the forest. A few minutes later, a convoy of vehicles resembling motorcycles stopped at the spot where Zhou Bai and the others had just been staying. An officer, carrying a rifle resembling a German G-43 from World War II, looked at the mess on the ground and sneered. These ancient people from another world are certainly fast. He then turned to a soldier beside him and said, "Have the artillery bombard both sides of the forest, so these ancient people know what divine thunder is." Yes. Shortly afterward, a series of huge explosions rang out throughout the forest, startling many birds and beasts. Damn it, Zhou Bai cursed under his breath. Just now, a shell hit about 30 meters behind him. The huge sound frightened the guards escorting him so much that they lay on the ground, trembling. Chapter 58 Encountering Danger. This is divine lightning. A guard beside him exclaimed in terror. What divine thunder? It's just a weapon. Those otherworldly soldiers just released it, Zhou Bai explained. The most important thing now is to stabilize morale, and all these superstitious and mystical things are the most likely to disrupt morale. As expected, after Zhou Bai's explanation, the people around him calmed down considerably. Bang! Another loud crash landed behind them, sending up a cloud of rocks, mud, and tree branches that rained down on them. Some people in the team couldn't take the pressure anymore, and one of them screamed and ran away. Fortunately, Marlowe and the others escorted him from behind, which moved him deeply. He hadn't expected these people to be so reliable in a dangerous situation. Just as the group was desperately running out of the bombing zone, a dozen or so giant beasts, each the size of a rhinoceros, suddenly emerged from the bushes and charged into their midst, instantly scattering them. These behemoths were clearly terrified by the cannon fire, and they ran forward recklessly, even bumping into several people behind them. Watch out! Before Marlowe could warn him, a giant beast rammed into Zhou Bai. As soon as Zhou Bai turned around, the giant beast's head came crashing down on him. In his panic, Zhou Bai grabbed the horn on the beast's head and was pulled along as they ran. Because Zhou Bai's body blocked its view, the giant beast rampaged wildly. Damn it, Zhou Bai cursed. Not only were they bombarded with cannons, but now they've been head-butt by a giant beast. He dared not let go for a second. If this guy stepped on him, he would be crippled if not killed. He clung tightly to the creature's horn, not daring to open his eyes, and could only let it drag him along aimlessly. Suddenly, he felt himself falling. He opened his eyes and saw that he and the giant beast had fallen into a pool of water. He quickly let go, but was slammed hard by the giant beast's head, instantly hitting the bottom of the lake and losing consciousness. On the other side, "Sir, we found these books and red wine in the bushes," a soldier said to Thomas, the officer who had just given the order, holding up the found books and wine. Thomas flipped through the books he had bought the following Monday, but couldn't understand a single word, so he said dismissively, "What's so interesting about this native literature?" He then tossed it aside, picked up the bottle of red wine, opened the cap, smelled it, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This wine is quite fragrant and mellow." Not caring if it was poisoned, he took a sip straight to his lips and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly fine wine." Just as he was about to take another sip, a soldier ran over, saluted, and reported, "Sir, General Kate wants you to go to headquarters." Thomas put down the wine glass and then instructed his men, "Find out if there's any more of this wine, and bring it all to the camp and to my lounge." They then got on a motorcycle and returned to the camp. If Zhou Bai knew that the fine wine he painstakingly brought back had been intercepted by a group of otherworldly people, he would definitely be furious. "This was found in a village of birdmen," Kate said, pointing to the items on the ground. She was wearing a military cap and a crisp military uniform. Thomas picked up one of the items, examined it closely, and asked, "Are you sure this isn't something our soldiers brought over?" The things they looted from Angel Village were all given to the Angels of Carl Village by Monday, including lighters, flashlights, solar panels, glasses, and various metal tools. This is clearly a product of modern industry. General Kate shook her head. "No, they can't and don't need to lie. But according to our investigation, this alien planet is clearly still at a medieval feudal level. How could they possibly create such advanced products?" Thomas asked, holding a flashlight. "According to the confession of one of the birdmen we captured, these things were brought over by a merchant from some eastern continent," Matt said with a serious expression. "The eastern continent? Could it be that some countries on this planet have already entered the industrial civilization stage? If so, wouldn't they have already dominated this planet?" Thomas asked doubtfully. "So now we need to figure out what this country on the eastern continent is all about. If this planet has the same level of civilization as our planet, it could pose a great obstacle to our future efforts to conquer this planet. Now I order you to repair the airport runway of the time-space gate as soon as possible. After our reconnaissance planes arrive, conduct a secret investigation of this so-called Eastern Continent country and obtain the results as quickly as possible." "Understood," Thomas replied with a salute. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Bai finally woke up. He then found himself on a riverbank, with one foot still lying in the icy water. What a miraculous escape from death. Joey Bai rubbed his dazed head. Hey, you fair-skinned, tender two-legged creature, you're finally awake. While he was still in a daze, Joey Bai was startled by the sudden sound. He turned around and saw a woman-like creature leaning against the riverbank. Yes, look at her long, wet hair. Only her upper body is lying on the shore, making her look like someone who has just struggled to come ashore after drowning. The woman struck a leisurely pose, resting her chin on one hand as she looked at me. Who are you? What are you doing here? And why aren't you dressed? Joey Bai asked 3 questions in a row. It would be strange for anyone to find a naked woman lying on the riverbank in such a place. Upon hearing Joey Bai's words, the woman smiled. Immediately, Joey Bai's heart stopped, and he instinctively rolled backward. He saw clearly the part of the woman's back that was sticking out of the river. It wasn't a human leg, but a pale green fishtail that was swinging freely. The woman brandished her tail as if showing off, then plunged it back down, sending up sprays of water. Are you a mermaid? Joey Bai asked in horror. She's like a mermaid from a movie, with a human upper body and a fish tail. Although he had heard that there were sea people in this world, weren't they supposed to live in the ocean? Are there freshwater fish people as well? Why are you so scared? I'm the one who saved you. Otherwise you would have been fish food by now. The mermaid, seeing Joey Bai's frightened expression, spoke slowly. Ah, you saved me. Thank you. Joey Bai swallowed hard and looked at the mermaid opposite him. I never imagined I was saved by a mermaid. Nobody would believe it. Are you a member of the sea people? Joey Bai asked, calming himself down. Chapter 59 Mermaid. I am one of the sea people, but I prefer the name you just used to call me, mermaid. Yes, that's it. That's a nice name. You can call me mermaid from now on. The mermaid kept talking incessantly. It seems that this mermaid, besides having a somewhat creepy and strange-looking tail, is also quite talkative. Are you all alone here? Or rather, a mermaid? Joey Bai asked. Please call me mermaid. Thank you. After correcting her, the mermaid said, I came here to have fun, and I happened to see you drowning, so I rescued you. Poor two-legged creature, you almost died. Joey Bai wiped the water off his nose and said apologetically, My name is Joey Bai. Thank you for saving me. Don't you have a name? It's not good to keep calling you mermaid. After all, it's not a name. Joey Bai looked at the mermaid in front of him, at her figure, her curves, and the artistic beauty of the scene. If this scene were filmed and uploaded to Douyin, TikTok, it would definitely trend on social media. However, his gaze could only drift to her tail, trying his best to avoid looking at her bare upper body. Oh right, where's my phone? Joey Bai suddenly remembered that his phone contained a lot of valuable data, so he quickly reached into his pocket to check if his phone was still there. We can't lose this. It contains video footage of those otherworldly armies taken by drones. People used to call me Yaya. Isn't mermaid my name? I think it's a pretty name, the mermaid said to Lala. By the way, have you seen my phone? It's a small, square thing, about this big, Joey Bai asked, gesturing. Is this it? What's it for? Yaya pulled something out of nowhere and tossed it to Joey Bai. I found it where you fell. It's pretty, so I picked it up for you. Joey Bai took it and saw that it was indeed his Huawei phone. However, he dares not turn it on now. Although the phone has good waterproof performance, it has been submerged in water for so long. If he turns it on now, it will burn out, which would be a problem. Thank you. Yaya, you've really helped me a lot, Joey Bai said gratefully. By the way, do you know where Carl Village in the Angel Tribe is? I know, you can find it by walking upstream along this river. It would take me most of the day to swim up, and it would take you at least 2 days to walk, Yaya said. Can you take me there? Joey Bai asked hurriedly. He is extremely anxious now. The world has suddenly been invaded by another army with modern technological civilization, which has caught him off guard. All he wanted to do was run home immediately, report to his superiors, and tell them to be prepared, at least to prevent this army from invading Earth. Sure, but can you listen to me sing? My companions don't like listening to me sing, but I just love to sing. I just learned a song from a bard, it's really nice. Do you want to learn it? I can teach you. Miss Mermaid continued her rambling. Joey Bai was a little confused when he heard this, and quickly said, Let's learn it next time. Can you take me there first? I have something urgent to do. Yaya jumped into the water, her head popping out. Okay, come with me then. But remember to look for me when you come back, okay? I'll teach you to sing. Okay, Joey Bai agreed. He didn't understand why this mermaid was so determined to teach people to sing. All he wants now is to get back to his hometown as soon as possible and report the situation here. Miss Mermaid swam ahead, with Joey Bai following on the riverbank. Yiya looked carefree, sometimes diving down and sometimes leaping out of the water like a dolphin. I'm afraid that in the future, whether it's the Rabbit Kingdom or that other world army nation, they will come in, develop industries here, and pollute the water sources. By then, she might not be so happy. Human beings are incredibly destructive, especially those who have entered the industrial age. La 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 la. Yiya suddenly started humming a song while she was in the river. You know what? Her slightly hoarse female voice, when she sang in the slowly flowing river, was quite captivating. Joey Bai was so moved by her singing that he couldn't help but hum along to Jay Chou's Rice Fragrance. I still remember you saying that home is the only castle, and as we run along the rice paddy river, I smile slightly. I know the dream I had as a child. When Yiya heard Joey Bai singing in the river, she was stunned for a moment, somewhat surprised, and asked with a little bit of delight, "You can sing too?" Joey Bai smiled slightly at her. "I know a little. Before I came here, I heard that Fatty Joe was going to release a new song. I wonder if I'll be able to hear his new song when I go back, since he's already delayed many times." Yiya was overjoyed to hear that Joey Bai could sing. She turned around and plunged into the water again. Her fish tail had just disappeared into the water when it popped up again from the other side. With a sudden, forceful flick, a fish arced through the air and landed towards Joey Bai. "I'm treating you to food. Do you know any other songs? Teach me the ones you know too." Joey Bai stared blankly at the fish on the ground for a while. He was indeed a little hungry, but he didn't have any tools to start a fire. He couldn't very well eat raw fish. Joey Bai picked up the fish and washed it. He had watched Bear Grylls and Ed Stafford's videos, but he didn't know if he could bring himself to eat it. "When I get back, I'll give you a singing machine, just like the one you picked up for me. You can learn by following its instructions," Joey Bai said while washing the fish. "Is that square thing of yours a singing machine? Then play it for me," Yiya said as she swam over. "It's waterlogged now. It's broken, and we can't use it anymore. We need to take it back and fix it before we can use it," Joey Bai explained. Yiya looked at Joey Bai with some disappointment, then asked, "So, sending you to the little angel will fix it, right?" "Yes, that's why I'm in such a hurry to go back there." Yiya had never seen a singing machine before, and she was both excited and expectant. When she looked at Joey Bai, she saw him holding a fish and not knowing how to eat it. She assumed he didn't know how to eat fish, so she grabbed another one and swam to the shore. She easily sliced open the fish's belly with her fingernail, scooped up a piece of fresh fish meat, and put it in her mouth, glancing triumphantly at Joey Bai. It was only after Joey Bai saw it that he suddenly realized just how sharp her nails were. "I can't even imagine the consequences if she scratches me." Chapter 60 Going Home. Joey Bai ultimately resisted the urge to eat the live fish. Fortunately, there were many wild fruits not far from the riverbank. He had seen these wild fruits in the little angel Gunnis little cloth bag before, so he ate them without worry. "Do you want some?" Joey Bai carried a handful of wild fruit to the shore. "Sure," Yiya said happily. She rarely has the opportunity to eat wild fruits. So sour. After just one bite, Yiya's face turned into a meme from the sourness. Joey Bai didn't mind. The fruit was a bit sour, but it was filling and thirst-quenching, which was better than the fishy smell of eating live fish. "Oh, right, I've got an idea." Yiya saw a plank floating downstream and said, "Find a rope and tie it to the plank. You lie on it, and I can swim with you to the little angel's village quickly." Joey Bai paused for a moment, then realized that this was indeed a good idea. But is this really a good idea? Although he can swim, if he capsizes and falls into the river, who knows what kind of monsters like piranhas might be in there? Is this safe? What if we fall in? Are there any monsters in the river? Joey Bai asked worriedly. "Don't worry, I'm here." Yiya showed off her long, slender nails as if to say something impressive. "That's true. Even a crocodile wouldn't be able to withstand a few scratches from her sharp claws." "All right then, I'll go find some straw rope," he said, turning around to look for materials that could be used as rope. Before long, a strange group sped along the river. Joey Bai lay on the wooden plank, splashed with water, and could only half open his eyes to see where he was going. That speed is comparable to a yacht. If only we had a skateboard, it would be so exciting to take Yiya surfing. After an unknown amount of time, Yiya finally stopped and said to Joey Bai, "We've arrived at the village of the little angels. It will take about an hour to reach their village if you walk uphill from here." Hearing that they had arrived at Angel Village, Joey Bai finally felt relieved. He quickly jumped off the plank and swam to the shore. "Thank you, Yiya. I'll come find you soon," Joey Bai said gratefully. The little mermaid not only saved him, but also swam with him for so long. "I'll come here often. Just call my name when you come." Yiya waved to him and said, "Okay, I should be back in a few days." Before leaving, Joey Bai added, "By the way, you need to be careful lately. A group of people dressed in strange clothes have arrived here. They have very scary weapons. If you see them, remember to stay away and never talk to strangers. If those soldiers from another planet saw her, they'd definitely capture this mermaid for research." "Okay, I'll be careful." After saying goodbye to Yiya, Joey Bai hurriedly headed towards Carl Village. Sure enough, after walking for a short while, we saw some familiar scenes. "What's going on?" Joey Bai frowned. "I couldn't see a single angel when I passed by the orchard, and many of the fruit trees had been destroyed. This time of year is usually when the angels are busy in the orchard. The closer we got to the village, the more uneasy we felt. There were many signs of burning along the way." Oops. When Joey Bai entered the village, he found that a large part of the village had been destroyed, and almost all the wooden houses in the trees had been destroyed. His own log cabin was also demolished, leaving only the foundation. Not a single angel was seen in the village. "This must be the work of those bastards," Joey Bai said indignantly, picking up a spent cartridge from the ground. "I didn't expect those otherworldly armies to be so fast. They've already gotten their hands on this place." "No, the space-time portal on Earth is only about 20 kilometers away. We need to get back as soon as possible." So he quickened his pace and hurried home. Just as he approached the cave of the portal, he suddenly noticed signs of human activity at the entrance and cautiously moved closer. "Brother Zhou, you're back." Gunna suddenly flew out of the cave and cried as she rushed into Joey Bai's arms. After Gunna came out, Gory, village chief Carl, and more than a dozen other little angels also flew out of the cave. After comforting Gunna, Joey Bai asked village chief Carl, "Village chief, what are you doing here?" Village chief Carl said sadly, "Gunna brought us here." Suddenly a group of fierce-looking guys came to the village. As soon as they entered the village, they started to capture us villagers. There are only a dozen or so of us left in the whole village. Most of them were captured by them. Gunna said this cave leads to your house, so we've decided to take refuge here temporarily. I don't know why, but when you brought me here last time, there was a door here, but when we came in, we couldn't see it anymore, Gunna said, her voice trembling with tears. "Really?" Joey Bai asked, somewhat puzzled. "Could it be that the portal connecting us to our old home has been closed? I'll go take a look." Joey Bai put down Guana and went into the cave. The cave was only a dozen meters long, and it was filled with all sorts of supplies that the little angels had brought with them when they fled. "My phone is broken. Do you have any phones or flashlights?" Joey Bai asked. "It was too dark inside the cave. I couldn't see anything. My phone still has a little bit of battery left, but because those people stole the solar panels, none of our phones can be charged," Guoli said, picking up her phone. Joey Bai turned on his flashlight and entered the cave by its light. Suddenly, he noticed that the portal at the end of the cave was lit up. "Huh, there it is at the door," Gunna exclaimed in surprise. Joey Bai also found this phenomenon amazing. "Could this be my cheat code? Is this time portal only openable by me?" Just as he was about to step inside, Joey Bai suddenly remembered something and said to the angels following behind him, "Things are a bit complicated. I don't know what's going on either, but you should rest in the cave for a while. I'll go back first. Don't worry, I'll help you solve the problem soon." Joey Bai considered that having so many angels suddenly in the house would definitely be a lot of trouble. Even disregarding things like epidemic prevention, it would be terrifying if someone discovered and exposed you. Of course, most of the money he earns now comes from the angels, so helping them is definitely on his mind. He plans to report this to the relevant departments when he gets back, and they may have a better solution. "By the way, Brother Zhou, our phones are all dead," Could you help us charge them? Guana asked from behind. Can. Zhou Bai picked up the phone that Guana handed him. Under the watchful eyes of the angels, Zhou Bai turned and entered the portal to his home. Chapter 61 Door-to-Door Visit. Inside a secret underground base. Old Wang, don't worry. Look, this is a super portable power bank that we developed using the stones that kid brought back. Wang Guohua stared at the mobile phone-sized power bank on the table and asked, Power bank? How long can such a small battery supply power? Li Dallo proudly said, This power bank has about 200,000 milliamp hours, which is more than enough to charge your phone for 1 or 2 months. Wang Guohua asked in surprise, 200,000 ma? Old Li, you're not mistaken, are you? A 200,000 milliamp hours power bank must be at least the size of a server. That's why it's called a superpower source. The stone that kid brought back has a special energy structure that can efficiently store electricity. However, this is currently only a prototype and can only be produced in the laboratory because the materials are too scarce. Therefore, only a few have been developed for experimental purposes. Wang Guohua examined the power bank closely and said, Old Li, you know, such a small thing stores so much energy. If it's used improperly and explodes, that would be terrible. Li Dallo explained, You can rest assured about this. They tested it before they developed it. This battery won't explode no matter if you smash it or grill it. Of course, only a portion of the experiments have been conducted so far. To obtain more data, they need to conduct more experiments, so you want me to approve more experimental materials for you? Wang Guohua put the power supply back on the table and said, Old Li, I would like to give you more, but there are only so many materials available right now, and there are too many units vying for them. I can't show favoritism. Li Dallo chuckled. I heard that kid has a lot of materials at home. Why don't you take them all out? Wang Guohua shook his head. The higher-ups said that before that kid comes back, we should try not to touch anything in his house. Besides, we're not thieves. Taking someone else's things without their permission would look bad if word got out. Li Dallo glanced at him. Do you believe that when I say that? Wang Guohua crossed his arms and said softly, Whether I believe it or not is not important. What is important is that I really can't touch his things right now. You don't know that several groups of people have come to me about this, all of them eyeing his things. The main concern above is that if Zhou Bai discovers that his belongings are missing, he might assume that his secret has been discovered by the government, and then, fearing that he might be dissected and researched, he might suddenly disappear again. This would make it much more difficult to find him again later. So their plan was to leave his belongings untouched for the time being, keep him calm when he returned, and then discuss and make a decision after the investigation was completed. By the way, aren't you guys in a bit too much of a hurry? Goodness, it's only been a few days, and you've already produced samples, Wang Guohua asked after taking a sip of tea. Li Dallo sighed and said, Well, there's nothing we can do even if we're not in a hurry. You know how much manpower and resources the country has mobilized for this matter, which has affected many of the originally planned tasks. This has also caused various misunderstandings and conflicts among many people who are not familiar with it. And because of the issue of confidentiality, the source of these things cannot be known to everyone. Experts from various fields at the Chinese Academy of Sciences have put aside other projects to prioritize the development and integration of new technologies discovered from these materials. They are still facing many technical challenges, but fortunately, after this period of hard work, they have achieved some success. As you know, our country is currently facing an energy crisis. A large amount of oil is imported, and last year, insufficient coal supply caused varying degrees of power outages in many places. If we can achieve mass production of this type of battery, we can use it for energy storage and release in new energy sources, such as wind power and solar power plants. Then this unstable electricity can be connected to the grid, achieving even power distribution during peak and off-peak hours, turning what was originally waste electricity into truly clean energy. Furthermore, the country is actively promoting new energy vehicle projects. If these technologies are applied to these new energy vehicles, then things like Tesla wouldn't even be worthy of carrying our shoes. Wang Guohua nodded. I understand your difficulties and your urgent feelings. Don't worry, as soon as that kid comes back, I will give priority to approving the materials in his family for your research. So you haven't found a single clue about this kid who's been missing for so long? Wang Guohua said with a wry smile. It's really damn strange. We've searched the whole country, from top to bottom, and we've even used our agents who were planted abroad, but we still haven't found a single clue. While the two were discussing, Li, who was on duty, suddenly rushed in. Ignoring Li Dalu from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he gave Wang Guohua a crisp salute and said, "Reporting, sir. The target has appeared." Upon hearing this, the two of them stood up at the same time. Wang Guohua stepped forward and asked sternly, "Is the information accurate?" "Accurate. This is a message sent back through the battlefield information system. The target is in his old house. It has been identified by the miniature detection device placed in his house and the location of his mobile phone." As he spoke, he handed over a tablet computer. Wang Guojun took the tablet computer. A small red dot representing the target was flashing continuously, and Zhou Yibai's live video was also displayed next to it. The target entered the house through the back door, and there is video footage of him entering the house. Strangely, the video recording equipment we installed at the back door of his house didn't capture any image of him. It was as if he suddenly entered the house through the back door. Li explained, "The relevant video footage has been sent to the command center, and we are awaiting the analysis results." Wang Guohua said sternly, "Implement Plan B. Also, send Comrade Li Shan to scout out the situation first. The rest of you, stand by." "Yes." After receiving the order, Li turned and walked out. "Finally found you, kid." Wang Guohua finally smiled. When Zhou Yibai pushed open the door, he found that his parents were not home, and there was nothing unusual about the house. The first thing he did when he got home was to boil water and cook instant noodles, and he made 2 bowls at once. He hadn't eaten anything for days, and he was starving. Knock knock. Zhou Yibai had just finished cooking his instant noodles and was about to eat them when he suddenly heard someone knocking on his door. "Who is this? Why is someone showing up at my door as soon as I get home?" Zhou Yibai curiously carried the bowl downstairs and opened the door. "It's you? The one who bought the fruit wine last time? What's up?" Zhou Yibai asked Li Shan, who was knocking on the door. Chapter 62 Confession. "Are you Zhou Yibai?" Li Shan looked at the young man holding a bowl of instant noodles in front of her and asked. Although I have seen his photos and videos countless times and am very familiar with his appearance. However, she was still somewhat surprised when she saw him in person again. I never expected that such a young man could attract so much attention from the country. She activated the secret recording device on her chest, and Zhou Yibai's live video was instantly transmitted to command centers in various locations. Everyone gathered around the screen. Jumpduff had indeed returned, and appeared in his own home without any warning. Now they desperately need to get what they want to know from Zhou Yibai. "Yes, what's up? Are you here to buy fruit wine again?" Zhou Yibai asked after taking a bite of instant noodles. He had already guessed something. The beautiful woman in front of me is a police officer. She couldn't possibly be so bored as to drive all that way just to buy fruit wine from me, could she? And what a coincidence that he knew he was in the house as soon as he got back. "Oh, right. Do you still have any fruit wine at home? I need to buy some." Li Shan didn't know what to say for a moment, so she subconsciously picked up where he left off. After taking a sip of noodle soup, Zhou Yibai pointed to the distant sky behind Li Shan and said, "Hey, stop pretending. Do you know something? Look, you've even sent drones over." Then he pointed to the things he had brought back in the house before. "That's right. I brought all these things back from another world. Call it a parallel world or time travel. I just went to another world." He was thinking about how to contact the people above him. Since they had come to him personally, it saved him a lot of trouble. Before Li Shan could react, Zhou Yibai continued. "Do you need to send someone over to check?" "Actually, I'm quite worried too. After staying there for so long and eating so much otherworldly stuff, it's uncertain whether you've been infected with parasites or viruses." Sorry, you're so close to me. You'll probably be quarantined too." The people behind the screen were all stunned when Zhou Yibai revealed his secret. Although they had suspected this possibility before, the idea was so absurd that no one dared to believe it. When Zhou Yibai personally admitted it, many people were devastated. All of humanity's knowledge systems and their understanding of the original world collapsed and were overturned at this moment. Humanity's understanding of Earth is already quite superficial. We still don't understand what's deep in the ocean, deep in the Earth's crust, or deep within icebergs, and suddenly a whole new world has appeared before us. How can this not be shocking? Are you telling the truth? Li Shan was so shocked that she was speechless. Of course, the back door of my house is a portal to another world. You should have been to my house before, right? If you didn't notice, then I'm probably the only one who can open this door. Oh, right. There's a group of little angels seeking refuge behind the door. Because I know you have many things to consider, I didn't let them in. Should I open the door and invite them in? Angel. Li Shan was shocked once again. Wang Guohua, behind the screen, realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately gave the following order. Immediately arrange for the army to seal off the village. All relevant departments should prepare contingency plans. Also, arrange for helicopters. I want to go there personally. A passage to another planet would be of immense value to the entire world. If we could acquire the resources of a new world, it would be extremely strategic for the entire rabbit kingdom. The rabbit race will be able to revive and become the center of civilization in the world. Everyone knows what this means. If we can open up this new world, those countries that rely on their resources to block iron, ore, oil, natural gas, and food exports, and take the opportunity to raise prices will all go to hell. Yes, it's right behind the door. When your people come over, remember to bring a cart of fruit. These angels have probably been waiting here for days and are starving, Zhou Bai added. What's going on? Li Shan still couldn't believe it. How could this be related to angels? It's a complicated matter. By the way, my phone got wet, and I haven't turned it on because I was afraid it would malfunction. There's a lot of data on it. You should take it to get it repaired. Zhou Bai took out his phone and handed it to Li Shan. Li Shan took the phone blankly. As the two were talking, several military vehicles stopped in front of his house, and a group of staff carrying a lot of equipment and full protective gear got out. A middle-aged man carrying a box walked over and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Li Qixing, and I am the leader of this operation team. The room needs to be tested and disinfected temporarily, and you two need to stay here for 48 hours. Then another doctor, dressed in white and looking energetic, came over, took out a syringe, and said kindly, Child, may I have a little blood drawn? It's okay, go ahead and draw blood. Just don't treat me like a guinea pig. Zhou Bai rolled up his sleeves and let Da Bai draw blood. This is Zhou Bai's phone. It contains a lot of important data. Please take it to your superiors for repair. Li Shan handed the phone to Li Qixing. After receiving the phone, Li Qixing handed it to the staff behind him. After the blood was drawn, Zhou Bai had some hair cut, was made to spit some saliva, and was even asked if he needed to defecate, as they wanted to take some urine and stool samples. Zhou Bai could only explain that he had been starving for several days over there, and that he would give them to them when he had time. As more and more cars parked outside, experts from various fields also came here. Xiao Zhou, let's go sit in your living room for a while, Li Qixing said. So the group went up to the living room on the second floor. After Li Qixing opened the box and set up the equipment, he said, Xiao Zhou, thank you for your help. Please tell us in detail everything you just mentioned, every single detail, everything. After taking a sip of water on Monday, Bai leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes slightly, seemingly lost in thought or reminiscing. Finally, he spoke. About 3 months ago. Chapter 63 Preparation. The underground command post was now packed with experts. They are the best experts in physics, astronomy, geography, biology, mineralogy, botany, history, quantum mechanics, and other fields in the Rabbit Kingdom. Now they wish they could go to Zhou Bai's house in person and hear every word he said more clearly. They are the most valuable asset of the Rabbit Kingdom, but because there are too many of them and the matter is too complicated, it is impossible to arrange for them to be on-site in person. They can only watch in real time through the screen. After hearing the key information presented by Zhou Bai, each expert would immediately communicate via walkie-talkie with a group of assistants in another room at the base, instructing them to record or search for relevant information. An angel with a lifespan of over 1,000 years who can fly? And right behind the door, magicians and elves who can use magic? What are the principles behind their magic? What? There's a country on that planet's eastern side with a history similar to our Rabbit Kingdom? Every word Zhou Bai uttered caused a stir among these experts. Some people couldn't sit still and paced back and forth, while others were so excited that their faces turned red. When Zhou Bai finished speaking, several military experts immediately stood up, utterly shocked. What? Another army of equal civilization is invading this alien planet. He then immediately ordered the guards around him, repair Zhou Bai's phone immediately, retrieve the data inside, and convene a joint meeting immediately. All generals at the ministerial level and above must attend. Li Shan was stunned as she listened from the side. She never expected that this kid had so many thrilling stories in the other world. Because of the epidemic prevention requirements, she is now in quarantine and can only stay in the house for the time being. Zhou Bai was repeatedly asked detailed questions until he was getting a little annoyed. Li Qixing, who was in charge of the interrogation, finally said, "All right then, you should take a good rest first. As for the questions you asked about the little angels, we will come up with a solution soon." Zhou Bai yawned and said with a wry smile, "I hope you can hurry up. After all, most of the things I brought were given to me by the little angels. Furthermore, those armies are only in the initial stages of expansion. Once they conquer this other world, the price you'll have to pay to enter will be even greater." Zhou Bai still has a lot of affection for the little angels. After all, they have spent so much time together. If the country can intervene, it will be much easier to rescue the captured little angels. Li Qixing nodded. "Understood. We will get results as soon as possible. You should get some sleep." The higher-ups said they have arranged for a truckload of fruit to be sent here. By the way, you said they were just eating fruit, right? Fruit is their staple food, and they also eat other vegetables, corn, potatoes, etc. They just don't eat meat. They are quite easy to feed. Clear. Zhou Bai was feeling very tired and hadn't been sleeping well for the past few days, so he went back to his room to rest and left the rest to them. "Comrade Li Shan, you have been given a new mission. You are now required to protect Zhou Bai's safety here 24 hours a day and ensure that nothing happens to him. Do you understand?" "Roger that." Li Shan gave a military salute. After health department experts took samples and disinfected Zhou Bai's home, they began to evacuate the house. Then a group of space physics experts came in. "Is there really another world behind this door?" "There is nothing unusual about the back door now, but when Zhou Bai gets close to it, there will be subtle spatial fluctuations. We don't know the underlying mechanism yet. We can only wait for the Ministry of Health to investigate whether it's a human error," an expert said. "They have set up a lot of testing equipment here to see if they can figure out the principle behind how Zhou Bai opened the space gate." At the same time, all the land and houses in Zhoubai village began to be requisitioned by the state. Every villager will be moved to the town or city, and each family will be allocated a house and compensated 1 million yuan per person. Large numbers of engineering teams and military personnel are also being ordered to this area. A temporary emergency response office has been set up not far from Zhou Bai's hometown. This is data downloaded from Zhou Bai's phone. It contains footage he took with a drone of the army that invaded the other world. An operator in military uniform projected the image onto the canvas and continued his analysis. Based on the footage, there are approximately 20 vehicles that resemble tanks or armored vehicles. Because of the heavy smoke and dust, coupled with the limited clarity of the drone footage, the video was not very clear. However, the models in the video were clearly not any known models on Earth. No air power has been captured on camera yet, but the area is clearly an airport runway under construction, meaning the other side likely also has an air force. According to Zhou Bai's confession and footage taken by drones, no advanced weapons such as radar vehicles and missile vehicles were found. It is possible that the other side believes that this other world is still in a backward stage of civilization and has not arranged for these advanced weapons to be sent here. Another military expert analyzed. Of course, it is also possible that the other side does not have these advanced weapons at all. The alien civilization is currently at the medieval level of Earth. Apart from the uncertain factors like the magicians that Zhou Bai mentioned, they don't pose much of a threat to us. Our main adversaries now are the armies from that other civilization, said Chen Tianlong, the military region commander. This is a plan that our military region has just developed. Wang Guohua, the team leader in charge of the entire incident, picked up the plan and looked at it. Your plan is too rudimentary. There's no other way. Our intelligence is very limited, so we suggest that Zhou Yibai open the portal immediately, and we send special forces into the other world to investigate and obtain more detailed intelligence, said Zhao Xinwu, who was in charge of the operation plan. But we know nothing about how this so-called time portal works. What if we go in and can't come back? Another expert asked. If you're afraid of sacrifice, don't become a soldier. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although there are risks, since someone can open this time portal, we can't waste this opportunity. We missed the age of exploration and the Industrial Revolution, but today, we absolutely cannot miss this era again. We must be among the first to expand the territory of our nation, not just to reclaim lost lands. Wang Guohua said solemnly. So, what should we do with the angels that Zhou Yibai mentioned? Shen Tianlong asked. The construction team is building a batch of isolation zones in the village, which can be used for those so-called angels to rest first. After we enter the other world, we will investigate and then carry out the next step of the operation. Of course, you need to come up with the corresponding plan as soon as possible. After all, angels are intelligent beings, and this is the first time Earth has hosted these aliens, not counting Zhou Yibai bringing those two little angels back without permission earlier. Chapter 64 Arrangement. When Zhou Yibai woke up, it was already morning. When I walked out of the bedroom, I saw several people sitting on the sofa in the living room chatting. Seeing that Zhou Yibai had woken up, Li Qixing stood up and introduced him. Little Zhou, you're awake. Let me introduce you. This is Wang Guohua, the newly established director of the National Interdimensional Travel Office and the head of the National Interdimensional Development Group. He will also be the highest leader in charge of interdimensional activities in the future. This is Professor Li Dalu of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, who is in charge of research on time portals. Hello, Commander. Hello, Professor. Zhou Yibai hurriedly went over to greet them. Wang Guohua patted Zhou Yibai on the shoulder and said with a smile, Young man, not bad. You dare to venture into another world all by yourself. Zhou Yibai gave an embarrassed, goofy smile. I didn't think too much about it at the time. I thought I could take this opportunity to resell supplies from both sides and make some money. I never expected this to happen. If I had known, I would have reported it to you first, and you wouldn't be in such a passive position. Wang Guohua said calmly and gently. It's all right. Everyone has curiosity. You've done very well. We won't blame you, and the country won't blame you either. You are the first person in all of humanity to come into contact with another world, and you have accumulated some experience. We still need you to lead us into this other world. But don't worry, from now on the entire country will be your strong and reliable support. Zhou Yibai suddenly felt warm and empowered. His nose tingled, and he nodded heavily. Thank you, and thank you everyone. You've all worked so hard. Wang Guohua knew that anyone facing such a situation would definitely choose what was beneficial to themselves first. So he understood Zhou Yibai's choice not to report to the country, but to explore the other world alone. By the way, regarding those little angels you mentioned, we plan to first arrange for them to stay in the newly built quarantine room in the village. After we go there and drive those people away, we will let them return to their homes. Of course, if they feel that our rabbit kingdom is also suitable for them to live in, we will try our best to meet their requirements. What do you think? Zhou Yibai thought for a moment and seemed to have no better solution, so he nodded. That's the only way. Should I open the door and go talk to them now? Wang Guohua nodded. Yes, we are ready to make contact with intelligent life from another world. As soon as Zhou Yibai went downstairs, he saw that the area below was already filled with various equipment. Goodness, it's only been a few hours and you've already installed so much equipment in my house. Zhou Yibai looked at the various equipment set up from the back door on the first floor to the outside of the room, including various disinfection rooms and huge machines with the words Biochemical Isolation Room printed on them. Li Qixing said, There's no other way. The Ministry of Health is on high alert, and our task is very heavy. Although we haven't found any visible microbial threats on you or in the things you brought back, we still can't relax these basic epidemic prevention measures. Not only your home, but the entire village is currently under emergency protection. Leaving the village is not permitted unless absolutely necessary. What about the villagers in our village? Zhou Yibai asked curiously. For the sake of secrecy, the village has been requisitioned by us, and the villagers have temporarily moved to the town. But don't worry, we will make proper arrangements for their work and lives, Li Qixing said. Zhou Bai had no doubt about this. The country would certainly not treat the villagers in his hometown unfairly, and their living standards would even far exceed those before. Li Dalu instructed from the side. We have prepared brand new clothes in the disinfection room. Everything they bring in will have to be disinfected before they can be taken out. Please explain this to them to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. On Monday, Bai nodded in understanding. Understood, safety first, safety first. All the staff downstairs were watching him, and the equipment for detecting the time-space gate also started operating. Several soldiers also picked up their weapons and began to stand guard. Zhou Bai walked over and opened his own back door. Sure enough, it was still pitch black behind the door. This is a cave, and it's pitch black because there's no light. Zhou Bai explained. Please wait here for a while. I'll go in and talk to them. After saying that, they entered the cave. After Zhou Bai went in, everyone who witnessed him enter the time portal was completely stunned. Did he really enter another world? And not just through the back door? Wang Guohua asked, staring blankly at Zhou Bai's disappearing figure. The camera at the back door didn't capture any footage of him, and it was daytime, but it was pitch black inside when he opened the door. Look, after he went in, the entrance has changed back to what it is now. He has indeed entered another world, Li Dalu said somewhat hurriedly. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't have believed that there was such a thing as a time portal. A few minutes later, Zhou Bai led Guoli and Guana through the time portal, followed by a large group of angels. After Zhou Bai arranged for them to enter the disinfection gate one by one, he came over to Wang Guohua and said, There are 16 angels here. Originally, there were about 100 angels in Carl Village, but the village chief said that at least 50 of them were captured, some were killed, and some may have hidden in other places. Now the whole village only has these left. Looking at the little angels with wings in front of her, Li Shan asked, Are all these angels children? Why are they so young? Aren't any of them adults? Zhou Bai explained. Angels have very long lifespans and look young. Don't be fooled by their childlike appearance. They are all over 100 years old, especially the village chief, who is over 600 years old. Over 600 years old. Li Shan was stunned. Then, as if remembering something, she asked, Your fruit wine was made by these little angels, right? Zhou Bai glanced at her. Yeah. Li Shan thought to herself. No wonder Grandpa recovered so quickly. These little angels live so long. It must be closely related to their lifestyle and diet. Perhaps the fruit wine brewed by these little angels really does have the effects of treating diseases and prolonging life. No wonder Director Zhang of the military region looked incredulous when he saw the research results. Could you give me some more? I want to give it to my grandpa to drink. The ones I bought last time were all taken for research. She now regrets it a little. She should have saved more of these good things for her grandfather. Comrade Li Shan, the things Xiao Zhou brought back have all been handed over to the National Treasury and distributed to various research units. Don't even think about getting them yourself, Wang Guohua said. He had also seen the research reports presented below and knew that these fruit wines had extremely high medicinal value. Although he also wanted to taste the fruit wine made by the little angels, various research institutes now need a large amount of fruit wine for analysis and experimentation to benefit more people. Fortunately, there is a group of little angels here. If we can get them to help brew these magical fruit wines, it will definitely advance the research progress even further. Chapter 65, Inviting the Angels. After the little angels all came out of the sterilization room, Zhou Bai introduced Carl, the village chief, in both languages. This is Carl, the village chief of the angel clan. Hello, village chief. This is Mr. Wang Guohua, our leader. Wang Guohua knew that Zhou Bai had received the blessing of the divine tree in Angel Village and could understand the language there. So, with Zhou Bai's translation, he greeted them. Welcome, village chief. On behalf of the Rabbit Kingdom, I welcome you to our country. Thank you for your help. We will return to Carl Village soon after those people leave, said the village chief in a slightly aged voice. After Zhou Bai finished translating the village chief's words, Wang Guohua solemnly said to him, Village Chief Carl. Those people may not leave so easily, but don't worry. We will do our best to drive them away, and then we will find an opportunity to rescue those of your people who have been captured. Village Chief Carl said gratefully, "Thank you very much. However, the weapons used by those people from another world are very powerful. I hope you will be careful. I don't want anything to happen to you while trying to help us." Zhou Yibai reassured him, "Village Chief, don't worry. We also have a very powerful army and weapons." He then asked, "By the way, Village Chief, you didn't already know that I also came from a different world, did you?" Village Chief Carl smiled and said, "I knew it from the first day you came to the village. I may be old, but I'm not stupid. How could either the legendary Easterners or the Imperials create something so complex and exquisite? However, I know you're different from those otherworldly beings who came with strange weapons. You're good people, and we angels can see that." Everyone was inexplicably given a good guy card by the village chief, but Zhou Yibai accepted it calmly. "So, have people from other worlds entered your area before?" Zhou Yibai asked. "Yes, I remember that. About 300 years ago, someone opened a time portal, and then people from the other side of the time portal broke in. At that time, they and our human soldiers were almost fighting their way to where our angel race lived, but then for some reason, they went back. I've even seen them piloting machines that can fly very fast. Although this happened a long time ago, I was young then, so I still remember it to this day," Chief Carl recalled. Zhou Yibai translated the village chief's words to Wang Guohua and the others. Although Zhou Yibai had told me about this story before, now that someone has actually experienced it, it proves that this really did happen. Therefore, in addition to that otherworldly army, the army that entered the otherworld 300 years ago is also a potential threat to the Rabbit Kingdom in the future. Moreover, this unknown threat is greater than the army that has already entered the otherworld. A technological gap of over 300 years is enough to leave others far behind. Wang Guohua said to Zhou Yibai, "Xiaozhou, let them go get something to eat and rest for a while. We can talk about it later." Zhou Yibai then said to Village Chief Carl, "Village Chief, we have prepared rooms. Since they are temporary, they may not be very nice. Please make do for a few days. If you need anything, you can come and let me know." Village Chief Carl nodded. "It's all right. This is better than having nowhere to stay." Zhou Yibai then led them to the quarantine room. After assigning them rooms, he said to them, "By the way, we've arranged lunch. Let's go get something to eat first." Just then, Gunna and Gori flew over and said to him, "Brother, can we stay in your room?" Zhou Yibai patted their heads. "Listen to these uncles and aunts first. You have to stay here for 2 days. I'll let you move in after 2 days, okay?" Looking at the two adorable little angels, Li Shan couldn't help but say, "The two little sisters are so cute. I really want to touch their little faces." Zhou Yibai glanced at her. "These two are both over 135 years old. You have to call them great-grandmothers." Li Shan retorted. "Then why do they call you brother? You're not even as old as me." Zhou Yibai smiled and said, "There's nothing we can do. They're just little angels who are still minors." Then he took them to the newly built cafeteria. Watching the little angels fly away, Wang Guohua couldn't help but say to Li Dalu beside him, "What if these little angels had ring-shaped energy-saving lights on their heads, flew around the Vatican, and then held a sickle in one hand and a hammer in the other, shouting, 'Workers of the world, unite.' What kind of impact do you think that would have on believers all over the world?" Li Dalu glanced at him and said, "You'd better not even think about it. The country doesn't allow things like destroying a certain belief in the world. Even if you did it, those smooth-talking church people would just package it as another miracle to brag about. In the end, you'd still be fooled." The group then followed them into the cafeteria. This canteen was built specifically for the angels, and it's filled with fruit and various vegetarian dishes. The other people's cafeteria was on the other side, but it was nice to eat vegetarian food occasionally, so they simply followed them in. Before entering the cafeteria, with Zhou Yibai's communication and translation, the staff on site began taking photos of the angels from various angles. Data was measured, DNA and blood samples were extracted, and feathers were collected. Although the little angels were a little confused, they still cooperated and completed the task as required. When the little angels were brought to the cafeteria, they all cheered when they saw the various fresh fruits, vegetables, drinks, and desserts on display. This was the first time they had ever seen so many different kinds of food. Your food is truly amazing. I have no idea how you made it. I've lived for over 600 years, and I've never tasted anything so delicious, said Village Chief Carl as he ate a plate of mixed vegetables with a glass of mango juice. Our country has accumulated thousands of years of research on food. Joey Bai also got some food and was eating it. It's truly amazing. No one in our village has been able to make these delicacies for millions of years. Village Chief Carl nodded. Well, comparing history with angels does seem a bit like showing off one's skills in front of an expert. By the way, Village Chief Carl, this canteen is open 24 hours a day. You can come and eat whenever you feel hungry. Being able to eat so much delicious food and being able to come and eat whenever you want without any limit made Village Chief Carl very satisfied. Chapter 66 Preparations begin. By the way, Village Chief, you can't fly out of the village now, or you'll be shot down like birds. Joey Bai continued. Also, we have prepared a lot of fruit. If you want to make fruit wine for yourselves, just look for the staff and white over there. They will help you with whatever fruit and equipment you need. Joey Bai pointed to the staff members not far ahead and said, Sai, if you want to steal someone else's brewing techniques, just say so. Why resort to such underhanded tactics? Honestly. Good. People who wear white are all good people, just like our angel race, pure. Village Chief Carl nodded. After arranging the angels' food, clothing, lodging, and transportation, Joey Bai was arranged by the staff to move to a newly built research base. He didn't know how they managed to build so many buildings in the village overnight. Today, he will be working with language experts here to record and translate the language of the other world using a computer in preparation for more people to learn that language in the future. In a conference hall, Wang Guohua was giving a mobilization meeting to the countless people involved in the work in another world. These individuals come from various departments, including biological warfare units, special operations forces, engineering units, the People's Armed Police, and the Chinese Academy of Sciences. There were also experts and skilled workers from other departments. Comrades, Wang Guohua glanced at the people sitting there. Today, we have opened the door to another world and made contact with the first intelligent life from another time and space in human history. Now, we must prepare ourselves to begin exploring and conquering this other world, to open up new living space for our rabbit kingdom. This will be an unknown path. No one knows how long this portal will remain open or when it will close. With our current level of technology, we are unable to unlock the secrets of this portal. Moreover, there is an army there with a civilization level similar to ours, and we know nothing about them. However, this cannot stop us from stepping into another world. No matter what the cost, we will still move forward without hesitation. While those Europeans pioneered their own era with the adventurous spirit of the age of exploration, our ancestors in China stayed at home, living peacefully, thinking that going to sea was dangerous and a waste of money. As a result, they remained stagnant for an entire era. Now our opportunity has arrived. We will explore this unknown territory anew on a different track, making the future belong to our era. Look at what we have gained in this other world. In less than a month, we have achieved significant results in many areas of our academic research. We discovered a special molecule in a fruit wine we obtained from another world that has anti-cancer properties and can extend the lifespan of all humankind. We also discovered a new mineral that has never been found on Earth before, a new energy source that could replace oil. We simply referenced the molecular structure of a certain animal's teeth and created a steel alloy that is more than 10 times stronger than the original. God knows how many things still exist in that world that could overturn our entire scientific research system and our understanding of the world and start over. Our basic science will expand into many new fields and improve many existing ones. Our understanding of the universe will reach a completely new level. Of course, we may not see significant economic benefits in the short term, as the government has invested heavily in this operation. However, when we begin to take the lead in a field, who can guarantee that this field will not allow us to reach our goal of reaching the stars even faster in the future? Moreover, the impact of many scientific advancements cannot be measured in monetary terms. Just think about it. Those countries that use their technological superiority to strangle us at every turn, from chips to operating systems, from engines to space technology, will taste the bitterness of being strangled when we have more advanced technologies. And those capitalists and countries that take advantage of our country's lack of mineral, oil, natural gas, and food resources and unite to demand exorbitant prices from us will one day learn what it feels like to lose the world's largest consumer market and let their resources rot in the ground. Moreover, in today's world order, humanity still lives under the shadow of nuclear war. The nuclear weapons of the United States and the United States are enough to destroy the world countless times. If a nuclear war were to break out in the future, people in other parts of the world would only be able to hide underground and eke out a living. But we have another option. We can live and thrive there peacefully and simply return when the nuclear winter ends. This also allows us to have more radical policies in the future regarding the restoration of national territorial integrity, and we will no longer be timid or hesitant towards the United States. If we make another world our subsidiary planet in the future, we can reduce the huge population pressure on our country, which will indirectly reduce our demand for resources. With our current technology and resources, I believe we will soon be able to achieve self-sufficiency in this other world, and even create a backup of the Rabbit Kingdom, exploring the universe simultaneously under two skies. There will be no limit to our future investment in other worlds. The country will prioritize supporting us in terms of manpower and resources, so that we have no worries. Of course, risks still exist, but this door will be the first step for our entire nation to reach the stars and the sea. Even if we are forever lost in another world or sacrifice ourselves for it, we will still be fearless. Wang Guohua's passionate speech was met with thunderous applause. Everyone in the audience was equally excited and thrilled, because soon they will create a brand new future. From this moment forward, the entire Rabbit Kingdom, this colossal ship, is slowly turning towards another world, involving an extremely complex array of affairs across various departments. In just one day, Zhou Yibai's hometown alone gathered tens of thousands of people from different departments. And the number of people working around this project is countless. In order to transport supplies and equipment in as quickly as possible, tens of thousands of engineers and railway engineers worked tirelessly day and night. It only took 2 days to connect the railway to the nearest line. This engineering marvel is something only China, the rabbit country, could accomplish. A steady stream of military vehicles began to arrive in the village. Surface-to-air missile systems, communication vehicles, the latest tank models, and various drones flying in the sky all speak to the unusual nature of this place. Chapter 67 Operation. After several tests, Zhou Yibai finally figured out what his cheat code was. He was simply someone who opened the door. The portal will open as long as you are within 5 meters of the back door. Once he moves more than 5 meters away, the portal will close, and anything left on the portal will be cut off. Of course, as long as he stands at the door, the portal will remain open. So he's had a tough time these past 2 days. In order to get more equipment and personnel into the time portal, he's had to lie near the entrance the whole time. The entrance is too small. Even cars can't get in, and a lot of large equipment can't be transported in either, Li Qixing complained. Those otherworldly armies can drive military vehicles directly here, which is very disadvantageous for us. There's nothing we can do. We have no understanding of how this time portal works, so we dare not alter it without permission. As for the equipment, we can only disassemble it piece by piece, transport it over there, and then reassemble it. Li Dallas shook his head helplessly. The first troops to enter had already built defensive fortifications around the gate. Since they were not far from that otherworldly army, in order not to attract its attention, they could not undertake large-scale projects and could only build various signal towers and radars there first. As night fell, a large, newly assembled stealth drone took off. Sword 1 reports, no abnormalities at Yamaguchi, the drone operator reported. Sword 1 reports, the radar is responding. After flying for more than 10 minutes, following the direction given on Monday, the drone had flown over the base where the alien army had been discovered. Now switch to night vision system, lower altitude, and observe closely. Soon, with the help of the night vision system, the images showed military vehicles neatly arranged underground, a large number of military tents, and neatly stacked supplies. The drone conducted a 3D imaging scan of the area to ensure that no outpost was missed. The command center set up in the village also began to get busy, with various intelligence analyses being constantly exchanged. This was not one of those defenseless indigenous tribes, but an army with characteristics of the modern industrial age. Facing such an army, they dared not relax their guard for a moment. However, if we don't deal with this otherworldly army, we can't focus on development there in peace. No civilized nation would easily give up such a lucrative prize. They expanded rapidly, completing the entire hilltop and deploying a large number of weapons there. There are already hundreds of heavy weapons like tanks, and the number is clearly increasing. However, the portal here is too small, with an entrance width of less than 2 meters by 3 meters, so tanks simply cannot drive in. We don't yet know the enemy's exact military strength, but fortunately, they are unaware of our existence, which could be a surprising advantage. As for the so-called empires and other nations on this planet, they are not currently within the scope of strategic consideration. After all, compared to two advanced civilizations, the threats from lower-level civilizations can generally be ignored. The Rabbit specifically developed several contingency plans for negotiating with this industrial civilization, so that it could come up with effective solutions when force could not resolve the issue. Of course, one thing everyone agrees on is, if soldiers can't win back their weapons on the battlefield, they shouldn't expect to win them back through words at the negotiating table. If absolutely necessary, tactical nuclear weapons are also ready. From the reconnaissance, we discovered that the other side is still expanding its base and has an airport runway under construction. However, we did not find any enemy aircraft or radar, which is very helpful for our covert operation. We'll first conceal our exit and then deploy anti-aircraft missiles and radar around it to prevent enemy aircraft from reconnaissance, said Chen Tianlong, the military region commander. I don't think their base is very big, and they don't have any air defense weapons. Our tunnels are big enough to transport a batch of missiles over there. We just need to conduct a carpet bombing, and then send people to directly occupy their space-time portal, said Marine Commander Zhao Xinwu with some ease. Anyway, the enemy is in the open now, while they are in the shadows, so the advantage is on their side. Instead of wasting time, we should take this opportunity to splurge a little and collect more data and combat experience on these missiles. However, the plan was too risky and did not receive approval from those present. Li Qixing pondered for a moment, then said, I have an idea. If we can capture a few prisoners from that army, things will be much easier. After all, knowing your enemy is the key to victory. Whether in military operations or diplomatic negotiations, we can gain the upper hand and obtain first-hand intelligence on the enemy. Wang Guohua looked at him and said, Continue. Yes. He opened his computer and continued. According to our drone reconnaissance, they have a convoy heading towards the open valley. They are probably preparing to set up a transit station here, so there are no tanks or anything like that following them. We can send a special forces unit to secretly infiltrate this area, capture these enemies, and thus obtain their weapons and first-hand information. After discussion among those present, they unanimously agreed to the plan. All right, let's proceed with this plan. However, we must be careful not to make too much noise, so as not to provoke the enemy. We should try not to fire if possible. If we can't catch two, catching one will do. It would be best if we could seize their equipment so we can study it, Wang Guohua ordered. So the 10 Special Operations team members had already prepared their equipment, and under the cover of night, wearing night vision goggles, they began to advance in the designated direction under the command of the drone. As the leader of this Special Operations team, Qianzhan and his team bear a heavy responsibility. After all, this was an opponent they had never faced before. Although preliminary intelligence based on drones suggests that the other side may be technologically behind us, since we did not detect their aircraft or drones, nor did we detect guided weapons such as radar vehicles or missile vehicles before the airport was built. Moreover, their tanks and armored vehicles did not seem to be very fast, and their appearance was also quite rough when viewed from above. Therefore, some military experts have deduced that they must have been at the technological level of World War II. However, this is just speculation, and it cannot be ruled out that the other party may have some kind of secret weapon. 5 hours later, they finally arrived at the designated area. Conceal your position, Adjust the focus of your night vision goggles and observe the enemy camp. This was clearly just a temporary encampment for the enemy. It didn't even have a wall or any means of cover. However, two figures carrying weapons could be vaguely seen standing on a small mound, clearly the other side's sentries. The drone's infrared scan did not detect any hidden sentries set up by the other side. Chapter 68, The Miran Empire. Qianzhan was not in a hurry to make a move. He was choosing a suitable time to arrest the person. By 3 a.m., the two men on guard duty were already half asleep, their bodies seemingly in a sluggish state. They had been here for more than 10 days. Apart from the occasional wild animal that might pose a danger, they had not encountered any other dangerous situations, so the soldiers were not very vigilant. Let's do it. Qianzhan gave the order. The team of several people who were already at the arrest position immediately rushed forward. Before the target could react, they were pinned down, their mouths were covered with a towel smeared with drugs, a pink hood was put on them, and they were quickly lifted off the ground. These tactics are already very familiar to these well-trained soldiers. The capture of the target was completed in just a few seconds. The two prisoners were tied up tightly, hooded, and immediately carried away without any hesitation. The soldiers covering the rear even picked up the weapons of the two men. The people in the camp were completely unaware of this until they changed shifts at dawn and discovered that two people were missing. The two captured prisoners were not taken back to Earth, but instead taken to a second command post established near the time portal. The operation to capture the prisoners went smoothly, indicating that the enemy's combat strength was not very strong. The command was very satisfied with the results of the operation. As for the two people's disappearance, they probably thought they were attacked by wild animals or natives. Based on the observations of Qianzhan and others, and the weapons carried by the two prisoners, most military experts now believe that the enemy's technological level should be at the level of World War II. If they truly only possess mechanized forces at the level of World War II, then they would be utterly outmatched and vulnerable against the informationized forces of the People's Republic of China. Just as they were preparing to conduct a full interrogation of the two men, they suddenly encountered a problem. The two sides were completely unable to communicate due to a language barrier. They had to specifically call Zhou Bai, who was acting as the key at the door, over. I only know this language. I don't know the language of the other time portal. Zhou Bai followed along somewhat awkwardly. Well, we can only give it a try. Who knows? Maybe that divine tree will allow you to understand all languages. That's what Li Qixing, who was following behind, said. If it's really that magical, then no one will need to take the CET-4 and CET-6 exams anymore. They can just go directly to that divine tree for baptism, Zhou Bai complained. Then it suddenly occurred to me. Right? If you send someone to the sacred tree in Angel Village, wouldn't they be able to acquire the language ability here? Li Qixing shook his head. Village Chief Carl said that in order to obtain the same language ability as you, they need to hold a ceremony. Furthermore, that tree was burned down by those otherworldly soldiers. This kind of divine tree only exists in another angel village, but we haven't explored the nearest one yet. Zhou Bai praised. You guys are amazing. You were able to communicate with the village chief and the others just by using the translation information I recorded. Are AI translations this powerful now? Of course, even Oracle Bone inscriptions lacking data can be translated, let alone the many useful information you provided. However, for more accurate translation of dialogue, simultaneous interpretation is still superior. After all, machines don't understand certain contexts, and often the same word can convey different meanings. Zhou Bai nodded in understanding. After all, a simple sentence like, I like someone, can have several different meanings in different occasions and contexts. Following Li Qixing to the interrogation room, Zhou Bai also met this soldier from another world. The moment the hood was removed, the unfortunate captured man was already trembling with fear. She looked to be only in her early 20s, but her face was filled with fear and tears, and she kept repeating a few words while her mouth trembled. Did you understand what he was saying? Li Qixing asked. He said, Long live the Miran Empire. The Miran Empire is invincible. Zhou Bai couldn't believe that he could actually understand what the other person was saying. Name, age, number of family members, what are you doing here? Tell me everything honestly. Zhou Yibai shouted in the other party's language. He didn't know why he spoke to the other person so fluently. Upon hearing someone speak their language, the young soldier suddenly stood up and, with a pale face, trembling, said, "Execute me. As a soldier of the Milran Empire, I will say nothing. I have no regrets about dying for the Empire." Zhou Yibai translated his words to Li Qixing. Li Qixing raised an eyebrow, clapped his hands, and two fully armed soldiers rushed in. "Take him away. This kid is too timid. He was so scared that he lost control of his bladder. Change his pants first." The two soldiers then lifted up the prisoner, who was panting heavily and seemed to have lost all fear. Just as they were about to leave, Zhou Yibai translated Li Qixing's words. "Little friend, go downstairs and clean up first. Your other friend is next door explaining things to us. By the time you come back, I think he will have finished explaining everything. By then, it will be too late for you to say anything." Looking at the prisoner's fearful and surprised eyes, even Zhou Yibai knew that the guy's psychological defenses had almost completely collapsed. When he gets back, he'll probably confess. Sure enough, when the soldier was brought back 10 minutes later, he no longer mentioned executing him, and he answered all questions cooperatively. To ensure the accuracy of the information, another prisoner answered the same question under Zhou Yibai's translation. The information from both sides is being combined to ensure that no one is lying. Soon, a complete set of information about another time portal was compiled. The Milland Empire, the only country in this alternate dimension. A colossal empire that unified the world. Compared to the otherworldly nation that only unified one continent, yet dared to call itself an empire without even a prefix, the Milran Empire was a true empire that unified the entire globe. This is something that countless people on Earth have dreamed of, and it has become a reality in the Milran Empire. Humanity must unite, set aside prejudices, transcend races, move forward together, help each other, and then march toward glory. This is a scene that countless people on Earth and countless science fiction novels have imagined. However, is a regime that unifies all of humanity really that good? As it turned out, it didn't live up to the beautiful and glorious expectations. According to the confessions of the two soldiers from the Milland Empire, as a unified global empire, had a global population of 4 billion, and its planet was about the same size as Earth. Milland was previously just a federal nation with a vast territory similar to that of the Great Bear family, possessing the most abundant resources and land on that planet. Coupled with its massive population, it rapidly rose to become the world's most powerful nation. Sometimes updates are late because some chapters are constantly under review, and if they fail the review, they have to be revised again. This means that even though they have already been published, they are only updated and available for purchase several hours later. Chapter 69, The Milran Empire, Part 2. After entering the industrial age, facing the enormous contradictions arising from the expansion of industrialization, Mirland began to build a powerful army and used this army to expand its territory and wage war to divert domestic conflicts. After more than 2 decades of continuous warfare, relying on its massive domestic industrial production capacity, elite army, and outstanding generals, Milland's army began to sweep across the globe with overwhelming force. Starting with the surrounding small countries, they were voluntarily merged into the Milland Federation. When the last nation was defeated, the entire Milland Empire, from top to bottom, cheered and celebrated that they had accomplished a task that no one had ever been able to accomplish before. They witnessed history. But while the whole country was celebrating, the generals and politicians who were hailed as military geniuses were dumbfounded. If I were to truly conquer the world, wouldn't that mean my own demise? Thus, the Milland Empire entered a completely new state. When heads of state and elites suddenly find themselves managing a global population of billions, they feel not a surge of ambition, but rather a headache. In the past, we could support our own people by plundering other countries. But now that we're all one family, we can't bring ourselves to do it anymore. The sheer size and cost of the area needing reconstruction after the war were staggering. Subsequently, resistance activities, demonstrations, and guerrilla activities sprang up everywhere like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, proving as difficult to eradicate as a stubborn skin disease. Every year, a huge amount of security costs are incurred for this. Moreover, when any natural disaster or emergency occurs globally, it is no longer sufficient to simply issue a statement expressing sympathy as before. Now, every incident requires a significant investment of human and material resources to resolve. With no adversaries, the military factories that served the war effort began to receive no orders, leading to widespread bankruptcies and the collapse of other businesses affiliated with these factories, resulting in a wave of unemployment. In addition, the original large army was no longer needed, so a large-scale reduction of soldiers began. However, after so many years of war, the empire is completely broke. It is already struggling to pay off the various logistics personnel who have been laid off, and the troops cannot even afford severance pay. The enormous expenses were suffocating the Milland Empire's finances, and corruption in various institutions was like a parasite, further exacerbating the country's economic woes as it transitioned from wartime to peacetime. Faced with the biggest layoff crisis in history, those generals who had once conquered the world realized how foolish they had been. The empire's elites then realized that they were not holding a treasure trove, but a rotten wooden bucket that constantly needed patching. After accomplishing the feat of unifying the world and conquering the globe, the head of the Milland Empire died of exhaustion less than a year later. The successor sought to change this outcome and restore economic development, so he took drastic measures, starting with targeting the military. The number of troops was reduced from more than 60 million to more than 3 million, which almost triggered a mutiny. Many of the soldiers who were transferred from the military to civilian life became businessmen, forming a new destabilizing factor. After more than a decade of effort and upheaval, the Milland Empire slowly began to return to true peace. However, since there were no adversaries, the army only maintained its basic size. They had nothing to do all day and began to clock in and out like civil servants from 9 to 5. Training also began to fall into disuse. In order to save money, the production of various weapons and equipment was halted, and research and development projects were long ago stopped. Furthermore, there are no military-civilian technologies derived from military research and development. It's important to know that the period of fastest human development on Earth was during the Cold War. The inventions that changed humanity, such as computers, satellites, rockets, and nuclear power, were basically born during that period. Moreover, to put it bluntly, the vast majority of humanity's major inventions to date have been developed by the military-industrial complex and ultimately serve humankind. A certain degree of arms competition can promote technological development. Without the impetus of military technology, other scientific and technological fields become extremely slow. At this time, although the Milland Empire had recovered to some extent economically, the entire empire was like a stagnant pool, devoid of any vitality. They continue with that high-energy-consuming, low-efficiency production model and technology, and have completely lost their ambition to reach for the moon in the heavens and capture turtles in the 5 oceans. Not to mention nuclear weapons, we haven't even been able to manufacture rockets, satellites, or submarines, nor have we even had any related research and development projects. As for computer technology, the internet, laser technology, and so on, these are still things from their science fiction novels. The same applies to social development. Without any mutual learning or complementarity, the development of the entire Milland Empire lacked new ideas and social competition, and the people, from top to bottom, saw no hope. They discovered problems, but dared not easily make reforms, fearing any unexpected consequences and the responsibility that would follow. The society could only maintain its current state day after day, and the whole society became lifeless. Social stagnation has led to a lack of cultural progress, with generations facing the same environment and things from birth. They are unable to broaden their horizons. Wherever they go, they see and hear the same things, ultimately leading them to live a muddled and aimless life. Because society as a whole lacks a sense of crisis and competitiveness, coupled with the explosive growth of the population, it is constantly consuming the planet's non-renewable resources. By the time the Milland Empire reached its 50th year, it had become precarious. Until about 10 days ago, the situation began to change. A dozen days ago, several strangely dressed people came to the imperial capital and requested to meet the head of state. They said they could open a time portal so that the Mill Empire could conquer the planet. Although the people who received them found the matter absurd, after the leader demonstrated his amazing magical skills, the matter was reported up the chain of command to the head of state. The head of state dispatched a shrewd and capable general to handle the matter entirely. This general, named Latormas, was probably one of the few capable people in the army. An investigation revealed that these people came from this alien planet. They used magic to open a space-time passage between the two sides and took the initiative to approach this side, hoping to reach a cooperation agreement with the Milran Empire in exchange for their benefits. Litos immediately dispatched a large number of scouts to investigate and discovered that the human civilization here was still at the level of the Middle Ages. This made Litos, who was already aware of the serious problems that had arisen in the empire, immediately realized that this would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The elites at the top also knew that if they could conquer another civilization and bring back more resources from another world, it would be a shot in the arm for this half-dead empire. The entire Milland Empire was in an uproar. Chapter 70 The Call. Latormas was granted the highest authority by the Führer, so he assigned the only combat-capable and most elite special forces unit in the entire Milland Empire to the front line. They retrieved decades-old weapons and equipment from the warehouse, which were almost overgrown with weeds, and re-equipped the troops. They retrained the soldiers who were almost unable to walk, and only then were they able to barely regain some of their fighting strength. Once everything was ready, Latormas led his troops into the portal opened by the mages. Unlike the time portal here at Joeibai's place, the time portal there is not only much larger, but it also remains open even when no one is there. After entering this alternate dimension, Latormas began to explore the area. The first to suffer was the Angel tribe, Karl village, which was closest to the portal. When they saw these cute, winged creatures that showed no signs of wariness, they decided to capture them all and take them back for research. Fortunately, the village chief and his group were lucky and escaped unharmed. The two captured soldiers were just an engineering unit responsible for surveying and building roads. They were preparing to build a road from the time portal to a nearby river. Then they were captured by Qianzhan and his men. After finishing the translation work, Joeibai was so tired that he yawned. Go back and rest first. There's still a lot of work to do, Li Qixing said. You're not going to make me do this Miranese computer translation and data entry work again, are you? Joeibai said with a wry smile. Each language transcription task is extremely complicated and time-consuming, making it quite tedious. You'll have to work hard here. You're the only one who understands Milranian. We'll be dealing with this empire quite often in the future. Li Qixing comforted him. Of course, if you have any requests, you can make them. As long as they are within the scope of policy, we can resolve them for you. Joeibai's importance to the country is self-evident. He is the key to opening the portal between time and space. If he were to throw a tantrum and quit his job one day, the passage connecting the two sides would be severed. I'm just a tool now, what more could I ask for? Joeibai thought for a moment and then said, by the way, I promised a mermaid that I would give her a cell phone or a music player or something. Could you guys help me prepare that? After all, she saved my life, and I don't want to break my promise. Li Qixing nodded and said, don't worry, we've prepared everything for you. Tomorrow, experts will accompany you to find that mermaid. They still have a lot to learn. Joeibai looked at him. Anything is fine, as long as you don't slice her up. Li Qixing patted him on the shoulder. We're not that cruel. Of course, if she's willing, it would be best if we could collect some blood or hair. Experts are very curious about creatures like mermaids. If we can figure out the mechanisms by which these organisms can breathe and survive in water, it would be a huge step forward for humanity in conquering the ocean. When they returned to their hometown on Earth via the time portal, Li Qixing suddenly said, I forgot to tell you. You should call your parents and tell them you'll be away on a business trip for a while and won't have time to visit them in the city. Joeibai was taken aback. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. My phone is fixed now, and all the data on it has been downloaded. When can you return it to me? It's been so long since we last contacted each other. I don't know how worried my family must be. Li Qixing coughed and said, we can't return your phone to you right now, but it's okay. We've taken care of everything for you. Just tell them you're too busy to go back to the city to see them. Zhou Bai looked puzzled. What do you mean by you've taken care of it for me? Then it suddenly dawned on him, and he exclaimed, Damn it! You guys aren't monitoring my chat app and then using it to chat with my parents, are you? It's estimated that his phone, email, QQ, WeChat, and other accounts are now all being monitored. Fortunately, I don't have many secrets, and the websites I've saved are all legitimate. Li Qixing didn't intend to hide anything from him. From the moment we noticed you, we needed to know everything about you. And during the time you went to the other world, if we hadn't helped you deal with your parents and friends, they would have come looking for you long ago. But don't worry, your parents' safety is also within our protection. After all, given your current status, we don't want anyone using them to threaten you. Zhou Bai slumped his shoulders and said, All right then, I'll give them a call. Knowing that his parents had someone to protect them made Zhou Bai feel much more at ease. So he took Li Qixing's phone and called his father. Zhou's father answered the phone. Xiao Bai, it's rare to see you call your old man like this. Didn't you say you got a job at a state-owned enterprise that requires you to work at the grassroots level? So you're too busy? Now you're actually calling your old man on your own initiative. What's wrong? Are you out of money? My hometown was recently expropriated, and I received 10 million yuan in compensation. Hey, I never dreamed that my old house in this remote mountain area could have such a good thing happen to me. Tell me, how much money do you want? Dad will transfer it to you. Zhou Bai curled his lip. What's money? Your son is now a big shot who can connect two worlds. He coughed and said, Dad, I don't need money. Besides, Mom has all the financial power. If I need money, I'll just ask Mom. Suddenly, Zhou's mother snatched Zhou's father's phone. Son, when are you coming to the city? Mom is planning to buy you a big house. Which development do you think is suitable? We also need to buy you a car. What kind of car do you like to drive? Also, there's a girl at my workplace who would be a good match for you. Why don't you come over, and I'd like you two to meet. Zhou Bai said, Mom, there's no rush. I'm quite busy with work. I'll come back to see you in a while. We can talk about buying a car, a house, and finding a partner later. Zhou's mother, no matter how busy you are, you still have to find a wife. You're not young anymore. We didn't have the means before, but things are different now. Our family is now considered well off. Look at your childhood friend. He already has 2 kids. We'll be retiring in a few years, so if you work hard now, we can help you take care of your kids too. Zhou Bai chuckled awkwardly. Mom, all right, we can talk about this later. I just wanted to let you know I've been pretty busy lately and might not have time to answer calls or send messages. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Zhou's mother said, Okay, you've grown up. You can't even listen to your mother's nagging anymore. Well then, just take good care of yourself. By the way, your father said that if you still have those fruit wines you brought last time, you can send some up. Okay. Zhou Bai hung up the phone and handed it back to Li Qixing. I know the fruit wine made by the little angels is very precious, but could you spare some for my parents? It's just a small favor I can do for them. Li Qixing smiled and said, It's a small matter. Besides, those things were originally yours. I'll ask them to keep some for your parents. Of course, if you'd like, we can also help your parents get jobs in better companies. Zhou Bai shook his head. Never mind, they're doing fine now. He didn't want to disturb his parents' peaceful life too much. Chapter 71 Scales. The next day, Zhou Bai, escorted by Qian Zhan and more than 10 Special Forces members and accompanied by 3 scientific research staff, went to the Great River where the mermaid was. During this time, several drones patrolled overhead to protect their safety. They brought a lot of things, including various instruments, a player for the mermaid, and all sorts of food. It took an hour to walk to the shore, but I didn't find any trace of the mermaid Yiya. Drone infrared scan found no trace of mermaids nearby, nor any other threats. Qianzhan heard from the command center in his earpiece. Qianzhan relayed the information to Zhou Bai, who then thought for a moment and asked, Can your drone's infrared scanning clearly see what's in the water? Qianzhan replied, Theoretically, any object with a temperature above 0 degrees Celsius can be scanned and searched, but the resolution and accuracy may not be that high. Could it be that she went back home because she couldn't wait for him for the past 2 days? Zhou Bai shouted at the river in frustration. Yiya, are you there? After calling out a few times, a small head suddenly popped up from the river. It was none other than Miss Mermaid Yiya. I thought you went back. Joey Bai shouted at her. With so many of you suddenly appearing, I thought I'd run into some bad guys, so I hid at the bottom of the river. Yiya slowly swam to the shore. These are my friends. They are here to protect me. You don't need to be afraid. They mean no harm. Joey Bai explained. Did you bring your singing machine? Yiya asked. I brought it. Here it is. Joey Bai took out a smart music player and handed it to her. This player has a very loud speaker, and I've also downloaded tens of thousands of songs of different genres. While teaching her how to use it, Joey Bai said, Look, this is pop music, this is classical music, this is piano music, this is rap. You can click here to switch whichever type of music you like. Also, we've prepared a solar panel and a power bank for you. When you have free time, bring this to the shore to let the sun heat it up and charge it. When you run out of power, just plug it into charge. By the way, these items aren't waterproof. We've brought you a few waterproof bags. You can put them inside to keep them waterproof. Yiya lay on the shore, propping her head up with her hands, watching Joey Bai's actions intently. As soon as the beautiful sound came from the player, Yiya excitedly slapped the water with her tail and exclaimed, So beautiful. It took an hour of instruction for Yiya to finally learn how to operate the media player. The main features of this player are its simple operation and large battery capacity. It doesn't have any other fancy functions, and if you're just playing music, it can easily last for a month or two. Yiya, we've prepared some food for you, including a fruit cake. We don't know if you'll like it. Joey Bai waved to the soldiers behind him to bring over the cake. What is a cake? Yiya asked, puzzled. Joey Bai took the cake handed to him by the soldier behind him. The cake had been stored in a portable mini fridge, so it hadn't melted yet. Joey Bai cut a small piece for her. Try it and see if you like it. Yiya took a bite, and her eyebrows immediately curved like crescent moons. It's so delicious. This is the best thing I've ever eaten. I want more. Joey Bai cut another piece for her and then asked, We'd like to know something about your sea tribe. Could you tell us about it? We sea people? There's nothing special about us. We're just different from you humans. You live on land, and we live in the sea. Yiya said this while happily eating her cake. Do you have towns or kings or anything like that? Joey Bai asked curiously. Yes, there is. Swim all the way from this river to the sea, and there is a big city on the seabed called Atlantis, which has tens of thousands of residents. Yaya wagged her tail and continued. As for cities further away, I haven't been there. Our lord of the ocean, King Poseidon, lives in the city of Poseidonia. The entire ocean is his people. I've heard he's a great hero. Joey Bai translated her words to her staff, who quickly took notes. Joey Bai asked a few more questions, and Yiya told him everything she knew. Do you sea creatures have any legends about time portals or another world? Joey Bai asked again. Yiya thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, I've never heard of it. What is a time portal? After chatting for a while, Joey Bai noticed that he had eaten more than half of the cake, and hurriedly reminded him, Eat less. This stuff is easy to make you fat, and if you get too fat, I'm afraid you won't be able to swim. Yiya continued eating nonchalantly. It's not like I can eat this every day. If you hadn't come today, I would have had to rush back to celebrate our local sea festival. What is the sea festival? It's a grand celebration for the king's birthday. Would you like to come with me? Joey Bai glanced at her. I'm not like you guys who can stay in the water for that long. Although he could carry oxygen tanks, it wouldn't last long, and water pressure was also a major problem. It's okay. I'll go to the city and buy you a few water drop pills. You can breathe underwater by holding them in your mouth, Yiya said easily. Let's talk about that later. He can't stay away from the portal for too long right now, as the Rabbit Kingdom is continuously sending supplies here. His departure has already had a significant impact on the transportation of supplies. They want to take some photos of you and collect some of your saliva or hair. Is that okay with you? Joey Bai asked somewhat embarrassedly. Yiya tilted her head and looked at him. What is taking pictures? What's the use of collecting these things? Joey Bai took out his phone and explained to him what taking pictures was, but didn't explain the reason for collecting things. The phone's camera function immediately caught her eye. This thing is amazing, can I have it? Sure, as long as you agree to the few requests I just mentioned, Joey Bai said with a smile. This is no big deal, you guys go ahead. Yiya posed for the staff around her to take pictures. After taking the photos and successfully collecting the mermaid's hair and saliva, Zhou Bai gave her the phone. This phone is equipped with a locator and a listening device, and can even remotely activate the camera function when necessary. This was specifically prepared for observing and tracking mermaids. I'll give you something too. Ye plucked a scale from her body and handed it to Zhou Bai. If you carry it with you, it will protect you and bring you good luck. Zhou Bai looked at the colorful scales, about the size of a fingernail, in his hand. Was this the same as a mermaid's clothes? Chapter 72 Imperial Turmoil, Part 1. On the fertile plains, along the Choping River, the citizens of Maghreb, the imperial capital, continued to live their lives as usual. As the largest city in the empire, it attracts many merchants who bring products from all over the empire. There are seafood products from the eastern sea, specialty fruits from the western forests, medicinal herbs from the southern mountains, and fur and dried meat from the northern snow-capped mountains. Customers flocked to the various stores, and the shelves were stocked with a wide variety of goods. However, recently there have been many reports from various places that several large-scale battles have taken place on the imperial borders, resulting in heavy losses for the imperial garrison. Merchants with a keen sense of smell began hoarding grain, causing prices in the city to skyrocket, leading to widespread lamentation and public resentment. The rise in grain prices led to a corresponding increase in the prices of other goods, leaving many families unable to cope and forced to resort to begging for a living. Therefore, the city's patrol guards were no longer surprised by the increasing number of beggars in the capital. Even if they gathered together, as long as they didn't cause trouble, they were too lazy to bother with them. A caravan consisting of 500 well-equipped imperial knights and 200 strangely dressed guards passed through the central square of Maghreb. Prince Gluck, the third prince, was both nervous and excited. He couldn't help but ask Kurlin beside him, "My lord, we only have a few hundred people. Is it really possible to succeed?" Karen gave him a disdainful smile. "Of course, as long as you do as we arrange, there will be no problem. Have you forgotten what happened to your 3,000 cavalry a few days ago?" Gluck looked at the 200 soldiers behind him, fully armed like heavenly warriors from another world, and of course he hadn't forgotten them. "I even shudder a little when I think about it." Several thousand people were completely powerless against these 200. Before they could even reach their opponents, they were defeated by these soldiers wielding strange weapons. 5 days ago, a group of otherworldly beings suddenly appeared in the territory. When the patrolling soldiers saw that these people were coming in a menacing manner, they refused to open the city gates to let them in. They then blasted open the gate with cannons, triggering a war between the two sides. It was just a one-sided massacre. The other side suffered no casualties at all. Terrified, Prince Gluck had no choice but to surrender. Fortunately, these people did nothing to harm him. They simply asked him to lead them to the imperial capital. Gluck initially wanted to refuse, as these people carried such dangerous weapons. If they suddenly attacked the king and occupied the palace, the entire empire would be finished. However, he lacked the courage and means to refuse, and under Kurlin's coercion and enticement, he had no choice but to obey their orders. But every cloud has a silver lining. These otherworldly beings offered him a very tempting opportunity. Once he arrived in the capital, they would have the king abdicate in his favor and help him become the king of the empire. The succession to the throne had nothing to do with a prince like him who was far away in the capital. Now that a group of powerful otherworldly beings had suddenly appeared, he felt that he might be able to use this opportunity to achieve something he never dared to dream of before. This gave the third prince some hope. Of course, he also knew that even if he became king, he would only be a puppet king, and he would still have to listen to these otherworldly people. But this is better than suffering in that remote fiefdom. Once he becomes king, he may have a chance to defeat these otherworldly beings. So he agreed to their request and followed them to the capital. This convoy of several hundred people, carrying dozens of carts of supplies, marched in a grand procession toward the palace. Along the way, the surrounding people watched with curiosity these strangely dressed otherworldly people following behind. It wasn't until an imperial cavalry unit arrived, chased away the surrounding civilians, checked the information of the convoy, and began to guard the area around it. "Prince Gluck and guests from another world, His Majesty the King will be receiving you in the palace. Please follow me," said a palace messenger. Colonel Karen from the Milan Empire smiled slightly. Your Excellency, we are very grateful for His Majesty's audience. We have prepared some gifts for His Majesty and hope that Your Majesty will accept them. The envoy looked at the long convoy, nodded, and led the way to the palace. This palace has a unique style. Upon entering the gate, the first thing you see is a wide and neat road paved with white stones, leading directly to the palace in front of you. On both sides of the road are various colorful flowers unique to the empire, as well as several tall ancient trees standing on the high platform behind the flower beds. 2 rows of soldiers stood neatly on both sides of the road, holding shields and spears, wearing bright and shiny armor, standing straight and with meticulous expressions. It seems this is the Empire's elite force. Colonel Karen from the Milan Empire glanced at the soldiers, a hint of disdain on his face. Excuse me, weapons are prohibited inside the palace. Please hand over your weapons, the soldiers guarding the kingdom said to Karen and his party. Because there were too many people, the palace only allowed Karen and his entourage to enter, while the others had to wait outside. Karen glanced back at his 20-odd men behind him, gave them a mocking smile, then pulled a knife from his bulletproof vest and placed it on the guard's table. The 20-odd soldiers who were allowed to enter the palace also drew their swords and placed them on the ground. The guard stared blankly at the finely crafted steel knives. Then, when he looked at the spears in Karen and the others' hands, he gave them a puzzled look, instinctively feeling that something was amiss. Oh, this isn't a weapon, it's just a symbol for us diplomats, an ornament, a symbol of national dignity, and it's not something we can just take off our clothes, Karen said casually. The guard examined the rifles closely. They looked like oversized toys. They appeared brittle, and although the material was unknown, they seemed like they could break easily if dropped. This thing is not likely to hit anyone. Even if it accidentally falls to the ground, it will probably break. It shouldn't pose any threat. So he waved his hand, letting the group go inside. Besides the emperor, many other elders and nobles were present at the palace, all curious about what these people from another world looked like. Upon seeing the king, Groot immediately kowtowed. Father, the envoys from the Milan Empire wish to engage in friendly exchanges with our country and establish a partnership through bilateral trade. Therefore, your son has brought them here to pay homage. King Grant VI of the Empire glanced at Prince Groot, then at the group of Karen, and asked, Are you really from the portal to another dimension? Chapter 73 Imperial Turmoil, Part 2. When Grant VI heard that people from another world had come from the portal, he was quite surprised. After all, that historical legend from 300 years ago was too frightening. But I heard that these otherworldly beings came with the third Prince Groot, and there are only 200 of them. Grant VI was relieved when they entered the city laden with goods. Karen stepped forward, placed his right hand on his chest in a salute, and said, Your Majesty, on behalf of Head of State of Milan, I extend my sincere greetings to you. Our Head of State hopes that our 2 countries can establish friendly relations, and has prepared some gifts for you in this regard. Then they had people carry boxes of things up to the palace. When boxes of various artificial gemstones, glass artifacts, artificial amber, artificial jade, ceramic products, and other items were placed before everyone, both the king and the assembled elders and nobles were awestruck by these exquisite, shimmering, and colorful industrial products. These things are like rare treasures. I love them no matter how I look at them. Grant VI toyed with a fist-sized, transparent glass ball in his hand, unable to imagine how something so flawless could have been made. Father, here is also a letter of state from the ruler of Milan to you, Groot said, holding up a scroll. Grant VI waved his hand, signaling him to bring the scroll up. As Groot walked up to the throne with the scroll, a guard stepped forward to take it from him. Just then, Karen suddenly raised his rifle and fired 2 shots, killing 2 guards beside the king. Groot immediately pulled a dagger from the scroll and quickly brought it to Grant VI's neck. Don't move, Groot shouted. The dozen or so elder nobles in the palace were thrown into chaos by this sudden turn of events. More than 20 soldiers in Milan also raised their rifles and began firing at those who disobeyed orders or tried to run away. Gunfire erupted inside the palace, and even the soldiers guarding the palace gates were instantly killed. Upon hearing the gunshots and shouts, squads of Imperial Royal Knights began to surge towards the palace. However, before they even entered the palace, soldiers from the Milan squad pulled the trigger and threw grenades into the ranks. Boom! The Imperial soldiers running in front were immediately blown down in droves. Many of the soldiers behind were also injured by the explosion, lying on the ground groaning in pain. At the same time, the Miran soldiers outside the palace also opened fire. Although they numbered only 180 men, their firepower was extremely fierce, and they quickly kept the Imperial Royal Army soldiers who came to reinforce them at bay. Even though these royal soldiers were the Empire's elite, they were still no match for the Milan soldiers armed with firearms. The garrison troops stationed in the city also suffered an attack. The Milranian soldiers, disguised as beggars and who had been lying in wait on the city's main streets, suddenly drew their weapons and instantly routed the Imperial Knights who had come to reinforce them. Gunshots and cries filled the entire city. The 500 elite soldiers brought by Groot began to control the entrance to the palace, and no one was allowed to enter or leave at will. King Grant VI never imagined that his elite guards would be so powerless against these people. He never imagined that his son would collude with these otherworldly beings to seize power. Although the palace was quite spacious, the Milran soldiers quickly secured good positions. Moreover, they had also taken the king and many elders and nobles hostage in the palace. Even if the Imperial soldiers were to break through the front lines and enter the palace, they would not dare to act rashly. Seeing that the situation was settled, Karen smiled and walked up to Grant VI, saying, "Your Majesty, if you do not want the entire Maghreb city to be devastated, I suggest that you order your soldiers not to act rashly and to retreat outside the city to await orders. And let me tell you, if we want, we can put the entire empire under our fire. If you don't want your people to be displaced and separated from their families, you'd better obey us." Grant VI stared at him intently and asked, "What is your purpose?" Karen, holding his rifle, walked onto the stage and laughed. "It's very simple. First, you immediately abdicate and then hand over the throne to this Prince Groot. Second, the Empire will sign an alliance agreement with the Milan Empire, and we will send troops to help the Empire defend itself. The training and command of the Imperial troops will be the responsibility of our officers. Third, we will make large-scale investments and provide assistance to the Empire, such as helping you build roads or mine minerals. For now, we have 3 clauses. We will discuss the remaining terms with Prince Groot after he ascends the throne." King Grant VI was completely stunned when he heard this. He had never seen such a shameless person. This was the first time he had ever seen such a grand and elegant way of describing aggression and occupation, with terms like training assistance and investment aid. But he also knew that he no longer had the right to refuse. Having become a prisoner, and with these otherworldly beings possessing weapons as powerful as those of the legendary beings from the Time Gate, he had no choice but to do as they demanded. What followed was a ceasefire between the two sides, the abdication of Grant VI, and the ascension of Prince Groot to the throne, marking a change of power. The news that the Emperor had abdicated in favor of the third prince spread rapidly throughout the Empire. It should be noted that the third prince has never been the first in line to the throne. Rumors spread throughout the Empire, and many lords of vassal states began to break away from the Empire and declare independence. Princess Anna, far away in Biku City, was stunned upon hearing the news. Incredulously, she asked Layla, who had run away from the capital, "Is what you're saying true? Groot really usurped the throne? And some otherworldly beings helped him? How are my father and the others now?" Layla took a big gulp of water and gasped for breath before saying, "Now the king and your eldest brother have been imprisoned by your third brother, and the palace guards have all been replaced by the third prince's men. If I hadn't run fast, I would still be trapped in the palace right now. How is this possible? There are so many elite soldiers in the palace, and the great magician Sicinius is also there. How could Groot have succeeded in his betrayal?" Anna said in disbelief. Layla wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "The otherworldly beings that the third prince brought back were carrying very strange weapons. They didn't seem like magic, but their power was much greater than magic. They knocked down a large number of Imperial soldiers in one fell swoop. Moreover, my master happened to be at a banquet invited by the mage Diaz, and wasn't even in the palace. Even if he were there, he probably wouldn't be a match for these otherworldly beings. Anna murmured to herself. Could it be that the otherworldly beings that Groot brought back are from the same world as those who entered here through that portal 300 years ago? Chapter 74, Launching Rockets. Guna, I'm worried you'll get so fat you won't be able to fly in the future. Joey Bai stared at Gwana with a worried expression. After their quarantine ended, the little angels were allowed limited freedom of movement within the village. Joey Bai needs to stay at the entrance to keep the time portal running. Therefore, he specially had someone prepare a lot of food so that he could eat while watching TV shows to pass the time. However, since Guna gained freedom of movement, she has taken over most of the food. No, not at all. After taking a sip of her bubble tea, Guna said, I still have to go help with some work later. How can I not replenish my energy? You think I need you to do any work? What kind of work can you possibly do here? Joey Bai was a little curious. Grandpa Village Chief said we can't just eat and stay here for free, so we have to help with the work. You have a lot of fruit here, and it's plentiful. We plan to make some fruit wine for you to drink. Guna said with an innocent look on her face. Angel-made fruit wine is a hot commodity these days. These little angels have no idea how valuable the fruit wine they've made is. Those old experts couldn't wait for him to visit these angels every day, so they could help him brew wine and study the special secrets of their fruit wine. That's great. Your fruit wine is delicious. Make more so I can enjoy some too. All the fruit wine he brought back before has been taken away, so now it's not easy to get a sip of their homemade fruit wine. At this moment, Li Qixing, who was in charge of Zhou Yibai's daily communication, walked over. When Guna saw Li Qixing approaching, she immediately got off the chair, finished the last sip of her milk tea, and said, I'm leaving now. You two keep chatting. Remember to download the latest anime for my tablet. After saying that, he flew away. What is this little angel saying? Li Qixing, who did not understand the language of angels, asked. Oh, it's nothing. I don't know where she learned it, but she even knows the term new anime. Joey Bai shook his head helplessly. Li Qixing sat in the chair that Guana had just been sitting in, took out a new phone and handed it to Joey Bai. This is a new phone specially prepared for you by the higher-ups. Joey Bai took the phone and glanced at it. It was the latest model of the Huawei phone, but the phone that was given away was definitely not that simple, so he asked, Is there anything special about this phone? Li Qixing said, There's nothing special about it. It just uses the batteries improved with the amethyst stones you brought back. This phone's standby time is 10 times that of a regular phone. That's impressive, that's really good. Joey Bai exclaimed, I always thought the phone battery didn't last long, but my mom wouldn't let me play on my phone while lying in bed with the charging cable plugged in, saying that it could cause a short circuit or a battery explosion. Li Qixing explained, this type of battery is currently only specially made in the laboratory. You can try it out and see if there are any shortcomings. You can give me feedback so that I can ask them to make improvements. However, the civilian mass production version will be available soon. We're just waiting for the raw materials to come online. Once that's done, these long battery life phones will be available on the market. Who knows when that will be? Right now, all the supplies are lined up to be transported to another world. Looking at the truckloads of supplies waiting to be transported to the other world, Joey Bai asked, How long will it take to transport all this stuff? You can't expect me to stay here every day as a key, can you? Ever since Joey Bai learned that his cheat ability was only to open this time portal, he felt particularly miserable. What happened to the main character's personality? What happened to the promised happiness? We're no different from that retired gatekeeper. Li Qixing said helplessly, There's nothing we can do about it. Our scientists haven't found a way to keep the space-time portal open for a while, so we can only ask you to make do for now. Joey Bai asked, Didn't those people from the Milland Empire say that the space-time portal over there was opened by mages from another world? Why don't you just capture a few mages and bring them over? Li Qixing smiled wryly. It's not that easy. We don't know where the magicians are, and we don't even have a target or a location. Where are we supposed to catch them? Furthermore, since our helicopters haven't been able to reach that area yet, and we lack long-range power projection capabilities, all our current military missions are focused on defending against that otherworldly army. By the way, the nearest city is called Biku City. Princess Anna, the lord there, knows magicians. Why don't you start from there? Zhou Bai suggested. Li Qixing thought for a moment and said, your method is very good. I will report it to the higher-ups for decision-making. However, we haven't mastered the language there yet, so communication will be difficult. We are also not familiar with Princess Anna, so communication may be inconvenient. This is nothing. Your communication equipment is already set up, right? I'm quite familiar with Princess Anna. You can just use your phones or something, and I can video call her. Li Qixing nodded. That's a good idea. Let's see how the higher-ups arrange it. I think they'll have a contingency plan. Aren't you planning to take action against the Milran Empire's base yet? Or send troops to seize their space-time portal? These days, he's been watching batches of supplies being transported to the other world, but he hasn't heard of any military operations, so he's curious about how the higher-ups plan to deal with the Milran Empire. This matter is not that simple. The other side is not the Imperial Army that uses cold weapons, but a quasi-modern army that uses firearms, and it is a superpower with global resources and billions of people. While defeating their troops here shouldn't be a problem, if we can't resolve the subsequent issues, we can only observe for now and wait for the right opportunity to act. Li Qixing said. In addition, the current entrance is too small, so even tanks and missile vehicles cannot get in, let alone advanced weapons such as fighter jets. This has a great impact on our combat effectiveness. Isn't that a missile? Zhou Bai pointed to a missile-like object, about 3 or 4 meters long, that was about to pass through the tunnel entrance, and asked. Li Qixing explained, this is not a missile, but a brand-new integrated satellite rocket launch system, a low-orbit microsatellite recently developed by the Aerospace Academy. Because the launch vehicle couldn't get here, this launch rocket was specially developed. Don't let its small size fool you. It can still send satellites into low-altitude orbit, allowing us to obtain more information about this alien planet. Zhou Bai exclaimed in admiration. You guys are really amazing. It's only been a few days, and you're already preparing to launch a satellite. Li Qixing continued to explain to him. This satellite is only being used temporarily. If we can figure out the secret of this time portal and expand the opening, we can launch larger rockets and send satellites with more functions into space. Chapter 75 The Magician Layla. Knight Mallow and his men finally returned from escorting Zhou Bai to Angel Village. Upon hearing his story, Princess Anna immediately called him aside. Knight Mallow also reported to Princess Anna everything he had encountered on the road. So, you didn't deliver Zhou Bai to his destination? Princess Anna asked. No, we encountered these strange people on the way to Angel Village, which was still 1 or 2 days away. After they launched a surprise attack on us, we got separated in the bushes. Marlowe said somewhat apologetically. I went back to look for the place where we got separated, but I couldn't find any trace of him, so I came back first. This was his first failed escort mission, and also the first time he had encountered such a powerful enemy. He was defeated before he even saw his opponent's shadow. The enemy's terrifying attack methods had far exceeded his imagination. After Marlowe told Princess Anna about the clothes and weapons of the people he had seen on Monday, Layla exclaimed, They are those otherworldly beings. The ones you described are exactly the same as those otherworldly beings who broke into the palace and launched the attack. Marlowe, unaware that the palace had fallen and the king had abdicated, asked curiously, The palace was attacked? What happened? When Layla told Knight Marlowe what had happened, Marlowe was completely shocked. I never expected that such a big thing would happen in the Empire in such a short time. Moreover, he did not expect that just a few hundred people would overthrow the Empire's regime. How did these otherworldly beings end up in the Western Forest? Could it be that the portal they opened is over there? Princess Anna wondered. The Western Forest is far from the capital, and Biku City is the closest to it. Logically speaking, if those otherworldly beings wanted to invade the Empire, they should have invaded Biku City first. After learning the truth, Marlowe took out a simple map. After carefully examining the map, he pointed to it and said, Your Highness, please take a look at the map. They are very close to the Choping River. I think they went south along the Choping River to the territory of the third prince, Bigo City. After attacking Bigo City, they took the third prince hostage and went south again to the capital, Maghreb City. Princess Anna understood after seeing the map why those otherworldly beings didn't attack the nearest city, Biku, but instead went to the more distant capital. Because the road from there to Biku is all overland and not easy to travel, but if they travel by water, it will be much faster. But danger still exists, because Biku is, after all, the closest city to them, and they will eventually attack this area. Your Highness, why did that Easterner you mentioned return from the Western Forest? Isn't the way to the Eastern continent to sail from the Eastern Sea? And those otherworldly beings just happened to be there too. Could these two be working together? Layla pondered seriously, resting her chin on her hand. Master Zhou is definitely not with them. If they were, those otherworldly beings wouldn't have launched an attack so suddenly, Marlowe said with certainty. Marlowe still had feelings for Zhou Bai. After all, the two got along quite well, and Zhou Bai had a good personality, was approachable, and didn't have the various bad habits of rich people. Of course, the most important thing is that if the two sides are on the same side, how can there be a fight between comrades? I heard that those otherworldly beings came in through the time gate. How much do you know about the time gate? Anna asked Layla. Layla scratched her head. I don't know much about the portals. My master hasn't told me about them yet. Suddenly her eyes lit up. That's right. I know who knows the most about the portals of time and space. The elves. The portals of time and space can only be opened with magic, but human magic originated from the elves. I think the elves must know what's going on. But we humans and the elves have always been at odds. They probably won't tell us the secret of the gate of time and space, Anna asked. If the portal can be closed, even if the remaining otherworldly beings are incredibly powerful, without a constant supply of personnel and resources, the Empire still has a chance to defeat them. Now that so many terrifying alien humans have entered through the portal, I think they not only pose a threat to our entire empire, but will certainly threaten other races in the future as well. The elves can't possibly ignore this now, and we'd better contact all the races on the continent to fight these otherworldly beings together, Layla suggested. Princess Anna, seeing Layla's rare display of intelligence, praised her, saying, Very good. I never imagined your little brain could come up with such a good idea. All right, I'll leave the task of contacting the elves to you. I'll be responsible for contacting the goblins to discuss ways to deal with these otherworldly beings. I was just making a suggestion. I wouldn't dare go. Besides, those otherworldly people live on the edge of the Western Forest, and the elves also live on that side of the Western Forest. Going to find them would inevitably take me through the portals of those otherworldly beings. They must have built fortresses or something there. If I'm discovered, I'm dead. Layla is not stupid at all. She is well aware of the risks involved when it comes to her own life. How could that be? You are the most outstanding and intelligent young mage in the Empire. You just need to bypass their camp, Princess Anna said. No, Your Highness. I only came to rely on you for a meal. Don't ask me to go on adventures. Layla shook her head and refused. Mage Layla, I will escort you there, said Knight Marlowe. He had to pass through Angel Village to get to the Western Forest, and he wanted to go back there to see if Zhou Bai had returned to the village safely. What good will it do you go? You still got beaten up and had to run back, Layla complained. Layla, the fate of the Empire is now in your hands, Princess Anna said, holding Layla's hand. If you are willing to go, I can give you all the Royal Reserve red wines that you like to drink. Just as Layla was about to pull her hand away from Princess Anna's, she suddenly noticed something sparkly on the princess's wrist and asked curiously, Hey Anna, what's that on your wrist? Princess Anna quickly withdrew her hand. It's nothing, just a piece of ordinary jewelry. Anna knew Layla's personality. Layla would try to snatch anything that looked good from her, and many of Anna's things had ended up in Layla's hands since she was a child. This watch was a gift from Zhou Bai to her, and she liked it very much, but I don't want to give it to her. Layla thought for a moment and then said, All right, I can help you contact the elves, but besides the red wine, you have to agree to one more condition. Chapter 76 Layla's Adventure, Part 1. Layla now regrets agreeing to Princess Anna's request. Although they successfully snatched the watch from Anna's wrist, and she liked it very much. But after finally getting around the camps built by those otherworldly beings and entering the Western Forest, they were now unlucky enough to run into the 20-odd forest wolves in front of them. These wolves are a common large wild animal in the Western Forests and are exceptionally fierce. They have a very keen sense of smell. Once an unfamiliar scent enters their surroundings, They will follow the scent to track their prey and then launch a surprise attack. Layla refused Marlowe's offer to escort her because she thought he was troublesome and might hold her back during their escape, and instead went to the elven territory alone. Layla could barely handle 3 to 5 forest wolves, but facing more than 20 forest wolves at once, even with her magic casting speed, she could only barely repel the first few. Once they surround me, I'm likely to be in grave danger. Layla was forced to slowly retreat to the side of a large tree, using it as cover to avoid being ambushed from behind. Meanwhile, a large drone was circling overhead. Rainbow 3 reporting, Rainbow 3 reporting. The command center issued a communication message. Falcon received, please speak. Qianzhan replied to the communication system inside his helmet. A person has been spotted entering the restricted area 3 kilometers northeast of you. There is only one person in the area. Please proceed to confirm as soon as possible. Falcon received, on its way to confirm. Qianzhan and the others received the target location information from the drone on their combat tablets and began to check it. Meanwhile, Layla, using the cover of several giant trees behind her, had successfully repelled several attacks launched by the Timberwolves and left behind 3 Timberwolves' corpses. The wolves were somewhat afraid of the fireball in Layla's hand. All he could do was circle around Layla, making low growls, waiting for an opportunity. Layla was also staring intently at the beasts. She was already out of breath from casting too much magic, and a bead of sweat appeared on her forehead. While Layla's gaze was swept to the side, a huge forest wolf on the left suddenly leaped up and pounced. Layla quickly used her magic wand to block the wolf that was biting at her, thus stopping its attack. Seeing their chance, the other Timberwolves swarmed in and launched an attack. Bang, bang, bang. With a few strange noises, the forest wolves that had pounced on Layla instantly collapsed to the ground. The wolves behind were also startled by the sudden gunshot and scattered, leaving only a few wolf corpses around Layla. Qianzhan and the others then slowly walked out, rifles in hand. Looking at the petite little girl in front of me, with a blank, scarred baby face and a wooden cane inlaid with various stones, I felt a strange sense of awe. Qianzhan and the others did not let their guard down, keeping their Type 95 rifles pointed at Layla. Layla stared at the Special Forces soldiers in front of her. Although the weapons they carried were somewhat similar to those of the otherworldly beings who had broken into the palace, their appearances were quite different. Seeing that these people were still pointing those terrifying weapons at her, Layla said in her own language, I am Layla, the magician. Thank you all for rescuing me. Seeing that these people didn't react, probably because they couldn't understand his language, he lowered his head slightly, and the stone on his magic wand began to glow faintly. I am the magician, Layla. Thank you all for rescuing me. Layla repeated her words. I am Qianzhan, a Special Forces member from the Rabbit Kingdom. You have entered our restricted area. Please cooperate with our work and accept our inspection. When Qianzhan instinctively uttered those words, he was stunned for a moment. He clearly didn't know the language of this other world. So how did he understand it just now? Captain, this little girl can speak the language of the Rabbit Kingdom? The team member next to him was also stunned for a moment. This little girl is clearly from another world, but he did understand what she was saying. Qianzhan ignored him and stared at Layla in front of him, calmly asking, Can you speak our language? Layla nodded slightly. Yes, but it's just a translation magic. It can directly understand the inner thoughts of a person when they speak. So even if you don't speak the same language, communication is still not a problem. By the way, you just said you're a magician? Upon hearing her mention something about translating magic, Qianzhan immediately remembered what she had just said. The higher-ups are looking to capture Reno, to invite some otherworldly magicians to the base so they can gain a better understanding of the time portal and the magic here. The plan hasn't even been implemented yet, and a magician has already barged in? Yes, if there's nothing else, may I leave? Layla felt uncomfortable as she looked at the people staring intently at her. After a long pause, Qianzhan finally reacted, immediately regaining his serious expression and saluting Layla. Hello, I am Qianzhan, the captain of the Special Operations Company directly under the Rabbit Country's Interdimensional Expeditionary Force. Our Rabbit Country is a peace-loving country. We are here to help the angel race drive away those foreign armies that have invaded the interdimensional world, and also to bring warmth and democracy. Xianzhan was at a loss for words and just blurted out whatever came to mind. Layla didn't quite catch his rambling, but she did clearly hear the word angel. Angel race? When I came here, I passed by the village of the angel tribe and found that it had been destroyed. Wasn't it you who destroyed it? Layla asked. To reiterate, we are a peace-loving nation. Angel Village was destroyed by an army from another world, and the little angels are currently taking refuge in our country, Xianzhan replied. You come from another time portal? That means there are 2 time portals here. Layla asked in surprise. Xianzhan nodded and replied, as far as I know, yes. Layla was stunned. The disaster brought by one time portal was already enough to make this continent suffer, and now another time portal had appeared. Who knows how chaotic the world will become in the future? But don't worry, we are different from that army from another world. They came in and started burning, killing, and looting, destroying the little angel's home. We came with a peaceful purpose. Layla didn't believe his nonsense. What peace purpose, and what kind of peace purpose? Only they themselves knew. I'll assume for now that you've come with peaceful intentions, but I have other matters to attend to. Can you let me go? Layla asked. It's like this. We'd like to invite you to our base. Our superiors want to know some things, and we hope it will take up a day or 2 of your time. Don't worry, we will absolutely guarantee your safety. Having finally encountered a human from another world, and a magician at that, how could the higher-ups possibly let her leave so easily? She had no ability to fight back against these people who wielded terrifying weapons capable of instantly killing a forest wolf. For the sake of her life, Layla had no choice but to agree. All right then. Chapter 77 Layla's Adventure, Part 2. The Underground Command Center of the Interdimensional Portal. Layla was led to a reception room, where she was comfortably sitting on a leather sofa. This sofa is so comfortable, with soft cushions behind it. The room is just the right temperature, and there's freshly brewed, fragrant pu'er tea on the table, along with a box of cookies. If it weren't for the people in white coats carrying all sorts of strange things around the room, she would have liked to lean back on the sofa and take a comfortable nap. Having been exposed to the elements for days, it would be wonderful to be able to get some sleep here. Li Qixing walked to the door of the reception room, took a deep breath, and then pushed the door open to go in. Knowing that he had carried out diplomatic missions, the higher-ups assigned him this task of communicating with the otherworldly magician. Hello, Miss Layla the magician. Li Qixing wore a warm and friendly smile. Hello. Layla stood up, holding her magic wand. A strange radio wave reaction was detected. It was very weak, and it only appeared when the stone on the magic wand emitted a faint glow. The scientists outside were already busy, constantly making calculations and observations. Since Zhou Yibai wasn't brought in to translate this time, their conversation was conducted entirely through the magician's translation magic. Wang Guohua and other leaders were also carefully watching the screen through the monitor. Li Qixing sat directly opposite Layla, but Layla's deliberate fake smile made her a little nervous. Miss Layla, please don't be nervous. First, let me introduce myself. I am Li Qixing, the leader of the Alien Kingdom's Interdimensional External Liaison Group. On behalf of the Rabbit Kingdom, I would like to warmly welcome you to our base. Layla was puzzled by the strange titles in the Rabbit Kingdom, wondering what rank they represented, so she simply introduced herself. I am Layla, a magician from the Empire. It's a pleasure to meet you. On behalf of Princess Ariana of the Empire, I traveled to the Elven tribe in the Western Forest. En route, I was attacked by forest wolves. Fortunately, I encountered your people, who rescued me. I express my gratitude once again. This is what we should do, but I'd like to know, what did your Princess Anna send you to the Elven tribe for? Li Qixing asked. He knew about Princess Anna. Zhou Yibai had previously suggested that they go to Biku City and ask Princess Anna to introduce some magicians to see if they could solve the problem of the space-time portal being too small. Layla didn't hide anything from him and said directly, there's another portal in another place, where there's an army just like yours. You know that, right? They recently invaded the palace and helped the third prince overthrow the Empire's regime. Princess Anna, for the sake of the Empire's future, hopes to forge alliances with other races to fight against these armies from another world, but that doesn't include you, of course. The news that the Milren Empire has invaded the Imperial Palace is quite new. But this was not unexpected for Li Qixing and the others. Because the best way for one civilization to invade another is to send troops to carry out a decapitation strike. This is the military action with the lowest cost and the greatest reward. But these otherworldly armies are not easy to deal with. To be honest, I don't think you have the strength to fight them. Li Qixing said sincerely. For these people who are still using cold weapons to attack an industrialized nation that already has rifles is like throwing an egg against a rock. We know we might not be able to beat him, but the elves are the ancestors of magic, and the portal to time and space was opened by magic, wasn't it? That's why Princess Anna sent me to the elves to see if they had any way to close the portal between time and space. Layla explained. Zhou Bai had already mentioned that elves could use magic, and he had heard it from the little angel. Although Zhou Bai had interacted with the elf princess once, he had never seen them use any magic before. However, if those elves can really close the other side's time portal, that would be good news for the Rabbit Kingdom. If we can control how the other side opens and closes their space-time portals, then we won't have to fear their massive rear support capabilities. The freedom to choose between war and peace lies with us. Aren't you a magician? Don't you know how to close or open a time portal? Li Qixing asked. Layla shook her head. I don't know. Although I am a magician, I am only a beginner. I don't know much about time portals. However, I am quite curious about how your time portal was opened. Was it opened by magicians from your side? Li Qixing smiled and said, We don't have any magicians on our side. This portal was opened accidentally by a young man from our rabbit country. Your own people opened it? Layla said with some curiosity. I thought only people who could use magic could open time portals. Then she suddenly realized something, looked Li Qixing up and down, and asked in surprise. Ah, you wouldn't happen to be in cahoots with that Zhou Bai, would you? Li Qixing was taken aback. You know Zhou Bai? Layla took off her watch. Yes, I know him. Look, this watch of mine was a gift from him to Princess Anna. Li Qixing picked up the watch and looked at it. It did indeed look like a cheap item from Yiwu. Zhou Bai is in charge of opening the time portal for us. Do you need to see him? I can arrange for you to meet him. Layla thought for a moment and said, Sure. After all, there's another mission this time. To see if we can find Zhou Bai and make sure he's all right so we can report back to Princess Anna. Zhou Bai heard that a magician had come to the base and was very curious, so he quickly went to the reception room. Hello, my name is Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai stepped forward and greeted him. Layla looked Zhou Bai over and saw that he was indeed similar to what Anna and Marlo had described. Hello, my name is Layla. So you're the mage Layla? I heard your name at the City Lord's mansion last time. Princess Anna said you're the youngest mage in the entire empire. Layla felt a little embarrassed. After all, although she was the youngest magician, she was also the least experienced one. By the way, I've always been curious about what your magic is like. Could you demonstrate it? After all, we don't have any magic where we're from, Zhou Bai said. The people behind the screen were also intently watching the images and instruments, eager to understand how the magic here worked. Then how did you open the time portal? Layla was also very curious about how someone without magic could open a time portal. I don't know, but it opens by itself whenever I get close to it. It's just that our space-time portal is too small, so I was hoping you could tell me if there's any way to enlarge it a bit, Zhou Bai said honestly. I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to open a portal. Layla picked up her magic wand and stood up. However, I can show you my magical abilities. Chapter 78 Layla's Adventure, Part 3. Layla picked up the magic wand in her hand, and the stone on the wand emitted a faint glow once again. A ball of red flame appeared in her other hand. This is our magic. We use our magic wands to collect nearby magical elements, and then transform them into basic forms like wind, fire, thunder, lightning, and rain. The flame in Layla's hand gradually changed color, and soon it became a semi-transparent shape. Then, a snow-white ice ball appeared in her hand. In the blink of an eye, as if by magic, the ice puck in his hand transformed into a ball of purple lightning. What are magical factors? How do they work? Even though Zhou Bai had prepared himself mentally, he was still shocked when he saw Layla cast her magic. The researchers outside the room were equally shocked. They frantically began checking the parameters of various instruments, and the scanned data inside. After all, this thing is too unscientific. If you were in the Rabbit Kingdom and claimed you possessed magic, you'd likely be sent to a mental hospital for treatment. The magical element is a trace of an element that exists in any corner of the world. Like air, it can neither be seen nor touched, but it is omnipresent and endless. By using the magic stones on the magic wand, one can collect and control them. However, only a select few can wield the wand and unleash its power. These are the magicians, Layla said with some pride. However, in addition to being able to control and create basic skills such as wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and fire, some advanced mages can also use magical factors to transform into other skills. For example, my master, the great mage Sicinius, can use magical factors for defense or flight. So powerful. If these mages used them in battle, unleashing fire or lightning upon their opponents, wouldn't they be invincible? Zhou Yibai exclaimed in admiration. For an enemy force lacking ranged attack capabilities, the thought of gathering a group of mages and continuously casting various spells on them is incredibly satisfying. In fact, mages rarely participate in combat because using magic is a very physically demanding activity. Moreover, the magic we create is somewhat useful against a small number of targets, but it's completely ineffective against a large number of targets. If our magic wands are taken away by the enemy, we'll be no different from ordinary people, Layla explained. In other words, their mages can cheer from the sidelines and occasionally cast a spell to disrupt the enemy, but they won't be of much use in a real fight. Does the magic wand's energy come from those stones? Zhou Yibai pointed to the 7 gems embedded in the magic wand and asked. Yes, these gems are indeed the main tools for collecting and utilizing magical elements. Layla turned the magic wand sideways so that Zhou Yibai could see the gems on it more clearly. So, where did you get these gems from? Zhou Yibai asked, his eyes shining. Most of them were passed down from our master, and some are quite common. For example, there are many amethyst stones here, while this white crystal stone comes from the northern ice plains and snow mountains, and this red crystal stone comes from underground caves. Other types of gems are rarer. A typical magic wand has 6 to 10 gems set in it. The more gems, the more powerful the magician's magic. So amethyst is also a type of magic stone. No wonder its energy is so powerful. Doesn't that mean it would be a waste to use it as a battery in the future? Fortunately, Chief Carl said that there are large reserves of this stuff, and many caves nearby contain it. Did you make the magic wand yourself, or is there some special detail? Zhou Yibai examined Layla's crimson, slightly bent wooden wand, which was about 1.67 meters long. Only the roots of the prison phoenix tree, which comes from the elf tribe, can be made into a staff. Other tree roots, even if inlaid with magic stones, are just ordinary wooden sticks. The staff outside were constantly analyzing the conversation between the two. Even the magical scenes that Layla had just performed were played frame by frame in an attempt to find and decipher the secrets of magic. Make a copy of all the records and send it to the capital to tell them that we have made a new discovery here. Wang Guohua was very excited, because Layla said that magical energy is endless and omnipresent. If we can use modern scientific methods to use these magical factors on a large scale in the future, it will be an inexhaustible and pollution-free magical industrial energy source. This will become another clean energy source that can be used indefinitely, besides nuclear energy. Moreover, it is safer than nuclear energy and can be used in a wider range of applications. In theory, as long as there is energy, machines can certainly use it. If these magical elements are combined with the use of machines in the future, it will drive the development and progress of the entire society. Isn't this much better than someone carrying a magic wand around and showing off? Of course, we don't yet know what this so-called magical factor is, or whether magical factors actually exist on Earth. If magical elements were discovered on Earth, it would completely shake up and overturn the entire world's scientific system. Arrange drones and exploration teams to search for the distribution of magic stones in various parts of the other world. Then notify the Beijing Research Institute to see if any of the gems Zhou Yibai collected before matched the gems on Layla's magic wand. Also, immediately collect the air, soil, water, and other natural substances here. Then return to China, and compare the differences between the two sides to see if we can find any discrepancies and search for the so-called magical factors. Wang Guohua ordered. The water and air over there are mixed with too much industrial pollution. Won't that affect the comparison results? The secretary asked. Then let's go to the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, Antarctica, or the Arctic to collect samples. The Earth is so big, we should be able to find some pure resources. After asking a few more questions, and having basically finished asking all the questions assigned by his superiors, Zhou Yibai began to relax. The intelligence we obtained this time is extremely important. I'll probably get a bonus when we get back. By the way, do you think I can become a magician? Zhou Yibai asked. This has always been his dream. Holding a magic wand is much cooler than those handsome guys who carry transformation devices and ask you if you believe in light. You? Layla glanced at Zhou Yibai, then handed him the magic wand. Close your eyes and feel it with your heart. See what you feel. Zhou Yibai picked up the magic wand. It was surprisingly heavy. After closing my eyes as she instructed, I felt nothing special except for a slight warmth from the magic wand. Layla smiled at him. It seems you don't have the potential to become a magician, because when someone with magical talent gets a magic wand, the gems on it will glow. Zhou Yibai could only regretfully return the magic wand to him. It seems he's more reliable with the transformation device. Chapter 79 Layla's Adventure, Part 4. You've asked me so many questions, may I ask you a few? Layla put her wand away, revealing an expression of intense curiosity. Of course, I can tell you anything I know and can say, Zhou Yibai said, staring into her blue eyes. What is your country like? From the moment she arrived, surrounded by all sorts of exquisite things, Layla had been very curious about what kind of country lay outside the time portal. We come from a great country with a history of 5,000 years, 10 million square kilometers of land, and 1.4 billion people. Oh, by the way, please wait a moment. Zhou Yibai looked at Li Qixing beside him. Li Qixing stood up and turned on the TV hanging on the wall. The sudden sound from the television startled Layla. Then, a promotional video meticulously produced by the Rabbit Kingdom was broadcast on the television screen. This must be some kind of projection magic. Didn't these people say they didn't know magic? Layla thought to herself. Accompanied by majestic and grand background music, Zhou Yibai took the initiative to narrate. This is our planet, the third planet in the solar system of the Milky Way, Blue Star. To the east of this planet is our country, Rabbit Country. We are currently the world's second largest economy, and one of the world's most powerful industrial and defense nations. As the plot and visuals unfold, coupled with Zhou Yibai's passionate narration, a vast, prosperous, and super-civilized modern superpower appears before Layla. As the screen displayed images of a well-organized military parade, massive military exercises, demonstrations of new weapons, rockets soaring into space, and space stations floating in space, Layla grew increasingly shocked. Zhou Yibai pointed to the scene of the nuclear weapons test explosion and proudly introduced it to her. This is our ultimate weapon, the nuclear weapon. With just one shot, we can destroy any city in the world, and if necessary, we can bomb the entire planet. Layla swallowed hard, recovering from her shock. Aren't you much stronger than the people from the other time portal? That's how it is for now. However, the portal I opened is too small, so many weapons can't be pulled in. That's why we want to find a magician to see if they can solve this problem. You won't do anything to the Empire, will you? Layla asked, somewhat worried. These people seemed more troublesome than the other group. As we've said before, we are a peace-loving nation, but we would be happy to help you drive away those otherworldly beings and restore your king's power, Li Qixing said from the side. Well, thank you all then. Layla gave a wry smile. The Empire is a nation from two different timelines, and neither of them can be trifled with. By the way, it's already dinner time. Let's go to the restaurant and have dinner first. We can talk about everything later, Li Qixing suggested. Layla had been hungry for a long time, but she was too embarrassed to say so. Now that she heard that she could finally eat, she nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the base's dining hall, Layla could barely contain her drooling as she looked at the large table of delicious food before her. Having endured days of harsh weather, I couldn't help but swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva as I faced the delicious food before me. The exquisite porcelain plates used to serve the food, The beautiful wooden chopsticks and stainless steel knives, forks and spoons, and the glass bottles of wine exuded a strong aroma. Everything looked so sophisticated. Even though she had lived in the palace for many years, she had never seen such luxurious and high-class tableware. Mage Layla, we have a custom in our rabbit kingdom that at the dinner table, everyone should just eat and drink to their heart's content. There's no need to be too polite. Li Qixing picked up his chopsticks and gestured for them to continue. Layla tried to pick up the chopsticks, then clumsily tried to. 3 minutes later, she gave up completely. Pick up your knife and fork and start enjoying your meal. This is so delicious. I can't believe there's such delicious food in the world. Layla took a bite of the unknown meat, a happy expression on her face. Zhou Bai picked up a piece of braised pork ribs. The food today was indeed very good, of a high standard. Could it be that they specially hired a top-notch chef from China just for this magician lady? I propose a toast. Li Qixing raised his glass to the peace between the rabbit kingdom and the empire, and to the bright future of both worlds. Cheers. Zhou Bai also raised his glass. Lena quickly followed the other person's example, raised her glass, and drank it down in one gulp. A burning sensation immediately came from my stomach. Of all the imperial spirits she had ever tasted, none could match the flavor and intensity of this one. What kind of wine is this? Is it a famous wine from your area? After just one drink, Layla's face was already flushed, and she was starting to slur her words. She didn't even need translation magic anymore, and just used the imperial language. It is indeed a famous wine from the rabbit country, Maotai. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't usually be able to drink this wine, Zhou Bai said. This wine is good. Can I have a bottle? Of course, if you like, I can send you a few bottles later, Zhou Bai replied. Layla nodded gratefully, then picked up another piece of meat. Is this meat also unique to your area? It tastes so good. Zhou Bai didn't know what kind of meat it was, so he asked Li Qixing. No. This meat is from the wild animals that attacked you. We've had it before and thought it tasted good, so to avoid waste, we asked the chef to make some as well, Li Qixing replied. Layla sobered up halfway instantly. Is it okay to eat the meat of the forest wolf? Timber wolves are known for their ferocity and cunning, and most hunters dare not approach these wild beasts, so she had never heard of anyone eating their meat. Isn't this delicious? Li Qixing picked up a piece as well. After a hearty meal, Layla was led to the base's reception room. Because apart from Zhou Bai, no one else can freely enter or leave the time portal. There are very strict review requirements. Layla's application to enter the Rabbit Kingdom has not yet been approved, so for now, she can only be arranged to stay at the base's reception area. I'm sorry, Miss Layla, our base is still under construction, so the reception area is quite basic. Please bear with us. When the opportunity arises in the future, we will definitely invite you to stay in a 5-star hotel in our country, Li Qixing said apologetically. It's all right, this is already very good. Normally, it's good enough to have a cave to shelter from the wind when you're out in the world. Layla nodded in agreement. You've come all this way. You must be very tired. Please get some rest tonight. I won't bother you any longer. Okay. Layla looked at her room. Although it was small, the furnishings were exquisite. Especially the comfortable mattress and soft blankets. Once you lie down, you never want to get up again. Chapter 80 Layla's Adventure, Part 5. Miss Layla, how did you sleep last night? Li Qixing asked with a smile. Lay stretched and yawned. Thank you for your hospitality. I slept very well last night. This was the best sleep she had had in a while. The soft blankets felt like lying on a cloud. She wouldn't have gotten up so early if she hadn't been woken up by hunger. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, I followed Li Qixing and got a few steamed buns and a plate of side dishes. Then I found a place to sit down. Layla held a bun in one hand and used a spoon in the other to haphazardly stuff vegetables into her mouth. Putting aside everything else, these otherworldly beings certainly have top-notch culinary skills. If I could eat the delicious food here every day, that would be a great thing. Li Qixing felt quite proud watching Layla eat. He had served in diplomatic missions overseas and was also an excellent cook. His greatest pleasure was watching those well-dressed foreigners lose their composure in the face of Chinese cuisine. After all, the everyday foods from other countries are no different from pig swill in the eyes of the people of China. A simple steamed bun set meal made Layla feel like she was eating delicacies from the mountains and seas. After devouring the food on her plate in a whirlwind, Layla let out a satisfied burp and pushed the plate aside. "So, I'd like to ask, what are your plans for dealing with me?" Layla maintained her innocent expression. Li Qixing finished his porridge, put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and smiled at her. "Miss Layla, we are not bad people. We have always adhered to the principle of mutual benefit. We will not force you to do anything you don't want to do. As for the next steps, we will fully respect your opinion. Of course, if you wish to return to Bikku or go to the elf tribe, we will not stop you. However, if we encounter any more dangers along the way, we won't be so lucky as to run into them." After throwing the tissue in his hand into the trash can, Li Qixing continued, "Admittedly, from our perspective, we still hope that you can cooperate with us to drive those otherworldly beings back to their homeland. In addition, we would also appreciate your help." "How can I help you?" Layla asked bluntly. "We would like to hire you as our country's first magic research expert to study the magic here, make magic more powerful, and enable more people to learn how to use magic. So we hope you can assist us. For the entire Rabbit Kingdom's Otherworld Development Office, magic is something that must be thoroughly researched. However, for now, they only hope that Layla can introduce them to the basics of magic research, but they will not completely believe in her magical theories. After all, according to the research department, although Layla is a magician, she is too young, and many of her understandings of magic may be wrong. To ensure their research is not influenced by certain preconceived notions, they use the information provided by Layla as a supplement and focus on their own experimental research, thus ensuring they have an independent and comprehensive space for development. As for magic stones and such, they need to be collected first, and then further researched with Layla. Therefore, Layla's participation is important at this stage, but she is not indispensable. "Very well, I accept your offer." Layla gave a helpless smile. These people kept saying they would let her make her own choice, but she didn't believe they were that kind-hearted. She was sure they would do something underhanded behind her back. "Rather than letting them set things up behind my back, I might as well accept their invitation. At least I can get a decent meal here. Moreover, they are stronger than the people from the other time portal, and they will definitely exert more influence on the Empire in the future. If we can build good relations with them now, we might be able to do something beneficial for the Empire in the future. However, I have 3 conditions. If you agree to them, I will help your magical research without reservation," Layla continued. "Please just tell us. We'll do anything you can. First of all, hiring us magicians requires paying wages. Assisting you with your work demands payment, and judging by your wealthy and powerful appearance, I'll be asking for a very high price," Layla said with an air of righteous indignation. "No problem, just name your price." I want 10 gold coins a month." Layla looked at Li Qixing with some fear in her eyes, afraid that she was asking for too much. After all, in the Empire, an ordinary citizen is considered lucky to earn 1 gold coin a year. Back when she was in the palace, her master gave her no more than 5 gold coins as pocket money a year. So for her, this price was already outrageously high. Li Qixing smiled and said, "That's no problem at all. The Empire brought back several thousand gold coins on Monday, and they have also produced a batch of counterfeit imperial gold coins as a precaution. These counterfeit gold coins are made using gold plating technology, with very low gold content and negligible cost. At worst, you can learn from Zhou Yibai and simply take out some items to exchange for a large amount of gold coins in the Empire." Really? Layla's eyes lit up, and she almost jumped up in excitement. "Of course, that's not a high requirement for us," Li Qixing said. Layla thought about it and realized it made sense. After all, even the watch that Zhou Yibai gave to Princess Anna would cost several dozen gold coins in Bika City. The salary she asked for wasn't even enough to buy a watch. "Secondly, I hope to visit your world," Layla continued. "That's no problem either. We had planned to invite you to our area anyway. We're just waiting for the results. Thirdly, I hope you can do something for me." Layla quickly received approval to travel to the Rabbit Kingdom. Moreover, this approval is not just for a stay at Zhou Yibai's old home's forward base, but also for a direct trip to Beijing for a visit. The Otherworld Development Office hopes to use the prosperous social environment and abundant food of the Rabbit Kingdom to attract this magician, so that Layla can contribute more wholeheartedly to the magical cause of the Rabbit Kingdom. This is your time travel certificate. Li Qixing took out a certificate and handed it to Layla. Layla held the transmigration certificate issued by the Otherworld Development Office, which bore her photo. Although I didn't know what the certificate was for, I was still so excited that I couldn't speak. When can we set off? Layla was full of anticipation for this trip. Tomorrow will be fine. Congratulations on becoming our first Imperial guest to visit our country through official channels. You know, those angels are still only active in the restricted area near our space-time portal, Li Qixing said to her with a smile. Early the next morning, Layla arrived at the cave in front of the time portal. Chapter 81 Layla's Adventure, Part 6. Miss Layla, you can leave your magic wand here. We need to go through the disinfection and isolation gate before we can enter our country, said Tao Ling, the newly assigned escort from the development office. After passing through the time portal in the cave and entering Zhou Yibai's house, they found Zhou Yibai watching TV with two little angels. The table next to them was also filled with all kinds of delicious snacks. Hey, Layla the magician, you've been approved to come here? Zhou Yibai greeted. Layla looked at Zhou Yibai and said, Yes, and I'm also going to visit your country's capital. By the way, is this how you open the portal? Zhou Yibai nodded. That's right. As long as I get close to the door opens automatically. I don't know what kind of principle it works on. Anyway, now I'm just an old man guarding the door. At this moment, Li Qixing also entered from outside the portal and said to Layla, Miss Layla, you can sense whether we have the magical factors you mentioned here. Layla picked up the magic wand with her right hand, closed her eyes, and saw a ball of flame ignite to her left. However, this flame was noticeably smaller than when it was performed at the base. Wow, the magician is performing magic. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like it, Gunna exclaimed, then promptly picked up her phone to record a video. I'm going to upload it to a certain website. I'm sure a lot of people will like, comment, and share it. Zhou Yibai patted her little head. You can't pat me like that, or I'll take you back to jail. Is the prison food tasty? Gunna turned around and asked innocently. Layla looked at the dying flames and shook her head. Magic factors are very scarce here. We can barely drive magic. Even using translation magic is a bit difficult now. Li Qixing nodded and said into the communicator, It's confirmed that Blue Star also has magical factors, but the content is very low. Zhou Yibai quickly asked, Do you need me to accompany you as a translator? It would be nice if we could go to the capital together. At least we wouldn't have to be stuck here guarding the time portal like a tool every day. No need. Our comrade Tao Ling has already mastered the basic imperial language, so translation is not a problem. Moreover, our AI translation accuracy has reached 98%, so there is basically no language barrier. Li Qixing interrupted Zhou Yibai's fantasy of going to the capital. By the way, the air quality in Beijing might not be that good, and given the current special circumstances, you'd better wear this to avoid unnecessary trouble. Tao Ling took out a large mask and put it on Layla. The city of Beijing is far from Zhou Yibai's hometown. The journey involved transferring from a regular train to a high-speed train, and the trip alone took more than 7 hours. Throughout the entire journey, Layla's mouth remained constantly open beneath her mask. When Layla stepped off the high-speed train, she was completely stunned by the sight before her. The enormous city, the towering buildings, and the densely packed metal vehicles far exceeded her expectations. Layla could hardly describe the overwhelming aura that came over her. She simply felt that everything was full of power. Layla leaned against the car window, her eyes constantly looking outside. Everything seemed so new and exciting to her. Is this car powered by magic? Why are so many people looking down and swiping something around? Are those tall buildings castles? Why are so many people waiting over there? Why are those girls wearing so little clothing? And why are their pants so short? Faced with Layla's various strange questions, Tao Ling, as her companion, could only patiently explain to her. They're looking at their phones. They're waiting for the traffic light. See the traffic light? It's the light that lights up on that pole. If it's red, you have to wait on the side of the road for a while. When the light turns green, you can go across. But I heard they're working on some new national standard traffic light recently, and sometimes I don't understand it either. As the car passed the central gate, Tao Ling specially introduced. This is the heart of our rabbit kingdom. We organize gatherings here whenever there are major holidays or important events. Our government is located 500 meters from here in the Central Sea area, according to you. That's where the Senate is situated. Is this huge palace your king's palace? Layla asked, pointing to the museum in the distance. The enormous square next to it was already incredible, but the magnificent, brightly colored, golden city gate in front of us looked so solemn and majestic. The imperial palace looked like a tiny toy compared to it, utterly incomparable. That was true before, but not anymore. Besides, we don't have a king anymore. As long as you buy a ticket, you can go in and visit, Tao Ling explained. Soon, they arrived at the hotel that had been specially arranged for her. Whether it was the floor tiles, the white walls that seemed to radiate light, or the chandelier overhead that looked like it was covered in jewels, everything made Layla feel incredibly luxurious. Especially the glass window embedded in the wall, which seemed to take up the entire wall. Although the imperial palace also had glass, she had never seen such a large piece of glass with such a pure color. By the way, Miss Layla, you must be hungry after such a long drive. Lunch is ready, let's go eat. Tao Ling put her luggage at the front desk, and staff came over to help deliver it to their room. Okay, when it comes to food, Layla loves it the most. The cooking in the Rabbit Kingdom is truly first-rate. She can never get enough of it. What are we going to eat today? Steamed buns. Layla asked excitedly. Since we're here, we should eat something good. Steamed buns are usually only eaten for breakfast. Let's go eat Peking duck later. After saying that, he led Layla straight to the restaurant. An hour later, Layla sat on the sofa, rubbing her swollen belly with her hands. She thought the steamed buns she ate for breakfast were already a rare delicacy, but she never expected that they would be so different from Peking duck in Beijing. Roast duck must be the best food in the world, Layla asked, burping. Even though I was already almost full, I still couldn't control my desire until it reached my throat. This is just one of the delicacies in our country, Tao Ling said with some pride. Our country is known for having 8 major cuisines and tens of thousands of dishes. Roast duck is just one of them. If you want to sample all the delicious food in our country, you'll probably have to stay here for quite a while. It's said that a foreigner wanted to eat his way through all the food in my country in a year, but after 5 years he still hadn't left Sichuan. Of course, once you come to the capital, I guarantee you'll be able to eat something different every day. Oh, by the way, I'll take you to an old-fashioned hot pot restaurant tomorrow. Layla rolled over. Oh no, it looks like I'm going to gain weight. Chapter 82 Pre-War Preparations. On a distant grassland, a little boy with purple skin is putting the 6 gems he has collected into his pocket. Thanos, what goodies do you have in your pocket? A passing boy asked. No, just some stones. Thanos clutched the bag tightly. I don't believe you. Show it to me right now. I don't want to, Thanos said, turning to run away. The boy went up and shoved Thanos, knocking him to the ground. She took a few steps over, straddled him, and reached into his pocket. After a brief struggle, Thanos was ultimately too weak, and the boy took the jewel from his pocket. The boy stood up, clutching the 6 gems Thanos had collected, and threw them on the ground with a look of disgust. I thought they were food. You must be out of your mind to collect this stuff. After saying that, she kicked him and turned to walk away. Thanos bent down to pick up the gems from the ground. His eyes filled with tears, and looked into the distance. My father and brother have already gone with our people to fight against the elves. I wonder how their battle is going. He and his mother lived a very hard life. Later, he had to help the clan chief herd sheep in exchange for food for the day. Thanos picked up the tattered glove that had fallen during his struggle with the boy, put it on his left hand, and snapped his fingers. Oh, right, you can't snap your fingers while wearing gloves. You can only do so after taking them off. But why would I want to snap my fingers? Thanos scratched his big head, somewhat puzzled. What are you doing so serious? Li Qixing came over and saw Zhou Yibai typing furiously on his laptop. Writing a novel, just to pass the time. Zhou Yibai didn't even look up, continuing to type. Oh right, I have something to tell you. Li Qixing found a stool and sat down next to him. What is it? Zhou Yibai turned his head and asked. Are you acquainted with Princess Anna of Biku? She's all right. We've met twice, but that girl is quite clever. She manages a small border town very well. By the way, She also lent me over 1,000 gold coins. Why are you asking about that? Here's the thing. Li Qixing picked up a tablet and placed it in front of Zhou Bai. Our drones have discovered that the otherworldly army has already dispatched an armored unit to Biku City. They should arrive in Biku City in less than 3 days. Zhou Bai glanced at the tablet and said, "They're really going to occupy Bikshu City." But that's not surprising, since Bikshu City is the closest city to here. But why did you come to me about this? I'm just a doorman. There's nothing I can do to help you. After Zhou Bai finished speaking, he returned the tablet to him. We'd like to ask for your opinion on whether you need our assistance in helping Princess Anna repel these people. Li Qixing put away his tablet. You still listen to my opinion? Zhou Bai looked at him with some surprise. In order not to affect the operation of the time portal, he has stayed on this side of the gate these days and has not gone anywhere else. I felt a little uncomfortable, but I couldn't say anything. There was no other way. For the great cause of the motherland, he had to sacrifice his own interests for the greater good. To stop himself from overthinking and to calm himself down, he had no choice but to bury himself in writing his novel. Of course, after all, you are the most important person for our journey to the other world, and we will give your words full consideration, Li Qixing said. That sounds nice. So what are your thoughts on this? Zhou Bai asked. We have considered that you have been operating in Biku for a period of time and have established certain relationships with the local authorities, so it would be a pity to give it up. In the future, we also hope to use this line to reach some cooperation with the Empire. But if we take action, it will prematurely expose our existence, so the higher-ups are researching solutions, and your suggestion is an important decision-making direction we are considering, Li Qixing explained. Zhou Bai thought about it and realized that he still had feelings for Bichu City, because he not only bought a house there, but also had good friends like Irene, Marlo, and Joey. Rationally, he hoped these people would be spared the effects of the war. However, he did not want to be too involved in the military's decision-making process, lest he take actions detrimental to them. If possible, I still hope you can help Biku City, or at least rescue the people I know, Zhou Bai said after thinking for a moment. That's all he can do. Li Qixing put away the tablet computer. Okay, I will report your opinion to the higher-ups. The underground command center of the interdimensional portal. What do you think? Asked Wang Guohua, director of the Otherworld Development Office, holding the proposals provided by various parties. Actually, whether we are exposed or not is not important anymore. According to the data taken by our unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, the runway in front of the enemy's space-time portal has been completed. Once their planes enter, our base will be exposed very quickly, said Marine Corps Commander Zhao Xinwu. But at least we have more time to transport supplies. If we are discovered in advance, the enemy may be prepared, and it will be more difficult for us to launch a surprise attack later, analyzed Chen Tianlong, the military region commander. The other side doesn't even have radar. With their outdated air defense system, they can't defend against our missiles, let alone our drones. Zhao Xinwu didn't care whether the other side was on guard or not. In his opinion, given the enemy's outdated weaponry, a single sweep would be enough to take them down. Are you confident that you can defeat the enemy without our tanks, armored vehicles, strategic missiles, and other weapons? Wang Guohua asked. Zhao Xinwu nodded. We have conducted many war drills. With just the hundreds of drones we have transported, it is enough to completely renovate the base in front of the enemy's space-time portal, assuming the enemy does not have an air defense system. Furthermore, the higher authorities have agreed that, if necessary, we can use weapons such as thermobaric bombs and white phosphorus bombs, which have not had any practical experience in combat before. After several hours of discussion and research, the development office finally decided to help deal with the otherworldly armored forces heading to Biku City. We now need to make the following preparations. First, following Layla's directions, we need to arrange drones and special forces to go deep into the western forest to find the elf race and crack the secret of the opening and closing of the time portal as soon as possible. Secondly, send special forces to Bichu City to build a good relationship with Princess Anna there and help them fight against these otherworldly beings. Also, see if you can find more magicians through her. Third, we need to develop a diplomatic plan for contacting these otherworldly beings. Before a large-scale conflict erupts, We should try to negotiate as much as possible, dragging the situation out until we can control the space-time portal. Fourth, prepare for a full-scale war with them, ensuring that you can defeat them with a single blow and then quickly take control of their space-time portal. Furthermore, if absolutely necessary, the use of weapons of mass destruction may be permitted. Wang Guohua issued the combat command orders swiftly and decisively. Chapter 83 The Battle of Biku, Part 1. A nightly order of more than 20 men stood on a hill, staring in disbelief as more than a dozen tanks, billowing black smoke, slowly drove toward Bikshu City. Your Highness, let's retreat back to Biku City first, Knight Marlowe advised in a trembling voice. These dozen or so steel behemoths exuded an extremely strong sense of oppression, as if nothing could stop their advance. Princess Anna's face was expressionless as she calmly said, "Perhaps this is the final day for Bikshu City, a key border town of our empire, or it may be the beginning of the empire's destruction. However, as the lord of Biku City, I have a duty to defend its safety with my life." After saying this, he turned around and led everyone back to Biku City. Just one day later, the tank convoy reached the outskirts of Bikshu and stopped at a ditch that had been dug out. "Commander Femiel, we have arrived at the designated location," a driver from the Milran Empire reported. Parking. The officer named Femir picked up the communicator. "Position yourself in battle stance, and let these ancient people feel the pressure of the steel torrent from the Milland Empire." He then took out a telescope and observed the city walls of Biku not far away. At this time, the tall city walls were already filled with soldiers from Biku. The archers were already poised and ready, drawing their bows. "Listen up, people of Biku. You have 10 minutes to open the gates and surrender, or we will destroy the entire city." The officer from the tank, Femiel, broadcast the message in a recorded imperial language. The high-powered loudspeaker was heard by almost everyone in the city, causing chaos in the city. Countless fleeing citizens began to surge towards the back door like a tidal wave, leading to a series of stampede incidents. "Aelin, why don't you pack your things and run? Those otherworldly beings are about to break in," a companion said hurriedly. "No, I won't run. I promised Master Zhou I would take good care of this family. I can't abandon this house." "Lena, you run first. Don't worry about me," Alice shouted to Lena. Lena could only take her luggage and run with the rest of the group toward the back door. Princess Anna felt a pang of sadness seeing the chaos in the city. However, she didn't show it. Her face remained full of unwavering confidence. The knights and soldiers who had followed Anna for many years also showed a fearless spirit because Princess Anna was personally in charge. Officer Femir looked at the ancient beings from another world on the city wall, who showed no signs of collapse, and a hint of admiration appeared in his eyes. These people seemed to be of decent quality. He then ordered the second gunner, "Hille, fire a shot, and let these ancient people taste the power of our artillery." "Yes." The second gunner, named Hille, loaded a shell into the breech, aimed it at the bunker on the city wall, and shouted, "Fire." With a loud boom, the bunker on the city wall was blown to ashes, and the archers on the bunker also met their end. At the same time, the attack on Biku City also began. Various bows and arrows, ballistae, and catapults rained down on the enemy. Unfortunately, these outdated weapons are completely ineffective against modern tanks. Fire. Several more loud explosions followed, as several cannonballs simultaneously struck the walls of Biku City. The ancient city walls, which served as the main defensive force, were blasted down in sections by cannonballs, as thin as paper. The cannonballs sent up stone fragments that crashed down on the soldiers defending the city, causing many to fall. "Princess, be careful." The knights around Anna quickly raised their shields and surrounded Princess Anna. At this moment, a group of knights who had been lying in ambush on the side of the road suddenly launched an attack on the tank position. "Damn metal monster, die!" The knight in front shouted, raised his sword, and slashed down hard at the tank in front of him. With a clang, the bronze sword broke in two, the tip flying high backward and disappearing without a trace. Suddenly, a human head emerged from the top of the steel behemoth, wielding a machine gun on the turret. With a series of rat-a-tat-tat shots, the knights were knocked to the ground. The knights at the city gate also launched an attack on the tank positions. Meanwhile, the tanks on the Milran Empire's side had adjusted their cannons, and huge sparks shot out from the dark gun ports. A loud bang came from the left side of the Knights' Order, and a huge shockwave overturned the mounts of several knights running in the lead, causing them to fall to the ground. The explosion startled the warhorses behind, causing them to leap off the spot, and, no longer under the rider's command, carry the knight back the way they came. Princess Anna stood on the city wall, staring blankly at the steel monsters, tears welling up in her eyes as she watched the soldiers being wounded and killed in battle. Your Highness, you should leave Biku City quickly. I'll cover your retreat. Marlowe drew the short sword Joey Bai had given him and prepared to go down the city to fight those people. I won't leave, Princess Anna said sadly. He then drew his own sword, intending to join Knight Marlowe and the others in launching a final attack. Your Highness, someone is looking for you, a female knight suddenly said as she ran over. Who? Princess Anna asked curiously. By this time, everyone in Biku City had already left, so who would come looking for her now? I heard it's a friend of Master Zhou from the Eastern Continent. He said he's here to help us get rid of these otherworldly beings. Oh, really? Soldiers from Zhou Bai's country? Where are they now, and how many have arrived? Princess Anna asked, somewhat overjoyed. Only 20 people came, and they waited downstairs at the city gate. Are there only 20 people? Princess Anna's heart sank to the bottom once again. The Knights of Biku, numbering over 100, along with their more than 300 soldiers, suffered heavy losses, barely scratching the enemy. Even if only 20 people come, it won't make a difference. However, she still ran down with a glimmer of hope. I am Qianzhan, the captain of a special forces team from the Rabbit Country, and also a friend of Zhou Bai. I have been ordered to lead my special forces team to help your country defeat the enemy ahead, and I hope to receive your Highness's assistance, Qianzhan said to her, holding a translator. Anna was taken aback. It was the first time she had ever heard of such a strange way of communicating. Ah, hello. Thank you so much for your help, but the enemy's weapons are very fierce. Are you sure you have enough people? Anna asked worriedly. Of course, no problem. By the way, this is Zhou Bai's video call. You can talk to him directly now. After Qianzhan finished speaking, he took out a cell phone and handed it to her. The communication signal is relayed by a drone flying in the sky. Although it is a bit far, the call quality is not bad. Your Highness, are you alright? Zhou Bai greeted her through the phone. Anna stared in shock at Zhou Bai on the screen. How? How did you do that? Chapter 80 for the Battle of Biku, Part 2. Your Highness, don't worry. This is just a communication tool we use. On the other end of the microphone, Zhou Bai explained to Anna. Just like the watch I gave you before, it's just a machine. After Princess Anna accepted this bizarre way of communication, Zhou Bai continued. By the way, I heard that Biku City is being attacked by an alien army. Therefore, we have dispatched a group of soldiers from our country to support you, hoping to help you defeat these enemies. We also hope that you can trust our soldiers. But are there only these 20-odd people? Princess Anna looked at the strangely dressed soldiers behind Qianzhan and asked, those guys have very sturdy armor and terrifying firepower. Are you 20-odd of you going to be of any use? Don't worry, our soldiers are very strong. As long as you follow his orders, you will definitely win. Zhou Bai continued, I have so many assets in Biksha City, and I don't want Biksha City to be destroyed. Our transaction still needs to be carried out, so you can rest assured and leave it to them. Princess Anna nodded. At this moment, she had no better options and could only place her hopes on them. He handed the phone back to Qianzhan. Tell me, what do you want us to do? Qianzhan took the phone and said to her, Your Highness, please immediately order everyone to retreat to the castle. Leave the rest to us. He then pulled out a communicator. Command Center, it's your turn to perform. After all the knights and soldiers outside had retreated back to the city wall, Qianzhan said to the princess, have everyone lie on the ground, open their mouths wide to breathe, and cover their ears with their hands. Be careful, the explosion is about to begin. Several drones hovering in the sky began dropping precision-guided bombs on the Milran Empire's tank positions. The soldiers of the Milran Empire were still wondering why the Imperial soldiers had suddenly all run back and were lying motionless on the ground. With several loud booms, the precision-guided bomb accurately hit the Milran Empire's tank, instantly igniting the tank's ammunition magazine and causing a secondary explosion. The simultaneous explosion of several tanks was so powerful that the entire city of Biku felt a tremor. Even the citizens who had just run out of Biku City were so frightened by the loud noise that they squatted down on the ground, looking towards Biku City with tears in their eyes. They didn't know what kind of force could produce such a huge explosion. Many people broke down completely, squatting on the ground and wailing, while others silently prayed for Biku. The entire attack lasted only 5 minutes, and all of the more than a dozen tanks of the Milland Empire had been destroyed. The air was thick with the smells of gasoline and blood, along with the blast wave and the stench of gunpowder from the explosion. Qianzhan and the others observed the results of the attack through the arrow slits in the city wall. Seeing the tanks burning fiercely ahead, he knew the effect was good, and he felt relieved. Before Princess Anna and the others could react, all the otherworldly steel behemoths had been destroyed, leaving them utterly shocked. At the same time, they were also stunned by the spectacular scenes of those sudden explosions. She simply couldn't understand how they did it. They didn't even see how they made a move before the opponent suddenly exploded, as if divine punishment had descended from the heavens. What's going on? Princess Anna asked incredulously. Take a look up there, Qianzhan said, pointing to the drones in the sky. These are our drones. We use them to defeat these tanks from another world. Princess Anna then noticed the barely noticeable drone in the sky. If you don't look closely, you might mistake it for a soaring bird. Are those your weapons flying in the sky? Princess Anna asked in surprise. Yes. Qianzhan nodded. He then arranged for another special operations officer to launch a small quadcopter drone to determine the final battle damage. Captain, all enemy tanks have been destroyed, and no other survivors have been found, the Special Forces soldier reported. Perhaps due to the long distance, the Milland Empire did not deploy infantry this time, but only sent a dozen tanks to the scene. They already knew this information. Qianzhan turned to Princess Anna and said, "It has been confirmed that the enemy has been completely wiped out, and no reinforcements have been found. Miss Anna, you can announce the results to your soldiers and civilians now, and let the citizens return to Biku City with peace of mind." "Oh, okay. Thank you," Princess Anna said gratefully. He then instructed the knights beside him to inform them that all the enemies had been eliminated and that Biku City was now safe, and to urge the citizens to return to Biku City as soon as possible. Upon hearing this news, the knights and soldiers of Biku City cheered excitedly. Many soldiers fought with the resolve to die. Many unsuspecting soldiers only knew that the enemy's steel behemoths were suddenly destroyed, and then they inexplicably won the battle. After surviving, many people began to weep bitterly. The soldiers then began the rescue operation. The more than 20 soldiers that Qianzhan brought had a lot of first aid medicines and also had considerable medical skills, so they also participated in the rescue operation. Thank you for your help. If it weren't for your intervention, Biku City would have been completely destroyed. Tonight, I will host a banquet at the princess's residence and hope to treat you well, Princess Anna said again, expressing her gratitude. It's what we should do, and we are very happy to accept your invitation, Qianzhan replied. After things were mostly settled, Qianzhan and the others, led by Knight Marlowe, arrived at the house that Zhou Yibai had bought earlier. Who are you? After opening the door, Iline curiously looked at the strangely dressed people. Knight Marlowe quickly explained. They are Master Zhou's friends, and also our saviors who came to Biku City to help us eliminate those otherworldly beings. Qianzhan already knew that Zhou Yibai had a maid at his home in Biku City, so he took out a cell phone to show her and asked, "Have you seen this before?" "I've met you," Eileen nodded. She had seen Zhou Yibai play with this phone before, and Zhou Yibai had also taught her how to use its functions such as taking photos, listening to music, and watching videos. Qianzhan then called Zhou Yibai. "Little Zhou, I saw your little maid. Do you want to talk to her?" Then he handed her the phone. "Your Mr. Zhou wants to talk to you." Alice only knew that mobile phones could take pictures and watch videos, and did not know that they also had a call function. She took the phone in a daze. "Eileen, how are you? Are you hurt?" Zhou Yibai asked with concern. Upon hearing Zhou Yibai's voice, Eileen immediately burst into tears. Master, I'm all right. Are you okay? When are you coming back? Zhou Bai comforted him. I'm fine. I still have some things to do, but I'll be back soon, don't worry. By the way, those are all my friends. My house and assets over there will be temporarily managed and kept by them. You can just assist them. Okay, Alice replied. The house that Zhou Bai bought on Monday was temporarily confiscated and will be used as a temporary residence for Qianzhan and others in Bixu City. Chapter 85 The Treaty of Bixu, Part 1. Old Qian, didn't you guys arrive a little too late? Good heavens, if you had arrived any later, the empire would have been completely wiped out, said diplomatic envoy Li Mingqing. That's all the military's arrangement. They said that if the Miland Empire doesn't really hurt Princess Anna's side, then we won't be able to demonstrate our true value, Qianzhan replied. The living room of Zhou Bai's house has now been turned into a meeting room for Special Forces members. But your Ministry of Foreign Affairs, arranging for you to come here so quickly, isn't that a bit too hasty? Li Mingqiang was a special envoy sent by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and was also an advance team that would be permanently stationed in Bixu City. In addition to being responsible for daily communication with Princess Anna, they were also tasked with gathering intelligence. Now that you've finished your wars, it's time for us diplomats to step in. Those otherworldly people have occupied the imperial capital. If we don't act now, it will become increasingly difficult to deal with the empire in the future, Li Mingqing said. By the way, this is our first time dealing with the empire in a proper manner. Your Ministry of Foreign Affairs should have prepared contingency plans, right? Wu Yan, the business representative, asked. The Ministry of Commerce sent him here to facilitate trade with the empire in advance, as the empire's mineral resources are something that China urgently needs. Yes, there are, but time is tight, so the contingency plans provided are rather rudimentary, and it's hard to say whether they will be applicable to this primitive country, Li Mingqiang explained. That's fine. Anyway, the banquet later will definitely be more than just a simple meal. We can discuss anything at the dinner table, Qianzhan added. This house isn't small, but it's not big enough for all of us. Wu Yan looked at the house that Zhou Bai had bought. I've already asked Marlowe to contact Zhou Bai's partner here, a businessman named Joey. We plan to buy a few more houses nearby as temporary office space. Next, we'll consider buying a piece of land in the city and building a modern diplomatic embassy according to our standards, Qianzhan said. Soon, the carriage arranged by the princess arrived at the gate, and Qianzhan and the others boarded the carriage to head to the city lord's mansion. Besides the female knights from noble families, the princess was accompanied by powerful figures such as Duke Theum. On the special operations side, Qianzhan, Li Mingqiang, Wu Yan, and 2 soldiers responsible for security were present. Welcome to the city lord's mansion. To express our gratitude for your help to Bixu City, we have specially hosted this banquet. We hope you all have a wonderful evening. Please be seated. Princess Anna gestured for them to proceed. Everyone was wearing a real-time translator, so they could understand what the princess was saying. Thank you very much for your hospitality. The people on both sides sat down at the same time. Let me introduce you. This is Duke Theum, who is also the president of the Merchant Guild in Bixu City. Princess Anna pointed to Duke Theum beside her and introduced him. I've heard Mr. Zhou Bai mention you. I heard that you are his biggest business partner in Bixu City. Now, we will be in charge of managing Mr. Zhou Bai's business. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Qianzhan nodded to Duke Theum. Definitely, definitely. Duke Theum replied hastily. He originally intended to flee early today, but he couldn't bear to leave behind his vast fortune in Bixu. Unexpectedly, these people arrived and defeated the invaders. These people are so powerful. It seems that clinging to Zhou Bai's coattails was the right thing to do. This is Angelina Michael, daughter of Count Michael of the Empire and Vice Commander of the Knights. Princess Anna continued her introduction. Qianzhan and the others had already realized that there were no professional diplomats attending the banquet. They were all children of high-ranking officials. However, the power and influence of these second-generation officials with hereditary titles are far greater than those of other second-generation officials in China. After Princess Anna finished her introduction, Qianzhan began to introduce himself. First, let me introduce myself. I am Qianzhan, the captain of the Special Forces team directly under the Rabbit Kingdom's interdimensional expeditionary force. I am mainly responsible for the rescue operation in Bichio City and am also the leader of our team. This is our special diplomatic envoy, Li Mingqing. You can contact him for any diplomatic matters in the future. This is our business representative, Wu Yan. Besides managing the business previously handled by Mr. Zhou Yibai, he is also responsible for trade activities with the Empire. You can contact him for any future trade matters. Anna didn't understand their strange titles and official positions, but after he explained which person to contact for which matters, she roughly understood what kind of official they were. By the way, you just said you came from some rabbit country? Aren't you from the ancient Tang Empire of the Eastern Continent? Anna asked curiously. No, we are just like those otherworldly beings. We also come from a time portal, only from a different time portal, Qianzhan explained. Everyone was somewhat surprised when they heard that these people came from the portal of time and space. But now that we're all at the same table, there's no need to be afraid. No wonder the products Mr. Zhou Yibai brought were so unique. Duke Theum then realized why what he brought was so different from the products of the Empire. I see. Princess Anna wasn't too surprised, since one portal had already appeared, so the appearance of another wasn't unusual. Don't worry, we are different from that otherworldly army. We came with the purpose of peaceful exchange and have no intention of occupying or overthrowing the imperial regime. Also, a magician from your side named Miss Layla is currently in our country's capital for an exchange program. Qianzhan continued. What? Layla has already gone to your country. This was unexpected for Anna. Yes, Miss Layla was attacked by wolves in the western forest. We rescued her and then arranged for her to visit us, Qianzhan explained. I originally wanted to ask Layla to find the elves to solve the problem of the time gate, but now there's another time gate. She even went to visit a country outside the portal. Fortunately, this country through the portal was not bad. Unlike the other world beings from the other portal, they overthrew the Empire's regime right away and even tried to invade Bichu City. So your trip to Bika City wasn't just to help us fight those otherworldly beings, was it? Princess Anna asked. She believes that there is no such thing as love without a reason in this world. They must have some demands for helping Bixu, since they're willing to take the risk. This is the key issue we need to discuss at today's banquet. Chapter 86 The Treaty of Bixu, Part 2. Besides being entrusted by Mr. Zhou Yibai to help you deal with these otherworldly beings, we also hope to reach some cooperation agreements with your highness. Qianzhan glanced at Li Mingqiang, who took out a prepared agreement from his briefcase and handed it to her. By the way, your highness, this is the agreement we drafted. You can take a look and see if there's anything you need to add. The agreement is divided into two parts, written in Chinese and Imperial English respectively. Anna couldn't understand the Chinese parts, but when she got to the Imperial parts, she realized that she could understand each individual character and word, but when they were put together, they were very difficult to comprehend. Moreover, it's such a long document, dozens of pages long, densely packed with various professional terms, and interspersed with some obscure words. Anna and her team had no experience dealing with another country, because the Empire had long since annexed the surrounding countries, so there were no longer any positions like diplomats. Therefore, she didn't know the procedures for this diplomatic mission. Does your agreement have any outline or anything like that? Anna asked somewhat awkwardly. Overview? I'm sorry, Your Highness. We are negotiating on behalf of our respective countries, and we try our best to use the language used in negotiations between nations, which is also standard diplomatic language. And it is essential to ensure that every detail is covered, since our agreement affects the interests of many people and cannot be taken lightly, Li Mingqing explained. But then he picked up an agreement and introduced it. However, I can give you a general overview of the contents of these agreements. First, the two countries will establish diplomatic relations, and we hope to establish a diplomatic embassy in Bixu as a base for communication between the two sides. Of course, if conditions are right in the future, it will be necessary to establish an embassy in the imperial capital. Second, the two countries shall establish trade relations, and our commercial and trade activities must be recognized and protected by the empire. Any actions that endanger our normal business operations shall be regarded as an aggression against our legitimate rights and interests, and we shall take action against such actions, including by force. Third, in trade between the Empire and the Rabbit Kingdom, gold, silver, and copper coins manufactured by the Rabbit Kingdom must be used as the intermediary currency. The Empire can exchange its own gold, silver, and copper coins at a one-to-one exchange rate. In other words, if the Empire wants to buy our goods, it must first exchange its currency for our currency before it can make the purchase. Fourth, the entire territory west of the border of the imperial city of Biku shall be administered by the Rabbit Kingdom. From now on, any citizen of the Empire entering or leaving this region must obtain the consent of our country. Fifth, both sides will establish a cultural exchange center. We will send a group of cultural staff to the Empire to carry out cultural exchange activities to increase mutual understanding, etc. Anna's brows furrowed more and more as she listened. Many of the terms seemed reasonable. For example, establishing diplomatic relations and trade were essential. However, the two sides must use the currency produced by the Rabbit Kingdom for their transactions. As the volume of trade increases, these currencies will inevitably directly impact the Empire's monetary system. Although the Western forests were not included in the Empire's territory before, it was because the area was sparsely populated and had little value, so it was not managed. Now even people from the Empire can't go there freely anymore. These people claim to have come for peace, but apart from not directly invading imperial territory, the terms of these agreements are an invasion in another way. However, compared to the other group of otherworldly beings who were eyeing them covetously, these otherworldly beings were relatively peaceful. Only they used a different method of disguise. "I'm sorry, but I don't see any benefits for us in this agreement," Anna finally said. Although she was somewhat afraid of these otherworldly beings, she still bravely spoke out in the face of the Empire's losses. "Benefits? Of course there are. There are too many benefits to your communication with us." Li Mingcheng smiled as he held the agreement and said, "How much can you learn from us? How much can you buy? Are you experiencing food shortages and famine? Our country produces more than 1.5 billion tons of grain annually. Are you short of water? We have plenty of tools and technology to pump water immediately. Are you facing a disease or plague? Our medical technology is thousands of years ahead of yours. We can even directly send medical personnel to help your people. If you are deficient in iron or salt, we can also meet your needs. Need to build roads and bridges? We are the greatest infrastructure powerhouse on the entire planet. No money? No problem. Timber, iron ore, copper ore, gold ore, land, and even manpower are all usable. There's nothing that can't be exchanged for money. The benefits of your exchanges with us are numerous. To put it bluntly, we will shorten your country's development time by thousands of years and directly enter the modern civilization. You are fortunate to have encountered a peace-loving country like ours, rather than another superpower on our planet. I'm afraid you would find their method of offering democracy even more unacceptable." After putting the agreement away, Li Mingcheng continued, "However, you don't need to rush to sign this agreement. We have plenty of time to discuss it slowly. You can also raise any opinions you have with us. You can take this agreement back and study it at your leisure." Compared to the other group of otherworldly beings from the time portal, they were indeed much better. At least they didn't overthrow the entire Empire's regime right away. Then they'll drive those steel behemoths to bombard your city. By the way, did your agreement help us drive away those otherworldly beings and restore our original king's regime? Anna asked after thinking for a moment. Now, due to the sudden change of regime in the Empire, the former vassal states have all declared independence. The princes and princesses who were granted fiefdoms by the king also began to be crowned kings in their own territories, and, in the name of the king, to wage war against those vassal states that had declared independence. Your Highness, in theory our country's policy is not to interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. However, if we establish diplomatic relations, we can assist the Empire in driving away the invaders when it is invaded by a third party. Qianzhan replied. However, as far as I know, the current king, the third prince, is still a member of the Empire, so this does not constitute a third-party invasion. No, Groot has been controlled by those otherworldly beings. He's just a puppet, Princess Anna exclaimed. If you can drive those otherworldly beings out of the Empire's capital and restore my father's royal power, I will agree to all the agreements you have put forward. The empire is now falling apart. In any case, things couldn't be worse than this. Qianzhan and the others exchanged glances, then said, We will report your request to our superiors, and we believe we will be able to give you a reply soon. Chapter 87: The Miran Empire's Actions. Upon returning from the city lord's mansion, Qianzhan and his group saw several imperial merchants loitering at the entrance. What happened? Qianzhan walked over and asked. The soldier on guard saluted him and replied, Reporting, Captain, they're from the Biku City Merchant Guild. They say they've come to deliver gifts to us. Because all the soldiers in the special forces are equipped with translators, they can understand the language of the empire. The leading representative of the Chamber of Commerce, unaware of which of these men was the leader, said to Qianzhan upon seeing him, To express our gratitude for your army's victory over the invaders, our Chamber of Commerce has collected some small gifts to present to you gentlemen as a token of our appreciation. After he finished speaking, his two attendants opened the box, revealing a box full of gold and silver jewelry. Qianzhan, Li Mingcheng, and Wu Yin all sneered in unison as they looked at the gold and silver jewelry. Such blatant gift-giving would have been met with immediate arrest from the disciplinary committee within 2 hours in China, with everyone involved being apprehended. However, since they are currently in another world and are foreign nationals, this matter likely falls under the jurisdiction of the Security Department. Your gifts are quite heavy, but we dare not accept them, Qianzhan said to him. Not at all. Your army's might has inspired the entire city of Biku. We are merely expressing our gratitude on behalf of all the people of the city. This small gift, though not much, is our token of appreciation. If it's not enough. The merchant kept his head down, not daring to look at Qianzhan and the others, thinking that he had given them too little and that this had displeased them. Qianzhan and the others were fully aware of what these people were thinking. They're just afraid that the city will take over Bikshu and implement all sorts of inhumane policies, so they're trying to build good relations with them now and bribe them in advance. Take them back. It's our principle not to accept gifts. Don't worry, we're different from others. Go back to your business as usual, we won't do anything to you. Qianzhan waved his hand and told them to go back. This. The businessman seemed somewhat at a loss. Go back now. You can use these gold and silver jewelry to buy our products in the future. Li Mingqing also came out and urged them to leave. Oh, okay then. When the merchant realized his gift-giving attempt had failed, he had no choice but to have his men take the box of gold and silver jewelry back with them. Back in the living room, Qianzhan and the others reported the results of today's meeting to the command center, asking them to give further instructions. In fact, from the moment they helped Biku City fight against the Miran Empire's tanks and armored vehicles, it was already clear that they were opposing the Miran Empire. Helping the empire regain power was only a matter of time. However, the imperial capital is too far away, and the Rabbit Kingdom does not have a good ability to launch long-range attacks. Therefore, rescuing the old king and restoring imperial power ahead of schedule is not an easy task at present. On this side of the time portal, is this a Z-10 helicopter? I'm here to watch the show, said Zhou Bai, the gatekeeper, pointing to the rotor that had been disassembled into parts and was being prepared to be transported to another world. It seems you know quite a lot, Li Qixing praised. The military directly brought the Z-10 aircraft components here, and then transported them to the time portal for assembly. I've noticed you've been transporting all sorts of weapons and equipment lately. Looks like you're about to start a major war. Zhou Bai said, leaning back in his recliner. We have completed our strike against the armored forces of the Miran Empire heading to Bichu City, and they will soon know the truth. Li Qixing took out a military tablet computer and pulled up the latest drone reconnaissance images. Their airport is complete. According to our investigation, they have gathered at least 25 aircraft at the airport in front of the time portal. Fortunately, those were all propeller planes, so they posed little threat to us. But it's only a matter of time before our base is discovered. Zhou Bai took the tablet and looked at it. He did see many old-fashioned airplanes that looked like those used during World War II. So you're going to use armed helicopters to shoot down their propeller planes? Zhou Bai asked curiously. If these two different types of machines from different eras were to compete against each other, it's hard to say who would win. How could that be? Those propeller planes can't fly as far as the HQ-9, and they can't dodge the HQ-6. Even with anti-aircraft guns, we can shoot them down. Our attack helicopters are mainly used to deal with their armored forces, Li Qixing patiently explained to him. Zhou Yibai scratched his head. Okay, I don't know much about military matters. If you can't win and need to close down, just remember to let me know. After saying that, he lay down on the recliner and took a nap. The entrance to another dimension, located in a valley. General Litos stood before the valley, looking down at the vast open space before him, and let out a long sigh. After spending so much time, we finally broke through this rugged and treacherous terrain. Various military bases, factories, and airports have been largely completed, laying a solid foundation for the arrival of subsequent troops. And the troops here can finally begin their operations. The decapitation operation previously carried out by Colonel Karen has been successfully carried out, and the leader of this otherworldly empire has been brought under control effortlessly. It is believed that the tank corps led by Colonel Fermier would easily capture the nearest city. This is a good start. Although these soldiers had long lacked training and had little combat experience. But since they were facing opponents who were still in the era of cold weapons, the fighting was relatively easier. It can be predicted that the following actions will gradually restore this army, which has not experienced the ravages of war for 50 years, to the glory of the Iron Army that once conquered the entire planet. General, Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Meade came over with a report. So far, our army has deployed a total of 300,000 troops, 1,000 medium tanks, 50 heavy tanks, 200 armored personnel carriers, 20 fighter jets, and 5 reconnaissance aircraft. So far, our army has suffered 128 wounded, 12 killed, and 2 missing. The decapitation operation carried out by Colonel Kurlan resulted in 8 deaths and 22 injuries. The remaining injuries and deaths were caused by wild animal attacks during reconnaissance missions in the jungle. The 2 soldiers went missing while on night duty, and the cause of their disappearance has not yet been determined. That Kurlan is a complete waste. He still managed to kill or injure so many people when facing these ancient people. Lee Thomas glanced at the report and then asked, "Any news from Fem?" "Not yet," Lieutenant General Meade replied. "Our planes have already entered the area, so send a reconnaissance plane over to check. They should have already occupied the city," General Litos ordered. "Yes. Also, I'm a little worried about those so-called Easterners who can manufacture extraordinary products. Send reconnaissance planes over to investigate." Latomas gave another order. However, according to those otherworldly beings, this so-called Eastern continent country is very far from the Empire, and our reconnaissance planes may not be able to fly there. Put on your adventurous spirit. If the reconnaissance planes can't reach it, build more supply points, or bring out those old-fashioned airships. As long as they drift over there, they'll eventually get there. Lieutenant General Meade patted Thomas on the shoulder. "I don't want a country on this planet that can pose a threat to us." Chapter 88 The Storm of War, Part 1. Since launching the attack on the Milland Empire, the Rabbit Kingdom has also urgently reinforced its troops. In just a few days, a force of nearly 100,000 troops had gathered outside the Time Gate, including an Army Aviation Brigade, an Artillery Brigade, a self-propelled rocket artillery brigade, a rapid reaction brigade, an engineer regiment, a chemical defense regiment, an electronic warfare regiment, a special forces battalion, ground support troops, radar troops, missile troops, and a communications support battalion. These troops are primarily responsible for frontline defense and direct assault missions, and are prepared to directly destroy the Milran Empire's base in front of the Time Gate. Faced with a super empire with a population of several billion and complete unification, they dared not slacken their efforts in the slightest. Because large aircraft and tanks cannot be transported in yet, the Chinese Air Force mainly consists of more than 100 Sharp Sword and Rainbow Series reconnaissance and strike drones. In addition, there were more than 10 newly assembled attack helicopters, including the Z-10 and Z-8. The Army mainly uses howitzers, smoothbore guns, artillery shells, and various types of rockets and anti-aircraft missiles. For the Rabbit Country, which lacks heavy tanks and advanced fighter jets, its combat power has been greatly weakened. Fortunately, the enemy's equipment level was not high either, these weapons and equipment were enough to deal with them. Shortly after the aircraft of the Milland Empire arrived at the airport, they received orders from General Latormes to begin patrol and reconnaissance missions. Upon receiving the order, several reconnaissance aircraft took off from the newly repaired field airfield and headed in various directions to begin their reconnaissance missions. Enemy aircraft detected has entered the range of the HQ-9 system, the radar operator reported, staring at the screen. Order the communications battalion to jam the enemy aircraft's communications and order the air defense battalion to shoot it down. Brigade Commander Zhang Qifeng, who was in charge of air defense, issued the orders without hesitation. Old Zhang, the higher-ups told us to try not to fire the first shot. Aren't you going against the spirit of their instructions by doing this? Deputy Regiment Commander Zhao reminded him from the side. What are you afraid of? These are missiles, not guns. The higher-ups just told us not to fire the first shot, not that we can't launch missiles. Furthermore, the higher-ups have said to delay the enemy's discovery of our base as much as possible. It's quite reasonable for these old propeller planes to malfunction and crash. It's almost dark, and the enemy won't have time to react, Zhang Qifeng said. Deputy Commander Zhao pondered for a moment, then nodded. The old-fashioned propeller plane from the Milland Empire was slowly moving forward to observe. He would occasionally keep in touch with his superiors via radio. However, apart from the vast jungle, no unusual or high-value targets have been found in the area currently under observation. The pilot planned to just circle around once and fly back, as there was nothing to scout in this godforsaken place. There wasn't a soul in sight. The pilot picked up the radio, preparing to conduct a routine communication. However, after making several calls, they discovered that there was only static on the radio, and they could not contact the base. What a piece of junk! The Milland Empire pilot cursed angrily. These old aircraft are quite old. Since the Milland Empire unified the world, their military equipment has hardly been updated, and its maintenance has become increasingly poor. These aircraft frequently experience various malfunctions. It would be abnormal if they didn't. So it takes a lot of courage to fly it. The pilot began to turn the plane around, preparing to return to base. According to the regulations, when an aircraft malfunctions, the pilot may return to the airport early. Radio malfunctions are also a type of aircraft malfunction. Just as the plane turned, the pilot of the Milland Empire suddenly noticed that a burning object in the distance was rushing towards him at high speed. With a loud boom, a fireball burst forth in the still dark night sky. The reconnaissance plane and its pilot were instantly reduced to ashes, and the various fragments turned into beautiful fireworks that slowly drifted down. At this moment, a drone rushed to the scene to assess the damage. Rainbow 3 reports. Target identified. No survivors found. Pilot did not have time to eject, reported the drone pilot. Because the space-time portal base in China only has one runway, and this runway is relatively narrow, and large domestic aircraft cannot be transported here. This runway is only suitable for drones to take off and land. Currently, the runway is filled with hundreds of drones of various types, serving as the main aerial reconnaissance and strike force for the Chinese side. Therefore, most reconnaissance missions are now carried out by drones. It's getting dark. I estimate that given their technical capabilities, they won't send anyone to search until at least the next day. Zhang Qifeng was very satisfied with the results of this operation. The next morning, sure enough, they discovered the armored forces of the Milland Empire that had come to search for the missing reconnaissance plane. Rainbow 3 reporting, enemy armored forces detected, approaching the base, the drone operator reported. A drone patrolling in midair is also monitoring the armored unit in real time. At this moment, the commander of the 109th Tank Regiment of the 1st Armored Division of the Milland Empire was rubbing his sleepy eyes and sitting listlessly in his command vehicle. Yesterday, because a reconnaissance aircraft lost contact, he was woken up at 5 o'clock in the morning and sent to carry out a search and rescue mission. The Air Force considers this to be a normal, unfortunate accident caused by mechanical failure. However, considering that the pilot is likely to eject successfully, normal search and rescue operations are still necessary. They just didn't expect that this wasn't an accident. But an even greater crisis is quietly approaching this armored regiment. Base in front of the Milland Empire's time-space gate. Lee Thomas sat somewhat irritably in his command post, a cup of coffee in his hand, his brow furrowed as he looked at the battle report. The reconnaissance plane that mysteriously disappeared yesterday did not attract his attention. After all, accidents involving these old planes are common. However, a report from a plane that went to reconnoiter Bixu indicated that there was no news of Colonel Female occupying Bixu. Early that morning, he dispatched his best pilots, specifically ordering them to use low-altitude cruising to locate the Femmer armored regiment. For some reason, he had been feeling a strange anxiety these past few days, wondering if it was his soldier's sixth sense at work. General, Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Meade rushed in, holding a report in his hand. Bixu City was not captured by Colonel Female as planned. Our reconnaissance planes photographed the wreckage of an armored regiment not far outside the city. According to analysis, it has been identified as a Type 101 tank in our Army's equipment. With a thud, the coffee in Lee Thomas's hand fell to the ground and shattered. How is this possible? Was it done by those Imperial mages? No, even if they were Imperial mages, they couldn't have destroyed an entire armored regiment. Lee Thomas took the battle report in disbelief. Chapter 89 War and Turmoil, Part 2. General, we've lost contact with the 109th Tank Regiment of the 1st Armored Division, which was on its way to search for the missing reconnaissance plane. A communications officer ran in with a military report. In addition, we have just received news that ace pilot Colonel Miller reported during a mission that he spotted a metallic flying object resembling an aircraft. While he was attempting to pursue it, radio contact was suddenly lost, and its current whereabouts are unknown. What? Lee Thomas immediately picked up the report. Colonel Miller was the most outstanding Air Force pilot in the Milland Empire, having flown countless missions without ever making a mistake. Could the mysterious metallic flying object discovered by Colonel Miller be related to all the previous events? Is it the army of those eastern continental countries that can manufacture modern goods? No, if they were that powerful, they would have unified the world long ago. Why are they so quiet? Thomas paced back and forth, pondering the whole situation. Something's not right. Perhaps the reconnaissance plane that went missing last night didn't disappear because of a malfunction. Coupled with the destruction of Colonel Fem's armored regiment, I think we've encountered a powerful opponent. After thinking for a moment, Lee Thomas immediately ordered, "Go and summon Colonel Anthony, the commander of the Imperial Special Forces. I have a mission for him." "Yes, sir." Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Meade immediately became excited. The Milland Empire Special Forces are special forces directly commanded by the Führer, and are the only force that has maintained combat effectiveness since the Empire's unification 50 years ago. Its members are all elites from various military units, and they can only join this unit after undergoing a full set of hellish training. This unit is equipped with state-of-the-art weaponry and tactical concepts, and has never failed in any of its special missions over the decades. To show his support for this interdimensional operation, the Führer specifically assigned this force to General Litos. General Litos' summons of them indicated that the situation had become so serious that their intervention was necessary. Meanwhile, the Chinese nation did not take any further action after shooting down the reconnaissance plane that had entered the base's air defense range. Because if a full-scale war were to break out with those otherworldly beings, it would be very difficult to strike them using only drones and long-range firepower. The enemy's time portal allows them to enter large weapons and equipment at any time, while the Chinese can only disassemble and reassemble the equipment for use. They are at a clear disadvantage in terms of support. Faced with a continuous stream of enemy support, given this level of firepower, the consumption of supplies would increase exponentially. This would be extremely difficult for the supply lines, and launching a full-scale war rashly would not be worthwhile. Therefore, after various considerations, the command has come up with the following plan. Increase the transportation of weapons and equipment, maintain the status quo, keep the operation secret, and collect as much intelligence as possible to prepare for future operations. Find the Elven tribe as soon as possible. Even if we manage to occupy their space-time portal, the price we pay will be unbearable if we cannot control it, ordered Wang Guohua, director of the Otherworld Development Office. We have already arranged for a special forces team to travel to the Western Forest by airship, as instructed by Miss Layla, but we haven't received any news yet, Zhao Xinwu replied. A message came back from Biku City saying that because the imperial capital has been placed under lockdown, Miss Anna has been unable to contact any more mages, so the route to find mages from the Empire has been temporarily cut off, Qin Tianlong added. Have our scientists not yet figured out why Zhou Bai was able to open the time portal? The time portal is too small, which has a huge impact on the transportation of our weapons and equipment, Wang Guohua asked again. Zhao Xinwu shook his head. No, this thing is inherently unscientific. Apart from studying the slices of Xiaozhou, they have done all the experiments they should have done, and so far they have not found any abnormal phenomena. Upon receiving orders from Li Thomas, the Milland Empire's special forces began to prepare for their departure. Colonel, who are our opponents this time? One of the team members asked. We don't know yet. General Litos didn't provide any more intelligence, only saying that there might be an adversary in this area comparable to our Milland Empire, who have already destroyed several of our reconnaissance aircraft and 2 tank regiments. The general ordered us to locate this enemy force and try to find out as much as possible about their situation, Colonel Odom said. As the most elite special forces of the Milland Empire, they are different from other reconnaissance personnel. They are so pampered that they need to travel in armored reconnaissance vehicles to set off. With only an incomplete map drawn by the Air Force, they broke up into several reconnaissance teams and left the base on foot, heading towards their destination. Since the Milland Empire's planes kept crashing, Latomas realized that there might be a powerful adversary here, so he ordered the radar troops, which he thought were unnecessary, to be brought in. China's drones can no longer recklessly enter the other side's airspace for reconnaissance. They can only rely on stealth drones and the occasional low-orbit microsatellites that fly overhead for reconnaissance. However, these microsatellites are too small and have very limited functionality, only able to barely carry out basic reconnaissance of imperial bases. Therefore, the Rabbit Country also dispatched a special operations team, the Wild Wolf Squad, led by Major Liang Yuantao. This special operations team, carrying various equipment and relying on drones and satellite navigation, operated day and night, making its way from the mountains of the base to the hilltops near the interdimensional portal to begin reconnaissance and eavesdropping missions. Colonel Odom's special operations team was very lucky. Using the dense forest as cover, they have secretly infiltrated a place not far from the Time Gate base. They hid in a large clump of bushes, carefully watching the drone that had just flown away in the sky. This was probably the umpteenth time he had seen these toy-like gadgets. However, as a soldier, he deeply understood the crucial role this thing played in actual combat. After the drone passed by, a motorized patrol from the Rabbit Kingdom passed by not far away. Looking at these fully armed enemies wearing all sorts of high-tech equipment, Colonel Autumn finally knew who his opponent was. There is indeed a mysterious enemy force here, and they are very well equipped. However, he cannot immediately relay the message to the base, as the wireless communication equipment they brought has a limited transmission range and cannot transmit the signal back. Moreover, using radio now could potentially expose one's location. If only we could capture a prisoner, we could find out where this unit came from, Colonel Odom thought, watching the Rabbit Kingdom patrolman disappear into the distance. Night raids on enemy positions to capture prisoners have always been a long-standing tradition of this special operations unit, and they have never failed in any of their operations. Therefore, they are very confident about this. Get ready, we'll go catch the tongue when it gets dark, Autumn said eagerly. Chapter 90 Searching for the Elf Race. Above the western forest, a modified airship, number 002, is flying slowly. Captain Zhou, we've been flying for several days now, but we still haven't gotten out of this forest. It seems this so-called western forest is quite large. As a mechanized infantryman, Lu Hua had mainly traveled by helicopter before, and had also ridden in large transport aircraft like the Y-20, but this was his first time riding in an airship. Captain Lu, at our current speed, we've already flown at least 2,000 kilometers. According to the clues provided by Miss Layla, we should be nearing the edge of the western forest. It said that the edge of the forest is the vast grassland, the territory of a race of giants called the Titans, Zhou said. I wonder if we can find that eastern continent, if we continue flying halfway west. Historians are quite interested in this ancient Tang Empire, Lu Hua said casually. Who knows? There will definitely be a chance to go there in the future. We just need to expand our space-time portal a bit so that those big planes can come in. If we rely solely on our airships, I don't know how long it would take to get there, Zhou Yi replied. I heard you used to fly fighter jets. How come you're flying airships now? Lu Hua asked, leaning back in his seat in the cabin. Who can argue with that? For this mission, I gave up my beloved H-6 bomber and switched careers to learn how to fly an airship. Zhou Yi shook his head helplessly. There's no other way. The space-time entrance is too small, and we can't even transport planes in. Helicopters have too short a range, so we had to temporarily bring this thing over. This thing is slow, but it has a long flight time. As long as it carries enough food and water, it can easily fly around Earth. Lu Hua nodded, then glanced at the forest below the porthole. But I've always had a question for you. There's a huge forest down there. How are we going to land? Landing? We're not landing. Landing an airship is very troublesome. It requires the assistance of ground personnel and specialized equipment to complete the landing. Zhou Yi explained to him. Moreover, the requirements for the ground environment are also very high, and the consequences would be very serious if an accident occurred. Lu Hua asked in surprise. You don't mean you want us to skydive, do you? Even if we succeed, we won't be able to come back. Our airship doesn't fly very high, so it's not really suitable for parachuting. Do you see the bottom of that troop transport compartment? There are 4 direct-fire javelins there, plus 4 fixed javelins around the airship. Once we reach the destination, we'll fire the javelins to anchor them to the ground, putting the airship into a hovering state. Then you can take the elevator and be lowered down. Zhou Yi pointed to the troop transport compartment and said, So at what altitude do you plan to drop us down? Captain Zhou Yi looked outside. Judging from the terrain, it's probably about 100 meters in the air. Lu Hua frowned. It's so high. If there's wind, the lift will be very unstable. When they conduct helicopter rappelling training, they usually go to a height of about 30 or 40 meters. This thing looks even more shaky than a helicopter. So when it's windy, you'd better hold on tight to the elevator and pray silently. Zhou Yi patted Lu Hua on the shoulder with a helpless expression. This airship, number 002, carried a 20-member Flying Fox squad, whose main mission was to find the elf race that Miss Layla had mentioned. However, after flying for 5 consecutive days, they still haven't spotted any elves. Captain, we've spotted something, an observer suddenly exclaimed, pointing downwards. It looks like there's a fire in the forest ahead. Lu Hua quickly took the binoculars to observe and, sure enough, discovered thick smoke rising from the distant forest. Captain Zhou, turn around and go check over there, Lu Hua ordered. Yes, sir. Captain Zhou Yi immediately ordered the helmsman to turn the rudder to full speed and fly at full speed toward the source of the smoke. At this very moment, the elves and the titans on the ground are engaged in a fierce battle. The elves are skilled archers, almost always hitting their targets, making them ideal for long-range combat. However, the titans wore armor with incredible defensive capabilities, remaining unaffected even when arrows struck them directly. This resulted in the titans almost constantly chasing and attacking the elves. However, the elves were agile and used the tall trees to leap and dodge, making it difficult for the giants to hit them. So, although the two sides seemed to be fighting fiercely back and forth, there were actually no casualties. Suddenly, both sides saw the huge airship flying overhead in the distance, approaching like a mountain pressing down. This immediately caused a wave of panic. They all stopped fighting and looked up at the giant ship. Is this the aerial chariot of the gods? A Titan giant asked, putting down his giant axe in alarm. No, it must be the gods manifesting their power, said another giant. May the gods bless me, and may my wife give birth to a big, healthy son next year. A giant wished upon the airship. Women of our Titan race take 3 years to give birth. If your wife gives birth next year, won't you be carrying a huge grassland on your head? The giant next to him kicked him. I love the grasslands, shouted another giant. The elves, on the other hand, seemed much more normal. Most of them were simply amazed by the sheer size of the airship. Look, there seem to be people up there, a sharp-eyed elf said. pointing to the airship. Is this a new type of weapon created by humans? It might be a goblin, who knows? Aren't goblins all underground? If they could fly, they'd be called celestial goblins. You're talking nonsense. Aren't those that can fly angels? Can I shoot that monster with a bow and arrow? The elves began to discuss it amongst themselves. The Elf King stared nervously at the airship and ordered a state of emergency to be declared. The archers were always ready, but even when they aimed, they couldn't hit the target. Airship number 002 slowed down and began to hover in the air. Are those elves? Lu Hua looked at the very handsome elves on the ground through his binoculars and asked. It should be. It's pretty much what Zhou Bai described. Those tall guys should be the so-called titans. It looks like the two sides are at war. What should we do? Captain Zhou asked. Let's wait and see, and then we'll talk after they each cease hostilities. An elven mage, wand in hand and head tilted back, asked, those people seem to be watching us. Should I use magic to knock that thing down? No need for now. We don't know if these people are friend or foe. A hasty attack might cause unnecessary trouble. Let's observe first, the Elf King replied. Then he called out to the Titans not far away. Hey, Titan Chieftain, let's stop fighting here for today. It seems we have some guests. The Titan Chieftain realized that the airship above them was a huge threat, so he agreed. Yes, Elf King, let's stop here for today and continue tomorrow. So both sides began to withdraw their troops. Why did they stop fighting? Lu Hua asked after watching both sides begin to retreat. He also wanted to see how the elves and the Titans fought. They had just set up their stools and taken out some melon seeds when both sides withdrew their troops. I guess they're going home for dinner, since the sun is about to set, Captain Zhou said, spitting out a sunflower seed shell. Chapter 91 The Elf King. After finally finding a stable open space, the number 002 airship began to adjust its power output and hover in the air. 4 fixed javelins were fired from the bottom deck and around the airship, deeply embedding themselves in the ground to allow the airship to hover stably in the air. Then the lower compartment opened, and 2 large elevator platforms began to slowly descend. The more than 20 fully armed Flying Fox squad members immediately took up combat formation and defensive posture the moment they touched the ground. May I ask what brings you all to our western elven forest? The Elf King, riding a tall, antlered stag, sized up the soldiers who had just landed from the airship. He was surrounded by elven guards who had already drawn their bows and were on guard. Everyone, don't be nervous. Using a translator, Lu Hua stepped forward and said to the Elf King, we are from Carl Village of the Angel Clan. We have something to discuss with you elves. What? You're from Carl Village? Princess Xia suddenly emerged from the elven race, sized up Lu Hua, and frowned slightly. Judging from your appearance, you look a bit like Zhou Bai from the Eastern continent. You all have black hair and yellow skin. Are you in cahoots? Lu Hua glanced at the pretty little elf girl. Could she be the elf princess that Zhou Bai had mentioned before? Seeing that the elf princess seemed a little angry, and wondering what Zhou Bai had done to offend her, she cautiously asked, Mr. Zhou Bai is indeed our friend. I wonder if he has offended this elf lady. Princess Xia angrily pulled out the bow and arrows from her back and threw them, along with the short sword in her hand, to the ground. Didn't that guy say these arrowheads and these swords were made with some special technique? They can't even break through the giant's armor. What a piece of trash. The Elf King pulled Xia aside and said, these bows and swords are perfectly fine. They're much better than those made by goblins. Xia, stop fooling around. It's just that those titans' armor is too sturdy. Even these bows and swords can't penetrate it at all. It's clearly because the goods he supplied were of poor quality, Xia muttered to herself. After all, these transactions all passed through her hands, and now that the war has escalated to this point, she has always believed it was her fault for not being able to purchase sharper weapons. The Elf King said to Lu Hua, your goods are indeed exquisite. Are you here to trade? If so, please come with me. We do have some goods to trade with you. A trade? That sounds good. Let's communicate first, gain each other's trust, and then talk about the magician. Aside from food and water, the airship did not carry any other supplies. The command center was careless. They didn't even prepare any gifts. How are we supposed to deal with others now? Take all the instant noodles, sausages, and snacks we have left. Oh, And bring Lao Zhou's bag of tea too, Lu Hua said to the soldier next to him. Having traveled so far to get here, even if we have nothing to trade with them, we should at least give them something in return. The elven camp wasn't too far from where the airship was docked. It only took half an hour to get there by following them. Looking at these large tents made of animal hides and linen, there are probably 100 or 200 of them. It's obvious that they are temporary wartime camps. Following the elven guards into the largest tent, there was only a few long tables in the middle and no other chairs. We could only sit cross-legged on the carpet. I am the Elf King Signy, and humans are generally not welcome here. However, according to Sia, you have many exquisite items and are even willing to provide us with ironware, so we acknowledge you as our friends. We elves have always treated our friends very well. Signy, who was sitting on the central elven throne, clapped his hands, and then several elves brought in various roasted meats and fruits, placing them in front of Lu Hua and the others on the table. Lu Hua swallowed hard as he looked at the delicious food on the table, then turned to Signy and said, "Great Elf King, thank you for your hospitality. I am Lu Hua, the captain of the Rabbit Kingdom Flying Fox Squad. We are here on orders from our superiors to find the elf magician." The Elf King frowned. He had never heard of the Rabbit Kingdom. He only knew of an empire. This must be a small country from the eastern continent. You humans stole magic from us elves, so why are you here looking for magicians? The Elf King asked. Lu Hua didn't intend to hide anything and said directly, "It's like this. The mages on the Empire's side used magic to open a space-time portal, and people from another world on the other side of the portal entered this world. So we want to see if the mages here can close this space-time portal." What? Those human mages actually opened a portal to another dimension? The Elf King was shocked. These despicable beings, do they want to destroy this world? You're right. This world is indeed close to destruction. As soon as those otherworldly beings entered, they attacked Angel Village, causing a large number of angels to be injured or killed. They also overthrew the Empire's government, and now the entire Empire is constantly at war, causing massive displacement and widespread suffering. Lu Hua said without exaggeration. These guys don't even spare the peace-loving angels. Hearing this, the Elf King was somewhat indignant. Then he looked at Lu Hua and the others again and said, "You didn't come in through the portal of time and space, did you?" Lu Hua nodded and replied, "I dare not lie to you. We did indeed come in through another time portal, but we are different from that time portal. We are a peace-loving country, and those angels are currently taking refuge in our country." Was your portal to another dimension also opened by those foolish human mages of the Empire? No. Our time portal was opened by Mr. Zhou Bai, who previously made a deal with you. The Elf King sat on his throne and pondered for a while before asking in confusion, "Is this Zhou Bai from your side? Is he a magician?" "No, he doesn't know any magic. In fact, there are no magicians in our world. We don't know how he was able to open the portal between time and space," Lu Hua replied. "Strange. I've never heard of people from outside the world being able to open a portal to this world, especially ordinary people without any magic." The Elf King thought for a moment and then asked, "You just said that the angels from Carl Village went to your country inside the time gate." "Yes, they have been living in our country for more than a month and are doing quite well so far." The Elf King stared into Lu Hua's eyes and asked, "How do I know you're telling the truth?" Chapter 92, Promoting Peace Talks. Lu Hua smiled and took out a cell phone. "This cell phone of mine can directly contact our side and have Village Chief Carl contact you. You can just ask him and you'll know." "A cell phone? I've heard Xiao mention it. She said it's a magical thing. Can this little gadget send messages over long distances?" The Elf King stared at the small machine with some curiosity. "Yes. How about I call Chief Carl now, and you can verify what I said with him." "All right then." The Elf King also wanted to see how this little gadget could transmit messages to a distant place. So, thanks to the efforts of the communications soldier, they were finally able to contact the base in no time. "It's connected now. You can just speak into the phone." Lu Hua handed the phone to the Elf King. The Elf King took the phone, somewhat incredulously, and said into it, "Carl." "Signy? This is Carl. It's been a long time." The familiar voice of Village Chief Carl came through the phone. "Ah, it really is you. It's been so long. More than 80 years, hasn't it?" the Elf King said with some surprise. Yes, it's been a while. How are you doing over there? I heard from Xia that there's a war going on over there. Those titans are pushing their luck and invading the border forests. We had no choice but to retaliate, the Elf King said angrily. Sigh, you elves are too hot-tempered. You can sit down and talk things over. After all, you're neighbors and have been fighting for thousands of years. Why bother? Village Chief Carl said from the other end. The Elf King didn't want to discuss this matter. After all, there were some things that couldn't be explained to the peaceful angels. So he changed the subject and asked, I heard from the otherworldly people here that you moved to a country in that other world? Yes, there was a group of guys who came out of the time portal. They were very violent, and many of our people were captured by them. Fortunately, our friends from the Rabbit Kingdom were very friendly and welcomed us. All right then, it's good to know you're all okay. After exchanging a few words, the Elf King returned the phone to Lu Hua and said enviously, This is a nice item. If possible, could you trade us some? Lu Hua put away his phone. Of course, no problem. As for the communication problem, once the space-time gate issue is resolved, that will be a simple matter. Our magicians can indeed control that portal, but I'm sorry, we cannot help you at the moment. After returning to his seat, the Elf King continued. We are at war with the Titans, and elven mages are an important fighting force for us. We cannot send them to help you close the gates. Our airship is very fast. As long as we close that portal, we can bring your magician back very soon, Lu Hua explained. That won't do. This is a crucial moment in the battle, and our elven mages cannot leave the battlefield for even a moment. The Elf King shook his head and refused. Lu Hua thought for a moment and asked, Why are you two fighting? Is it just because of territory? We have always been at odds with the Titans, and the conflict has lasted for thousands of years. This battle is just a continuation of the old hatred. In recent years, they have been increasingly venturing into the border forests to hunt. Occasionally, we've simply ignored them, but they've become increasingly brazen, venturing deep into the forests and seriously threatening our survival. That's why we're retaliating. The Elf King explained it to him. It seems that to solve the problem of the elven mages, we also need to solve the problem of the war between the two sides. Is there any possibility of peace talks between you? Lu Hua asked. If the two sides have reached a point of no return, it will be quite difficult to mediate. The war will end once the Titans retreat to the border forests, the Elf King said. It seems we still need to solve the problem of those giants. Lu Hua thought for a moment and said, How about this? I'll go and talk to those giants and ask them to return to the grasslands as soon as possible so that the war can end sooner. Then you can send an elven mage to come back with us. What do you think? It's unclear how long they'll continue fighting. Perhaps we should try to mediate and end the war as soon as possible. If things drag on too long at the time portal, it will be very detrimental to the development of the Rabbit Kingdom. That would be best. After the Elf King saw that the matter had been discussed to a sufficient degree, he said, Have something to eat. It's a specialty from our forest. You certainly can't get any good food while you're floating in the sky. Having eaten self-heating individual rice on the airship, it's time to enjoy some real food now that we're finally on the ground. The food provided by the elves was quite good. The fruit and roasted meat were both tasty, and surprisingly, there were even vegetables and cheese, which was beyond his expectations. The next day, Lu Hua and his companions, led by the elves, arrived at the Titan camp. Inside the tents in the camp, several people who appeared to be influential figures from the Titan tribe were already seated. Are you humans who came down from the worship of the gods? Asked the Titan warrior Kronos, who was carrying a giant axe on his shoulder, looking at the strangely dressed, short humans. Looking at the giant in front of him, who was at least 5 meters tall, Lu Hua couldn't help but swallow hard. This puts a lot of pressure on people. One swing of the axe feels like it could flatten a tank. Friends of the Titans, hello. My name is Lu Hua. We are from the Rabbit Kingdom. We have come here hoping that you and the elf race can sit down and have a good talk. We are willing to make efforts to end the war and usher in peace. Lu Hua calmed himself down and tried his best to appear less flustered. You make it sound so easy. Why should we listen to you? A giant nearby shouted. That's a dead end to the conversation. The soldiers around Lu Hua were all ready to fire at any moment. What are your demands? You must have a reason for fighting, right? Can't we just resolve this? Lu Hua smiled and looked at the giant. The elves occupy such a large forest. What's wrong with us going in to hunt? What do they have to complain about? The giant shouted. But haven't you always lived on the grasslands? Lu Hua asked. The titan sitting in the middle waved his hand to silence the giant who was about to speak, and then said, Human from the rabbit kingdom, my name is Uranus, and I am the chieftain of this titan race. To be honest, we had no choice but to enter the border forest. In recent years, the grassland population has been growing, and the grassland can no longer support so many people. In order to survive, we naturally have to enter the resource-rich border forests, so our war with the elves is inevitable. The main factor in the war between the two sides was actually the struggle for resources. As the titan population grew, the grasslands could no longer support so many people, so they had no choice but to seek resources from the forests. However, the forest resources are finite, and the Titan's entry into the forest has already posed a threat to the elves' survival. The elves were naturally unwilling to accept this, and in order to protect their own living space, they naturally had to rise up in resistance. If that's the case, then things are easy to solve. If we help you solve your survival problem, can you withdraw your troops and go back? Lu Hua asked. Chapter 93 Titan Food. Of course, who would willingly leave their homeland to fight here every day, said the Titan warrior Crossnow. That's easy. These giants look incredibly strong. They'd be perfect for road repairs and other work. The base is undergoing massive infrastructure construction. Since large machinery can't get in yet, most of the work is done manually. Wouldn't this be a perfect opportunity for these giants to go and move bricks? We happen to need a lot of manpower over there. As long as you are willing to come and help us, we can provide you with food. And we'll also provide compensation so you can buy all the supplies you need. Wouldn't that solve all your problems? Lu Hua proposed his idea. We Titans will never be slaves. A giant standing next to Lu Hua said, If you want us to work for you, what's the difference between that and being your slaves? That's not how it works, Lu Hua quickly explained. We won't restrict your freedom. You can come back anytime you want if you don't want to work here anymore. Uranus, the Titan chieftain sitting in the center, interrupted Lu Hua. Let's not discuss this anymore. We Titans would rather starve than beg for food from others. Then he waved to Lu Hua and the others and said, Let's leave this matter here for now. You can go back after you finish eating. We Titans would rather die here than work for you. Lu Hua had no choice but to pick up a wooden knife provided by the other party and cut a piece of the food they had provided on the table. This is the staple food of the Titans, about the size of a potato, resembling the food of a couch potato. After taking only one bite, a strong urge to vomit immediately came from Lu Hua's stomach. However, in this situation, he was too embarrassed to spit it out, so he could only force himself to swallow it. After finally managing to swallow it, Lu Hua asked incredulously, This is what you usually eat? A little unaccustomed to the taste? It's okay, you'll get used to it after eating it more. We Titans live off this stuff. In front of Lu Hua, Chief Uranus put the piece of roasted meat into his mouth and ate it with relish. You can just have some grilled meat with it. It tastes pretty good. Lu Hua looked at the half-cooked meat in front of him, which was only sprinkled with a little salt, and cut off a piece of meat with some skepticism and put it in his mouth. Although both are meat, the taste is far inferior to that of the elves. It's really too much to ask of them to make such fresh meat taste like this. It takes incredible skill to make it taste like this. Even if you threw a piece of meat at a kindergarten child, they might not be able to make it taste like this messy, strange, and bizarre dish. Captain Lu, I really can't stand it. This thing was definitely not made for humans to eat. Zhou Yi, the submarine captain who accompanied Lu Hua, said in a low voice. Hold on, this is a diplomatic occasion. We can't be impolite, Lu Hua reminded him. Actually, he was almost unable to stand the nausea anymore. Don't you grow any other grains? These foods don't seem very palatable. Lu Hua couldn't help but ask. There's nothing we can do. The only grains that can be grown on the grassland are sweet potatoes. Anyway, they can fill our stomachs. It's good enough to have something to eat. We usually don't even have enough to eat when we want to be full. After saying that, Cronus took another bite of something called potato rice. As Lu Hua and the others watched the giants eat with relish, they wondered if there was something wrong with their own sense of taste. Chief Uranus, I'm so sorry. but your food is really not to our liking. May we eat the food we brought ourselves? They carried 2 days' worth of self-heating individual rations in their bags. Although it seemed impolite to eat their own food when visiting someone's home, it was better than dying from these strange foods. Chief Uranus didn't seem to mind, simply saying, "Of course." The soldiers who accompanied Lu Hua were treated as if they had been granted a pardon. They put down the food they were holding and took out their individual self-heating rations from their bags. Although this stuff isn't anything special, compared to the food of these titans, it's a rare delicacy. The titans watched as these short humans took out some strange food containers, poured in some water, and soon began to smoke. "Is this food?" Kronos asked curiously, looking at the smoking food containers. "Yes, would you like one?" Lu Hua asked politely. Kronos smelled the delicious aroma emanating from the lunchbox and nodded. Lu Hua thought that he had brought quite a lot of this stuff, and since he was going back to the airship soon anyway, he heated up a portion for him. "You can eat it in about 10 minutes. After saying that, he began to eat his portion with relish. Kronos watched as these people ate with great relish, and couldn't help but swallow hard. "Is this even tastier than roast meat and potatoes?" His portion was heated up quickly, and Kronos couldn't resist eating it with the spoon that came with it. After just one bite, he was amazed by the rich flavor of the self-heating individual ration, which included both meat and vegetables. "I never imagined there was such delicious food in the world." Without exaggeration, this was the best meal he had ever eaten in his life. Kronos ate with tears in his eyes, but this self-heating ration, enough for one soldier, was not even enough to fill him halfway. In less than a minute, the large portion of rice was finished. "Mr. Lu Hua, could you please give me another one?" Kronos suddenly became polite to him. "Of course, but we don't have much food left, so we need to save some to take back." Lu Hua had someone give him another serving, and this time he even took the initiative to teach him how to heat it up. Seeing Kronos's expectant look, the other titans asked, "Kronos, is the food these guys eat really that good?" Kronos looked at them, then shook his head. "No, it's not tasty at all. It's quite awful." Then he thought to himself, "They just said they didn't have much left, so I can't let others take it all. I can secretly ask these people for some later." Then I waited expectantly for the rice to heat up. "Give me your food, and I'll trade with you." A titan giant, looking at Kronos with some disbelief, placed the roasted meat from his plate on the nearest warrior's table. Before the soldier could react, the giant had already snatched the self-heating rice from his table. After taking a bite, the titan giant ate the rice faster and faster. In less than a minute, he finished the entire ration, even faster than Kronos. Then, looking at the soldier who had just been robbed, he said somewhat embarrassedly, Do you have any more? Could you give me another one?" Chapter 94 Return. The soldier could only turn to Lu Hua and say, "Captain, with the way they eat, no matter how much we bring, it won't be enough." Good heavens, this huge bag of individual rations was gone in less than a minute. Given their appetite, even 10 boxes of food wouldn't be enough to fill them up. Lu Hua shook his head helplessly. "Give him one first. We have plenty more on our airship. Anyway, don't even think about taking the ones we brought here back today." The soldier had no choice but to take another bag out of his backpack and hand it to the titan, showing him how to heat it up. Seeing how delicious the food was, the other titans, even a fool could tell that the food was incredibly tasty, all asked for a bag of self-heating rice. Seeing how much the two were enjoying their meal, Chief Uranus and the others also started asking for some. Suddenly, the roasted meat on their plates didn't seem so appealing anymore, and they all ordered a portion as well. The dozen or so self-heating individual rations that the soldiers brought in their bags were all divided up by these titans. "Now look what's happened. Even I have nothing to eat." However, for the enormous titans, this small bag of individual rations was just enough to sample, let alone fill them up. With their appetites just whetted, the food in the bag was already gone. Then everyone put down their spoons and looked at Lu Hua and the others. Lu Hua could only wave his hand helplessly. "I'm sorry, we really have run out of the food we brought." Chief Uranus licked his lips, seemingly still savoring the experience, and asked, "Do you usually eat these kinds of delicacies?" Lu Hua shook his head and replied, "This isn't considered a delicacy where we're from. It's just a convenient food we bring on missions, and the taste, is only so-so. Kronos, standing nearby, asked in surprise, "This is considered normal? What do you usually eat?" Lu Hua counted on his fingers. "There are many. For example, in our base, we usually eat 4 dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stewed beef with potatoes, stewed pork with vermicelli, and stewed cabbage with tofu. Our daily staples are rice, steamed buns, dumplings, and so on. Of course, fruits and drinks are also essential, and during holidays, the meals become even more lavish." Every time Lu Hua named a dish, the other person would swallow hard. "Although I don't know what these dishes are, just from their names I know they must be delicious. Actually, if we were in China, the variety of dishes would be even greater. However, after arriving in this other world, there's nowhere to buy ingredients, so we have to rely on supplies from China. However, the troops and technical personnel on the Timegate side already number over 100,000. In order to prevent local agricultural product prices from skyrocketing on Monday, they can only use strategic reserves that are about to expire or purchase the same thing in large quantities. So now the base basically only has a few dishes. If you want to change things up, you can only go to the nearby area to get some wild game or something." After thinking for a moment, Uranus, the chieftain of the Titans, said, "I think it's worth discussing the matter of our people working for you." Lu Hua. Soon, the Titans began withdrawing their troops from the border forests, and the Elf King agreed to send elven mages to the Rabbit Kingdom base. In addition to the 3 elven magicians, Princess Sia and her 3 elven female guards also accompanied them. She was representing the elf race to do business with the Rabbit Kingdom. The airship was also loaded with a lot of goods for the elf trade, such as various furs, dried meat, and herbs, which Lu Hua didn't have the heart to refuse. Anyway, just let the people in the foreign trade department handle the receiving. These elf mages are the most important. Meanwhile, the Titans also arranged for 5 giants, including Cronus, to go to the base as Titan scouts and vanguard. If the food at the Rabbit Kingdom base is really as good as Lu Hua described, they will come back and send more people there. So the 2 sworn enemies, the elves and the Titans, boarded the airship together, staring at each other with neither willing to concede. However, the Titans and elves quickly went from excitement upon taking to the skies to fear, and finally to severe motion sickness. After all, compared to a regular airplane, an airship experiences more intense and frequent shaking and turbulence while hovering in the air. The sealed cabin and the strong smell of engine oil caused the Titans and elves, who were riding in an airship for the first time, to experience motion sickness. Lu Hua helplessly covered his eyes with his hand. It's one thing for these cute elf girls to get airsick, but how come you tall and burly Titans also get airsick? Moreover, her motion sickness was even worse than the elf girls. She vomited so badly that it was a complete mess, and it felt like she was about to throw up her bile. Where is your bravery? Where is your courage? Why have you vomited it all out? Cronus, just finish me off with one sword. The god of the grasslands will protect you. A giant, his face green and panting heavily, pleaded desperately, clinging to Cronus, who was slumped in his seat. Kronos's eyes had rolled back, and he sat motionless in his seat. Hang in there, we'll be at base in 3 days. You have to hold on, Captain Zhou Yi encouraged, patting the other man's broad shoulder. However, these words did not encourage the other party at all. Instead, they made the other party even more desperate. A medic quickly came over and stuffed a motion sickness tablet into the other person's mouth. Just swallow this. After saying that, he stuffed it into the other person's mouth without saying another word. If you feel dizzy, go rest by the bed for a while. If you feel like vomiting, remember to vomit in the bag. Don't vomit into the cabin, Lu Hua shouted helplessly. Then he muttered to himself, these Titans and elves should really be tested before boarding the airship. They're so seasick, the cabin smells like that. Isn't this just making things worse? Looking at these giants and elves who were already limp and powerless, he could only pray that they could hold out until they reached the base. On the other hand, Colonel Odom, a Special Forces member of the Milland Empire, has been lying in wait around a camp near the Rabbit Kingdom base for 3 days. He originally thought it was just a simple task of capturing tongues, but due to the Rabbit Kingdom's strict defense measures, he never had the chance to carry it out. As a seasoned soldier, he couldn't help but sigh. When will the Imperial Army ever have this level of vigilance. He didn't dare to take the risk himself, so he sent a special forces soldier back to base early in the morning with the intelligence he had photographed to report to General Leeds Thomas. An army with a level of civilization equivalent to our Milland Empire. Lee Thomas was shocked as he held the intelligence report. Moreover, this army was located not far from his own portal, less than 100 kilometers away. They only just found out about this now. Chapter 95. The war begins. Where did this mysterious army come from? Are they from the eastern continent that those otherworldly beings spoke of? How is that possible? If there were such a powerful nation on this planet, these otherworldly beings wouldn't still be wandering around with bows and arrows. This is not a primitive tribe, but a country that has unified an entire continent. Neither side can remain completely unaffected. Could they be from another time portal like them? General Leeds Thomas frowned. If both sides come from countries outside the portal of time and space, then they will definitely be determined to obtain this other world. Then a war between the two sides is inevitable. No one is willing to give up this hugely profitable pie, and sharing it is out of the question. Even if they want to share, they have to compete first and divide the pie according to their respective strengths. It also depends on whether the winning side is willing, or how much you are willing to pay for the other party. In any case, a war is inevitable. However, if the other party's development level is only about the same as mine, then I'm not too worried. After all, given the unparalleled resources and operational capabilities of the Milland Empire, even if the opponent is slightly stronger, it can still use these advantages to defeat them. However, based on the analysis, the enemy's equipment level is very high, and their army is very disciplined. They also use many weapons that the Milland Empire does not have. For example, those strange drones and helicopters that take off using only rotors. Helicopters were still just a concept in the Milland Empire. It turns out they had already made them a reality. This could inspire the military to quickly research an aircraft that can take off without being restricted by location. Fortunately, neither of these aircraft seems to have a very large ammunition load. Not to mention compared to their bombers. Even their fighter jets seem to have a much larger ammunition load. Furthermore, no tanks or armored vehicles were detected on the other side, only some light motor vehicles. This is good news for them. Without these high-speed mobile armored regiments, the enemy is just a stationary target. However, they did discover that the enemy had deployed a considerable number of long-range artillery pieces and various large rockets, which posed a significant threat to them. Moreover, the other side possesses means to interfere with communications. This electronic jamming technology is still in the experimental stage in the Milland Empire. Therefore, the other side is still ahead of the Milland Empire in some technologies. However, this gap is nothing. Faced with the steel torrent of the Milland Empire, they can only continue with a defensive strategy. It is only a matter of time before they are overthrown. The Empire has staked all its future hopes and interests on this world, so even if the other side's technology is more advanced, they will never give up. General Leeds Thomas knew this, as did all the commanders present. Regardless of who the other party is, the Milland Empire has no reason to abandon this place. Moreover, these people have already destroyed several of their own reconnaissance planes and 2 armored regiments. The two sides are on the verge of war. After they reported the situation to the head of state immediately dispatched more tanks and aircraft, as well as a continuous stream of supplies and personnel. The pro-war faction has always been the most popular, and they have never considered the consequences of failure. The Wild Wolf Squad, which was lurking near the Milland Empire's time portal base, sent back the information they had overheard about the enemy's continuous reinforcements to their base. Seeing the continuous influx of tanks and aircraft, the base command center in the Rabbit Country also began preparations for war. Judging from their posture, they look like they're about to launch an attack, Wang Guohua said, looking at the battlefield photos he had taken. Their space-time base has already amassed over 1,000 tanks, and more than 100 tanks and thousands of soldiers have already left the base. They should be heading this way, Zhao Xinwu analyzed, pointing to the map. If their armored formations are spread out, it will make our strike capability much more difficult, Chen Tianlong frowned. So, should we launch a sweeping attack on their base now? Zhao Xinwu asked. We haven't declared war on them yet. Isn't it a bad idea to start a war without declaring it? Chen Tianlong asked. Our advantage lies in our long-range firepower. If we were to engage in a full-scale war with them now, we would not be able to close their time portal immediately. Even if we forcibly control their space-time portal, we could suffer heavy casualties facing their continuous reinforcements. Wang Guohua shook his head, disagreeing with the idea of waging a full-scale war against them now. Should we wait for Lu Hua and the others? They're almost back with the Elven Mage, Zhao Xinwu asked. Let's take out that armored regiment that escaped first, and warn them that we're not to be trifled with, Wang Guohua ordered. The 103rd Armored Regiment of the Miland Empire, consisting of 120 light tanks and thousands of soldiers, has formed a long procession and is moving toward the Rabbit Kingdom base in a grand manner. There were 2 other formations of 20 fighter jets patrolling overhead. The HQ-9 air defense system on the Chinese side had already locked onto these fighter jets. Missile launch. Dozens of anti-aircraft missiles were launched simultaneously, instantly turning these old-fashioned fighter jets into a shower of sparks. A cluster of 50 drones and a formation of 5 Z-10 helicopters also headed straight for the battlefield. Before they could react, the swarm of drones overhead had already dropped dozens of high-explosive bombs on the team. A massive burst of flames engulfed the entire force. The explosion not only sent the soldiers flying like paper dolls, but also overturned countless tanks. Wherever it went, flames shot into the sky and explosions rang out continuously. That's incredibly fast. Before the soldiers could recover from their shock, 5 Z-10 helicopters had already flown over them, and a rain of fire immediately enveloped the unit. Their light tanks and soldiers were instantly blown to pieces, their bodies scattered and overturned. The soldiers, having suffered heavy losses, began to discard their weapons, completely losing their will to fight, and scattered in all directions. Upon receiving the news, Lee Thomas and the others were stunned in disbelief for a long time. Hundreds of tanks and thousands of soldiers were wiped out before they even saw what the enemy looked like. They are even more powerful than I imagined. With their ridiculously strong air defense and airstrike capabilities, they could win a war just by using their long-range attack capabilities, even without tanks. I'm speaking, said Les Thomas, his voice tinged with a mixture of fear and admiration. Chapter 96 The War Begins, Part 2. Their long-range strike capabilities and air power are indeed beyond our imagination, but the lack of tank armor remains their weakness. Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Meade analyzed. They have no land-based capability. As long as we disperse our targets, get close to the enemy, and mix the 2 sides together, we can use our tank armor to crush them. But do we even have a chance to get close to them? With their reconnaissance capabilities and airstrike power, they would be blown to smithereens before we even get close. Lee Thomas sighed and continued, but you're not wrong. Our reinforcements are coming in steadily. As long as we spread out and encircle them, it's still possible to win. After being swept away by Z-10 rockets, China did not pursue the fleeing soldiers again. Since the objective has been achieved, there is no need to waste any more ammunition on these fleeing soldiers. Moreover, when they escape back, it can affect their morale to some extent. This military strike also marks the first time that China has conducted a live-fire strike using a swarm of drones and a formation of helicopters. This not only accumulated a lot of experience, but also provided a lot of useful data for subsequent research. From a high vantage point in the distance, Colonel Odom, who had witnessed everything, remained stunned for a long time. With lingering fear, he said to his Special Forces soldiers, "Our time is over. We are no match for them. The Miland Empire has encountered a terrible enemy. Also, remember this. If any of you are captured, shoot yourself. This is your last vestige of dignity." After saying that, he led them and quietly disappeared into the woods. News of the defeat quickly reached back to the Miland Empire. With deliberate media coverage, feelings of shock, humiliation, and anger quickly erupted among the Chinese people. Capitalizing on this sentiment, the number of young people joining the military in China skyrocketed, and related military-industrial enterprises were instantly filled with employees, starting to operate at full capacity to produce wartime supplies. Universities and military research institutes have also received funding for previously abandoned military research projects. The production of everyday consumer goods in general factories has also begun to be suspended, and all production is now mainly for military purposes. A nationwide frenzy swept through the country, and the empire's war machine began to run. In Congress, the Führer was delivering a passionate speech. Those enemies are indeed very powerful. The empire's 103rd Armored Regiment and Air Force were destroyed by them almost instantly. Some of their technologies are at least 10 years ahead of ours. This is indeed a formidable opponent, but our Milland Empire has never feared any adversary. Even if we were to die on the battlefield, we would have no fear. This is the belief of our Milland Empire. Tell General Literath that from this moment forward, every person and every piece of metal in the Milland Empire will be used on the battlefield. We don't care about casualties, even if it means sacrificing lives. We will completely defeat them until we wipe them all out. Thus, under the leader's orders, a continuous stream of tank units and various vehicles carrying new recruits began to head towards the time portal. The nationwide support greatly encouraged Thomas and others. In just a few days, the base outside the portal expanded several times over. Although the special forces scattered in various locations suffered considerable losses, some of them successfully transmitted various intelligence data back continuously. According to current intelligence, the enemy's supplies all come from a cave. Therefore, the military think tank of the Milland Empire analyzed that this mysterious army was very likely from another world. And this cave is their portal to another time. Fortunately, the cave is not very big, so their transportation must have been very troublesome and complicated. This might explain why we didn't see any large aircraft or armored tanks from the other side. This is indeed good news for them. Furthermore, the location of the enemy's base has now been determined. Although the enemy's weapons were novel and far more advanced than theirs in terms of range and power, they were still gunpowder-driven and did not represent a qualitative breakthrough in essence. Moreover, their total troop strength is not large. Their greatest strength lies in air strikes and bay-and visual range strikes, but once a surprise attack is launched and everyone is engaged in a chaotic battle, the opponent's advantage disappears instantly. The Milland Empire, equipped with tanks and armor, can use its advantage to directly attack the enemy's base. This is the conclusion that the Milland Empire Command has reached so far. But if we launch such an attack, we will definitely suffer huge casualties on our side. Lee Thomas frowned. The enemy has just wiped out our 103rd Armored Regiment, and their ammunition consumption must be very high. As long as we use a combination of manpower and aircraft to advance directly to the enemy's base, continuously deplete their ammunition supplies, and engage in close combat, we can wear down their limited weapons, ammunition, and soldiers. They will retreat due to heavy casualties, and we might be able to capture their portal, cut off their supply lines, and launch a counterattack. This is our only chance, Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Meade suggested. What about the enemy's air superiority? Latomas asked. Our pilots have determined that their small planes are not flying very fast. We can use our numerical advantage to engage their planes and prevent them from attacking our armored forces. As long as we ensure our ground forces advance to their vicinity, their air superiority will naturally disappear, Lieutenant General Meade said. After close discussions, the Milland Empire began to disperse its forces to secretly encircle and intercept the Rabbit Kingdom's base. Brigade Commander Zhang, this is bad. The enemy shows no fear of us. On the contrary, their armored and air forces are getting stronger. If we don't take action soon, and they disperse, it will be disadvantageous for us. Deputy Commander Zhao pointed to the electronic screen and said, moreover, according to our drone reconnaissance, they have used camouflage nets on their bases and roads outside the time portal. Vehicles and personnel entering from the time portal disappear into the camouflage, so we cannot detect their specific troop strength and deployment. It's too late to think of using camouflage netting now. Brigade Commander Zhang Chifeng picked up the communicator. Notify all units to pay attention. Enter full combat readiness. Take off all drones. Load up all white phosphorus bombs. And be on 24-hour combat readiness duty, awaiting combat orders. Chapter 97 The War Begins, Part 3. Before dawn, the Milland Empire base had already assembled various troops under the camouflage netting. The 1st Armored Unit 10 is ready. The 2nd Artillery Corps is ready. The 3rd Infantry Division is ready. The 4th Air Wing is ready. The 5th Special Operations Brigade is ready. Proceed to the enemy base. At a single command, countless soldiers and armored vehicles of the Milland Empire began their march toward the rabbit base as planned. The enemy is about to launch an attack. Brigade Commander Zhang Qifeng picked up his communicator and began issuing combat orders. The higher-ups have given us permission to open fire. The Air Defense Battalion is to keep an eye on everything flying in the sky. If it's not ours, shoot it down. Set up all our ground attack missiles and bombard their bases first. Then prepare for a second wave of attacks with our drone swarm. Dozens of fighter jets from the Milland Empire flew in from all directions toward the rabbit base as the sun rose. More planes began to roll out of the hangar, waiting to take to the skies. However, this propeller-driven aircraft is pitifully slow, and in front of the HQ-9 surface-to-air missile, it is no different from a stationary target. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless missiles left their launch tubes and, guided by radar, flew continuously toward the enemy aircraft. Before these planes could even get close to the camp, they were locked onto by air defense radar and then hit by the HQ-9 missiles trailing long flames, instantly exploding. As a result, countless explosions and scattered aircraft debris drifted down like starlight, falling into the forest and igniting a raging fire. Ground-to-ground missiles and long-range rockets from within the camp also began launching at the enemy base. The airport was hit hardest, and the storm-like attack instantly turned it into the surface of the moon. Other planes that hadn't yet taken off were also instantly destroyed inside the airport. As missiles and rockets exploded across the base, the ammunition and fuel stockpiled there were instantly detonated, creating a massive mushroom cloud. The armored tanks that hadn't yet moved out were instantly blown to smithereens. The soldiers who were gathering inside the base were instantly engulfed in flames. After the first wave of attacks was completed, the first swarm of drones also arrived over the enemy's airspace and began to carry out targeted strikes on those targets that were not hit by the bombs. This includes ammunition depots, airfields, air defense positions, command posts, communication centers, and field hospitals. These drone swarms not only carried ordinary high-explosive bombs, but some models also carried special munitions such as white phosphorus bombs that had never been used in actual combat before. The flames produced by this terrifying bomb can stick to people and machines, burning directly through the target. Its effects are 100 times more terrifying than those of ordinary weapons. This is a weapon that is prohibited on Earth. Coming here is a good opportunity to test the effects and collect more data. A second swarm of drones also began bombing the armored vehicles and personnel that had already left the base. Shells rained down on the massive ranks of soldiers. Before these young soldiers could escape the artillery fire, they were instantly blown away, and cries of agony filled the air. The base's only 10 Z-10 attack helicopters also arrived at the nearest battlefield and strafed the densely packed enemy troops on the ground, creating a massacre. The uninjured survivors, upon seeing the helicopters in the sky, picked up their guns and fired into the air. However, the pilots on the Z-10 attack helicopter did not give these men a chance. Before they could even open fire, they were already taken out by the air-to-ground missiles they were carrying. Both inside and outside the base, the air was filled with the sounds of gunfire and the ground was littered with corpses. Team 2 reporting for duty. The enemy has been completely wiped out. After firing all his ammunition, the Z-10 pilot looked at the hellish scene on the ground, then drove off and returned to base. It looks simple. Is this the difference in weapon generation? Zhao Xinwu, in the command battalion, said with some ease as he looked at the transmitted images. I used to think that the U.S. could easily defeat Saddam Hussein, but now that it's their turn, even without heavy aircraft like the U.S., they can still win impressively with just their drone swarms. Be careful ahead. We haven't completely wiped out the enemy yet. A major, watching footage from a reconnaissance drone, warned, an armored unit has been spotted and has left the base. Proceed to engage it immediately. Commander Chen Tianlong also issued an order. Have the drones and helicopters return to base as soon as possible to replenish ammunition. This time, you need to be careful, aim before you fire, and don't waste ammunition. Watching the ammunition in the base being consumed like water, he was a little worried about whether the supplies could keep up. Inside the underground base of the Miran Empire's time-space gate, seeing the current tragic state of affairs, General Latomaz's face was grim, and he remained silent. The scene before us is not a war. It is purely a one-sided massacre. Watching the endless stream of troops entering from outside the portal, he could only watch as these soldiers headed off to the battlefield. Many of these were new recruits who had only been training for a few days, and some hadn't even fired a few shots. However, in order to deplete the enemy's ammunition, they had no choice but to advance towards the enemy base despite the enemy's fierce firepower. Although it was tantamount to suicide, he had no better option when facing such an opponent. Fortunately, after several rounds of attacks, the fierce artillery fire began to wane considerably. The enemy is running low on ammunition. 7th Armored Division, 9th Air Brigade, launched the attack. General Leto ordered. Then, the aircraft hidden near the valley and the armored regiment inside the time portal, stepping over the smoking corpses, launched a new round of attacks. The enemy is here again. Do we have enough ammunition? Chen Tianlong asked. For now, it's enough. Our space-time portal isn't bringing in anything except ammunition, Zhao Xinwu replied. However, we lost more than a dozen drones. These guys managed to evade our radar by flying at low altitude and then shot down our drones. However, we shot down all of their planes after they took off. In addition, 2 of our Z-10 attack helicopters were hit by enemy machine gun fire. Although there was no serious damage, it has affected their flight performance, and they are currently undergoing emergency repairs. The loss of more than a dozen drones and 2 helicopters will certainly have some impact on their strike capabilities. Captain, this is bad. We've spotted an infantry regiment that's approaching our defensive positions. This regiment has a large area of operation, and our artillery can't cover it all. A major warrant. Immediately deploy our mobile forces to quickly stop them and prevent them from approaching our camp. As the enemy launched their first, second, and third waves of relentless and frenzied attacks, the Chinese side's combat capabilities began to falter. Chapter 98 The War Begins, Part 4. The time portal can only resupply weapons and ammunition, but there's simply not enough time to bring in drone carriers and large air-to-air and air-to-ground missiles. These weapons are now being slowly depleted. In particular, the scattered enemy troops caused great trouble for the soldiers defending the camp. Even after the artillery fire had finished covering them, these people started to reappear shortly afterward. The enemy troops, advancing relentlessly towards the defensive positions, began to cause casualties among the rabbit soldiers. We can't let them break through our defensive positions, otherwise we'll be in trouble once their tanks and armored vehicles get in, Zhao Xinwu ordered. Fortunately, the individual combat capabilities of the Rabbit Kingdom soldiers remain strong, and they continue to exert pressure on the soldiers of the Milan Empire. Furthermore, being on the defensive, coupled with artillery fire from the rear, their firepower advantage became even more pronounced. The soldiers of the Milan Empire began to change tactics, operating in small groups and attempting to launch attacks on the positions in a flexible manner, constantly shifting positions under the cover of smoke grenades. However, the anti-aircraft machine guns on the Rabbit's position formed an insurmountable fire net, and coupled with the constant bombardment from the artillery battalion, all that remained for these charging soldiers were their corpses. These enemies seem reckless. If this continues, our weapons and ammunition will be used up faster than we can replenish them, said Battalion Commander Zhao, who was in charge of defending the camp, frowning. Human wave tactics have been a commonly used tactic throughout history, and those who employ this tactic usually suffer huge casualties. This tactic was effective in the era of cold weapons, but it is difficult to achieve its effect in modern times. In the face of modern weaponry, it is generally difficult to achieve one's goals by sacrificing human lives, unless your numbers outnumber the other side by hundreds or thousands of times. Faced with overwhelming pressure, the Milan Empire's advance began to slow down. The 3rd Infantry Division has been almost completely wiped out. Should we order them to withdraw? An officer asked. No, let them continue their attack. Are the 11th Panzer Regiment and the 8th Infantry Division fully assembled? Let them prepare to launch their attack. Latormaz ordered expressionlessly. General, this isn't war. This is sending them to their deaths. An officer beside him couldn't help but shout. This is war. Faced with such powerful enemies, we are not afraid of sacrifice in order to win, Lee Thomas said coldly. In just a few hours, their forward troops had been almost completely wiped out. Of the 200,000 young soldiers, most died on their own turf before they even left their bases. The nearby generals fell silent. They had never fought such a brutal war. But everyone knows that this war cannot be stopped. However, seeing the increasingly sparse sounds of artillery fire in the distance, a glimmer of hope began to ignite in these people's hearts. It's time for our heavy tanks to take the field. General Leto's lips curled up slightly as he heard that the enemy's firepower had finally decreased. Subsequently, the hundreds of Milran Empire Type 55 heavy tanks that had been lying in ambush in the cave began to slowly move out and head towards the rabbit base. This is the elite force preserved by the Milran Empire. These guys are insane. A battalion commander looked at the Milran Empire enemy troops, whose battlefields were already littered with corpses, yet who continued to launch relentless attacks. Boom! A shell struck a firing position in the camp, instantly destroying one of the camp's firing points. While the Rabbit Kingdom's airstrike forces were away resupplying, the enemy's heavy firepower began to relentlessly bombard the Rabbit Kingdom's defensive positions, causing numerous casualties. Support. We need support. Battalion Commander Zhao shouted loudly into the communicator. The problem is no longer a lack of ammunition, but rather that the enemy's relentless attacks are exhausting the defending soldiers, leading to increasing casualties. They had been fighting fiercely for several hours. It was the first time for everyone to participate in such a brutal battle, and they were all greatly affected both physically and mentally. The enemy is coming up again, a soldier hurriedly reported. They're here again? Battalion Commander Zhao picked up his binoculars and stood up to observe. The Imperial troops continued their relentless charge towards the camp, and their heavy artillery fire intensified. Where are our long-range artillery? Where is our air power? Battalion Commander Zhao angrily reported the situation to his superiors. The enemy is attacking from multiple points, and our artillery can't keep up. Hold on a little longer. It'll only take half an hour, the superior shouted. In the distance, an airship slowly flew towards the rabbit base. Everyone, get up quickly, we're almost there. Captain Zhou, he said to the Titans and elves who were lying on their knees. Captain Zhou, the base just called and told us to be careful of our surroundings. They're currently engaged in a full-scale war with the Milland Empire, so be careful not to drift into their firing range, Lu Hua warned. Of course, that's no problem. He then ordered the pilot to begin the slow descent of the airship. The Titan giants and elves were no longer as severely airsick as they had been on the first day. When Klosno heard that they were finally almost there, he sat up listlessly. As he was looking out the window at the scenery, he noticed some strange things flying in the sky. Just as he was wondering what they were, he suddenly saw flames shooting into the sky on the ground. Captain Lu, what's going on down there? Is it on fire? Kronos asked curiously. There is indeed a fire, but it's because we're fighting an army from outside the portal. Upon hearing that a war had broken out, the other Titan giants and elf girls also got up and looked out the window. However, due to the great distance, apart from seeing flames everywhere on the ground from the sky, nothing particularly special could be found. As the airship drew closer to the base, they were able to see clearly what was happening on the battlefield. Is this how you fight? Cronus asked, utterly shocked. As drones took off, rockets rained down on the enemy positions, causing massive explosions upon impact. They had never imagined such a scene of war before. Isn't war just about you wielding an axe, and me wielding a bow and arrow, and everyone fighting back and forth? This is just a small-scale event. We still have a super powerful weapon to unleash, Lu Hua said casually. Although it was the first time he had ever witnessed such a brutal war scene. This is much more shocking than anything in the movies. Soon, guided by ground staff, the airship came to a steady stop on the base's lawn. Lu Hua immediately arranged for the soldiers to help the trembling, dizzy elves and giants out of the cabin. Chapter 99 Reopening the Gate of Time and Space. Welcome back to base, and welcome to our base. Li Qixing welcomed Lu Hua and the others who had returned, along with the 5 Titans and 6 elves. They quickly instructed the staff to take the exhausted titans and elf girls to the restroom to rest. 3 elven mages, please follow me, Li Qixing said to the 3 elven mages who were holding magic wands. The 3 elven mages did not show any signs of discomfort. In addition, the war is now at a stalemate, and there is an urgent need to expand the space-time portal so that weapons and equipment from the rear can enter in a timely manner. Therefore, the only option is for these 3 elven mages to temporarily forego rest and focus on resolving the issue of the time portal. Thank you to the 3 magicians for coming to help us solve the problem of the time portal. My name is Li Qixing. Please tell me what you need, and I will do my best to help you with whatever you need. Li Qixing introduced himself. The leading elven mage nodded to Li Qixing and introduced himself. My name is Simone, and I am an elven archmage from the western border forest. This is Cyrillou, and this is Theodore, also an elven mage from the border forest. We have come to assist you on the orders of the Elven King. Li Qixing nodded to the 3 elven mages in gratitude. Thank you very much. You know a little about our situation now, right? Our space-time portal wasn't open with magic, so I'd like to ask if you could enlarge it a bit. Simone nodded and said, Mr. Liu has already told us some things. The way you open the time portal is indeed very special. This is the first time I've ever heard of such a way of opening a portal. The key to opening a time portal lies in having a portal in the first place, which is also the most difficult part, because time portals are invisible and intangible. Aside from those that are documented, finding another one is entirely a matter of luck. Li Qixing asked curiously, are there many recorded time portals now? Simone shook his head. Not many. You could say they are extremely rare. Even the exact location of the time portal opened by the human magician 300 years ago is still unknown. I've lived for 500 years, and this is the first time I've ever encountered a time portal. If you hadn't come looking for us, we wouldn't have known there were actually 2 time portals here. Do you know how to open or close a time portal? Li Qixing asked. The method to open the door is not difficult. It is recorded in most magic books. Moreover, magic is only the key to opening the portal, but not the only way. Besides using magic, other methods such as facial recognition, fingerprint scanning, pulse recognition, and iris scanning can also open or close the portal, Simone explained. Li Qixing was stunned and asked incredulously, You have all of these? At least that's what our ancient books say. But apart from magic, we don't really understand other methods. I think your alternative way of opening doors might be one of those unrecorded methods. Does that portal require 3 spells to open? Li Qixing asked again. It depends. Generally, it takes more than 2 mages to open a portal. The stronger the magic, the fewer mages are needed to open the portal. Has the door remained open ever since it opened? We discovered that the enemy's time portal doesn't have any mages, yet it remains open. After the door is opened, this red crystal will be needed. Simone took out a red gemstone and introduced it. This kind of crystal is usually produced in underground caves, and it is also a type of magic stone. While not extremely rare, most of them are controlled by goblins, making them very difficult to find elsewhere. Li Qixing looked at the red gem and thought it was similar to the one on Layla's magic wand. How many of these gems will we need? Should we ask the goblins for some beforehand? Li Qixing asked. The energy of one of these gems can last for about 10 days. We brought a pack, which can last for about 2 years. If you want to keep the portal open in the future, you will need to ask the goblins for more. After saying that, she took out a bag of gems and handed it to him. It seems these elves are quite generous, handing over such a precious bag of gems to them. Li Qixing thought this thing would be hard to find, but he was relieved to see that they had brought out so many. As for what happens later, we can just ask those goblins for it again. If you're not going to give it to me, we can discuss it. Leading the 3 elven mages to the entrance to the cave's time portal, the 3 elven mages simultaneously surveyed this space-time continuum, asking, Is this how you open your time portals? The gatekeeper, Zhou Bai, noticed the strangers entering and curiously observed them. This was similar to the elven guards beside Princess Sia that he had seen before, only their clothing and appearance were slightly different. So he asked out of curiosity, Are these the legendary elven mages? Li Qixing nodded to him. Simone also looked Zhou Bai up and down, and asked curiously, Are you the one who opened this time portal? Yes. Joey Bai nodded seriously. Did the door really open automatically just because I approached it? That's right. Joey Bai nodded again. Simone then circled around Joey Bai, but indeed did not sense any magical energy fluctuations from the guy. That's really strange. There really is no magical energy fluctuation. How could a portal to another dimension be opened? Then he reached out and patted his head. Joey Bai could only blankly cooperate with his actions. Mage Simone, could you perhaps help us expand our space-time portal? Our weapons are too large, making it inconvenient to transport them into the base. They're waiting for our support there. As for how Mr. Joey Bai opened the portal, we can study that later, Li Qixing urged. The fighting outside is fierce. If they can't get the large weapons and equipment in here soon, they're even considering using tactical nuclear weapons. All right then, little friend, you leave this portal first and close it first. I'll see if I can open it with magic. After Joey Bai left, the portal to the back of the mountain closed as expected, leaving only the back entrance. The three magicians began chanting incantations as they cast their spells, but strangely, no portal appeared. Can't you open it? Li Qixing asked anxiously. That's normal. After all, we just wanted to try to see if we could use magic to open a portal from this world. The mage Simone explained. It seems that it really won't work. The magical elements in your world are too scarce to be opened using magic. We can only open it from our world. So Joey Bai was brought over again to reopen the time portal. After the three magicians returned to the otherworldly cave, they discussed things for a while and then began chanting incantations. Subsequently, their three magic wands began to glow faintly. Then the portal slowly reopened. Moreover, it's getting bigger and bigger, already exceeding the space-time portal that Joey Bai opened before. Soon, a time portal more than 6 meters high and more than 10 meters wide appeared before everyone. Chapter 100 The War Begins, Part 5. The portal has been opened. The gems on these two magic wands can last for about 6 months. When they run out of energy, just remove the gems and replace them with new red gems, Simone said. Seeing the space-time portal, which was several times larger than before, Li Qixing was overjoyed and quickly ordered, arrange for the engineering troops to quickly open up this cave. Our armored vehicles need to be deployed to support the battlefield over there as soon as possible. At this moment, the most advanced Type 99A tanks of the Rabbit Kingdom were lined up outside the base, waiting to enter the time portal. Sigh, my back door has been vandalized like this. I'll have to pay extra for it, Joey Bai muttered to himself. Although several million had already been compensated and deposited into his parents' account. The back door wall was knocked down, but the whole house will not be destroyed as a result. The house had been reinforced and renovated long ago to facilitate the transportation of supplies and to avoid detection of any unusual activity by reconnaissance satellites from countries like the United States. Fortunately, I no longer have to be the key to the door, and I can say that I have gained freedom. Although this freedom is very limited. Now I don't even have the qualifications to be a doorman anymore. So I guess I'm finally free. But there's still a strange sense of loss. I wonder how the country will arrange things for me in the future. I wonder if I'll be offered a position as a director. After all, we are people who have contributed to the country. Joey Bai shook his head and walked towards the angels in the base to find some little angels to play with. My Lord Mage, how do we close the other side's portal? Can we just remove the magic wand they placed next to the portal? Li Qixing asked. Forcibly removing the magic wand to close the time portal will cause it to collapse completely, making it impossible to open again with magic. Of course, unless you never want those people in, or to enter each other's worlds, Simone said. Can the people over there use magic to open a portal from their own world and re-enter this world? As far as I know, time portals can only be opened in our world. People from other worlds cannot open them. Just as we couldn't open a time portal in your world using magic just now. But there are others, and your oddball's way of opening doors is one of them, said the magician Simone, pointing to Joey Bai in the distance. Whether or not the other party's portal should be destroyed or preserved is indeed a matter worth discussing. The world inside the other party's portal is also a huge temptation. If both sides can maintain peace and open their markets, then a unified global nation of 4 billion people would certainly have a much larger trade volume than this medieval alien world. The Rabbit Kingdom could easily transfer its excess production capacity to the Milran Empire, achieving mutually beneficial and sustainable economic development. This is indeed a fantastic and enormous benefit. However, as a superpower, it is impossible to only focus on immediate interests. Whether in the fields of security, diplomacy, or technology, these are all issues that require careful consideration. They could gain inspiration from the trade and exchange of rabbits, and then improve their own technology. Especially since the other side is a civilized country that has entered the industrial age, and it is a country with a whole planet as its backing and a complete scientific system as its support. One can imagine the potential they will unleash once they set their sights on the Rabbit Nation. Perhaps in just a few years, we will be able to produce high-tech weapons, including nuclear weapons. That would be a huge threat to the Rabbit country. Can the Rabbit Kingdom conquer the Milland Empire? It is clearly impossible now. You can't just send troops to conquer a country of that size. Even if you filled all of China's troops there, it wouldn't be enough. Even if we threw all our nuclear weapons at them, it probably wouldn't be enough to subdue them. Even if you managed to subdue them, you wouldn't dare send someone to manage them directly. However, after this failure, it's possible that the other side might also experience a split. The overall threat posed by a Milland empire that has split into several countries would be greatly reduced. Since the other party cannot open the door directly from that side, the only solution is to control the space-time here. If given the opportunity, perhaps we could visit the other side, and then secretly lead their underground revolution, inciting uprisings everywhere and disrupting their peaceful development. Of course, when our technology can completely overwhelm theirs, we might be able to take the next step. Once the portal to another dimension was fully opened, the new tanks began to flow into the other world in a steady stream. Kronos and the others were not yet allowed to enter the Rabbit Kingdom. When they saw the tanks slowly driving in a long line at the base, they all gaped in astonishment. The beauty of strength and steel stirred something within Kronos, who quickly asked Lu Hua, "Captain Lu, where are these steel behemoths going?" "He's going to the front lines to fight," Lu Hua said. "Can I come along? We're quite good at fighting too." He then swung his large axe. These days, wars aren't fought with bows and arrows and giant axes. They're fought with cannonballs and bullets. A target as big as you wouldn't even get to the battlefield before you're blown to bits, Lu Hua said, staring at his giant axe. This thing would be great for cutting down trees. At the forward camp, more than a dozen Milland Empire suicide cars sped onto the concrete fortifications of the Rabbit position, instantly causing violent explosions. The shockwave from the explosion blew nearby soldiers to the ground, and many suffered internal injuries. The ongoing explosions have created several breaches in the defenses. As the enemy's heavy firepower continued to increase, casualties on the camp side began to rise sharply, and its defensive capabilities began to decline significantly. The 1st Mechanized Infantry Battalion suffered 53 dead and 179 wounded. The 2nd Mechanized Infantry Battalion suffered 31 killed and 144 wounded. The 3rd Mechanized Infantry Battalion suffered 12 killed and 92 wounded. Artillery Battalion, 6 dead and 18 wounded. As battlefield data continued to be transmitted from the front, the command post began to report the battle reports upwards. "How come even the artillery battalion has suffered casualties?" Zhao Xinwu asked, holding the battle report. "2 enemy suicide planes crossed our lines and crashed into our artillery positions, causing considerable casualties," the commander said. Zhao Xinwu was furious upon seeing these reports. Despite such thorough preparations and such a vast difference in combat readiness, such heavy casualties still occurred. This is the consequence of underestimating the opponent's determination to fight and overestimating the superiority of one's own modern weapons. Of course, this is also because China has not experienced war for decades. Although numerous combat exercises have been conducted regularly, many loopholes still emerged when faced with the ever-changing battlefield. Chapter 101 The War Ends, Part 1. At the Miran Empire's portal, a continuous stream of soldiers and military vehicles continued to pour in. "Battalion Commander, something bad has happened. Enemy tanks have stormed in, and their numbers are unknown," a soldier shouted. After the armored vehicle in front was destroyed by an 80mm rocket, a row of tanks suddenly appeared from behind. Moreover, these tanks were much larger than the tanks they had encountered before, and their frontal armor could withstand a frontal attack from an 80mm rocket. Seeing the continuous influx of enemy tanks and troops, the battalion commander hurriedly issued a retreat order. "We've received orders to retreat to our rear positions immediately. Our tanks are coming." Taking advantage of the lull in the Rabbit Nation's artillery fire, the Milland Empire tanks successfully broke through the first line of defense. Then, with overwhelming force, they quickly advanced towards the second line of defense. More and more soldiers followed behind the tanks. With the support of tanks and armored vehicles, they swept in, determined to tear apart the defenses of the Rabbit Kingdom. It had the momentum, but lacked the power. These soldiers were completely disorganized and lacked tactics. They fired indiscriminately even before entering firing range. After a cloud of smoke cleared, the gunfire from the Rabbit Kingdom's second line of defense began to subside. Boom! Just as the soldiers of the Milland Empire thought the Rabbit Kingdom was beginning to withdraw, a cannon blast rang out, and a newly arrived HQ-12 anti-tank missile struck a Milland Empire heavy tank Hedon. The Milland Empire's supposedly invincible ace tanks were easily penetrated like tofu by the Red Arrow 12, which was equipped with a tandem-shaped charge warhead, and quickly exploded. Before the remaining tank crews could recover from the shock, they discovered rows of strangely styled tanks appearing on the enemy's position. Boom! With each cannon shot, an Imperial tank was destroyed. The enemy tanks seemed to have eyes. Every shell they fired hit their own tanks precisely. Moreover, its power is enormous. A single shell can destroy a tank. Even if their own tanks occasionally manage to hit the enemy's tanks, they are mercilessly deflected by the explosive reactive armor attached to the 99A, leaving only a trace. The Rabbit Kingdom's tank formations began to overwhelm the Milland Empire's tank forces. As tanks were destroyed one by one, many of the infantrymen hiding behind them were also affected. Meanwhile, the Rabbit's helicopters finally arrived at the battlefield, using their machine guns to continuously strafe the soldiers on the ground, instantly interrupting the Milland Empire's offensive. Da-da-da. The machine guns spat fire, relentlessly reaping the lives of these already wounded soldiers. The tank formations on the Rabbit Kingdom's side, arranged in a fan-shaped defensive pattern, firmly blocked the enemy forces in this small area in front. With the addition of helicopters and drones, the defensive pressure was reduced significantly in an instant. They began to utilize their armored advantage to launch a slow counterattack, gradually pushing the enemy's front line to the perimeter of their positions. Call out. At the airport of the Rabbit base, a fighter jet took off. "Our Air Force has come in too. It's not those short-legged army aviation anymore." A machine gunner looked up at the sky. "It looks like a J-10 has come in. Why not bring in a heavy fighter like the J-16 for some training with such a good opportunity?" Another machine gunner said, looking at the sky. "Who knows? I guess the portal isn't big enough, so the J-16 can't get in," the machine gunner said. "Besides, there's no room for the development of the J-16 here. The Milland base has been reduced to ruins, but many engineers are still filling in the craters so that military vehicles can keep coming in." At this moment, the J-10 fighter pilot had already flown over the space-time portal of the Milland Empire. He pressed a button, and several precision-guided incendiary bombs accurately struck the opponent's portal. Boom! With a deafening roar, several napalm bombs exploded instantly, igniting countless supplies in the vicinity and forming an insurmountable wall of fire in front of the portal. The ever-flowing army of the Milland Empire was forced to a complete halt, blocking the entrance to the time portal. "We've failed. We've failed completely. The enemy isn't as simple as we thought. They have even more terrifying weapons," General Latormes said desperately, standing in his bunker and looking at the ruins before him. "General, we still have nearly 100,000 infantrymen here, and there are over 1 million soldiers on their way from outside the portal. This flame won't burn forever, and we still have a chance to counterattack," a lieutenant general said with some reluctance. "It's no use. Even if the fire goes out, the enemy can still seal the portal again. Besides, the number of people is meaningless now. Even if we fill the gap with all the young men of the Milland Empire, it will only increase the casualties." Lee Thomas sighed as he looked at the battlefield filled with death in the distance. Our own soldiers are indeed fearless, but the soldiers of those rabbit countries are no less so. With such a huge disparity in weaponry, numbers and courage have become meaningless. Order the troops to prepare for a retreat, Lee Thomas said helplessly. Also, if we can't retreat back to the portal in time, let them hide on the spot and find an opportunity to infiltrate various parts of this world. Even if we can't defeat them, we can still cause them trouble in this world. General, are we retreating already? But without the Führer's orders, if we retreat like this, all the commanders looked at him. We've already lost enough soldiers today. We can't wait for their air support to burn all our soldiers to death. Let's leave some for the Empire. They've learned from this war and will surely not repeat the same mistakes. Lee Thomas shook his head helplessly. But we've sacrificed so many lives and gained nothing. Are we just going to give up so easily? A lieutenant general said painfully. No. We have found the future goal of the Empire. The unimaginable weaponry and tactical level of the rabbit country are our future goal, Lee Thomas said firmly. I will take full responsibility for this failure, and I will give the Führer and the people of the Empire an explanation. Then he shouted, listen to my command. Extinguish the fire with all your might, then retreat back to the portal. Forget about equipment and supplies, just retreat directly. The artillery units will cover the rear to prevent the enemy from launching a counterattack. Yes. The generals of the Milland Empire could only lower their heads in resignation. Then he dispatched his own messengers to gradually convey the orders to each unit. Chapter 102 The War Ends, Part 2. Battalion Commander, we've spotted the enemy seemingly retreating back to the time portal, a drone scout reported. From the screen, it appears that enemy troops from all directions are beginning to retreat in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, the enemy troops outside the portal, after extinguishing the fire in front of the portal, began to retreat desperately. Should we seal their portal again, blocking their escape route? Zhao Xinwu asked. Forget it. The enemy troops scattered outside are more troublesome. Just drive them all back, Wang Guohua said. Aren't we going to send elven mages to fight for control of the time portal? I'm afraid they'll destroy it, Commander Chen Tianlong asked. Sending mages there now might result in casualties, which would be a losing proposition. Wang Guohua analyzed. These people will definitely have people guarding the entrance. They will destroy the time portal when we get there. Destroying the time portal is too easy. Our soldiers won't have time to react. So the tanks from the Rabbit Kingdom began to advance towards the other side's time portal. Hundreds of Type 99A heavy tanks rumbled over the charred Milland Empire soldiers, smashed through the tank armor wreckage, and sped toward the enemy base with unstoppable momentum. Those enemy troops who retreated slowly were mercilessly mowed down by tanks and machine guns. Following behind the Type 99A tank were various transport armored vehicles, command vehicles, communication vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles, and other vehicles that had recently arrived. Various armored vehicles began to converge, forming a column, and headed towards the enemy base with overwhelming force. Withdrawing troops is always the most difficult part of any military operation. Fortunately, the soldiers of the Milland Empire were not stupid. After receiving the order to retreat, they began to block the road with the weapons and equipment they could not take and burn them, forming obstacles. They also deployed a lot of landmines along the way, which seriously affected the advance speed of the Rabbit armored vehicles. This caused these mechanized units to fall far behind the enemy's escape speed, forcing them to slow down and assign pontoon bridge companies and engineer companies to clear mines and repair roads. The pursuit was handled by helicopters and drones. In just one day, the once ambitious Milland Empire soldiers returned dejectedly to the portal. The soldiers blocking the entrance whispered among themselves. Most of them didn't know what was happening inside the gate. Rumors were circulating that the Empire had been defeated, that General Leto had ordered his soldiers to retreat, and that there had been desertion in the face of battle. A colonel sat in a military vehicle, driving against the current and loudly questioning the retreating soldiers. Why did you retreat? We still have such a powerful force, and we have 5 billion people backing us up. Just because the enemy's weapons are better than ours, and we've suffered 1 or 2 defeats, should we slink back in disgrace? Where is your imperial spirit? Do you even have the nerve to back down? You cowards! How can you face the 5 billion people of the Empire? Good. Well said. We must counterattack. We're not cowards. For the glory of the Empire, we swear to never retreat. Some officers and soldiers below, unaware of the truth, loudly echoed this sentiment. Seeing that so many people agreed with his point of view, the colonel became somewhat smug. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a gunshot rang out, and the officer fell onto the military vehicle. The noisy soldiers immediately shut up. Anyone who dares to disrupt morale will be shot. Lieutenant General Meade raised his gun and shouted at the soldiers who were looking at him with resentment. Don't block our soldiers' retreat. Everyone else, stand on both sides. The troops in front, take defensive positions and prevent those enemies from breaking in through the time portal. He then quietly said to an officer beside him, be prepared to forcibly destroy the portal. Even if those otherworldly beings don't invade, once they control the portal, they will still pose a great threat to our empire. Furthermore, those pedantic imperial officials are surely still plotting a counterattack against the other world. We are no match for that mysterious army. For the future of our empire, we must completely destroy the space-time portal before these orders reach us. But we still have a large number of soldiers who haven't been evacuated yet. If we destroy the time portal in advance, won't they be unable to return? Are we just going to abandon them like this? The officer asked. That's better than more people going to their deaths. Lieutenant General Meade said. All right. The officer, accompanied by several soldiers, secretly returned to the portal and took over its defense. Sure enough, shortly after the officer left, several secret police officers from the Milland Empire, dressed in black uniforms, arrived at the command vehicle and intercepted it. What are you doing? Do you know whose car this is? Lieutenant General Meade shouted. The lead policeman produced an order and said, Excuse me, Lieutenant General, we are here on orders from His Majesty. Please do not obstruct our law enforcement work. Before Lieutenant General Meade could offer any further explanation, General Leeds Thomas had already stepped out of the carriage. The Führer's orders came out so quickly. Couldn't he have waited until the evacuation was over before issuing them? The policeman produced the warrant and said, I'm sorry, General Litos, but due to your mistakes in the war, you have been dismissed from your post. A new commander will soon take over your duties. We are now taking you back to the capital for military trial. Lee Thomas said helplessly. All right then, but you'd better not make things difficult for those generals. All the orders were issued by me, and I take full responsibility. I also hope that the new commander can sort out this mess. After saying that, he followed the secret police into the military vehicle. No sooner had Lithomat left than an officer arrived and shouted, By order of the new commander, General Miz, all troops cease retreating, regroup into the nearest units, and once reorganized, regroup to launch the attack on the other world. What? Another attack? Upon hearing this order, the retreating soldiers began to panic. They finally managed to evacuate. Why are they going back again? This immediately caused considerable chaos within the group. But just as the newly arrived general was organizing these chaotic troops, a violent explosion suddenly occurred in front of the portal. The soldiers assigned by Lieutenant General Meade had already destroyed the 2 magic wands that were responsible for opening the time portal, and the time portal began to slowly close. Outside the portal, countless soldiers still wait to return home. When the soldiers saw that the gate had been blown up and closed, they were at a loss and began to cry and shout in despair. Chapter 103 The War Ends, Part 3. It seems their portal is about to close, said a drone scout who had been keeping an eye on the Milran Empire's portal. Lower the drone's altitude, broadcast the surrender order, and have those people lay down their weapons and accept surrender, Commander Chen Tianlong commanded. The drone then began its slow descent, broadcasting a message in the pre-recorded language of the Milran Empire. Milran Empire soldiers, listen up. Your operation has failed. Stop your futile resistance and surrender immediately. Hands behind your head, lie face down on the ground. Do not make any sudden movements. Our Rabbit Kingdom treats prisoners of war well, and wounded soldiers can receive medical treatment. Your portal has now closed. Do not resist further. Many soldiers obediently dropped their weapons and began to lie face down on the ground, covering their heads. However, there were still quite a few stubborn soldiers who picked up their weapons and started shooting at the drones. The resisting soldiers were instantly blown to pieces by the weapons mounted on the drones. As tanks and armored vehicles continued to surround the frontline bases of the Milland Empire, the terrified Milland Empire soldiers all surrendered. Many exhausted Milland Empire soldiers also emerged from their bunkers and forests, discarding their weapons and helping their wounded comrades toward the rendezvous point designated by the Rabbit Kingdom. After clearing a space, the Rabbit soldiers used the captured tents to set up a temporary prisoner-of-war camp and began to search and register the surrendered prisoners of war. They were then given a set of labor camp clothes that had been urgently transferred to them. Only after taking a shower and being disinfected could they enter the camp. Afterwards, everyone received a steaming hot Chinese dinner. The starving soldiers couldn't wait to scoop the rice into their mouths. With so many prisoners, are we having trouble with our logistics? A logistics soldier asked. It will probably be a bit difficult at first. Just give them a little less food. Another soldier said, after this war ends, it will be much easier to replenish food supplies in the rear, and we can also purchase food from here. Besides, the soil and water here are fertile and will definitely be clearing land here in the future. We probably won't have enough people to handle it all. According to the register, there were more than 20,000 prisoners in total. Those who refused to surrender and tried to hide in the forest were also shot dead after being detected by the infrared drones. Countless drones patrolled the sky, searching for soldiers who still clung to hope and refused to surrender. Once discovered, they are usually subjected to heavy fire, turning the area into a no-man's land. After a day and a night of fighting and strategizing, the western forests returned to tranquility. In this battle, more than 100,000 soldiers of the Milland Empire were killed, and more than 20,000 wounded were still able to be treated. Including the more than 20,000 prisoners, the total number of prisoners exceeded 40,000. On the other hand, the Rabbit Kingdom suffered over 900 casualties and more than 3,500 injuries, which can be considered a huge victory. This is also the final result of the confrontation between informationized forces and mechanized forces. The subsequent post-war handling was also a very troublesome matter. Under the supervision of the Rabbit soldiers, they began to arrange for the prisoners to collect the bodies of their comrades, and then throw them into a huge pit dug by hundreds of excavators for centralized incineration and burial. They also used airplanes to spray disinfectant everywhere to prevent the spread of disease. After the burial, they erected a monument in their own language that read, "Tombstone of the Sacrificed Officers and Soldiers of the Milland Empire," as a final tribute to these soldiers from another world who had traveled thousands of miles to come here. The prisoner-of-war camps also began a rigorous selection process, weeding out those who thought they were clever, leaving only the more honest and obedient ones. First, let these people introduce themselves, then their ethnicity and language, and which historical figures they have produced. Finally, ask them to talk about what country the Milland Empire was before it was merged, how their country fell, and how their lives were affected after the fall. Of course, they were born after the unification of the Milland Empire, so they may have no memory of their former country, but it can certainly evoke their feelings for their former country and people. This would gradually shift the hatred back to the Milland Empire, reducing the difficulty of future management. Of course, this is not a task that can be accomplished overnight, but it is believed that their hatred towards the Rabbit country will be reduced to a minimum before long. Li Tietue, from now on, the ideological education work for these people will be entrusted to you, a propagandist said to Li Tietue. Li Tietue was originally a soldier of the Milland Empire. He was captured by Qian Zhan and other special forces soldiers while on guard duty. It was he who revealed a great deal of information about the Milland Empire. After these days of education, he has become an unofficial soldier of the Rabbit Kingdom and changed the name of the Rabbit Kingdom to Li Tietue. They are now assigned to assist in managing these prisoners of the Milland Empire. Sir, no problem. I don't need to say much. Faced with the greatness of Chinese cuisine, I believe that even if we try to force them to leave, they won't want to go, Li Tietue said confidently. When they came before, they could only eat those unpalatable military compressed rations, moldy bread, various spoiled canned goods, and expired cheese. Before the portal opened, The Milland Empire's disorganized supply department had already sold off all the military supplies. Later, after the portal opened, there was no way to bring in fresh food, so they could only bring over these things that had been stored for who knows how long and feed them to the soldiers. These foods were not only unpalatable, but they also caused many people to vomit and have diarrhea, leaving them bedridden. It's already quite good that no mutiny occurred. No wonder many people were moved to tears when the food was distributed last night, and they almost wanted to swallow the food containers whole. Mr. Lu Hua, when can I operate those machines? These guys work faster than me, asked the Titan giant Kronos, pointing to the excavators in the distance. We don't have a cockpit big enough for you to use. Let's wait until we develop a cockpit that's suitable for you. Looking at the large iron shovels specially made for him, Lu Hua said, besides, our excavator also has its shortcomings. There are many places it can't get through or climb, so it's not as good as yours. This guy's big iron shovel can dig a huge pit in one go, and it can also carry things weighing thousands of kilograms at any time. It is flexible and fast, and sometimes it is much more effective than a machine. Two giants carried a rail and ran off with a roar. Their work efficiency was incredibly high. They just ate a lot. They could eat 20 big steamed buns and several dishes in one meal. Chapter 10 For the War Ends, Part 4. After the space-time portal was fully expanded, many large pieces of equipment were also brought in. After several days of continuous launches, this planet now has more than 10 satellites with different functions, including those for communication, mapping, navigation, meteorology, reconnaissance, and scientific research. Analysis of data sent back by satellite revealed that the star system in which this planet is located is almost identical to that of our solar system, both being the third planet in the system. However, unlike other systems, 11 planets have been discovered orbiting the Sun in the entire system, and the ecological environment on 2 nearby planets is actually quite good. However, we currently lack the capability to launch probes to investigate, so it remains uncertain whether life exists there. The planet is nearly 20% larger than Earth. In addition to a satellite about the size of the Moon, it also has a small satellite about the size of Phobos. Scientists have named this satellite Enceladus and speculate that it may have been captured by this planet while passing by. This planet has an ocean-to-land ratio of approximately 5:5 and also possesses abundant resources. Forests, lakes, deserts, grasslands, snow-covered polar regions, and vast plateaus. Basically every geographical environment on Earth can be found here. Some data has also been obtained regarding the so-called ancient Tang Empire on the eastern continent, which has been the focus of satellite reconnaissance. The overall framework of the mainland is indeed similar to that of China. To the east lies a vast, lush forest, to the west, a massive, sprawling snow-capped mountain plateau, to the north, boundless grasslands and deserts, and to the south, the expanse of ocean. Satellite imagery also revealed numerous large urban clusters, much larger in scale than those on the Empire's side. Surprisingly, another section of the Great Wall was discovered to the north, estimated to be several thousand kilometers long, spanning east to west. This discovery has excited scientists, who wonder if the culture of this ancient Tang Empire was the same as that of their own country in ancient times. After all, discovering a country with the same language and culture on another planet is something to look forward to. Therefore, the mission to explore this ancient Tang Empire was put on the agenda. After the war, the focus shifted to intensive development and construction. The more than 40,000 prisoners of war solved the manpower shortage problem. To manage these prisoners from the Milland Empire, each of them wore a specially designed smart anklet to restrict their movement. These ankle bracelets contain positioning devices that allow you to track their location at any time and prevent them from escaping. Moreover, it can only move within the set range. If it exceeds the range, it will instantly release an ultra-high voltage current that can knock a person unconscious. If the ankle bracelet is forcibly removed, the high explosives inside can blow off a person's leg, rendering them incapable of movement. With the constraint of these all-weather, all-around smart electronic ankle bracelets, management becomes much easier, and there's no need to invest a large number of personnel to supervise them. Most of these people were assigned to hard and heavy work such as land reclamation, road construction, and mining, while some with special skills and engineering techniques were selected and given learning and training opportunities. Although these people's knowledge and technical skills cannot compare with those of the rabbit's professionals, their cultural literacy and basic knowledge are quite good. After training, they can quickly make up for the rabbit's shortage of technical personnel. Furthermore, their previous related technologies in China can also inspire China and help it improve its shortcomings. Managing such a large planet requires a huge number of personnel, and it's impossible for China to send so many technical personnel over at once. Otherwise, the country would be in chaos. Therefore, using local materials is the best solution. The recruitment of the Titans went very smoothly. The first batch recruited 1,000 Titans. These giants were highly efficient and were in high demand at various construction sites. Moreover, these Titan giants were brave but lacked wisdom. Most of them were very honest and could be assigned to work anywhere as long as they were fed. They don't require you to sign any labor contract, social insurance, housing fund, salary guarantee, or how many days off you get per month. They just need to ensure that meals are served on time and that you can eat your fill. Of course, judging from their appetites, most of the money they earn goes towards their food. The war in front of the portal has ended, but the war within the empire is not entirely over. There are still many deserters in this forest, and drones and special forces are searching for their hiding places every day. Moreover, the soldiers of the Milland Empire still occupy the empire's capital and control the local government. How to eliminate these remaining enemy troops while minimizing the impact is also a considerable challenge. Standing before the base, Princess Xia was utterly shocked by the bustling, brightly lit construction site. She had only been here for a few days, and all sorts of buildings and facilities sprang up one after another, changing every day. Your Highness, we have already checked the goods you brought, and we have prepared the products you need to exchange, including mobile phones, solar cells, various ironware, clothing, food, daily necessities, etc. The quantities are all here. Please check if you have any questions. Li Qixing handed a list to Xia. So much. Xia was somewhat surprised when she saw the quantities on the list. The quantity of these products has far exceeded her expectations. Some of the products are gifts to you as a special thank you to your elven magicians for their help. Of course, any items you bring in the future will be converted at the prices agreed upon beforehand. Li Qixing said. In addition, we may need some special items. If you can bring these items over in exchange, the price is negotiable, and we will accept them regardless of the quantity. What is it? Xia asked curiously. These guys can produce all sorts of strange and unusual things. So are there things they can't produce? This is something we need in large quantities. Li Qixing took out another list and handed it to her. It says on it that it is a giant beast or its teeth, as well as various gems needed for a magic wand. Okay, I'll try my best to get people to find these things. Xia put the list away. Megalodons are not common in the western forests, but occasionally you can find their giant teeth after they die. If these teeth can be exchanged for a lot of supplies, it would be a good job. As for those gemstones, many of them are quite common and not particularly rare. All right, we'll transport these goods to your location by airship, so you won't have to spend time carrying them back yourself. After all, door-to-door delivery is also part of our service. You can also take an airship back, which will be faster, Li Qixing said. The command also plans to set up 2 to 3 shifts a month between the Elf Forest and the Titan Grassland to facilitate their transport of goods that need to be exchanged or to go home to visit relatives. Princess C felt nauseous at the thought of taking an airship. Airsickness is a really unpleasant feeling. She feels a little scared just thinking about it now. Chapter 105 Cronus's Advice. By the way, I heard that the little angels live in your country. May I go in and see them? Princess Xia has been here for many days, staying in the base's lounge, and hasn't had a chance to enter the time portal. There shouldn't be any problem. I'll apply for it for you now. After saying that, Li Qixing returned to the command post to submit the report. Soon, Princess Xia was granted permission to enter the Rabbit Kingdom's Blue Star Frontier base inside the time portal. After undergoing disinfection and other procedures, Princess Xia walked out of the time portal and saw Guoli, Guana and Zhou Yibai playing cards not far away. I'll blow it up. Gunna threw down 4 twos and said arrogantly, there's only 1 card left. We can't afford it. Joey Bai and Gwoli, the two farmers, shook their heads. Sia went over to watch them play a type of card game she had never seen before, and stared at it curiously for a while. What are you guys playing? Oh my sister Xia, what brings you here? Gonna excitedly put down her cards and called out. Oh, isn't this Princess Celia? What brings you here? Since resigning as the gatekeeper, Joey Bai has stopped caring about things outside the time portal and spends all his time playing with these little angels. He originally thought only the elven mages had come. He didn't know that Sia had also come along. Sia glanced at him and said, You still have the nerve to say that? Last time you sold me those weapons, you even boasted that they were divine weapons that couldn't even cut through the enemy's armor, causing us to suffer repeated defeats on the battlefield. Joey Bai scratched his head. That shouldn't be the case. My things are made of high-quality steel produced in our world. Logically speaking, with the level of craftsmanship in your world, there shouldn't be anything that can defend against them. Why would I lie to you? Xia threw a short sword she was carrying onto the table. Look at the quality. Is this even a fine sword? Joey Bai picked up the broken short sword and looked at it, asking in confusion, You didn't cut into a rock, did you? Princess Xia snatched back the broken sword. Are you underestimating my swordsmanship? The guy I slashed is out there carrying bricks. Why don't you go ask him? You mean the Titans came too? Yes, don't you know? These guys have all been tricked by your people into coming here to work for you. Sia said angrily. Isn't that great? That way you won't have to fight anymore, and you won't have to exchange your supplies for weapons anymore. You can use them to exchange for food instead, Joey Bai said with a smile. 9494, Sister Xia, you don't need to rush back this time. Stay here, and I'll teach you how to play Do Diju. Gonna moved a stool for her to sit on and pushed her snacks in front of her. I want all of these. They're really delicious. Gunna and Goli, you two play with her. I'm going to check on those Titans. Titans, just hearing the name, gives off a powerful vibe. He was very curious about what these people looked like. Okay, go ahead. Gunna Goli replied. Being able to freely enter and exit the time portal is one of Joey Bai's few remaining privileges. Sure enough, these towering Titans were spotted at the base's construction site. Good heavens, no wonder he's a giant. The soldiers of the Rabbit Kingdom look even smaller than he does standing next to Gunna and the little angels. Moreover, his strength was extraordinary. He could hammer a wooden stake to the bottom in just a few blows, making him comparable to a human-shaped pile driver. Who are you? Cronus walked over shirtless and asked. Just as he put down his hammer and was about to take a break, he noticed someone staring at him intently from a distance. Moreover, this person was clearly different from the people he had seen before. Everyone else was wearing uniforms of various colors, but he was wearing only shorts, and there were several fully equipped soldiers protecting him beside him. Hello, my name is Joey Bai. Joey Bai said to him in the language of the other world. You can speak our language? Cronus looked at him curiously. This was the first time he had ever heard anyone speak their language here, instead of using that strange translation machine. Speaking directly like this is much more pleasant to hear than a machine translation. Yes, I have been baptized by the divine tree, so I can understand your language. Most of the translators they use are matched based on my recordings, Joey Bai said with some pride. You've actually been baptized by the sacred tree? Kronos said, somewhat surprised. The sacred tree of the angel race isn't something just anyone can approach. That's natural. After all, I was the first human from the Rabbit Kingdom to come into contact with the angels, and I'm good friends with them. Joey Bai was quite pleased with himself. Although he hadn't appeared in many previous chapters, he had once been the protagonist. However, he was somewhat curious. Wasn't the divine tree easy to approach? After all, the little angels were so weak and had almost no fighting power. Getting close to the sacred tree shouldn't be too difficult. So why did he say that not just anyone can approach it? My name is Kronos. I come from the Titans of the Grasslands, and I am one of the first Titans to come here to work. Kronos introduced himself. How's it working here? Are you doing all right? If there's anything you're unhappy about, you can tell me, and I'll help you report it to the higher-ups. I have a lot of influence here, Joey Bai said in a very familiar manner. This Titan looks all right. It doesn't have the savage feel he imagined. Kronos put down his big iron hammer, sat down, and muttered. It's all right. The food has been pretty good lately. We have meat almost every day. It's just that the dorm supervisor is so annoying. She cuts off the power to our dorm every day at the appointed time, and we haven't even finished watching TV yet. By the way, could you guys translate that TV show? It's kind of fun watching those little people walk around, but I can't understand a word they're saying, which is really annoying. I've brought up this suggestion with Captain Lu Hua several times, but he hasn't responded. Could you perhaps relay this to your side? Zhou Bai thought to himself. Good heavens, what were the people at command thinking? They've put TVs on these giants. Do they even know how to watch them? And the benefits are quite good. They even provided a TV. Okay, I'll report this to my superiors. You know what? If television programs were made available throughout the entire empire, the viewership would definitely skyrocket. Moreover, it would be a good option to use it for promoting one's own culture in the future. However, there aren't many people who understand the language of another world, so using it for dubbing a program would be quite a project. Even if AI were used to add subtitles for this other world, given the pitiful literacy rate here, not many people would be able to understand them. Chapter 106, The Armor of Kronos. There's one more thing. Could you help us with that? Kronos continued. I'd like to send some of our Titan boys, around 10 years old, here to work as well. However, Captain Lu Hua refused, saying absurd things like they didn't accept child laborers here and that it was illegal for minors to work. Our little boys can help with chores at the age of 7, and they are much stronger than you adults. Carrying 100 or 80 pounds is no problem at all. Although our work here saves our families from having to eat more food, it also means our families are missing a laborer. Although Captain Lu said he would give us some food every month as a reward to supplement our family income, our families can enjoy the delicious food here. So I want you to report this to the higher-ups so that some of the boys in our tribe can also come here to work. These little boys don't eat as much as we do, but they work just as well, so it's a good deal. Goodness, these Titans are really determined to keep working. They even want to bring their kids to work. Zhou Bai scratched his head. Our laws do not allow child labor, but your request is also reasonable. I will talk to the higher-ups about it. Actually, it's not necessary to make them work. For example, we could set up a school so that the children of your tribe can learn some of our culture and skills. In this way, once they possess some technology, they can use mechanical equipment instead of just relying on brute force. Kronos' eyes lit up. Start a school? That's a great idea. I've heard that only humans in the Empire have schools, which is why they're so shrewd. If our people could also go to school, that would be wonderful. Your machines are amazing. I'd love to drive one myself. However, Captain Lu said that these machines are very complex and require a long period of learning to operate. It would be very difficult for someone of our skill level to learn them. Sigh, I wonder when I'll be able to drive my beloved excavator again. With a body as large as a giant, there is currently no motorcycle cab that can accommodate his enormous size. Developing a machine suitable for their use is no small undertaking. Moreover, they are so strong that they could easily break the control lever by accident. Let me talk to the leaders of the Otherworld office and see if they agree to build a school here. From now on, whether you are Titans, elves, little angels, goblins, humans of the Empire, or mermaids, you can all study together. We don't want to be with those cunning elves, Kronos said with some resentment. Speaking of elves, Zhou Bai thought of what Xia had just said and asked. An elf princess just said that you two had a fight, and that she even broke the sword I sold to her. Is that true? That little elf girl who came with us? Yes, she is. She's quite agile. But against our unparalleled armor, no matter how powerful the weapons, they are useless. After all, there's no weapon in the world that can break through our armor, Kronos said with a touch of pride. That's awesome. Zhou Bai was very interested in this matter. After all, the weapons he spent money to create used modern technology, which should have been overwhelming to these otherworldly beings who were still at the level of medieval civilization. Did you bring your armor with you? May I take a look? As a Titan warrior, armor is naturally something I carry with me at all times. However, it's inconvenient to work while wearing it, so I left it in the dormitory. Come with me. Upon arriving at the quarters built for these Titans, Kronos donned his armor. This suit of armor includes a helmet, body armor, and gauntlets, and it definitely makes me look much more imposing when I put it on. It looks pretty good, Zhou Bai praised, and it fits you perfectly. Was it custom made by your craftsman? Kronos showed off his armor and then said, We don't have this skill, It was specially made for us by Goblin craftsmen. Judging from this, the Goblin craftsman's skills are quite good. The armor not only fits well, but the joints do not hinder movement, and the patterns are also beautifully finished. How heavy is this armor? Is it really as sturdy as you said? Zhou Bai asked with some skepticism. It looks very pretty, but I don't know if it's practical. Kronos said confidently. The entire suit of armor weighs only about 300 pounds, which is very light for us. As for how tough it is, try it however you like. If you can cut through my armor, then you're good to go. Then Zhou Bai found a sharp entrenching tool in the corner. Is it okay if I keep chopping like this? Zhou Bai waved the shovel in his hand. This military shovel, crafted from high-quality steel, can even cut steel in two. No problem, go ahead and chop away. Kronos said, striking a pose. Zhou Bai gripped his entrenching tool and chopped hard. Clang! A spark flew from the armor, and the shovel broke in two. This thing even has anti-armor capabilities? Zhou Bai held the broken handle and said with some puzzlement. The shock just now made his hand go numb. Then, upon closer inspection of the armor, there were indeed no marks of being cut. It's truly incredible that such excellent forging techniques exist in this world. Zhou Bai thought for a moment and then asked, why don't you take off your armor and I'll try it out with the gun? No need, just try it. Kronos said confidently. That won't do. This gun is far more powerful than any ordinary weapon. If it accidentally pierces through, it could be fatal. Even if it doesn't pierce through, it could still cause you internal injuries, Zhou Bai said, throwing down the wooden handle. Kronos agreed. These guys' weapons were extraordinary, and there was no need to risk injury to conduct such experiments. All right then. As he spoke, he took off his armor. Brother Hu, try firing a few shots and see if you can penetrate this armor, Zhou Bai said, pointing at Kronos' armor. Old Hu was assigned to him as a personal bodyguard, mainly responsible for his personal safety, and he was basically with him 24 hours a day. Although Zhou Bai's role is no longer as significant, at least there is a backup plan if something goes wrong with the time portal. Moreover, Zhou Bai's inexplicable way of opening the door is also an unsolved mystery, and scientists hope to decipher his special characteristics. Therefore, his personal safety is still very important. Wherever he goes, he is accompanied by 2 or 3 well-equipped soldiers, whose security is even tighter than that of the retired Prime Minister of Japan. Chapter 107 The Little Angel Who Gains Fat. Take it to the shooting range and try it out. Firing here will cause unnecessary trouble, Lao Hu said. The group then took the armor to the shooting range. Old Hu fired several shots at the armor, but each shot was mercilessly deflected by the armor. This thing is pretty good. It can actually stop bullets from a Type 95 rifle. When Zhou Bai went over to take a look, there wasn't a single bullet hole. This thing is probably even harder than the special steel in the inserts of a bulletproof vest. That's for sure. Our armor is made from the unique black iron or found only on our grasslands. This is why our Titan race has never wanted to leave the grasslands for generations. It's our faith, and it's unbreakable, Kronos boasted. They talked a big game, but they still got destroyed by the rabbit's delicious food. Who was it that just now wanted a kid who was only a teenager to work here? What happened to their faith? Didn't you bring back any of this good stuff for testing when you went on missions to the grasslands before? Zhou Bai secretly asked Lao Hu next to him. Old Hu had also participated in the mission to find the Elven Mage, and was only transferred to be Zhou Bai's bodyguard after completing the mission. I don't know. I guess the higher-ups thought it was just ordinary armor and didn't think much of it, so they probably didn't pay much attention to it, Old Hu said. Of course, it's also possible that there are more materials in the base's laboratory that need to be tested, and it's just that the Titan's black iron or hasn't come to them yet. Since driving the Milland Empire back into the time portal, various materials have been continuously transported back to the research base, and the scientists are already quite busy. But the armor's protective capabilities did indeed exceed his expectations. After all, it's truly incredible that such technology can withstand close-range fire from a Type 95 rifle. The camera above my head is connected to the command center. They've just seen the results of the experiment here. The command center sent a message saying they'll take their armor and the materials used to make it for testing. Lao Hu continued. Zhou Bai nodded, then asked Kronos, The goblin's craftsmanship is indeed excellent. What did you offer them in exchange for them to forge these armors for you? We have nothing to give them. They make armor for us, and all they get are the scraps left over from making the armor. It's likely that the goblins weren't so kind. They were just trying to get rid of them with these scraps. Who knows how much material they might have swindled from them. The fact that even goblins want this material suggests that it might actually be something special. Do you have a lot of this kind of black goldstone, or? Joey Bai asked again. Kronos looked at him and said, I'm sorry, this is a secret of our Titan race, and I can't tell you. All right. On Monday, Bai shrugged indifferently. In any case, given the powerful investigative capabilities of the Rabbit Kingdom, such a secret cannot be kept for long. I reckon the data that Rabbit Map Investigation Bureau comes out with later is clearer than what they themselves know. After leaving the firing range, Joey Bai looked at the base in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the infrastructure maniac, they've built such a large area in just a few days. Countless prefabricated houses and various mobile homes, and even many cement buildings are rising from the ground, with a large number of scaffolding and workers working nonstop. Who can argue with that? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that so many buildings could have been constructed in just a few days. Cronus exclaimed, I am also a participant in this miracle, and I feel very honored. Joey Bai patted his butt. The other person was too tall. Don't worry. With the capabilities of the Rabbit Country, there are still many miracles you will participate in the future. I'm going back now. I'll come back to play with you when I have time. All right, but I have to go repair the railway in a few days, so I probably won't be able to come to the base much more often after that. By the way, my younger brother will be coming on the next airship. He looks a little different from the rest of our tribe, so he's always been a bit insecure. Please take good care of him. Whether it's arranging a job for him or getting him into the school you mentioned, it's no problem. I'm just asking for your help. Cronus patted him on the shoulder, nearly knocking him to the ground. No problem. Taking care of a little giant shouldn't be too difficult. Back at the base inside the time portal, they saw Sia eating cake with Gunna and Gory. Gunna, you still dare to eat cake? Don't you even know how much weight you've gained lately? I'm afraid you really won't be able to fly in a minute, Joey Bai said with some concern as he walked over. Don't worry, Brother Zhou. We angels won't be unable to fly just because we're fat. There used to be an uncle from Kuchu village next door who was as fat as a ball, but he could still fly. After saying that, Gunna took another bite of cake, her mouth covered in cream. But I'm a little worried that if you eat too much of this junk food, will it affect your lifespan in the future? You could have lived to be 1,000 years old over there, but staying here for so long might shorten your lifespan. I'm worried you might end up with short lives like us. Joey Bai found a stool and sat down. Gunna thought for a moment. The weather here is indeed much hotter than in the forest of Carl Village. Fortunately, there is air conditioning in the house, and Grandpa Carl also said that the air here is not as good as in our Carl Village. Yesterday, he wanted me to ask you when we could go back to the forest. To be honest, I'm starting to miss life in the forest. There are lots of good food and fun things to do here, but it feels like something's missing. I don't know what it is, it just feels a little off. Joey Bai patted her little head. They are all very busy right now, so they probably don't have time to help you build the village yet. We had originally agreed to rescue your people, but their portal was forcibly closed, and now even mages can't open it. Don't worry, I'll go talk to them and explain the situation. They'll help you rebuild the village in its original location very soon. It would be quite inconvenient for the little angels to live in the Rabbit Kingdom. If they were discovered, it would cause countless troubles. Therefore, helping them rebuild Angel Village in the Otherworld Forest is also a necessary task. The original Carl Village was already very beautiful. If it could be developed into a leisure resort, people could occasionally stay in tree houses, eat fruit, drink some fruit wine, and relax. It might even help them live longer. Princess, when are you going back? Joey Bai looked at Princess Xia sitting next to him. The fairy princess was the same height as Joey Bai, and her figure and appearance were so beautiful that people couldn't help but want to take a second look. I'm not in a hurry. I have to wait for our great mage. I'll go back whenever they return. After Princess Seely finished speaking, she put a cherry from the cake into her mouth, looking very pleased. Chapter 108 The Little Angel's Unusual Skills. After completing their mission, the three elven magicians were invited to the Magic Research Center established in the capital of the Rabbit Kingdom for friendly exchanges. The various machines in the Rabbit Kingdom that could be used without magic deeply attracted them, and with the help of various delicacies, they have now become instructors at the Magic Research Center. They are currently in the capital city center of Rabbit Kingdom, helping Rabbit Kingdom research magic with the magician Layla. While Earth's magical energy is insufficient, it still exists, and Earth has ample equipment and personnel. It is believed that once the research institute in the other world is completed, they will quickly transfer to the other world to conduct research. However, it's still uncertain when it will be repaired. That will take quite a while. The three magicians, Simone and his companion, are currently conducting magical research in our capital. It will likely be a long time before they return, Joey said. I don't care. They were supposed to go back to the border forest after completing their mission, but you guys fooled them. Anyway, if they don't come back in a day, I'll stay here in a day. Sia picked up a piece of watermelon from the cake, put it in her mouth, and continued. You also have to provide me with food and lodging. By the way, I also want to visit your capital city. I heard from Gunna that your big cities are very beautiful. She's never been to our capital. What does she know? Joey also scooped up a spoonful of cake and ate it. I can watch videos. I've seen videos of your capital on a certain website, Gunna said, holding up her tablet. By the way, Gunna, can you understand these videos? Joey asked curiously. You can understand it, right? You've forgotten how you were able to understand our language. That sacred tree is the totem of our village, so naturally we have the ability to understand your language and writing. Of course, although we can understand it, we can't speak it. Your writing and language just pass through our minds. We know the meaning, but we can't express it, Gunna explained. So you could understand me when we first met? You just couldn't speak? Joey was surprised. Yes, didn't you see me shouting for ages? It's just that you don't understand our language. I know what you're saying. Understanding all the languages in the world is one of the abilities of our angel race, Gunna said proudly. That's amazing. It took so long. I wouldn't have known if you hadn't told me. I used to wonder how you guys learned to watch TV, browse videos, and shop online so quickly. I thought you were just guessing, Joey said with a sudden realization. Actually, we angels aren't completely helpless. We have many skills. After all, we've accumulated them over a long history, Gunna said with a proud expression. Oh, so what else can you do? Joey asked her with a smile. I'm not telling you. I'm afraid your scientists will slice us up if I tell them. The little angel turned his head to the side. Previously, when Joey chatted with the old village chief Carl, he thought that someone who lived such a long life must be exceptionally wise and philosophical, and would start by saying philosophical things like seeing all things in the world through a glass of water. But after interacting with them for so long, I found that apart from their peaceful nature, they were nothing special. Besides being able to fly, it also has the ability to read other world languages and scripts. But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, Joey, an outsider, already has this ability, so it's not surprising that the guardian of the divine tree would also have it. And you, what can you do? I heard that magic was created by you elves. Can you use magic? Joey looked at Xia beside him. As an elf princess, I naturally know some magic. After saying that, Xia put down the snacks in her hand and, without the aid of a magic wand, performed a magic trick of starting a fire out of thin air. Not bad. Not bad. Just a little smaller than Layla the Mage's flames. Joey praised her as he looked at the blazing flames in her hands. I gathered this magic entirely on my own, not by relying on a magic wand. It's a completely different concept, okay? Sia retracted her magic performance. But that makes sense. Apart from what Seely just demonstrated, he hasn't seen any other magicians control magic without a magic wand. Can other magicians also use magic out of thin air without a magic wand? Joey asked curiously. I don't know if it's possible for human mages, but for us elven mages, casting spells without a wand is a very simple thing. A wand just makes our magic more powerful, Sia explained. So that's how it is. Magic doesn't necessarily require a magic wand to be produced. Brother, are you cooking today? We haven't had your cooking in a long time, Gunna asked. Since he became the gatekeeper, he has been eating in the base's canteen and hasn't cooked in a long time. Let's skip it today. I'm too tired. Let's cook another time. Let's eat at the cafeteria today. Zhou Bai stood up and said, by the way, the second canteen is a newly opened buffet restaurant. Let's eat there. Great. Let's see what new dishes the new cafeteria has. Gana excitedly followed suit and flew up as well. The group then went to the newly opened second canteen. This canteen is different from other canteens. It is specifically for researchers and certain special individuals, and the variety of food is better than in other canteens. The little angels made a big plate of vegetable and fruit salad, while Zhou Bai and Xia made a big plate of barbecue. Everyone ate with relish, each minding their own business. I must say, your cooking skills are truly top-notch, Xia praised, munching on a roasted lamb chop. Of course, looking at the whole world, there's no one who can compare with us when it comes to food, Zhou Bai said, gnawing on a roasted duck leg. At this moment, Li Qixing, the head of the external liaison group of the Otherworld office, walked over, carrying a full plate of food, and sat down next to the group. You're all here. Why is the leader here for dinner today? Aren't you busy at the base outside the time-space gate? Zhou Bai asked him. During the time Zhou Bai worked as a doorman, Li Qixing was the one who stayed by his side and took care of his affairs the most. I was recently accompanying 3 elven mages to the Research Institute in the capital. I just got back today, and I have to rush back to the base outside the time-space gate soon. Li Qixing shoveled a mouthful of rice into his mouth. You're so busy. The war with the Milran Empire is over. There shouldn't be anything in the other world that can threaten you anymore. Shouldn't you be focusing on construction now? Zhou Bai asked. Chapter 109, Picking Up the Girl at the Airport. The focus is currently on infrastructure development, but there are still many remaining soldiers of the Milran Empire scattered throughout various regions, and the issues within the empire have not yet been resolved. There is still a lot to be done. Li Qixing took a sip of the seaweed and egg drop soup. You've amassed so many troops over there. Aren't you planning to conquer the empire directly, or establish a puppet regime or something? Zhou Bai asked curiously. After all, having finally discovered another world, with the rabbit's strength, conquering the entire world shouldn't be too difficult. We currently have no interest in conquering empires, and in principle, we maintain the non-interference of other established regimes in their territories. We only engage in economic and cultural exchanges with these countries, or sell them some outdated weapons and daily necessities. We will not engage in aggression or create puppet regimes. Because the cost of invasion and the establishment of a puppet regime is greater than the benefits gained from the country, and it is also likely to provoke resistance from the indigenous people in the future. Of course, unless they have something we absolutely need, or cross our bottom line, we will not easily change the regimes of these countries. After all, it would take a considerable amount of time just to digest the territories we currently control, so we won't be engaging in much military activity against other races or regimes from other worlds at the moment. Li Qixing explained to him while eating. Okay, you guys really know how to play. Zhou Bai wasn't too concerned about the Rabbit Kingdom's various actions in the other world, since these matters were completely beyond his comprehension and intervention. Fortunately, both of them were speaking the language of the Rabbit country, so there was no worry that Xia would understand them. It doesn't matter if the little angels understand, since she's not interested in these things anyway. By the way, I'd like to make a suggestion to you. Zhou Bai put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. You say? Li Qixing looked at him. Could you build a school inside the base outside the portal, so that people of the Titans, the Empire, the Little Angels, and other races can study here? What do you think? Zhou Bai asked. Your suggestion is excellent. Our colleagues in Bika City also suggested that we establish a school there so that the children of the Empire can learn Chinese and such. This will make cultural exchanges and business transactions much easier. However, building a school here at our base would be better than in Bichu City. This way, children of different races can come here to study, and we can gain a deeper understanding of them, Li Qixing said. That's good. Zhou Bai asked the elf princess beside him. By the way, Miss Xia, we plan to build a school outside so that children of different races can come here to study. You elves can also arrange for some elves to come over. What do you think? Xia was taken aback. Learn your strange technologies? Generally speaking, whether it's the magic of elves, the craftsmanship of goblins, or the various skills of humans, They are all wary of each other and will not easily reveal their techniques or abilities to each other. Of course, besides our technology, there's also our language and culture, Zhou Bai said, staring into her eyes. Sia thought for a moment and said, if that's the case, then it's a good thing. I'll tell my father. Should we learn that too? Gunna could understand his conversation with Li Qixing and knew that they had just mentioned that angels also had to go to school. Of course, you're not even 150 years old yet. Minors still have to go to school, Zhou Bai said with a smile. No way. I've seen videos of your school. Those students have to stay in a small house every day. We angels are a race of the sky, and we can't sit for long periods of time. If we don't exercise regularly, we'll get fat, and if we get too fat, we won't be able to fly, Gunna said hurriedly. You just said that even if you angels are as fat as balls, you can still fly. That's different. Anyway, I'm not going to your school. I won't go either. School is nothing compared to the freedom of the forest, even the usually quiet Guoli said. It seems we need to discuss this with village chief Carl. Early in the morning, Zhou Bai got up and headed to the base outside the time gate. The Rabbit Kingdom now plans to build a transit city around the time portal, including a train station, airport, military region, schools, and various research institutions. Airships remain in high demand in this world lacking airports, and now flights are available not only to the Elven Border Forest and the Titan Plains, but also to Biku City. Before trains and highways are built, airships with huge cargo and passenger capacities remain the best option. He came to the terminal today to wait for Kronos' brother. He had previously promised Kronos that he would help take care of his brother, and today he arrived at the base by airship. Kronos has been transferred to work on the railway, so the task of receiving his brother has been left to Zhou Bai. Are you here to wait for someone too? On Monday, Bai asked the elf princess, Miss Sia, who was also standing at the entrance of the hall waiting for someone. Yes, my sister is coming here today too, Princess Xia said, glancing at him. You have a younger sister? How old is she this year? Does she have a boyfriend? Zhou Bai asked with a smile. What do you want to do? Sia gave him a cautious look. My sister is only 99 years old this year, still a minor. I advise you not to have any wild ideas. Our elves and your humans can never unite. Another 99-year-old ancestor. These elves and angels who are over 100 years old are really hard to handle. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If I were to date these elves, I'd probably be dead by then, while those elf girls would still be growing up in peace and quiet. A short while later, dozens of Titan giants, along with several half-grown Titan giants and elf sprites, disembarked from the airship. Simin, your sister is here. Sia called out to a group of elves. Sister. A very beautiful little elf girl ran and rushed into Sia's arms. Zhou Bai glanced at them enviously. Look how good their sisterly relationship is. Unlike his younger sister Zhou Qian, who hasn't sent him a message in so long, their relationship is truly something else. Are you Kronos' brother, Thanos? Zhou Bai asked, sizing up a small purple giant. Don't be fooled by the fact that these Titan children are only around 10 years old. They are already over 2 meters tall. For him, that was indeed a giant. However, this guy's skin is clearly different from that of other Titans. No wonder Kronos said that his brother looked different from the other people in his tribe and was often bullied. With its color and appearance, it is indeed too unconventional. You say your skin is purple, fine, but you also have a huge vertical stripe on your chin. If I hadn't seen so many giants, I would have mistaken you for that purple sweet potato spirit from the Eternals at first glance. Hello, I'm Thanos. Are you my brother's friend? Thanos, carrying a bag of luggage, asked somewhat reservedly. Chapter 110, Giving Away Equipment. Biku Command Center. The base command center has already transmitted satellite images of the imperial capital, Maghrib. A liaison officer in military uniform pointed to an image on a military laptop and said, using satellite data, they have obtained imagery of the entire capital city. Although these satellite images cannot show the details of every building on the ground, the information currently available can reveal where it is suitable to hide firing positions and where it is suitable to attack. As long as the enemy's firing positions and hiding spots are destroyed in advance, the entire city can be controlled. This satellite data isn't detailed enough. Aren't there any aerial photographs taken by drones or 3D electronic maps? Qianzhan asked, staring at the computer. The base has already dispatched overtime drones, but they probably haven't arrived yet. Once you reach Maghreb City, the aerial photographs and 3D electronic maps should be generated, the liaison officer said. After the drones arrive, we will have them scan the terrain of the palace. We want every soldier to know every blade of grass and every tree in the palace. In addition, the electronic sand table must be prepared in advance. We must ensure that our team has a thorough understanding of the terrain. We cannot expect Princess Anna's small force to control the entire palace, Qianzhan ordered. Captain Qian, don't worry. According to our intelligence, there should be no more than 1,000 Milranian Empire soldiers in the palace. Even without any support, we can take on 10 opponents of this level. What's more, we have air support too, the liaison officer said confidently. The enemy isn't composed of Imperial soldiers armed with cold weapons. If we're careless, we'll suffer a great loss. We need to understand their strengths and weaknesses and make a detailed plan in order to strike decisively and crush the enemy, Qianzhan warned. Clear. The next morning, at the City Lord's mansion. Your Highness, this is the new equipment we've given you. How do you feel about it? Is it easy to use? Qianzhan pointed to a large pile of various equipment that had been airlifted over and said, besides cold weapons like swords, spears, and halberds, there were also many protective gear items, including shields, stab-proof vests, and helmets. Li Mingcheng, the special envoy standing nearby, pointed to the stab-proof vest with the words Urban Management written on it on the ground and quietly asked, Captain Qian, why did you bring these things over here? This is a specially made stab-proof vest with added steel plates. It was found in a storage warehouse. The Otherworld office said it would be perfect for equipping these Imperial Knights. And you know what? These things don't look like much, but their protective function is quite good. Qianzhan nodded and smiled at him. Princess Anna ordered Marlowe to hack at the silicone mannequin wearing a stab-proof vest. After removing the vest, the mannequin was indeed undamaged. Indeed impressive. I must say, your research on weapons has reached an astonishing level. I thought you only had those mysterious weapons that were powerful, but I never expected that you could make swords and armor like these so exquisitely. That's for sure. With our craftsmanship, even the goblins you're talking about can't surpass us, Qianzhan said confidently. But I'm curious, what do these words mean? Anna asked, pointing to the words civilized law enforcement and urban management on the stab-proof vest. Oh, these are the uniforms worn by our rabbit country's secret force that maintains urban security. In our country, there's a saying that if you give me 3,000 urban management officers, I can flatten the whole world. They're incredibly powerful, Qianzhan said haphazardly. Anna nodded, then picked up a police helmet with the word riot protection written on it and said, aren't your helmets too ugly? Compared to the Empire's helmets adorned with carvings and feathers, this helmet truly lacks any artistic flair. Don't let the unassuming design of our helmet fool you. Its protective capabilities far surpass those fancy helmets of yours. Especially for your female knights, head protection is crucial, and our helmet is both lightweight and durable. Qianzhan then picked up a police tactical shield next to him and introduced it. With this kind of shield, I dare say that with your Empire's equipment level, it is impossible to break through our protective equipment. Add a Miao sword that we have made, and it can be said that one strike can kill one kid. Princess Anna didn't know what this had to do with children, but good weapons and equipment could indeed play a decisive role on the battlefield. Jalakina, Princess Anna called out, and a petite female knight came running over. Try putting this gear on. A moment later, a female knight appeared before everyone. She wore a police helmet with the word anti-riot on her head, a stab-proof vest with civilized law enforcement written on the front and urban management on the back, black knee and wrist guards on her joints and calves, a Miao knife on her waist, an anti-riot shield more than 1 meter high in her hand, and a long spear specially made by the Rabbit Kingdom more than 2 meters long in her other hand. Not bad, not bad. Qianzhan and Li Mingxing began to applaud with barely suppressed smiles. After the female knight began brandishing her weapons and shield, Princess Anna asked, how does it feel? It's all right. It's definitely much lighter than our armor, and it's also quite flexible, Georgina said. Marlowe, attack her with your weapon. Georgina, you only need to use your shield to defend, Princess Anna commanded. Yes. Knight Marlowe drew his sword, while Georgina raised her shield and assumed a defensive stance. With a clang, the sword Joey Bai had given him was firmly blocked by the shield without a single scratch. This sword was Marlowe's prized weapon. He could cleave even a thumb-thick iron bar in two with a single strike. Imperial-level armor was no match for his sword strike. Very good. Anna checked the shield and said with satisfaction. Then he looked at Qianzhan and asked, but did you really give us these weapons and equipment for free? Of course. After all, we're allies now. Sending you some equipment to improve your combat capabilities is something we can do, Qianzhan said with a smile. Your weapons are so powerful. Why don't you just help us take over the capital? Their weaponry is nothing compared to yours, isn't it? Princess Anna asked curiously. These people clearly have such powerful weapons, yet they are unwilling to directly retake the capital, and instead insist on personally leading troops to take back the capital's power. Those soldiers from the Milland Empire are actually quite capable in combat. We can help you take care of them, but as for your brother's imperial soldiers, you'll have to deal with them yourselves. After all, this is a family matter, and we've already done a lot to help. But don't worry, even if your brother has a much larger force than you, with the support of our equipment, defeating them should still be no problem. Furthermore, according to our intelligence, your brother has already transferred most of his troops to other places to quell the rebellion. The Empire's defensive forces are not many now, which is the perfect opportunity for you to reclaim power, Qianzhan explained. Chapter 111 On the eve of the recapture of the capital. Royal Palace of Maghrib. An officer dressed in the uniform of the Milland Empire was pacing back and forth anxiously. Colonel Karen, has our Milland Empire really been defeated by a mysterious army? The generals around him asked incredulously. We could still contact the base via radio before, but then we received a broadcast from the base saying that they had encountered a mysterious army and that our army was fighting against that army. We haven't received any radio messages from the base since then, Colonel Kurland said. Colonel Kurland was once very proud that he had managed to control such a large imperial regime with less than 1,000 men. However, after that, their team never made contact with the headquarters of the Time Gate again, let alone receive the much-needed ammunition supplies. Could it be a problem with our radio? After all, we're so far from the base, an officer asked. The probability of this is very low. We have people on duty at the antennas we set up along the way, and we have checked and tested them several times, and we have not found any problems. Moreover, we have several radio stations, and communication with other radio stations is normal, which means the problem must be at the base, Colonel Kurland said. Of course, it is also possible that after the fierce fighting at the base, our army won, but the radio station was destroyed, and there is no possibility of it being repaired at present. However, this statement did not offer any comfort, since an opponent that can wage war against one's own country is certainly not a simple one. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Colonel, people from headquarters have arrived. A soldier rushed in to report. Really? Colonel Kurland asked in surprise. After so many days, has the base finally sent someone? Colonel Kurland hurriedly followed the soldier out, and the other generals followed in a hurry. However, what they soon saw was not supplies sent from headquarters, but a group of disheveled, beggar-like soldiers from the Mill Empire. What's going on? Karen asked, frowning. At this moment, a sergeant with the rank of major came over, saluted Karen, and then said, Colonel, I am Doozer from the 26th Infantry Battalion of the 113th Infantry Division, with the rank of major. Major, what happened to you? Karen asked, pointing at the disheveled soldiers. Doozer said, we were at war with an army from another time portal. Their weapons and equipment were more advanced than ours. We were defeated, and then General Latormas closed the time portal. We were abandoned. Fortunately, the forest there was large enough that we used the dense woods to escape unscathed. After the various units dispersed and disappeared without a trace, we followed the river all the way here to rejoin you. The Empire has been defeated? The portal to another dimension has been closed. Karen asked incredulously. The other generals standing nearby were equally surprised. Does this mean they can never go back and are left to fight alone in this world? Yes, The enemy is too powerful. Their weapons are very advanced and terrifying. There are explosions everywhere. We have lost hundreds of thousands of men, but we haven't even seen their main force yet, Colonel Noodles said with lingering fear. Karen recovered from his shock and, after calming himself down, asked, "How many of you have left?" Most of the soldiers who couldn't enter the portal surrendered. Our team still has over 200 men left, but we've lost a lot of guns and ammunition along the way, and many soldiers have been injured, Dozer said weakly. These surrenderers are all traitors. Karen cursed, then sighed. All right then, you all go and rest first. I will arrange for medics to treat the wounded. Colonel, they have very fast aircraft. I'm afraid they'll be here soon, Dozer warned. Colonel, should we retreat? These otherworldly beings seem quite formidable. We're probably no match for them with our small numbers, a general asked. After all, compared to the hundreds of thousands of Milland Empire soldiers who had been wiped out, their own 1,000-odd men were not even enough to fill the enemy's teeth. No, Karen gritted his teeth and said, we finally managed to take control of this otherworldly empire. We can't just give up like this. He then ordered all soldiers who are out to return and put on civilian clothes. This place is so far from the portal that their armored vehicles definitely can't get here. I believe their planes in the sky won't dare to bomb civilians indiscriminately. They are also human. If we take them by surprise, we can give them a fatal blow and make them dare not make any rash moves here. They currently have only about 200 troops in the capital, most of whom he has assigned to follow the Imperial soldiers to quell rebellions in various places. With the assistance of his soldiers armed with firearms, Groot quelled the rebellion very quickly, and he subdued almost all the surrounding rebellious city-states. But what about the future? Even if we can defeat their soldiers, they will still send a continuous stream of troops, the general said with some concern. All I need is to buy more time. We need to start moving the capital's food and wealth, then find a place to hide and develop secretly. Of course, before we leave, we must leave them with a little surprise. By the way, I heard that those goblins live in the underground city. Perhaps we can go and conquer them. We must leave a spark for the Milland Empire in this world. Karen said firmly. Bika City. Captain Qian, our troops have assembled. There are 500 knights and 1,000 soldiers in total. Do you really think we can recapture the capital with this number of troops? Anna pointed to the soldiers in uniform city management uniforms and asked. Of course, no problem. You have us backing you up, so don't worry, Princess Anna. Qianzhan reassured her. Then why don't you use your airships to transport our troops directly there? Wouldn't that be faster? Anna asked curiously. We have a limited number of airships. We can't carry that many troops. Qianzhan continued to explain. Moreover, I need to get ahead of you to understand the enemy's troop deployment, and even have someone infiltrate the capital to understand the situation inside, so that I can make better decisions. Qianzhan has also assembled a special forces team of 500 people who will take an airship to reach Maghreb City ahead of others. Before Princess Anna's soldiers arrive in the capital, a more detailed military plan will be developed to ensure that Princess Anna can retake the capital at minimal cost. It would take Princess Anna's entourage about 20 days to reach the capital, while they could travel by airship in 2 or 3 days. By taking advantage of these time differences, they can make more and better plans. Set off. Princess Anna gave the order, and the procession of thousands began to head towards the capital. Qianzhan and the others also began to pack their equipment and boarded the airship, which slowly took off. The second showdown between the rabbit and the Milland Empire is about to begin. Chapter 112 snapped his fingers. Base outside the time-space gate. Thanos, what do you think? Isn't this glove I made cool? Joey Bai asked, holding up a metal glove. It's very pretty, but wouldn't it be inconvenient to work with these metal gloves on? Thanos looked at the metallic gloves with some curiosity. He got these gloves custom-made online because he was bored while working as a gatekeeper, and they cost him quite a bit of money. I finally received the goods after waiting for so long. After meeting Thanos, I felt that he looked so much like the legendary purple sweet potato spirit that I couldn't help but show him off. Princess Sia, standing nearby, picked up the gloves and asked, These gloves do look very pretty, but they're not practical at all. Are these huge gloves specially made for this little giant? This isn't just for Thanos' big hand. Your hand can wear it too. Try it if you don't believe me, Zhou Bai said with a smile. This is what makes this glove special. A switch inside allows it to adjust itself according to the size of the hand, somewhat like the nanotech glove created by Iron Man. Somewhat disbelieving, Xia put her hand into the glove. Zhou Bai then pressed the opening button on the glove, and the glove indeed kept shrinking until it was about the size of Xia's palm before stopping. It's truly amazing. Xia couldn't help but exclaim. Then I moved my fingers around a bit, and they were quite flexible. This would be pretty good for fighting. Xia waved her gloved fist. That won't do. There are a lot of delicate parts inside. If you punch someone, the person might be fine, but a few parts will definitely fall out of their glove. It's just a toy that looks good but is useless, Zhou Bai warned. He was also a little worried that Xia might accidentally damage the gloves he had spent a lot of money to make. Sister, I want to play too, exclaimed Ximin, the little elf girl beside her. How do I take this off? Xia asked. Just press this switch, Zhou Bai said, pointing to the switch on the glove. After taking off her gloves, Xia put them on her younger sister, Princess Ximin. As expected, the gloves automatically fit Ximin's hands when the switch was pressed. The little girl from Westminster waved her gloves happily and even struck a kung fu pose. Thanos, didn't you bring some gems with you? Show them to me, will you? Zhou Bai said to him with a mysterious smile. He knew that Thanos liked to collect stones, a hobby that happened to be the same as that purple sweet potato spirits. Okay. Thanos happily went back and retrieved the gems he had collected. He was very happy to find someone with the same hobby because not many people enjoyed watching him collect gems. A moment later, Thanos took out a small bag of gems and poured it onto the table. These are the stones I collected, only 6 in total. These gems are nice. Xia picked up a gemstone and introduced it. Here we have amethyst, red flame stone, blue eye stone, and some of them can be used as magic stones, so they are quite valuable. Really? Thanos asked excitedly. He thought the stones he had picked up were useless. Sister Ximin, could you give me back my gloves? Zhou Bai called out to Ximin. Okay, brother Zhou. Ximin obediently took off her gloves. Here you go. Look, what a coincidence. My gloves have exactly 6 small holes, and Thanos just happened to bring 6 gems with him. It's like fate, Zhou Bai said exaggeratedly, pointing to the small holes that were already on the gloves. It would look beautiful if these gems were used to decorate this glove, don't you think, Thanos? Zhou Bai turned to look at Thanos. Is it okay? Thanos scratched his big head casually. Shall we install it and see? Zhou Bai set Thanos's 6 gems into the 6 holes of the glove, and they quickly became perfectly integrated with the glove. It's so lifelike, so perfect, Zhou Bai exclaimed, picking up the gloves. As a Marvel fan, I've always wanted to buy an Infinity Gauntlet from the movies, but it's too expensive, so I've never been able to bring myself to buy it. However, since he became wealthy, he was willing to spend money to have someone make this thing, thus fulfilling a small wish he had before. Now, with these colorful gems, it looks even more like the Infinity Gauntlet that Iron Man created in the movie. Cool, right? Zhou Bai showed off his gloves to everyone. That's so cool. Ximin clapped her hands and said, though she didn't know what cool meant. It's beautiful, Xia agreed. It looks great. Thanos nodded. Thanos, try on the gloves and see how they look. Zhou Bai handed him the gloves. Thanos took the gloves with some confusion. He really liked those beautiful jeweled gloves. Turn on the switch, and the glove will quickly fit the size of Thanos's hand. They look so alike. Zhou Bai took out his phone and said to Thanos, stand still, strike a few poses, and I'll take some pictures of you. Somewhat confused, Thanos followed Zhou Bai's instructions and struck a few poses. Zhou Bai quickly took a few photos of Sanaskaka. Thanos, wearing gloves, does indeed resemble the purple sweet potato spirit by about 70%, except that he looks a bit younger and has a less refined demeanor. Make a snapping gesture, Zhou Bai instructed again. Is that so? Thanos snapped his fingers. Of course, the whole world was not destroyed as a result. Perfect. Zhou Bai took a few more photos of him. If Thanos were to play the purple potato spirit, they could probably save on makeup costs. What are you doing? Xia asked, somewhat puzzled, after seeing him do this. It's nothing, just taking a few photos. Thanos looks a bit like the protagonist of a movie we have, so I just wanted to take some pictures as a souvenir, Zhou Bai said with a smile. I know about movies, those kinds of movies that have moving, beautiful visuals and sound. Simin excitedly answered the question, as if she had learned something amazing. Thanos, take it off and let me wear it too. Okay. Thanos took off his gloves and handed them back to Joey Bai. On Monday, I put on the gloves, pressed a switch, and the gloves shrank from large to small and were put on his hands. These gloves are indeed well made and cost a lot of money. The craftsmanship and quality are truly excellent. If you showed this off at a comic convention, you'd definitely gain a bunch of fans. Moreover, not only are the details well done, but the joint movements are also very smooth and do not affect the movement of the palm at all. Joey Bai was extremely satisfied and would definitely give it a 5-star rating. If I weren't rich now, I definitely wouldn't have been willing to spend so much money to create such a thing before. So he snapped his fingers like Iron Man in a cool way. Bang! The world seems to have changed a little. Chapter 113: Outrageous Time Travel. Base outside the time-space gate. Suddenly, the alarms went off. Enemy attack. One of the soldiers who first noticed the anomaly shouted, "Attack! We're under attack." Then the other soldiers on guard nearby also started running out, but they were all stunned when they saw what they saw. Quick! Sound the alarm. Set up a state of alert for the entire base. Li Qixing had just run out after hearing the alarm when he was stunned by the scene before him. He immediately roared, "Everyone stay away. Sound the alarm. Level 1 alert." Because the surrounding area, which is nearly 1,000 square meters in front of us, has mysteriously vanished completely. Everything connected to this area, including the floors and walls, was cut by a strange force, revealing the smooth cross-sections of the various pipes inside. The forcibly cut wires also produced a series of sparks and bursts of noise. Attack? Where's the attack? Why are there no gunshots? Wang Guohua rushed over after hearing the alarm. Upon seeing this strange phenomenon, he frowned and asked curiously, "What's going on?" Li Qixing shook his head. "I don't know. This used to be a row of 2-story houses, mainly for rest rooms and meeting rooms. Now it has inexplicably become like this, and the 2 containers that were temporarily placed here have also disappeared." Wang Guohua immediately ordered the entire area to be sealed off, and no one was allowed to enter or leave at will. Soldiers also took up arms and went on high alert, and countless drones took to the air for reconnaissance and combat readiness. Soon a large number of scientists flocked to the area and began various investigations. Cameras placed in other locations revealed that the entire row of houses seemed to have been suddenly erased from view, disappearing from the screen. "Is anyone inside the house?" Wang Guohua asked. "There's Joey Bai, a titan named Thanos, 2 elf princesses, and 3 soldiers including Hu Weijun, who's responsible for Zhou Yibai's safety," Li Qixing said after reviewing the surveillance footage. "What? Zhou Yibai is here too?" Wang Guohua was taken aback. Although Zhou Yibai's role has become less important since the time portal could be opened with the power of the magic wand. But after all, he was the first person to open a portal, and he did so without using any magic. This made him another layer of protection for the time portal. Moreover, this mechanism in his body is something that scientists have been racking their brains to study. If other spies or hostile forces were to suddenly and forcibly blow open the time portal, it might be permanently closed. Although it's still unknown whether Zhou Yibai can open the time portal that has been forcibly closed, it is, after all, a method left for later. His sudden disappearance has caused great losses to the Rabbit Kingdom and added a lot of danger and uncertainty to the time gate. And most importantly, the mechanism by which Zhou Yibai opened the time portal has not yet been figured out, yet this strange thing has happened. This doesn't seem like an enemy attack. Is there anyone in this world who can wipe out this entire area? Even the most powerful mage wouldn't have that ability. After reviewing all the surveillance footage, Professor Li Dalu shared his opinion. Could it be that this little kid Zhou Yibai has caused this incredible phenomenon again? Perhaps he has traveled to other worlds, or other parts of this world. But this guy's ability to open a time portal is already outrageous enough. If he were to do something like disappearing instantly, the old folks at the Academy of Sciences would really go crazy, Zhao Xinwu said. Since we've already seen so many outrageous things, it's much easier to accept one more outrageous thing if we have to explain it. We have installed tracking devices on everyone, including their mobile phones, but we haven't detected any signals from them yet. Li Qixing said anxiously. What is the range of your positioning device? Wang Guohua asked. Our positioning devices are connected to our Beidou satellites, so theoretically they can be tracked globally. Moreover, Lao Hu and his soldiers are also equipped with communication radios, but we have been unable to contact them. So, they might not even be on this planet anymore. Wang Guohua frowned. No, this is just one possibility. We currently only have 3 Beidou satellites launched into the other world, which is not enough to cover the entire globe. Most of them are just for positioning and navigation in our surrounding areas. If they go to a place where our satellite signal doesn't cover, it's normal that we can't receive their signal, Li Qixing explained. Then immediately arrange for more rockets and satellites to be transported from within the country to cover the entire planet as soon as possible. If they are still on this planet, find them as quickly as possible, Wang Guohua ordered. This is not only about finding Zhou Yibai, but also about finding the cause of this phenomenon. After a tremor, Zhou Yibai, who was sitting on the ground, asked, What happened? Was it an earthquake? No. Zhou Yibai, something's not right. We must have time travel. Hu Fangjun, who was in charge of Zhou Yibai's safety, said with great surprise. Brother Hu, what nonsense are you talking about? There's no such absurd thing as time travel in this world, Zhou Yibai said with a smile. He originally thought that his ability to open up another world's space-time was already outrageous enough, but it was still within the realm of scientific understanding. But if you tell him about time travel, he will never believe it. Really, just look at the view outside the window, Hu Fangjun reminded him. Zhou Yibai turned his head and looked out the window. Previously, all that could be seen from the window was the houses outside the base, but now all that could be seen was a dense forest. Moreover, the sound of a stream could be faintly heard, but there were no rivers near the base. What the hell? Zhou Yibai suddenly stood up. This is clearly not in the base anymore. Could it really be that we've traveled through time? What's wrong? The other people who had been knocked to the ground also stood up and asked. Hu Fangjun stopped Zhou Yibai, who was about to open the door and go out. You guys stay inside first. We'll go check if it's safe outside. After saying this, he gestured for the 2 soldiers at the door to go out and check the situation outside, while Hu Fangjun stayed inside to protect their safety. A short while later, the soldier who had gone out to check the situation came back in. Captain, there's no danger outside. We think we've come to a forest. After hearing that there was no danger, Hu Fangjun opened the door, and everyone began to leave the house. The 2-story building where Zhou Yibai was located had already moved to this forest, and had even knocked down many trees, leaving only a few treetop leaves exposed. Besides that house, many other items from outside the base also ended up in this place. Weren't we just inside the base? How did we suddenly end up in the woods? Brother Zhou, is this what you always call science and technology? Shimin asked curiously, tilting her head. We don't have such bizarre science and technology, Zhou Yibai said with a wry smile. Could it be because I snapped my fingers just now? It's already absurd enough that I could open a time portal, but did I just snap my fingers and instantly travel to another place? Zhou Yibai looked at the knockoff infinity gauntlet on his right hand and noticed that the once bright gem had become much dimmer than before. Chapter 114 Exploration. As expected, the time travel incident was related to the snap of his fingers he had just made. But why didn't this happen when Thanos snapped his fingers? Does this only happen when you play it yourself? Zhou Yibai tried snapping his fingers again, but nothing unusual happened. It seems the gem energy on the glove has run out. I wonder if I'll be able to travel through time again after finding the same gem and putting it back on. Where are we? Zhou Yibai asked after leaving the room. We don't know yet. There's no signal on our cell phones or radios, and we can't get in touch with headquarters. We don't know what's going on. Hu Weijun kept pressing the communication radio, trying to find a signal. Princess Xia, aren't you a magician? Why don't you fly up there and see where this is? Zhou Yibai said to Xia. Xia shook her head. Flying skills are only possessed by great mages. I'm just a novice mage. I can manage to conjure fire or something, but it's impossible for me to fly. What should we do? We're in an unfamiliar place. There's no way we can go back. Zhou Yibai looked around worriedly. This time, he was much stronger than when he first ventured into another world. After all, there were 3 fully armed warriors, 2 agile elves, and a strong Titan giant. In comparison, I am the weakest of the weak. Don't worry, Xiaozhou, we have several guns here. Protecting your safety is not a problem at all, Hu Weijun reassured him. We don't need to worry about food either. As long as we're in the forest, we'll never have to worry about food, Xia said confidently. Moreover, there are water sources nearby, so there is no shortage of water here, and there should be no problem with survival. If there is a wild animal attack, I can also protect everyone's safety. Thanos showed off his muscles. Okay, I'm the most useless one. Zhou Bai complained helplessly. Everyone, please help collect the scattered items. We don't know what's going on yet, but these supplies might be useful to us, Hu Weijun commanded. Good. The group collected and organized the scattered supplies. What are those 2 containers filled with? Zhou Bai asked curiously. I don't know. I remember it was temporarily placed outside our lounge, but there was information on it. I'll go take a look. After Hu Weijun finished speaking, he walked over. Because the Time-Space Gate base is currently very busy, with a large amount of supplies being transferred from China to the other world, there are many containers waiting to be dismantled nearby. The 2 containers that were closer to their house also crossed over. Xiaozhou, come and take a look. Hu Weijun called out excitedly. This container is full of weapons and equipment. Hu Weijun pointed to the nameplate on the container and said, Why don't we open it and take a look? Zhou Bai said excitedly. Although all 3 soldiers responsible for Zhou Bai's safety are armed, having more weapons means an extra layer of security in case of special circumstances. After the container was opened, Zhou Bai's eyes widened as he looked at the weapons inside. Good heavens, this is a whole armory. Hu Weijun pulled out a goods list from inside. 10 M99 semi-automatic sniper rifles, 10 boxes of ammunition, 100 Type 95 automatic rifles, 100 boxes of ammunition, 10 W95 heavy machine guns, 100 boxes of ammunition, 10 Type 11 grenade launchers, 10 boxes of ammunition. Zhou Bai took out an automatic rifle and stylishly aimed it here and there. I've never had the chance to come into contact with these things before, and I never imagined there would be a whole shipping container here. What's in the other container? Zhou Bai asked after putting down his gun. We're very lucky. It's full of rice, so we don't have to worry about starving here. Hu Weijun pointed to the nameplate on the container and said with a smile, This container of rice should be enough for us to eat for several years. Zhou Bai said, looking at the numbers on the container. This container is full of rice, and it's labeled as 20 tons, which is about 40,000 jin, 20,000 kilograms. There were 7 of them in total. Thanos ate the most, consuming at least 10 kilograms of rice a day. Even if they consume 20 kilograms a day, this huge box is enough to feed them for 5.5 years. Of course, if these grains could be preserved for that long. There's more good news. A soldier ran over and said, Part of the electricity in our base is generated by solar power, so every building has solar panels on its roof. I just went up to check, and our solar panels are not damaged. With a little modification, we can use electricity. That's good news. At least our communication equipment will have power, Hu Weijun nodded and said. But how are we going to leave this place? Zhou Bai asked him. Before we figure out the situation, staying where we are is the safest option. We all have locators, and if we are still on our original planet, we can definitely contact headquarters as long as we find a place with a signal, Hu Weijun said. Moreover, there is a kitchen in our lounge on the 1st floor, so we can cook without any problem. In addition, we have so much food, so apart from not having any vegetables, we can survive here for a long time without any problem. He wasn't worried about survival, but he was afraid of not knowing where he would end up and not being able to go back, which would be troublesome. Hey, I've spotted signs of human habitation some distance away. She had jumped down from the tall tree and said to Zhou Bai and the others. Really? Is it far? Zhou Bai asked in surprise. The most important thing now is to figure out if we are still in the original world, so that we can find our way back. It's not far. It's about 5 or 6 kilometers downstream along this stream, Xia said, pointing in the distance. Zhou Bai thought for a moment and said to Hu Weijun, Brother Hu, how about we split into 2 groups? One group stays here to guard these things, and the other group goes to scout out the situation outside. What do you think? Hu Weijun thought for a moment, then nodded and agreed. I'll listen to you. Subsequently, Simin and Thanos, along with 2 other warriors, were assigned to guard the supplies there. Zhou Bai, Xia, and Hu Weijun were tasked with exploring the situation outside. Hu Weijun originally didn't want Zhou Bai to take this risk, because his original duty was to protect his safety. Staying here is clearly safer than going out. However, apart from Zhou Bai, none of the others had the ability to communicate with other races. Therefore, in order to figure out the situation as soon as possible and to avoid unnecessary trouble when communicating with other races, Zhou Bai decided to go there in person. Of course, for his own safety, he took a rifle and a lot of ammunition from the container. After Hu Weijun gave him a simple lesson, he also gained some shooting skills. The 3 of them then began to walk downstream along the stream. Chapter 115 Beast Disaster. After walking for 2 hours, we finally emerged from the woods. What was originally a shallow stream has now converged into a small river, flowing like a jade belt around the foot of a mountain and then into the distance. Along the banks of the stream, a considerable amount of farmland has been cultivated. At the foot of the mountain, several rows of dilapidated houses appeared before them. There really are people living here, Zhou Bai said excitedly. I'll lead the way. You two be prepared for safety, just in case, Hu Weijun instructed. Xia put away her bow and arrows and replaced them with a short sword, while Zhou Bai also picked up his rifle. After wading across the stream, we soon arrived at the front of those houses. This is probably a small village, with only a few households in the surrounding area. Brother Hu, don't you feel that the style of these houses looks familiar? Zhou Bai asked, looking at the houses. Hu Weijun nodded. Zhou Bai was right. These rows of low, dilapidated thatched huts, including 2 with crumbling fences, looked just like the ancient rural houses seen in period dramas. It's definitely different from the houses I've seen built by the Imperials. Xia looked around and nodded. However, after knocking on several rooms, no one answered. Who are you looking for? A voice suddenly shouted. Just as they were about to force their way into a house, they suddenly saw a middle-aged man with an Asian face, accompanied by a little girl. He carried an unidentified small beast on his back, cautiously watching Zhou Bai and the others. The man's attire resembled that of an ancient person described in the Rabbit Kingdom, with his hair tied up like a Taoist priest's and wearing a tattered long robe. The 2 people had never seen anyone dressed so strangely before, and they were both looking at Zhou Bai and his companion. Upon hearing what the other party said, Zhou Bai and Hu Weijun were delighted. The accent sounded very familiar. Although Hu Weijun didn't quite understand it, it was clearly similar to the dialect of a certain region in China. Fortunately, after being baptized by the sacred tree, Zhou Bai could understand all the languages in the Rabbit Kingdom even without formal training. He can also understand the languages of the various races in this other world. Even the dialect of the Milran Empire from another time portal was perfectly acceptable for communication. Hello, we mean no harm. We've come from a faraway place and just wanted to inquire about some things here, Zhou Bai said humbly, noticing their cautiousness. Are you from out of town? The middle-aged man lowered his guard and continued. This is Qingshan Village in Yuanshan County, which is 2 hours away from the county seat. If you want to go to the county seat, just follow this path. The middle-aged man pointed to a small path ahead. Hearing such a familiar place name, Zhou Bai asked excitedly, is this part of the ancient Tang Empire? The middle-aged man regained his caution and looked at Zhou Bai. You are not from our country? Zhou Bai and Hu Weijun do look similar to them, except that the tall girl in the back doesn't have eyes or hair like the women from their area. Our ancestors left this land a long time ago and went to live overseas. Now we have come back to find our ancestors. Zhou Bai made up a reason. Upon hearing this reasonable explanation, the middle-aged man nodded and said, this is naturally the territory of the ancient Tang Empire. However, you have returned at the wrong time. Didn't your ancestors tell you why they left the ancient Tang? Zhou Bai asked, somewhat puzzled. No. Is there something bad happening here? The middle-aged man sighed and explained to him. Every 100 years, our ancient Tang Empire experiences a great disaster, and now it has been exactly 100 years. Didn't you see that everyone from our village is gone? According to the county magistrate, this disaster is about to strike, and he told us all to hide in the county town. I couldn't bear to leave my crops in the fields, so I didn't go with him. Disaster? What disaster? Joey Bai asked again. A monster disaster. Don't you know? Even I know. Our Great Wall was built to resist these monsters, and they'll be here soon. The little girl blurted out. So there really are such things as strange beasts. Joey Bai frowned, recalling the description of the Great Wall in the novel Marco's Travels to the East, which stated that it was built to defend against strange beasts. At the time, he thought it was just a fabrication. After Joey Bai explained the situation to Hu Weijun and Xia, both of them fell into deep thought. Have we really arrived in the Eastern continent? Is this really the legendary ancient Tang Empire? Xia was very surprised. I once read about the monster disaster in an ancient book. It said that every 100 years, a beast tide would occur on the Eastern continent. At that time, countless monsters would emerge from a space-time portal and invade the entire continent. 1,000 years ago, we had a great magician who wanted to help the people of this continent. He specially crossed the high mountains to close this portal and prevent those strange beasts from emerging. However, it was later discovered that this time portal could not be destroyed or closed. It would automatically open after a certain period of time, and then automatically close again shortly afterward. That's amazing, Joey Bai asked in surprise. I never imagined that such a huge disaster would occur on this so-called Eastern continent. And unfortunately, they managed to get here during this time. Didn't you build a city wall? So there shouldn't be any problems here, right? Why have all the villagers fled to the county town? Joey Bai asked curiously. The Great Wall on the border cannot completely stop the invasion of these strange beasts. According to records, every time the strange beasts invade, many of them will cross the Great Wall and run into the Great Wall. These beasts are extremely bloodthirsty. They will pounce on and bite anyone they see. Even a well-equipped army would find it very difficult to kill them. Therefore, every county town here has built high city walls to defend against the invasion of strange beasts. However, almost every time a strange beast invaded, few city walls could withstand its attacks, and the entire county's inhabitants became food for these monsters. This is another reason why we don't want to seek refuge in the county town. Since we're going to die anyway, it's better to die in our homeland, the middle-aged man said sadly. How much longer until the alien beast appears? Joey Bai asked again. Chapter 116 Hirogwa. I don't know, but it should be soon. I've heard that quite a few people have seen scattered strange beasts these days, and our county magistrate has also issued a reward notice. Anyone who can kill a strange beast can go to the county to claim the reward. The middle-aged man said, I advise you to hurry up and go into the city to hide. You might run into these terrible guys on the way. Given the man's age, it was clear he had never seen these strange beasts before. However, the elf lady next to her, if she were born here, might have met her. After all, don't let her young age fool you. She's actually over 100 years old. To truly understand this monster disaster, it seems we'll have to find the local government officials. Moreover, if you do encounter one, hiding behind high walls is indeed much safer than being in the wild. After contacting the station soldiers by radio, tell them to be careful and to stay inside the building rather than come out unnecessarily. The three then headed towards the county town in the direction the uncle had indicated. They planned to go into the county town first to see if they could find out more information. After walking for several hours, we finally saw Yuanshan County. The towering city walls are indeed magnificent and spectacular when viewed from a distance. Wow, the city walls of this county are even taller than I imagined, Joey Bai exclaimed. It's worth noting that in the ancient Rabbit Kingdom, the highest city walls were only 6 or 7 meters high. However, the city wall of this county town is estimated to be at least 20 meters high. It's a mystery how these ancient people, with their architectural skills, managed to build such a magnificent city wall. At this time, there were still many laborers digging trenches outside the city, and a large number of people repairing the city walls. A scene of bustling activity. Who are you? A soldier in armor asked as he approached. Hello, sir. We are strangers returning from overseas and are passing through the city. We would like to stop by and rest for a while, Joey Bai said. Returning from a foreign land? What bad timing. Why did you choose to come back at this time? Don't you know it's a special period now? The soldier asked. We just heard about it. which is why we wanted to go to the county town to take refuge. The county town is only open to locals now. You outsiders will only consume our precious food if you come in, unless you. The soldier sized up the three of them. Unless you can kill the alien beasts. Zhou Bai raised his rifle. No problem. We are very strong too. Killing 1 or 2 alien beasts is no problem at all. The soldier glanced at Zhou Bai. He looked so frail. It would be good enough if he could help carry things. He wanted to kill 1 or 2 strange beasts. What was he bragging about? The man in the green plaid shirt on the other hand looked menacing and must be quite skilled. And what about you? The soldier asked the only woman among the three. The girl carried a bow and arrows on her back and wore a sword, giving her a heroic and spirited appearance. Moreover, judging from their appearance, they don't seem to be from this country. Without saying much, Xia took out her bow and arrow from behind her back and casually shot an arrow into the sky. Before long, a wild goose with an arrow stuck in its throat fell from the sky. Wild goose. The soldier was stunned by Xia's superb archery skills. Excellent. We need a lot of archers. Follow me, the soldier said excitedly. The group then followed the soldier into the county town. Compared to the towering city walls, the houses in the county town appear much lower and dilapidated. Moreover, there were many people in the county town, some wearing exquisite armor, some carrying bows and arrows, and some carrying spears. Everyone looked tense. Because we've recently spotted strange beasts in the wild. In order to reduce their gathering and prevent them from forming a beast tide too early, our magistrate is organizing forces to exterminate them in the wild, the soldier explained. Have you ever killed any alien beasts? Zhou Bai asked curiously. Not yet. I heard that yesterday, more than 20 people attacked a strange beast, but they only managed to injure one of its legs. Almost all of the 20 people were seriously injured, and in the end, it still managed to escape. So these so-called exotic beasts are much more powerful than lions and tigers. I don't know if rifles will work on them. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the crowd. We've hunted down a strange beast, someone shouted. Immediately, people around rushed over. Where? How were you caught? Who hunted it? Zhou Bai and the others followed out of curiosity. We set a trap, and that beast just happened to be driven into it. After it fell into the trap, our leader, Master Gua, subdued it and is carrying it over now. The samurai who brought the good news said excitedly. Then a large group of people followed the messenger to welcome the team that had killed the strange beast. Hey buddy, why don't we go take a look too? Zhou Bai said to the soldier. All right, I'll take you to see our magistrate later. The soldiers were also very excited. After all, this was the first time someone had successfully hunted down a strange beast. Does this mean that the portal to the Great Wall on the border has opened, and that many strange beasts have crossed the Great Wall and come here? Zhou Bai said with some concern. Probably, but I don't know how long they can hold out, Hu Weijun said with some concern. By the way, young man, how far is our county from the Great Wall on the border? Zhou Bai turned to ask the soldier who was leading the way. My name is Wang San. You can just call me Xiao San. Our county is about 200 li away from the Great Wall, which is why these strange beasts were able to get here so quickly. Our Yuanshan County is the closest county to the Great Wall, so the pressure to defend it is immense. Behind us is Anzhou, the capital of our ancient Tang dynasty, which is why the city walls here are so high and so many soldiers and warriors are stationed here. If the Great Wall on the border cannot be defended, our county will have to take on the task of dispersing the strange beasts and reducing the pressure on Anzhou City. Because once Anzhou City is attacked by strange beasts, our ancient Tang Empire will be truly finished. The ancient Tang Empire has been established for hundreds of years, and it seems that it has accumulated a lot of experience in resisting alien beasts. I see. No wonder this county town is abnormally large. Zhou Bai nodded. Soon, they saw more than a dozen people carrying a charred beast. This strange beast was different from what Zhou Bai had imagined. He thought it would be similar to the lizard monster in Zhang Yimou's films. In fact, in terms of appearance, it does look quite similar to an enlarged mantis. No, it should resemble the bug from Starship Troopers more. Master Gua is amazing. Great Hero Gua is awesome. People nearby kept praising the person in charge. Zhou Bai sized up the man known as Master Gua. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, carrying a large sword. He was robust and had a very imposing presence. As expected of a great hero, one look is enough to tell this person is extraordinary. Zhou Yibai praised with an air of superiority. He's definitely much more handsome than the heroes portrayed on TV. Hu Weijun nodded in agreement. Do you think you have a chance to beat him if you were to spar with him? Zhou Yibai asked him curiously. Hu Weijun shook his head. I doubt it. To be honest, I think I might not even be able to beat the elf princess next to you. These otherworldly people can't be judged by our common sense. That makes sense. After all, people in our area can't just conjure fire out of thin air. They wouldn't be surprised if there really was a master of the five-strike whip technique here who could take on a strange beast on Ianon. However, no matter how skilled one is in martial arts, one is still afraid of a kitchen knife, let alone the rifles they were carrying. Chapter 1:17 Magistrate Zhao. My lord, I met 3 brave warriors outside the city and brought them here to see you. Wang San respectfully addressed the county magistrate, who was wearing an official hat, in the main hall. Oh, very good. Master Gui just hunted down a strange beast today, and now a brave warrior has come to help our county. This is truly a double blessing, the county magistrate said happily. Greetings, your honor. Zhou Yibai and the other 2 bowed respectfully to the county magistrate sitting in the hall. This gesture was taught to me by Wang San. Although it's a bit awkward, it's best to follow other people's rules when you're on their turf. I am the magistrate of this county. My surname is Zhao. I was specially transferred here by imperial decree to be in charge of defending against the strange beasts. The 3 of you do not seem to be from this country. Magistrate Zhao sized up the 3 people. Their clothes were all different, especially the girl, who had an exotic feel to her. If it weren't for Sia's long hair covering her pointed ears, she probably would have given the magistrate quite a fright. We came back from overseas and happened to hear about the upcoming monster disaster, so we wanted to come into the city to take refuge and do our part, Zhou Yibai said. Oh, what abilities do you have? You should know that these are special times, and our county cannot tolerate useless people. Magistrate Zhao said in a firm tone. Sir, this lady is a master archer. She can shoot down a wild goose in the sky with a single arrow. Wang San took out the wild goose that Xia had just shot. He had originally planned to use it as an extra dish for dinner tonight. We brought weapons with firepower comparable to bows and arrows. Zhou Yibai brandished the rifle in his hand. What kind of weapon is this? Magistrate Zhao asked, pointing to the rifle Zhou Yibai was holding. This stick-like thing doesn't seem as useful as a wooden stick. Brother Hu, fire a shot to show him, Zhou Yibai said to Hu Weijun. Hu Weijun raised his gun and fired a shot at a flower pot outside the door, instantly smashing the flower pot to pieces. Magistrate Zhao and Wang San were both startled by the gunshot. Then, seeing the flower pot shattered instantly, they asked in surprise, what kind of weapon is this? Why did we only hear a sound, and the flower pot outside was already broken? Hu Weijun couldn't understand these ancient words, so Zhou Yibai stepped forward and explained, this is our weapon, called a rifle. It can fire the ammunition inside and take the head of an enemy general from 100 meters away as easily as taking something out of a bag. Magistrate Zhao stroked his beard. Although he didn't understand what rifles and ammunition were, seeing the weapon's formidable power, he nodded and said, Excellent. Excellent. Indeed a fine weapon. Men, bring tea. Please, the 3 warriors, take your seats. After inviting the 3 men to their seats, Magistrate Zhao said happily, the 3 brave warriors have arrived just in time. Our county is in dire need of heroes like you. Don't you have a hero named Gua? We just heard news of him hunting down a strange beast when we were in the city, Zhou Yibai said while sipping his tea. Alas, even a valiant figure like Master Gua can handle 1 or 2 strange beasts, but against thousands upon thousands, it's just a spark, Magistrate Zhao sighed. Are there many people like Guijing in our county? Sigh. If only there were more people like Master Gua, I wouldn't be so worried. Now the Emperor has mobilized most of the soldiers and martial arts heroes to the capital for defense, and there aren't many warriors left in our county. I see. Zhou Yibai nodded. Moreover, the appearance of these strange beasts is more numerous and earlier than previously recorded. It is estimated that the defensive pressure on the border walls has increased, and gaps have appeared prematurely, resulting in the appearance of scattered strange beasts within the Great Wall, Magistrate Zhao explained. If that's the case, then the wilderness really isn't very safe. Zhou Yibai thought for a moment and said, "By the way, Lord Zhao, we have 4 companions near a village called Qingshan. They are also brave warriors. We left a lot of weapons and food there. Could you send someone to transport these things to the city? It's too dangerous to leave Thanos and Simin outside. It's better to let them enter the city sooner." Magistrate Zhao's eyes lit up. Really? That's wonderful. What our county needs most right now is weapons and food. Then he waved his hand and said, "There are now strange beasts outside, and it might be dangerous. I'll arrange for 50 well-equipped soldiers to go with you. What do you think? 50 people moving 2 shipping containers, while also being responsible for safety, is probably far from enough. Lord Zhao, we have a lot of stuff, more than 40,000 caddies of grain alone. You'd better arrange for another 100 farmers and provide horse-drawn carts and other means of transportation," Zhou Yibai said after doing some calculations. "So much," Magistrate Zhao said happily. "That's wonderful. You've solved a huge problem for us. Our county is short of food." Subsequently, Zhou Yibai instructed Hu Weijun to lead a team of 150 people and transport vehicles to the place they had come from to pick up Thanos, Simin, and others. Also, bring over the things that came with it. Zhou Yibai and Xia stayed in the county town. Master Guo. As Zhou Yibai walked through the gates of the county government office, he saw Guodashia, who had successfully killed the strange beast. "Who are you?" When Guodashia heard someone call his name, he looked at the two of them and asked, "My name is Zhou Yibai. We just entered the city and were very impressed to see you." "Hero Guo kills such a huge beast," Zhou Yibai said with a smile. "It was nothing, just a small favor," said Master Guo magnanimously. He then glanced at Xia. "A foreigner? And an archer at that?" "Yes, this is Miss Xia, and her archery skills are exceptional," Zhou Yibai introduced. Although Xia couldn't understand the words, she guessed that he was introducing himself and nodded to Master Guo. "The magistrate just said that you brought very powerful weapons. Is that true?" Zhou Yibai raised the rifle in his hand. "It's all right, but I don't know if it can kill those alien beasts. The weakness of these strange beasts lies in their small heads above their eyes. That area is their weakest point. If you shoot accurately, you can kill them with one shot. However, the rest of their bodies are as hard as steel. Even if you break one of their legs, they still retain 80% of their fighting ability, making them extremely difficult to deal with." Master Guo explained. "I'd like to ask, if you encountered a strange beast alone, were you confident you could kill it? If there's only one, I can handle it easily. I can also escape unscathed from 2, and there's even a chance to turn the tables. But if I'm facing 3 or more, it's extremely dangerous." It seems this Master Guo is quite formidable, considering Wang San said that yesterday, more than 20 people couldn't defeat a single beast. His fighting strength is at least 50 people or more. Of course, sometimes you can't just use numbers to determine combat strength. After all, sometimes the fighting power of 10 kindergarten children is not much different from that of 100 kindergarten children. Chapter 118 Encirclement and Suppression of the Alien Beasts, Part 1. However, an individual's bravery is insignificant in the face of thousands upon thousands of strange beasts. Through the battle with this beast today, I've realized that no matter how powerful an individual is, they cannot affect a group of beasts that have already gathered together. Moreover, judging from past records, no hero has ever appeared who could stop these strange beasts from running rampant. Right now, all I can do is try to kill some of the wild beasts to prevent them from forming a beast tide too early and reduce the harm they will cause to other areas of the surrounding counties, Guodashia continued. "So how were the previous monster disasters resolved in the end?" Zhou Yibai asked curiously. "According to records, after each time the strange beasts breached the defenses of the Great Wall on the border, they would move south to besiege all the cities where humans lived. If a besieged city cannot be defended, it will be slaughtered by these monsters, leaving no one alive. If they can hold on, after 2 or 3 months, these strange beasts will run out of food and will return to where they appeared, and then disappear. 100 years later, this calamity of strange beasts repeated itself, and the entire continent was once again plunged into devastation." Master Guo explained emphatically. Zhou Bai remained silent for a moment before asking Xia, "Have any strange beast disasters occurred in the western forests or the empire?" Xia shook her head. "I haven't heard of it. According to the great mage who once participated in sealing the alien beast space-time gate, our western forest and the eastern continent are separated by a continuous snow-capped mountain range. These snow-capped mountains are extremely tall, impossible for ordinary people to cross. It is these towering mountains that have prevented these strange beasts from advancing further." Gua, who couldn't understand Seattle's language, picked up his sword and bowed to Zhou Bai and the other man, saying, "I have other matters to attend to right now, so I won't disturb you any longer. Let's talk again when we have time." Seeing his hurried appearance, Zhou Bai asked, "Are you going to kill a strange beast now?" Master Gua nodded. "Yes, after killing a strange beast at noon, I need to learn more about other strange beasts, so I want to take advantage of the fact that there are not many strange beasts yet, and only a few here and there, to accumulate more methods to deal with them." Upon hearing that Master Guo was going to fight the alien beasts, Zhou Bai excitedly said, "Then we'll go with you. I also want to test the power of our new weapons and see if they're effective against the alien beasts." Master Guo sized up the two of them. "Are you sure you can handle this? Those strange beasts are very dangerous. They're incredibly fast. Ordinary people simply can't outrun them." Zhou Bai raised his Type 95 rifle. "It's all right, we can just follow you. Besides, Miss Xia's archery skills are the best in the world, and my rifle is no joke either." After thinking for a moment, Master Guo nodded and agreed. "All right then, just try to stay close to our group. As long as there isn't a large number of strange beasts, we shouldn't have any problem protecting your safety." As we walked out of the county government office with Master Guo, we saw the group he was leading. There were 9 people in total, all of them looking fierce and menacing. Each person carried different weapons, including swords, spears, halberds, and even giant nets. Moreover, everyone seemed to have a high level of combat ability. Let me introduce you. These two are brave warriors who have just entered our county. This is Mr. Zhou Bai, and this is Miss Xia from a foreign country. She is a skilled archer, said Master Guo, pointing to Zhou Bai and the other man. These are Zhao Air, Qian San, Li Si, Wang Wu, Sun Lu, Wu Qi, Zhou Ba, Zheng Jiu, and Deng Shi. Master Guo introduced them one by one. Then we have numbers 2 through 9, so why isn't there 1? Zhou Bai asked, puzzled. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. This is me. My name is Guo Da," Guo Daxiao said with a smile. Zhou Bai and his companion greeted Guo Daxiao's group, and then they formed a line and headed out of the city. Less than an hour after leaving the county town, they arrived at a small grove of trees, where Guo Daxiao, the leader, noticed something amiss. Master Guo raised his right hand, signaling everyone to stop and cease all further movement. Hiss! A mantis-like beast, 4 or 5 meters tall, was using its giant claws to cut apart the flesh of a huge black bear before putting it into its mouth. Suddenly, the beast seemed to hear a sound and turned to look at the bushes where the group was hiding. Then it raised its 2 huge front paws and quickly rushed towards Zhou Bai. "You stay here, I'll take care of it." Master Guo rose, drew his sword, and focused his gaze intently on the approaching mantis-like beast. Suddenly, he stomped his feet heavily. Smack! Dust billowed beneath his feet, and his body moved like a streak of light as he charged straight toward the enormous beast. Roar! The beast roared and brandished its giant claws, launching a counterattack against Master Guo. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. Whoosh! As Master Guo swung his sword, a sword aura, barely perceptible to the naked eye, flashed past. Thump! Blood gushed out from the beast's body in an instant. From 1, it became 2, eventually splitting like a broken water pipe, slicing all 360 degrees. Then, it split into 2 pieces at the break, and the huge body crashed to the ground. Green blood gushed out, making the already green grass even greener. Master Guo landed lightly, slowly sheathing his long sword, without glancing at the already dead beast behind him. "So cool." Zhou Bai clapped his hands and exclaimed. As expected of the boss, the samurai beside him also gave a thumbs up in praise. "That's really impressive." Even Xia couldn't help but nod. Guo performance was indeed beyond Zhou Yibai's expectations. I never knew martial arts could be so powerful. This is much more exciting than watching martial arts dramas. Just as everyone was expressing their respect for Master Guo, a strange beast over 2 meters long suddenly leaped up from the treetop and pounced on them like a hungry tiger. With a quick glance, Xia drew 3 arrows from the quiver on her back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All 3 arrows struck the beast's head with perfect accuracy. The strange beast fell to the ground with a thud, crashing at everyone's feet and raising a cloud of dust. The arrowheads of these arrows were made for her by Zhou Yibai when they first met, so they seemed to be quite powerful. After a moment of astonishment, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Impressive. No wonder you're a master archer. A heroine among women. I thought this delicate figure wasn't very capable, but I didn't expect her archery skills to be so superb. She's truly amazing. Everyone expressed their praise. Not bad at all. This little girl's archery skills are indeed extraordinary. Master Guo nodded in praise to Xia. Xia put away her arrows and gave Zhou Yibai a smug look. Actually, she was very happy. After all, she received a lot of praise as soon as she made her move. However, he maintained an arrogant expression. Chapter 119 Encirclement and Suppression of the Alien Beasts, Part 2. Then Wang Wu, a member of the group, used his sharp blade to cut the 2 strange beasts into 8 pieces. Li Si then called over a group of farmers from behind, and they carried the chunks of meat from the strange beast's back. Is this to take the corpse of the strange beast back to claim the reward? Zhou Yibai asked curiously. It can be used for rewards, or as reserve food, Guo Daxiao said with a slight smile. This thing is edible, Zhou Yibai asked in surprise. These brightly colored chunks of meat look like they're poisonous. Master Guo nodded and said, according to the records, the meat of these strange beasts is edible, but it doesn't taste good. Of course, we'll have to find a few dogs to test if it's poisonous when we get back. If it's confirmed that there's no poison, it would be a good option to use as a food reserve when the city is besieged by monsters. After all, if the siege lasts for several months, and there are so many people in the city, the food shortage will be severe. Zhou Yibai nodded, but he probably didn't have the courage to challenge for the meat of these strange beasts. Not long after entering the forest, they successfully hunted down 2 strange beasts. But the crowd was still not satisfied. The fact that strange beasts have appeared so close to the county seat indicates that the defenses of the Great Wall along the border are becoming increasingly weak, and the number of strange beasts outside will definitely increase. The group decided to continue their journey and search for more strange beasts. Shoo. With his keen senses, Master Guo vaguely sensed that something was amiss nearby. Celi's pointed ears twitched. She too had sensed something. With a swift movement, she flew to the treetop. Oh no, Brother Zhou. Several strange beasts are charging towards us. Xia surveyed the direction of the beasts and counted them. There are 4 in total, and they're even bigger than the 2 we just saw. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yibai exclaimed in shock, so many. Zhou Yibai quickly translated Xia's words to Guo Daxiao and the others. Guo Daxiao frowned. The appearance of 4 strange beasts at the same time posed a considerable threat to his team. This was the first time he had ever encountered so many strange beasts at once. Knock, knock, knock. As the strange beast approached, the ground trembled. Guo Daxiao shouted loudly. Pay attention to the defensive formation. These guys are coming. Everyone nervously took their positions. Soon, several enormous creatures came charging towards them. 2 mantis-like monsters and 2 minotaur-like monsters, all over 5 meters tall. Roar! These strange beasts roared loudly, moved their limbs, and charged towards the group. What should we do? There are so many strange beasts, they're not easy to deal with, Zhao Er said in a panic. Master Guo, please don't make a move yet. Xia and I will cripple them first, and then you can make your move when they get closer. Zhou Yibai picked up his rifle and said to Xia in the tree, Xia, my gun has a long range. Wait until I finish the first magazine before you fire your arrow. Xia nodded from the treetop. She knew the power of these weapons. Zhou Yibai raised his rifle and waited until the beasts were about 100 meters away before decisively firing at them. Da-da-da. It emptied a magazine in an instant. Even though Zhou Yibai's marksmanship wasn't very accurate, he could still hit quite a few bullets against these enormous beasts as long as he aimed correctly. Dozens of powerful bullets were fired in a matter of seconds, and the bull-headed monster running ahead was hit in the abdomen first. The bullet shattered the beast's muscles, spraying blood and flesh everywhere. It collapsed on the road, tripping up the two beasts following closely behind. This burst of bullets successfully slowed their movement. Everyone, including Master Gua, was stunned as they stared at the huge cloud of dust billowing up ahead. They never expected that Zhou Yibai, who looked the friendliest, would wield such a powerful weapon. However, this magazine only slowed down the beasts and did not cause them serious damage. The injured bull-headed beast that had fallen had slowly gotten up, shook its head, and then accelerated to continue its race. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xia and the tree fired several arrows in quick succession, accurately hitting the head of the beast that had run to the front. However, the beast's head was unusually hard, and the arrows could not bring it down. Instead, the pain enraged it. Roar! Several wounded beasts roared again and charged towards the group like madmen. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, ready to fight back. Everyone, hold your fire for now. Let me finish this magazine first. Zhou Yibai quickly changed to a new magazine, then raised his gun and fired at the approaching monsters. Da-da-da! The powerful rifle, combined with Xia's precise archery, once again sent the strange beasts howling and crashing to the ground. Now, with a loud shout, Guadashia seized the opportunity and launched the first charge. Everyone grabbed their weapons and rushed toward the wounded beast. Before even getting close to the strange beast, Master Gua brandished his sword. A flash of light and shadow, but the sword was nowhere to be seen. Just as it was about to stand up, the head of the foremost bull-headed beast shot into the sky, spewing out tons of red liquid. Following behind Guadashia, Zhao also picked up his indestructible blade and accurately pierced the ear of the second-ranking beast, sending the blade straight through its brainstem and out through its bone. Boom! The two strange beasts collapsed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. However, the two beasts behind them were not injured, and their fighting power remained formidable. The mantis-like beast simply swung its front paw and knocked away Deng Shi's weapon, which was running ahead of it. Then it raised its massive long limb and stabbed it hard into Deng Shi's thigh, piercing straight through. Upon seeing this, Master Gua quickly stood up and jumped, instantly severing the giant limb that was stuck in Deng Shi's thigh with a sword aura. The beast had 6 long limbs, and even after losing one, it remained very agile. It raised its giant claw and pounced on Master Gua. Despite facing the wounded beast, Guadashia showed no fear. He leaped backward, jumped to a high place, and with 2 swift sword strikes, the powerful sword energy instantly cleaved the beast in 2. The last beast was successfully killed by the others. Zhou Yibai had no close combat ability. By the time he reloaded his magazine and came to the group, all 4 alien beasts were already dead. "How are you? Is anyone hurt?" Zhou Yibai walked up and asked with concern. "Old 10 is injured." Master Gua bent down to check Deng Shi's injuries. "Don't pull it out." Zhou Yibai stopped Guadashia from trying to remove the giant limb that was stuck in Lao Shi's thigh. "What's wrong?" "If we don't pull it out, Lao Shi will die from the pain," Zhao said from the side. "That enormous limb stuck in the thigh looks incredibly uncomfortable. If we don't pull it out, the pain will probably kill him." Chapter 120 True Qi and Magic. "If you pull it out like that, he'll definitely die. He'll bleed uncontrollably." Zhou Yibai checked Deng Shi's injuries and then instructed, "Let's carry him back to the county town first and have the doctors there treat his wounds. A friend of mine will be back soon. He has a first aid kit and knows how to treat these kinds of injuries. We can have him perform the surgery." He remembered that there was a first aid kit in the lounge, which should contain hemostatic and anti-inflammatory medications. Moreover, as a special forces soldier, Hu Weijun should possess certain battlefield first aid capabilities, making him more professional and reliable than the doctors here. Master Gua didn't understand what surgery meant, and simply asked, "Is this really okay?" Master Gua also knew that such a severe injury would have been virtually incurable in the past. Of course, if you're lucky, losing your entire leg might save your life. "Don't worry, There shouldn't be any problems. Zhou Bai stood up and looked around. We made such a commotion just now. I'm afraid it will attract more monsters, which would be troublesome. Let's carry him back first. Master Gua nodded, and then had everyone carry Old Ten back. As for the meat of the remaining few beasts, we can just have others come and carry it back when we get back. After returning to the county town, Master Gua had someone carry Old Ten back to the clinic. After the doctor's initial treatment, he was carried back to the courtyard that Magistrate Zhao had arranged for Zhou Bai. Led by Hu Weijun, a long procession outside the city had brought back everything that Zhou Bai had traveled through time with. How was it, Brother Hu? Did you encounter any strange beasts on the way? Zhou Bai asked with concern. Hu Weijun smiled and said, No. Besides, with so many of us, even if we encounter a strange beast, it would probably be scared and run away. Just then, Shimin ran over. Brother Zhou, where's my sister? Zhou Bai touched the head of the little elf, who was half a head shorter than him. Your sister is resting inside the house. Go and find her. Like angels, these elves grow very slowly. Even though Shimin is 99 years old, her personality and size are similar to those of a 10-year-old child. Thanos of the Titans was different. At only 10 years old, he was already over 2 meters tall, making him stand out like a crane among chickens among the group of slender ancient Tang people. Move all the grain to the county government office. Just leave about 10 bags here. Magistrate Zhao has already cleared out a granary. Move all the grain there. Move the rest to our courtyard. Zhou Bai then said to Hu Weijun, By the way, Brother Hu, we just went out of the city with Master Gua to hunt down the strange beasts. Someone in the team was injured. It was a penetrating wound. It shouldn't be a problem for you, right? No problem. Basic medical care is a required course for us. Compared with doctors of this era, we are definitely no worse than them in terms of both theory and practical skills. We just happen to bring a first aid kit with us. I'll go get it. Hu Weijun turned around to find the first aid kit, and then followed Zhao Er to treat Dang Shi's injuries. It took quite a bit of time to organize the things I brought, and then it started to get dark. After arranging accommodations for Shimin and Thanos, Zhou Bai and Xia went together to attend the banquet invited by Master Gua. 2 armed soldiers accompanied the two. After all, in an unfamiliar place, necessary security measures are still necessary. Master Gua, how is it? Is Old Ten's injury any better? Upon seeing Master Gua, Zhou Bai asked with concern. The severed limb of the strange beast has been removed. Your friend's medical skills are indeed superb. In the past, such an injury would have at least resulted in the loss of a leg, even if it wasn't life-threatening. Now, not only is the person all right, but the leg has also been saved, said Master Gua happily. It's good that you're all right. Zhou Bai nodded with relief. By the way, are these 2 your guards? Gua Daxiao was very interested in the 2 special forces soldiers who were responsible for protecting Zhou Bai. The 2 soldiers, dressed in the same uniform as Hu Weijun and carrying the same rifles as Zhou Bai, stood ramrod straight with serious expressions, exuding a very imposing aura. It's obviously unusual. Yes, these are also our soldiers. How do you think they compare to the soldiers of the ancient Tang Empire? Zhou Bai asked with a smile. Master Gua shook his head. If our ancient Tang dynasty had more soldiers with your kind of spirit, we probably wouldn't be afraid of any strange beasts anymore. Our soldiers, except for the imperial guards in the capital who still have a shred of spirit, are no different from ordinary farmers. In recent years, the Tang dynasty has lacked external enemies and rarely fought wars. Furthermore, it implemented the phubbing system, where the soldiers were mostly farmers who usually stayed home to cultivate the land. They only occasionally gathered for training, and their military strength was no longer the formidable army that once dominated the world. Zhou Bai has just arrived in the ancient Tang Empire and doesn't know much about the situation here, so he can't comment on it. Master Gua led the group to a banquet, where most of the attendees were warriors who had participated in the siege of the strange beast that day. Since we're all familiar with each other, there's no need to be too polite. After finishing his wine, Gua Daxiao put down his cup and looked at the weapons carried by the 2 special forces soldiers, praising them. Your weapons are indeed very powerful. Although they couldn't kill the alien beasts directly, they were able to cause them a great deal of damage. This is far beyond the power of bows and arrows. It's truly terrifying that they can cause so much destruction. I'm very curious about how your weapons do it. Our weapon uses the potential energy of the explosion and combustion to push the warhead out and kill the target. Zhou Yibai simply explained the principle. They wouldn't understand if he explained it further. However, I find Master Guo's swordsmanship even more amazing. Your sword clearly did not come into contact with the beast, yet it was able to kill it with just its sword energy, and the power was astonishing. How did you manage to do that? Master Guo smiled and said, Actually, I just used the internal energy in my body to gather on the sword and then release it. Zhou Yibai thought it was some kind of magical factor, but it turned out to be the legendary true qi. Based on Zhou Yibai's previous understanding of magic, magic should utilize external magical factors to control them and form various desired elements. True qi must be formed by gathering some kind of power within the body. These two ways of using force are clearly different. However, Zhou Yibai still asked curiously, do the people here use magic? Guo Daxiao looked at Zhou Yibai with some confusion. What kind of magic are you talking about? Chapter 121 Lightness Skill. On Monday, Xia, who was standing next to him, performed a magical feat of creating fire out of thin air, which amazed everyone present. Looking at the raging flames in Xia's hand, Master Guo couldn't help but praise. This Miss Xia can actually utilize her true energy to such an extent. I truly admire her. Is this also true qi? Then how do you utilize qi? Zhou Yibai was very confused. Although he didn't quite understand, this was clearly different from the usual kind of thing. This wasn't generated from within the body. It was simply a matter of controlling the surrounding magical elements through some means. Master Guo nodded. Legend has it that true heroes who can control their qi will possess the skills to conjure fire from thin air, turn water into ice, and even summon wind and rain. It's a pity that, apart from the trick that Miss Xia just showed, I haven't seen anyone who can truly utilize qi to this extent. I'm naturally slow-witted and can't generate flames from my inner energy like Miss Seattle, but turning it into a sword of energy isn't difficult. After saying this, Master Guo raised his right hand, held up 2 fingers, and pointed forcefully outside. Boom! A flower pot outside the yard was smashed and sent flying. This power is even stronger than Duan Yu's one-finger divine skill. In comparison, Seeli's magical skill of starting a fire seemed much weaker. If the two were to actually fight, Xia would probably be down in less than a round. After all, throwing fire at someone is definitely not as powerful as Master Guo's machine gun-like sword technique. This is incredible. Is this the power of true qi? Zhou Yibai exclaimed in surprise. Master Guo nodded. Yes, but the cultivation of qi is related to a person's physique and opportunities. There aren't many people in the entire ancient Tang dynasty who can cultivate to my level. That makes sense. That's why he's called Master Guo. He wouldn't dare call himself a master if he didn't have some real skills. Do you know how to perform Qigong, lightweight martial arts? You mean the kind where you can fly over rooftops and walk 1,000 miles a day, and come back quickly with sandbags strapped to your back? It is said that magicians can fly when they reach a certain level of cultivation. Layla said that her master, the great magician Sicinius, could fly using magical factors. When hunting down the strange beasts, Master Guo did jump much more nimbly and higher than ordinary people, but he did not demonstrate the kind of agility and skill that could fly across grass as depicted in novels or TV series. Flying over walls and scaling rooftops is quite simple. Anyone who has practiced martial arts for a year or two and has a certain foundation in martial arts can do it. Traveling 1,000 miles a day is impossible, but traveling 100 miles a day is possible. We can indeed use external forces to achieve short-term flight. For example, trees, bushes, and even water surfaces are all things we can use for leverage, Master Guo explained. Oh, how far can you fly in one trip? Zhou Yibai was very interested in this. After all, Layla had once said that he did not have the potential to become a magician. However, if you could become a master of Lightfoot Kung Fu, it would be very cool to show off your skills when you return to Earth. Our 7th brother is the best in lightness skills among our 10 brothers. He is nicknamed Light as a swallow, and can walk on snow without leaving a trace. He can leap over 50 feet of water without any problem. Guo Daxiao pointed to Wu Qi and introduced him. Good heavens, 50 zhang is more than 160 meters. If you learn this trick, you won't have to worry about being late or getting fined for traffic jams when delivering food or going to work. And flying around on high-rise buildings. Isn't that way much cooler than Spider-Man swinging around on a rope? Zhou Bai asked with an envious look. Is lightness skill easy to learn? Master Gua smiled and said, it's best to start learning any martial art from a young age. Once your bones are formed, it becomes extremely difficult to learn martial arts. Zhou Bai had no choice but to give up his dream of becoming a great hero. But your weapons, it seems, don't require any training to use, right? Master Gua asked. Zhou Bai nodded. Yes, with a little training, they can be used. Theoretically, they are easier to train than archers. Unfortunately, we didn't bring many of these weapons, only a little over 100. Upon hearing this, Master Gua's eyes lit up. That's not bad either. The speed and power of your weapon are no less than my sword energy, and its range is much greater than that of a bow and arrow. With your ranged weapons and our melee warriors, our overall attack power will increase 100-fold, and defending the county town shouldn't be a problem. Zhou Bai nodded. I will try my best to arrange our soldiers in the next few days to train 100 riflemen in the shortest possible time. There are only 10 sniper rifles and 10 machine guns. These two types of guns are quite good for long-range sniping and close-range fire suppression when defending the city. If you're just going to hunt monsters in the wild, a rifle is more suitable. After all, frequent movement and agile movement are required, making rifles more convenient than other firearms. He accidentally snapped his fingers and was transported to a place where strange beasts were about to run rampant, and he happened to have brought an entire container of weapons and equipment with him. For the sake of their own lives, they couldn't be stingy with their weapons and ammunition. Information center of the base outside the time-space gate. A large group of staff members in military uniforms were busy at work. Zhou Bai's sudden disappearance made the leaders of the Otherworld office very nervous. Therefore, most of the long-endurance drones have recently been converted into communication drones and flown to areas without signal coverage in order to find and track the signal devices of the individuals. However, the two drones sent to the eastern continent lost signal just as they were about to enter the border of the ancient Tang Empire. This eastern continent is truly mysterious. Our satellites have captured images of what appears to be an unusual phenomenon outside the Great Wall. However, since we launched an optical satellite, the resolution is limited, and we don't yet know exactly what happened. I originally wanted to fly the drone over there to check what was going on, but before I even entered the ancient Tang Empire, I lost the drone's signal. It's very strange. According to satellite images, there is a thick fog that lingers on the border of the eastern continent. Our drones lost signal because they entered this fog. We have already lost 2 long-endurance drones and are still unable to enter the ancient Tang Empire of the eastern continent for reconnaissance. How far are we from the eastern continent? Approximately 5,600 kilometers. So far, it seems unrealistic to send manned aircraft there for reconnaissance. Our 007 airship is fully loaded with supplies and is expected to reach the border of the eastern continent in about 10 days. Our Navy is also assembling submarines, which should be launched in about a month. If we can't get in by air, we could ask the Navy to try. It is said that there are sea people in the sea. I wonder if our submarine will be hindered by these sea people after entering the sea. Didn't we put a locator on a mermaid? Do you have any news about her? No, the locator can only receive its signal within a certain range. That mermaid must be too far away from us. We lost its signal a long time ago. The hall was filled with the sounds of discussion. Chapter 122, Turtle-Shaped Beast. Whoosh. Boom. With just one sword strike, Master Gua severed half of the beast's head, swiftly and decisively, without any hesitation. After Guadaxiao landed lightly, Zhou Bai walked up and praised him like a little fanboy. Guadaxiao, you are really amazing. Sia followed and asked in a low voice, what does 6666 mean? Zhou Bai glanced at her and said, it means extremely impressive. Recently, she has been learning the language of the ancient Tang Empire from Zhou Bai, so she likes to ask him a couple of questions whenever she hears something she doesn't understand. After wiping the blood off the sword with the fur of a strange beast, Master Gua turned around and asked, How many strange beasts have we eliminated today? That's the 12th one. Zhou Bai gave a thumbs up. He has already killed 12 strange beasts, and Master Gua is still not out of breath or red in the face. He is really amazing. It must be said that Guadaxia's speed in eliminating the alien beasts was even faster than Zhou Bai and the others with rifles. Based on Zhou Bai and Hu Weiyuan's practical experience, if bullets cannot directly hit the vital parts of the alien beasts, they still have very strong combat power. Targeting other areas only temporarily slows them down. However, if you can hit vital points, a few shots can kill a monster. However, the vital parts of different mythical beasts vary. Some have the head, some have the abdomen, and some have the eyes. Therefore, unless you have a very good understanding of these beasts or are a very skilled marksman, it is very difficult to kill a beast with a single shot. Guadaxia wasn't happy at all. Instead, he said with some worry, "These days, the number of strange beasts in the wild is increasing, and I estimate that they will soon gather together to form a beast tide." That's true. 10 days ago, they had to go deep into the forest to hunt down the strange beasts, and it took them half a day to find even one. However, the frequency of discovering strange beasts is increasing, and sometimes they would gather in groups of 2 or 3, giving the impression that they could never be killed off. Yesterday, their team only managed to eliminate 10 strange beasts all day, but now, before 2 p.m., they've already eliminated 12. The 3 left the grove and came to the top of a small hill to observe where the strange beast could still be found below. As if sensing something, Master Gua cautiously observed his surroundings before asking, "Did you feel the ground suddenly shake just now?" Zhou Bai looked bewildered. "Really? I can't feel it." Sia also became alert. "I sensed it too. There must be a huge beast nearby, which is why the ground is shaking." As soon as she finished speaking, sure enough, the ground shook again. Even Zhou Bai sensed it this time. There really is a strange beast. Zhou Bai immediately picked up his rifle and looked towards the jungle below Yaoshan Mountain. After careful observation, Sia said, "There's one in the jungle on the left, but it's very small. It shouldn't be the one that caused the tremor." "You're here. Where are you?" Master Gua pointed to a small hill a few hundred meters away. Suddenly, a swathe of trees were knocked down, raising clouds of dust. Roar! With a deafening roar, an enormous beast appeared before them. This, Zhou Bai exclaimed in horror. "This isn't a turtle?" Before the 3 appeared a giant turtle-shaped beast, covered in a thick shell, crawling along. "But this is too big. It's like a 5-story house." This was the first time any of them had ever seen a beast so enormous. The strange beasts they usually see are only 3 to 5 meters long, but this turtle-shaped beast is at least 15 meters long. This can't be something that came out of the classic of mountains and seas, can it? Zhou Bai exclaimed, his mouth agape. Master Gua also recovered from his shock. "It's so big, it seems impossible to fight it." Roar! The strange beast shook off the mud from its shell, and amidst the earth-shaking tremors, it turned around and crashed into a large grove of trees. "This guy is coming this way. Run!" Despite its enormous size, this creature was incredibly fast, charging straight towards the 3 of them. Master Gua was the first to jump up. Swish, swish, swish. Several streaks of sword energy flew towards the giant beast. However, these sword energies, which could instantly kill other beasts, were like a gentle breeze blowing onto the beast's hard shell, having no effect whatsoever. Zhou Bai and Xia quickly picked up their weapons and aimed them at the turtle's head, unleashing their full power. But neither Zhou Bai's rifle bullets nor Xia's arrows had any effect on this guy. These tickling attacks only enraged it more. Knock, knock, knock. The strange beast, its feet firmly planted on the ground, opened its ferocious maw and swiftly charged towards the 3 of them. Its speed was so fast that it was impossible to tell that it was actually a turtle. They were too close, giving them no time to escape. "You all step back and get out of the way." With a shout, Guadaxia stomped his feet on the ground and quickly leaped into the air, charging towards the strange beast in an arc, and actually jumped directly onto the beast's tortoise shell. Gua, the great swordsman, gripped his long sword tightly, attempting to use the sword's energy to strike the turtle's exposed head. But the beast seemed to possess intelligence, quickly retracting its head back into its shell. Then, with a flip, he threw Master Gua to the ground. The shockwave from their fight spread out, snapping countless giant trees in the middle. Zhou Bai poked his head out from a ravine. That turtle is amazing. It can even flip over. This was the first time he had ever seen a turtle flip over like this, especially such a big one. The tortoise-shaped beast opened its blood-red maw, intending to swallow the fallen hero Gua whole. With a swift movement, Guadaxia gritted his teeth, exerted force with both legs, and flew straight towards the giant mouth. Zhou Bai. See ya? Roar. After the giant beast devoured Guadaxia, it did not calm down. Instead, it became extremely furious, circling wildly in place, looking as if it were in great pain. Is this Master Gua trying to imitate Sun Wukong and sneak into the belly of that strange beast to cause trouble? Zhou Bai watched the strange beast rampage wildly and made his own guesses. Sure enough, a short while later, the enormous beast suddenly collapsed like a mountain and stopped moving. Then a wound appeared on the beast's neck, and Guadaxia, covered in blood, struggled to peek out from it. Master Gua, Zhou Bai and Xiao rushed over and pulled Guadaxia out of the pile of the strange beast's flesh. Chapter 123 Ice and Snow Fog Zone. In the sky, a huge airship was slowly flying forward. Wow, there really is such a large foggy area. Lu Hua, the captain of the Flying Fox Special Forces Squad, raised his binoculars to observe the fog-covered area in the distance, which resembled a huge wall. Captain Zhou Yi also raised his binoculars. We've heard that 2 of our large drones have already gone in and lost signal, so the higher-ups suspect there might be a problem with this foggy area and have told us not to go in for the time being. Can we go around it? Lu Hua asked, putting down his binoculars. Go around? How do we go around? This fog is particularly strange. It was already there when we were observing the eastern continent, and it's like a scarf encircling the entire continent. Our drones fly at altitudes exceeding 7,000 meters, but they still can't get there, let alone our airships. A thick fog formed a wall ahead, like separating 2 continents, which was very impressive. Let's send a drone in to observe the situation first, Lu Hua commanded. The reason they were sent here is to investigate the situation in this foggy area. If possible, it would be best to fly directly to the eastern continent. They had always been very interested in the ancient Tang Empire on the eastern continent, and they also had the mission of searching for Zhou Bai and other signals, which is why they sent out this airship. A drone took off from the airship and flew straight toward the dense fog. However, the command center lost the drone's monitoring footage the instant it entered the fog. Finally, the signal disappeared as well. Captain Lu, what should we do? We can't get a signal from the drone at all. Should we arrange for the team to walk over from the ground? Asked an operator monitoring the drone. It seems we have no choice but to venture into the fog and see what's going on inside. Lu Hua nodded, looking at the screen. The drone losing signal was within their expectations, given that there had been precedents before. The 10-person special operations team then descended from the airship to the ground and began to advance towards the fog area. Below the airship was a vast expanse of snow. To prevent accidents, everyone was tied with ropes and connected to each other. In addition to carrying weapons, the team members also had to carry various testing equipment, so their gear was very heavy. Call. A shadow flew past the head of the squad, but no one noticed anything unusual in the face of the howling snow wind. There's an icy valley ahead. Everyone be careful. After walking for more than an hour, Sun Yu, the team leader at the front of the group, gave a reminder. The ice valley was reached quickly, with only about 7 or 8 meters between the 2 sides. But the valley floor is bottomless, displaying a deep blue color, and stretches endlessly to the left and right, its destination unknown. We can't jump over this distance either, said Vice Captain Lin Mai, his brows furrowed. It's true that they're up there, but they don't even come closer before letting us down. How are we supposed to get across such a long distance? One of the team members said. It's already difficult for an airship to hover in the air, and now the wind is so strong. If we get any closer, it will be troublesome if it accidentally drifts into the fog. Sun Yu tidied up the equipment. They had a contingency plan for this situation. Although they brought grappling hooks, these things are only useful on cliffs. This icy valley is completely bare, without trees or rocks, so using them directly on the iceberg is not very safe. However, there's no other way now, so we can only give it a try. Sun Yu found a spot where the two sides were relatively close, shook the grappling hook, and then threw it, which landed very accurately in a layer of ice. Captain is awesome. As expected of the captain. Other Special Forces members praised it. Sun Yu didn't expect to throw so accurately on his first try. I'll go first. After testing the sturdiness of the claws, Sun Yu took the lead and slowly climbed over the rope. The others held tightly to his safety rope from behind. 7 or 8 meters is not a long distance. For these professionally trained soldiers, it takes less than a minute to cross. Soon, with the team's combined efforts, the 10 team members safely reached the other side of the ice valley. Just as the group was preparing to pack up their equipment and continue on their way, a squeaking sound came from the icy valley, as if the ice was cracking. Lin Mai leaned over and looked into the ice valley. He immediately saw a huge block of ice on the edge of the cliff, slowly detaching from the main body of the cliff and falling rapidly into the valley. Just when Lin Mai thought it was just ordinary ice melting, he suddenly saw the falling ice block open its eyes. That's right, it's the eyes. 2 eyes suddenly appeared at the front of the huge rhomboid ice block, emitting a hazy yellow light. Then, during its descent, it suddenly spread its wings and took off. Lin Mai shouted, "Monster! Watch out!" The monster flew over the squad, and the huge, cold air currents made it impossible for them to lift their heads. Fortunately, the monster did not attack the team. After taking off, it soon merged into the white world. This flying ice beast is made entirely of ice, and it is impossible to tell it apart unless you look closely, as if it is invisible. The group quickly left the ice-cracked canyon and continued heading towards the foggy area. As we approached the foggy area, we discovered that the wind had stopped, and it had become extremely quiet. There wasn't a single snowflake in the entire area, but it had been snowing quite heavily on the way there. This place is really strange, as if the outside world has no connection with this place at all. Sun Yu surveyed his surroundings, then looked at the thick fog in front of him, which resembled a wall. There is no sunshine here, no cold, and you can't even feel the wind. After unloading their equipment, everyone felt a chill run down their spines as they looked at the thick white fog ahead. Let's leave one person here to hold the rope in case we get lost inside. You all need to be careful and keep up with the pace of the teammate in front of you. Make sure your ropes are tied tightly. It would be troublesome if we got lost inside, Sun Yu instructed. Yes. So, apart from Captain Sun Yu who stayed outside, the other 9 team members slowly entered the fog zone. The signal has disappeared. Once inside the thick fog, the team could no longer receive radio signals. Chapter 124: The Use of Gloves. After the 9 Special Forces members entered the fog, Sun Yu, who was responsible for the safety of the ropes outside, kept his eyes fixed on the fog wall. As the radio signal disappeared, he felt a growing sense of unease. This eerie, thick fog always gives people a great sense of oppression. Behind the fog wall, the Airship Combat Information Center was also constantly analyzing the composition and causes of this dense fog. Suddenly, a violent tremor swept over us. We've been attacked. After the airship shook violently, Captain Zhou immediately issued an alarm to the entire ship. Lu Hua staggered to his feet on the flight deck and walked into the command room, asking, "What happened?" "A large group of ice beasts is attacking our airship from above." A soldier in charge of surveillance pulled up the surveillance footage installed outside. These ice beasts were the flying ice beasts that Li Mai had previously discovered in the ice valley. They hadn't paid much attention before, assuming it was just a special species found here, so they didn't bother to track it down. However, there is now a large group of these flying ice beasts in the air. They are firing ice arrows from their mouths at the airships in the air, and some are directly pouncing on the airships with their sharp claws. These ice arrows were exceptionally sharp, and they actually pierced the outer membrane of the airship's gas bag. After the airship was attacked, sensor data showed that the airship was leaking air. Fortunately, this type of airship uses a compartmentalized design, so even if one compartment leaks air, the overall impact on the airship remains limited. Can we shoot these guys down? Lu Hua stared at the display screen that kept issuing alarms and asked. These ice beasts are 5 or 6 meters long and fly at an exceptionally fast speed. From the screen, it looks like a giant flying ice block, with no indication of being a living thing. No, they're attacking from above our airship, beyond our firing angle. Boom! With a loud bang, the airship began to sway violently, as if it were about to crash at any moment. Quickly, descend the altitude immediately. Captain Zhou immediately ordered the operators to lower the airship's altitude. The airship was being attacked in more and more places, and more of its cabins were leaking air. Even if the airship didn't sink for a while, it wouldn't last much longer. Falling from that height would be unimaginable. The operator quickly took control of the airship and slowly lowered its altitude. However, there were too many of these flying ice beasts, and the dense ice arrows combined with their biting caused the airship to deflate very quickly. In addition, the wind speed is very high at high altitudes, making it extremely difficult to control the airship. As the airship was about to fly into the thick fog, Captain Zhou hurriedly ordered all propulsion devices to be shut down, but it still inevitably plunged into the thick fog. Sun Yu, who was stationed at the foot of the snow-capped mountain, learned about the airship attack from the communications radio. Watching the airship drift into the fog, I broke out in a cold sweat. Just as he was about to pull the rope to notify the other team members, he suddenly noticed that the fog, which had been like a wall, was beginning to spread and was moving towards him. He instinctively stepped back, but the thick fog spread faster than he could, and soon he was swept into the fog zone. Yuanshan County Town. After receiving basic medical treatment, Master Gua has recovered to his previous condition. It must be said that his trick of imitating Sun Wukong was indeed ingenious and very daring. Why are you always wearing this glove? Hu Weijun watched as Zhou Yibai kept fiddling with his gloves and couldn't help but ask. I suspect that the reason we traveled here before was because of this glove. Zhou Yibai looked at the gem on the glove and noticed that it was much brighter than when he arrived. This means that these gems are like batteries. After their energy is depleted, they can be recharged after a period of time. Real. Hu Weijun took Zhou Yibai's gloves with some disbelief and examined them carefully, but he couldn't see anything unusual. Yes, when we traveled here, I happened to snap my fingers with this glove, so I suspected it was because of this glove. And when I first arrived, the gemstone suddenly dimmed, but it's starting to regain its luster now, though it's still not as bright as before. That's probably because the energy inside hasn't returned to its previous level yet, Zhou Yibai explained. So, if you snap your fingers again now, we might be able to travel back to where we started? Hu Weijun was a little confused. He recognized the gloves. They were DIY'd from a studio in China, and he was the one who picked them up in the package. I never knew there was a function to travel through time with a snap of the fingers. Of course, it's also possible to travel to another place. He has absolutely no idea what the logic is about snapping your fingers to travel through time, and who knows what kind of weird things might happen if he snaps his fingers again. Zhou Yibai took back the gloves and looked at the gems on them, saying, however, judging from the color of the gems, they haven't returned to their previous level yet. We don't know what the effects will be if we attack them now, so it's best to wait. With the monsters outside so rampant, if the high walls of the county town really can't hold, then we'll have no choice but to fight. I remember Thanos snapped his fingers too, so why didn't anything happen when he did? Compared to Zhou Yibai, Thanos is more like the owner of this glove, because he looks so much like that purple sweet potato spirit. Who knows? Maybe that's what makes me special, like being able to open a time portal, or instantly travel through time things that are just absurd. Zhou Yibai shook his head helplessly. If he really had these skills, it seemed pretty good. However, since he doesn't have the skills of a system or a cheat code like traditional powerhouses, it would be extremely dangerous for a weakling like him to randomly enter another world or place. For example, right now, he's trapped in the county town by these once-in-a-century strange beasts. Without any cheat codes, he's in danger of dying at any moment. By the way, there shouldn't be any problems with the 100-plus machine gunners you trained, right? Fortunately, they brought a lot of weapons and ammunition with them, so it was a stroke of luck. Hu Weijun nodded. We've basically mastered the operation. Yesterday, we even went out in the wild as a team to hunt down strange beasts, and we killed about 30 of them. That's not bad. After all, the trio of him, Xia Guadixia, only managed to hunt down a dozen or so strange beasts a day. But the number of these strange beasts is starting to increase. Today, they've begun to gather outside the city. Our weapons and ammunition may just be a drop in the ocean compared to these massive numbers of beasts, Hu Weijun said with some concern. Let's see if we can hold out until these gems regain their energy. There are too many monsters outside. We can't possibly kill them all. Faced with such a massive horde of beasts, they were utterly powerless to make any changes. Once the gemstone's energy was fully restored, they had no choice but to abandon their plan to defend the county town and relocate to another place. If only your glove could be like Thanos, snapping your fingers and wiping out half of the alien beasts. Hu Weijun smiled at Zhou Bai, who was wearing gloves. Chapter 125 The Beast Tide is Coming, Part 1. Beast Tide. It refers to a tidal wave formed by a large number of strange beasts. The numbers are usually in the hundreds of thousands. Since the beginning of recorded history in the Eastern continent, on average every 100 years, they would pour out wildly from a time portal that suddenly opened outside the Great Wall on the border. Each time a beast tide appears, it often results in the fall of the city and the death of its inhabitants. These strange beasts were enormous, with the smallest being around 2 or 3 meters long, and the largest having been 20 or 30 meters long. Their shapes and appearances vary greatly, and they are clearly different from the creatures native to the Eastern continent. They have no fear of death. For thousands of years, almost nothing has been able to stop their desire to devour human flesh. Why did they come here? Nobody knows. They appear to have no intelligence, yet they can distinguish humans from other things and are very interested in humans. It was as if their existence was solely for the destruction of humanity on the Eastern continent. To guard against these strange beasts, the rulers of the Eastern continent spent hundreds of years building a long and very tall city wall along the border of their country. The city walls of human-inhabited cities were also built to be very tall. In the various beast tide disasters, some ruling countries have successfully resisted the beast tide invasions on several occasions. Some countries were destroyed and their people perished, and then history was changed, with dynasties rising and falling. The ancient Tang Empire, under the rule of its great emperors, successfully resisted 3 calamities caused by strange beasts. But this time, it was different. Under the dark clouds, the boundless sea of beasts surged over the massive Great Wall like a tidal wave bursting its banks. The soldiers guarding the Great Wall were helpless against the horde of beasts pouring into the country through the breach, and could only watch as they rushed inland. The vast and mighty array of strange beasts stretched as far as the eye could see, and a vast city in the distance is their target. According to previous records, there has never been a beast tide of such a massive scale. I wonder how many people will perish at the hands of these beasts this time. On a mountaintop, 3 men dressed as martial artists in black robes spoke in hushed tones, their faces grave. Behind them were 10 guards, also dressed in black robes but completely covered with black headscarves, revealing only their eyes, and striking the same pose. Can the capital withstand it? It should be possible. After all, the capital has successfully withstood several attacks from alien beasts. It should be possible. The capital has already mobilized all the elite soldiers and warriors in the country to the city. I think we are very likely to fall. This beast tide is bigger than we imagined, and many colossal beasts that have never been recorded in history have also appeared. The 3 looked at each other and remained silent. The wind blew against their faces, but they felt no cold at all. Everyone knows what a disaster it would be if the imperial city were breached by strange beasts. The ancient Tang Empire may very well have perished, and there would never be another ancient Tang dynasty. Isn't there a remote mountain county separating the capital from the city? That should be able to hold off some of the strange beasts, right? Said a thin but very energetic young man. Yuanshan County is too small after all, and its role is very limited. A slightly older middle-aged man shook his head. Should we notify the palace to have the emperor and others evacuate the capital? The thin young man asked again. It's too late. There are strange beasts everywhere in the wild now. I'm afraid there's no city in the entire ancient Tang Empire that's safer than the capital, which is heavily guarded. The oldest of the three men stared intently at the direction the strange beast had gone, a hint of unease in his eyes. How long until this beast tide reaches the capital? We will reach Yuanshan County in less than 3 days. After passing through Yuanshan County, we estimate that we will reach the capital in just 2 days. Let's go back to Yuanshan County first. With the abilities of the three of us, we should be able to delay the fall of Yuanshan County and buy more time for the capital, the old man finally decided. After they finished speaking, they disappeared from the mountaintop like a gust of wind. Yuanshan County Town. Large trenches and roadblocks have been built outside the city, and the city walls are piled with all kinds of war supplies for dealing with the alien beasts. Although Magistrate Zhao had never experienced a beast tide, he used almost all the methods and experiences he had learned from defending against strange beasts in the past. He could only hope that these high walls, along with the weapons and soldiers on them, could withstand this once-in-a-century beast tide disaster. There are practically no people left outside the city now, because the strange beasts have begun to gather and appear in large numbers outside the city. Now, everyone in Yuanshan County has gathered inside this high wall. On the high wall, Zhou Bai, Thanos, Xia, Guadashia, and others were watching Hu Weijun shoot down a distant alien beast with an M99 sniper rifle. Smack! A gunshot rang out, and a huge beast 500 meters away collapsed and did not get up. Brother Hu, your marksmanship is amazing. You can hit a target from 100 paces away. You can shoot so accurately even from this distance. Zhou Bai clapped and praised from the side. He originally wanted to fire a shot, but his small arms and legs couldn't withstand the powerful recoil of the sniper rifle. Such a big target, hitting it isn't a big deal. Hu Weijun made minor adjustments to the scope on the barrel and continued searching for the next target. This weapon seems to be more powerful than the one you're holding. Looking at the target who had already been killed in the distance, said Master Gua. Yes, this is called a sniper rifle, specifically designed to hunt high-value targets at a distance. It is powerful and highly accurate. But this weapon also has its drawbacks. It has a small magazine capacity, is too heavy, and requires a high level of marksmanship from the user. It's not as effective as a rifle at close range, Zhou Bai explained. If only we had more of your weapons. No matter how strong our forces are, we still suffer heavy casualties when facing these beasts. But your weapons can kill them from 100 meters away without even having to make contact with them, Guadashia remarked. Fortunately, these weapons are currently used to deal with alien beasts. If a war breaks out in the future, enemy generals can be killed directly with guns. How can the war be fought then? The number of strange beasts gathering outside the city is increasing, putting more and more pressure on people, making it no longer suitable to go out and exterminate them. You can only use ranged weapons to kill the monsters that approach the city walls. However, there were only 10 M99 sniper rifles, and apart from Hu Weijun and 2 other soldiers, no one else could match their marksmanship. Therefore, it is still very difficult to kill the beast from a distance. You must hit their vital points. However, there are many types of strange beasts, and their vital parts are different, so it is a great test of the marksman's marksmanship and understanding of the strange beasts. For example, the bear-like beast that Hu Weijun just killed had its vital part located between its eyebrows. If you don't hit that spot, sometimes even if you hit the head directly, it will only cause injury at most. Chapter 126 The Beast Tide is Coming, Part 2. My lord, someone requests an audience. A soldier spoke to Magistrate Zhao, who was standing on the city wall directing the troops. Who? Magistrate Zhao was a little curious. The city was already under lockdown, so why were people still looking for them? Just as he turned around, he saw 3 people dressed in black robes standing on the high wall behind him. Who are you? Magistrate Zhao sized up the 3 men, searching his mind for relevant information. When he noticed the identical small white flower patterns embroidered on the sleeves of the 3 people's clothes, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked in surprise, "Are you from the Flower and Tree Pavilion?" Huamu Pavilion is a very famous and mysterious sect in the martial arts world, and people from Huamu Pavilion are all highly skilled in martial arts. With their help in defending the city, plus the weapons brought by Zhou Bai and others, there would be a greater chance of holding the county town. I am Lu Munin, the head of the Flower and Tree Pavilion. The elderly man at the head of the group bowed to Magistrate Zhao and introduced them. This is my apprentice Hua Changchun and my grandson Lu Yan. They have come here specifically to pay their respects to Magistrate Zhao. My name is Hua Changchun, and I pay my respects to Your Excellency the Magistrate. My name is Lu Yan, and I pay my respects to Your Excellency the Magistrate. A middle-aged man named Hua Changchun and a young man named Lu Yan nodded slightly to Magistrate Zhao. Magistrate Zhao stepped forward with great pleasure. I have long heard of the reputation of Pavilion Master Lu and all the heroes. Your flower and tree pavilion is famous throughout the land, and every member is a highly skilled hero. Are you here to assist this magistrate in defending the city? Our ancestors from Huamu Pavilion assisted the capital in defending against alien beasts more than 100 years ago. We are simply carrying on their great work now. Lu Munin rested his hands behind his back, his eyes gazing into the distance outside the city. Besides, when the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. For the sake of the continuation of our descendants, we martial artists naturally cannot turn a blind eye. The pavilion master of Lu Munin told Magistrate Zhao when the beast tide would arrive. In less than 3 days, the first wave of beasts will arrive here. If Yuanshan County cannot defend against this wave of beasts, when the Great Wall on the border completely breaks and more strange beasts pour in, even the capital will be in danger. Magistrate Zhao frowned. This beast plague came far too quickly, much faster than expected. We weren't fully prepared, and the beasts have already begun to proliferate. Then he turned to look at Lu Munin. I wonder how many disciples Pavilion Master Lu has brought to help. I only brought 10 elite disciples with me, making a total of 13 including the 3 of us. Lu Munin pointed to 10 disciples dressed in uniform black robes not far away. With only 13 people, it's still far from enough to face the tidal wave of strange beasts. Seeing Magistrate Zhao's confusion, Pavilion Master Lu explained, Our flower and tree pavilion only has about 100 disciples. Half of them have been assigned to the front lines of the Great Wall to defend against the alien beasts, while the other half, led by my son, are currently helping with the defense in the capital, Anzhou City. Magistrate Zhao knew that Huamu Pavilion possessed such formidable martial prowess that the imperial court would not fail to give them important positions. It was already quite an achievement that they had come here to help. Moreover, it was the pavilion master himself who came, which is already extremely rare. Magistrate Zhao nodded in understanding. Then I'll have to trouble you all. With the assistance of your flower and tree pavilion, and with young friend Zhou Yibai's weapon, our hope of defending the county town has increased even more. Zhou Yibai. The pavilion master Lu Munin was somewhat puzzled, as he knew almost every famous figure in the martial arts world. The magistrate Zhao must be someone important, so why hadn't he heard of this Zhou Xiaobai? Seeing his doubt, Magistrate Zhao introduced. This young friend Zhou Bai is a person who has returned from overseas. The weapons he brought are also extraordinary. They happen to be on the high wall to the west. Come, let me go and introduce you to them. With the introduction of Magistrate Zhao, they soon met Zhou Yibai and his party. Young friend Zhou, come, let me introduce myself. Magistrate Zhao pointed to Zhou Yibai and the others and introduced them, saying, This is young friend Zhou Yibai. These are his guards. And this is Hero Gua, who is also here to help us defend against the alien beasts. This tall man with purple skin and these 2 beautiful ladies are friends of Zhou Yibai, who came from overseas. They are all from overseas, so they look slightly different from us. Then Magistrate Zhao pointed to Pavilion Master Lu and the others and introduced them. These are friends from Huamu Pavilion. This is Pavilion Master Lu Munin of Huamu Pavilion. This is Pavilion Master Lu's eldest disciple Hua Changchun, and this is Pavilion Master Lu's grandson Lu Yan. They are all famous heroes in the martial arts world, each with superb martial arts skills. They have come here specifically to help us defend against the alien beasts. Zhou Yibai could tell from their attire and the murderous aura on their faces that these 3 people were no ordinary martial artists. So he respectfully said, So you are the heroes of Huamu Pavilion. It's an honor to meet you. The 3 members of Pavilion Master Lu looked at Zhou Yibai and his companion's strange clothes and hairstyles, which were indeed significantly different from those of the local people of ancient Tang, and they were also curious. The 2 sides greeted each other warmly. After all, they were now comrades and shared the same goal, to resist the alien beasts. After exchanging greetings, Pavilion Master Lu walked straight up to Master Gua, cupped his hands, and said, "I have long admired Master Gua's superb swordsmanship. It is a great honor to meet you in person today. I have long heard of the unparalleled martial arts skills of Master Lu of Huamu Pavilion. It is a great honor for me to meet you this time," said Master Gua politely, bowing with his hands clasped. After a few cryptic remarks, Pavilion Master Lu pointed to the sniper rifles mounted on the city wall and asked, "What are you doing?" Master Gua explained, "These are the weapons that my friend Zhou Yibai brought over. They are not only incredibly powerful, but their range far exceeds that of bows and crossbows. We're currently sniping at some strange beasts in the distance." "You can kill a strange beast from such a distance?" Pavilion Master Lu was very surprised. These strange beasts have thick hides and tough flesh, and ordinary weapons are completely ineffective against them. Moreover, at such a great distance. You'll see when you see it. Master Gua smiled slightly. These sniper rifles were even more powerful than Zhou Bai's rifle from last week. Even without directly hitting the beast's vital points, it can instantly inflict serious injuries on these beasts. At this moment, Hu Weijun had already spotted a strange beast that was leisurely wandering around 300 or 400 meters away. At this time, it was unaware that it had been targeted by death. Once Hu Weijun found the right opportunity, he decisively opened fire. A gunshot rang out, hitting the beast squarely in a vital spot, instantly knocking it to the ground. "This is an absolutely divine skill," Lu Munin exclaimed. Hua Changchun and Lu Yan from Huamu Pavilion were also shocked by the power of the sniper rifle. They had no idea how the beast was killed. This strange beast has extremely strong defenses. Even ordinary martial artists would find it very difficult to deal with it. But all that was heard was a loud bang, and the beast in the distance was already killed. This attack power was completely beyond their imagination. Chapter 127 The Beast Tide is Coming, Part 3. Looking at the city wall, Master Lu saw that there were more than a dozen weapons like Hu Weijun's. There are many other weapons that look somewhat different, yet also somewhat similar. Pavilion Master Lu then pointed to the rifle Zhou Yibai was holding and asked, "Are these also weapons with the same power?" Zhou Yibai, holding up his Type 95 rifle, said, "Our rifles are slightly less powerful than his, but they are suitable for close to medium range. His sniper rifle is very powerful, but it is not as convenient to use at close range." Just as Pavilion Master Lu was about to learn more about these strange weapons, a soldier rushed over and knelt down before Magistrate Zhao, bowing respectfully. "Sir," he said, "a small group of strange beasts has appeared on the south wall and is rushing towards it. Should we activate the defense plan?" Magistrate Zhao waved his hand. "No need. The beast tide hasn't really arrived yet, and it's not time to activate the contingency plan. This small group of beasts can't pose a threat to the county town. Let the archers on the city wall handle it." When Zhou Yibai heard that another strange beast was approaching the high wall of the county town, he picked up his rifle and said to the group, "Now that we've cleared out the strange beasts here, let's go check out the south wall. We can use these beasts to practice our marksmanship." So everyone went up to the south wall together again. A dozen or so strange beasts, each 4 or 5 meters long, had already arrived at the foot of the city wall. But faced with the city wall that was more than 20 meters high, they had no ability to jump over it. They could only roar incessantly at the foot of the wall and occasionally try to go around it to see where there was a gap to enter the city. At this moment, the archers on the high wall used these strange beasts as targets, constantly shooting at them below the city wall. However, these strange beasts had thick hides and tough flesh, and ordinary arrows could not penetrate their defenses at all. After shooting more than a dozen arrows, there was no damage at all. So the squad leader in charge of firing the arrows simply gave up shooting. Just as Zhou Yibai picked up his gun to fire at the beast below the wall, Lu Munin reached out to stop him, saying, "Young friend Zhou, let these kids from our flower and tree pavilion practice. The beast hasn't fully formed yet, so this is a good time for them to hone their skills." Zhou Yibai nodded and did not fire any more shots. He also wanted to know how these martial arts masters, who seemed to possess extraordinary skills, managed to kill the strange beasts. Pavilion Master Lu waved his hand and said to Lu Yin, "Grandson, lead the boys down there and deal with these strange beasts." Lu Yin nodded, waved her right hand, and 10 black-clad warriors neatly raised their long swords before fearlessly jumping off the city wall. "That's amazing." Zhou Bai couldn't help but give these people a thumbs up in his heart. Jumping off such a high city while putting everything else aside. If you learned this skill, you wouldn't need to take the elevator to go downstairs anymore. The number of these warriors and strange beasts was roughly equal. The strength of the mythical beasts lies in their great power and even stronger defense. However, these warriors were extremely agile, constantly using their swords and blades to kill the beasts as they moved about. In less than a minute, the team had wiped out more than a dozen strange beasts. The corpses of the strange beasts beneath the city walls had already been cut into pieces. Their overall strength was far superior to that of the 9 brothers, led by Guadashia. Last time, when they were only dealing with 4 slightly larger monsters, some people were injured. "Amazing," Zhou Bai exclaimed in admiration once again. "These people are far more efficient at killing alien beasts than their weapons." After Lu Yin led her 10-person elite team to complete the mission of hunting down the alien beast, they leaped back onto the wall. As expected of the people from Huamu Pavilion, their actions are so clean and efficient. "They are all truly extraordinary individuals," Magistrate Zhao praised, stroking his beard. The others present were also surprised that these people were so skilled in martial arts. "Not bad." Seeing this result, Lu Munin nodded. At least he hadn't lost face in front of everyone. With the strong support of Huamu Pavilion and everyone else, our chances of holding the county seat have increased even more. A rare hint of confidence appeared on Magistrate Zhao's face. Although everyone has heard of the monster disaster and imagined what it would be like when the monster tide came. But after all, no one has actually experienced it. Seeing that everyone has so many ways to kill the alien beasts, perhaps they really can withstand this beast tide attack. We are capable of fighting against a few strange beasts, but if we encounter a tidal wave of beasts, even we are powerless. Lu Munin gazed intently in the direction from which the strange beast was approaching. He had personally witnessed the overwhelming and awe-inspiring sight of the massive herds of beasts pouring in from across the Great Wall. Moreover, there are quite a few high-level alien beasts among them. Those under the city wall are just the most common alien beasts. If you were to face those high-level alien beasts, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with them. High-level alien beasts. Are they those tall alien beasts? Zhou Bai asked curiously. Could it be that the giant tortoise we encountered earlier, which was over 10 meters tall, was a high-level mythical beast? If there are a few more of those strange beasts in this beast tide, then the people on the city wall simply won't be able to deal with them. Their large size is only one factor. More importantly, these high-ranking beasts possess a certain level of intelligence, and some even have special skills, making them extremely cunning and difficult to deal with. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Pavilion Master Lu continued to explain. We learned from the battlefield ahead that many high-level alien beasts will cross the Great Wall this time. These high-level alien beasts can be more than 20 meters tall, almost as tall as our city wall. The breach of the Great Wall on the border was caused by these huge alien beasts. Besides the high-level alien beasts that are difficult to deal with, the flying alien beasts are also extremely dangerous. These flying beasts are extremely fast and pose a great threat to both the warriors on the city walls and the civilians inside the city. Fortunately, apart from a few traces of flying beasts found near the Great Wall on the border, no other sightings of these creatures have been discovered elsewhere, so there's no need to worry too much about threats from the sky. Everyone's faces turned pale with fear upon hearing this. After all, there were high city walls to block those crawling beasts on the ground. If it's a strange beast from the sky, then there are far fewer ways to deal with it. If these flying beasts were to enter the city and attack the people, they would not only cause heavy casualties, but also weaken the fighting power of the warriors on the high walls. Because at that time, we will have to spare some warriors to deal with these troublesome guys. Seeing that it was getting late, Magistrate Zhao told everyone to go back and get some rest in preparation for the beast tide that would arrive in 2 days. North. The overwhelming tide of beasts, treading on billowing dust, was getting closer and closer to the remote mountain county town. Chapter 128 War Beast Tide, Part 1. Time-Space Gate Base Launch Site. Is this a rocket or a missile? Did you bring all the rockets and missiles that are in service in China here? Looking at the rows of launch vehicles that had been erected, Zhao Xinwu counted more than 30 of these large machines. Aren't rockets and missiles the same thing? The only difference is what the warhead carries. Chen Tianlong also felt a strange sense of excitement about these big guys. After all, he rarely had the opportunity to get up close to so many strategic missiles before. The military has brought some of the older Dongfeng missiles that have been in service for a long time to us. Whether it's for launching satellites or for long-range strike firepower, we can use them directly after modifying the warheads. They're currently upgrading their weaponry domestically, and they're struggling to figure out what to do with these old things. If this were on Earth, those 30-odd long-range missiles would be enough to destroy a small to medium-sized country. Given that this place is still at the early stages of medieval civilization, there is absolutely no opportunity to use these massive machines. However, it would be good to modify it into a rocket to launch some satellites. Since losing contact with the 007 airship, the base has mobilized all its satellites to search the fogged area, but so far they have found nothing. In order to deploy more satellites as quickly as possible, all the rockets available in the country were brought here. However, rocket production is extremely complex and time-consuming, making it impossible to provide more new rockets in a short period of time. Fortunately, there was a batch of old Dongfeng aircraft that had been in service for a long time, so we simply transported them all here. In addition, 2 other airships carrying hundreds of Titan giants built several field airfields along the way to the eastern continent to facilitate rapid Air Force transfers. After a period of intensive launches, there are finally more radar, remote sensing, and optical satellites in the sky. Their ability to detect the entire alien planet has also improved rapidly. Is this a locust plague? Inside the information department, an investigator looked at the images displayed on the screen with great confusion. Because of the excessively high shooting angle, even the highest resolution satellite cannot clearly capture objects on Earth from hundreds of kilometers above space. Although the US once claimed that their satellites had a resolution of 0.2 meters, in reality, judging from the images they took, the resolution is far below 0.2 meters. In reality, even capturing the Great Wall in existing commercial satellite imagery, without special annotations, is extremely difficult. Of course, some dedicated military satellites are an exception. No, judging from the proportions, it looks more like the migration of some kind of animal. Another reconnaissance officer in military uniform analyzed the images after comparing them. My God! Look, the Great Wall on this continent seems to be built to block these animals from migrating, keeping most of them outside the Great Wall. Moreover, the number of these animals is constantly increasing, but they have not appeared in the north. It's as if they appeared out of thin air. This is definitely not an animal migration. What kind of animal migration covers a range of more than 100 kilometers? Even the migration of millions of wildebeest in Africa only stretches for a few kilometers. The direction these creatures are heading has been calculated. This is the nearest city, and it's also the only place these creatures will pass through. Can you take a clear picture of the situation inside the city? The data is being processed. It will take some time to calculate and download if we want high-resolution images. As more satellites were deployed to this area, footage of these strange creatures gathering began to be captured. As the number of strange beasts gathering outside the city increased, the guards on the high walls of Yuanshan County became solemn. Everyone standing on the city wall stared nervously in the direction from which the strange beasts were attacking. As time goes by little, the eastern horizon is gradually brightening. But no sign of the beast tide appeared on the distant horizon. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled thud came from the far distance. Along with the sound of trampling, there was also a thick cloud of dust. The beast tide is coming. Magistrate Zhao stood on a high platform and shouted to the assembled soldiers. The strange beasts are about to attack. We have no way to retreat, because your families and homes are all in the city. Take up your swords and shields. This is the last line of defense between your wives, children, and the monsters. Fight together. Anyone who retreats will be killed without mercy. Magistrate Zhao's simple words instilled a sense of power in everyone on the city wall. Woo woo woo, a horn sounded through the sky. Everyone began to prepare for battle in their designated positions. On the city wall, everyone tensed up and looked nervously to the west. Our high walls should be able to hold them off, right? Zhou Bai asked somewhat nervously. As the most useless protagonist, without any cheat codes or special abilities, no one would believe he wasn't nervous in such a dangerous situation. It's all right at first, but eventually these beasts will step over the corpses of their companions to cross the city wall. So we just need to keep these guys outside the city wall and prevent them from piling up at the foot of the wall. Guadaxia, who was standing to the side, looked at the strange beast that had not yet appeared in the distance and explained to Zhou Bai. At this moment, thousands of warriors and thousands of soldiers were already waiting on the city wall. The high walls of Yuanshan County are over 20 meters high and 5 or 6 meters wide, so there is still plenty of space for these thousands of people to spread out. All that could be seen was a vast expanse of black mist stretching to the horizon, covering everything. Then the ground began to shake gradually. The tremendous tremor, synchronized with the heartbeat, made it even more unsettling. Finally, between the horizon and the horizon, a seemingly endless black ocean, like a locust plague, swept in rapidly. Is this the beast tide? The people on the city wall swallowed hard. The people here had all heard of the monster disaster, but they were still deeply shocked when they saw this surging tide of beasts for the first time. Everyone tensely pressed themselves against the city wall, keeping a close eye on the approaching monster. When the herd of beasts reached 1,000 meters, countless traps began to activate, and the beasts running in front were instantly trapped. Then it was trampled underfoot by the beasts rushing from behind, causing countless stampedes. When the herd of strange beasts reached 500 meters, a kilometer-long black ditch suddenly burst into flames. This black ditch is filled with black oil. Once you get some of the black oil on your skin, you can't put it out. It will burn your skin directly. Many of the strange beasts covered in black oil rolled around in the herd like fireballs, igniting those with fur and instantly burning them to ashes. When the horde of monsters reached 300 meters, various roadblocks, spikes, and mud pits set up in their path once again slowed their advance. At this moment, the horde of monsters had also entered the firing range of the high wall. Slogans rang out from the city wall. The beast tide was rapidly approaching the high wall at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 129 Beast Tide, Part 2. Light it fire. At a command, hundreds of catapults launched huge earthenware jars filled with black liquid. These earthenware pots flew 300 or 400 meters, and upon hitting the ground, they immediately burst into flames, forming a huge wall of fire that illuminated the distant dawn sky. These burning earthenware pots, like shooting stars, crashed down on the surging tide of beasts, instantly causing great panic among them. But the overwhelming, boundless, and endless tide of beasts continued to surge forward, like a massive insect plague. When the strange beasts that had passed through the sea of fire arrived at the dense array of obstacles, the tidal wave-like impact immediately diminished considerably. Seeing that these attacks and designed obstacles could actually stop these strange beasts from advancing, Zhou Bai couldn't help but admire the wisdom of these ancient people. This is perhaps an experience gained during the long struggle against the alien beasts. This strange form of confrontation is ancient and traditional. Perhaps this was the most effective way to fight against alien beasts before the advent of firearms. However, the beast tide formed by the strange beasts was larger than imagined. Zhou Bai still had a big question mark about whether these ancient people who were still holding cold weapons could resist it in the end. Fortunately, the energy of the gem on the glove had been almost fully restored. If he really couldn't hold the city, he would have no choice but to give up defending it and snap his fingers ahead of time. I wonder what would happen if I snapped my fingers again. But even if I were to travel to another place, it would be safer than here. After passing through layers of obstacles, only a small number of strange beasts managed to get through. These few strange beasts also became easy targets for the 10 sniper rifles on the city wall. The first wave of attacks managed to stabilize the situation. But soon the traps set up ahead were filled with the corpses of the strange beasts, and a continuous stream of strange beasts stepped over these corpses, successfully breaking through the obstacles and getting infinitely close to the city wall. Dozens of ballistae fired their long bolts straight up, accurately piercing through the beasts running ahead. Apart from the sniper rifle, the weapons Zhou Bai brought are not yet ready for use. After all, the number of bullets he brought, whether it was a rifle, a heavy machine gun, or a grenade launcher, was very limited. It's not the peak of the beast tide yet. If we run out of bullets now, we'll really be barbecue by then. Therefore, the weapons currently used on the city walls are all locally made. After these earthenware jars filled with black liquid and ballistae were used up, a large pile of them was brought up from below the city. These supplies had been prepared in the ancient Tang dynasty for several years, just waiting to be used when these strange beasts arrived. Light it fire. The huge earthenware jar filled with black liquid was launched again, and the air around the city wall was filled with the nauseating smell of gasoline. This is even more exciting than a movie scene. Zhou Bai observed this shocking scene through the observation hole, never expecting that the ancient Tang dynasty possessed such terrifying long-range strike firepower. With this kind of striking power, I'm afraid no country on this alien planet can compare. The black oil on these earthenware pots looks like petroleum, but it's not petroleum because it has a very strong burning effect and destructive power. Any beast that gets stuck to this black oil will have its flesh burned through, leaving a large hole. Thanks to the close cooperation of the soldiers on the high wall, no alien beasts have been able to enter within 100 meters so far. Almost all of them have been killed outside the high wall. Seeing the monsters falling one after another, everyone's tense mood calmed down a lot. The entire ancient Tang Empire had been preparing for this monster disaster for several years. Although most of the weapons, personnel, and supplies were stockpiled at the Great Wall on the border and the ancient capital of Tang, the last line of defense outside the capital still had ample supplies. Won't these strange beasts just go around the walls and fly straight to the capital? Zhou Bai watched as the rampaging beasts were continuously slaughtered and asked with some doubt. Yuanshan County was originally built specifically to defend against alien beasts. It is located right between two mountain ranges, so if alien beasts want to enter the central plains from the border Great Wall, they must pass through here. Guodashia, who was standing to the side, explained to Zhou Bai. So that explains why the city walls of Yuanshan County are unusually tall. It seems that these strange beasts will not be able to break through our defenses for the time being. Seeing Magistrate Zhao so methodically directing the battle from the high wall, Zhou Bai felt relieved. That's natural. After all, our ancient Tang dynasty has been preparing for this monster disaster for a long time, and theoretically we can withstand it for a period of time. But these strange beasts are like a locust plague, endless and numerous. Many are flying or have exceptional jumping abilities. They might leap over the walls and harm the people inside before we even run out of weapons. Guodashia was not as optimistic as Zhou Bai. After all, the beast tide that had formed was not yet large. Once the breach in the Great Wall on the border widens, forming an overwhelming tide of strange beasts, that unstoppable force will truly be terrifying. Fortunately, our defenses are better than I thought, so at least these beasts won't be able to reach the city walls for a while. This is something that Master Gua can be proud of. At this moment, a high-resolution military reconnaissance satellite arrived over the ancient Tang Empire. As high-resolution images were loaded, more details about the ground were revealed. These creatures are about the size of a small car. Inside the base's information department, investigators continuously analyze the images transmitted back from the satellite. A car is considered small. Look at this, it's bigger than a house. Another investigator pointed to an image and said, "Did we stir up a hornet's nest?" They watched as countless strange beasts and creatures gathered together, like a locust swarm passing through. This high-resolution military satellite captured many clear images, showing many details of the beast tide. The battlefield in Yuanshan County, where the beast tide was being fought, was also captured by satellite. Are these people resisting these alien creatures? Satellite images show numerous traces of smoke and fire in the direction of the animal tide. I think so. Look, this is the city wall, and it's full of people. This side is full of strange beasts. They must be fighting against these strange beasts. We need to call in more satellites to scan the terrain there and create 3D images. Additionally, search through the ancient texts and materials we've collected in this other world to see if there's any information about the ancient Tang Empire or these strange beasts, and summarize and report back as soon as possible. This is what Chun Tianlong, who is in charge of command, ordered. The dense fog on the border of the ancient Tang Empire, along with the overwhelming array of strange beasts, clearly indicated that this continent was abnormal. Chapter 130 Beast Tide, Part 3. Several hours have passed since the beast tide formed by the alien beasts arrived. Under the tight defense, Yuanshan County managed to barely halt the momentum of the beast tide. The raging fire not far away and the pile of monster carcasses proved that humans still had some ability to fight back against the monster attacks. However, the beast tide continued to surge in from the north. The resistance on the city wall went relatively smoothly, and the few monsters that managed to reach the wall were all dealt with by archers or snipers on the wall. Roar! Suddenly, a beast resembling an elephant, similar in size to a gorilla, began to run wildly. Roar! The ape-like beast pounded its chest a few times, then suddenly leaped into the air, jumping dozens of meters over the mountain of beast corpses in front of it. The ape-like beast raced toward the city wall at incredible speed. That beast is clearly unusual, brother Hu. Aim at it. If it jumps onto the city wall, we'll be in trouble. Zhou Bai held binoculars and acted as an observer for Hu Weijun. Hu Weijun quickly set up his M99 sniper rifle and fired several shots at the attacking ape-like beast. But the ape-like beast managed to dodge the sniper's shot with its exceptional agility. Awesome! Zhou Bai couldn't help but exclaim in amazement after observing the gorilla's perfect movements through the binoculars. We can't let this gorilla get close to the city wall. If it jumps onto the wall, it will disrupt our attack rhythm, Zhou Bai quickly reminded. This guy should be a high-level alien beast. Don't waste your attack on it, or more alien beasts will rush in. I'll deal with it. Master Gua drew his sword and leaped directly towards the ape-like beast. The gorilla seemed to know the power of Guadaxia's sword, and it nimbly dodged the sword with a side slide tackle. As soon as Guadaxia landed, he immediately changed his attack, slashing his sword horizontally at the ape-like beast. The ape-like beast leaped back more than 10 meters, baring its teeth at Guadaxia, as if mocking him. This guy is tough to deal with. Zhou Bai never expected that this enormous ape-like beast could move so nimbly. This guy seems pretty smart. Hu Weijun pointed his gun at the ape-like beast, ready to support Guadaxia at any time. Roar! The ape-like beast pounded its chest a few times, roared at Master Gua, and suddenly leaped up, raising its thick, hairy fists in midair to smash into Master Gua's face. The speed was so fast that even the great hero Gua could only barely dodge it. The gorilla's powerful punch slammed into the ground, creating a terrifying crater. Boom! The flying rocks that hit Guadaxia made his chest hurt. Brother Hu, help out Master Gua. Shoot this guy when he's not paying attention. If there are too many of these things, they'll put a lot of pressure on our defenses. Okay. Hu Weijun had already adjusted the muzzle of his sniper rifle, ready to find an opportunity to fire a sniper shot. After regaining his footing, Master Gua quickly raised his sword and rushed forward to deliver a downward slash. The enormous gorilla moved with surprising agility, dodging the attack and then opening its massive jaws to bite Guadaxia. Just as the gorilla's sharp teeth were about to make contact with Guadaxia, Hu Weijun decisively fired his gun. Even high-ranking alien beasts still possess considerable lethality against powerful sniper rifles. Bang! The powerful sniper bullet accurately struck the chimpanzee's large head, and the immense pain instantly slowed the beast's movements. The domestically produced M99 sniper rifle can even penetrate thick steel plates. No matter how powerful the ape-like beast is, it is still just a physical body. The bullet blasted a fist-sized wound into the ape-like beast's head, but it didn't hit a vital spot. It merely slowed down its attack on Master Gua. Taking advantage of the moment when the chimpanzee slowed down, Guadaxia, who was right next to it, thrust his sword from bottom to top, piercing through its upper jaw. In the midst of the battle, between life and death, It often only lasts for a moment. From the moment Hu Weijun opened fire to the moment Guo Daxiao fought back, the entire process took less than 2 seconds. Guo the swordsman drew his sword again, aimed it at the ape-like beast's chest, and thrust it deep into the ape's chest. Uft! It straight down to the hilt. The ape-like beast's entire body and limbs went limp and began to stiffen. It then crashed backward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough! Master Guo forcefully pulled back his sword, his clothes already stained red with the blood of the ape-like beast. The crowd on the wall applauded Guo Daxiao's bravery. Master Guo, are you alright? After Guo Daxiao flew onto the city wall, Zhou Yibai asked with concern. Fine. After the battle just now, Master Guo was clearly exhausted. Zhou Yibai quickly handed him the water bottle next to him and told him to go back and rest for a while, and then change into clean clothes. Fortunately, the defensive rhythm on the city wall was not interrupted by this ape-like beast, and the beast tide was unable to break through the dense offensive on the city wall for the time being. Buzzing. A piercing sound came from the sky. Flying beast. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. The dozen or so flying beasts moved at an extremely high speed, like small airplanes. Everyone be careful. Magistrate Zhao quickly summoned archers to prepare to deal with these threats from the air. These aerial attacks have always been the most difficult to defend against. Xia, Simin, and all the riflemen, listen up. Aim at the guys in the sky and don't let them break through our defensive lines. On Monday, Bai brought over 100 Type 95 rifles, and these riflemen were all under his command. The archers on the city wall have limited range and power, and they may be unable to deal with these flying monsters. All the archers on the city wall began to draw their bows and shoot at the flying beasts. Sure enough, because the flying beasts were so fast, these slow-moving arrows had little effect on them. Apart from the 2 very skilled elven archers, Xia and Simin, no other human archer could hit these guys. Da-da-da. 100 rifles on the city wall simultaneously opened fire on the strange beasts flying in the sky. The dense barrage of bullets instantly brought down 5 or 6 flying monsters that were already very close to the city wall. It seems that while these flying beasts have gained speed, their defensive capabilities are significantly weaker than those of the ground-based beasts. But then, seeing that things were not going well, the dozen or so flying beasts suddenly increased their altitude and dispersed. Chapter 131 Beast Tide, Part 4. Buzzing. After these exceptionally swift flying beasts dispersed, they bypassed the heavily armed front wall and flew to other sections of the wall with relatively weaker firepower. Bang! A flying beast completely ignored the soldiers' defenses on the city wall, its claws piercing through a soldier's chest before it flew into the sky and was thrown down from above. Several flying beasts began harassing the soldiers on the city wall, but the soldiers reacted quickly, wielding spears and bows to retaliate against the beasts. Fortunately, the defensive pressure on these city walls was relatively low, and the overall defensive rhythm was not disrupted. Magistrate Zhao has already dispatched highly skilled martial artists to assist in defending against these flying beasts, but these martial artists do not have any good methods to deal with these flying and agile creatures. Numerous casualties began to appear on the city walls. On Monday, Bai immediately mobilized a group of soldiers equipped with rifles to defend other areas. The beasts on the front walls are not yet capable of breaking through the defenses. If these flying beasts cause even greater casualties, it will seriously disrupt the morale of the army. With the support of these soldiers armed with rifles and other brave warriors, most of the flying beasts were quickly driven away. Buzzing. A chilling sound came from afar once again. A dense swarm of flying beasts, like a dark cloud, rapidly approached from the northern sky. The density of these flying beasts is at least dozens of times higher than before. However, the riflemen and some warriors on the city wall had been transferred to other city walls, leaving the front of the city wall with the weakest firepower. Quickly, bring up our heavy machine guns. With so many flying beasts, the few dozen rifles on this city wall are far from enough. These 10W95 heavy machine guns were originally intended as a trump card to deal with the massive horde of beasts, but given the current emergency, they have no choice but to use them ahead of schedule. If these flying beasts were to break through the defenses on the high walls, the entire battle rhythm would be disrupted, and a massive horde of beasts would surge through the flames to the city walls, greatly increasing the defensive pressure. However, before the machine gunners could get ready, the flying beasts had already arrived above the city walls and were indiscriminately attacking the soldiers on the walls. The sudden attack by hundreds of flying beasts caused great chaos on the city walls, and many large wooden weapons mounted on the high walls were damaged in the fighting. The entire defensive rhythm was instantly disrupted. Rifles and machine guns on the city wall began firing at the strange beasts flying in the sky, while those that had already flown onto the city wall were dealt with by the skilled warriors. These flying beasts were not very defensive. After being hit by rifles and machine guns, they fell from the sky. Many of them crashed into the city walls, causing numerous casualties and damage to a large number of weapons. Quick, let's go into the castle for refuge. Hu Weijun quickly pulled Zhou Yibai into the fortress on the city wall. Because the battlefield is currently in complete chaos, the machine guns on the city walls are simply unable to suppress the overwhelming number of flying monsters. His task was to ensure Zhou Yibai's safety. Anyone can get into trouble here, but Zhou Yibai is the one who cannot. Although he usually follows Zhou Yibai's orders, in dangerous situations, his only goal is to ensure Zhou Yibai's personal safety. This is something he specifically emphasized when accepting the mission. Zhou Yibai is of extraordinary significance to the country, not to mention that he may be the only one who can return with a snap of his fingers, and everyone's lives are in his hands. Fortunately, there were still many martial arts masters on the city wall, and with the help of armed soldiers, there was no collapse for the time being. In particular, the dozen or so warriors brought by Huamu Pavilion quickly wiped out the dozens of strange beasts that had landed on the city wall, and the order on the city wall improved somewhat. However, they had no way to deal with the strange beasts flying in midair and could only use heavy machine guns and rifles to shoot them. After the firing rhythm on the city wall was disrupted, a large number of alien beasts broke through the traps and obstacles in front of them, crossed the vast expanse of alien beast corpses and seas of fire, and began to approach the city wall infinitely. The attackers on the high walls hastily organized another attack, but due to the chaotic rhythm, this sniping attempt was not very effective, and a tidal wave of strange beasts surged towards the city walls. Inside the castle, through the lookout, Zhou Yibai saw the beast tide getting closer and closer to the city walls. This is probably going to be troublesome. Zhou Yibai thought that with the countless weapons and equipment on the city wall, they could hold out for a while, but he didn't expect these guys to break through the defense line so quickly. It's alright. With the height of our city walls, ordinary beasts can't jump over them. Even if a beast breaks through the front line, there are still thousands of highly skilled warriors on the walls. We can still defend against it for the time being. Hu Weijun comforted him from the side. In addition to the 100 Type 95 rifles, 10 M99 sniper rifles, 10 W95 heavy machine guns, and the only heavy weapon 10 Type 11 grenade launchers brought by Monday, with so many weapons and thousands of martial arts masters, holding out for a period of time is not a problem at all. However, the beast tides continued to surge in from the north, and their weapons and ammunition were very limited. Historically, Yuanshan County had never successfully resisted the invasion of the beast tides. For them, it was a do-or-die situation. Just as the horde of beasts was about to reach the city wall, the moat beneath it was suddenly set ablaze, and the raging fire instantly turned the beasts that had fallen into the river into roasted meat. This moat, filled with black oil, once again became a lifeline to stop the beast tide. But at this moment, dozens of mantis-like monsters flew across the burning moat, jumped to the other side, and then climbed directly onto the high wall. Upon seeing this, the soldiers on the city wall quickly poured the prepared broth down. The scalding hot liquid instantly burned through more than a dozen strange beasts, sending them crashing off the city wall. The few strange beasts that had managed to climb the city wall were stabbed down by the soldiers who had been waiting for a long time. The soldiers on the city wall then quickly picked up jars filled with black oil, each the size of a head, lit them, and threw them at the strange beasts that had not yet climbed up. The beast that was hit instantly burst into flames, and the smell of burnt flesh filled the air. With the constant throwing of rolling stones and molten gold, Even the strange beasts that could get close to the city walls still failed to climb them. With the close cooperation of the heroes and soldiers, the defensive rhythm on the high wall was once again established. Several recently launched satellites sped through space. There are remote sensing, radar, optics, and a communications satellite, which are constantly filming the war between humans and alien beasts on the ground. Sizzle. A soldier who had followed Zhou Yibai through time suddenly heard a burst of noisy electronic signals coming from the communication radio on his shoulder. Chapter 132 Beast Tide, Part 5. This is Dongguai Dong 95, codename Guardian. Please respond. The soldier who had successfully connected to the signal immediately shouted into the communications radio. Since arriving here, he has been responsible for finding a signal connection. And this is the first time in so many days that he has been able to receive a signal. Captain, I've made contact with headquarters. A moment later, the soldier hurriedly brought the communications radio to Hu Weijun. Real. Hu Weijun quickly took the radio and reported the situation to the headquarters. How is it? Zhou Yibai asked with concern. If we can get in touch with headquarters, there might still be a way to help resolve the current monster disaster. If all else fails, we can send someone over to pick them up safely. However, this place is at least several thousand miles away from the headquarters of the Time Gate. So even if the headquarters could send a plane over, it would be very unrealistic. Even if their military aircraft could fly here, there's no airport here for them to land. Moreover, Hu Weijun also learned from the headquarters that there was a fog wall on the border of the ancient Tang Empire, and a squadron of airships had lost contact in the thick fog. Headquarters said they are discussing a rescue plan for us and asked us to hold on as long as possible, and they will tell us the solution at the next time. Hu Weijun explained to Zhou Yibai. Because the communication satellite overhead will soon fly away from this area, the radio station's communications signal has a limited duration. They could only communicate the important details and then wait for the next satellite to arrive. When the headquarters heard that Zhou Yibai could instantly travel through time by snapping his fingers, they found it all incredibly unbelievable. Opening a time portal was already outrageous enough, and we haven't even figured that out yet. And now they've come up with the idea of instantly traveling out of space. Our planes and airships can't get through. Neither the air nor the land can get past that fog wall. The routes to the ancient Tang Empire from these two directions are blocked. A researcher wearing glasses flipped through a thick report and said, "No wonder the humans here have had so little contact with the people of the Eastern continent. Apart from Marco, who went there more than 100 years ago, there are no other records of anyone else visiting this ancient Tang Empire. Aren't our Navy's submarines being assembled here? Why don't we arrange for our submarines to go over by sea?" It's said that Marco also went to the ancient Tang Empire by sea, another researcher said. By the time it gets there from the sea, it's thousands of kilometers away. Plus, it goes around in circles, so it's at least tens of thousands of kilometers. At the submarine speed, it would have to land on the eastern continent by then, and the beast tide would probably be over by then. How about we just have Zhou Yibai snap his fingers and bring them all back? The mechanism of this snap is still unclear. If they were to travel to the ocean, the desert, or even underground, it would be extremely dangerous for them. Do we have enough long-range ballistic missiles that we just brought over? We still have enough. We've only used it to launch a few satellites, and there are more than 20 more being modified. You want to use long-range ballistic missiles? Even if they only carry conventional warheads, the power of these things is enough to flatten the place where Zhou Yibai is. Moreover, if we can't control the space-time portal where the alien beasts appeared, using long-range strikes will only temporarily alleviate the invasion of the alien beasts. We have obtained 3D images of the entire area where the alien beasts appeared. As long as the strikes are accurate, we can help them eliminate the remaining alien beasts and give them more time to evacuate from this place. Then we will arrange for personnel to go and pick them up. You mean we can get through that fog wall? The commander nodded. 3 magicians from the capital are on their way back. It is said that the great magician Simone once went to ancient Tang and tried to use magic to close the space-time portal there, but he did not succeed. He should have a way to cross the mist, and 2 elven princesses also crossed over there. Once they return from the capital, the 3 elven mages will lead our soldiers through the mist. However, It takes at least several hours to get from here to the border. Satellite images show that the animal tide is getting bigger and bigger. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold out. By the way, we recently received a batch of special warheads from the Research Institute in Beijing. They are said to be enhanced with magical factors. We hope we can test them here. I think now is the perfect opportunity. Because testing these new weapons on Earth would be monitored by satellites of countries like the US, new weapons are usually tested here directly. Is this thing unstable? It should be fine. After all, we can't test these new weapons in China. This is a good opportunity to test their combat data. After the plan was finalized, the communications satellite happened to pass over the ancient Tang Empire once again. Taking advantage of this gap, the headquarters immediately informed Zhou Yibai and his group of the plan. We were told to get away from buildings, find an open space, dig a deep pit, and jump into it to avoid the attack, Hu Weijun told Zhou Yibai. The base wouldn't want to launch a nuclear strike on this place, would it? Zhou Yibai asked, somewhat surprised. Nuclear weapons are incredibly powerful, so eliminating these monsters shouldn't be a problem. But will this place still be habitable afterward? And if the shot misses even a little, and they don't have radiation protection equipment, they'll still get burned. No, it's said to be a new type of warhead developed using magical factors. It doesn't have nuclear radiation pollution, so I wanted to take this opportunity to test its combat power. Zhou Yibai hadn't expected that they had already incorporated magic into their weapons. That was fast enough. Do we have a few hours to prepare? Zhou Yibai asked. The base said the preparation time is about 6 hours, so we have another 6 hours. They will confirm the specific strike time with us again when the communication satellite passes over next time. After learning the specific details, Zhou Yibai immediately went to Magistrate Zhao to explain the situation. That means that in about 3 hours, our comrades in the distance will launch a weapon from a very far place. This weapon is thousands of times more powerful than all our current weapons, and it may even raise this place to the ground. Therefore, in order to avoid being affected by these weapons, we need to dig bunkers immediately and take cover when the weapons arrive to avoid unnecessary casualties. Zhou Yibai gestured to Magistrate Zhao to explain. Chapter 133 Beast Tide, End. Magistrate Zhao had no idea what Zhou Yibai meant by the long-range weapon, but he also knew that the weapons Zhou Yibai brought were already extraordinary, and with the beasts becoming increasingly ferocious, it was only a matter of time before Yuanshan County was breached by them, unless another miracle occurred. He could only hope that the long-range weapon Zhou Yibai had mentioned could resolve the current crisis. After a brief discussion, Magistrate Zhao immediately ordered the elderly, women, children in the city who were not on the battlefield to take their valuables and seek refuge in open spaces or near the city walls. Other civilians who did not go to the battlefield dug deep trenches in open areas or streets and demolished dilapidated houses around the streets to prevent them from collapsing and injuring people when the fighting started. The town of Yuanshan is densely populated with many low-rise houses, most of which are not sturdy. The only thing to do is to keep them away from these dangerous buildings. Although no one quite understood, we are in a state of war now, and everyone needs to follow orders. Are those weapons you're talking about really that big? Looking at the bustling activity in the city, Master Gua asked with some doubt. We have even more powerful weapons, but they can't be used because of concerns for our safety. It's said to be an improved version, but since this weapon hasn't been used in combat before, for our safety, we'd better find somewhere to hide later. Although it's not a nuclear weapon, the destructive power of such a massive object falling from the sky is still extremely terrifying. It will be at least 2 more hours before this weapon arrives, but we cannot relax our defenses. There are more and more strange beasts outside the city now. If they break through our defenses, the people inside the city will be lambs to the slaughter. As Zhou Yibai was speaking, a scorpion-like beast, 5 or 6 meters long, jumped onto the city wall. The scorpion-like beast had extremely tough skin, like armor, and the sharp spears of the soldiers on the city wall were completely useless against it. With a sweep of its tail, the scorpion-like beast sent dozens of soldiers who were attacking it flying, while its massive pincers severed one soldier's body in 2. This giant scorpion-like beast created a gap in the defenses, allowing more beasts to climb the city walls during this time. a fierce hand-to-hand combat broke out on the city wall. Blood of various colors covered the city walls, and severed limbs and remains were scattered all over the ground. Many of the warriors and soldiers who fought bravely suffered serious casualties. Master Gua and the experts from Huamu Pavilion rushed to the city wall that had been occupied by the strange beasts to provide assistance. Only with the addition of masters like Guijing could the situation on the high wall be barely maintained. Shoo! A rustling sound suddenly came from below the city wall. Zhou Yibai looked down and saw a giant snake-like beast, over 100 meters long, rapidly crawling towards the city wall in the distance. This thing is way too big. Could it be a sentient being? Zhou Yibai never imagined that there could be such an outrageously large creature in the world. Hu Weijun and the others quickly picked up their sniper rifles and fired at the giant snake-like beast. However, the powerful sniper rifle bullets were deflected by the scales on the giant serpent beast. A cunning glint flashed in the eyes of the giant serpent beast, a testament to its extreme greed for the entire city's worth of food. This guy's strength has far surpassed that of a high-level alien beast. Master Guo was well aware of the power of the sniper rifles in the hands of Hu Weijun and his men. Almost no beast would escape injury if hit by them. But this giant serpent beast in front of us can actually defend against bullets with incredible destructive power. This is enough to prove that even his precious sword could not break through the defenses of this giant serpent beast. Every high-level beast that appeared before, whether it was a giant tortoise or a gorilla, was extremely difficult to deal with, even for a martial arts master like Guadashia. However, upon seeing this giant snake, Master Gua dared not rashly challenge it. The giant snake, its tongue flicking and exuding an extremely primal, wild-killing intent, roared as it headed straight for the city gate. The sniper rifles, heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, and even the weak arrows on the city walls were all fired at the giant serpent beast. However, aside from stirring up a cloud of dust, it still couldn't stop the giant serpentine beast from continuing its advance. Let me handle this. You can deal with the other beasts. The pavilion master of Lu Munin soared into the air, his hair fluttering in the breeze, displaying his majestic and imposing presence. Is he the magician here? Looking at pavilion master Lu suspended in midair, Xia asked curiously. Although Master Gua had demonstrated his lightness skill before, he always needed to use leverage to stay in the air for a short time. This was the first time they had ever seen someone float directly in the air like him. Can your magicians fly like this too? Zhou Yibai asked in return. I've heard before that experienced magicians can fly using the magical elements around them, but I wonder if the way Pavilion Master Lu flies is based on the same principle. Xia nodded. Although their elven mages didn't fly very high, their flying style was somewhat similar to that of elven mages. After Lu Pavilion Master flew into the air, he waved his hand and produced a glittering bracelet-like object from his sleeve, which flew directly above the giant serpent beast. Then, by applying force to the bracelet, a huge bell surrounding the shimmering inscription was formed. Pavilion Master Lu can actually use qi to condense such power, truly worthy of being called the #1 pavilion in the ancient Tang dynasty. Hirogwa couldn't help but praise upon seeing this. Duong. The giant bell fell from the sky and pressed down hard on the giant serpent beast. The aftershocks even shattered many of the nearby beasts. The giant serpent beast, trapped inside, frantically rammed its body against the light screen in front of it, making a series of loud noises. I can only control this guy for a while. You all need to clear out the other beasts as soon as possible and prevent them from entering the city walls. While casting the spell, Pavilion Master Lu addressed the crowd. With the intervention of the powerful Pavilion Master Lu, the group on the city wall gained confidence. After clearing out the strange beasts on the city wall, they began to organize a new round of defense. The firearms that Zhou Yibai brought finally stopped being stingy with ammunition and began firing wildly at the beast horde. Wherever the bullets went, there were only pieces of flesh and limbs scattered on the ground. In particular, the 10W95 12.7mm heavy machine guns, their firepower like harvesters, swept away a large group of rampaging alien beasts. With the addition of 10 Type 11 grenade launchers with armor-piercing capabilities, They are also very effective against dense groups of alien beasts. With the help of these firearms, the defensive pressure on the city walls was instantly reduced. Chapter 134 Long-Range Strike. Time-Space Portal Base. More than 20 missile launchers are ready. 10 minutes to prepare. 5 minutes to prepare. 1 minute to prepare. Permission command input. Hole, bend, hook, 2. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Ignition. With a command given, the commander pressed the launch button. Boom. The enormous rocket rose from the ground and ascended slowly. Its tail spews out magnificent flames, soaring straight into the sky. The missile separated from its thrusters, entered space, changed direction, and hurtled off in the designated direction like a comet. Bang! 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 The conductors detached section by section, until finally, each missile was reduced to only the warhead and its base, emitting light and heat through intense friction with the atmosphere. In Yuanshan County, after receiving the signal from the base, Zhou Yibai and the others immediately found a deep pit to take cover. Everyone lie down immediately, cover your ears with your hands, close your eyes, and don't look around. At Zhou Yibai's prompting, Master Gui used his internal energy to shout loudly to the people in the city. The loud voice echoed throughout every corner of the county town. When Pavilion Master Lu, who was still using his power to shield the giant snake, saw a bright light in the distant sky that resembled the luster of a lost star, he was terrified. He immediately withdrew his power and quickly jumped back into the city. The next moment, 2 precisely calculated warheads exploded with a deafening roar 100 meters above the herd of beasts. Light. It lit up silently. The world changed because of it. Even the sun in the sky dimmed instantly. At the edge of the horizon, 2 enormous mushroom clouds rose. The white clouds first contracted, then quickly expanded. One layer inside another. One circle within another. Just as Pavilion Master Lu jumped off the city wall, he felt a gentle breeze blowing on his head. He tensed up. The unprecedented sense of pressure made him quickly lie down on the ground like everyone else. Boom! Boom! A deafening sound came from afar, and everyone felt an increasing tightness in their chests. Immediately afterwards, the ground shook violently. Countless rubble and dust fell from the rooftops, and many houses were even torn apart by the powerful shockwave, leaving only a trace. After a long time, the earth returned to calm. A dozen minutes later, seeing that there was no movement outside, Zhou Yibai and the others in the deep pit began to get up and shake off the layers of dust on their bodies. Are you sure this wasn't the use of nuclear weapons? Zhou Yibai was still shaken. He couldn't think of any weapon on Earth besides a nuclear strike that could have such terrifying power. Hu Weijun also dusted off his clothes and stood up, looking disheveled. It shouldn't be. It said that these are bullets enhanced with magical factors. We don't really know the specifics, but seeing that there's no movement outside the city, all the alien beasts outside should have been eliminated. Everyone quickly climbed up the high wall to check the situation outside. As far as the eye could see, the seemingly endless tide of beasts had all collapsed and lay dead. Many of the strange beasts even showed signs of carbonization, leaving only ashes in sight. Those alien beasts that got closer to the warhead's explosion were vaporized by the terrifying heat. The arrogant giant serpent beast had now turned into a spicy snack, with wisps of black smoke rising from its body. No language or writing can describe the scene before our eyes. On the high walls, the warriors, soldiers, and even the common people who were fortunate enough to witness this scene were all stunned by this hellish sight, standing there dumbfounded. Especially those masters and martial artists with special skills, such as those from the Flower and Tree Pavilion. Their once proud skills, the very skills they relied on for survival, now seemed weak and helpless in the face of such terrifying power. Is this the power of long-range weapons you've been talking about? Is there really anyone who can create such a world-destroying weapon? Even Master Gua couldn't believe the sight before him. Zhou Yibai nodded. He hadn't expected the attack to be so effective. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still deeply shocked by the scene before him. Human technology is indeed invincible. Faced with such a terrifying weapon, neither magic nor martial arts, nor even the strange beasts before them, are of any use. Did we defeat the alien beast? Magistrate Zhao recovered from his shock. As far as the eye could see, there were no more strange beasts that could stand up alive. According to historical records, the humans on this land have never successfully defeated the alien beasts in a direct confrontation. We don't know yet. We've only dealt with the immediate beast tide, but the monsters will continue to emerge from the time portal. If we can't solve the problem with the time portal, the monster crisis will persist, Zhou Bai explained to Magistrate Zhao. However, headquarters has already sent people over. They should have other solutions, right? I heard that 3 elven mages came with them as well, Hu Weijun said from the side. Didn't Sia say before that their great mage tried to close the portal more than 100 years ago, and that it couldn't be closed with magic? Could it be that they have already mastered the method to close this portal? Zhou Bai asked in confusion. I don't know about that, but with the assistance from the base, our current crisis can be resolved. Hu Weijun finally relaxed. With the base's long-range missiles, if the next wave of beasts comes, we can just fire 2 more. Is the great magician Simone coming? Sia asked with delight after recovering from her shock. During this time, she has learned a lot of Chinese from Zhou Bai, and just now she overheard their conversation. Yes, they should be here soon. Zhou Bai smiled as he looked at Xia. How could they not be anxious after he had lured someone else's princess here? It's just unknown whether, during their time in the capital, they gained a deeper understanding of magic with the help of the scientific system. Perhaps these elven mages have already gained control of this portal. On the Great Wall at the border, numerous warriors and soldiers are desperately resisting the ever-flowing waves of strange beasts. The base's long-range strikes against the beast tide in Yuanshan County even reached this area. Seeing the strange occurrence behind them, a general asked in alarm, "What's going on? Has a meteorite fallen to that place?" Meanwhile, in Anzhou, the ancient capital of the Tang dynasty, the soldiers who were waiting for the arrival of the beast tide also saw the abnormal light from the distant mountain county town. Has Yuanshan County already fallen? Emperor Li Bai of the Tang dynasty frowned upon hearing the report. Chapter 135 Meeting. A Y-20 large transport aircraft carrying 3 elven mages and 100 special forces soldiers departed from the headquarters base and headed to the eastern continent. After arriving at the nearest field airfield to the border of the eastern continent, they transferred to 10 Z-20 transport helicopters and flew directly to the foggy border region of the ancient Tang Empire. This escort mission was undertaken by Qian Zhan's Special Operations Team. After helping Princess Anna resolve the crisis of royal power in the imperial capital, headquarters sent this most experienced Special Operations Team over. Great Mage, can our plane really pass directly through that fog wall? We've lost contact with quite a few of our teammates after entering the fog. On the helicopter, Qian Zhan, who was in charge of the safety of the 3 magicians, asked Simone, the elf magician, who was standing next to him. That's because your people went the wrong way. There is only one road into the eastern continent. If you go in from any other place, you will lose your way. The magician Simone looked out the window with an air of nonchalance. Will our teammates be able to get out of the fog? This mist has existed for thousands of years, and I have never heard of anyone who has entered it ever coming out again. The mage Simone shook his head. An hour later, the helicopter formation finally reached the fog area. Even Qian Zhan and the others, who were used to seeing other strange phenomena in other worlds, were shocked by the enormous, boundless wall of mist before them. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't have believed that such a long, unyielding wall of mist existed in this world. After the helicopter formation hovered beside the fog wall, the wizard Simone took the lead and flew directly towards the fog wall. Wow, that's awesome. If we could fly like that, we wouldn't need to take helicopters for missions anymore. We could sneak up behind enemy lines without anyone noticing. Qian Zhan looked at Simone the magician's flying skills with great envy and said. Once Simone entered the fog zone, he waved his magic wand. As the magic stone on the wand glowed slightly, it actually split the fog wall in 2, forming a fog path that seemed to have no end. The magician Simone flew back to the helicopter, pointed to the passage ahead, and said to Qian Zhan, "Just fly straight this way. Be careful not to deviate from the course. Once you enter the fog, you'll never be able to get out." The fog tunnel opened by the magician Simone was only about 10 meters wide, which was a real test of the pilot's flying skills for such a large helicopter. The fog tunnel was several kilometers long, and the helicopter formation finally passed through it without incident. After flying over this mist, we will be in the territory of the eastern continent, and then the border of the ancient Tang Empire will be ahead. How far are we from this time portal? It is about 100 kilometers away from the ancient Tang dynasty's border Great Wall, and the time portal is in this direction, about 300 kilometers away. Simone pointed in the direction ahead. So far, Qianzhan was somewhat surprised. They had already flown more than 100 kilometers to this foggy area. If they were to fly directly to the time portal, the round trip would be at least 800 kilometers. This is already the limit for helicopters that typically only perform short-range missions. The Z-20's combat radius is around 200 kilometers, and with a full tank of fuel, its maximum range can easily reach 1,000 kilometers. However, with their weapons and personnel at full capacity, the helicopters can generally not operate more than 300 to 400 kilometers. However, your kid who can open time portals is over there, about 200 kilometers away from here. The magician Simone pointed in another direction. You can sense that? Qianzhan asked, somewhat surprised. No, it's because our princess is over there too. I can sense the unique magical energy she carries, explained the mage Simone. The helicopter formation then flew directly towards where Zhou Bai was. After the beast tide crisis in Yuanshan County was temporarily resolved, Zhou Bai and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to rest. After all, it's uncertain when the next wave of beasts will arrive, and whether the base will be able to launch another few long-range attacks in time. On the city wall, Zhou Bai and others were enjoying a hearty meal of roasted snake meat. This giant snake-like beast, over 100 meters long, is enough to feed the entire county. This giant snake probably never imagined that it, which originally intended to prey on these two-legged creatures, would end up being prey itself. Do you think we'll ascend to immortality or experience a sudden surge in internal energy after eating this? Zhou Bai held a piece of roasted snake meat in his hand. After all, in many fantasy novels, the protagonists usually experience a significant increase in combat power after eating such snake demons, and then they begin to level up. Whether it will ascend to immortality is unknown, but this meat certainly smells delicious. After finishing speaking, Hu Weijun took a big bite of roasted snake meat, his mouth dripping with oil. Everyone here is a survivor, so they don't care if they get poisoned from eating too much. Anyway, now they think any kind of meat is edible. Just as everyone was enjoying their roasted snake meat, a huge engine roar suddenly came from the sky. Flying beast. One of the soldiers on duty shouted loudly. The crowd hurriedly ran out of the city tower and onto the high wall to prepare for battle. Zhou Bai, with a piece of snake meat still in his mouth, looked up and saw a formation of helicopters flying in from afar. Don't panic, everyone. Our partners are here. Zhou Bai shouted excitedly to everyone. I didn't expect the headquarters to send troops over so quickly. After hearing Zhou Bai's explanation, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, flying beasts are more troublesome than other beasts. Every time a flying beast appears, it causes significant casualties to the people in the city. Everyone looked at these strange flying boxes with curiosity. Hu Weijun hurriedly called to the two soldiers who had traveled through time with him and directed the helicopter to land. Old Qian, you've finally arrived. After the 10 Z-20 helicopters landed safely, Hu Weijun rushed forward and hugged Qianzhan, who had just come out of the cabin. How could we let you enjoy this spectacle all to yourself? How's it going? No one got hurt, right? Qianzhan patted his old comrade on the shoulder. No, everything is fine. Knowing that everyone was safe, Qianzhan then walked up to Zhou Bai and said, Well done, kid. Not only can you open a time portal, but you can also do something as absurd as instantly traveling through time. Basic operation, just basic operation. Zhou Bai smiled at Qianzhan. Do you have a way to solve the problem of the time portal here? Qianzhan pointed to the 3 elven mages who had just exited the capsule. We are only responsible for the safety of these mages. As for how to close the time portal, we'll have to ask them. Chapter 136, Heading to the Border Wall. After the 3 magicians and the 2 elf princesses, Xia and Ximin, finished catching up, Zhou Bai went over to greet them. "Little friend, we meet again," said Simone the magician, holding a magic wand, with a smile to Zhou Bai. "Yes, you went to our country's capital last time, right? What did you think of it? Did you gain anything special?" Zhou Bai walked up to the magician Simone, who was a full head taller than him, which was really infuriating. "It's amazing. I never imagined that a city could be built to be so prosperous. Of course, what impressed me most was the food there." After saying that, he turned to the sea and Simin's sisters and said, "Next time I go back, I'll take you two there. Putting aside everything else, there are countless delicious foods there. It might take a lifetime to taste them all." Of course, an elf's lifespan can be several hundred years. The two sisters swallowed hard and nodded unconsciously. "As for what I've gained, I used to think I had a deep understanding of magic, but during this time studying with your people, I realized that what I knew about magic was just a drop in the ocean. Although your people don't possess magic, they are able to use scientific methods to gain a deeper understanding of it, allowing us to understand things we previously took for granted." As he spoke, he picked up his magic wand and waved it, conjuring a ball of flame out of thin air. The flame rose higher and higher, growing larger and larger until it finally formed a giant fireball with a diameter of over 100 meters. "That's amazing. I've seen other people create fireballs with magic before, but they're only about the size of a watermelon." Zhou Bai looked up at the huge fireball in the sky. If every magician here had this ability, the price that the Rabbit Kingdom would have paid to conquer the world would have been extremely heavy. "The fireballs I used to condense were at most the size of a car. Now, the fireballs I can condense are at least 1,000 times larger than before. This is the result of my deeper understanding of magic. Master, when did you become so powerful?" She stared in disbelief at the huge fireball in the sky. Whether it was Master Gua or anyone else, they were all deeply shocked by this extremely oppressive fireball. If such a huge fireball were thrown into the city, wouldn't it cause a lot of deaths and injuries? Simone waved his magic wand again, and the huge fireball suddenly changed, turning from red to white, and finally exploded, forming snowflakes that fell from the sky. That was such a cool move. Zhou Bai looked at the falling snowflakes with envy and asked, "By the way, do you know much about this time portal? Is there any way to close it? Otherwise, those strange beasts will keep coming out." The magician Simone shook his head. "I cannot use magic to close this portal. I tried it 100 years ago. However, I can add a sturdy door to it. As far as I know, this portal will only be open for about 2 months. I just need to block it up, and it will close on its own after 2 months." "I see. Since it can't be closed, we can just add a door to it. That's a good idea. Let's go and resolve this matter as soon as possible." When the king learned that the two princesses had suddenly disappeared, he almost led the entire elven race to attack your headquarters. If I hadn't stopped him in time, our elven race would probably have been wiped out. "Should we go with them? Can't you handle it yourselves?" Zhou Bai glanced at the magician Simone beside him. "Don't you want to see what this time portal looks like?" The magician Simone glanced at him as well. "No." Zhou Bai shook his head and refused. "I've been on edge these past few days. I'd rather sleep in than waste this time. Let's go. I still want to know how you got here." Without waiting for a reply, she put Zhou Bai on the plane. After the 10 Z-20 helicopters shared fuel with each other, only 3 were fully fueled. The remaining personnel had to stay in the area to assist in defense and conduct friendly exchanges. Inside the cabin, the magician Simone examined Zhou Bai's gloves closely. These 6 gems do indeed have the function of magic stones. However, even if we consider this glove as a magical vehicle with the same function as a magic wand, I have never heard of a magic wand having the ability to travel through time. Things are just that outrageous. Zhou Bai took back the gloves and put them back on. He no longer dares to snap his fingers casually, lest he accidentally teleport to another place with the helicopter. After more than an hour of high-speed flight, scattered strange beasts could be seen underground. That's fast. This helicopter travels at least 300 or 400 miles per hour, and its 1-hour flight would take people in this era 1 or 2 days, even on horseback. It is indeed much faster than flying with magic, praised the mage Simone. Can our people also learn magic? Previously, the magician Layla said that she did not have the talent to learn magic, and did not know whether people on other planets could learn magic. There are not many people in the human race who can directly master magic. Although your people are very good at studying magic and can use other tools to master some magical factors and generate other energies, we have not yet found any of your people who can cast magic without the help of tools. However, your planet is lacking in magical elements. Our research will soon be moved to our base here, and we believe we will definitely make even greater discoveries in the future. Even if you cannot directly control magical elements, you can still use other tools to master them. Joey nodded. Those long-range warheads were said to be enhanced with magical factors, and their impact was no less than that of ordinary nuclear weapons. I wonder what kind of treatment the Rabbit Country gave these magicians that made them willingly study magic together here. As they spoke, the number of strange beasts underground grew increasingly dense. Is that the Great Wall on the border? Looking up through the glass from high above, Joey saw a city wall stretching endlessly before him. The people here are truly remarkable. They built such a tall wall in this place more than 1,000 years ago. You also have a Great Wall, right? They are just as worthy of respect as your ancestors. Simone's eyes showed a hint of admiration. Is that a flying beast? On the border wall, a sharp-eyed soldier looked at the helicopter flying in from behind and asked in surprise, "Why would a flying beast fly back?" Another soldier looked at the sky with curiosity. Chapter 137, Closing the Time-Space Gate. We can already see the border walls. According to intelligence, the beasts here can also fly, so we need to be vigilant from the air. Just as Qianzhan gave the order, dozens of flying beasts appeared in the distance. The helicopter's dense machine guns fired at the attacking alien beasts, quickly knocking them down. The soldiers on the city wall were stunned by the bizarre behavior of these three strange flying beasts that had shot down more than a dozen flying beasts from afar. What's going on? What happened? Can there be infighting among the beasts? A general guarding the city stared blankly at the sky. Because the helicopters were flying at a very high altitude, they could not tell the difference between these helicopters and other flying monsters. The helicopter flew directly over the Great Wall on the border, and from high above, one could see countless strange beasts attempting to cross it. Many strange beasts have successfully scaled the city walls, and a large number of soldiers and warriors on the walls are using various weapons and unique skills to fight against them. The two sides are locked in a fierce battle. If another long-range missile were to hit, it would be really cool. Zhou Yibai looked down at the overwhelming number of strange beasts and couldn't help but say something. Why not? Qianzhan smiled and said to another soldier, "Shaoli, take out the individual nuclear bombs now, individual magic bombs that the higher-ups want us to test. Let these alien beasts have a taste." Okay. Shaoli took out a bunch of things from a large box next to him and started assembling them. In no time, a launcher was ready. "Captain, the individual magic bullets are ready, requesting permission to fire." Shaoli reported to Qianzhan in a very professional manner. "Firing is permitted, but aim for a distance and don't let us get caught in the crossfire," Qianzhan warned. Whoosh! A silver cone-shaped object, trailing a thick plume of flame, spun and plunged into the horde of beasts. With such a dense herd of beasts, there was no need to aim. In an instant, a strange blue light suddenly burst forth from the beast's tide, and a small mushroom cloud slowly rose. Boom! A tremendous energy erupted from the horde of beasts, and within a 1-kilometer radius of the explosion's epicenter, almost no beast could survive. A loud bang echoed across the sky, stunning the soldiers fighting on the border walls. Countless alien beasts were torn to pieces by the powerful individual nuclear bomb snow, individual magic bombs leaving only severed limbs and remains. Cough cough. Inside the cabin, Zhou Yibai was choked by the lingering smoke and couldn't help but complain, "Why can't this thing be mounted on a launch pad?" Qianzhan replied apologetically, "This was temporarily allocated by headquarters. The airborne version probably isn't ready yet. However, this thing is quite effective, much more so than I expected." It seems the rabbit family has acquired quite a few new weapons recently. After flying for about half an hour in the direction from which the monsters were attacking, they saw the monsters pouring in continuously from a portal. This portal is enormous, capable of accommodating dozens of strange beasts at once. From high above, one can even see the scenery inside the portal. "This is the portal, Captain Qian," Take care of the monsters near the entrance. We need some time to block it, the mage Simone said to Qianzhan. Okay. Qianzhan then ordered the soldiers in the other helicopters to prepare to launch the improved man-portable nuclear missiles to strike the alien beasts inside and outside the time portal. With several loud noises, the strange beasts inside and outside the portal were instantly wiped out. After the helicopter came to a stop near the portal, Simone led the other two elven mages and slowly flew towards the portal. As the gem on the magic wand in his hand glowed faintly, a thin, membrane-like barrier began to slowly form. Before long, the barrier grew larger and larger. When the barrier was the same size as the space-time portal, the three elven mages waved their magic wands at the same time, and the barrier sealed the space-time portal perfectly. However, the three magicians did not stop what they were doing and continued to cast spells on the newly formed door. After a long while, the three mages, covered in sweat, put away their magic wands and returned to the group. The three magicians had just returned when they saw many strange beasts ramming against the magically formed portal inside. But the door was incredibly sturdy. It remained completely unmoved even when struck by a large and powerful beast. It's already done. From now on, we only need to maintain it every day and apply magic to this door. That should be enough to ensure that this space-time portal won't be breached by the alien beasts. I will arrange for the mage Saruru to stay behind and be responsible for maintaining this magic portal. Simone the magician pointed at Saruru the magician and addressed the crowd. Then I'll trouble you all, mages. I'll arrange for a small team to stay here and protect the safety of the Shiru mage. Qianzhan nodded his thanks. With the portal sealed, his mission was more than half complete. Is that all? Zhou Yibai looked at the block time portal with curiosity, finding it somewhat unbelievable. The monster plague that plagued the eastern continent for thousands of years was resolved so easily? Maintaining this door requires a lot of magic stones, but fortunately your people have found so many magic stones from somewhere. Furthermore, after learning from you, I gained a deeper understanding of magic, which enabled me to successfully create this gate to keep these strange beasts out. More than 100 years ago, he came here and tried to use magic to block this portal. However, his magical power was limited at that time, and he only maintained it for a few minutes before the gate he created was breached by the alien beast. Now I've finally accomplished what I couldn't do before, which has finally resolved a matter on my mind. On the border city wall, seeing that the number of surging beasts had decreased significantly, the soldiers on the city wall were still wondering what was going on when the three strange flying beasts reappeared in the sky above the area where the beast tide had come from. Those three strange beasts have flown back. One of the soldiers who spotted the target first shouted. 3 Z-20 helicopters roared through the horde of beasts, firing missiles and rockets at them as if they were free, reaping the lives of the alien creatures along the way. The soldiers on the Great Wall were once again stunned by this strange phenomenon. These three flying beasts are clearly abnormal. I've never seen this kind of attack before. Moreover, how come they don't even spare their own people? The Z-20 helicopter hovered above the border city wall, and its immense pressure made the soldiers and warriors on the wall extremely nervous. After all, the firepower displayed by those three helicopters was simply too astonishing. Chapter 138 Heading to the Capital. Zhou Yibai took out a megaphone and shouted loudly to the soldiers on the city wall. We are sent by Magistrate Zhao of Yuanshan County. Don't be nervous, everyone. We have taken control of the Gate of Beasts. You are responsible for clearing out the remaining beasts. Is this the ancient Tang language here? You know what? It does have a bit of an ancient sound. When Qianzhan heard Zhou Yibai speaking to the people below in the local language, he felt that the accent seemed somewhat familiar. I guess people in the ancient Tang dynasty spoke in this tone too, Zhou Yibai said, pulling his head back from the cabin window. What? The gate to the beasts has been controlled. How is that possible? On the city wall, everyone was stunned when they heard Zhou Yibai shout. Yuanshan County is like a fortress, an important defense against alien beasts. Could it be that some of them have already learned to ride flying alien beasts? That's not the point. The important thing is that you just said the Gate of Beasts has been brought under control. For thousands of years, no one has ever been known to be able to control the Gate of Beasts. However, The number of strange beasts surging from the front was indeed significantly less. In addition, the effect of Qian Zhan and his men's recent barrage of bombs was quite shocking, and they already believed a lot of it. Immediately, an exciting cheer erupted from the city wall. The monster disaster has been resolved, something that hasn't happened in thousands of years. After the broadcast, he handed the letter from Magistrate Zhao to a general in charge of the city wall defense and asked them to assist the mage Cirilu in defending the Gate of Beasts. The helicopter flew back to Yuanshan County. To celebrate the first time in over 1,000 years that the gate to the strange beasts had been brought under control, Magistrate Zhao held a grand banquet at his residence to entertain the rabbit faction and other meritorious individuals. Guadashia and his brothers, as well as Huamu Pavilion and others, were among the guests. The dining table was laden with meat from various exotic beasts, especially the meat of the large snake, which was considered the most delicious of all. Both sides enjoyed their meal in a friendly atmosphere. The magician Simone, using translation magic, also discussed the understanding and utilization of magic and qi with martial arts masters such as Master Gua and Master Lu, and they all felt like they had known each other for a long time. Captain Qian, how are we supposed to get back? The helicopter's probably out of fuel. Zhou Bai asked while munching on some grilled meat. We still have 2 mages, right? They can fly. Although they can't fly as fast as a helicopter, they can reach our nearest base in a day or 2. Then we can have them lead a few transport planes through the fog to refuel us. Qian Zhan, while munching on roasted snake meat, replied, You really can't find this kind of thing in most places. That means we'll have to wait here for at least a few more days before we can go back. This is a good opportunity to learn about the customs and culture of the ancient Tang Empire, such as meeting the emperor here. It is said that the emperor here is named Li Bai, who was also a ruler who was both a scholar and a warrior. Qian Zhan wasn't in a hurry to go back. After all, he was still very interested in this country. Meeting these important people is exhausting. I want to go back to Earth as soon as possible. I haven't seen my family in a long time. On Monday, Bai leaned back in his chair and rested for a while. He was feeling quite tired after eating so much barbecue. Just bear with it a little longer. After all, you're the only one here who knows ancient Tang language. Our diplomats are counting on you to be their translator. Doesn't the great magician also use translation magic? Why not just send him? Zhou Bai said, looking at the magician Simone who was chatting happily with Guadashia and the others. Qian Zhan leaned closer and whispered, After all, they're not exactly our own people. It's safer to use our own people for these kinds of diplomatic matters. Seeing Zhou Bai looking somewhat dejected, Magistrate Zhao, not understanding why, raised his wine cup and said, I am very grateful to young friend Zhou and everyone for your help in resolving this beast disaster. I have already sent the good news to the capital as quickly as possible, and I believe the emperor will soon send someone to receive you all. Thank you then. We'd also like to see the splendor of the ancient Tang capital and the emperor's heroic bearing. Zhou Bai raised his wine cup and took a sip. If the emperor here could grant me a fiefdom and marry the princess to me, that would seem pretty good. Zhou Bai chuckled as he thought about it, which made Princess Xia look at him with a puzzled expression. After resting for 2 days in the county town, the magician Simone arranged for the magician Theodore to fly back to the base first, preparing to bring several transport planes over to refuel the helicopters that had run out of fuel. On this day, a group of people came from the capital. After confirming that the beast tide had indeed been eliminated, they sent Zhou Bai and others to the capital to meet the emperor. Zhou Bai and his group officially embarked on their journey to the capital. However, the magician Simone, the 2 elf princesses, and Thanos and his companions did not accompany them. Yuanshan County is not far from the capital. It only took 2 days to get there by horse-drawn carriage. As expected of the largest city in ancient Tang dynasty, its scale is indeed beyond imagination. Compared to this, the city of Biku in the Western Empire was nothing more than a small town. The towering city walls built by Yuanshan County specifically to defend against the strange beasts were already outrageous enough, but it was unexpected that the city walls built by Anzhou City, the ancient capital of the Tang dynasty, were even taller and more magnificent than those of Yuanshan County. Lord Zhou, what do you think of our capital? A eunuch asked with a smile. He assumed that Zhou Yibai hadn't seen much of the world. So as soon as he entered the city, he started looking around curiously, observing everything in the city like a curious child. Zhou Yibai was just curious. Although the city streets were relatively clean, there wasn't a single building with more than 3 stories in the entire city. Most of them were low, dilapidated old houses. There are still many beggars on the streets, which is nowhere near comparable to a modern city. Not bad, not bad, Zhou Yibai said, forcing a smile. The city is indeed magnificent, but only in the eyes of the world. If Earth wants to film period dramas in the future, it can save a lot of money on set construction. Zhou Yibai's group consisted of more than 30 people, most of whom were fully armed Special Forces soldiers. To ensure their personal safety, after resting at a guest house arranged by an old man, the Special Operations team immediately deployed several drones to monitor their surroundings and collect information. Because ultimately, only a few people can enter the palace to meet the emperor. Upon arriving at his destination, Zhou Yibai received an imperial decree ordering him to go to the palace and meet with the emperor. However, this meeting was not considered a formal diplomatic meeting. It was just a private meeting with the emperor. According to one of the eunuchs who accompanied them, the formal diplomatic meeting would be held in 3 days, at which time they would be received in the main hall along with civil and military officials. Chapter 139 Meeting with the Emperor. Are you the ones controlling the Gate of Beasts? On the throne in the main hall, a thin but energetic young man looked at Zhou Yibai and the others below and asked a question. Is this the emperor of the ancient Tang dynasty? It seems to lack some of its domineering aura but has gained more of a chivalrous spirit. The one who controls the gate to the alien beasts is indeed one of ours. He is a magician from the western forest of the western continent, but he is currently resting in Yuanshan County and did not come with us. Zhou Yibai replied, looking at Emperor Li Bai sitting on the throne. Besides Zhou Yibai, those who came to meet the emperor included Captain Qian, who was in charge of security, and Special Envoy Li Mingcheng, who was in charge of diplomacy. A magician? Li Bai didn't know much about this profession, but he thought it might be a wizard or something similar who possessed some special skills. According to the magistrate of Yuanshan County, you possess a mysterious power that descended from the sky and wiped out the invading beast tide. Was the strange phenomenon that occurred a few days ago caused by your people? Emperor Li Bai asked in a calm voice. Long-range missiles? We can indeed destroy other places from a great distance. Zhou Yibai remained completely calm in the face of the domineering Emperor Li Bai. Including the imperial palace here? Li Bai looked sharply at Zhou Yibai. Those in power are most sensitive to power they cannot control. If the threat of the alien beasts is eliminated, these people are the biggest threat right now. Because of the existence of the Great Wall and the Misty Wall, the ancient Tang Empire rarely suffered from foreign invasions. Occasionally, Japanese pirates and other pirates would come from the sea, but they generally did not pose much of a threat. But these people could travel through the mist from a great distance and possessed a mysterious power to destroy strange beasts, which made Emperor Li Bai feel an inexplicable pressure. If your majesty requires it. Zhou Yibai was not afraid at all. Even if there were no drones on standby in the sky, he could snap his fingers and run away at any time, no matter what danger there was. Just as Zhou Yibai finished speaking, several eunuchs brought over 3 ornate chairs and placed them behind the 3 of them. Please sit down and let's talk, Li Bai said, gesturing for the 3 of them to sit down. Zhou Yibai and the other 2 didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly. It is said that the 3 ambassadors are descendants of the ancient Tang, people who migrated overseas from our ancient Tang dynasty in earlier years. Li Bai took another look at the 3 men. Apart from their short hair and fair complexions, they did indeed resemble ordinary people from the ancient Tang dynasty. Zhou Yibai smiled and said, I'm very sorry. I made up such a lie because of our identity. In reality, we are not from this planet. Not from this planet. What do you mean by that? Clearly, His Majesty Li Bai was unaware of the basic situation of this world. We, like those strange beasts, also come from another world, except that the strange beasts come from the gate of strange beasts, while we come from another gate of time and space, Zhou Yibai explained. Li Bai was clearly stunned by Zhou Yibai's words, and it took him a long time to come to his senses. Is that really so? It's a bit of a pity, though. Our time portal is on the other side of this world, very far from the ancient Tang Empire. Plus, with the presence of the mist, it's not easy for even us to get here. Zhou Bai did not deliberately hide his background. Everything he said was discussed in advance. In any case, if he were to communicate with this place in the future, these things would not be able to be kept secret. So, you're not actually people from the ancient Tang dynasty? No, but it's quite a coincidence that in our history there was also an empire called the Tang dynasty, which had some similarities with your ancient Tang dynasty in terms of culture and history. Moreover, the emperors of the Tang dynasty happened to share the surname Li. What's even more remarkable is that I saw in books in Yuanshan County that the script you use is basically the same as the Chinese characters we use. Furthermore, according to our language experts, your ancient Tang language shares similarities with our ancient Tang pronunciation, so we have always felt a sense of familiarity with your ancient Tang language. That's quite a coincidence. After pondering for a while, Li Bai asked again, "You said you are not from the ancient Tang dynasty, so how did you learn our ancient Tang language? I don't think these two can speak our language. Among the people here, I am indeed the only one who can speak the ancient Tang language." Zhou Bai shifted his position and continued, "It's a long story. I won't go into detail about how I came to speak the ancient Tang language here. By the way, the Tang dynasty you just mentioned is your historical country. So what country are you now?" Li Bai suddenly asked. "The Tang dynasty is over 1,000 years away from us, and it certainly holds an important place in our historical dynasties." Zhou Bai then told Emperor Li Bai about the basic situation of the Rabbit Kingdom. Li Bai was shocked and even suspected that Zhou Bai was making things up. "By the way, Your Majesty, our helicopter will arrive in a couple of days after it's been refueled. We'll bring you some gifts. We left in a hurry this time, so we didn't prepare anything. We hope you'll forgive us." Li Bai recovered from his shock and didn't pay much attention to the gift Zhou Bai mentioned. After all, the ancient Tang Empire was a great and powerful nation. Although the national treasury had run out of money in recent years, what good things hadn't he seen? However, he was quite curious about the helicopter that Zhou Bai mentioned. "I don't know what kind of helicopter you're talking about." Helicopters are a type of transportation, similar to horse-drawn carriages. They both carry people and cargo, but they can fly in the sky, Zhou Bai explained simply. A flying vehicle. Li Bai couldn't imagine what this helicopter looked like. After talking with Zhou Bai and the others for an hour, the first meeting between the two sides finally came to an end. "This emperor is really stingy. We've been chatting here for so long, and he hasn't even offered us a meal. I'd love to try the legendary imperial chef's cooking." Zhou Bai complained to Qian Zhan and Li Mingsheng as soon as he left the main hall. "According to the intelligence we've gathered, this Emperor Li Bai is indeed quite poor," Qian Zhan said with a smile. "Oh, according to Marco's book, the ancient Tang Empire was very wealthy." Zhou Bai looked at Qian Zhan with interest. After all, the Tang dynasty was extremely wealthy in the world at that time, so the ancient Tang Empire in this world should not be any less so. Emperor Li Bai has only been on the throne for 6 years. Relying on the legacy left by his father and the confiscation of the corrupt officials left by his father, the national finances were barely managing to get by. However, he happened to arrive during the window of opportunity presented by the alien beast disaster. Over the years, a large amount of resources had been used to repair the Great Wall on the border and to stockpile war materials, so the national treasury had been empty for the past 2 years. Qian Zhan explained. "You guys are really amazing. You found out the emperor's wealth so quickly." Zhou Bai couldn't help but give Qian Zhan and his team a thumbs up for their efficiency. "By the way, did you find out if Emperor Li Bai had any princesses or anything like that?" Zhou Bai grinned lewdly. "Yes, Emperor Li Bai has a prince who is 7 years old this year, and also a princess who is only 5 years old this year." Qian Zhan smiled at Zhou Bai and said, "Actually, I think Princess Anna of the Empire is quite suitable for you. Moreover, we also intend to support Princess Anna to become the successor of the empire. If you two marry, it will be very beneficial to both countries." Li Mingcheng, who was standing nearby, asked curiously, "Why not Princess Xia of the elf clan? I think Xia is much prettier than Princess Anna." Zhou Bai looked at Li Mingcheng strangely. "Don't you know that Princess Xia is over 150 years old?" Li Mingcheng spread his hands. "So what? For an elf, this is just coming of age, isn't it? Zhou Yibai shook his head. Can you imagine that I'm almost an old man, and the other person is a young and beautiful girl? That's the best thing in life. Qianzhan and Li Mingqing exchanged a smile. Chapter 140 Gift List. News of the Beast Gate being taken over quickly spread throughout the capital. The tense atmosphere in Anzhou City was finally released. The people flocked to the streets to celebrate, for this once-in-a-century catastrophe of strange beasts had been overcome so smoothly. The streets were filled with the sounds of gongs and drums, dragon and lion dances, and lanterns and decorations. Various celebrations were held, both official and unofficial. Taking advantage of the lively atmosphere, Zhou Yibai and Qianzhan's group also went to stroll around the city to experience the local customs and culture of the ancient Tang capital. You've been to the capital of the empire, haven't you? How does the capital of the ancient Tang dynasty compare? As Zhou Yibai strolled along the quaint streets, he felt as if he had traveled back to ancient times. The capital of the empire is much smaller than this. After all, the population of the two cities is more than 10 times different. However, the capital of the empire also has its unique exotic features. Qianzhan followed along, enjoying the bustling street scene. I heard that the imperial capital was controlled by the remnants of the Milran Empire. Were all those Milran soldiers wiped out in the end? Zhou Yibai asked curiously. Qianzhan shook his head. Commander Milland, who previously controlled the imperial king, was quite cunning. Before we even arrived in the imperial capital, he had already transported away most of the supplies from the palace. He even arranged for many soldiers to disguise themselves as beggars to launch surprise attacks, causing us some trouble. By the time we were cleaning up the entire capital, he had already disappeared without a trace. So the old king was eventually rescued? Qianzhan nodded. Yes, we also captured that puppet third prince. In the end, we handed over power to the old king and signed some mutually beneficial agreements with the empire. So how do you plan to handle your relationship with the ancient Tang Empire? Only mages can lead people into the mist, so it won't be easy for them to get here. I don't know about that, but the Navy's warships are about to be launched. They've leased a piece of land in a coastal city in the empire and plan to build a seaport. Satellite images show no fog along the coastline, so there shouldn't be any problem coming from the ocean. As they were talking, Zhou Yibai suddenly stopped under the sign of a restaurant. Smelling the aroma wafting from inside, Zhou Yibai said to Qianzhan, "By the way, I traded a glass bottle for some silver with a eunuch. How about we go upstairs for a meal and try some of the local cuisine?" Qianzhan shook his head. "Forget it. Your meals will be taken care of by someone now. It would be troublesome if you got sick from eating here." Zhou Yibai looked at him seriously. "We were fine eating the meat of strange beasts before, but we're having problems eating a little bit of the food here." Qianzhan explained helplessly. In Yuanshan County, it was an emergency evacuation. Now that we have the means, of course we can't just eat whatever we want. Zhou Yibai finally experienced what it felt like to be specially protected. Even what he ate was controlled by someone. Forget it then. Let's just buy some antiques instead. They should be worth a good amount of money. On Monday, Bai's eyes lit up as he looked for places to buy antiques and calligraphy. After returning from shopping in the street, I saw that the yard was filled with a large pile of things that had been transported from Yuanshan County. Are these gifts for Emperor Li Bai? Why didn't you just send them over by helicopter? Zhou Yibai asked, looking at the large pile of things in the yard. Diplomatic envoy Li Mingqing explained. Originally, we planned to transport them directly by helicopter, but considering that it might cause panic among the civil and military officials and the people in the city, we transported them directly by horse-drawn carriage. Then he took out a gift list and handed it to Zhou Yibai. By the way, this is a gift list specially prepared by the intelligence team to assist our diplomatic team based on the intelligence data they have collected. Take a look and see if there is anything that needs to be added. Zhou Yibai took the gift list, somewhat puzzled. Why do I have to be involved? Can't you just make the decision yourselves? Li Mingqing smiled and said, the higher-ups said that you are the boss here, and we will try our best to follow your orders. Besides, you are the only one here who speaks ancient Tang language. If the emperor asks, you will know what gifts were sent and what their purpose is, right? Zhou Yibai glanced at the gifts placed on the ground. These gifts were beautifully wrapped, of high quality, and very practical, but the quantity was strictly controlled. In the words of the diplomatic team, this was not merely a diplomatic courtesy of gift-giving, but also a demonstration of a product that served as an advertisement. Now is a very good time for these things to enter the core high-level circle of the ancient Tang Empire. Zhou Yibai glanced at the gift list and found that most of the items were everyday household goods. For example, a large number of mirrors, which are essential for time travelers, were prepared. Various models and specifications are available, from large full-length mirrors and half-length mirrors to small, foldable glass-framed makeup boxes. It fully considered the needs of the emperor's concubines or daughters in the harem. In addition to mirrors, we also prepared a lot of other glass products. For example, exquisite glass wine sets, tea sets, or other practical glass ornaments. Other items such as soaps, perfumes, cosmetics, wines, bags, and watches were also prepared. Knowing that the emperor had a son and a daughter, both of whom were quite young, they specially arranged for a batch of cloth dolls and kaleidoscopes to be brought in. So the gifts given to the emperor's family alone filled the entire courtyard. Oldly, I thought state gifts were usually precious antiques or other meaningful items. You guys just gave me these things as gifts. Zhou Yibai looked at the long list of gifts speechlessly. They look fancy, but they're actually just everyday items that aren't worth much. Do they lack antiques in their time? The things we've prepared might be the most precious to them, since they don't have anything like these in their era, Li Mingqing said from the side. Then at least send some high-tech electronic products or gold and silver jewelry, instead of just giving them cheap, everyday items. After reviewing the gift list, Zhou Yibai returned it to Li Mingqing. Electronic products are not very suitable for them at this stage. I estimate that even the emperor's family would not lack gold and silver jewelry. However, once they have a better understanding of us, I think more things will come here in the future. Li Mingqing opened a box. In addition to these daily necessities, we also brought them a lot of grain seeds. Inside were several large bags of improved high-yield rice, potato, sweet potato, corn, and other staple food seeds. These are all essential cheat codes for time travelers to change the fate of a nation. Chapter 141: A Gift for the Emperor of the Ancient Tang Dynasty. Inside the imperial study in the palace, Emperor Li Bai of the ancient Tang Dynasty was looking through a long list of gifts spread out on a large rosewood table. These guys are really rich, Li Bai remarked, looking at the long list of gifts. However, according to the etiquette of the ancient Tang Dynasty, the return gift should generally be 2 to 3 times the amount. Only in this way can the grandeur of the ancient Tang Dynasty be truly reflected. I just don't know if there's anything left in the national treasury that can be taken out. Receiving a gift is a moment of pleasure, but returning it brings tears for half a day. He was just curious. He recognized all the words on the gift list, but he couldn't understand what they meant when put together. So he asked Sun Shanqing, the vice minister of the court of state ceremonial, who was in charge of receiving foreign envoys, "Minister Sun, what is this thing called a watch?" Sun Shanqing cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, according to the messenger who delivered the gift, this is a small machine specially given to your Majesty to keep track of time. All the gifts on the gift list have been stored in the Ministry of Rites. Would you like to take a look at them in person?" Li Bai put down the gift list. Most of the items on the long list were things he had never heard of before, so he wanted to know what they were. "Then let's go take a look." Just as I stepped out of the imperial study, I saw a palace maid leading a cute little girl. "Father, where are you going?" The little girl immediately hugged Li Bai's leg. "Mor." Li Bai lovingly picked up his daughter and kissed her little cheek. "Why don't you go play with your mother?" "My mother won't play with me," the little girl said sweetly, hugging Emperor Li Bai's neck. "How about your father takes you out to play?" "Good." Li Bai put down his daughter and took her hand as they went to the Ministry of Rites. "Wow, I love this toy I wanted." As soon as Li Mor came in, she spotted a large panda plush toy and immediately went to hug it tightly. "Have all these things been checked?" Li Bai asked Sun Shanqing, who was standing to the side. "It has been checked, and no dangerous areas were found." Sun Shanqing took out a list from his sleeve. "Here is a list of these items, which explains the purpose of these gifts. For example, these dolls are specially given to Her Highness the Princess. These people are quite cunning. Looking at the iron-eating beast-shaped plush toy his daughter was holding, Li Bai had to admit that these toys were very exquisite and beautiful. He smiled and patted his daughter's head, asking, "Emoer, do you like this toy?" "Like." Li Emoer hugged the soft, plush panda, looking like she couldn't put it down. "Take it home and play with it if you like." He then gestured to the palace made behind him to take Li Emoer out. "There are so many things here. It wouldn't be good to bump into or damage them." Li Bai picked up another beautifully wrapped gift. He couldn't tell what it was, so he put it to his nose and smelled it. It had a faint, pleasant fragrance. "And what is this?" Li Bai raised the object in his hand and asked. Sun Shangqing picked up the list and checked it, then said, "Your Majesty, it says that this is a gift for the Empress and the ladies of the harem. It describes it as a perfume that can leave a natural fragrance on the body. I think it's similar to a sachet." Li Bai, as if to say, "I see," put the things down. He then examined the other gifts, most of which were things he had never seen before. However, he found these bottles and jars to be extremely luxurious and exquisite. In ancient Tang dynasty, this was something that money couldn't buy. "Where is that thing called a watch?" Li Bai asked after looking at it for a while. These gifts were all categorized, so they weren't hard to find. Sun Shangqing found them in a bag after searching for a while. "Your Majesty, this is the watch the envoys were talking about." Sun Shangqing took out an exquisite box and handed it to Li Bai. Li Bai took the box, carefully opened it, and sure enough, inside was a diamond-encrusted rabbit-shaped domestic mechanical watch. This small mechanical watch is almost entirely handmade, from polishing and engraving to jewel setting. It is considered a top-notch domestic watch in China. Looking at the dial on the watch, Li Bai couldn't help but exclaim, "This thing is truly exquisite." He then asked, "How do I use this?" Sun Shangqing pointed to the watch strap. "This can be detached and then worn on the wrist." He then helped put the watch on Li Bai's wrist and taught Li Bai how to read the time. According to scientists' research and observations, a day in this alien world is basically the same as on Earth. When Zhou Bai delivered the gifts, he also taught these people how to use the products. Li Bai glanced at the watch on his wrist, and indeed, it exuded a strange sense of coolness. "Minister Sun, what do you think?" Li Bai asked, twirling his wrist with a show of bravado. Sun Shangqing pretended to think for a moment, then nodded slightly and praised. "There is an indescribable harmonious beauty. It feels very compatible with your Majesty's hands, and it looks as if it was specially made for you." Li Bai was also very satisfied with the beautiful watch, so he simply put it on his wrist. "By the way, your Majesty." Sun Shangqing took out another gift list. "Here is a special gift list, said to be specially given to our ancient Tang dynasty, containing some grain seeds." "Oh, is there anything special about these seeds?" Li Bai took the gift list and looked at it. According to those envoys, the yield per mu of these seeds is much higher than that of our existing grains. "Look, the description says that this kind of potato yields more than 1,000 gene per mu, and this kind of corn and sweet potato are also high-yield grains with a yield of more than 1,000 gene per mu," Sun Shangqing said, pointing to the pictures on the list. "What? A yield of 1,000 caddies per mu?" Li Bai looked at the text description on the gift list in disbelief, and sure enough, he found that it not only had pictures, but also the estimated yield per acre and planting methods. Actually, this yield is based on the minimum expected yield, mainly taking into account the lack of chemical fertilizers and low planting techniques. If you were on Earth and said that the yield of sweet potatoes or potatoes was only 1,000 caddies per mu, then even the black men in Africa would probably laugh at you. "Where are these seeds?" Li Bai asked hurriedly. Sun Shangqing found a box, opened it, and said, "Your Majesty, it's here." Li Bai took out a bag of potato seeds from the box, just like the one in the picture, and asked excitedly, "Is this the kind of grain that yields over 1,000 caddies per mu?" According to those ambassadors, if the planting is done properly and scientific management is in place, the yield will far exceed this number. Li Bai found several more bags of corn seeds and was extremely excited. If these grains were truly produced in the quantities mentioned above, then so many people would not have starved to death after the Tang dynasty. The ancient Tang Empire is poised for a renewed prosperity and flourishing. What do these people want from us when they send these things over? Li Bai calmed himself down, looked at the things in the room, and asked in a deep voice. Chapter 142, Meeting the Emperor of Ancient Tang again. Captain Qian, look, we've given the gifts and met the Emperor. When can we go back? Zhou Yibai leaned on the railing on the second floor of the tavern, looking at the bustling pedestrians on the street, and asked idly. When I first arrived in the city, I felt a sense of novelty, but after a few days, I found it quite boring. The food and accommodation conditions are very poor, and even going to the toilet is inconvenient. It's more comfortable to stay in my hometown. Qian Zhan came over and patted him on the shoulder, comforting him. You can be arranged to return to the base in a few days. Our translation equipment has been delivered. You can stay here and assist the experts with translation and recording. Recording is actually quite simple. Just record some common phrases, and the AI will intelligently synthesize them and then match them. It only takes a day or two. Are Zaizanos and the others still in Yuanshan County? Yes, once you've finished your mission here, we'll escort them back to base together. Now I suddenly understand why you didn't let Sia and the elven mage come here back then. Zhou Yibai suddenly turned to Qian Zhan and said, This continent does not have any races that live as long as angels or elves. If the Emperor and other high-ranking people knew that these people could live for thousands of years, they would probably go to great lengths to find these races and capture them to refine pills. Because Zhou Yibai learned that the previous emperor had died from consuming too many elixirs in his pursuit of immortality. That's just one of the reasons. Qian Zhan smiled and said, We know very little about this continent. The elves are not the same race as humans. It is hard to predict what will happen when different races come into contact with each other. Zhou Yibai nodded and then asked, But it seems that there's nothing we particularly need here in Gutang. You don't plan to occupy this place, so why are you in such a hurry to deal with them? Qian Zhan thought for a moment and said, The ancient Tang dynasty is quite different from the ancient Tang dynasty we imagine. Putting aside everything else, their mysterious martial arts are like magic, which is very worthy of our study. Indeed, especially Lu Munin's skill in controlling the giant snake in Yuanshan County, which was conservatively estimated to be stronger than a car, could be very useful even on a modern battlefield if one could learn this technique. Not to mention that it can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of individual soldiers if it is later developed into a defensive barrier and used on aircraft or other vehicles. The effect will be remarkable. I see. If I could learn one or two of the unique skills here, with magic on the left and martial arts on the right, I would be able to take off on Earth. Zhou Yibai fantasized that if all future super soldiers were such experts, then they could truly be invincible. Unfortunately, I don't have the talent to learn magic and martial arts. But with such a large population on Earth, surely someone will eventually be able to master these people's unique skills. So we plan to send a group of people over to exchange ideas with the martial arts practitioners here, and see if we can learn anything from them. Oh, right. According to the schedule, you also have to go to the palace this afternoon to meet with Emperor Li Bai. Rest assured, all the agreements have already been discussed and finalized with the officials here. This meeting is simply to enhance mutual understanding and relations between the two sides. Zhou Yibai stretched and said, Okay, I'll go back and take a nap this afternoon. You can wake me up when it's time. In the afternoon, Zhou Yibai, still feeling sleepy, took a carriage and arrived at the palace again. Greetings, Your Majesty. Zhou Yibai spoke respectfully to Li Bai, who was sitting in the main hall. Although it felt a bit awkward, he was, after all, a dignified emperor of the ancient Tang dynasty, so showing some respect was acceptable. Ambassador Zhou, have you had a good rest these past few days? Have you visited my capital? Do you think my ancient Tang capital is worthy of your attention? Li Bai asked Zhou Bai with a smile in the main hall. The gifts that Zhou Yibai and his group sent caused a great stir in the palace. Although there seemed to be a lot of things, it was still not enough for all the concubines in the harem to share. Especially the perfumes, cosmetics, and bags because of the distribution issues. These concubines have been making a fuss in his ear all day long, wanting to get a bigger share, which has kept him from sleeping well for the past 2 days. Zhou Yibai smiled politely. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I have been resting well these past few days and have also visited many places in the city. Ancient Tang dynasty truly lived up to its reputation as a vast and resource-rich country. Its prosperity exceeded my expectations, especially the food in the cities, which was also excellent. Li Bai nodded, agreeing that what Zhou Bai said was true. Putting aside other things, the capital city has a lot of delicious food. I often travel incognito out of the palace to sample the local delicacies. Li Bai stood up, walked to Zhou Bai's side, and asked, "Are the grain seeds you sent really as high-yielding as the description says?" Zhou Bai looked at Emperor Li Bai, who was a head taller than him, and nodded. "Your Majesty, rest assured, this is the minimum yield we calculated, which is the yield if you plant it in the soil and don't take care of it much. If you add fertilizer, the yield of these grains can probably be increased 2 or 3 times." "What is fertilizer?" Li Bai asked curiously. "It's just a type of fertilizer, but this chemical fertilizer is more effective than ordinary farmyard manure. I wonder if the people of the ancient Tang dynasty used farmyard manure for farming." Li Bai did not delve into the issue of fertilizers, and continued, "Then I suppose there are no longer any hungry farmers in your country. As long as you're not lazy, no one in our area will starve to death." Indeed, news of people starving to death has become increasingly rare in recent years. "What is the population of your country?" "It's about 1.5 billion. Zhou Bai replied casually on the 10th. 1.5 billion? Li Bai clearly had no concept of this number. Anzhou City has a population of over 1 million, while our country's population is equivalent to 1,500 Anzhou cities. So much. Li Bai was quite surprised, considering that the total registered population of the entire Tang dynasty was less than 30 million. If a country can feed so many people, its grain production must be incredibly high. It's just that you sent too few seeds. If you want to promote this throughout the entire ancient Tang dynasty, I don't know when all the people of the ancient Tang dynasty will be able to eat this high-yield grain. So, can you provide me with more grain seeds?" "That's no problem at all. We're planning to find another route to the ancient Tang dynasty. Once that route is open, supplies will flow in continuously." Emperor Li Bai nodded. "Very well. We have studied your suggestion to establish an embassy in our capital. We agree to your establishment of an embassy here, and we also agree to strengthen cultural exchanges with you. To be honest, I'm quite curious about how people there manage a country with such a large population." Chapter 143, Treating the Princess. "We eagerly anticipate His Majesty's visit to our country. We hope to personally guide you through the magnificent landscapes of our nation. In fact, our country and the ancient Tang dynasty share many similarities in terms of geography and culture." Zhou Bai spoke eloquently to Emperor Li Bai. Both sides use Chinese characters and share many similar customs and habits. "Father," just as the two were chatting happily, a cute little girl with a bun hairstyle ran in from outside, holding a rag doll in her arms. "Moer, why did you come in?" "Father is talking to a guest." "I miss my father." The little girl took small steps toward Li Bai. Li Bai picked up Li Muer and introduced her to Zhou Bai, saying, "This is my daughter, the only princess of the ancient Tang dynasty. She has been frail and sickly since childhood, so we have spoiled her a bit. We apologize for disturbing the ambassador." Li Muer wrapped one arm around Li Bai's neck and held a small rag doll in the other. Looking at Zhou Bai with her big eyes, she said earnestly, "Are you the brother who gave me this gift?" "Thank you, I really like it." Faced with such an adorable little girl, Zhou Bai was completely powerless and said to her with a smile, "I'm glad you like it. How about I bring you more fun and beautiful toys next time?" "Good." The little girl smiled happily, revealing her willow leaf eyebrows. Seeing his daughter so happy, Li Bai was also very happy. However, seeing her daughter's pale face, she couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. "My daughter has been in poor health since she was a child, and despite seeking out renowned doctors all over the country, her illness could not be cured. The imperial physician had long predicted that Li Muer would not live past the age of 14. Looking at the exquisite toys in his daughter's hands, Li Bai suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, "My daughter has suffered from a strange illness since she was a child. We have searched for famous doctors all over the country, but they still cannot cure her. I wonder if there are any famous doctors in your country who can help my daughter?" Zhou Bai looked at the little girl's somewhat haggard face. She did indeed look unwell. However, since he didn't have any special abilities, he couldn't figure out what illness the little girl had. However, the medical technology on Earth is already very advanced, far surpassing the methods used by doctors here who still rely on observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Fortunately, Xianzhan's team had a medic on board, so a preliminary checkup of the little girl should be fine. Zhou Bai thought for a moment, then said to Li Bai, "Please wait a moment, I'll call and ask." After saying that, he took out a cell phone from his pocket and contacted Captain Xianzhan, who was on duty outside the main hall, explaining the situation to him. Xianzhan's communications troops had already set up communication antennas in the city, and the signal was sufficient to cover Anzhou City, so there was no problem making calls here. After finishing the call, Zhou Bai put away his phone and said to Emperor Li Bai, "Your Majesty, we happen to have a doctor among our entourage. I have already asked him to come here to treat the princess. Please wait a moment." Li Bai looked at the phone in Zhou Bai's hand and asked in confusion, "I only saw you use this small glowing panel to say something inside, and then the people outside could hear you?" Zhou Bai held up his phone and introduced, This is called a mobile phone. It's one of the greatest inventions in our area. It can transmit a person's voice to a very far place." Li Bai asked with some surprise, "Could I borrow it to take a look?" Zhou Bai nonchalantly handed the phone to Li Bai. Since even the Elf King can use mobile phones, it's only a matter of time before these electronic products become popular in the ancient Tang dynasty. Once mobile phones become popular in ancient Tang dynasty, China Mobile will be able to monopolize the communications market of another country. Zhou Bai explained to Li Bai how to use the phone. This tiny thing has such great function, which made Emperor Li Bai feel very amazed. The camera function, in particular, was something Li Bai found incredible. He simply couldn't imagine how it could do that. Li Bai returned the phone to Zhou Bai and asked again, "Is this really not magic?" Zhou Bai shook his head. "No, this is the crystallization of human wisdom. If the ancient Tang dynasty had developed to our current level, it could also create such a thing. We are the same as the ancient Tang dynasty. We don't have any immortals." He then held up his phone and asked, "May I take some photos of you and the princess?" These photos of ancient Tang emperors and princesses are unique first-hand materials and are quite meaningful. Li Bai already knew what taking photos meant, so he nodded in agreement. "That's no problem, but could you give me one of these things called a cell phone?" Zhou Bai nodded. "Of course, we can keep in touch more often when we use this stuff. Don't worry, when the supplies arrive here, we'll give you and your family some cell phones." Zhou Bai took a few photos of the two of them with his phone. When he showed the photos to the little princess, she clapped her hands happily when she saw herself in the photos. Soon, the military Dr. Xiao, who was accompanying the team, entered the main hall. "Your Majesty, this is Dr. Xiao, our military doctor. He is highly skilled and can examine the princess's condition," Zhou Bai introduced, pointing to Dr. Xiao. A glimmer of hope rekindled in Li Bai's heart. After all, his daughter's illness had always been a matter of great concern to him. Then, a palace maid was arranged to lead physician Xiao and the princess to the princess's palace to treat her illness. Emperor Li Bai and Zhou Bai followed closely behind, awaiting the situation. Half an hour later, Dr. Xiao came out of the princess's bedroom, and Emperor Li Bai stepped forward first and asked, "Dr. Xiao, how is Amor?" Zhou Bai translated Li Bai's words to Dr. Xiao. Dr. Xiao took the stethoscope off his ear and hung it around his neck before saying, "The princess is preliminarily diagnosed with acute myocarditis. In addition, the indiscriminate use of medication over the years has damaged her spleen and stomach function, affecting the child's normal nutrient absorption. Of course, it's best to take the child to a specialized hospital for a comprehensive examination to arrive at a final conclusion." "Is the child in danger?" Zhou Bai asked. Dr. Xiao nodded. "If she doesn't receive effective treatment and her condition worsens, it could be life-threatening. I suggest we take the princess back to our headquarters hospital for another comprehensive examination so we can have a better understanding of her condition." Because Dr. Zhao's words were quite technical, Li Bai couldn't understand many of them even after translation. Zhou Bai then said to Emperor Li Bai, "Our doctors say that the princess has a condition called acute myocarditis, but we need to use specialized equipment to examine her for a more specific diagnosis." Li Bai hurriedly asked, "Can it be cured?" Zhou Bai nodded. "If it is myocarditis, Our country has professional medical equipment and teams, and there should be no problem in curing the princess's illness. Can't we do the diagnosis for Emoer here? It is possible, but it will take a long time to transport the medical equipment here, and we also need to solve other problems such as electricity. It can't be done in a short time, and it may delay the princess's condition, Zhou Bai explained. Chapter 144 Return to Headquarters. Li Bai pondered for a moment, then said to Zhou Bai, I'll discuss it with her mother and give you an answer tomorrow. Zhou Bai nodded. Okay, I won't be back for a few days anyway. You can discuss it slowly. Zhou Bai and Dr. Xiao then bid farewell to Emperor Li Bai and returned to the embassy. The Rabbit Kingdom's embassy in the ancient Tang Dynasty city of Anzhou was originally the mansion of a high-ranking official. After the official was investigated and punished, it remained vacant. Emperor Li Bai then bestowed it upon Zhou Bai and others as temporary accommodation. Qianzhan then arranged for his soldiers to renovate the mansion, turning it into the first embassy and office of the Rabbit Kingdom in the area. Back at the embassy, Zhou Bai explained the situation to Qianzhan and asked, if we take this little princess back for medical treatment, won't that increase the burden on our country? After all, the emperor will definitely send a large number of servants to accompany the little princess, and the expenses for food, drink, and toileting will inevitably be a huge sum of money. Moreover, these were all decisions he made on the spot without going through any arrangements from above, so he was somewhat worried that he might be acting on his own initiative. Qianzhan smiled and said, it's just helping a princess with her medical treatment. It's a good opportunity to strengthen our relationship with the ancient Tang Empire. This small expense is nothing. The nation's investment in the development of other worlds is enormous and has no upper limit. Although the economic returns have not yet materialized, many studies have been discovered here that can improve the country's technological level. How to get along well with the people of the other world and jointly develop and utilize its resources has always been a matter of great importance to the Rabbit Kingdom. The next day, the emperor sent someone to say that he had agreed to let the princess go back to the country with them to help her get treatment. By the afternoon, several large suitcases of luggage for the little princess had already been brought in. During the 2 days he returned home, Zhou Bai also began to make a large-scale purchase of books, paintings, antiques, and other items. Although it's unclear whether these items qualify as antiques in China, they would certainly look beautiful and be a source of pride if displayed back home. Inside the palace. Father, I don't want to leave the palace. I don't want to leave you and mother. Li Emoer clung to Li Bai's leg, crying out. Emoer, be good. I'll have Sister Ruoqing go with you. There are lots of delicious and fun things there. Once you're better, we'll bring you back soon. Li Bai could only pat her back to comfort her. Li Ruoqing is a princess, only 15 years old this year. She often comes to the palace to play with Li Emoer, and the two sisters have a very good relationship. To prevent Li Emoer from feeling lonely and afraid, the princess was summoned to the palace to accompany her on her journey to the Rabbit Kingdom. But I don't want to leave my father and mother, Li Emoer cried, her eyes brimming with tears. At this moment, Li Ruoqing walked in, full of energy, carrying a bag of luggage on her back, and looking very happy. For a little girl her age, it's not easy to go on a long trip. This time I finally had the chance to travel abroad, and it was to a country I had never even heard of before. This is something she's really looking forward to. Little Momo, what's wrong? Don't worry, your older sister is here. I'll take care of you, Li Ruoqing said, squatting down and hugging Li Emoer to comfort her. After everyone comforted her, Li Emoer's mood improved somewhat. Qing'er, when you go to the Rabbit Kingdom this time, you should observe and learn more and speak less, understand? You also need to restrain your temper. No one there will treat you like a princess, and no one will listen to your orders. If you have any problems, you can find that ambassador named Zhou Bai. For my sake, he will help you solve the problem, understand? Li Bai instructed Li Ruoqing. Good. Li Ruoqing lowered her head, her face flushed, and replied in a low voice. After a simple farewell ceremony was held in the palace square, a large group of people headed to Yuanshan County. In addition to a princess who came to see the doctor and a county princess who accompanied her, Emperor Li Bai also specially arranged some attendants for this group. The delegation consisted of 5 civil officials and 5 military officials, including the accompanying servants. The team heading to the Rabbit Kingdom numbered nearly 20 people. Lee Ruoqing was very much looking forward to this trip, and she started chattering nonstop in the carriage. Leamoer quietly hugged her doll, sometimes gazing curiously at everything outside the window. 2 days later, the convoy arrived in Yuanshan County and then boarded a Z-20 helicopter to fly through the fog wall to the base closest to the eastern continent. Before boarding the plane, Zhou Bai also saw another helicopter loading a strange beast. "Why did you bring this thing back with you?" Zhou Bai asked curiously. Xianzhan smiled and said, "The meat of this thing is edible too. We can take it back and study it. Furthermore, we have already brought the gate of beasts under control." The magician Simone said that even if the gate closes automatically in the future, it may be possible to open it using other methods. Think about it. If the meat of these strange beasts really has no negative effects on humans and is actually quite nutritious, then this world of the Gate of Strange Beasts will become our natural breeding ground, providing us with a large amount of meat, which would perfectly solve our meat supply problem in this other world. Zhou Bai smiled speechlessly. "You guys are really thoughtful." Soon, the group boarded the plane. "Ambassador Zhou, can this big iron belly really fly?" As soon as Lee Ruoqing sat down in the helicopter seat, she curiously looked around the cabin, even touching this and that with her hands. "Don't move around too much, okay? If you bump into something, we might fall from the sky and smash to pieces," Zhou Bai threatened her. Thea and Thanos and the Titans had already taken a plane back earlier, so those returning this time were all people who had come from the capital together. "Oh." Lee Ruoqing quickly withdrew her hand and sat up straight. The helicopter took off shakily and sped across the sky. "Wow, sister, we're really flying in the sky." Leamoer looked excitedly at the scenery outside the window. Lee Ruoqing was also very nervous, gripping the armrest of her seat, completely losing her previous excitement. Several hours later, the helicopter, led by the magician Simone, safely passed through the fog and arrived at the nearest base. Then they transferred to a larger Y-20 transport aircraft and flew directly to the headquarters base. After a flight of 7 or 8 hours, the Y-20 finally came to a smooth stop at the airport at the headquarters base. "Have we arrived?" Lee Ruoqing was exhausted after flying for more than 10 hours straight. Leamoer had already fallen asleep in the chair. "We've arrived at our headquarters. Once we pass through the time portal, we'll be in our country." Zhou Bai unbuckled his safety harness, stretched, and prepared to disembark. After waking up Princess Leamoer, the group began to disembark from the plane. Looking at the bustling construction scene before him, Zhou Bai felt a strong sense of familiarity and a strange sense of belonging. Chapter 145: Returning to my hometown. At the airport, Li Qixing and others were already waiting to pick them up. "A warm welcome to all of you for traveling from afar for this friendly visit to our country." Li Qixing greeted the officials accompanying him from the ancient Tang Empire, and his entourage translated for him. Although the main purpose of this visit was to provide medical treatment for Princess Leamoer, it was still the first formal exchange between officials of the two countries, and the proper etiquette should be observed. After greeting the people from Gutang, Li Qixing walked over to Zhou Bai and immediately gave him a big hug. "Welcome back. Brotherly, it's been a long time." Zhou Bai also hugged Li Qixing back with excitement. This journey to the ancient Tang dynasty was fraught with danger. The fact that I survived the monster calamity was thanks to the unwavering support of a powerful nation. Zhou Bai was well aware of the immense resources they had invested in the long-distance rescue operation for their group. The country has brought forward almost all kinds of rockets and satellites that were originally scheduled to be launched on Earth to launch here. Several field airfields were also built along the way to the eastern continent to facilitate the transfer of aircraft. Most importantly, a special operations team that went to explore and search for them is trapped in the fog, and there has been no news of them yet. Although all of this wasn't for his own sake, the country wouldn't have done these things in advance if he hadn't gotten into this mess. "It's good that you're back." Li Qixing also doted on this child very much. Not to mention that he was the first person to open the portal between time and space, making a significant contribution to the country's conquest of another world. Even a young man without any special skills who survives several crises is worthy of his admiration. As soon as he stepped out of the airport, a bustling construction scene came into view. Zhou Bai couldn't help but exclaim, "Only our rabbit country could build this place into such a prosperous place in such a short time." Li Yuanxing nodded. "This is the power of our unity. I estimate that only we in the whole world have this kind of power." Li Ruoqing, Li Mo, and Gu Tang's group were already stunned by the scene before them. One after another, towering buildings rose from the ground, each taller than the largest building in Anzhou City. Meanwhile, more buildings are under construction, with a dense crowd of workers and a large number of machines operating non-stop. Those vehicles, which could move quickly without horses, carried heavy building materials and traveled on the smooth and wide roads. The overwhelming aura made Li Ruoqing feel that everything was filled with a mysterious power. Wow, so many beautiful houses and cars that can move. So many. I can't even count them all. Li Mo was still holding her rag doll, her eyes fixed on the cars on the road, trying to count how many there were. Horrible. One of the accompanying civil officials of the ancient Tang dynasty thought to himself, because he wasn't completely ignorant about the Rabbit Kingdom. Zhou Bai had once discussed the Rabbit Kingdom with Magistrate Zhao of Yuanshan County, and this civil official happened to have a good relationship with Magistrate Zhao. When the situation was being remedied and improved in Yuanshan County, this official discussed their situation with Magistrate Zhao. He knew that the Rabbit Kingdom had only been here for a few months, yet in such a short time, they had built such a magnificent city. He couldn't think of any more accurate word than terrible. However, although this newly built city base is magnificent, it is still under construction and there is nothing particularly beautiful about it. After a brief rest, the delegation and princesses from the ancient Tang dynasty were allowed to cross the time portal and enter the Rabbit Kingdom. "Aren't you coming with us?" Just before getting on the bus, Li Ruoqing asked Zhou Bai. "This is my home. I won't go with you. Someone will accompany you. Don't worry, if you encounter any trouble there, just have someone call me, and I'll try my best to help you. After all, I have a fairly good relationship with your emperor." After exchanging a few pleasantries with her, Zhou Bai sent the entire Gu Tang delegation to the capital. However, although this is his hometown, it has been forcibly requisitioned by the state. Although the old house is still there, many machines are installed there, and the constant traffic makes it very noisy, so the old house is no longer suitable for living. He could only rest in the newly built apartment here. Breathing the air of his hometown again, Zhou Bai's mood improved. "Hey, aren't you going to the capital with the little princess of the ancient Tang dynasty?" Zhou Bai asked curiously as Li Qixing walked over. "I won't go. They'll be received by someone from the Otherworld office." Li Yuanxing smiled at Zhou Bai, and then continued. "Could you tell us again about how you suddenly traveled through time? Also, could you let us examine your gloves?" Li Qixing pointed to the special gloves that Zhou Bai was still wearing. After wearing it for a while, he almost forgot that he had been wearing the glove the whole time. "This thing has been basically confirmed as the reason why I traveled to the ancient Tang dynasty, and it should indeed be handed over to the country for research." Zhou Bai took off his gloves and said to Li Qixing with a smile, "I originally just wanted to make this for fun, but I didn't expect it to turn into such a mess. You can take it and study it. I don't even dare to snap my fingers anymore. If I accidentally wiped out half the world's population, that would be a terrible sin." Li Yuanxing took the gloves, looked them over, and handed them to the staff member beside him. "I would believe it if Thanos snapped his fingers and wiped out half of the people, but you are not Thanos. At most, you can only travel to other places. By the way, where are Thanos and the others?" Speaking of Thanos, Zhou Bai suddenly remembered this Titan child who looked almost exactly like Thanos. After all, the jewels on those gloves were collected by him. Thanos is attending school at the headquarters base. The school, which was built for children of various races from other worlds, has been completed, and he was assigned to study there as soon as he returned. Those two elf princesses also go to school there. Li Qixing shook his head. "No, only the little elf princess named Simin is attending school. The eldest princess named Sia has been called back by the Elf King, probably because of this time travel that caused you to disappear for a month." Zhou Bai then asked, "What about the little angels? Did they go to school too?" "No, but they're not here anymore. We rebuilt the village for them in the original location, and they've returned to Angel Village." When Joey Bai heard that the little angels had returned to Angel Village, he felt much more at ease. He had always worried that the environment of Earth might affect the lifespan of these little angels and their peaceful nature. Chapter 146. You are still very important. Brotherly, can I go back to the city? I haven't seen my family in a long time. After explaining the story of his time travel, Joey Bai stretched and leaned back on the sofa. It has been several months since he secretly went to Biku City, and he has not returned to the city once. If he does not go back soon, he is afraid that his family will worry about his safety. Li Qixing tidied up the materials, glanced at Joey Bai, and said with a smile, "Of course you can go back. We were just thinking of finding an opportunity for you to go back and stay with your family for a few days. To avoid worrying your family and friends, we have been communicating with them in your name during this time. Why don't you rest here for a day or two? We'll take you back home once we've made arrangements." "Thank you, Brotherly. I've completed my tasks, so there shouldn't be anything else for me to do now. Can I stay home a little longer this time?" Li Qixing nodded. "We don't really need your help now, but you are still very important to us. So, when you go back, people from the security department will be with you the whole time. We hope you can understand for your safety. Following you 24/7? Of course not. To protect the safety of your parents and your sister, we bought all the houses in their neighborhood. The people living nearby are all our people, so you don't have to worry about being disturbed." "Is this necessary?" Joey Bai asked doubtfully. After all, he believed that his country's public security environment was quite good. Moreover, he is no longer needed to open the time portal. His importance is clearly not as great as before, and there is absolutely no need for him to go to such great lengths for himself. It's very necessary. Recently, the U.S. satellites have been frequently flying over the area around our time gate headquarters every day. Although we have disguised ourselves, the large number of vehicles and equipment coming and going around here will still arouse the suspicion of the U.S. intelligence agency. Moreover, we have mobilized more than 500,000 people from the other world, along with a massive amount of supplies. Such a sudden mobilization of so many people and supplies will also attract the attention of intelligence personnel from various countries. We have recently discovered that intelligence personnel, led by the United States, have been frequently entering and leaving our country. For your safety, and for the safety of our country's space exploration mission, we must eliminate all potential dangers." Joey Bai thought for a while. "But even without me, the time portal will still be open, right? Even if I were captured by the U.S., it wouldn't affect our time travel business, would it?" "Joey Bai, you need to understand your importance to our country. What if those elf magicians or other magicians suddenly close our space-time portal and you are no longer here? What will we do then? Besides, what if there's more than one time portal? Who knows? You might discover another one on Earth someday. After all, you don't need magic to open doors. It's possible you might accidentally open another portal somewhere, right? You can even teleport by snapping your fingers." Li Qixing said to Joey Bai with a serious expression. Joey Bai hadn't thought of that aspect. He was only worried that excessive protection might waste national resources or affect his normal life. However, once he was able to open a portal to another world, his normal life was over. Li Qixing stood up and patted Joey Bai on the shoulder. "Don't worry, we will try our best not to disturb your family's normal life when we go back this time. In addition, we have told your parents that you are involved in a national project, so even if we can't see each other often in the future, they will not doubt you." Joey Bai could only smile helplessly at him. "Then thank you very much." He suddenly remembered something else. "By the way, Brotherly, do the things I brought back from the ancient Tang belong to me or to the country?" Li Qixing smiled and said, "Don't worry. Your antiques and paintings will be returned to you after they have been disinfected and verified by experts. They won't be turned over to the National Treasury. Also, didn't the ancient Tang Emperor send you some gifts in return? If there are any you like, you can pick some to take back and keep." "Thank you." Li Bai didn't care about the gold and silver jewels the Emperor gave him in return, but he was quite concerned about the things he picked up on the street. Although there was nothing wrong with handing it over to the National Treasury, it was still something he had worked hard to earn on the streets, his own hard work and achievements, so he cared quite a bit about it. After resting for 2 days, Joey Bai was allowed to return to the city to visit his family. Looking at the 3 cars waiting to pick him up, Joey Bai felt a sense of protection, like a big shot. Isn't this car cool? Don't underestimate it just because it's a pure electric car. The battery it uses incorporates amethyst material, giving it a range of over 10,000 kilometers. The outer shell and base are made of special steel that mimics the structure of a megalodon's teeth. Even landmines or rockets can't penetrate it. It's safer than the US's fortified strongholds, Li Qixing explained to Zhou Bai, who had just gotten into the car. I didn't expect you to apply your research results so quickly. With such a long range, is this car already available for sale? Zhou Bai looked around the car's interior. The space was quite simple, without any fancy screens. Not yet, but the version for external sales is already in production, with a range of about 3,000 kilometers, and it will be sold first by Huawei Auto. It is said that online reservations have exceeded 300,000. You wouldn't believe it, but Tesla's stock price plummeted because of this. They're reportedly scrambling to find suppliers for these batteries all over the world. But right now, our production capacity is barely enough to meet domestic demand. Oh, so, has there been a new breakthrough in phone battery life? Zhou Bai asked again. Yes, the new mobile phones launched by manufacturers such as Dami have adopted our new battery technology. The regular version of the phone has a battery life of about 25 hours, which far exceeds that of other mobile phones sold on the market. 25 hours. That's not bad. He also remembered that the latest model of the Huawei phone he bought before only had a battery life of 10 hours. He is a heavy mobile phone user who needs to charge his phone 2 or 3 times a day. Sometimes when his phone runs out of power while playing games, he still plays while it's plugged in. By the way, here's a gold card, specially prepared for you. It's already linked to your frequently used account. You can use this card to buy whatever you want in the future, with no spending limit. Li Qixing took a card out of his briefcase and handed it to Zhou Bai. Chapter 147 Daily Life at Home. No spending limit? Does that mean I can buy whatever I want? Zhou Bai took the gold card and asked with some surprise. Li Qixing smiled and said, theoretically, you can use this card to buy anything you can buy. Even airplanes? Of course, you can basically buy it if you want to. Zhou Bai was taken aback. He hadn't expected the country to treat him so well. I originally thought I'd be lucky to get a managerial position and a salary, but instead I was given a gold card. However, I haven't spent the more than 10 million I saved up yet, and now I have this card. I don't know how to spend it. Now the government takes care of everything he eats, drinks, and uses, so he doesn't really know what's worth using the card for. At most, he might just buy a jianbing, Chinese crepe, on the street. After dropping Zhou Bai off at his parents' apartment complex, Li Qixing didn't get out of the car. Instead, he gave him a keychain-sized object and explained, "We have security personnel around here. If there's an emergency and you don't have time to call, you can press this button, and we can appear in your sight as quickly as possible." Zhou Bai took the machine. "Can I go shopping outside if I want?" Li Qixing nodded. "Of course, we will arrange for Comrade Li Shan to be in charge of your close protection. Isn't Li Shan the beautiful policewoman who was the first to discover the time portal to her? It's nice to have a beautiful woman by my side, but I don't know if she'll be able to handle things in case of danger." Zhou Bai's luggage was very simple, just a backpack. After picking it up, he went straight upstairs and knocked on the door. Inside the house, all that could be heard was Zhou's mother calling out to Zhou's father. "Dad, look, isn't the delivery here?" Zhou Jianzhong, wearing slippers, hurriedly ran to open the door. When he saw Zhou Bai, he was stunned for a moment. "Oh, son, why did you suddenly come back?" After changing into slippers, Zhou Bai said, "I've been pretty much done with work lately, so my company allowed us a few days off. I came back to see you all." Zhou's mother rushed out of the kitchen and hugged Zhou Bai tightly. "Son, I've missed you so much. If you hadn't come back, I was going to call the police and print out a missing person notice." Zhou Bai hugged her back. "I already said on my phone that I joined a state-owned enterprise and am helping the country with a key project. I'll be too busy to come back and see you. But you never answer my video calls. If it weren't for you calling me back, I would have suspected your phone had been stolen." Zhou Bai rarely has the opportunity to call his family. It's estimated that Lao Li and the others use his voice to synthesize or find a voice actor to dub his voice when they call his parents. Our unit is a classified unit, so it's really inconvenient to video chat sometimes. "Look, I'm back now, so what delicious food are you making? I haven't had your cooking in a long time." The food at the unit isn't very good. Zhou Bai quickly changed the subject. That's perfect. You can rest for a bit. I'm cooking dumplings right now. Zhou quickly went back into the kitchen. Soon, Zhou brought out a plate of dumplings. Homemade dumplings always smell the best. Zhou Bai devoured the dumplings, while his mother sat beside him and said with a smile, "Eat slowly. Your dad is making pan-fried dumplings for you." After swallowing a dumpling, Zhou Bai said, "Mom, this plate of dumplings is enough for me. How can I eat so many?" Zhou's mother squinted at Zhou Bai and said, "Look at you. You were already thin, and now you're even darker and thinner. Does your company require you to do research outdoors? How come you've gotten so dark? Life in another world isn't like being at home or working in an office with air conditioning all day. You're out there exposed to the wind and sun." Zhou's father took a plate of pan-fried buns from the kitchen and placed them in front of Zhou Bai. "Bai, has the national project you participated in been completed?" Zhou Bai gave a vague answer. "I'm involved in a big project. It's not so easy to complete. But because it's progressing smoothly, the leaders specially gave us a holiday so we can have a good rest. Who knows, we might not be able to go home much in the future." Zhou Jinzhong nodded. "That's true. You didn't graduate from a prestigious university, so it's already quite good that you were able to get into a state-owned enterprise and participate in this kind of national project. You're definitely not a core member. We won't miss you or add you. But the fact that you choose to work for a state-owned enterprise is quite unexpected." Zhou's mother glared at Zhou Jianzhong. "What do you mean by unexpected? Is our son really that incompetent? He just got into a state-owned enterprise. We're both civil servants." Then he looked at Zhou Bai and said, "But it's good to work for a state-owned enterprise. It's much more stable than your old, crappy company. By the way, son, what project are you involved in? It's always so secretive that it's inconvenient for you to answer a phone call." Before Zhou Bai could speak, Zhou Jianzhong interrupted. "Wife, don't ask. The project our son is involved in is definitely classified. Asking won't change anything. Besides, he graduated with a computer science degree, so it's definitely not a dangerous project." Zhou's mother was displeased. "What? Am I not allowed to ask? I need to know where my son works, how many girls are in his workplace, and where we'll consider buying a house in the future. And look, our son has lost so much weight. He must be working overtime every day. If it's too hard, he can quit. Anyway, we haven't used our demolition compensation yet. It's enough for our son to get married." Zhou Jinzhong said, "How can that be? That would just lead to us sitting around and running out of money. It's okay if our son works a little harder. What's wrong with young people enduring some hardship? Besides, he can contribute to the country. Isn't that great? Many people don't even have this opportunity." Zhou Bai, hearing his parents bickering, quickly stopped them. "Mom and Dad, my job is great, don't worry. Besides, the company provides meals and accommodation, and the salary is high. By the way, I heard that after this project is completed, we'll be allocated housing and cars, so don't worry about buying a house or a car. I'll take care of that myself." His parents have no idea that he spent 2 million yuan to buy a house in the city. I wonder how the renovation is going. I left it to my old classmate Yi Chiyu to do, and haven't paid any attention to it since. I guess I'll have to find some time to go and check on it. Aunt Zhou disagreed. "You've only just joined the company. How can you expect to be allocated a house and cars so quickly? It'll be the leaders or senior employees who get them first. We haven't even used our demolition compensation yet. How about we go to the city and buy you a house in a couple of days?" Zhou Bai quickly waved his hand. "Really, there's no need. Our unit is a special unit with really good benefits. Even if we don't get one now, we'll definitely get one within a year or two. You don't need to worry. By the way, where's my sister? Why hasn't she come back yet?" When their house in their hometown was requisitioned, the government gave my parents 10 million yuan in the name of demolition compensation. The elderly couple originally intended to use this 10 million yuan to buy a car and a house for Zhou Bai. Zhou's mother stopped worrying about it. "It's not the weekend yet. We won't be back until tomorrow." Chapter 148, Inspecting the New House. The next day, her younger sister also returned from school, and Zhou Bai enjoyed a rare family reunion at home. "Brother, I heard you're involved in a national project? I can't find you usually. You're acting all mysterious. Can you tell me what it is?" Zhou Yiqian leaned against Zhou Bai and asked softly. Zhou rolled her eyes at her. What are you thinking? This is a classified project. Do you know what a classified project is? We signed a confidentiality agreement. If we leak it, we'll be sentenced to prison. Zhou Qian sat back down and said with a disdainful tone, TCH, I don't believe you can participate in any classified projects. You don't have that kind of ability. If you don't believe me, fine. You'll find out soon enough. Zhou Yibai estimated that the time-space gate issue had probably already been leaked, but the intelligence agencies of various countries may not have obtained direct evidence yet. According to Li Qixing, with so many people involved in the time travel project, a leak was inevitable. What we can do now is to make the most of and occupy the resources of the other world before other countries break the ice and put pressure on us. Of course, even if they put pressure on the Rabbit Kingdom, the Rabbit Kingdom still has the ability and confidence to defend the time portal. By the way, what about the gem I gave you before? Do you still have it? Zhou Yibai suddenly asked. Oh. Zhou Yiqian paused for a moment, then said apologetically, Don't tell Mom and Dad, okay? Someone suddenly offered me a high price to buy those gems you gave me, 1 million yuan. I wanted to discuss it with you, but I couldn't get in touch with you. Since they offered so much, I sold them to them. Zhou Yibai immediately knew it was Li Qixing and his group. He'd heard that they'd bought back almost everything he'd sold before. These people are really generous. They gave 1 million for just a few gems. It's not really appropriate for you to take so much money. After all, my younger sister is only a freshman in college. With so much money in her hands, I'm afraid she'll go astray. What can I do? What will I explain if my parents find out? And what will you explain then? Anyway, it's not stolen, so I'll keep it for myself. Don't worry, I told you the school gave out bonuses and I haven't asked my parents for any money since. You can keep it if you want, but I see you have more gems. You must have exchanged them for quite a bit of money. Keep them for yourself, just don't spend them recklessly. I don't have any of those gems left either. I sold them all. I did make quite a bit of money. Zhou Yibai thought about it. Although it was inappropriate for his sister to take so much money, it was better to have money than not to have money, so as to avoid being tricked out of money by those young boys with just a few gifts and a few meals. These gems are so valuable. Where did you get them from? Are they still available? Zhou Yiqian asked. I won't tell you where it came from. It'll be too much trouble to get some later. Although he figured he could probably get some money from Lao Li by using his privileges, he didn't really want to take advantage of the country. By the way, I bought a house outside, and it should be renovated by now. I probably won't be coming back very often in the future. If you have time, you can go and stay there for a while, help with moving and cleaning. Zhou Yiqian looked at Zhou Yibai with an I knew it expression and said, I knew it. You must have a lot of money. Okay, I'll go take a look later, or I can rent it to my classmate and collect some rent. Zhou Yibai said nonchalantly. As long as it's not a male classmate, it's fine. However, Zhou Yibai still needed to check on how the house renovation was going, so he picked up his phone and sent a message to Yi Qiuyu. Yi, is my apartment finished being renovated? I thought you had disappeared. The renovations were all done a long time ago, just waiting for you to come and inspect them. Yi Qiuyu replied. When are you free? It's available right now. Are you in the city? Would you like to go check it out now? Okay, I'll come find you now. Zhou Yibai put away his phone, stood up and said to his sister, I'm going to check on how the renovation of my house is going. You stay home and rest. I'll go with you too, so I can see how the renovation is going. Zhou Yibai was about to agree, but when he thought about how someone would follow him closely once they went out, and he didn't want to explain it to his sister, he refused, saying, Forget it. I have other things to do outside, so I won't take you with me. I'll give you the key and address later, and you can go there by yourself. Zhou Yiqian. Okay, remember to buy me a milk tea when you get back. Zhou Yibai nodded and then went out. As soon as he left the residential area, Li Shan drove up to pick him up. Comrade Zhou Yibai, get in the car, I'll take you wherever you want to go. After getting into the car, Zhou Yibai asked curiously, You're not really going to follow me wherever I go, are you? Li Shan nodded. That's natural. My superiors assign me to provide you with close protection throughout the entire process, so I won't stay more than 3 meters away from you. Looking at Officer Li Shan's physique, Zhou Yibai asked with skepticism, What if a few burly men rush over and cause trouble? Can you handle them? Li Shan smiled and said, Comrade Zhou Yibai, you underestimate me. I won first place in the martial arts competition held by our system. Dealing with a few petty thieves is no problem for me. Besides, I'm armed with a gun. I've been instructed that if anyone causes you trouble, you're allowed to shoot. Furthermore, there will be at least 10 security personnel within 50 meters of you, ensuring your complete safety. Joey Bai was surprised to find so many people protecting him and felt a bit burdened. Soon we arrived at the Tianhu Chunwan residential area, and as soon as I got out of the car, I saw my classmate Yi Chiyu, whom I hadn't seen for a long time. This is my colleague. She heard that I bought a house, and she also wanted to buy one, so she wanted to come and see how the renovation is going. Zhou Bai introduced Officer Li Shan, who was standing next to Yi Chiyu, to her. Li Shan smiled inwardly. She wanted to see how Zhou Bai would explain himself, but she didn't expect him to be so good at making things up. After the two beauties exchanged a nod and a smile, Yi Chiyu led them to see the already renovated house. Great, I'm very satisfied. Zhou Bai looked around at the house's renovation, and it was basically the same as the pictures in the renovation plan that had been given before. If you buy some furniture and appliances according to the list I gave you before, you can basically move in with just your bags. By the way, here is the renovation list and cost list. Please take a look. Yi Chiyu took out a stack of forms from her bag and handed them to Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai took the order and glanced at it briefly. He found that there was still 50,000 yuan left for renovation. He said to Yi Chiyu, "There's still so much money left. You can ask the renovation company to transfer this money to you. Consider it a reward for your hard work." "That won't do." Yi Chiyu quickly refused. After all, 50,000 yuan was not a small amount for her. "I've been troubling you a lot, so this is a small token of my appreciation. I've been helping you supervise the renovation progress, which has taken up a lot of your work. Oh, and I also need your help choosing furniture and appliances. I don't know much about these things, so if you have time, let's go to the store now." After thinking for a while, Yi Chiyu stopped refusing and nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, then I'll go and give you some advice." Chapter 149, The Wounded Mermaid. The three of them went downstairs to the parking space. As they got into the car, Yi Chiyu looked at the official vehicle driven by Li Shan and asked curiously, "What kind of car is this? I've never seen it before." "It's just a company-issued car, specially purchased and not usually sold to the public, so it's not commonly seen outside." Zhou Bai casually made up a reason. "I was wondering why I'd never seen this car logo before. But this car looks pretty good. By the way, you've already bought a house, but you haven't planned on buying a car yet." Yi Chiyu sat in the back seat and asked Zhou Bai, who was sitting next to her. "I'll probably buy one in a while, but I haven't decided yet," Zhou Bai replied. However, he now has a personal driver to pick him up wherever he goes, so he probably won't have the chance to drive a car even if he buys one. Yi Chiyu nodded, then recommended, "I heard that Huawei's latest electric car has a range of 3,000 kilometers. With gas prices so high right now, buying an electric car is a pretty good idea." While driving, Li Shan's earpiece suddenly rang. A moment later, Li Shan suddenly turned to Zhou Bai and said, "Zhou Bai, the company says they need to talk to you. Why don't you get off here and take a taxi back to the company first? Your classmate and I will go to the mall to help you pick out furniture and appliances." If Li Shan said that, then Li Qixing must have contacted her. She wondered what had happened. "Okay, then you can park here. By the way, could you pay for the furniture and appliances for me first? I'll transfer the money back to you when I get back to the company." Li Shan nodded, and then led Yi Chiyu to a nearby shopping mall. As soon as Zhou Bai got out of the car, a security department vehicle followed and opened the door, letting Zhou Bai get in. "Hey, brotherly, what's up?" Zhou Bai asked, picking up the phone. "Bai, here's the thing. When one of our surface ships was preparing to set sail for sea trials, it discovered a giant squid-like monster at the estuary. It's chasing after the mermaid who saved you before. The mermaid is seriously injured, and our doctors are trying to save her. Because we don't understand her language, we wanted to call you back to ask what happened and if she needs our help." Li Qixing said on the other end of the phone. "Oh, the mermaid who loves to sing. It's been so long since I've seen you. If she hadn't saved him, he probably would have been dead long ago. Now that she's in trouble, I definitely have to go back and check on her. Okay, I'll go back and tell my family, and I'll be right back." After the security personnel escorted him back to his residential compound, Joey Bai went upstairs to pack his luggage while telling his parents that there had been some problems with the project he was involved in and that he needed to go back home. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Do you have to go back? Joe's mother asked, puzzled. Mom, I'm not the only one going back. My colleagues who are on vacation need to go back too. The situation is quite serious, so I have no choice but to rush back to deal with it. Mr. Zhou, however, took it in stride and chimed in. This just shows my son is capable. If you have something to do, you should go back first. It's good to do more for the country. Zhou Yibai pulled his younger sister Zhou Yiqian aside, handed her the keys to the new house, and gave her a few instructions. He then took his luggage downstairs and, escorted by comrades from the security department, quickly returned to the headquarters base. How is Miss Mermaid? As soon as he returned to the headquarters base in his hometown, he saw that Li Qixing was already waiting for him. He is out of danger and is currently recuperating in our hospital. Could you tell me what happened? Zhou Bai asked. We had just launched a new surface warship and were preparing to set sail for sea trials when we encountered a giant squid-like monster. This thing is several times bigger than our ships. One of its tentacles slammed down and smashed our new ships. Fortunately, our soldiers reacted quickly enough to bombard it and temporarily repel it. However, our ships were also destroyed, and several soldiers were killed. Zhou Bai was taken aback. So amazing? How did the mermaid meet her? Our artillery shot off one of the squid monster's tentacles, and we found the mermaid inside and rescued her. Li Qixing then took out a tablet computer and handed the pictures he had taken to Zhou Bai. This monster looks a lot like the giant squid from our blue star, but it's much bigger. We conservatively estimate that this thing, including its tentacles, is at least 50 meters long. Moreover, its strength is terrifying. If our ship were to become entangled by it, its weight alone could probably drag it into the water, even though our ship has a displacement of over 1,000 tons. When Zhou Bai saw the picture taken on the tablet, it did indeed look very much like a squid, but this one was ridiculously large. Didn't we use the tooth structure of the megalodon to create some special steel? Aren't the new ships made of that steel? Li Qixing shook his head. No, the production of new steel is too small, and it hasn't reached the Navy yet. Zhou Bai returned the tablet to Li Qixing and exclaimed, This other world is truly amazing. It's incredible that such ridiculously large marine creatures exist here. Who knows how many monsters we don't even know about are inside? Li Qixing took the tablet computer, nodded, and said, Yes, there are indeed many things in this ocean that we don't understand. So we wanted to ask you to come and talk to Miss Mermaid about what kind of monster it is. Otherwise, it will pose a great threat to our future sea voyages. Although the ocean only accounts for 50% of the world's area, the abundant marine resources are something that China cannot afford to give up. Moreover, the best route to the ancient Tang Empire was by sea. So no matter what's in the ocean, they must conquer all the oceans in this world. After passing through the time portal, they arrived at the headquarters hospital and saw the mermaid Yiya with her head wrapped in gauze. Yiya, are you alright? Zhou Bai looked at the strangely dressed mermaid lady and asked with concern. At this moment, half of Yiya's body was still soaking in the bathtub. Her upper body was covered with a bath towel, her head was wrapped in gauze, and many of the scales on her tail had fallen off. He looked quite badly injured. When Zhou Bai first came in, he was staring helplessly at the ceiling. Upon seeing Zhou Bai, Yiya's eyes first lit up with surprise, then a hint of melancholy appeared. Yiya sighed and said slowly, I'm all right. It's just that being wrapped in these strips of cloth isn't very comfortable. By the way, what about that great demon? Is it dead? Great demon? Is it the monster that captured you? Zhou Bai found a chair, sat down, and asked. Chapter 150 Great Demon. That's right. There are very few powerful demons around our city. Even if there were only one or two in the past. For some reason, hundreds of powerful demons suddenly appeared and devoured many of our people. I barely managed to escape, but for some reason, a powerful demon kept chasing me, and in the end, I was caught by it again, Yiya said sadly. Do these great demons really enjoy eating your people? Do they usually treat you as their prey? Yiya sighed. We rarely have contact with these guys. These great demons usually only operate in the deep sea and rarely come out of the shallow sea. I don't know why they suddenly came to the shallow sea this time. Moreover, it just so happened that we were holding the Sea Festival, which is the biggest festival in our area. All the clansmen who had gone out to work had returned, and the sudden appearance of these great demons caused a lot of chaos. Luckily, I ran fast enough to avoid being eaten on the spot, but I was eventually caught by that great demon. When I woke up, I had already been rescued by your people. I heard you mention it before the High Festival. She even invited Zhou Yibai to participate in their festival. Thank goodness I didn't go, otherwise I would have been close to kicking the bucket. Are there many of these monsters called great demons in the sea? Zhou Yibai asked again. They are rarely seen in our area. I only know that they usually live in the deep ocean, but I don't know how many there are. Are these powerful demons intelligent? Have you ever captured them before? Yiya nodded. These guys are very smart, and few people can catch them. They are also too big to catch, and our weapons are basically useless against them. However, if the traps are carefully designed, they can occasionally be caught. Our tribesmen caught one outside the city a few years ago, but it was relatively small and accidentally ran into a trap where it was caught by our tribesmen. I witnessed it myself back then. So, are they here to retaliate against you this time? Zhou Yibai continued to ask. He had heard stories before about how humans from the other world captured a young elven boy, leading to a massacre of the human border city by the elves and a large-scale war between the two sides. Yiya shook her head. I don't know. In the past, we would occasionally capture powerful demons, and our people would often be captured and eaten if they accidentally entered their territory. But we have never seen hundreds of powerful demons appear together to attack our town like this before. After pondering for a while, Zhou Yibai asked again, besides these great demons, are there any other larger monsters in the sea? Monsters? They're not so common in the shallow seas where we live. I've heard there are giant monsters hundreds of meters tall in the abyss of death, but I've only heard about them. I've never seen one myself. After all, we wouldn't dare go near that place. The abyss of death? Is it close to your city? Do those great demons also live in the abyss of death? Yiya shook her head. The abyss of death is a huge, bottomless trench, quite far from our city. Great demons already exist in the deep sea region, but I don't know if there are any in the abyss of death. Besides, the ocean is so vast. I've only been to a few nearby underwater towns, and I don't know much about other places. Zhou Yibai thought about it and agreed. After all, Yiya was just a little mermaid, and the ocean was so vast that she couldn't possibly have been to many places. Moreover, I had heard her say before that she preferred to travel in large rivers and lakes rather than the sea. This way, you can learn how to sing from others or sing for others. By the way, what about the phone I gave you before? We haven't been able to get a signal from your phone since we parted ways last time. Yiya glanced at Zhou Yibai. Sigh, you're one to talk. After I got back, the clan leader found my phone. He said it was an evil object and confiscated it. He also told me to avoid dealing with you guys in the future. So that's why the researchers at the base couldn't find the location signal in the phone. It was probably destroyed by Yiya's clan chief a long time ago. After chatting with Yiya for a while, Zhou Yibai noticed that Yiya was a little tired, so he said to her, let's stop here for today. You should rest. If you want to eat anything, just tell me. As long as the doctor here says it's okay for you to eat, I will get it for you. Yiya yawned and said weakly, I don't have a good appetite right now. I don't want to eat anything. Oh, by the way, could you get me a singing machine? I want to listen to songs. Zhou Yibai agreed. Okay, I'll have someone bring it to you later. I won't bother you any longer. You should get some rest. Zhou Yibai and Yiya's conversation was overheard by Li Qixing and others outside the surveillance cameras. Soon, someone brought Yiya a phone that had already been downloaded with many songs. The base's conference room. After reviewing the dialogue between Zhou Yibai and the mermaid, a group of leaders and experts are discussing countermeasures. Should we send a submarine to investigate these underwater creatures? A general in naval uniform asked. We cannot send submarines there. These giant creatures pose a great threat to our submarines or surface ships. Although our torpedoes or shells are still effective against these things, it would be fine if they appeared alone, as we could deal with them easily. However, we don't know how many of these creatures there are in this area. The mermaid lady said there were at least 100 of these creatures appearing at the same time. If so many big guys attacked our ships, it would be catastrophic for us, another expert said. Wang Guohua, the director of the Otherworld office, tapped on the table and asked a specialist next to him, "Can our existing satellites measure the depth of the seabed here?" The commissioner shook his head. "We do have 2 ocean satellites in orbit, but they only detect data such as ocean wind fields, temperature fields, wave fields, and current fields. We do not have LiDAR satellites to detect seabed depth. However, our domestically developed unmanned submarines are equipped with sonar systems that can detect seabed depths. If our sonar-equipped research vessels cannot go to sea, these unmanned submarines can be used." Wang Guohua pondered for a moment, then gave the order, "Here's what we'll do. We'll bring a few unmanned submarines from the country and airdrop them over by helicopter. They'll scan the nearby waters to see how many of these giants there are, and if we have the chance, we should capture one." "Good." The recorder standing nearby wrote down Wang Guohua's orders. "Also, find out as soon as possible where the abyss of death the mermaid mentioned is, and whether there are any other large sea monsters that pose a threat to us. By the way, it would be best to also investigate where the nearby underwater towns are, how large they are, and see if we can make contact with other underwater races," Wang Guohua added. Chapter 151 Merfolk and Seafolk. "Didn't I give you clothes to wear? Why did you take them off again?" Zhou Bai, holding a plate of fruit, came to the bathtub and saw the naked mermaid. Although the mermaid still had some wounds, her figure was amazing, far better than many of the beauties he had ever seen. Even if he is a model citizen, he would still find it unbearable to face the indescribable scene before him. Yiya draped the bath towel next to her over herself. She saw that everyone here was dressed, and she knew that in their eyes, not wearing clothes was a very strange thing. "If it chafes my skin, I won't wear it anymore." Yiya wagged her tail and wrapped herself tightly in the bath towel. At least this bath towel didn't chafe her skin like clothes did. Zhou Bai placed the fruit plate in front of her and, seeing her wagging tail, suddenly had an idea and asked, "How about I bring you a brush sometime and help you brush your tail?" Helping a mermaid brush her tail, the image is just so amusing. Surprisingly, Yiya didn't object. Instead, she was pleasantly surprised. "Is that okay? My tail just happened to be a little dirty, and I didn't know what to do with it." When she hunts, she likes to use her tail to swat fish or something, inevitably getting blood and dirt on her. It's not difficult to clean in water, but the gaps between the scales are more difficult to clean, and they get quite dirty over time. If there were a brush at this moment, that would be perfect. "Of course, I'll go find you a brush and add some shower gel or something, and that should clean it up." Zhou Bai picked up a piece of fruit and handed it to her. "Here, have some fruit. It's locally grown and quite delicious." Yiya took the fruit Zhou Bai handed her, put it in her mouth, and savored it with relish. This is a fruit that you wouldn't normally have the chance to taste while in the sea. Although they sometimes trade seafood with humans on the shore for other things, they generally don't trade for fruits or similar items. "You can bring me some of that cake-like food you gave me by the river last time. I really missed the taste," Yiya said as she ate. "Okay, I'll get you one in a bit." Zhou Bai also picked up a piece of fruit and put it in his mouth. "By the way, did your family members get hurt in this disaster?" At this point, Yiya frowned and sighed. "Sigh, who knows? It was too chaotic at the time, and we were scattered very quickly. I don't know how they are doing. I hope they are all right." "How many people are in your family?" Zhou Bai asked curiously. Yiya thought for a moment, did some mental calculations, and then said, "About 30 people." "So much?" Zhou Bai was taken aback. "Of course." Yiya counted on her fingers. "I have 11 brothers and sisters, and 6 uncles. If you add my cousins and other relatives, I have at least 30. Then your merfolk must have a large population." Yiya shook her head. "No, not really. Although we mermaids are just as good at having children as you humans, the living conditions in the ocean are much worse than on land. Generally, weak and sickly mermaids don't live to adulthood, and the ocean is fraught with danger. One wrong move, and they're dead. Therefore, the mermaid population isn't as large as you might imagine." "Then your family." "My family is a bit special. We live far from the deep sea, in a beautiful area of the ocean that is rarely visited by people. So our family is quite lucky, and most of us can live to adulthood," Yiya explained. "Are you an adult?" Zhou Bai had never been able to guess the age of the intelligent races in this other world. Who knows? One of them might be a great-grandmother who was over 100 years old and still not an adult. Yaya nodded. I'm already 16 years old, and I just turned 18 this year, which is why my parents let me travel far away. They reach adulthood at 16, which doesn't seem to be the kind of race with exceptionally long lifespans like elves or angels. Just like the people of the Empire, they are considered adults at the age of 16. However, with such a hot figure right after coming of age, even Princess Anna of the Empire is far inferior to this mermaid. It seems that the lifespan of you mermaids is not as long as that of the angels, Zhou Yibai said, resting his chin on his hand. Yaya rolled her eyes at him. Of course, our lifespan is about the same as yours. Angels are different from all races. They are protected by the gods, so their lifespan is particularly long. Zhou Yibai suddenly remembered that Gunna had mentioned before that there were sea people here, but Yaya was a mermaid, so he asked curiously, Are there sea people in your ocean? How are they different from you mermaids? Yaya pushed away the fruit plate she had finished eating, let out a satisfied burp, and then said, The sea people are like you humans, they also have legs. We mermaids don't have legs. However, our two races have a very good relationship, just like the relationship between the elves and the angels. Moreover, our Lord of the Ocean, Poseidon, is a member of the Sea People race, and he also rules over our Merfolk race. To outsiders, both of our races are considered part of the Sea People. Zhou Yibai never expected that the species in the ocean were so complex. You're not in the water anymore. Are you having trouble breathing? Zhou Yibai asked, somewhat puzzled. No, it runs quite smoothly. Yaya shook her head, then suddenly remembered something. Oh right, you reminded me. I know now how we differ from the Sea People. Aside from the different tales, I've heard that the Sea People can't give birth in the sea, but rather on islands. They are not born able to breathe in the sea, but we can. Their children take water pearl pills when they return to the sea, and after taking this, they can breathe in the sea. I had one with me when I last saw you. I was planning to invite you back with me to participate in the sea festival. After eating the water pearl pill, you can also survive in the sea. It seems that the so-called sea people are actually similar to humans, or perhaps they are just humans who have mastered the way to live in the sea. They are not an indigenous people of the sea like mermaids. He had indeed heard Yaya mention a way to breathe in the sea, but he had refused. Why did you bring the water drop pill back then? You didn't need it. I often see fishermen on the shore, and I will exchange my water pearls with them to learn songs. They teach me to sing, and I give them the water pearls so that they can catch more fish. Don't you feel uncomfortable when they fish? Zhou Yibai stared at her fishtail. Yaya rolled her eyes at her. How could that be? We're not like those fish, okay? Besides, we eat fish too, and we have a good relationship with some of the fishermen on the shore. Okay, it seems I was overthinking it. Do you still have any of those water drop pills? Are they hard to get? I'm naked, so how can I bring anything? These water drop pills are sold in ordinary underwater towns. They're not anything rare. Yaya swung her tail, splashing water everywhere. Chapter 152, Some Strange Questions. Beside a swimming pool, the mermaid Yaya lay on the floor, lazily sunbathing. Zhou Yibai helped her brush the scales off her tail. This scene looks quite beautiful. How are you feeling? Zhou Yibai asked while vigorously brushing the scales. It's all right, quite comfortable, Yaya replied lazily. She's definitely treating Zhou Yibai like a tool now. I see you're doing fine living on land, and you breathe very easily. How would you feel if you were out of the water for a long time? Zhou Yibai asked curiously. It will be uncomfortable, it will be dry, and it may even lose its scales. Yaya swayed her long tail. So how do you usually drink water in the sea? Don't you choke on seawater when you eat? Zhou Yibai asked another strange question. We don't need to drink water normally. As long as we keep our bodies moist, we won't feel thirsty. Look at fish when they eat. Do they choke on water? Fish don't, so why would we? Yaya used her sharp fingernails to pick up a piece of fruit placed in front of her and put it in her mouth. Zhou Yibai originally wanted to say that you are different from fish. Fish have gills to filter seawater, but you don't. But thinking about it, it seems that many marine creatures don't have gills, like whales. There are also some mollusks, such as cuttlefish and squid, that probably don't exist either. Zhou Yibai noticed her sharp nails, and his curiosity was piqued again. He asked, By the way, your nails are so sharp and long. How do you usually? Oh wait, how do you usually cut your nails? Do you bite them? Why do you have so many strange questions? Yiya turned around and glanced at Zhou Bai, puzzled. I was just curious. I'm embarrassed, Zhou Bai said. Even he himself felt that he had many problems. Some of the questions were asked of him by his superiors, while others were questions he was genuinely curious about. For example, the question we just discussed. I don't need to trim my nails. They just stop growing once they reach a certain length. Yiya was too lazy to answer his pointless questions. I'd like to ask you, I think my injuries are almost healed. When are you going to send me back to the sea? Yiya turned around and glanced at Zhou Bai. Isn't this place nice? We can eat whatever we want, and there aren't any strange or dangerous creatures. Zhou Bai also looked up at her. The food here is indeed quite delicious, but I prefer fresh fish from the water, especially the fattest and most succulent piece of meat from the fish. You want to eat live fish? That's easy. I can bring you a big basket. Zhou Bai suddenly realized. Yiya sighed. Sigh. You don't understand. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I'll rest for a while. You go and do your work. Then I put on my headphones, ready to listen to music while I went to sleep. By the way, how do mermaids sleep in the sea? Zhou Bai didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he put down the brush and said to her, Don't worry, we'll send you back in a few days. We're currently tracking down the great demon you mentioned. Once we understand them, we'll send you back as soon as possible. You don't want to get eaten by these guys the moment you get back into the sea, do you? Good. Yiya nodded, then closed her eyes and focused on listening to the song. Back in the base office, Zhou Bai reported on the mermaid situation to Li Qixing, then asked, Have you made any progress in your investigation of those powerful demons? We previously airdropped an unmanned submarine into the area where those squid-like monsters appeared using a helicopter, but less than 10 minutes later, at least 7 or 8 monsters came and launched a group attack on our unmanned submarine. Within seconds, we lost signal with the unmanned submarine. Later, 3 more unmanned submarines were deployed, but they were all destroyed by these guys. These guys seem to be very interested in our unmanned submarines. Every time, they destroy them before they even start working. On another occasion, we even used helicopters to drop torpedoes to attack them, but they were mollusks with long tentacles and were extremely mobile, so none of the torpedoes we dropped hit them. Based on our subsequent research and observations, we concluded that these creatures possess a certain level of intelligence. The main problem right now is that we know too little about these creatures and don't know how many there are, which makes things difficult. Then all your hard work these past few days has been for nothing? Don't we have any means to deal with them? Zhou Bai was a little incredulous that such a large creature was completely untouchable. Now that the unmanned submarines have been destroyed and the torpedoes can't hit them, all their efforts these past few days have been in vain. Li Qixing smiled and said, Although our unmanned submarine is scrapped, some of the scientific research equipment we deployed has collected some special information. For example, the high-frequency sound waves they emit in the sea should be their means of communication. We estimate that in addition to communication, these sound waves may also serve as sonar. This is why our unmanned submarine was detected by them so quickly. Furthermore, we detected from the sound waves they emitted that the spectra of these sound waves were all different, seemingly communicating different messages, with a complexity exceeding that of any marine life on our planet. Therefore, we conclude that they have their own language, but we currently lack comparative information, and it will take a long time to decipher these languages. As for the means to deal with them, Li Qixing opened his tablet and showed Zhou Bai a picture of a weapon, explaining, We have urgently researched an underwater high-speed guided projectile. It has its own propulsion and steering mechanism, uses AI guidance, and can track the target until it hits and explodes after locking onto it. We also have special warheads that we developed specifically for these guys, loaded with extremely high doses of a sedative enough to knock out 10 elephants, and should be just as effective on them. Zhou Bai looked at the new type of shell that appeared on the tablet computer. It was indeed very different from the other shells or torpedoes he usually saw. It is no longer a cone shape designed for aerodynamics, but rather a teardrop shape clearly created for hydrodynamics. This design looks very futuristic. Speaking of which, when you were rescuing Yiya, didn't you get a severed limb from a powerful demon as a sample? Is the flesh of these guys edible? Zhou Bai asked a crucial question. If it's not edible, There's no point in catching such a big lump of meat, and it's a hassle to raise it. Although these giant squid look somewhat strange, they do resemble giant squid in appearance, and their taste should be similar as well. Chapter 153, Angel New Village. We did conduct carnivorous experiments on this giant squid monster, but its taste is probably even worse than that of alien beasts. Li Qixing showed Zhou Yibai a picture of the large demon that had already been sliced. It's probably because it's too old. Its meat is like rubber, chewy, but it's definitely harder to chew than rubber. Moreover, it has too much salt in its body, so it probably tastes too salty. Even a dog wouldn't eat it. Looking at the pictures on the tablet, Zhou Yibai asked curiously, "It must be quite an achievement for these monsters to grow so big. Do these creatures have exceptionally long lifespans? Have you calculated their ages?" Li Qixing shook his head. "We still have no way to calculate their age, but we estimate that their lifespan should be much longer than that of the little angels. The normal lifespan of little angels is around 1,000 years, which is already quite outrageous. If these giant creatures live longer than the little angels, wouldn't they all be giant squid that are thousands of years old? No wonder the meat didn't taste good. I wonder if soaking it in alcohol would have any effect on prolonging life. By the way, you just said they have their own language and way of communicating? I don't know if I can understand them. If I can, maybe we can communicate with them and reach an agreement, thus avoiding a war." "I had a wild idea," Zhou Yibai said whimsically. "They treat those merfolk as snacks. Intelligent races should not treat each other as food. Just because of this, we cannot have any communication with them. This is a matter of principle. Besides, these squid monsters don't make sounds with their mouths, but with ultrasound, you simply can't communicate face-to-face. Although the merfolk also capture these squid monsters, they do not eat humans or other races such as sea people. Furthermore, they often engage in exchanges between different races, which is essentially different from intelligent beings like the Great Demon. Then we can use the ultrasonic device to lure these guys?" Zhou Yibai suddenly thought. Li Qixing smiled approvingly and said, "You're really smart. We are indeed considering using an ultrasonic device to set a trap, then lure them over, and then ambush and capture them." Zhou Yibai touched his nose a little embarrassedly. "So when do you plan to carry out the capture plan? Miss Mermaid is tired of living here. She belongs to the sea, and it's not good for her to be stuck in the pool all the time. Once we transport the relevant equipment and ships here, you can spend more time with her if you have the time. By the way, we're very interested in the water pearl pill she mentioned. When you let her go back, ask her to get us some more for research," Li Qixing instructed. Zhou Yibai nodded. "Okay, but now I want to go to Angel Village to see them. I haven't seen the little angels in a long time, and I miss them. I want to go and see how they are doing." Li Qixing stood up and picked up a set of car keys. "I don't have anything to do anyway, so I'll drive you there." Arriving at the parking space downstairs, looking at the rows of the latest Huawei electric vehicles, Zhou Yibai couldn't help but exclaim, "Have you really popularized electric vehicles all over this place?" In order to minimize damage to the local ecological environment, all vehicles operating here, except for large engineering vehicles and machinery, are our newly developed new energy electric vehicles. Even the electrical facilities here now use clean energy sources such as solar or wind power. Furthermore, our new power plant, developed using amethyst from this area, is under construction. Once operational, it will be able to largely meet the local electricity demand. Zhou Yibai nodded in agreement. "That's good. We can avoid making the same environmental mistakes we made on Earth. It would be such a waste if we destroyed such a good environment here. If the environment here is polluted beyond recognition, Zhou Yibai will feel quite burdened. After all, if I hadn't been the first to open the portal, this beautiful and clean environment wouldn't have been polluted. Green mountains and clear waters are invaluable assets, so we are now very cautious about every step of our planning here." A cement road has been built on the way to Angel Village, and the scenery along the way is very beautiful. In less than half an hour, the car entered Angel Village. It's been a long time since I've been here. It's changed a lot. After the car came to a stop, Zhou Yibai looked around at everything in the village. Li Qixing parked the car in the parking lot built for the village and introduced. "The previous village was almost destroyed by the people of the Milan Empire, so we redesigned a new village for them." Village Chief Carl was very satisfied with our design because the new log cabins, compared to the old ones, not only have running water and electricity, but also more modern amenities, making life more convenient and comfortable. The angels' wooden houses are still built in the trees, but there are also many beautiful treehouse-style houses on the ground. What are these houses used for? Joey Bai asked, pointing to a row of houses on the ground. We wanted to turn this place into a resort, so we built these houses. The scenery here is beautiful, and it's a great place for recuperation. Besides, angels have such long lifespans, so living and eating with them might even extend your lifespan, Li Qixing said. Joey Bai frowned. Don't the little angels object? After all, it might disturb their lives. We have already spoken with the village chief, and he said that as long as not too many people come in, there will be no problem. After all, he quite enjoys interacting with our people. We'll control the flow of people coming in from now on to minimize disruption to them, so you can rest assured. Li Qixing knew that Zhou Bai had a good relationship with these little angels, so he quickly explained to him. Brother, you're here. As the two were talking at the village entrance, Guna flew in from outside, carrying a small bag on her shoulder filled with freshly picked fruit. It's been a long time since I've seen this little angel, and she's definitely gained a lot of weight, especially in her face. However, the angel has very good genes, and even though she's a bit chubby, she's still very cute. Guna, long time no see. Why are you still going to gather fruit? Isn't there enough fruit in the village? Zhou Bai asked with a smile. Guna flew to Zhou Bai's side and said, the village chief said we can't be lazy, and we can't stop working just because we have your help. We must be self-sufficient so that we can still live well without you. Otherwise, what will we do when you're no longer here in 100 or 200 years? That's why we need to be more self-reliant and live our own lives. 100 or 200 years is a very long span for any country, and no one knows what changes the world will undergo in 100 or 200 years. But for the little angel's long lifespan, this is only a decade or two. It seems that Village Chief Carl is even wiser than I imagined. Chapter 154, Having Tea with Village Chief Carl. In the reception room of Carl New Village, Village Chief Carl brewed tea while entertaining Li Qixing and Zhou Bai. Guna, meanwhile, was eating snacks and watching TV in the lobby. On Monday, I glanced at the TV programs and found only a travel channel set in another world. It seems that it will take quite some time before domestic TV programs can be brought here. Village Chief Carl, when did you start drinking tea? Zhou Bai sipped the tea brewed by Village Chief Carl and asked with some curiosity. Every time he visited Carl Village before, the village chief would treat him to their homemade fruit wine. This was the first time he had ever seen the village chief brewing tea. This is a health regimen I learned from an old professor in your area. They said that drinking more tea can resist radiation, lower blood lipids, and prolong life, so I learned a little bit from it. Later, I discovered that the tea tasted quite good, and the process of brewing and drinking it allowed me to appreciate its beauty, which could harmonize and calm my mind. It's quite good for cultivating one's character. Village Chief Carl leisurely fiddled with his tea set. Zhou Bai was speechless. You, who can live to be 1,000 years old, are actually learning how to maintain health from those who don't even live to be 100? Isn't this completely upside down? And can you really trust what these experts and professors say? However, to be fair, the tea brewed by Village Chief Carl tasted quite good. Even he, who doesn't usually drink tea, thought it was delicious. Village Chief Carl, is there anything our village is lacking right now? If you need anything else, just let me know and I'll take care of it when I get back. Li Qixing also picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then spoke. There's a reason why the rabbit kingdom values its relationship with the angels. Their exceptionally long lifespan, immunity to illness, and unique flight abilities are all things that the rabbit kingdom desperately wants to learn about and understand. Moreover, the fruit wine produced on Earth using the angels' method of brewing fruit wine has also achieved mass production. Although they are not as effective as the fruit wines made by the angels themselves in treating and restoring health, their unique flavor and ability to relieve physical fatigue have made them in high demand since they were launched on the market. The fruit wine brewed by the angels themselves can not only relieve fatigue, but also has special effects in treating certain diseases. It is also said to have special effects such as beauty enhancement, skin care, and health maintenance. The fruit wine brewed by the angels is generally not sold to the public. It is only given as a special national gift to countries with good relations with China, as well as to people who have made outstanding contributions. Village Chief Carl slowly sipped his tea and said gently, "You have taken good care of us. We, the Angel Clan, are very grateful to you. However, our village is doing quite well now and doesn't lack anything else. Of course, it would be even better if you could send us some seeds of different kinds of fruit. You need fruit seeds, right? Of course, that's no problem. But there are so few angels in Carl Village right now, can you manage?" Li Qixing asked. Originally, there were nearly 100 angels in Carl Village, but after dozens were captured by the people of the Milland Empire, only 18 angels remained in the entire village. The people from another angel village also plan to migrate to our village and merge with us, so the number of angels in the village will return to what it used to be, Chief Carl explained. Li Qixing nodded. If the number of angels increased, they would produce more fruit wine in the future. He then asked, "Do you need us to arrange for workers to help you build tree houses?" Village Chief Carl shook his head. "No need. You've already reserved enough wooden houses. If it's not enough, we can build them ourselves." After finishing his tea, Zhou Bai still felt somewhat guilty for not being able to rescue the little angels captured by the Milland Empire. Those little angels who landed in the Milran Empire might have suffered some cruel treatment. They could even have been sliced into pieces. "Village Chief, our schools here have already started, and they are for people of different races. Aren't you going to let Gunna and the other little angels go to our schools?" Zhou Bai asked. Village Chief Carl put down his teacup and said, "Gunna and the others are used to freedom and can't sit still. Besides, sitting in one place for a long time will affect our lifespan. However, when our new angels move here, if they want to learn anything from you, I'll send them to your school." For the angels, the knowledge of the Rabbit Kingdom's religion was indeed of little use to them. Because angels are a peaceful race, they don't have much interest in other things. They use whatever they have, and if they don't have anything, they just lie down and do nothing. That's their personality. So apart from fruit wine, they basically don't make anything else. After finishing their tea, Zhou Bai and Li Qixing bid farewell to Village Chief Carl. Accompanied by Gunna, they visited other parts of the village. The village has everything: orchards, vegetable gardens, and wineries. "Guana, when do you have time to come and stay with us for a few days?" Zhou Bai said to Guana, who was standing next to him. "Sure, but you're not around often, so sometimes I can't find you when I want to hang out." Gunna flapped her big wings and flew to Zhou Bai. "Let me tell you, it's pretty convenient here now. The village has internet now, so watching videos and shopping online are no problem. Where did you get the money for your online purchases? Did you use my old account?" Zhou Bai asked curiously. Li Qixing explained from the side. "We have specially applied for the online accounts used by our little angels. We will subsidize their accounts every month. The things they buy online will be specially processed before being sent here. Now that they offer free shipping to your door, it's really convenient. I just don't know if the free shipping area covers Bika City yet." After wandering around for a while, I found that the scenery in the village was indeed very beautiful, with tall trees everywhere, making the whole village a natural oxygen bar. Moreover, the place is filled with birdsong, fragrant flowers, and the aroma of ripe fruit, and it's also very quiet. It's really nice to come here occasionally to relax. If the other world becomes open to outsiders in the future, bringing my parents here to retire would be a good option." After saying goodbye to Guana, Li Qixing drove Zhou Bai back to the headquarters. "Has this road been built all the way to Bika City?" Zhou Bai asked, sitting in the car. "The highway and railway connecting Bika City are under construction. The highway is almost finished and should be open to traffic in less than a month. The railway is still being laid and should be open to traffic in another 6 months or so," Li Qixing replied. Looking out the car window, Zhou Bai wondered how the maid named Ilalin was doing. It had been a long time since he had returned to Bika City. It seems that once the road is repaired, I'll have to go back to Bika City to take a look. Chapter 155: Attending the Meeting. An estuary located 1,000 kilometers from the headquarters. With the help of thousands of Titan giants, the Rabbit Kingdom built its first seaport in another world, named Victory Port. In addition to the large wharf that has already been completed, The first shipbuilding and assembly plant of the Rabbit Kingdom is also under construction in Victory Port. However, since all the facilities here currently need to be transported from China, there are only a few small boats and about a dozen helicopters here. At this moment, a Z-8 and a submarine helicopter, carrying a specially designed sonar buoy, is rapidly heading towards the target sea area, escorted by two Z-20 helicopters. This sonar buoy is different from ordinary sonar buoys. In addition to being able to search for, identify, and track large underwater organisms, it also has the ability to emit ultra-high-frequency sound waves. This ultra-high-frequency sound wave is the same frequency as the sound wave emitted by the giant squid monster. The headquarters plan to use this sonar buoy to lure the sea monsters over before capturing them. Deploy the sonar buoy. The captain on the Z-20 helicopter gave the order via radio. The Z-8 anti-submarine helicopter began to reduce its altitude and speed, hovering over the sea surface and gradually lowering its sonar buoy. Just as the sonar buoy entered the water, the Z-8 helicopter suddenly sank sharply. Then, on the turbulent sea, a giant squid tentacle emerged from the surface, wrapped around the buoy that had just fallen, and pulled it down forcefully. The Z-8 helicopter was pulled forward by a tremendous force and tilted to one side. Fortunately, the soldiers held on tightly to their safety belts, preventing them from falling into the sea. Cut off the buoy. Quickly cut off the float. Increase altitude. The captain hurriedly shouted and then ordered the two escorting Z-20 helicopters to turn around and fire wildly at the squid-like sea monster on the surface of the sea. The soldiers on the Z-8 helicopter immediately pressed the button to cut off the sonar signal, and the helicopter shook violently in the air a few times. Thanks to the driver's superb driving skills, the vehicle regained its balance without any major incident and immediately began to adjust its altitude. The helicopter pilot glanced out to sea with lingering fear. The squid-like sea monster and the sonar buoy they had just deployed had disappeared into the rolling waves. The captain immediately picked up the communicator and reported to headquarters. Reporting to headquarters, the sonar buoy has been lost, the plan has failed, requesting immediate return to base. Return approved, please be careful. The order came through the communicator from headquarters. After receiving the evacuation order, the helicopter formation began to accelerate towards the harbor dock. Conference room at headquarters. Even Zhou Bai was brought to the meeting by Li Qixing. Zhou Bai rarely participates in such high-level decision-making meetings. Although he held the title of consultant for the Otherworld Development Office, which sounded impressive, he knew he was just a mascot. Today, Li Qixing actually dragged him to participate in this level of meeting, which made him feel quite embarrassed. Because the meeting was attended by powerful figures from all walks of life, his lackey status made him stand out as particularly out of place. In the conference room, Zhou Bai sat upright, watching the bigwigs speak, while he pretended to be taking notes and making random corrections on a notebook. This meeting was about the failure to capture the Great Demon. What's going on? Weren't we deliberately deploying the sonar in an area far from where the sea monsters appear? How come these squid sea monsters have already targeted the machine as soon as it was deployed? Asked Wang Guohua, director of the Otherworld Development Office. I don't know. We did follow the plan exactly. These sea monsters seem to be more troublesome than we imagined. Fortunately, we didn't send any surface ships on this mission, otherwise the losses would have been even more severe. Rear Admiral Lin Zhonghai, the Navy commander, replied. He had served in the Navy on Earth his entire life and had never encountered such a formidable opponent. What's even more unacceptable is that the opponent was just a large marine creature. Do we have any other alternatives? Wang Guohua asked with a gloomy face. If these sea monsters cannot be completely eliminated, it will have a significant impact on their exploration and utilization of the ocean. These giant squid sea monsters pose too great a threat to our surface ships, while our surface ships are too small to be of any use. Now we either have to wait for new steel to be shipped from China to build new warships, or we can just drop some depth charges on these guys and drive them to another sea area, Lin Zhonghai said helplessly. Although he was the naval commander here, there were only a few newly assembled small boats in the entire harbor, unlike the Army and Air Force, where all kinds of new weapons and equipment were flying around. The overall strength of the Navy here is actually about the same as that of the Mongolian Navy, the #1 Navy on Earth. While dropping depth charges might have some effect, it's only a temporary solution and cannot completely eliminate the problem of these sea monsters appearing in this area. The roaming sea monster remains a huge hidden danger. The Army and Air Force are powerless to deal with these monsters in the deep sea. Comrade Zhou Bai, what do you think? Seeing Zhou Bai taking notes diligently, Wang Guohua turned to ask him a question. Because he was the only one in the entire conference room who was taking notes, everyone else was either drinking tea, looking at documents, or smoking. Zhou Bai, who was drawing, was stunned for a moment. Why was his name suddenly called? I wasn't prepared at all. Although Zhou Bai pretended to take notes, he did hear what they were talking about. After pondering for a while, he suddenly asked, "Do you think it's possible that a time portal also exists on the seabed?" Li Qixing looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "Why would you think that?" "I just think that the sudden proliferation of powerful demons may not be a coincidence." According to Yiya, although large sea monsters like the Great Demon have appeared occasionally before, there are usually only one or two. This is the first time she has seen hundreds of them appear at once. If these sea monsters called Great Demons had appeared frequently before, then it would have been very difficult for towns to form on the seabed. These powerful demons are so strong that other races in the sea would definitely have a hard time dealing with them. But you said that there are actually quite a few underwater towns. So I wondered if it was possible that something unusual had happened on the seabed, such as an earthquake, a volcano, or even the opening of a time portal. This frightened the great monsters that originally lived only in the deep sea, causing them to flee to the shallows, which is why these giant squid and sea monsters are behaving so strangely now. Zhou Bai analyzed as he twirled the pen in his hand. Chapter 156 concerns about the time-space gate. Go on. Wang Guohua was very interested in Zhou Bai's point of view. Seeing that no one objected, Zhou Bai continued. According to the magician Simone, time portals are extremely rare. Even in his hundreds of years of life, he has only encountered a few open time portals. But things seem to be different now. There are already 3 time portals, including our own, the Milland Empires, and the ancient Tang Empires. Moreover, each opening of the space-time continuum brought considerable disaster to the local races. For example, the opening of the time portal in the Milland Empire led to a change of regime on the Empire's side, and even the little angels were affected. The opening of the portal to the ancient Tang Empire led to widespread suffering and loss of life on the other side. Without our intervention, both sides would probably have been reduced to scorched earth. Now it's the mermaids' turn. This is the first time they've encountered such a disaster, but it just so happens to happen this year. Do you think there's a connection between these disasters, or are they just coincidences? All the leaders present pondered Zhou Bai's new statement. Wang Guohua asked Professor Li Dalu of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, who is in charge of space-time gate research, "Have you made any progress in the detection of space-time gates?" Professor Li Dalu nodded. "When we use our professional instruments to conduct close-range testing on the time portal, we can clearly feel the slight spatial distortions that occur around the time portal. However, this detection method is only useful when used at close range, and it is only effective for time portals that have already been opened. It cannot detect any data changes for time portals that the Milland Empire has closed. However, by studying the energy gems used to open the supporting space-time portal, we were able to reverse engineer the instrument that scans the portal. This instrument can detect minute changes in the space around the portal within a range of hundreds of meters." "So you mean we can actually detect the existence of a time portal with instruments now?" Li Qixing asked from the side. "Yes, but this only works for time portals that have already been opened. It has no effect on time portals that have not yet appeared or have already been closed." Major General Lin Zhonghai frowned. "The ocean is so vast. Even if we have this kind of equipment, it would be too difficult to find a time portal in the vast ocean that we don't even know if it exists." "It is indeed difficult, but not impossible. We just need to focus our exploration on the vicinity of the lair of these giant squid sea monsters. If their abnormal behavior is indeed caused by the appearance of another time portal, then this time portal must be near the lair of these sea monsters." Military Region Commander Chen Tianlong analyzed. Wang Guohua nodded. This is indeed worth our study, but even if we discover that there is another time portal on the ocean, how to close it is another problem. Those elven mages should be able to use magic to submerge themselves in water, right? Those squid sea monsters live in the deep sea. Even if magicians can use magic to dive into the sea, they can't withstand the enormous pressure at the bottom of the sea. Wang Guohua waved his hand to interrupt the discussion. We'll talk about how to get into the sea later. We're not even sure if there's a time portal in the sea right now. The most important thing now is to understand the reasons behind the unusual behavior of these sea monsters. Of course, we can also start investigating now to see if, as Zhou Bai guessed, another time portal has really appeared in the seabed. If a time portal does indeed reappear on the seabed and some strange things get in, we should make corresponding preparations in advance. This also reminds me that the frequent appearance of time portals may not be a coincidence, and it is necessary to take precautions against the time portal that appeared 300 years ago. Centuries have passed, and their technology must be far superior to ours. If these people were to re-enter the other world, it wouldn't be good news for us. This led to another discussion about how to investigate and explore the underwater time portal. The final conclusion was to bring in more unmanned submersibles from China to conduct seabed exploration. As for how to avoid having these submersibles destroyed by these squid sea monsters again, the only solution is to conduct multiple aerial drops from various points. After the meeting, Wang Guohua specifically asked Zhou Bai to stay behind for a private conversation. He first commended Zhou Bai for his contributions during this period, including establishing good relations with the ancient Tang Empire and obtaining a lot of useful information from the mermaid, thus avoiding being attacked by sea monsters when he accidentally entered the sea. Then continued to encourage him to keep up the good work. Brotherly, I'd like to ask, regarding the infinity gauntlet I created before, have you made any new discoveries? After leaving the conference room, Zhou Bai asked Li Qixing, who was accompanying him. Li Qixing shook his head. No, we have done a lot of experiments. Our people, including those from different races here, have all put on gloves and snapped their fingers countless times, but we still have nothing to show for it. Oh, by the way, those scientists even wanted you to snap your fingers and travel through time again to show them, but the risk was too great, so I refused. You must have made quite a few counterfeit gloves, right? We've made several imitations, but none of them worked. We even went to the Titans and collected different gems, but so far we haven't made any significant discoveries. So, do you think those counterfeit gloves of yours will be effective if I use them? I don't know, but we wouldn't dare use you for experiments. You'd better stay here safely. If you accidentally travel to another place and we can't find you in time, then we'll be in trouble. Zhou Bai actually quite liked those gloves, but if he were to have another pair made now, he was afraid the government wouldn't dare to give them to him so easily. Are you really worried about that world that came in from another time portal 300 years ago? It would be a lie to say I'm not worried. So many years have passed, and the gap in technological and military strength between the two sides will definitely widen. If they really come back here, they certainly won't feel comfortable letting us develop here, and conflict is only a matter of time. And as you said yourself, the appearance of several time portals in such a short period of time might not be a coincidence at all. We really need to be prepared. But if that portal really opens, no matter how much we prepare, it will be useless, just like how the Empire couldn't stop the Milland Empire's invasion. After all, sometimes the terrifying gap caused by technological advancements is difficult to bridge in other ways. That's not necessarily true. We're currently arranging for people to investigate the entrance to this time portal. Once we find it, we can deploy heavy forces to guard it, or we can have the mages study how to close the portal. We won't just sit here and wait to die. Zhou Bai nodded. That's good. It was not easy to get into this other world. It would be a pity to give it away so easily. Li Qixing said. Not only that, many of our domestic companies are already using resources from another world, and our investment here is already quite astonishing. If we were to withdraw now out of fear, the losses to our country would be immeasurable. I hope my worries are unnecessary. Zhou Bai could only say. Chapter 157 Capturing a Great Demon. After several days of recuperation, the mermaid Yaya has fully recovered from her injuries. However, considering that the great demon in the sea had not yet been dealt with, they were not in a hurry to send her back to the sea. The base headquarters arranged for her to stay in a relatively large swimming pool so that she wouldn't feel cramped. At this moment, Zhou Bai was playing Go with Yi by the pool. Both players were equally skilled at chess, making for a very close and evenly matched game. Yi, how deep can you swim to in the ocean? Zhou Bai asked while playing chess. More than 1,000 meters. I haven't calculated the exact distance. Yi glanced at the chess pieces on the board and replied casually. What happens if you swim too deep? Zhou Bai looked up at her. I don't know. Our sea area is relatively shallow. None of them are more than 1,000 meters deep, and I have never been to the deep sea. But I have heard that entering the deep sea is just as difficult as you humans climbing a high mountain. We call it altitude sickness. So you guys can have deep sea sickness too? Zhou Bai nodded thoughtfully. It's truly incredible that a mermaid with such a small body could withstand the pressure of the ocean floor at a depth of 1,000 meters. Zhou Bai, we've captured a powerful demon. Li Qixing suddenly ran over excitedly from outside and said, Oh, really? Still alive? Zhou Bai looked up and asked in surprise. They're still alive. We deployed more than a dozen sonar systems and unmanned underwater robots in different sea areas, but most of them were destroyed by these giant sea monsters. However, a lone monster was lured to the edge of the sea by our sonar decoy and fell right into our ambush. We successfully hid it using the anesthetic carried by our new guided bomb, and then used several tugboats to drag this monster back. It's currently soaking in the pool we dug. Zhou Bai asked incredulously, It's that simple? Your ship wasn't damaged by other powerful demons when it set sail. After all, these great demons are notoriously irritable, which has led the Navy to only dare to sail on inland waterways now. No, we were very lucky this time. One of our sonar decoys was set up in shallow water not far from the coastline. For some reason, this sea monster got separated from its prey and plunged headlong into our trap. It's probably because the water was too shallow that it didn't encounter any other sea monsters. Our escort helicopters had depth charges ready, specifically to prevent attacks from other sea monsters, but thankfully we didn't have to use them in the end. Zhou Bai put down his chess piece and asked, So what are your plans for the next move? Li Qixing said, That's right. Based on our observations of the great sea monsters these past few days, our marine biologists have determined that these sea monsters communicate through high-frequency sound waves. These sound waves are extremely complex and have been largely identified as their language of communication. We know you have the ability to understand all the languages in the world, so we'd like to invite you over to try and see if you can communicate directly with these beings or understand their language. Aren't high-frequency sound waves inaudible to the human ear? Li Qixing nodded. Human ears can't hear these sound waves, but we have special equipment that can record and play them. You can then identify them based on the sounds emitted by the machine. Zhou Bai put down the chess piece. All right then, since we have nothing else to do here, let's go give it a try. Where did you lock that great demon up? It's in Victory Port. I'll go with you there now, Li Qixing replied. Zhou Bai stood up and said to the mermaid, Yeah, we've caught a powerful demon. I'm going to go see what it looks like, so I won't stay here with you. If you need anything, just ask the staff over there. Yaya waved her hand. Go on. I'm fine here on my own. Then he lay down on the ground, picked up his phone, and started playing games. On Monday, Bai and Li Qixing landed at Shengli Port Airport on a private jet. Victory Port is now taking shape. In addition to the naval base, the area also includes a warship base, docks, airports, weather stations, and marine observation stations, all of which have been basically completed. The entire harbor, including the Titans who are still involved in its construction, now has a population of over 3,000. The large population and countless vehicles make this place appear very busy. Welcome to Shengli Port, both leaders. A dark-skinned colonel in military uniform saluted Zhou Bai and Li Qixing. The sun here is really strong. I felt like I was being scorched as soon as I got off the plane. No wonder the officer's face was tanned to a reddish-brown sheen. It seems working here is indeed not easy. Colonel Zhang Hongyu, it's been a long time. Li Qixing stepped forward and shook hands with the colonel. Hello, Colonel. It was the first time Zhou Bai had been called leader, and he was a little embarrassed. The two then followed the colonel, named Zhang Hongyu, into a jeep. Let me give you a heads up. If either of you has megalophobia, you'd better prepare yourselves mentally beforehand, Colonel Zhang Hongyu said as he drove. It's just a slightly larger sea creature. What's there to prepare for? Li Qixing smiled nonchalantly as he spoke. Zhou Yibai smiled slightly. After all, he had seen both turtle-like beasts several meters tall and giant snake-like beasts hundreds of meters long. It's just a giant squid sea monster. It won't scare him. After passing through several heavily guarded security facilities, we arrived at a huge swimming pool platform. Our swimming pool is 50 meters deep, and there's a 10-meter-high specially reinforced glass wall on the ground. It was originally used for diving experiments, but now it's perfect for keeping this monster in, Colonel Zhang Hongyu explained. Before even reaching the edge of the pool, one could already see a gigantic squid sea monster curled up inside, its tentacles tightly gripping the reinforced glass around it and constantly wriggling. Is this glass sturdy? If it breaks, with so much water gushing out, we won't be able to escape. Zhou Yibai looked at the tall, aquarium-like glass structure and asked with some concern. After all, this great demon is much larger and stronger than the sharks in the aquarium. Don't worry, our glass is over a meter thick, so it's very sturdy. Although this guy isn't very well behaved, we've installed a high-voltage electrical device inside. If he dares to knock on the glass, we'll shock him and he'll quiet down. Look at it now, isn't it behaving very well? Zhang Hongyu said with a smile. Zhou Yibai stopped talking and followed closely behind the colonel. Chapter 158, The Clever Great Demon. This was captured 3 days ago. It is 35 meters long and weighs about 100 tons. It should still be a juvenile sea monster. Colonel Zhang Hongyu introduced them to the two as they walked. The giant squid sea monster weighing over 100 tons was only an immature monster. One can only imagine how huge it would be if it were an adult. At its current weight, it's already roughly the same as the blue whale, the heaviest marine animal on Earth. Despite being well prepared, Zhou Yibai and Li Qixing still felt a primal fear when they saw the sea monster up close. This fear is not just about the unknown creature, but also about the sense of oppression emanating from its enormous size. Especially those two enormous eyes, each over a meter in diameter, seemed to be staring intently at Zhou Yibai and his group as they approached. Zhou Yibai swallowed hard, trying to appear calm. Looking directly at this great demon, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He also found it strange, as he had never felt this chill down his spine when facing those towering beasts in the ancient Tang Empire. Could it be because I didn't wear gloves today? To be honest, I don't know why, but wearing gloves did give him a strange sense of security. It seems I'll have to ask him when I can return the gloves, or maybe I can ask the seller from last time to make a new pair. This is Professor Wu Xinmin, our marine biologist, a research expert specially transferred from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Lieutenant Colonel Zhang Hongyu pointed to an elderly man with white hair, but a sprightly appearance, and introduced him. Professor Wu, hello. Zhou Yibai and Li Qixing shook hands with him, and then suddenly heard a loud slapping sound from behind. Excuse me, you two? This guy is being disobedient again. Please wait a moment. After Professor Wu Xinmin finished speaking, he picked up the walkie-talkie, said a few words, and then the assistant in the control room pressed the red button. A huge current immediately flowed into the pool, causing the giant squid monster to twitch for a moment before returning to calm. We've named this Sea Monster Pirate King 001. It's still a bit mischievous, liking to bang on the glass, but it'll behave itself after a shock, Professor Wu Xinmin said with a broad smile. Even the name of one piece has been revealed. I wonder which adorable person came up with it. However, this name is quite fitting for the identity of this great demon, the king of the squid in the sea, a true pirate king. Professor Wu Xin led the group to the glass pavilion and pointed to the giant sea monster inside, exclaiming, "This thing is truly a miracle. Although I dedicated myself to studying deep-sea creatures back on Earth, I have never seen such a huge and still alive soft-bodied creature. The ocean here is truly amazing." Li Qixing interrupted Professor Wu Xinmin and asked directly, "Professor Wu, do you have any special knowledge about this creature?" Professor Wu nodded. They are the top predators in the ocean. Look at their long tentacles, which are full of terrifying power. Each of their tentacles can easily crush a small boat. Most importantly, their brains are more than 10 times larger than those of humans, so they are born with extremely strong memories. And they're incredibly intelligent, which is why you've had such a hard time catching them before. Then how do they communicate? Li Qixing continued to ask. Professor Wu opened the computer next to him and pointed to the sound wave image spectrum, explaining. They communicate by emitting high-frequency sound waves from the organs on their heads. After being locked up here, this number 001 has released countless sound waves, as if it wants its companions to come and rescue it. Furthermore, according to the data we collected, we detected that when other large sea monsters gathered together, they emitted a large number of identical high-frequency sound waves, indicating that they communicated very frequently. Then the other great demons in the ocean can't hear the sound waves it's emitting now, right? Zhou Bai asked with some concern. Although it's still some distance from the sea, it would be quite dangerous if those powerful demons could run ashore to rescue this trapped demon. Of course you can't hear it. There's no seawater here as a medium, and the distance is so great that the sound waves can't travel to the ocean, Professor Wu explained patiently. Well, asking that question makes me seem uncultured. Can we kill these monsters? Li Qixing asked. Although they had previously bombarded a powerful sea monster while rescuing the mermaid Yiya, and even collected its remains, they hadn't managed to kill it directly, and it escaped. Of course, any kind of explosive will do. They are essentially mollusks, so as long as they are powerful enough, they will work. However, it's best to hit their brains. If you only hit other parts, it's still difficult to kill them directly, Professor Wu explained. Indeed, in the face of human weapons, almost no living being composed of flesh and blood can withstand human firearms. The giant serpent beast we encountered in the ancient Tang Empire was already terrifying enough in its physical form. Previously used sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers were ineffective against it, but under the terrifying long-range missile strikes of the rabbit country, they were still no match. After observing the great sea monster for a while, Li Qixing turned to Professor Wu Xinmin and said, Professor, could you convert the sound waves emitted by this great sea monster that you recorded into sounds that we can hear? Of course, we have a sound wave converter here. It's currently being converted, but it's not completely finished yet. You'll need to wait a bit. It should take a few hours, Professor Wu said. It's been so long. Let's find a place to rest for a bit, and then come back here to listen to its sounds later, Zhou Bai suggested. For some reason, he always felt that the great demon's eyes were secretly watching him, and this feeling made him very uncomfortable. Is it just psychological? Colonel Zhang Hongyu nodded. All right, you've been flying here for quite a while. You must be hungry. Now that you've come all this way, you should definitely try the local seafood. I'll take you out for a seafood feast. Being able to eat seafood would be the best thing ever. Moreover, it was seafood from another world's ocean, which made Zhou Bai quite excited. Chapter 159 Encountering Kronos. Colonel Zhang Hongyu led Zhou Bai and Li Qixing to the naval mess hall near Shingli Port. Why is this cafeteria so big? Upon reaching the entrance of the cafeteria, Zhou Bai saw the cafeteria gate, which was at least 7 or 8 meters high, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Compared to the canteen at the headquarters, this naval canteen is not only ridiculously large, but the entrance alone is as tall as a 2-story building. We have thousands of Titan workers working here. As you know, these giants are over 5 meters tall. If the canteen isn't built tall, these giants alone will overcrowd it. Don't worry, it's still early, so the cafeteria won't be too crowded yet. It'll be quite lively there when we finish work. Zhang Hongyu explained with a smile. Upon entering the canteen, as expected, only a few warriors and 7 or 8 Titans were eating inside. Our canteen offers unlimited food of all kinds, including chicken, duck, fish, pork, beef, and mutton. Seafood is especially popular here. Moreover, it's a buffet here, so as long as you don't waste food, you can eat as much as you want. Of course, you still have to fight for the best food. We've arrived at the perfect time. It hasn't gotten crowded yet, and there's still plenty of delicious seafood that hasn't been snapped up. So you can help yourselves to whatever you like to eat. After Colonel Zhang Hongyu finished speaking, he took out a plate and a cup from the cutlery area and went to his favorite dish area to pick up some food. Zhou Bai also took a plate and strolled around the cafeteria's food section. Sure enough, he found all kinds of seafood, and most of them were seafood he had never seen before. This large sea crab is unique to this area, and it tastes incredibly delicious. I recommend you give it a try. Zhang Hongyu pointed to a large pot of crabs and said, "These sea crabs are very large, each weighing at least 10 kilograms. Even eating just one would be enough to fill you up." In order to taste more kinds of seafood, Zhou Yibai decided to share the big crab with Li Qixing, each getting half. After it was brought to the table, Zhou Yibai took a big bite of the crab meat. Sure enough, even without any special seasonings, the taste was still very delicious, without any artificial technology or fuss. "How is it? It tastes good, right?" Colonel Zhang Hongyu asked with a smile. "Very good." Zhou Yibai nodded in agreement as he ate. Given the size and quality of this crab, it would probably cost at least $1,000 on Earth. The Titans have such large appetites, and you provide unlimited food supplies. Aren't you under a lot of pressure regarding food here? Li Qixing asked, looking up. At the beginning, these Titans were indeed not very restrained in their eating habits and wasted a lot of food. Later, after we punished the wasteful Titans by making them eat fewer meals, the other Titans became much more restrained. Furthermore, they know that eating too much makes them uncomfortable to move around, and they also know that we have no shortage of food, so they no longer refuse to put down their bowls until they are completely stuffed, unlike before. Zhang Hongyu continued. However, it is also thanks to these giants that our seaport was built so quickly. It can be said that they have made great contributions. To be honest, these Titans are really good at their work, and since they don't have any special requirements, we naturally can't skimp on their food. Zhou Yibai listened from the side and nodded in agreement. After all, these Titans had traveled thousands of miles to work here just to have enough to eat. I didn't ask you for more salary or benefits, so what's wrong with eating more? So you still need food supplies from China, right? Zhou Yibai asked. Zhang Hongyu nodded. We haven't achieved complete self-sufficiency yet, and some of our grain still needs to be supplied from the headquarters base. However, we now purchase some of our food from the empire, and we also employ a large number of locals here to cultivate land and raise livestock. I believe that within a year, we will be able to achieve complete self-sufficiency. Zhou Yibai nodded in relief. After all, global food prices had been unstable ever since the Big Bear and the Second Bear on Earth started fighting, and now they needed to provide a lot of support to this region. If this region can achieve self-sufficiency in the future and even contribute back to the domestic food supply, it will be of great significance to China's food security. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Colonel Zhang Hongyu took Zhou Yibai and Li Qixing to tour several facilities in Victory Port, including shops, dormitories, and entertainment venues. Zhou Yibai felt as if he were on a leadership inspection tour. Arriving at a construction site, Zhou Yibai saw more than a dozen Titans wearing oversized work clothes and using oversized tools, working enthusiastically. Their exaggerated strength left Zhou Yibai speechless. Every Titan is comparable to a humanoid robot. "Ah, Zhou Yibai and Director Li, what brings you here?" A Titan wearing a blue hard hat suddenly walked towards Zhou Yibai and the others. "Kronos, you've become a foreman?" Zhou Yibai recognized the approaching Titan as Cronus, Thanos' brother. Kronos took off his hat sheepishly. "Because of my good performance, the organization appointed me as the captain, responsible for managing our group of people." Zhang Hongyu also praised. "Kronos is our capable assistant. He's usually in charge of the new Titans, and he's doing a great job. Plus, he's currently working hard to learn Chinese." "That's good. Our language and writing system must be difficult for you," Zhou Yibai asked with a smile. After all, the rabbit's language and writing system are known to be the most difficult to learn on Earth. Even people from other countries on this planet can't learn it well, let alone these giants from another world. Kronos scratched his head with a wry smile. "It's too difficult. I only learned 5 words in one day, and I forgot 4 of them the next day. It's even more tiring than working on a construction site. Oh, by the way, you can call me by my Chinese name. My Chinese name is Wang Long." Zhou Yibai asked speechlessly. "Who gave you such a name?" Kronos grinned and said, "My Chinese teacher helped me choose this name. I heard that the dragon is a mythical creature in your country and also your country's totem, so I chose this name." Besides, it's not that complicated to write. Colonel Zhang Hongyu, standing nearby, added, "We have Chinese language classes here, and Titans or Imperials working locally can come here to learn Chinese." However, compared to the people of the Empire, the Titans do have more difficulty learning Chinese, mainly due to a lack of patience and a lack of mental agility. Fortunately, the Titans are quick learners in other areas. For example, they learned to play mahjong in just 1 week, card games in 3 days, and video games in 1 day. However, gambling is strictly prohibited here, so we didn't pay much attention to their entertainment activities. After all, there's not much else to do here, so a little relaxation is fine. These people are so powerful, won't they damage these things? Li Qixing asked curiously. Chapter 160, Listening to the Language of a Great Demon. No, most of the things they use now are specially made in domestic factories, and they are several sizes larger than the things we use. Although they are very strong, they also have great control over their strength. At first, they were quite prone to breaking fragile items, but after breaking a few things, they learned to handle them with care, so now they rarely break anything, Colonel Zhang Hongyu said. Kronos didn't have a translator with him, so he didn't know what Colonel Zhang Hongyu was saying. He could only look at Zhou Bai beside him. Zhou Bai didn't translate for him, but said directly, "Kronos, oh no, I should call you Wang Long, right? But this name doesn't suit your temperament at all. I'll call you by your original name from now on." "Sure, although I think the name Wang Long is also quite imposing, you can call me back to my original name if you prefer," Kronos said nonchalantly. Zhou Bai asked with a smile, "Are you satisfied with your working life here? If you were asked to go back to the grasslands, would you be able to adapt?" Kronos scratched his big head and said, "I really like my life now. The house here is a little small, but it's very comfortable to live in. It has running water, a TV, a bathroom, and a soft bed that's very comfortable to sleep in. Most importantly, you won't have to worry about food here. You only need to work for most of the day. Unlike before, when we would work hard all day on the grasslands and sometimes not even have enough to eat. And we also had to worry about attacks from various wild animals. Where is it like now, where not only can we eat our fill and eat well, but we also have such nice clothes and shoes to wear? I took leave to go back to the grasslands a while ago, but I only stayed for a few days before rushing back to work. Although there's no shortage of food on the grasslands now, the conditions are far worse than here. I can't even sleep comfortably. It seems that after enjoying a better life, these Titan giants find it difficult to return to the grasslands and live the hard life they used to have. But this is good too. We don't need to conquer them by force to get them to come and help the Rabbit Kingdom with its construction in this other world. So what are your wishes now? Of course, besides that excavator you want to drive. Zhou Bai asked again. He was genuinely curious whether Cronus had any personal desires after satisfying his basic needs for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Kronos said, "Yes, I've heard that living conditions are better in the city. I'm still living in a prefab house on the construction site, and we all eat and drink together. Although it's not bad compared to the grasslands, if I had the means, I would still like to own my own house, so I wouldn't have to fight with everyone for game consoles or TV programs." "Oh, right. Director Lee promised me that after I've worked here for 5 years, he'll allocate me a big house in the city." "The city? Is it the city around here?" Zhou Bai turned to Li Qixing with a puzzled look and asked, "Are we planning to build a city here?" Li Qixing nodded. "Yes, our first city here is the headquarters base, and from now on the headquarters base will be renamed Star City. Our city construction is now taking shape, but the population has not caught up yet. Once it is open to the general public, it will probably become a big city very soon. While housing prices are low now, you could buy a few properties to hold on to. They're sure to appreciate in value later." Li Qixing's last sentence was definitely a joke. The Rabbit Country will definitely have very strict management of housing prices here, even stricter than Xiongnu area on Earth. Moreover, Zhou Bai basically doesn't need to spend money to do anything now, so money doesn't mean much to him. However, Zhou Bai had no doubt about China's infrastructure capabilities here. He hadn't been back for a month, and he witnessed the dramatic changes that had taken place at the headquarters base, which was now indistinguishable from a small city. Only the Rabbit Kingdom on the entire planet Earth possesses such terrifying infrastructure capabilities. So when are you planning to find a partner? Joey Bai asked gossipily. Partner? Is it your wife? Kronos showed no embarrassment whatsoever. I'm not in a hurry. There are countless beautiful girls on the grasslands who want to pursue me, but I haven't accepted any of them. I want to focus on my career first. Finding a wife can wait. Okay, he admits that Cronus is indeed more pleasing to the eye than the other Titans, and it's not uncommon for him to have Titan girls pursuing him. If even Cronus isn't in a hurry to find a partner, then I certainly don't need to be either. Everyone's focused on their careers. Love will come later. He plans to say this if his mother urges him to go on blind dates again. Soon, news came from Professor Wu that the sea monster's sound waves could now be translated into sounds that could be heard by the human ear. Kronos, we have other things to do, so we won't bother you any longer. We'll find you for a drink after you get back to headquarters, Joey Bai said to Kronos as he said goodbye. Kronos laughed heartily. All right then. Returning to the laboratory by the pool, Professor Wu Xinmin turned on his computer and played the high-frequency sound waves of the great sea monster they had recorded. After a piercing sound was played, everyone present frowned. How is it? Can you understand it? Li Qixing asked, frowning. The sound played was not like a language at all. Although he could not understand the languages of other races, at least they had the tones and rhythms that a language should have. Joey Bai also frowned and said to Professor Wu Xinmin, Professor Wu, could you please play it again? Professor Wu played that uncomfortable sound again. After listening several times, Joey Bai said, I didn't hear it very clearly. I don't know if it's a problem with the machine translation, but I think I heard it saying, let me go, let me go. I don't know if that's right. You really can understand the language of these sea monsters? Professor Wu asked in surprise. Probably, but I'm not entirely sure. Joey Bai couldn't hear the contents very clearly, but he vaguely felt that he could understand what was being said. Why don't you record a message, then convert it into a high-frequency sound wave like the Great Demon, and see how the Great Demon reacts? Li Qixing suggested. Joey Bai nodded. Okay. Chapter 161, An Even Larger Deep-Sea Behemoth. Joey Bai approached the glass enclosure of the swimming pool and mustered up the courage to look directly into the large eyes of this great demon. However, this time, the eye contact startled the great demon so much that it took a few steps back and pressed itself tightly against the glass of the pool. This guy is actually afraid of me, Joey Bai said with a smile. It seems the old saying is true. The best way to overcome fear is to face it bravely. Joey Bai then walked to a machine that had already been set up, put on a headset, and said into the headset, Can you understand me? If you can, please close your eyes and behave, and we will let you go. Professor Wu Xinmin translated Joey Bai's words into a high-frequency sound wave similar to that of the Great Demon, and then transmitted this sound wave to an instrument placed in the pool. Joey Bai and the others turned to look at the edge of the pool, wanting to see how the Great Demon would react after hearing Joey Bai's words. Upon hearing the sound waves played by the instrument, the giant squid sea monster paused for a moment, then turned around in circles, looking left and right as if searching for the source of the sound, or perhaps appearing quite frightened. That great demon emitted another sound wave, Professor Wu said, looking at the sound wave image on the computer. Soon, the sound waves emitted by the siren were translated into audible sounds. After a disturbing sound came through the headset, Joey Bai said, I've confirmed that these high-frequency sound waves are indeed their language, but it just keeps repeating one sentence. I'm scared. Let me go. It seems that this great demon doesn't have a very large vocabulary, and its words are all broken and intermittent. So, these great demons do communicate through sound waves, but only with simple words. They don't have the easy way of communicating that we humans do. Professor Wu asked. I guess so. Whether it's the voices of the other sirens you recorded before, or the voices of this great sirens, they are all just some very simple words. For example, I've heard words like hurry up, mom, and food before, but I wasn't sure what they meant, Joey Bai explained. Can you communicate now? Li Qixing asked. Joey Bai nodded. I think it should be able to. It should be able to understand some of what we just recorded, otherwise it wouldn't have reacted so strongly. After testing it a few times, I found that this great demon could indeed understand some of my words. For example, if I told it to close its eyes, it would obediently close them. If I told it to do some simple actions, it would do them. Zhou Bai decided to get straight to the point and asked some important questions into his headset. Can you answer some of my questions? Why did you come to the shallow sea and attack the mermaid city? There are giant beasts in the deep sea. We're here to take refuge. Zhou Bai heard these fragmented words from the great demon. Giant beasts? Your size is already terrifying enough. Are there even larger marine creatures in the sea? Zhou Bai asked incredulously. The giant beast is bigger than us and eats us. So, we came to the shallow sea. The great demon uttered some very simple words again. Judging from these simple words, there may be a more ferocious species in the deep sea than these monsters, which drove them out of their original habitat. If that's the case, then their invasion of the merfolk cities is actually the same as the Titans' invasion of the elves' border forests back then. The Titans only went to the border forests to fight the elves for territory because they didn't have enough to eat. These powerful demons fled to the shallow seas because their lair had been occupied by other, larger creatures, and they were no match for them in battle. Inevitably, they ended up in war with the sea people. After all, when two different races meet and speak different languages, conflict is inevitable. Moreover, these powerful demons could indeed occupy the nearby sea areas due to their superior size. To them, the mermaids are nothing more than tiny insects. Their destruction is none of your concern. However, it's unclear what kind of sea monster was capable of driving away these already terrifying monsters. It's really hard to imagine. After understanding the basic situation, Zhou Bai translated what he had heard to everyone. This great demon said that monsters even larger than them appeared in the deep sea and drove them out of the deep sea, which is why they appeared in this shallow sea area. Are there even larger marine creatures than them? Li Qixing asked in surprise. This juvenile demon already weighs 100 tons. If it were an adult, it would weigh at least 200 tons. If they are even larger than these powerful demons, and have the ability to drive all these incredibly powerful demons to shallow waters, it's hard to imagine how big those monsters must be. It seems that even if we can't conquer the ocean of that other world, whether we can even stay here is another matter entirely. After all, they already had a hard time dealing with these powerful demons. If those monsters were even more powerful than the demons, how could they possibly fight them? Zhou Bai turned his head and asked, "What do you plan to do with this great demon?" Although these guys can only communicate using simple words, strictly speaking, they can be considered a kind of intelligent being. I think they are much smarter than gorillas. After all, I've never heard of gorillas communicating using language. At most, they use vocalizations to convey information. Li Qixing countered, "What's your opinion? Do you want us to put it back into the sea?" Zhou Bai shrugged. "I didn't say that. We don't know if what this great demon said is true or false, but in any case, we still know too little about them. It would be a pity to release it now. The experiments on this organism are probably not finished yet. For example, we need to thoroughly study its body structure and DNA characteristics. We need to find a way to completely defeat them. Otherwise, even if we release them back into the sea now, and we all turn against each other later, at least we'll have a way to deal with them." Li Qixing was somewhat surprised that Zhou Bai could think of something at this level. This was indeed beyond his expectations. He knew that Zhou Bai had always had a very peaceful personality. Whether it's for the little angel, or for Princess Anna, the mermaid, or the little princess of Gutom. Basically, Zhou Bai would help them whenever he could, no matter what difficulties they encountered. However, Zhou Bai showed no pity for this great demon and asked them to release it. It seems that Zhou Bai also knows that the interests of the country are the most important. Everything else will only be done to the best of our ability, provided it does not harm national interests. Chapter 162, Giving the Mermaid Online Classes. Zhou Bai asked the great demon in the pool a few more questions, but the demon couldn't answer them all. For example, it might mention other information about the monster, or whether there are time portals underwater. Perhaps the great demon didn't quite understand Zhou Bai's meaning, or perhaps it simply didn't know what the word meant. For example, if you ask a kindergarten child what eating means or what Ultraman means, but if you ask them what quantum mechanics means, they will definitely look at you blankly. After failing to obtain any useful information, Li Qixing and Zhou Bai decided to return home and report the information they had gathered to the Otherworld office. It would be fine to let Zhou Yibai communicate with this great demon. Li Qixing wouldn't dare let Zhou Yibai deal with the great demons in the sea. Upon returning to headquarters, Li Qixing reported the information he had obtained to Wang Guohua, the director of the Otherworld office. We haven't even solved the problem of that great demon yet. How come some giant monster has appeared? Wang Guohua smoked a cigarette with a sullen expression. The fact that the Navy is currently unable to operate at sea has already severely hampered their progress in exploring other parts of the Otherworld. Moreover, their plan to explore a sea route to the ancient Tang Empire has now had to be temporarily shelved. Can you detect how deep the deep sea is now? Wang Guohua held the report that Li Qixing had given him and asked a question. Li Qixing nodded. According to our satellite LiDAR and echo sounder measurements of ocean depth, the nearest deep-sea area is about 500 nautical miles from the coastline and is already 10,000 meters deep. About 1,500 nautical miles from the coastline, there is a trench with a depth of over 20,000 meters, which is deeper than the Mariana Trench, the deepest point on Earth. There should be even deeper waters in other areas, and we are still exploring them. Where were these great demons originally located? Wang Guohua asked, picking up a map of the ocean. Li Qixing pointed to a sea area on the map and said, "We estimate it's in that deep-sea area about 500 nautical miles away." Wang Guohua looked at the map and pondered for a while, then said, "There shouldn't be any powerful demons in the deep-sea area anymore. Is it okay for us to release an unmanned submersible down there? Let's use sonar to explore and see if we find anything on the seabed." Okay, without the interference of the powerful demon, the unmanned submersible should be able to work normally over there. Li Qixing recorded Director Wang's order. In addition, arrange for satellites and drones to conduct 24-hour continuous reconnaissance of the deep-sea area. If any anomalies are found, we must have contingency plans in place. We're afraid that these amphibious creatures might come ashore and cause trouble, which would be a real problem. Wang Guohua continued to order. Yes. Thus, a new round of ocean exploration began. When the mermaid Yi learned that she couldn't return to the sea anytime soon, she started to sulk. Fortunately, Zhou Yibai agreed to take her back to the river where he had saved her, which improved her mood somewhat. A river is better than a swimming pool here. At least you can swim freely and eat the freshest fish anytime. However, there are already quite a few of our boats sailing in the river. If we accidentally hit you, we'll probably have to pull you back for treatment, Zhou Yibai warned. Yi said with some dissatisfaction. There weren't these iron boats before. How come the river is full of them now that you've come? This river connects important cities such as the imperial capital Maghreb and Victory Port, so the waterways on the river are quite busy. Zhou Yibai said helplessly. This is unavoidable. There's nothing I can do. When humanity develops to a certain level, everyone will use various means of transportation. It's all right now, just some small boats. But once the shipyard here is built, there will be many more and larger ships, which will definitely affect your normal life at sea. Yi sighed. I know. I saw these big ships on your video website recently. If the ocean is full of these big ships in the future, we will really be in trouble. There may not be a single quiet sea area left. It's all right now, but if this area develops further in the future, environmental issues will definitely become a bigger problem, not just noise. For example, the ocean on Earth has now become the largest garbage dump for humankind. Now, no matter where you go, you can find countless pieces of human trash on the coastline. The trash on the seabed is even more shocking. Hopefully, China will implement stricter environmental protection laws here and try its best not to damage the environment while solving its own production problems. Don't think about those annoying things. Neither of us can change these things, Zhou Yibai said helplessly. After all, he was the one who first opened up the space-time continuum. However, even if the Rabbit Kingdom doesn't come in, the people from the Milland Empire will. Moreover, he believed that the Rabbit Kingdom would definitely do a better job than the people of the Milland Empire. After all, China has suffered too much from environmental pollution on Earth. Don't you like teaching others to sing? How about I take you to school and become a music teacher? Zhou Yibai suddenly suggested. May I? Yi's eyes lit up at first, but quickly dimmed. Forget it. I can't speak your language, and I don't have legs. It's too inconvenient for me to run around. This is indeed a big problem. Yaya has no problem communicating with the locals of the empire, but she can't communicate with other people. Moreover, the absence of legs restricted her freedom of movement on the ground. Your phone can access the internet, right? How about I teach you how to take online classes? You can bring an AI translator, and then you'll be able to understand what we're saying. We have some really great teachers there. How about I have them teach you professional singing techniques? To keep Yaya from getting too bored, Zhou Bai had no choice but to bring out online classes, which many people dislike. Yaya thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. She felt it would be great if she could learn more singing techniques. She found many of the songs she heard here very pleasant to listen to and wanted to learn them, but she didn't know how. Okay, then I'll arrange to find you a music teacher, and you can learn to sing here from now on. Given Zhou Bai's current status, arranging a music teacher for Yaya to take online classes is no problem at all. I can just reimburse the expenses myself. Anyway, I have a gold card with no spending limit, so I might as well spend it. Chapter 163, Visiting the School. After arranging Yaya's online music lessons, Zhou Bai stopped bothering her, allowing her to quietly learn professional singing techniques. Yaya's voice was already quite good, and with professional training, she will definitely have a lot of room for improvement. Who knows, once the other world opens up, becoming a singer or idol star might not be impossible. Zhou Bai finally had some time to wander around the soon-to-be-established Star City. The city of Star City is already quite large. Although most of it is currently military and scientific research facilities, many civilian buildings have also appeared. For example, large shopping malls, newly built high-rise apartments, power stations, factories, and even banks and post offices are all available. Zhou Bai even went to check out the newly built school today. This school, called Star City First Experimental School, is the school that Thanos and the elf princess Simin are attending. The students at this school are children from various races on this planet, mainly children from the Titans, elves, and humans. However, recently we have also received a few students from the angel race and the goblin race to study here. There aren't many students in the school yet. There are fewer than 200 in total. This made the huge school feel somewhat empty. However, I believe that after coming into contact with people from other worlds or other races, the school will have more students in the future. When these children first arrived, everything here felt new and exciting. The tall buildings, the delicious food, every house, even the street lights on the road, the running water in the dormitory, and the vehicles coming and going every day, all felt very new and strange to these children who had never been far from home. Then, after meeting various friends of different heights and skin colors at school, it took them a long time to barely adapt to the regular daily study life there. The teachers here were all transferred from China to teach these children Chinese, starting with language instruction. The children were all very excited when they first received all sorts of school supplies. However, during their first lesson, the language, which is recognized as the most difficult to learn on Earth, left these children, who had attended school for a few days, completely bewildered. Even Thanos and Princess Westminster, who had been with Zhou Bai for over a month, found Chinese characters extremely difficult to understand. However, apart from regular academic classes, the other courses are quite interesting for the children. For example, the occasional music class at noon, the martial arts class in the afternoon, and the physical education class are all very popular courses among them. Accompanied by school leaders, Zhou Bai arrived at the back of a classroom where a class was in session. "Teacher, can we go to the Rabbit Kingdom behind the time portal and see what it's like?" In the classroom, a little boy is raising his hand to ask a question. The little boy asked the question in the language of the Empire, probably because his Chinese wasn't very good, so he wasn't using Chinese. Zhou Bai could understand the language of the Empire. The teacher was probably trained as well, and did not use a translator. He replied directly in the language of the Empire. "Of course you can, but you need to learn Chinese first, so that you won't get lost when you go to the Rabbit Country. Otherwise, you won't even know how to say eat when you go to a restaurant." Then the beautiful female teacher turned around, picked up the chalk, and neatly wrote a few Chinese characters on the blackboard. She then faced the whole class and said, "Come on, read it with me." A clear, resonant reading voice immediately filled the classroom. "I love learning. I love Chinese." Although most students reading aloud wasn't quite standard, their enthusiasm for learning was still very high. After leaving the classroom, the accompanying school leader explained to Zhou Yibai that the school here adopts a completely closed teaching system, and students are generally strictly prohibited from going out. However, to prevent these children from becoming bookworms, the school also holds various social learning activities or organizes field trips from time to broaden the students' horizons. Moreover, every classroom here is equipped with advanced teaching facilities such as electronic screens and projectors, making the teaching conditions even better than those in many large cities in China. In addition, the school has set up scholarships and poverty subsidies to encourage students who are good at studying or who are from poor families to study hard. Many students at the school send the prize money back home to help support their families. Because the Titan children are so tall and strong, a special class was set up for them, and all the children in this class are from the Titan tribe. Otherwise, if these little giants were to study in the same classroom as children of other races, they might accidentally injure or maim other children during recess. Another reason is that Titan children are less mentally agile than children of other races, and they often fall behind in their studies. This is one of the reasons why they are given a separate class. When Zhou Yibai arrived at the little giants class, he saw many Titan children fast asleep on their desks. However, little Thanos with purple skin was different. He was listening attentively to the teacher's lecture and taking notes diligently from time to time. It seems that Thanos' future prospects will definitely surpass those of his brother Cronus. After all, Cronus only learned 5 words a day and forgot 4 of them the next day. Judging from how diligently Thanos is taking notes, he must have already learned quite a few Chinese characters. Zhou Yibai didn't disturb him. After watching for a while, he left directly. Then came the class of the elf princess Ximin. This class was a mix of multiple races, with a great learning atmosphere and very active students. Princess Westminster waved to Zhou Yibai when she saw him outside the window. Zhou Yibai smiled and gestured to her, but didn't ask her to come out for a talk or anything, since he had only come to check on her. After visiting the school, Zhou Yibai bid farewell to the school leaders who accompanied him and, escorted by 2 soldiers in charge of security, returned directly to the base command post. Today's itinerary allowed him to experience being a leader once again. However, he is still an official. At least the title of Otherworld Office Consultant is a position of considerable authority. Although they don't have any real power, it still sounds impressive when people say it, right? Chapter 164 Godzilla. The emergence of the Rabbit Kingdom's time portal did not go unnoticed by intelligence agencies in other countries. Although the Rabbit Country did a good job of keeping it secret, it was still a super project involving hundreds of thousands of people. The movement of countless supplies and the flow of people cannot go unnoticed, leaving no trace whatsoever. Moreover, a multitude of incredible new materials and high-tech products have begun to emerge on the market. For example, technologies such as super battery technology, health-preserving fruit wines that can cure a variety of diseases, and new types of steel have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. The various mysterious weapons that are kept hidden all point to something abnormal. This inevitably raises the question, when did China suddenly make such astonishing progress in these areas? Especially in a small mountain village, not only are there a large number of civilian and military vehicles coming and going, but various camouflage methods are also used in an attempt to cover up some information about the place. Martial law is in effect in the surrounding area, and anyone who approaches the area is subject to strict questioning. Foreigners are not even allowed to get close. All of this suggests that this region harbors some unspeakable secret. Spy satellites and intelligence personnel around the world began to divert intelligence and continuously infiltrate the areas surrounding the time portal. This has put a lot of pressure on various departments in the Rabbit Country in their counter-espionage and counter-infiltration work. They obtained some useful information, and in fact, they were only one step away from the truth. Fortunately, the fight between the 2 bears attracted a lot of attention, and most of the intelligence personnel and satellites of the US and its allies were redirected there. This relieved a lot of pressure on China and also prevented the existence of the time portal from being truly exposed until now. The base command center lobby. Staff members dressed in various uniforms were constantly busy. According to the earthquake monitoring system, several earthquakes of magnitude 2.5 or higher have occurred in this sea area, with a focal depth of about 10 kilometers. Helicopters have been dispatched to investigate the situation. In the command center hall, a soldier stared at the footage being transmitted back from the helicopter and said, "The Z-20 helicopter flew at high speed over the sea to the epicenter to investigate what caused the earthquake." What is that? As the Z-20 helicopter approached the sea area near the epicenter, an observer suddenly spotted something resembling a small island emerging from the sea. My God, what kind of creature is that? After the helicopter changed direction and flew towards the thing, it was discovered that what had emerged from the sea was an enormous monster. After emerging from the sea, the monster began to walk step by step into the shallow water, creating huge waves with each step. After the monster revealed half of its body, its entire form began to appear. This monster looks just like the triangular dragon from legends and anime/mythological dramas. This dragon is enormous. The part that is visible above the water is estimated to be over 100 meters long, and if it were fully above the water, its height would be at least 150 meters. The helicopter pilot quickly transmitted the footage back to the command center. The entire command center was stunned after receiving the footage from the helicopter. "Is that Godzilla?" Everyone exclaimed in amazement as they looked at the monster in the picture. This thing is just too big. The sheer size of it is incredibly impactful and shocking. Could it be that Godzilla drove those monsters to the shallow sea? An expert asked in astonishment. No wonder the great demons were driven out. If it were this guy, with such a huge size, he could easily swallow a great demon whole. This doesn't make sense scientifically. The gravity environment here is similar to that of Earth. Logically speaking, it's impossible for such a large monster to survive here. A biologist was also shocked. Aren't there plenty of unscientific things here? I think those elves and magicians who can use magic are all unscientific. And why is it that so many of us can't learn the magic here, but they can? Another expert replied. After discovering that it was a monster, the Z-20 began to approach it and try to capture more footage. "Hey, that monster looks like it's coming this way," an observer warned. The roar of the helicopter may have caught the monster's attention, for the Triceratops monster suddenly turned its head and stared directly at the helicopter hovering in the air. Suddenly, the giant dragon steadied itself, raised its head, and let out a deafening roar towards the helicopter. The enormous roar shattered the helicopter's bulletproof glass. The soldiers inside the helicopter felt as if their internal organs had been struck by a heavy blow, and they all coughed up blood. After a period of turbulence, the helicopter finally managed to stabilize its flight posture. "That monster is coming this way," the co-pilot hurriedly warned. "Quickly fire. Then climb up. Don't let this guy touch you," the helicopter commander ordered immediately. The Z-20's machine guns immediately spat fire at the dragon, but the bullets only created countless sparks when they hit the dragon's scales. "Ignore it. Increase altitude. Get out of here quickly." Seeing that the helicopter's weapons were ineffective against it, the commander quickly ordered the pilot to leave the area. After the helicopter fired all its rockets, it began to ascend rapidly. When the giant dragon realized it couldn't catch up with or reach the small helicopter in front of it, it suddenly let out another roar and spewed out red flames from its mouth like a flamethrower. Everyone in the command center was terrified when they saw the monster. This is really a Godzilla. It can even breathe fire, which is so outrageous. This monster can even breathe fire? What's the principle behind this? It's completely unscientific, an expert muttered to himself. Fortunately, the helicopter was agile enough to circle around the Godzilla, thus avoiding being burned by its flames. After circling once, the helicopter began to fly rapidly toward the harbor. After missing its target, the Godzilla-like creature ignored it and walked straight towards the shore. Luckily, this guy wasn't heading towards Victory Port. Otherwise our hard-earned base there would have been ruined, a naval admiral said with lingering fear. Even the Z-20's machine guns and rockets are helpless against it. With the weapons of the troops stationed at Victory Port, it's not certain that they can take down this Godzilla. Do we still have the special long-range missiles we brought over to fight the ancient Tang Dynasty beasts? Also, we only fired a few shots before achieving our objective. and there are still more than 10 shots left to fire. Are you planning to use this thing to fight Godzilla? Yeah, our powerful weapon should be able to handle this thing without any problems, right? Who knows? I'm afraid this thing will be like Godzilla in the movies. Nuclear weapons will not only be useless against Godzilla, but will make Godzilla even more powerful. That would be troublesome. Although our warheads don't contain nuclear weapons, the principle is similar. The problem is that we might not kill it, but instead anger it. Let's temporarily send drones to observe and track where this Godzilla is going. Also, prepare the special warheads we had before. Even if we can't kill it, we can scare it, preferably back into the sea. If this guy goes to Victory Port and causes trouble, that would be a real problem. The sudden appearance of the Godzilla monster was something they hadn't expected. They had assumed that the monsters had been driven away by some larger sea creatures. But this monster is clearly capable of surviving on land, and its size and defensive capabilities exceeded everyone's expectations. Now it poses a much greater threat than any other marine life. Chapter 165 Re-encounter with the magician Layla. Although the sudden appearance of the Godzilla monster was indeed unexpected for the Rabbit Kingdom, the Rabbit Kingdom was not afraid of this giant beast. After all, the Godzilla in the movie that can absorb nuclear radiation is just a movie effect. In fact, no carbon-based life form can withstand the hundreds of millions of degrees generated by a nuclear explosion. In this world, at such high temperatures, there is no substance that can remain solid. These are the physical rules of the universe. Even this behemoth would be completely obliterated if hit by a high-yield nuclear bomb. Just because ordinary conventional weapons are ineffective against this Triceratops Godzilla behemoth doesn't mean that China's many trump cards are useless against it. Besides nuclear weapons, there's always one suitable for it, including depleted uranium bombs, poison gas bombs, high-explosive bombs, white phosphorus bombs, thermobaric bombs, fuel cell bombs, and various biological and chemical weapons. Unless this guy is immune to all physical and chemical attacks. But this isn't some fantasy world. Monsters are divided into different tiers, and once they reach a certain tier, these weapons become useless against them. If such a powerful monster exists in this world, then the Rabbit Kingdom would have no choice but to close the time portal and head back home. Several drones began to observe the Godzilla monster's movements from above. Only after the Godzilla monster slowly emerged from the sea and reached the shore did the drone detect its actual height. 162 meters high. Such a huge lump of meat must weigh tens of thousands of tons, a researcher exclaimed after receiving the measurement data from the drone. Almost every step Godzilla takes causes an earthquake of magnitude 1 or 2. It even crashed into countless large trees, kicking up clouds of dust. Where's this guy going? A scientist in the command center asked curiously. After Godzilla landed, it continued its journey deep into the interior. Although this creature doesn't seem very fast, it's so big that at its current speed, it can travel at least 50 or 60 kilometers per hour, which is quite fast. How far is the nearest human settlement to this guy? The nearest one is our Victory Port, about 100 kilometers away. However, it is not in the direction of our Victory Port. The nearest human settlement is about 200 kilometers away, with a population of about 5,000. Then we can conclude that it didn't come ashore to eat people, right? After all, if it wanted to eat people, it should have gone to our Victory Port, since the population of Victory Port has already exceeded 4,000 people. At this speed, it would probably only take him 2 hours to travel 100 kilometers. Since it's not targeting humans, that's much reassuring. Otherwise, conflicts between the two sides would inevitably arise in order to protect humanity. That makes sense when you think about it. With so little human flesh, it would be more worthwhile to eat more powerful demons. Even if it didn't come ashore for food, such a large monster would be incredibly destructive if it appeared in a human town. The command center can only closely monitor the beast's whereabouts and launch an attack as a last resort. When Zhou Bai arrived at the command center, he heard everyone discussing things like Triceratops and Godzilla monsters, and he thought they were just talking about the plot of the latest movie released on Earth. He was stunned when he saw the footage of the Godzilla monster filmed on site. So there really are creatures in this world that are bigger and more powerful than demons. However, Zhou Bai had become numb to it. This world was not normal to begin with, with so many messy time portals. It was actually quite normal for some abnormal creatures to come in from outside the time portals. The Rabbit Kingdom hasn't even exhausted its resources here yet, let alone has the energy to conquer other worlds. And who knows what's in other worlds? If other time-space portals really do have worlds of cultivation and a bunch of powerful beings emerge from them, then it would be even more of a loss. Zhou Bai shook his head helplessly as he watched the scene of Godzilla fighting the helicopter. Another incredibly difficult guy. Unfortunately, unlike the protagonists in other novels, he doesn't have all sorts of adventures and acquire various martial arts techniques. He had to rely on the rifle he brought with him from the past to kill a strange beast in ancient Tang dynasty. He was completely helpless against this Godzilla monster. But he still believed that the Rabbit Kingdom had a way to deal with this Godzilla behemoth. After all, although this guy was ridiculously big, he was actually just a monster made of flesh and blood. There is no living thing in this world that cannot be dealt with by a high-yield nuclear bomb. If so, then let's do it again. Anyway, this matter can be left to the Rabbit Country to handle. Even if I worry about it, I can't help much. On Monday, Bai went straight to Li Qixing's office. He wanted to ask Li Qixing for leave to go back to Blue Star. He basically has no work here anymore, so going back for a few days of fun wouldn't be bad. However, Li Qixing was not in the office at the time, so he had no choice but to prepare to go home. As I stepped out of the command center, I ran into a research staff member wearing a white work uniform and glasses. Zhou Bai, what are you doing here? The researcher suddenly greeted Zhou Bai. You are? Miss Layla, Zhou Bai asked in surprise after clearly seeing the research staff member in front of him. This outfit is completely different from when Zhou Bai first met the magician Layla. If you only look at her clothes and ignore her hair, she looks exactly like a native of Earth. Especially those glasses, which gave her a unique air of a female scientist. Weren't you in the capital researching magic with our scientists? Why did you come back here? Zhou Bai asked curiously. The mage Layla pushed up her glasses. Magic factors are too scarce over there, making research very inconvenient. Besides, the research lab here has already been set up, so we moved back here. Zhou Bai nodded thoughtfully, then asked, So how many days have you been back? Have you gone back to Bixia City to see Princess Anna? Layla shook her head and said, I've only been back for 2 days. I have a lot to do and haven't had time to go back yet. I'll ask for leave to go back and visit after I'm done with these busy days. That's good. When you go back to Bixia City, make an appointment with me. It's been a long time since I've been to Bixia City, and I really miss their red wine. Layla smiled and said, The red wine made by the Imperial Court winemakers is definitely exceptional. I have never tasted a red wine as delicious as the Imperial wine in the capital. However, I estimate that only red wine can compare to what you have there in the Empire. Chapter 166 The Infinity Gauntlet appears again. During her time in the capital, Layla studied magic with scientists and professors from Blue Star and achieved many results she had never imagined before. Especially after the addition of Simone and the other 2 elven magicians, her growth was extremely rapid. She also forged her own magical path based on her strengths and characteristics. Her understanding of magic has now far surpassed that of her master, and she has already grown into a great magician. It should be noted that there are only a handful of powerful magic spells in the entire empire. It's unprecedented for someone so young to become a great magician. If you told Princess Anna this, she probably wouldn't believe it. The youngest archmage in the empire's recorded history is at least 50 years old. Furthermore, one must possess a profound understanding and mastery of magic. But Layla is only 20 years old, yet her understanding and use of magic already far surpasses that of many great human magicians. She initially requested a monthly salary of 10 gold coins, but after entering the Rabbit Kingdom and learning about the cost of living there, she completely abandoned the idea of using the Empire's gold coins as compensation. After all, while 10 gold coins are a lot in the Empire, they are almost useless on Earth, because this country does not use gold coins as currency. So she later demanded that her salary be paid in the currency of the Rabbit Kingdom. She originally proposed a salary of 5,000 yuan per month because she knew that the average person's salary was only 3 or 4,000 yuan, and some of them did not even include room and board. If I spend 5,000 yuan here, including food and lodging, that's a lot. However, the Rabbit Kingdom was too embarrassed to pay her the meager salary she requested, so they offered her 10,000 yuan a month instead, which made Layla happy for many days. She discovered that 10,000 gold coins could buy at least 30 of the watch that Zhou Yibai gave to Princess Anna, and that watch sold for dozens of gold coins each in Biku City. She initially offered 10 gold coins a month, but that wasn't even enough to buy a watch. However, after working here for a while, she discovered that although the scientists here did not use magical factors, their understanding of magic was no less than hers. She was asked many unexpected questions, and after carefully analyzing them, she gained a deeper understanding of magic, which led to her significant progress during this period. Especially after Simone and the other two elven magicians joined her, she thrived and her magical abilities improved significantly. So later, she was no longer staying here to study magic for the salary and delicious food from the rabbits, but to truly stay here to gain more magical knowledge. Of course, the Rabbit Kingdom didn't owe her anything either. Her salary has now increased to 30,000 yuan a month. Since the Research Institute provides room and board, and as someone from another world, it's not very convenient for her to go out shopping. She usually just buys things online. So over the past 6 months, she has accumulated quite a bit of money in her salary account. By the way, I was just about to look for you, Layla suddenly said to Zhou Yibai after exchanging a few words. What do you want? Have you already figured out a way to let ordinary people control magical factors? Zhou Yibai asked in surprise. After all, being able to control magic was something he had longed for a long time. Otherwise, as a protagonist who can control time portals, it would be too useless if he didn't have any special abilities. What are you thinking? Right now, none of your people can control magical factors without using special tools, but you've done a lot of research on using weapons with magical factors attached. Layla pulled Zhou Yibai along as they walked, saying, "Come with me to the lab. Didn't you get that glove that can travel through time? We can use it for research here." "What? Have you figured out something about these gloves?" Zhou Yibai asked curiously. Layla nodded. "I've made some progress, so I wanted to ask you to take a look." The laboratory was not far from the command center. It took less than 10 minutes to walk there. The laboratory is very large and filled with all kinds of instruments and equipment. "What were you thinking when you created this gauntlet?" Layla asked, picking up the infinity gauntlet created by Zhou Yibai. "It's nothing. There's a movie where we have a glove like this. You should know it, right? I really like the glove in the movie. I didn't have the money to buy it before, but later when I had some money, I wanted to make one just like it for myself," Zhou Yibai explained. "Didn't you also make a few copies of these gloves? Are these gloves different?" "We found the workshop where you had your gloves made before, and they made several identical gloves for us. However, strangely, apart from the glove you used, which had the ability to control magical factors, the other imitation gloves did not have this ability." Layla pointed to several other identical gloves next to her and said, "Is it because of the gemstones on it? Is it that magical?" Zhou Yibai was taken aback. Although Li Qixing had told him about this situation, he still found it unbelievable after hearing what the magician Layla said. "Is it really the protagonist's halo that's working? We've already tried putting the gems from your gloves on other gloves, but it didn't work. Only your glove can use these gems to control magical energy. It has the same function as our magic wand, but is far more powerful." Layla picked up the glove and put it on her left hand. "You can use these gloves as a magic wand to cast spells?" Zhou Yibai asked, somewhat surprised, as he looked at Layla wearing the gloves. This is his own stuff. He doesn't even know how to do it himself. He snapped his fingers and accidentally traveled to another place. "I only recently learned how to use this glove," Layla said, flexing her gloved hands. "You're not going to snap your fingers and instantly transport us to another place, are you?" Zhou Yibai asked nervously. Layla smiled and said, "I'm not as good as you. I can only cast some minor spells." Lay pulled out her gloves and snapped her fingers lightly. A pale yellow flame suddenly ignited around the glove. "What's the use of such a small flame?" Zhou Yibai asked dismissively. "You should know that when the magician Simone was in ancient Tang, he once performed a fireball the size of a spirit bomb, which was truly astonishing." Layla gave a mysterious smile. Watch closely. Chapter 167, The Magical Power of the Gloves. The pale yellow flame in Layla's hand grew larger and larger. Suddenly, she gripped the glove tightly, and the pale yellow flame instantly transformed into a lightsaber more than a meter long. Layla gripped her lightsaber, twirled it a bit, and asked with great pride, "How was it? Pretty cool, huh?" The moment the fireball instantly transformed into a lightsaber, Zhou Bai was indeed startled. But that's all there is to it. Turning into a fireball and turning into a lightsaber are pretty much the same to him. What's the point of all that fancy stuff? You might as well just throw a fireball at them directly, Zhou Bai complained. After all, as a mage, if you don't utilize your strengths for ranged attacks, what's the point of conjuring up a lightsaber for melee combat? Melee mages generally don't fare very well, you know? Layla gave a wicked smile. You underestimate this lightsaber. As he spoke, he picked up a steel bar from the table and stood it upright on the surface. Then, with just a light swing, he instantly sliced the arm-thick steel bar in two. This steel bar is a special one, infused with powdered teeth from a giant dinosaur. If it were made into a steel plate, even your sniper rifles wouldn't be able to penetrate it, Layla proudly explained. Zhou Bai picked up the half of the steel bar. The steel bar was very thick, and the cross-section of the cut was very neat. He couldn't help but gasp. It seemed this lightsaber was indeed exceptionally sharp. And that's not all. Layla raised the lightsaber, which visibly grew longer and longer until it almost touched the roof before stopping. If I wanted to, I could turn the lightsaber in my hand into a 49-meter-long sword without any problem, and it would be virtually indestructible. Zhou Bai looked at the lightsaber in Layla's hand with envy and asked excitedly, "Can you teach me how to use it? Since I can use this glove even though I don't know magic, I should be able to wield this lightsaber like you, right?" Layla shook her head. "You're not ready yet. You need a deep understanding of magic to use this glove to generate and control magical factors. While I don't know how you managed to teleport using this glove, given your complete ignorance of magic, it's impossible for you to properly control the magic produced by this glove. How do you know I can't do it if you don't let me try? What if I have a special talent? After all, you still don't know how to use these gloves to travel through time." Zhou Bai was somewhat dissatisfied. After all, he had paid for these gloves himself, so he should have the right to use them. Layla said after adjusting the lightsaber to its normal size, "I wouldn't dare let you try it. What if you managed to travel to another place again? Director Lee would deduct all my bonuses for this year. Furthermore, it was stated above that you would only be allowed to wear these gloves for very specific experiments, and even then, you wouldn't be allowed to use them casually. Well, ever since I handed over the gloves, they no longer belong to me. Could you give me one of those knockoffs?" Zhou Bai asked, settling for second best. Layla refused again. "Even a fake won't do. Who knows if you'll get itchy again after taking it back, find some gems to inlay, and turn it into a different kind of magic glove." Turning into a magic glove is a minor issue. The real problem is if this guy accidentally gets himself into trouble again, and the Rabbit Kingdom will have to go through a huge ordeal searching for him everywhere. Zhou Bai was speechless. Even the imitations were no good. Wasn't this just cutting off his right to own an infinity gauntlet? Although he did indeed have a lot of various gems hidden away, and after getting the gloves, he did have the same idea that Layla had mentioned. But that doesn't mean that every glove has the ability to travel through space. Does that mean if he had someone build an Iron Man would be able to fly? Besides the lightsaber, have you figured out any other functions? Zhou Bai continued to ask. Yes. Layla retrieved her lightsaber and quickly transformed it into a transparent shield. Besides the indestructible lightsaber, it can also transform into an incredibly sturdy shield. I tested it in the lab in the capital. This energy shield can withstand close-range gunfire and even absorbs the kinetic energy of the bullets. It's extremely useful, Layla said proudly. That's not bad. It has both offense and defense. Zhou Bai nodded in approval. However, in practical applications, its effectiveness may not be particularly significant. After all, these two magical methods are still no match for firearms. The main problem is that the attack range is too short and the defensive range is limited. I estimate that one shell would be enough to take care of it, and it would prevent you from getting close at all. In the old empires, they could have acted with impunity. With such a sharp lightsaber, it would be invincible wherever it went, and could cut its way directly from the south heavenly gate to the east road of Penglai. This isn't over yet. Come with me. Layla withdrew the magic generated by the gloves and took Zhou Yibai to a spacious outdoor shooting range. Watch closely. Layla raised the glove again, and the gems on the glove emitted a faint glow, which suddenly converged into a purple beam of energy that struck the target in the distance. The steel plate target was instantly pierced upon impact, leaving a hole the size of a fist. Zhou Yibai was dumbfounded. He was very familiar with this function. In the movie, didn't the purple sweet potato spirit often use this move to fight against heroes like Iron Man? How about that? Not only does it have melee combat capabilities, but its ranged attack capabilities are also quite astonishing, Layla said, waving her gloves with a show of bravado. Zhou Yibai was itching to try it out. This was the real Infinity Gauntlet. Can the gems on these gloves be replaced with other magic stones? What if the energy runs out? Zhou Yibai asked with concern. Several of these 6 gems are common magic stones, while only 2 are relatively rare. Magic like lightsabers can be used for 10 or 8 days without any problems, and you could probably fire 20 or 30 of those energy beams. Once the energy of these gems is used up, just replace them with the ones you normally use. It should return to its original state in 3 to 5 days. If you don't replace them, it will probably take more than a month to fully recover. It seems that the time travel function consumes more energy. After all, it took him more than a month for the energy gem on his glove to return to its original state after he snapped his fingers once. Come to think of it, he brought a 2-story house and 2 huge shipping containers with him when he traveled through time, covering thousands of kilometers. The energy he must have consumed must have been enormous. Chapter 168 Layla's Gift. On the other side, after advancing more than 10 kilometers inland, Godzilla began to dive into the sea again before sunset. So this big guy came ashore just to take a spin? In the command center, an expert stared at the large screen and asked in confusion. Perhaps it's because it was too stuffy at the bottom of the sea and came up to land for some fresh air? Another expert replied. Regardless, returning to the sea is a good option for this guy. If it causes too much trouble on land, the Otherworld office will definitely come up with various plans to deal with this Godzilla behemoth. However, monitoring of this behemoth cannot be relaxed. Its destructive power is too astonishing. If it were to run towards Victory Port, all the previous efforts in building Victory Port would be in vain. And we still don't know how many of these giant creatures are in the ocean. If it's just 1 or 2, that's fine, but if dozens or hundreds suddenly appear, that'll be quite a sight. Ordinary attacks have no effect on these guys, and they can also breathe fire, so it's estimated that only long-range firepower can be effective against them. In theory, Earth does not want to use such a deadly weapon as nuclear weapons. After entering this alien world, they have been protecting the environment of this alien world to a great extent. Apart from essential construction vehicles, all the vehicles on the city roads are new energy electric vehicles. Moreover, the city's electricity supply comes entirely from clean energy sources. It can be said that countless funds have been spent on the construction of Star City for environmental protection. The appearance of these Godzilla-like behemoths once again excited the scientists in the Rabbit Kingdom on Earth. China has also decided to send more unmanned submarines over. They even decided to move the nuclear submarine production line to the shipyard in Victory Port. However, unlike nuclear submarines on Earth, this is a completely new type of submarine. This type of submarine has already undergone modification experiments in shipyards on Earth. The submarine's surface was coated with a brand new type of sound-absorbing tile. The material used for these sound-absorbing tiles is quite unusual. It's made from the skin of a whale-like creature found here. This enormous, strange fish was discovered by chance on the coastline. Scientists discovered that the skin of this large fish has extremely unique fluid properties while studying it. In fast-flowing water, the leather automatically adjusts and reduces the friction of the water flow, lowering water noise and temperature to extremely low levels. Scientists predict that this whale-like deep-sea fish must be swimming at an astonishing speed. So the experts came up with a brilliant idea. After collecting the skin of this large fish, they made this special sound-absorbing tile. In addition to the sound-absorbing tiles, this submarine also uses the latest all-electric propulsion system made from batteries made of amethyst, making it the quietest and fastest submarine in the world. The submarines built in another world would definitely use the latest special steel for their hulls and frames. This type of steel is dozens of times stronger than ordinary steel, so it can remain unharmed even if directly hit by a regular torpedo. However, the new submarine project in this other world has not yet been completed because it is difficult to complete the construction of a brand new submarine in less than 1 or 2 years. However, given Earth's superior production capacity, providing hundreds of unmanned submarines would not be a problem. Moreover, if necessary, as long as you pay a deposit for the order, the factory can basically produce as much as you have. In a lounge in the command center. So you called me here just to show off the capabilities of these gloves? Zhou Yibai looked at the gloves in Layla's hand with immense envy, jealousy, and hatred. Layla smiled at Zhou Yibai's expression. Look how aggrieved you are. Not at all like a great person. You should know that back in Biku City, Princess Anna and the other nobles treated you as a true aristocrat. Zhou Yibai shrugged. You've been in the rabbit country for so long. You should know that we don't have any nobles there. Besides, I'm not a big shot. I just happened to open the time portal without knowing why. Layla didn't speak, but instead took out a box from a corner and handed it to him. I know you've always wanted to become a magician. Although you don't really have any talent, you can still use a cheat to master some basic magical elements. This is a gift specially prepared for you. What is this? Zhou Yibai took the box with some confusion and then opened it. Inside were several sets of clothes, which I touched and found to be quite thick. Put these clothes on first and see if they fit. Layla picked up a set of clothes and handed them to him. After Zhou Yibai changed into the clothes, he found that they fit him quite well, and he knew that they were specially made for him. Is there anything special about this outfit? Zhou Yibai looked at his own attire. Layla picked up a small device, clipped it to the button of the clothes, and then put it in Zhou Yibai's palm, explaining, this outfit was specially made for you. It contains energy generated by several magic stones, which has functions such as keeping you warm and preventing cold, as well as being flame retardant and having buoyancy when it comes into contact with water. Most importantly, if you accidentally end up in another place next time, you can use this device to control the magical elements in the magic stones inside your clothes, helping you cope with ordinary survival situations, such as starting a fire or getting water. Zhou Yibai moved the device in his palm and asked, how do I use this? Layla then personally guided Zhou Yibai on how to use the magical device. After more than an hour of training, Zhou Yibai indeed used the device to create a string of flames out of thin air, or generate water droplets, or even create a small area of snowflakes. That's really amazing, Zhou Yibai said in surprise. After several experiments, he had basically mastered various minor magic spells. This ability to control the energy of nature is truly exciting. So, do you like this gift? Layla asked with a smile. Zhou Yibai nodded. I like it. Although the magical power it produces is a bit weak, it's still usable. Layla pointed to the other clothes in the box and said, there are 3 sets of these clothes in total. You can change them as you like. By the way, in addition to the basic functions mentioned above, these clothes also have bulletproof and stab-proof functions. Now you are basically invulnerable to knives and bullets. Can your lightsaber cut through this clothing? Zhou Yibai asked, touching the clothes on his body. I haven't found anything in this world that can withstand the power of this lightsaber yet, Layla replied with a smile. Chapter 169 Research Conference. Since Godzilla returned to the deep sea, it has not been seen again for several days. This also puzzled the experts who had been monitoring it. Could it be that this Godzilla monster just came up here for some fresh air? Not only biologists are interested in this giant beast, but scientific experts from other fields are also very interested in it. Although those great demons were ridiculously large, they were clearly still within the realm of science. After all, giant squid of this type can also grow up to 20 meters long in the oceans of Earth. These giant squid are only 2 or 3 times larger than the giant squid. But this Godzilla is different. This enormous body, and the bipedal creature capable of amphibious activities, clearly defies biological principles. Therefore, in order to investigate and understand the secrets of this Godzilla behemoth, the Otherworld Bureau began an intensive large-scale exploration of the sea area where Godzilla appeared. From satellites in the sky to drones, unmanned submersibles, deep-sea probes, and all sorts of other equipment and instruments, they're being dumped into it as if it were free. the administrative conference room of the Star City Command Center. High-ranking officials from the Otherworld office are holding a focused meeting to discuss how to deal with the two large marine creatures that have emerged. At this moment, a newly developed, uniquely shaped submarine model was placed on the table in the middle of the conference room. Many of the participants were from the Navy and had a deep understanding of submarines. However, they all found the design of this strange new submarine model incredible. This is our latest submarine design for the alien ocean, a special submarine for deep-sea operations, with a surface displacement of 10,000 tons, a submerged displacement of 12,000 tons, an underwater speed of 40 knots, a crew of 40, and a diving depth of 6,000 meters. Rear Admiral Lin Zhonghai, the Navy commander, pointed to a photo of a submarine on the screen and explained, holding a baton. If I remember correctly, the deepest diving depth of our Type 096 submarine is only 900 meters, right? This new submarine can dive to a depth of 6,000 meters? This is not a small submersible like the Jiaolong. There are dozens of people on board. Many officials, including Wang Guohua, found it hard to believe. If we can already research and produce such powerful submarines, then won't the deep sea be the domain of our rabbit nation in the future? We use special steel synthesized from special materials here to build this submarine, which has greatly improved its diving depth. Moreover, this special steel has been widely used in other fields in our country, and there are no technical problems with it, Lin Zhonghai explained. Building this submarine will take a long time, and it won't solve our immediate problem, said Chen Tianlong, the military region commander. We expect it will take at least a year and a half to launch, and with testing and training, it will conservatively take another 2 or 3 years to achieve combat readiness. We can't designate it yet, but exploring and conquering the seas takes time. This new type of submarine will be our primary weapon in the alien oceans in the future, Major General Lin Zhonghai replied without hesitation. So, to deal with the Great Demon and the Godzilla behemoth, we'll have to rely on our Air Force or Army? Lin Zhonghai said helplessly, what can we do? The Air Force and the Army are the easiest to build. We can just move the domestic military equipment over and use it. Our Navy is in a terrible predicament. We can't simply move our domestic aircraft carriers or nuclear submarines to this open sea. Everything has to be rebuilt, which will naturally take a lot of time. Wang Guohua waved his hand to interrupt his complaint. Your Navy is a big spender. We've allocated most of our budget to you, so there's nothing to complain about. Why don't you tell us the results of your investigation these past few days? Based on data from our recent reconnaissance missions, 2 types of supermarine organisms have been identified in this area. Lin Zhonghai opened the first picture, and the image of the Great Demon appeared on the screen. These locals call them giant monsters, which are marine creatures similar to giant squid. With their tentacles included, they can be over 50 meters long. This powerful demon is a native deep-sea creature that has long had contact with the local mermaid tribe. They are very aggressive and have a violent temper. Almost anything that appears on the sea surface will attract their attention. Their numbers are estimated to be around several hundred. According to our LiDAR and sonar detection, they are currently mainly active in this area. They have not been spotted within 100 nautical miles of Xingli port. Therefore, it is currently safe for our fishing vessels to operate and explore in this harbor area. Lin Zhonghai then moved to another photo, a picture of Godzilla taken from a helicopter. This Triceratops Godzilla monster is 162 meters tall and weighs an unknown amount, estimated to be around 8,000,000 tons. It can move and breathe freely on land. The local sea people had never seen this Godzilla-like behemoth before. We even checked the records and legends of the empire, but found no clues about its existence. Therefore, we estimate that it may have come from another place, which is what Zhou Bai referred to as a time portal. After conquering the territory of the Great Demon, this Godzilla behemoth drove the Great Demon to shallower waters, thus initiating a war between the Great Demon and the sea people. From what we understand, that underwater town has been occupied by powerful demons. Most of the local sea creatures have been eaten by the demons, while some have escaped to other seas. Wang Guohua frowned as he flipped through the pictures of the 2 creatures on his tablet and asked, Our weapons are effective against these 2 monsters, right? Lin Zhonghua said, In our recent investigation, we encountered a fully grown demon. Our torpedo attacks were effective against this demon. It took about 2 or 3 torpedoes to eliminate a fully grown demon. Therefore, we can conclude that this kind of demon does not pose a great threat to us. As for this Godzilla monster, when it encountered our Z-20 helicopter before, all of its cannons and 8 anti-tank missiles hit it, but the behemoth was completely unharmed. We couldn't even find a single scale that had fallen off at the scene. Therefore, we currently know nothing about its DNA structure. And as for torpedoes or other artillery, we estimate they would be basically useless against this thing. Since that Godzilla returned to the sea, it hasn't been seen again recently. However, its threat to us remains, and it may even threaten the security of our seaports there. Therefore, I suggest that the rocket force be prepared to strike it at any time. Chapter 170 Following Layla back to Bichu City. The weapons we researched in the past were basically designed to counter the enemy's weapons, fortifications, and personnel. After all, we've always faced the same armies before. This is the first time we've fought a monster. Ordinary heavy firepower is ineffective against this Godzilla, and biological weapons or nuclear bombs would definitely not be approved for use here unless you have no other options, Chen Tianlong said. I used to think that fighting monsters was something that only happened in movies, but now it's happening to them too. Weren't those special warheads that hit the ancient Tang Empire last time to resolve the alien beast crisis quite powerful and didn't have nuclear radiation? We can use those, right? They should be enough to fight monsters, Major General Lin Zhonghai asked. The last time was the first time this weapon was used in actual combat, and we are currently assessing the impact of this specially designed warhead, which is enhanced with magical factors, on the local environment. The research results are not yet available. Once it is confirmed that there is no significant impact on the environment, this weapon can indeed be used as a backup plan, Wang Guohua said after putting down his tablet. By the way, Commander Lin, have you been in contact with other sea people recently? Li Qixing, who hadn't spoken until now, asked. He generally doesn't handle military matters. He's usually only responsible for administrative affairs. So, how to combat the sea monster isn't within his purview. But things are different when it comes to other races. He had always been in charge of dealing with relations with other races in the other world, so he asked a question. Yes, we found several mermaids and sea creatures on the coast near Shungli Port. They were all seriously injured and drifted ashore. They are currently lying in our medical center and are not in life-threatening condition, Lin Zhonghai said. Have you made any new discoveries or gains regarding these marine races you've encountered? Wang Guohua asked. Lin Zhonghai projected the photos he had taken onto the screen and explained, these mermaids and sea people are 2 different races. Mermaids all have tails, and Miss Mermaid belongs to the mermaid race. The sea people are basically similar to humans, but they have evolved the ability to breathe freely in water. These sea people have gills like fish behind their ears, and otherwise they are basically similar to ordinary humans in appearance. The merfolk are still quite cautious about us, while the sea people aren't as afraid. However, after we transferred Miss Mermaid Yaya to Victory Port to help us communicate, both races now trust us quite a bit. Furthermore, according to these sea people, a joint army sent by other underwater cities had recently come to provide support, but they were all defeated by the Great Demon. Fortunately, these powerful demons are relatively well-behaved, staying in their original locations and not causing damage to other underwater towns, so the 2 sides are currently in a stalemate. Lin Zhonghai released another photo, which was a picture of several beads. We have also collected a few of the water drop pills that Miss Mermaid mentioned before. We have already taken them to the Research Institute to conduct experiments, and the results are not yet available. If this water droplet pill is really as effective as the mermaid said, then it's quite powerful. At least in the future, when we go to underwater towns to conduct trade, we won't need to go down there wearing oxygen tanks. Director Wang, you transferred Miss Layla back here not just because the Research Institute has been completed, right? Li Qixing asked. Although magical factors are relatively rare in China, they are not non-existent, and rare magical factors can sometimes be beneficial for magical research. Moreover, compared to here, the conditions in China far surpass those here in terms of talent, experimental equipment, and funding. The completion of the Research Institute is the main aspect. Now that the research institute is built, someone has to manage it. We have too few magicians, but the application of magic factors is too widespread. So we had to transfer her back here to preside over the magic research here. Of course, on the other hand, we do need Miss Layla to do something for us, but what that is currently being kept secret. Has the problem with Zhou Yibai's glove still not been figured out? I see Miss Layla using it quite skillfully. Can this thing be mass-produced? Chen Tianlong also asked. After all, the glove's abilities were truly astonishing. Imagine if every warrior had a glove. They wouldn't be afraid even if Godzilla came. Only the one that Zhou Yibai used has the function of a magic wand. The others have no function. Therefore, we believe the problem lies with Zhou Yibai himself, but we dare not use him as a test subject at the moment. Is the coat Layla gave to Zhou Yibai ready for mass production? I think the coat has some pretty good features, another lieutenant colonel asked. According to their tests, this suit is more effective at protecting against bullets than any other bulletproof vest currently on Earth. Furthermore, due to the addition of magical factors, it also has the function of absorbing kinetic energy, so bullets hitting the body will have virtually no impact. Not to mention the other cool and awesome magical features. It has already been produced in small quantities, but it can only be provided to the Special Forces members here. It cannot be made available to other personnel at the moment. Besides production issues, there were also confidentiality concerns. Therefore, the magical costumes produced so far can only be used here and cannot be worn in China. After all, if it were leaked, it would be a very serious problem. But there's no such problem here. After all, even if it's confiscated by the people here, it's just a rather strange piece of clothing to them. On the road to Bikshu. Miss Layla, have you finished your work at the Research Institute? Will our trip to Biku City interfere with things there? Zhou Yibai asked, staring at the road ahead. Layla replied while driving. No, the Research Institute has only just been completed, and the staff and equipment haven't all arrived yet. If we don't go back now, who knows when we'll be able to come out again. Zhou Yibai had no idea how Miss Layla managed to learn to drive while she was so busy in Rabbit Country. Zhou Yibai originally wanted to drive himself, since female drivers are already confusing to drive, let alone a female magician who had just learned to drive. However, after driving for a while, I found that she actually drove quite well. This road leading to Bikshu was recently opened, and cars are a rarity here, so there weren't many cars traveling along the way. On Monday, Bai and Layla's convoy consisted of 5 cars. In addition to the 2 cars responsible for security, the other 3 cars were filled with gifts that Layla was bringing back. Chapter 171 Biku City after the electrification. The main hall of the princess's palace in Biku City. Your Highness, the wiring in the princess's residence has been completed. From now on, you will no longer need to use those candles that have a strong smell and pose safety hazards. Chief Engineer Lee stood by the wall and pressed a switch on it. This white button is the light switch. Just press it up and the light will turn on. Snap! A crisp sound rang out, and the entire hall was instantly illuminated as if it were daytime. After seeing that Chief Engineer Lee had finished his demonstration, Princess Anna went to the wall and personally pressed the light switch. The room returned to complete darkness. Then, with a press, the hall was lit up again. Well, Your Highness, isn't it simple? Chief Engineer Lee asked with a smile. Princess Anna glanced at the glowing lamps overhead with admiration, saying, They are indeed very convenient and quick, and the illumination is excellent, much brighter than the candles we used to have. I saw that machine you call a television at the embassy before. Every household in your country has one of these electric lights. I wonder when our city of Bikshu will also be able to use these electric lights? Your Highness, it is not impossible to meet the power supply needs of the entire city. However, the power generation capacity of the solar panels we are currently using is limited. If we want to increase the power generation, we need to build more solar panels, which is a very high investment. Given the current income of ordinary people in Bikshu, it is difficult for them to afford such electricity costs. Therefore, for now, we will prioritize satisfying the nobles and wealthy merchants within the city. Later, when we have more means of generating electricity and the income of the city's residents increases, everyone will be able to use this electricity. The electricity currently used in Bichu City is supplied by solar panels. Although the Rabbit Kingdom has made great progress in energy storage batteries, the current amount of electricity generated by solar panels cannot meet the needs of all citizens. However, it is perfectly fine to provide it to other nobles and wealthy merchants. This can be considered the first step in launching technological innovation in the empire's livelihood sector. Moreover, after providing electricity to these nobles and wealthy merchants, many other things can also be sold to them as a result. Look, we have electricity now, and it's so hot. We should buy a fan and install an air conditioner. Mobile phones are so much fun. There's a discount on skins for Honor of Kings. The TV series is good, isn't it? Why don't you buy one? These items are on display in the embassy's exhibition hall, and the nobles of Bhikshu have long coveted these electronic products. Unfortunately, Bhikshu City still doesn't have electricity, so we can't use it even if we buy it. Now that they have electricity, these demands have suddenly increased. Of course, new wind power plants are also under construction to meet the growing demand for electricity. Currently, the main urban roads in Bhikshu are equipped with solar streetlights that were imported from China. These solar streetlights are naturally not as bright as those connected to the power system. But for the residents of Bhikshu, the streets have become much brighter after the installation of solar streetlights, compared to the dimly lit streets of the past. So every evening, the residents of Bhikshu often gather under the streetlights. Some do business under the light, some chat, and others perform various shows, creating a nightlife culture that was never seen before. Even Princess Anna could feel that, because of the night market in Bhikshu, tax revenue had increased significantly compared to before. Your Highness, the magician Layla has returned. Knight Mallow suddenly entered the hall and reported. What? Anna paused for a moment, then hurriedly walked out of the hall. Where is she? Take me to her quickly. The original plan was for this guy to seek cooperation with an elven mage to close the time portal to the Milland Empire. Later, he was intercepted by people from the Rabbit Kingdom halfway there, and went to work in the capital of the Rabbit Kingdom. Although the time portal to the Milland Empire was eventually closed by the Rabbit Kingdom, she also helped her father regain power in the Empire with the Rabbit Kingdom's help. But this guy has been gone for so long, and he only just realized he was coming back now. They must be living a life of luxury in this Rabbit Kingdom and don't want to come back. This is truly intolerable. Your Highness, the magician Layla is at the embassy in the Rabbit Kingdom. Marlowe hurriedly followed and reminded her. What is this girl doing at the embassy of the Rabbit Country? Doesn't she know where her home is? Anna shouted angrily. Bhikshu City is about 500 kilometers away from Star City. It took Joey by more than half a month to get there by carriage. Now that the highway is open, it only takes 6 or 7 hours to get there by car. This is the convenience that technology brings. Layla drove directly into the embassy. Because the Rabbit Kingdom's embassy in Bhikshu City is just too conspicuous in Bhikshu City. This enormous architectural structure is full of the unique style and atmosphere of the Rabbit Kingdom. Compared to other buildings in the Empire, it looks like it came from the future. The distinctive eaves, animal horns, carved railings, and tiled roofs of the Rabbit Kingdom add a touch of antiquity and modernity, exoticism and tradition to the city. It seems that Bhikshu has changed quite a bit. Zhou Yibai stared at the familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar streets of Bhikshu City. There were significantly more pedestrians on the street than before, and occasionally a car could be seen driving on the road, attracting the attention of many citizens. Especially the street near the embassy has become a pedestrian street combining food and shopping, bustling with people. Welcome home. Li Mingcheng, the special diplomatic envoy stationed in Bhikshu, stood aside to welcome them. Hello, Ambassador. Zhou Yibai and Layla greeted him as well. You must be tired from your journey. Your accommodations are ready. If you need anything else, just let me know, Li Mingcheng said with a smile. Unlike other personnel, these two are of great importance to the Rabbit Kingdom. The higher-ups specifically instructed that we should receive them at the highest level. I don't need it. I have to go back to the princess's residence later. Princess Anna definitely won't let me out again. Layla took her bag out of the car and tidied her hair. Judging from Layla's actions, she has completely integrated into the daily life of the Rabbit Kingdom. Do you need us to arrange for security personnel to accompany you? Li Mingcheng asked. People of Layla's caliber usually have personal bodyguards for security. Layla waved her hand. No need. Apart from your weapons, No one in this world poses a threat to me. You're finally back. Don't act like you're still in the capital, with 2 people following you everywhere you go. Zhou Bai yawned. He was getting sleepy after sitting in the car for most of the day. Chapter 172 Anna and Layla. Special Envoy Lee, could you please arrange for someone to bring my luggage to my room later? I'll be staying here for a few days. I'm going back to get some sleep first. Don't wake me unless it's absolutely necessary. Zhou Bai yawned, picked up his backpack, and prepared to go back to his room for a nap. Could you also help me take some of my luggage back to my house? The princess's residence doesn't have such nice conditions as here. Layla instructed the staff beside her. At least there's no shortage of water and electricity here, and air conditioning, refrigerators, and televisions are all available. Moreover, the food was plentiful and the bed was very soft, no less luxurious than the princess's residence. As the staff were unloading the large bags and packages that Layla had brought back from Earth from the car, Princess Anna, accompanied by several knights, arrived at the embassy entrance. Layla. Princess Anna stormed up to Layla. So you finally decided to come back? What were we asking you to do? Why are you only coming back now? Why didn't you just marry someone from over there? Princess Anna immediately started criticizing Layla by pointing her finger at her nose. Layla and Princess Anna are best friends who have played together since childhood. However, the empire had a clear class system, and Anna had been assigned to be a lord in Biku City at a young age, so Layla still held Princess Anna in awe. Although she had become accustomed to the lack of clear class hierarchy in the Rabbit Kingdom, she still felt somewhat guilty when facing Princess Anna back here. Oh, Your Highness, I'm just trying to learn from other people's advanced culture and lay a good foundation for exchanges between our 2 countries. Besides, didn't I bring you back some gifts? Look, the car is full. Layla took Anna's hand and led her to a car, pointing to the large and small bags inside. Anna stared blankly at the car full of things for a moment. Is all of this for me? Layla said with a smile. I brought all of this back for you. How about that? Aren't I good to you? Products from the Rabbit Kingdom have always been very expensive in Biku City. Although she had already handed over many mineral resources in her territory to the Rabbit Kingdom for mining through cooperation and received a lot of funds, she still needed to think for a long time before buying something she really wanted. After all, there are too many places in Biku that require money. For example, the lights that were just installed today weren't free, and we still have to pay for electricity every month. Seeing the car full of stuff, Anna's expression immediately changed, and she smiled at Layla, saying, You really are my best sister. Okay, I forgive you. He then turned to the knight beside him and said, Take everything Miss Layla brought back to the city. By the way, where's Knight Marlowe? Marlowe was catching up with Zhou Bai when he heard Princess Anna was looking for him, so he immediately ran back. Zhou Bai? Long time no see. I thought you weren't going back to Biksha City. Anna was also surprised to see Zhou Bai. Because Anna had heard that when Biku City was attacked by the Milan Empire, it was Zhou Bai who sent the Rabbit Kingdom's army to provide support. Anna had always been grateful to Zhou Bai. However, for all this time, she still didn't know what official position Zhou Bai held in Rabbit Country. All she knew was that the official system in the Rabbit Kingdom was quite complex, and different matters required different people to be in charge. Moreover, her name and title are hard to remember, so she doesn't know who to contact when something happens. Princess Anna, it's been a long time. I just had nothing to do, and since the magician Layla was coming back, I came back with her, Zhou Bai replied listlessly. He stayed up all night playing King of Glory and hadn't taken such a long car ride in a long time, which made him feel very tired. All right, look how sleepy you are. I won't entertain you today. You're welcome to come to the princess's residence to see me anytime you have time. After Anna finished speaking, she took Layla back. The room on the top floor of the main building of the princess's residence is Princess Anna's boudoir. Several maids were helping Layla organize the various novelties she had brought for the princess in her suitcase. Layla, is this really a dress? Why is there so little fabric? It feels smaller than my palm. Anna, holding a light, black dress, asked in confusion. Oh my, this is called fashion, you know? I bought this especially for you. It's very expensive. You know, in the cities of Rabbit Country, all the pretty young ladies wear clothes like this, Layla said earnestly. Is that so? It seems that the customs of the Rabbit Country are really not very good. Anna unfolded the dress, looked at its appearance, and imagined what she would look like wearing it, and her face turned red. By the way, Anna, is there internet in the city yet? I saw that you have electricity here. Layla looked at the lit light tube above her head and asked, The internet? What is the internet? Is it like electricity? Anna looked at her in confusion. You don't even know about the internet? When you communicate with the king in the capital, you don't still use that ancient method of sending messages by cavalry, do you? Layla found it somewhat unbelievable. She assumed that with China's superior infrastructure and execution capabilities, all these infrastructure facilities would be in place. Flights to the capital are now available here, by those big airships. It's very fast, only 2 or 3 days. As for the internet you mentioned, I have no idea what that is. They had mentioned before that if there were any urgent matters requiring contact with the capital, we could ask them to send a telegram. But I haven't sent any telegrams to the capital, so I don't know what this telegram is, Anna replied. Layla nodded thoughtfully. I see. I thought that with China's unparalleled infrastructure capabilities, 5G signals had already been rolled out here. It seems we'll have to wait a while longer. The Otherworld office has indeed not yet implemented mobile signal coverage in Bika City. However, there's no problem using the internet or making phone calls near the embassy. Since there were no other mobile phone users in the city, the construction of base stations naturally did not proceed so quickly. Having electricity is actually quite good. At least the electronic devices I brought back can be charged. Anna wholeheartedly agreed. Those people from the rabbit country do indeed possess an incredibly amazing capacity for construction. Their embassy was completed in no time, and they even built a road that leads directly to their country. If we were to repair this road, I estimate that even if we were given 10 years, we still wouldn't be able to finish it. And this road alone cost an unknown amount of money. Layla said nonchalantly. Money is a small matter for them. In their country, they build countless highways like the one in Biku every year. Go visit their city, that's a true miracle. Their houses soared into the clouds, the streets were filled with cars, and at night, the whole city was brightly lit, like stars illuminating the world. When I first saw this scene, I thought I had arrived in heaven. Anna, you really should go to the Rabbit Kingdom and learn from their governing philosophy. I believe you will gain a lot. Chapter 173 Private Talks in the Princess's Residence. Layla still remembers the shock she felt when she first arrived in the capital of the Rabbit Kingdom. During the day, the bustling city and the busy streets had already greatly impressed her. But that was still within her comprehension. However, when she stood in the high hotel at night and looked out the glass windows at the city, everything seemed to become a dream. She stared out the window in a daze for a long time. She never imagined that this huge city could become so dazzling at night. The twinkling, colorful lights were even more beautiful than the Milky Way in the sky. Humans have managed to completely banish darkness from the city. How magnificent! What she found even more incredible was that this city was not the only city in the Rabbit Kingdom. It was just one of thousands of such cities. Layla looked out the window at the myriad lights extending from the high-rise buildings, the straight roads illuminated by streetlights, and the lights from passing vehicles seemed far more prosperous than during the day, and it was so beautiful. It would probably take 1,000 years to build a city like this. Layla asked the staff member named Tao Ling who had been accompanying her. Tao Ling simply replied casually. Actually, these high-rise buildings were all built in the last few decades, while those low-rise courtyard houses are 100 or 2 years old. We also have very young cities here, such as Shanghai City in our southern region, which is a very young and prosperous metropolis. Then Tao Ling took out a tablet computer to show her how the Rabbit Kingdom transformed a small fishing village into a modern metropolis. After watching it, Layla fell into deep thought. I wonder if the Empire will one day have a bustling city that never sleeps. However, she then realized that it should be soon, as the Rabbit Kingdom had already built a sizable city outside their time portal. As exchanges between the Rabbit Kingdom and the Empire deepen, the Rabbit Kingdom's products and technologies will also flow to the Empire. The Empire will surely have such a prosperous metropolis as the Rabbit Kingdom in the future. Back in Princess Anna's bedroom, Anna put down the black, ultra-thin dress she was holding and sat on the bed somewhat uneasily. I'd also like to visit their country and see how they govern themselves, how they managed to have so many powerful machines and armies. But after Anna finished speaking, she lay down on the bed. I've always been puzzled. They clearly have the ability to conquer our empire without lifting a finger, yet they've always maintained a good relationship with us. They even helped us build roads and bridges, sold us some equipment, and helped us solve the problem of farmers' employment. This is completely out of character for an incredibly powerful nation. The Milranians who invaded our empire before seemed far more normal. Anna's thinking was not without reason. After all, the empire relied on its powerful military strength to gradually annex the surrounding small countries and grow into the super empire it is today. The empire only stopped expanding and ceased its expansion when it had virtually no other rivals in the surrounding area. This is the normal practice of a powerful country, to continuously expand its territory based on its own strength. But the approach taken by the Rabbit country is different. The western forests they are now occupying were originally unclaimed land. Given their strength, if they wanted to conquer the empire, they would likely be more direct and swift than the people of the Milland Empire. After all, Anna had witnessed their terrifying military strength firsthand. Those machines that fly in the sky and are invisible can project weapons powerful enough to destroy even the most fortified castles in the empire. Does that mean the people of Rabbit Country have absolutely no interest in their territory? Anna thought it was unlikely. They knew more about the distribution of the empire's resources and minerals than she did. Then, through a win-win cooperation, the two sides jointly mined these resources and sold them to China. Anna has received more dividends in the past few months than she has paid in taxes over the previous few years combined. These funds also greatly alleviated the financial predicament of Bhikshu. Layla sat directly on Anna's bed and explained to her, "Oh, actually, these people from Rabbit Country are a very peace-loving people. They have an old saying that goes, 'I will not offend others unless they offend me.' As long as you don't provoke them, they are generally easy to get along with. Moreover, for them, the most important thing is to make small money. Seizing imperial territory is not of much significance to them. You say that after occupation, we'll have to manage it, but managing such a large country requires who knows how much funding and talent will be needed. With that energy, it'd be more worthwhile to do business with us. It would save you so much trouble, don't you think?" After listening, Anna pondered for a while and also felt that Layla's words made sense. After all, compared to the Rabbit Country, the empire was far too backward, lacking even a decent road. To manage and develop such a poor and backward country, it would take an immense amount of effort and resources. The benefits of conquering an empire are indeed far less than those of directly cooperating with it. Anna suddenly sat up in bed, stared into Layla's eyes, and asked, "Tell me, were you bribed by the people of the Rabbit Kingdom?" Layla's eyes darted left and right before she stared at the light tubes above her head and said, "No way, they're just interested in my magic." "And do you think they need to bribe a lowly magician like me, given their abilities? You know, they even managed to get someone of Simone's caliber from the elven race to join them. They have no interest in a nobody like me. Then why did it take you so long to come back? Logically speaking, even if you went to see the world, you should have come back long ago, right?" Anna looked at her suspiciously. Layla said somewhat guiltily, "It's not easy to have the opportunity to go to a country in another world, and there's a master like Simone the elf magician there. Of course I want to seize the opportunity to learn there. You wouldn't believe it, my magical abilities have improved quite a bit lately." After listening, Anna lay back down on the bed and said weakly, "It doesn't really matter. These people aren't worth playing any tricks or schemes with us. Any fancy tricks are just a joke to them. Whether they try to bribe you or not, it doesn't really matter. The best thing is that you can sell yourself for a good price." Layla lay down beside her and comforted her. "Things aren't as serious as you think. Sometimes, thinking about it, it's not necessarily a bad thing that they came to our world. At least they helped us deal with those greedy Milland people. Moreover, I believe that as long as we cling to their coattails, our empire's future development will definitely be even better." Chapter 174 Gold Coins of the Rabbit Kingdom. After a night's rest, Zhou Bai finally recovered his mental state. "Looks like I can't stay up all night playing games anymore. I used to be able to play games all night at an internet cafe and still feel great the next day, but now if I stay up all night to play a game like King of Glory, I feel completely listless the next day. I'm only in my early 20s. How could my physical condition have deteriorated to this extent? Zhou Yibai stretched, and then followed Special Envoy Li Mingqing to the embassy's canteen for lunch. This is local wild boar stew with vermicelli, scrambled eggs with chives from another world, steamed buns made from local wheat flour, and stir-fried shredded potatoes. The potatoes are an excellent variety that we brought from China. They grow very well here, and the yield can reach the domestic level without the use of chemical fertilizers. Today's soup is a new type of local blue vegetable soup, which is also a vegetable that local people often eat. Li Mingqing introduced the various dishes in the canteen to Zhou Yibai. It seems that the food at the embassy here is not as good as the fresh seafood available every day in Victory Port, but it is still a dish with local characteristics. On Monday, Bai took 2 steamed buns and some dishes, and sat down with Li Mingqing in an empty seat. The local wild boar meat tastes pretty good. It seems even more fragrant than pork from China. I don't know if it was the chef's fault or a problem with the quality of the meat itself. I bought a house here before, and a little maid lived there. I wonder how she is now. Zhou Yibai asked Li Mingqing next to him, slurping up a rice noodle. Li Mingqing took a sip of soup before replying. The house is still there. We used it for a while as our first office location here. Later, after the embassy was built, it moved here. The house is basically still the same as when you bought it. The little maid named Illy still lives there, responsible for looking after and taking care of things. We paid her double the salary you previously promised. So generous? You didn't use gold coins manufactured in your country to pay wages, did you? Zhou Yibai was somewhat taken aback. He knew very well that the gold content of the imperial gold coins was extremely high. The gold coins manufactured in the rabbit country are merely gold-plated. Their value is nowhere near that of the rabbit country. Li Mingqing replied with a smile. We do use domestically manufactured gold coins, but their value is the same here. Our gold coins and the Empire's gold coins are exchanged at a 1-to-1 ratio. Moreover, if you want to trade with us, you must exchange the Empire's gold coins for our gold coins in order to purchase our goods. We pay the local workers here using gold coins that we manufacture. Because our gold coins are more exquisite, most of the coins circulating in Biku are ours, and they are more popular than the Empire's gold coins. Li Mingqing took out 2 gold coins from his pocket, one made by the Empire and the other made in the rabbit country. Zhou Yibai had already seen the Empire's gold coins and had even taken quite a few home. However, they were later confiscated and turned over to the national treasury. He picked up a gold coin made in the Rabbit Kingdom and examined it carefully. Compared to the gold coins of the Empire, the gold coins of the Rabbit Kingdom are much more exquisite. It's practically a work of art. Moreover, its color seems even better, and it appears to shimmer even more under bright light. Is the gold content of this coin very low? Zhou Yibai asked doubtfully, holding the coin. Actually, the gold content doesn't matter. It's just a monetary attribute. We originally wanted to use our paper money directly, but considering the acceptance level of the people in the Empire, we created these gold coins instead, Li Mingqing explained. Good heavens, you guys are trying to get something for nothing. They probably amassed a considerable fortune simply by exchanging it for the Empire's pure gold coins. If they find out these coins are counterfeit and don't contain any gold, won't they cause trouble? Zhou Yibai asked curiously. Li Mingqing shook his head. How could that be? Although the gold coins we mint are only gold-plated, they still have practical value. Merchants from all walks of life come here to purchase goods, and ordinary people come here to buy things. All kinds of transactions between us and princesses and nobles can be conducted using the gold coins we issue. Although our gold coins are only gold-plated, it does not affect their usability. Aren't you afraid that the Empire will secretly counterfeit your gold coins? Although this gold coin is very well made, it's not like they can't completely counterfeit it. Zhou Yibai put the gold coin back on the table. It is said that there is a race here called goblins who are very good at making all kinds of machines, and most of the Empire's gold coins are made by them. However, they are quite conscientious and use only pure gold. If they were to counterfeit China's gold coins and use them to buy China's products, it would be a losing proposition for China. You're right. They do have the ability to counterfeit our gold coins. However, according to our calculations, the cost for them to counterfeit one of our gold coins is at least 5 real gold coins, so no one will bother to counterfeit it. Moreover, compared to our gold coins, the Empire's gold coins are counterfeited far more often, making our gold coins more popular in the market. Joey Bai nodded thoughtfully. It seems that the reason why the Rabbit Kingdom did not directly use force to conquer the Empire was not because it was uninterested or afraid of trouble, but simply because it chose another method. In less than 5 years, the gold coins minted by the Rabbit Kingdom will begin to circulate throughout the entire empire. At that time, the Empire's right to mint coins will be in the hands of the Rabbit Kingdom. Because the Rabbit Kingdom has things that the Empire doesn't, and to buy Rabbit Kingdom products, you have to exchange them for their gold coins first. Once the gold coins of the Rabbit Kingdom become widely circulated, no one will use the Empire's own gold coins anymore. Perhaps in the future, the Rabbit Kingdom won't need to wage war at all. It can simply mint more gold coins to buy the entire empire. After finishing his soup, Joey Bai put down his chopsticks and asked, "I'd like to go take a look at the house I bought later, and also check on that little maid. Is that all right?" "Of course, no problem. I'll arrange for 2 soldiers to provide security for you. Our embassy's vehicles can drive directly there, so you don't need to worry about safety on the road." "Is Bika City very chaotic?" Joey Bai asked, somewhat puzzled. He remembered that Princess Anna had managed the city's security very well. He used to dare to stroll around Bika City all by himself. Li Mingxing explained, "We've touched the interests of many powerful people here, so naturally some people will dislike us. Although they won't dare to do anything to us openly, they have plenty of underhanded tricks up their sleeves." Joey Bai was still wearing the magical bulletproof vest that Layla had given him. Even if someone tried to ambush him, as long as they didn't hit his head, he would basically be fine. However, if someone were to kidnap or something similar, that would be troublesome. He's such a weakling, he probably couldn't even beat a strong man. So having someone with you does make you feel safer. Chapter 175 Applying Makeup to Princess Anna. Inside the princess's residence. "Is this really an outfit for me?" Anna picked up a flesh-colored dress and curiously touched the fabric. When she touched it, it was soft and smooth, making her feel like she couldn't put it down. "This fabric looks extraordinary. It must be very comfortable to wear." Anna especially loved the lace trim and delicate patterns. "The fabric was just too small, barely bigger than the palm of my hand. Moreover, the design is very strange. It doesn't resemble a piece of clothing at all. Isn't this for children?" But she doesn't have any children. Just as Anna was having some wild thoughts, Layla took the dress and explained to her, "This is called underwear, you know? Look, I'm wearing one." Underwear is the innermost layer of clothing. It's very comfortable to wear, and most importantly, it protects our private parts. Layla pointed to Anna's towering peaks. Anna glanced down instinctively, her cheeks instantly turning bright red. No wonder these clothes looked so strange, it turns out. You don't know, there's actually a lot of knowledge involved in this kind of underwear. Women are generally quite delicate, and wearing it can provide excellent protection. For example, it can prevent collisions and squeezing during normal work, and it also has the functions of fixing and supporting, and can also make up for defects in body shape. In short, wearing it is good for your health and makes your figure look better. In China, almost every woman wears it. It's very common. But how do I wear this? Anna felt a mix of shyness and surprise upon hearing that it could make her figure look even better. After all, the love of beauty is a common instinct among women, and Princess Anna was no exception. Layla chuckled, then beckoned with a mischievous grin and said, "Come on, sit down, I'll show you how to dress." 5 minutes later. "I don't look any different at all?" Anna asked curiously, looking herself over. Although it is indeed very comfortable to wear, it doesn't look much different from before. Layla looked at her with disdain. "You're wearing such a big robe. Even if you had a papaya growing out of your front, no one would be able to tell. You should dress like me, something sexy and fashionable, you know?" Layla struck a pose, showing off her great figure. She was wearing outfits that are quite common in China, such as jeans with a knitted undershirt. However, she looks young and stylish, and also quite cute. "Oh right, there are also underwear that come with the bra. I don't need to teach you how to wear them, right?" Layla picked up a smaller piece of clothing, stretched it out, and held it up in front of Anna. Anna wasn't stupid. Her face turned even redder after seeing the barely any fabric in the underwear. Layla then pulled out various short skirts, dresses, sweatshirts, jackets, casual clothes, and even several pairs of different styles of shoes, intending to give Princess Anna a makeover. Layla knew Anna's body measurements very well, and she brought back a lot of clothes and shoes in her size, so she wasn't worried about not finding anything suitable. "Stretch out your foot," Layla commanded. Anna lifted the long dress she had just changed into and stretched out her legs. Layla carefully lifted Anna's slender, snow-white feet and helped her put on her high heels. These shoes fit perfectly, not too big or too small. Even Layla thought her fair, jade-like feet looked beautiful in black high heels. Unlike her, who usually wears flat shoes and rarely has the opportunity to wear high heels. "Come on, stand up and see how it goes." Layla stood up and helped Anna up, saying this. These high heels were a full 8 centimeters high, and Anna looked almost 178 centimeters tall after putting them on. This made her figure appear even more upright and her curves even more beautiful. Anna wasn't used to high heels, and she wobbled a bit when she stood up, which also gave her a feeling of being afraid of heights. "That's great. It suits you perfectly." Layla circled around Princess Anna, nodding with great satisfaction. This feels like a dress-up game she usually plays. However, the live-action version is more realistic and gives a greater sense of accomplishment than the mobile version. Hearing Layla's praise, Anna was delighted and cautiously took her first step. Oh, Anna had only taken one step when she lost her balance and was about to fall to the ground when Layla quickly reached out to support her. "Be careful. These shoes are a bit hard to control at first, but you'll get used to them after wearing them a few times," Layla reminded her. Anna, after all, had a background in martial arts and excellent balance, so she quickly adapted to high heels. "It feels a bit strange, and I'm not feeling very comfortable." Anna only took a few steps before she wanted to give up and sat down on the bed. These shoes are really not suitable for everyday wear. Wearing them for too long is bad for your feet and can easily make them tired. However, it's perfectly fine to wear these to banquets or other formal occasions. They can really enhance a woman's charm. After glancing at Princess Anna's outfit, Layla suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, I forgot something. There's one more thing that would look even better with high heels." After Layla finished speaking, she pulled out an unopened pair of stockings from a pile of boxes. "What is this?" Anna looked at the long black stockings and asked with some curiosity. "These are called stockings. They're worn on the feet and can keep you warm, as well as enhance your legs, cover up imperfections, and correct leg shape, among other things. Most importantly, they can greatly enhance a woman's charm," Layla said as she unpacked the package. "Wear it on your feet? How can you wear something so long?" Anna asked curiously. After some effort, I finally managed to put Anna's stockings on. Sure enough, after putting them on, Anna's legs looked wider and longer, and the black stockings also made her legs look thinner. "She's so sexy," Layla couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. No wonder the long-legged beauties in China love wearing stockings so much. Putting aside men, even as a woman, she couldn't help but be tempted by the effect. Anna, on the other hand, felt a sense of constraint, making her constantly want to pull her stockings tight. "Great. Let me do your makeup again, and you'll be even more perfect." Layla pulled out another makeup kit, intending to give Anna a good makeover. An hour later, a graceful, elegant, and beautiful princess appeared before us. Is this really me?" Princess Anna stared at herself in the mirror in disbelief, touching her face repeatedly as she looked at herself from left to right, finding it all quite incredible. Is the beautiful woman in the mirror really herself? The change is too great. It's like she's a completely different person. How is it? Pretty, right? This is one of the 4 great sorceries of the Rabbit Kingdom makeup. I learned it from the people of the Rabbit Kingdom for a long time before I mastered it, Layla said with some pride. Princess Anna was already very beautiful, and with a little makeup, she looked even more stunning. Chapter 176, Giving a Gift to Eileen. The house that Zhou Yibai bought on Monday is not far from the embassy. It's less than a 10-minute drive away. As soon as I got off the bus, I saw Irene cleaning up the trash at the entrance. "Oh, Mr. Zhou, you're back." Upon seeing Zhou Yibai suddenly appear, Eileen excitedly put down her broom and ran over to greet him. "Eileen, it's been a long time. How are you?" Zhou Yibai got out of the car and looked at Eileen with a smile. "I haven't heard this address in a long time, and it sounds different now. This little maid has grown quite a bit since I last saw her in the past 6 months." Joey Bai opened the trunk and took out the things he had brought. Ilalin quickly stepped forward to help carry them. These are all gifts for you: clothes, shoes, bags, and local specialties. Take them back and try them on to see if you like them. Joey Bai also helped carry some. Are these all for me? Ilalin was stunned for a moment as she held a huge pile of things. Just by looking at those exquisite boxes, you can tell that the contents are very valuable. Back in the living room, Eileen and Joey Bai put the bags of gifts from the car onto the sofa. Joey Bai opened a box containing a pair of very beautiful women's sneakers. Try it on and see if it fits. Joey Bai unpacked it and handed it to her. Alice took the shoes with some excitement. These beautiful shoes are already available in the city, but they are very expensive, and Eileen has always been reluctant to buy them. After putting on her new shoes, Eileen tried walking in them. The shoes are the perfect size, not too big or too small, and they're very comfortable to wear. Although Eileen is only 14 years old, her height and figure are similar to those of the magician Layla, so these clothes and shoes were bought according to Layla's size. Surprisingly, it actually suits me very well. Alice's face was flushed. She didn't do much work, yet she received such a high salary. Moreover, Mr. Zhou often gave her very expensive gifts, and she felt that she was extremely lucky. In addition to sneakers, Joey Bai also bought several pairs of flat shoes, snow boots, slippers, and other types of shoes so that Eileen could wear different styles. However, Joey Bai dared not buy her high heels. In case she sprained her ankle, it would be troublesome. After excitedly carrying the gift, Joey Bai gave her back to her room. Eileen came out a little while later. Aren't you bringing your own luggage back? Only now did Alyssa realize that Joey Bai hadn't brought anything back besides the things he gave her. I won't be living here anymore. I'll be staying at the embassy. It's more convenient there. I just came to see you today, Joey Bai explained to her. So you won't be living here anymore? Ilalin asked, somewhat disappointed. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Compared to the embassy, his house seems much smaller and older. Joey Bai nodded. I probably won't be living here anymore, and I think I'll have fewer opportunities to come to Bichio City in the future. There are too many things to do at home, and this time it was a rare opportunity for me to come here. Then what are you going to do with this house? Aren't you going to keep it? Alice asked anxiously. Is she about to lose her job after finally finding such a good job and having such a great boss? Just leave the house here for now. The people from the embassy will take care of it. You can stay here without any problems. No one will kick you out, Joey Bai comforted him. In theory, all of Joey Bai's properties here belong to the state, and this house is naturally under the name of the embassy. By the way, Eileen, do you want to study? Joey Bai suddenly asked her. Eileen nodded, wondering why Joey Bai had suddenly asked her that question. She really envied those who could read and write, but her family's financial situation was limited and they couldn't afford to send her to school. You mentioned before that you have a younger brother? Is he in school now? Eileen shook her head. I do have a younger brother. He's only 7 years old this year, and he's not in school yet. Although I saved some money, I still couldn't afford my younger brother's tuition, so he didn't go to school. Is the tuition here very expensive? Joey Bai asked with some curiosity. Ambassador Li Mingxing once said that Irene's salary was double what he had previously paid her. Her current salary should exceed that of many citizens of Biku. Schools generally only admit children of noble families or wealthy merchants. It's impossible for people from families like ours to get into school unless we sponsor the school with a large sum of money, Eileen explained. So that's how it is. It seems Princess Anna doesn't pay enough attention to the education of ordinary people. How about this? Would you be interested in studying at the school in our star city? You can bring your younger brother along too. There are many children of other races studying there, and they all have room and board provided, with no tuition fees. Go back and talk to your parents to see if they will allow you to go to school there. If your parents are worried about you, I can arrange a job for them there so you can be together anytime, Joey Bai said after thinking for a while. Arranging for 1 or 2 people to enter the schools in Star City was not a problem for Joey Bai. Moreover, he will definitely be living in Star City for a long time in the future, and if Ellie has time, she can help him take care of the house or something. Eileen really wanted to go to Star City with Joey Bai. Joey Bai was the best person she had ever met in her life. Moreover, being able to study has always been her dream, and it would be even better if her younger brother could also go to school. I'll go back and discuss it with them, Alice said somewhat nervously. She didn't know if her parents would agree, since she was going to leave the village and go to a very far place. They had never left Bikku in their entire lives, and after farming and living there for so many years, it would take a lot of courage for them to suddenly go and live in a faraway place. By the way, how is your former boss, Joey, doing? Joey Bai asked again. Joey was the first merchant he traded with when he came to this other world. He was very respectful to Joey Bai, so he was impressed and wanted to find out about him. That's great. Now, Master Joey is the biggest merchant in Bichu City. He just bought that big estate in the east, and I heard he owns dozens of shops in the city alone. He's very impressive, Eileen said with some envy. Chapter 177 Reunited with Joey. Joey was undeniably lucky. His good luck began after he met Joey Bai in Carl Village and started interacting with him. He went from a small-time merchant to the wealthiest merchant in Bikku City. His strategy was simple. Cling to the coattails of the Chinese nation. Whenever the Chinese embassy needs anything, is short of anything, or needs anyone, he will proactively offer his help. The embassy's commercial department originally wanted to cultivate a collaborator locally. Since he had dealt with Joey Bai before and was indeed quite clever, the embassy made him a model of cooperation between the rabbit country and the empire. He now acts as an agent for most of the products from the rabbit kingdom in the empire, which has multiplied his wealth many times over. Oh dear, Master Zhou, I didn't expect you to have returned to Bikshu City. Why didn't you send someone to inform me? Joey rushed into the living room in a hurry. As the saying goes, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Joey Bai had just mentioned Joey to Ilalin when Joey arrived. Joey, long time no see. I heard you've made a fortune lately, Joey Bai teased with a smile. Alice quickly got up, brought Joey a stool, and went into the kitchen to boil water and make coffee. Joey stammered in broken Chinese. I didn't make any money, just a little bit. Hearing Joey's broken Chinese, Joey Bai smiled and praised. You can speak Chinese now? Looks like you've practiced a lot. I can only speak a little bit, and I don't speak very fluently, Joey said somewhat embarrassedly. He spent a lot of time and effort practicing to master the language of the Rabbit Kingdom, but even now he can only speak some common everyday phrases. Alice took a kettle of hot water from the kitchen and made a cup of coffee for the two of them. Joey Bai picked up the cup and took a sip of strong coffee. This coffee is locally produced, and he really enjoys its rich aroma and unique bitterness. Seeing this, Joey also picked up his cup and took a sip. He used to sell this brand of coffee, but now he basically doesn't do business with these local products anymore. I heard you bought another estate. Joey Bai put down his cup and asked slowly. Joey carefully put down her coffee cup and replied softly, Yes, I bought it in the east. A nobleman went bankrupt and needed to sell his estate to raise funds, so I took it over. I'd also like to invite you to stay at my estate for a few days. Don't worry, we've already had workers from your embassy help us renovate it. It has running water, electricity, and lights, and the furniture is all new. I'm sure you'll like it. I won't go. I have to go back in a couple of days. I'm currently living and eating at the embassy. Joey Bai shook his head and refused. Nowhere is as safe as the embassy. After Joey learned that Joey Bai was staying at the embassy, she felt at ease. The embassy is the most magnificent building in Bikku. Although he had been there many times, every time he entered the embassy, the magnificent feeling made him feel that it was even more beautiful than a royal palace. That's right. The embassy is the biggest and most beautiful building I've ever seen. I originally wanted to build a smaller one, but I heard that the workers there have been transferred back, and the local workers don't know how to build the kind of houses you have, so it hasn't been built yet, Joey said with some regret. You have so many houses, aren't they enough for you to live in? Joey Bai asked him with a smile. There are a lot of houses, but they're all too old. Sometimes I still feel more comfortable living in a new house, Joey said somewhat embarrassedly. What business are you busy with right now? Joey Bai poured him a cup of coffee. Right now, we're mainly cooperating with the embassy's commercial department, importing soaps, perfumes, glassware, clothes, shoes, and other daily necessities, which we then resell in major cities across the empire, Joey replied, carefully holding the cup, somewhat flattered. Joey Bai had brought most of these things before, but perhaps not in such large quantities. Your sales network covers all the other cities in the empire? No wonder you've made so much money, Joey Bai praised. It's all thanks to you. The embassy knew I had dealings with you, which is why they made me the general agent. Joey had no idea what Joey Bai's identity was in the Rabbit Kingdom. However, it is said that he has a very high status, because some nobles said that the Milan people were wiped out by the Rabbit Kingdom's army at Joey Bai's request. So Joey still doesn't know Joey Bai's identity, but he still respects him as before. Moreover, everyone in the city knows that even an ordinary worker in the Rabbit Kingdom is not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, Joey Bai was accompanied by fully armed soldiers, and there were also vehicles that could run without horses outside the door. This is not a privilege that ordinary people enjoy. By the way, there's actually another thing I wanted to talk to you about today. Joey waved to the back, and several servants carried in a large box. When we did business together before, you left me with several hundred gold coins. I have been using these gold coins as capital to purchase goods. These are your share of the profits, a total of 10,000 gold coins, all newly minted in your country. I will distribute a portion of the profits to you every year from now on, Joey explained, pointing to a box of gold coins. Joey Bai looked at the huge box full of gold coins and couldn't help but chuckle. He might be tempted by the Empire's gold coins, since they were made of genuine pure gold. As for the gold coins of the Rabbit Kingdom, they are worth a little money here, but they are completely useless in the Rabbit Kingdom. He also knew that Joey was being so generous in giving him these gold coins not just as a bonus. He merely wanted to use Joey Bai's abilities to improve relations with the Rabbit Kingdom. After all, a businessman like him with no background is very likely to suffer losses when facing other powerful figures. Take these gold coins back. You can use them to repair roads or build schools or something. I don't need them anymore. I'm not doing business anymore, so this money is useless to me. He's a civil servant now, so I wonder if accepting these gold coins would be considered a bribe. It would be incredibly embarrassing if Li Qixing found out about this. Besides, he now holds a gold card issued by the Rabbit Kingdom, so he's not short of money at all, let alone the gold coins of these empires. Oh, okay then. From now on, I'll use this money for charity in your name. Is that all right with you? Joey wasn't surprised that Joey Bai refused the gold coins, because he had tried to give gifts to other officials in the Rabbit Kingdom before, but he had never succeeded and instead always got criticized. You can do whatever you want. Joey Bai doesn't care. It's not a bad thing that someone remembers his good deeds. By the way, you can focus on your business. As long as you don't break the law, we'll back you up if anyone dares to bully you, no matter what their background is. I'll speak with Ambassador Li and Princess Anna and ask them to take good care of you. Remember not to evade taxes when you make money, and just do good deeds, Joey Bai instructed. Joey quickly stood up and bowed to Joey Bai. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Zhou. I will do my job well in the future and will not let you down. Chapter 178, Demanding a Debt from Princess Anna. When Joey returned, he left Joey Bai 2 bottles of his treasured high-end red wine. Joey Bai really liked this red wine, so he kept it. Alice, I'll head back now. Go back and discuss it with your parents to see if they'll allow you to study in Star City. If they agree, just come to the embassy to see me in a couple of days, Joey Bai said, picking up 2 bottles of red wine as he stood up. Good. Ilalin replied with some reluctance. When they returned to the embassy, they happened to see Princess Anna's carriage parked at the embassy entrance. Where have you been? You're a key protected individual in the Rabbit Kingdom. You can't just wander off like that. Lei said to Joey Bai as she got off the carriage. You're really strict. Don't you see I have 2 warriors with me? With them here, do you think anyone can get close to me? Besides, I can also use magic. After Joey Bai finished speaking, he raised his hand in a dashing manner and conjured a magical fireball. Wow, you really know magic? I don't even know it. Anna had just gotten off the carriage when she saw Joey Bai's magic. Anna's stunning outfit caught Joey Bai's eye. Especially in one place, it's much bigger than Layla's little airport. You did her makeup? It's pretty good, quite skilled. The clothes were also a great choice, very suitable for her, Joey Bai praised. That's right, my taste is exceptionally good, Layla replied with a touch of pride. Joey Bai nodded in agreement and then looked at Princess Anna again. It has to be said that Anna has a really great figure. What are you looking at? Layla stepped forward to block Joey Bai's malicious gaze and said to Anna, what magic does he know? He just uses magic items in a few simple ways. I'll make you a set too, and I guarantee it will be even cooler than his. So, why aren't you staying at the princess's residence? What are you doing at the embassy? Zhou Bai asked the two beauties curiously. The arrival of the empire's princess at the embassy is, after all, a very important diplomatic event. But these two people somehow felt like they were coming home. Of course I came here to freeload a meal. The food at the embassy is famously delicious, so I came here to eat. Princess Anna glanced at Zhou Bai, then noticed the 2 bottles of red wine he was carrying, and exclaimed with delight, "This red wine is quite good. It seems we'll be enjoying some fine wine tonight." Layla also noticed the red wine Zhou Bai was carrying, and immediately took it from him. "You can't usually find this kind of red wine. Where did you buy it?" "It was a gift from someone else. Don't try to take it. I wanted to take it back for my parents to try the wine here," Zhou Bai said anxiously. He had been resentful ever since he brought back a truckload of red wine, only to have it intercepted by the people of the Milan Empire. "If you take it back to the rabbit country, it might be confiscated and handed over. How could you possibly take it back? It's better to just open it here. I haven't tasted the Empire's fine wines in a long time. The wines from the Rabbit Kingdom are good too, but they're far inferior to the Empire's," Layla said as she walked. Zhou Bai had no choice but to follow the 2 beautiful women into the embassy. Because of Princess Anna's arrival, the cafeteria specially prepared several Chinese and Western fusion dishes for the group, such as steak salad and braised pork ribs, which, paired with the red wine given by Joey, were indeed quite delicious. "Your Highness, since you helped your father wrest power back from the people of Milan, why didn't your father transfer you back or arrange for you to go to another big city?" Zhou Bai knew that Biku City was a small city on the border of the empire. Given Anna's contributions and the relationship with the Rabbit Kingdom, it wouldn't be impossible for her to become the queen of the empire. "I want to stay here. This is the city closest to your time portal, and we'll need to pass through here for future trade and exchanges. Therefore, Biku is now the most important city in the empire. Because of the arrival of your Rabbit Kingdom, which brought a lot of new things, many merchants have been attracted here. Now, Biku City is one of the most important trading cities in our empire," Anna replied while cutting her steak. "I took a sip of red wine on Monday, and I have to say it was surprisingly delicious. I wonder if Joey still has any stock left. Looks like I'll have to get more to take back." "Then you must have collected quite a bit of tax by now," Zai asked with a smile on Monday. He remembered that Princess Anna still owed him a lot of money. The goblin hadn't even paid him back all the money he'd spent on the watch from her. Now that the creditor is here, there's no need to mention repaying the money anymore. "We've collected a lot of taxes, but following the advice of that young dong from your Ministry of Commerce, we've basically spent it all on things like food streets, pedestrian streets, and commercial streets. We've even borrowed a lot from your banks. Aren't you afraid of losing everything?" Zhou Bai complained helplessly. "It seems impossible to get her to repay the money today. She'll be lucky if she doesn't try to squeeze some money out of you. However, given the current prosperity of Biku City and the advantages that the Rabbit Kingdom has here, it will be quite difficult for Princess Anna to lose money on these projects. Moreover, it is estimated that the housing prices in Biku City will remain hot for a long time to come. What's there to be afraid of? Your little dong said that a healthy fiscal policy requires a certain level of debt. Besides, these projects of mine haven't even been completed yet, but I've already recouped most of the costs. Now, you have to queue up to buy a shop there," Anna said proudly. On Monday, Bai's eyes lit up. It seemed there was hope of recovering the debt again. "Your Highness, it seems you owe me some gold coins. I wonder if you remember?" Zhou Bai asked directly. He feels uneasy if he drinks his red wine and doesn't get some back from you. Anna paused for a moment. "Really? I don't remember." "Don't you remember? Didn't you sell a few watches to that goblin? You haven't paid me back yet, saying you'd borrow them for a while and pay me back later. You've already forgotten." Zhou Bai was getting anxious. How could a princess of the empire possibly try to renege on such a small amount of money? Anna thought for a moment, then suddenly realized and said, "Oh, it seems that's true, but I took on a lot of orders after that, and you weren't here anymore. Because you didn't deliver the goods to me afterwards, I breached the contract and had to pay a lot of money. Your little bit of money wasn't even enough for me to pay. However, since you treated me to red wine today, I won't make you pay." Anna's generous attitude only made him speechless. She's the one who owes me money, so why won't she let me pay it back in the end? Who can I complain to? Joey Bai didn't believe her nonsense. What breach of contract? Who would dare to ask your princess for compensation? Debt collection failed. Chapter 179 Internet Addict Girl. After Anna and Layla finished their delicious meal, they went to a large parking lot outside the embassy. There weren't many cars in the parking lot, and it was quite spacious, so Layla pulled Anna onto one of the new energy electric vehicles she had driven there to demonstrate her superb driving skills. Anna was very interested in this kind of car that could go very fast, so she asked Layla to be her driving instructor and teach her how to drive. Joey Bai didn't dare to go over to watch. He had doubts about Layla's skill level, let alone Anna's. He could only pray that the domestically produced electric vehicle could withstand the two of them's roughhousing. Sure enough, not long after, a loud bang was heard, and Anna slammed the car, worth hundreds of thousands, into the wall. Fortunately, the domestically produced car is durable and did not catch fire. It only had a dent in the body. After the two returned to the lobby looking disheveled, Joey Bai made them a cup of tea and said casually, "Layla, you're really bold. You dared to let Anna, who has hardly ever seen a car, hold the steering wheel. Did she even pass her driving test? And you dared to let her drive." Layla sat down next to Joey Bai and said angrily, "She's too stupid. I haven't even passed the written test, but I still learned it quickly. If I hadn't braked in time, she would have really sent me to my death. It seems we really can't let her touch a car in the future, otherwise she will definitely become the next road hazard." Anna was still reeling from the car accident and sat down in a daze. Joey Bai handed the two freshly brewed tea to them and scolded them. "Are you two in the same boat? The one teaching you is an experienced driver, while you've only driven for a few days. How dare you teach others to drive? If this car didn't have an automatic braking system, would you two still be sitting here drinking tea? You're lucky you didn't have to attend a banquet." After the two of them picked up their teacups and drank a cup of hot tea, they finally calmed down. "Are you two hurt? Should we call some medical personnel to come and take a look?" Joey Bai asked the two of them with concern. "It's nothing. The car just lightly bumped into the wall. No damage. The airbags didn't even deploy." Layla put down her teacup and said to Anna, "Anna, it seems that this kind of big thing is not very suitable for you. You should ride a horse from now on." Anna snapped out of her reverie and nodded. "It's safer to ride a horse. This iron cart is indeed difficult to control." Joey Bai couldn't help but criticize. "How long have you been studying? You say you can't learn it after only 2 or 3 hours. You should know that it usually takes others more than half a year to get a certificate. If you could drive in just a few hours, those driving schools would have gone out of business long ago. Anna, don't listen to her. Find a good teacher later, and you'll get it after a few lessons." Anna put down her teacup, which she had just taken a sip from. Layla said she learned it in less than an hour. "I thought it would be easy. It's not that easy to learn. It took me 3 months to get my driver's license. Layla is a magician. She's different from us." "What's the difference? You still have 1 head and 2 hands. You're just stupid. What can I do?" Layla rolled her eyes at Joe Bai. "It's so late. Aren't you going back to the princess's residence? Early to bed and early to rise is good for your health. Go back early, or you won't be able to get up tomorrow." Joey Bai glanced at his watch. It was almost 10 p.m. In China, this would be the time when nightlife is just beginning. However, things are different in this other world. At this time, apart from the embassy, nowhere is safe. The knights and guards have all gone back. "We'll sleep here tonight. Anna will sleep in my room, and we'll go back to the princess's residence tomorrow." Layla took a sip of tea. She didn't like the taste. It was nowhere near as good as milk tea. "All right then." Joey Bai got up to go back to his room to shower and sleep. Before leaving, he said to the two beauties, "Drink less tea, or you won't be able to sleep tonight." Layla waved her hand. Go on, don't worry about us." The next day, inside a room at the embassy, Layla was still fast asleep, while Anna sat on the bed, holding her phone and tapping away intently. "Oh no, the power's out again." While Anna was playing a game, her phone suddenly sent a notification that the battery level was below 10%. A look of panic crossed her face. She quickly took out the charger from the bedside table, skillfully plugged it in, and her phone was back to charging. Then I continued tapping away on my phone, completely unaware that it was already getting light outside. I was totally absorbed in the game. "Anna, Are you still not done with the sheep game? Layla asked sleepily as she rolled over. We'll be through soon. Anna was still intently watching the game screen and gave a perfunctory reply. She thought the game was easy, so she made a bet with Layla that she wouldn't sleep until she beat the game. So she played until dawn, but still couldn't pass the last level. Every time I thought I was just a little bit short, but I never managed to make it to the end. She was so angry that she almost wanted to smash the phone. Luckily, the version she was playing was ad-free, otherwise she would have thrown her phone away long ago. Layla got up, rubbed her eyes, picked up her phone and looked at it, exclaiming, "It's already 8:30. Then, looking at Anna who was still playing sheep, she was surprised. You really played this stupid game all night? Yeah. Anna simply replied with one sentence. Layla covered her eyes with one hand and said speechlessly, "It seems I really can't give you this phone. If you get addicted to mobile games, how will you manage Biku City in the future? You are a city lord with so many official duties. How can you be addicted to mobile games?" Anna replied nonchalantly, "It's not as serious as you say. Anyway, nothing much has happened lately. Ambassador Lee said that as a leader, you have to learn to delegate authority and let your subordinates handle things. Don't try to manage everything yourself, or you'll never be able to manage it all. Now, except for major decisions that require my attention, I can basically leave everything else to the people in the council." After saying that, he continued to stare at his phone screen. "Ugh, I lost again. Forget it. I'm not playing anymore. I need to catch up on some sleep. Don't wake me up unless it's absolutely necessary." After Anna finished speaking, she threw down her phone, pulled up the covers, and fell fast asleep. Layla shook her head helplessly. Then she picked up her phone, opened Tomato Novels, and continued reading a female-oriented novel she hadn't finished yet, titled Transmigrated as a Deposed Woman, Farming in the Harem. That female supporting character is such an idiot. She can't even see through such a simple trap set by the female lead. Layla angrily blurted out a sentence. Chapter 180 Breakfast. Inside the embassy canteen, Zhou Bai was having breakfast with Special Envoy Li Mingqing. "I see you're quite close to Princess Anna in business. Are you planning to establish a trade center in Biku City?" Zhou Bai asked while eating a steamed bun. "There is such a plan. Now that the road to Bikshu is open and the railway is almost open, trade between the two sides will definitely be very frequent in the future. As a border city of the empire, Biku City's goods can easily reach other cities, making it a suitable key city for our bilateral trade," Li Mingqing explained. "Since the transportation issues have been resolved, why not simply move the trade center between the two sides to Star City? That way, we could collect a significant amount of tax revenue. And it can also increase foot traffic, so wouldn't Star City be able to develop faster?" Zhou Bai asked curiously. "Our Star City, as a frontier city in this other world, plays an important role in transportation, defense, and communication with the domestic region, and is in principle not open to the outside world. People from this other world need a visa to enter Star City. Moreover, not only now, but in the future, we will strictly control other people's entry into Star City to prevent it from being sabotaged by malicious individuals. That's why we chose Bikshu as the trading center for both sides. However, we are already planning a new city that can be open to the public. Once the infrastructure of the new city is completed, we will invite some domestic entrepreneurs to buy property here, and even people from other worlds can travel, shop, and buy houses there. So, our time portal is about to open to the public?" When Zhou Bai heard that people from China were to be invited to work here, he asked in surprise. He thought it would be at least a few more years before the other world was open to ordinary people. Li Mingqing nodded. "There is such a plan, and the Interdimensional Affairs Office is currently studying and discussing it." Li Mingqing then explained to Zhou Bai that with more and more high-tech products entering the market, and with more and more people involved, and the scope of the matter becoming wider and wider, the matter of the Rabbit Kingdom's time portal could not be kept secret in the end. There are probably countless spy agencies watching this place called Time Portal right now. If the Time Portal is discovered and made public, China will face pressure from countries around the world, especially from Western countries led by the United States. Because they would never allow the Rabbit Kingdom to have all of the world inside the portal, they would all demand a share for themselves. Otherwise, the U.S. might actually pull Western countries to sanction China over the Time Portal and even start World War III. Therefore, the Otherworld office has recently planned to first recruit some entrepreneurs from China to participate in the construction of the Otherworld, and then conduct technology exchanges with those developed countries, using their advanced technology to obtain the right to enter the Otherworld. But even if they could enter, their scope of activity and rights would be very limited. We would never share this other world with them, Li Mingxing continued. Zhou Yibai couldn't possibly think about something so complicated, so he asked, "What are the resources like here?" "Not bad. The gold, coal, and iron mines are all abundant, especially the iron mine not far from Bichu City. The quality is excellent, even better than the ones in Kangaroo Country, and the reserves are astonishing. We are currently bringing in machinery to mine it. Ship these iron ore mines back. That should solve a lot of problems, otherwise Australia will think we'll collapse without their iron ore mines." Zhou Yibai had read a lot of news. Australia was taking advantage of its high-quality iron ore and large reserves, and was asking for exorbitant prices, much higher than what they offered to others. Li Mingxing said with a wry smile, "It's not that easy. Our space-time portal is still too small. Even trains can't pass through, and the transport capacity is very limited. Even if we open up all the transport capacity, we still can't change the overall level of domestic mineral resources. Moreover, over 90% of the minerals we mine here are for the purpose of supporting local construction and production. It's already quite good that we don't need to import resources from China." Zhou Yibai thought about it and agreed. The manpower and resources invested in the construction of the other world are now quite astonishing. If we want to give back to the domestic economy, we can only do so after the development here has stabilized. However, some high-tech products and materials from other worlds have begun to shine in China. For example, the new energy vehicle Anna drove last night was one of them. This new energy vehicle can achieve a range of up to 3,000 kilometers on a full charge, completely solving the problem of range anxiety. Zhou Yibai had heard Li Qixing say before that many large-scale projects in China have been halted, including the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier that was under construction. Because many new technologies and materials from this other world have been developed, which have greatly improved upon previous equipment designs, continuing to construct these large-scale projects would result in enormous waste. Moreover, even if the new aircraft carrier is built, a single one will only have 80% to 90% of the combat power of the U.S. aircraft carrier, and the U.S. has more than a dozen such aircraft carriers. If we want to catch up with them in all aspects, we should use a brand new aircraft carrier based on entirely new materials, so that we can surpass them in one step. "Have you found any oil here?" Zhou Yibai asked again. Oil can be considered the lifeblood of industry, and China cannot grow and thrive here without it. Meanwhile, on Earth, because the big bear and the little bear are fighting, oil prices change every day. If more oil is imported from within China, it will definitely raise domestic oil prices again. There isn't any here in Bicu City, but I've heard that the oil reserves in the ancient Tang region are quite abundant. Zhou Yibai recalled that when they were fighting the Beast Tide in Yuanshan County, the soldiers must have used something like oil. That's a bit of a shame. It's inconvenient to transport it from such a long distance. Li Mingxing smiled and said, "We've mastered new energy storage technology, right? Once the solar power station in the desert is completed, our dependence on oil will decrease, both domestically and in this other world." While the two were talking, Layla, staring at a messy head of hair, came over to Zhou Yibai's side with breakfast. "Why are you all alone? Where's Princess Anna? Did she go back?" Zhou Yibai asked curiously, looking at Layla's outrageous hairstyle. "She's still sleeping. She stayed up all night and just fell asleep." Layla took a bite of a steamed bun. "What's wrong with her now?" "It's nothing, just from playing games." Layla took a sip of soy milk. "Don't turn Princess Anna into a net addict. She's the lord of Bicu City, and she has a lot to do," Zhou Yibai reminded her. "You're absolutely right. I was just about to confiscate her phone." Layla took a sip of her meat porridge. Chapter 181, Inspecting the Construction Site. "We don't sell mobile phones in Bicu City, do we?" Zhou Yibai asked Ambassador Li Mingxing, who was standing next to him. "Not yet. Currently, our Ministry of Commerce mainly trades daily necessities and handicrafts with this place. High-tech items like mobile phones are not yet sold in Bicu City. After all, electricity isn't even widely available here, let alone cell phone signal. But if Princess Anna asks us for one, I don't think we could refuse her, Li Mingqing replied. Can we set up some kind of healthy usage time limit on her phone, like an anti-addiction system? Layla asked. It seems Layla has learned quite a bit about traditional Chinese culture. She even knows about the anti-addiction system. This seems a bit difficult. Installing an anti-addiction system on Princess Anna's phone shouldn't be difficult. It's just unnecessary. After all, given Princess Anna's status, she could easily have 10 or 8 to rotate. Forget it then. I guess she's just curious about it. Besides, there's no signal at the princess's residence, and no internet access. She can't come to the embassy every day just to use her phone. She'll probably get bored after a while, Zhou Bai said helplessly. She might actually be able to. Layla put down her bowl of porridge and continued. If she asked you to install an internet connection for her at the princess's residence, you wouldn't refuse, would you? Li Mingqing nodded. It's indeed hard to refuse, and it's only a matter of time before we get internet access in the city. However, we can use some tricks, such as limiting the bandwidth of her internet connection. I estimate that she will soon become less dependent on her phone. Let's not worry about Princess Anna for now. She's not a child anymore. She'll definitely know what she's doing. Zhou Bai looked at Layla. Didn't you come to Bika City on some mission? When are you planning to go back? Director Li only granted me a few days leave, and I have to go back tomorrow. Layla wiped her mouth. It's okay. You go back first. I have to go to the imperial capital in a couple of days, and I'll return to Star City after I'm done. All right then, I'll head back first and won't wait for you. Zhou Bai pushed away his empty plate and looked at Layla's infinity gauntlet on her left hand with a hint of jealousy, saying, Why do you carry this thing everywhere you go now? Aren't you tired? Not tired at all. These gloves are my life-saving weapon now, so of course I have to carry them with me at all times. Layla proudly touched the gloves. It's clearly mine, Zhou Bai muttered. Oh, don't worry about these gloves. I'll return them to you next time I go back to Star City, okay? Layla patted Zhou Bai on the shoulder and said with a smile. Zhou Bai glanced at her. Is there really such a good thing? In the end, you still have to hand it over, right? Layla smiled and said, I don't know about that. I don't know what the Otherworld office was thinking, entrusting such precious things to this magical girl. What if she goes off with the gloves and never comes back? This is an amazing piece of equipment that allows for instantaneous spatial travel and the transformation of various magical weapons. Has the country placed so much trust in this beautiful female magician? In the afternoon, Princess Anna finally woke up. After she finished eating, the group, accompanied by Ambassador Li, went to inspect a construction site that was under construction. It was the workers' break time at the construction site. After introducing the progress of the construction, Special Envoy Li led Anna and Zhou Bai to a prefabricated house. This was Anna's special request. She wanted to see what the working conditions and living standards of the imperial workers were like here. I just wanted to check if these workers had been mistreated or owed wages, so that I could seek justice for them. As soon as they entered the room, the first thing they saw was a square table surrounded by several people of different races, 2 native imperial workers, a Titan giant, and a Milran Empire prisoner. Several local workers from the Empire were sitting nearby, while a group of people were engaged in a fierce battle at a nearby table. There was a large pile of snacks on their table, and they could be heard saying a few words of Chinese from time to time. 9 of bamboo. 10,000. Femme fatale. Bump. I won. Are those soldiers from the Milland Empire? Have they been freed? Zhou Bai asked, pointing to one of the men who looked somewhat different. They wear electronic ankle bracelets. We allow them to move freely in designated areas after they finish their work. We don't lock them up like prisoners, Li Mingqing said softly. These people were so engrossed in their game that they didn't realize someone was coming until an imperial soldier nearby alerted them. Ah, Special Envoy Li, Princess Anna, what brings you here? Several imperial people who recognized Anna and Li Mingqing quickly stood up and bowed to the two. What are you doing here? Anna asked, pointing to the things on the table. This is Mahjong. A young man from the Empire, not yet 20, said. It's a game from the Rabbit Kingdom. This old Titan friend taught us how to play. It's very simple. We usually get together to play it when we have nothing else to do. There's also this. He then took out a deck of cards, a box of checkers and Go pieces, but Go was too complicated, so they usually just played it as Gamoku. These are all game props we usually play with. They're all pretty fun, but none of them are as fun as mahjong. No, I just wanted to ask, are you eating well and living a decent life here in the rabbit country? Anna asked anxiously. The faces of the Imperials around them immediately lit up with excitement, and they all eagerly replied, "It's great. Their food is so delicious. Compared to our previous food, this is practically pig swill. No, the pigs here are eating much better than before. I can't believe we've been eating such awful black bread for so many years. The house is comfortable. When it's hot, there's a fan, which is amazing because it blows out cool air. Now that it's cold, they even gave us a warm quilt. I've never slept on such a comfortable mattress in my entire life. Moreover, there are electric lights at night, illuminating the house as if it were daytime, and the toilet has running water. Just turn on the tap and clean water flows out continuously. It's truly amazing. And look at my clothes. The fabric is very sturdy, and the color is so vibrant that even nobles in the empire can't afford it. And the shoes and the hat, these valuable items are being given away for free. This rabbit country is really too generous. Moreover, you only need to complete the designated tasks each day to get some silver coins, which you can exchange for all sorts of novelties in their little shop, including food, drinks, and daily necessities. Then, I can do whatever I want with the rest of the time. It's much easier than working hard in the fields all day, and there are even extra rewards for working overtime. These imperialists were all talking at once, eager to return. Seeing how much they enjoyed themselves, Anna didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. Anyway, she really couldn't say anything. After all, in the face of real life, those slogans about dignity and self-respect are often defeated by the enjoyment brought by material things. After years of being bombarded with Western sweet-coated bullets, China has mastered this tactic to a high degree. Moreover, the rabbit country is indeed quite good at employing people, unlike other employers who overwork them. Think back to before, those goblin guys only wanted to offer a little bit of black bread in exchange for hiring people here to build roads for them. Compared to them, the rabbit country is far too generous. Chapter 182 Godzilla Attack. Victory Port. More than 20 J-10s were parked at the base airfield. There were also 20 Type 99A tanks and 20 Type 63A amphibious tanks transported from Star City. Colonel Zhang Hongyu stared at these massive ships and said speechlessly to Major General Lin Zhonghai, who had come to inspect and guide the work, "Commander, what kind of navy do we have? Forget about large ships, we don't even have a single landing ship. That bunch of amphibious tanks barely qualifies us as a navy. How are we supposed to go to sea?" Lin Zhonghai, somewhat helplessly, offered him a rosy picture. "Right now there's a bunch of big ships causing trouble in the sea. Don't worry. There will be warships, submarines, and even aircraft carriers in the future." "Forget about aircraft carriers. Are we going to use those things to fight these natives from another world? That's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. It's completely unnecessary." Report to base. Report to base. Godzilla has surfaced, only 50 nautical miles from the coast. Repeat. Godzilla has surfaced. The J-10 pilot on patrol reported this. Base received. Continue reconnaissance. Subsequently, several unmanned reconnaissance aircraft on patrol in the sky also quickly flew to the sea surface where Godzilla was discovered. As the drone arrived, the image of the Godzilla behemoth reappeared on the screen. Zoom in on the image and see what it's holding in its hand. As the image zoomed in, we could see clearly what Godzilla was holding. Are those powerful demons? Are they fighting? Godzilla was seen being entangled by the tentacles of several large demons, and Godzilla was also holding one of the demons in its hand. Roar! Godzilla roared, and then bit down on a giant monster in its hand, which instantly burst into its mouth. "It seems these powerful demons are no match for us at all," Lin Zhonghai said, looking at the screen. Sure enough, even though Godzilla was surrounded by 5 or 6 large demons that almost completely covered his body, it was still a formidable force. However, for Godzilla, the power of these great monsters was still too small. Godzilla bit the giant monster in its hand in two and then threw it aside. Then he ripped another large demon off his body and continued biting it. "This is practically a seafood buffet," Lin Zhonghai exclaimed. "These giant squid have no other tricks besides using entanglement techniques. No wonder it was chased away by this Godzilla." With Godzilla's fighting power, no matter how many powerful monsters came, they couldn't do anything about it. Sure enough, within minutes, Godzilla had ripped off all the large monsters from its body, and almost none of them escaped being eaten. After cleaning the monster off his body, Godzilla did not return directly to the sea, but instead continued forward with his long legs. That Godzilla behemoth has moved, and it's moving in the direction of Victory Port. The J-10 driver reported to Godzilla. Continue to observe, keep your distance, the base reminded them. After all, this Godzilla can breathe fire. Based on its current speed, it is expected to arrive at Shunli Port in 3 hours, analyzed the technical staff at the Shunli Port Command. Notify Victory Harbor to put all personnel on combat alert. Also, have the strategic forces in Star City prepare for long-range strikes. Zhang Hongyu immediately sounded the battle alarm, but felt inexplicably excited. Not everyone has the opportunity to fight monsters. In the future, I can brag to my kids that I once fought a real monster, and it was Godzilla at that. Furthermore, regardless of whether it's targeting Victory Port or not, even if it just skirts around Victory Port, it will still put enormous pressure on the port. The alarm immediately sounded in Victory Harbor. Everyone immediately got busy, and even the Titan giants working there put down the building materials they were carrying. They had already practiced beforehand and knew what to do when they heard the alarm. Captain Zhang, is the monster coming? The Titan Cronus, carrying a huge iron shovel on his shoulder, ran excitedly toward Zhang Hongyu. There's a Godzilla-like monster heading this way. What, you want to fight it too? Zhang Hongyu looked at his large iron shovel and said, but even with this shovel, you can't move this behemoth. Even though you are a giant, compared to giant beasts, you are basically no different from an ant on the ground. It's nothing. I just wanted to go take a look. Don't you guys have that plane? Can you take me with you? I also want to go see if there's anything I can do to help. Kronos waved his big shovel. Zhang Hongyu pointed to the J-10 and a row of Z-20 helicopters behind him and asked, which kind of aircraft do you think could carry a body as big as yours? Kronos looked back and scratched his big head. Isn't there an even bigger plane? That one can carry me. You mean the Y-20? We don't have any Y-20s operating here, and even if we did, they wouldn't participate in combat. It's just a transport aircraft. It has no combat capability, Zhang Hongyu explained. Kronos looked at the fighter jets and helicopters taking off with some disappointment, watching them soar through the sky with envy. Major General Zhang Hongyu patted his thigh and comforted him. Don't worry, if this giant beast really gets close to our harbor, we will definitely make sure it doesn't come back. We'll definitely need your help when we're cleaning up the carcass. Kronos planted the shovel in the ground and said with dissatisfaction, what's so good about this? I'd rather carry a couple more bricks at the construction site. Looking at the somewhat dejected Kronos, and then at his tall and imposing physique, Zhang Hongyu asked, do you really want to fight? Are there many Titans who think like you? Kronos nodded. We have always been a warrior race, but after we moved to the grasslands hundreds of years ago, we were all busy making a living, and the number of Titans who love to fight has become fewer and fewer. However, seeing your soldiers wielding those strange weapons and fighting styles reignited the fighting spirit of our nation. Even though working is good now, seeing you guys going to war, especially flying those big metal planes and airplanes, makes me itch to join in. Zhang Hongyu pondered for a moment, then glanced at Kronos again. All right then, I'll report to my superiors and ask them to help you form a Titan Special Operations Brigade. Any Titan who wants to join the army can enlist, and then we'll ask them to make some special weapons for you. It would be a waste of their strength to just have these Titans work here. They deserve more opportunities to contribute their strengths. These Titans can lift thousands of pounds without any problem, and even if they throw a grenade, they can throw it at least 100 or 200 meters away, making them veritable human mortars. If we were to customize some individual combat weapons for them, we wouldn't need to worry too much about the weight of the weapons, and their power would definitely be greatly improved. Really? Kronos asked in surprise. After all, being a foreman wasn't his dream. Driving those big iron shells into battle is what a Titan warrior should do. Chapter 183 Godzilla vs. the Great Demon. 10 J-10s, lined up in formation, have arrived above the Godzilla monster. Including the previous few unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, There are now at least a dozen planes flying around the head of the Godzilla monster. Roar. Perhaps angered by the roar of the planes, Godzilla suddenly stopped and roared at the flying mosquitoes. Then it suddenly raised its huge head and spewed a stream of flames from its mouth. The J-10 pilots were already prepared, and the moment Godzilla raised its head, they had already steered the aircraft away from the area over Godzilla. Report to headquarters. The missile has locked onto the target. Should we attack? The J-10 fighter commander picked up the communicator and asked the headquarters at Victory Port. Maintain target lock. Continue tracking. Do not fire yet. Await orders. The headquarters command center issued the order. They don't yet know where Godzilla is headed, and they know nothing about this Godzilla behemoth. What if there's only one in the whole world? That would be even rarer than a giant panda. It would be such a waste to kill such a precious wild animal. Moreover, even if they opened fire now, the missiles carried by the J-10 might not be able to take it down, and might even anger this behemoth, causing other trouble. After Godzilla realized that its fire-breathing attack was useless, it ignored the annoying planes and continued on its way. Bang! A loud bang. Without any warning, a giant monster suddenly leaped out of the sea and slammed into Godzilla's face. This monster was much larger than any we had seen before, and with its enormous tentacles, it was estimated to be at least 70 meters long. Another powerful demon has appeared. I wonder if Godzilla has stirred up trouble in the demon's lair again today. Major General Lin Zhonghai watched the high-definition footage captured by the drone on the large screen in the command center. Directly in front of the camera, the enormous monster is perched on Godzilla's head, its several huge tentacles constantly contracting, almost completely covering Godzilla's head. The giant demon's tentacles were covered with countless suckers, a sight that was both dazzling and somewhat nauseating. Godzilla seemed to be stunned by the sudden appearance of this giant monster and kept backing away, trying to shake off the monster in its face. Two tiny, short hands kept scratching the big demon's face, trying to tear it off. This monster seemed even more powerful than the ones that had appeared before. Its suckers, like barnacles, clung tightly to Godzilla's face. Even for Godzilla, it would be extremely difficult to pull it down. After struggling for a few minutes, Godzilla realized it still couldn't tear the giant monster off its face and quickly calmed down. Although Godzilla's eyes were blocked by this giant monster, its enormous mouth could still move. Faced with the tentacles that were wrapping around it, Godzilla opened its bloody mouth, revealing its gleaming fangs, and took a bite out on the spot. The enormous biting force almost instantly snapped the tentacle in two. The great demon seemed to feel the pain as well, and the tentacles that had been holding it in began to loosen. Aren't these powerful demons supposed to be smart? They know they can't win, so why are they fighting so desperately? Lin Zhonghai couldn't bear to look at the fight scene on the screen. Faced with the mighty Godzilla, these monsters were clearly no match for him, yet they still recklessly fought Godzilla, showing no awareness whatsoever that intelligent beings should have. Inside the Xingli Port Marine Biological Laboratory, the big screen is also showing a live video of the battle between the monster and Godzilla. The captured demon was lying by the pool, quietly watching the battle on the screen. After Godzilla gnawed off a piece of the giant monster's tentacle that was stuck to its face, it then forcibly ripped the monster off its face. No matter how powerful the giant monster's suction cups are, or how developed its muscles are, they are useless against Godzilla's astonishing bite force. Soon, this giant monster was also treated like seafood by Godzilla. After taking 2 bites, it was thrown directly into the deep sea. It's estimated that it's already full and has lost interest in the flesh of these great demons. Godzilla continued its massive strides, step by step, toward Port Victory. With each step, huge waves were created. The great demon in the pool kept watching the live broadcast. When it saw that the great demon had been defeated, its body crashed directly into the glass. The loud noise startled the researchers in the laboratory. Quick, discharge it. If it gets damaged, the whole lab will be flooded. Professor Wu Xinmin immediately reminded his assistant. Although the glass of this swimming pool is more than 1 meter thick, it can withstand a direct hit from a truck without any damage. However, this monster is much stronger than a truck, and it would be troublesome if it damaged us. The powerful electric current quickly flowed directly into the pool, and the raging demon was instantly electrocuted and began to convulse. Only after the monster calmed down did the researchers disconnect the power. This great demon seems to be making some kind of sound, a technician said, pointing to the sound wave image on the computer screen. Quickly analyze what it's saying, Professor Wu hurriedly said. With Zhou Yibai's assistance, the lab had previously used AI to synthesize some basic language of the great demon, which could be used to analyze the meaning of the high-frequency sound waves emitted by the great demon. However, since Zhou Yibai returned, this great demon has not made a sound. The sound waves have been analyzed. According to the AI translation, it means something like, "Call the human who understands our language. I have something to say to him," the researcher said. Someone who understands their language? Could it be that this great demon wants to see Zhou Yibai? Wu Xinmin pondered for a while and then decided to report the matter to the command center. After learning about the situation, the command center reported it to the Otherworld office at the Star City headquarters. That great demon seems to have some secret to tell Zhou Yibai. Should we call Zhou Yibai over? Li Qixing reported to Wang Guohua, the director of the Otherworld office, holding a report. Godzilla seems to be heading towards Victory Port. Would it be dangerous to send him there now? Wang Guohua asked. No, we'll arrange a plane from Biku to Victory Port. It only takes 2 hours to fly there. Godzilla will take at least 3 hours to reach Victory Port. In addition, our long-range weapons are ready. Even if we can't take down this Godzilla directly, we'll have enough time to arrange for Zhou Yibai to evacuate first, Li Qixing said. After pondering for a while, Wang Guohua ordered. Isn't the mage Layla still at the imperial capital? Let her go to Victory Port with Zhou Yibai. If anything unexpected happens, her powerful magic might be able to protect Zhou Yibai. With the gloves Zhou Yibai created, you can even teleport instantly if all else fails. Chapter 184: The Guardian of the Divine Ruins. Soon, Zhou Yibai and Layla, who were still in Biku City, received orders from their superiors. After understanding their tasks, Zhou Yibai and Layla both said they had no problems. Zhou Yibai also wanted to know what that great demon wanted to say to him. Layla, on the other hand, was very interested in the giant Godzilla monster. She wanted to see if the 49-meter-long sword she conjured from her gloves would be effective against the Godzilla behemoth. Special Envoy Li, my little maid named Illy, will be taking her family to Star City tomorrow. I have already spoken to Director Li, and he will make arrangements for them once they arrive in Star City. When they arrive, just tell them I have something to attend to and I need to go. You can arrange for a car to take them to Star City, Zhou Yibai instructed. Alice has replied that her parents have agreed to let her and her brother go to Star City to study. Moreover, her parents knew this was a rare opportunity, and that joining the Rabbit Kingdom would definitely lead to success, so they agreed to let the whole family go to Star City together. No problem, just focus on completing your mission. I'll take care of everything for Aililin and the others, Li Mingsheng replied. Subsequently, Zhou Yibai and Layla were put on a plane and quickly flew to Victory Port. After a 2-hour flight, the plane landed smoothly at Victory Harbor Airport. A private car was already waiting at the airport. As soon as Zhou Yibai and the others landed, they were immediately put into a car and driven straight to the laboratory. Where is that Godzilla? Layla asked Colonel Zhang Hongyu, who had come to pick her up, as soon as she got into the car. Based on this Godzilla's speed, it will probably take another hour and a half to get here, Zhang Hongyu said, turning around. Should I go over and help you take it down? Layla waved her gloves, eager to try. Then that won't be necessary. You have about 20 minutes to communicate with this great demon. After 20 minutes, we will arrange for you to return. If that Godzilla behemoth gets any closer to our harbor, and our missiles can't deal with it, then we'll have to use weapons with special warheads. This weapon is too powerful and could potentially affect this area. For your safety, we will move you to another location. Therefore, we are only giving you 20 minutes, Colonel Zhang Hongyu said. Although he had never seen Layla's magic, he still had some understanding of the combat strength of the mages here. He didn't believe that such a petite girl could challenge Godzilla. Even a giant like Cronus wouldn't be enough to fill a tooth gap in Godzilla's mouth, let alone a little girl like you. Isn't that torture? I just got here and they want to send us back already. I don't want to go back so soon, Layla said, pouting. I've heard the seafood here is good. I should at least treat them to a meal before heading back. Mage Layla, your task is to protect Comrade Joey Bai. We don't need your help with anything else. Zhang Hongyu said quickly, seeing that she was getting anxious. With so many people protecting him here, does he still need my protection? Besides, there are no other enemy forces here except Godzilla. Is it really necessary to make such a big fuss? Layla asked, somewhat puzzled. Joey Bai simply closed his eyes and remained silent. Zhang Hongyu said helplessly, there's nothing I can do. This is the task assigned to you by your superiors. The vehicle quickly entered the marine laboratory at Victory Port. After listening to the audio played for him by the researchers, Joey Bai confirmed that the great demon was indeed saying it was looking for him. Wow, there really are such big seafood. How long would it take to finish them all? Layla stared intently at the great demon in the pool, her eyes shining. Such a large creature, it's obviously hard to chew, and it can talk. Wouldn't you feel particularly disgusted if you ate a talking creature? Joey Bai came over and stood next to Layla, also staring at the big demon by the pool through the glass. When the great demon saw Joey Bai approaching, it slowly swam over, its large eyes also fixed on the two of them. That great demon spoke again. The researcher reported, looking at the sound wave image on the computer screen. Professor Wu Xinmin took a headset and handed it to Joey Bai. The high-frequency sound waves emitted by the great demon will be directly converted into sounds that you can hear. If you wear this headset, you can hear what it is saying. Additionally, after you finish speaking, pressing this button will directly convert your voice into a high-frequency sound wave of the same frequency. After putting on the headset, Joey Bai quickly heard what the great demon said. Can you have your people take care of that giant beast? That giant beast doesn't pose much of a threat to us, so why should we deal with it? Joey Bai asked, staring at it. Layla watched as Joey Bai and the great demon stared at each other and asked curiously, can you really understand what it's saying? Joey Bai made a shushing gesture to her, indicating that she should not speak. We are a deep-sea race and have had very little contact with you humans on land. I never imagined that you humans on land have become so powerful. The great demon praised the human. Perhaps it saw the high-tech things here, and that's why it found humanity so incredible. However, capturing it earlier demonstrated the Rabbit Kingdom's formidable fighting power, so it's likely that this great demon believed humans could defeat this behemoth. What Joey Bai found strange was that the words spoken by this great demon were fragmented and pieced together, sounding like the wisdom of a child. How come he can talk so much now? Was he faking it before? Or perhaps the brain of this great demon is also constantly evolving. We are guardians created by the gods, specifically to protect the relics left behind by the sea gods. The great demon continued. Gods? What the hell? Are there gods in this world? Joey Bai was taken aback when he heard this. Although the little angel said they worshipped the moon goddess like the elves, Joey Bai always thought it was just a myth passed down by these intelligent races. Gods and the like are definitely nonsense. Moreover, according to scientists' research, this alien planet is actually similar to Earth, only larger, and there is nothing magical about it. There was no mention of cultivation or immortality, let alone gods. The so-called magicians are just special individuals who can control special molecules here, not the kind of powerful beings who can destroy a region with a flick of their fingers. Although there are still many unexplained phenomena here, such as the magical gems and the mist over the eastern continent. However, this is only because current scientific research has not yet reached that level of capability, not because it is beyond the scope of scientific explanation. But the concept of deities clearly does not fall within the scope of scientific explanation. Chapter 185 The Great Demon's Gift. The people of Rabbit Country are theoretically atheists. They believe in almost every god, yet they also believe in none of them. I've burned incense at Buddhist temples, donated money at Sanqing Temple, and even said hallelujah when I see a church. Ancestors should be worshipped, Guanyin Bodhisattva should be worshipped, the god of wealth should be worshipped, and Confucius should also be worshipped. To put it bluntly, most ordinary people in China are pragmatists. They'll worship whichever deity offers them benefits. Deep down, he trusts no one but himself. Having received 12 years of higher education, Joey Bai naturally did not believe in the gods that the great demon spoke of. At most, they might just be a more advanced civilization or race that created them. Moreover, judging from their size, they certainly don't seem to be marine creatures that can grow naturally. As for the divine relics it mentioned, they should be places left behind by pre-civilizations. So, did this Godzilla come for the ruins of the gods? Are there any other Godzillas underwater? Zhou Bai continued to ask. The giant beast you're talking about is called Godzilla? We've only found one giant beast. It came from the other side of the ruins gate. We've never seen such a monster before, the great demon replied. Zhou Bai was shocked to hear this. There really is a time portal underwater. It seems there really is a time portal. Did this portal open by itself? Zhou Bai continued to ask. Yes, in the thousands of years we've been guarding the ruins, the door has never been opened before. This is the first time it's been opened, and we don't know how it happened. It seems this other world is really something else. So many time portals have appeared recently. It seems this is not a coincidence. If we help you deal with that giant beast, can our people go to the ruins to check it out? Zhou Bai asked. After all, some places are taboo for certain races, so Zhou Bai wanted to find out about them first. Of course, given China's strength, it wouldn't be a problem to use all these sea creatures as seafood. But since a peaceful solution is possible, why go through all the trouble and make a big fuss? It's a waste of ammunition and it damages the environment. It's not good at all. Of course, our chieftain is dead. As long as you release me, I will be the next chieftain, and they will all listen to me. You mean that the one who was just fighting Godzilla was your chieftain? Zhou Bai had already witnessed the battle between the two large creatures when he flew over. That great demon was clearly stronger than the other great demons. Of course, they died even more tragically. Yes, and if you have the ability to kill this behemoth, then we are no threat to you at all, the great demon replied. In fact, China is not too worried about these marine creatures. It's just that its warships can't be transported here in time. They don't have any powerful weapons or equipment on the sea. So for a while now, there hasn't been a good way to get these large marine creatures. But no matter how big or how strong these creatures are, theoretically, as long as they are carbon-based, the Rabbit Kingdom has plenty of ways to deal with them. I'm sorry, I don't have the authority to let you go back to the sea, but I believe they will let you go back once we figure out the situation on the seabed. Zhou Bai shrugged. As for helping you get rid of this giant beast, that's no problem. Regardless of whether the great demon asked him for help or not, this giant beast had already delivered itself to his doorstep, and dealing with it was only a matter of time. After we deal with this giant beast, we can send people to the seabed to investigate the divine ruins it mentioned. As for sending this great demon back to the sea, Zhou Bai currently has no right to interfere with the decisions of the Otherworld office. It's too early to put it back now. They would only release it once they were certain that these powerful demons posed no threat to them. The great demon didn't seem too surprised by Zhou Bai's answer. It spat out a pale yellow bead from its mouth and said to Zhou Bai, "It's all right. After you deal with the giant beast, just take this back to my people, and they will obey your orders." The great demon picked up the bead with its tentacles and threw it into Zhou Bai's hand. This grape-sized bead feels cool to the touch and emits a faint glow. Layla took Zhou Bai's bead and examined it carefully. She exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, this bead has very strong magical energy. It can probably be used as a magic stone too. How do I use this?" Zhou Bai asked, taking the beads with him. "When you hold it in your mouth, they will sense the energy of this bead. You can think of what you want to say directly in your mind, and they can communicate with you directly through the energy of this bead." Zhou Bai examined the bead. It seemed to be a valuable item. You can communicate directly using brainwaves without speaking. But do you really have to hold it in your mouth? This stuff came out of the great demon's mouth, and it looks kind of disgusting. But since it's not like I'm the one holding it, I might as well keep it for now. This thing needs to be handed over. Who knows, it might be useful to China in the future. Comrade Zhou Bai, your time is up. I'll arrange for your evacuation first. That giant beast has entered our attack range, Zhang Hongyu said to Zhou Bai as he entered. Zhou Bai pressed the button and said to the great demon inside, "This great demon is coming this way. Let's go and take care of it now. As for your future arrangements, we'll discuss them with you later." This great demon's intelligence clearly exceeded Zhou Bai's imagination. In terms of communication, They are basically no different from other intelligent races. On Monday, Bai and Layla were pulled into Zhang Hongyu's car and headed towards the airport. Do we really have to go back now? Zhou Bai asked. 20 minutes was still too short a conversation. He wanted to ask more questions. Not necessarily. You guys go on Air 1 and wait. If anything unexpected happens, we'll arrange for you to go back first, Zhang Hongyu said as he drove. I don't want to stay on the plane. Arrange a helicopter for me, and I'll go help out too, Layla shouted from the car. If you finally encounter a giant beast that's over 100 meters long, and then turn back like this, wouldn't you regret it for the rest of your life? Zhang Hongyu hesitated. But the task assigned to you by your superiors. On Monday, Bai said nonchalantly. Is there anywhere safer than Air Force One? If there are dangers that the people here can't handle, then Layla probably won't be of much use here. As for Layla wanting to go and take a look, you can let her go with her. She might actually be able to help. I happen to have something to report to headquarters right now. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Hongyu agreed. All right then, Mage Layla, you can set off with the army. But we will do our best to protect your safety. As long as she doesn't get too close to the behemoth, the Mage Layla should be safe. Chapter 186 Fierce Battle with Godzilla. More than a dozen planes of various kinds circled overhead, waiting for orders to strike. The magician Layla finally got her wish and obtained permission from her superiors to board a Z-20 helicopter and quickly fly towards the Godzilla monster. Meanwhile, the missile units at Victory Port were also ready to be equipped. The strategic long-range missiles in Star City were also urgently refueled. Everything is being prepared in an orderly manner. We have received orders from higher command to launch an attack on Godzilla, the J-10 commander told the other pilots. Clear. Whoosh. Boom. Then came the 2nd, the 3rd, the 10th, and the 20th. Whoosh. Boom. More than 20 laser-guided missiles were launched in succession, hitting Godzilla's massive head directly. Even with its formidable defenses, Godzilla still suffered considerable damage from the high temperatures, explosiveness, and pressure of modern firearms. Godzilla was clearly stunned by the missiles suddenly launched from these bird-like planes. After finding the location of the planes that launched the missiles, it roared and ran towards them, even spitting a long stream of flame at them. However, the speed and agility of the aircraft were far superior to that of Godzilla, and it instantly flew away from Godzilla's attack range. The missile has been launched, the target has not fallen, and the ammunition has been used up. Requesting to return to base, the J-10 pilot reported to the Shunli Port Command Center. Permission granted to return. Although the J-10 still has a cannon, these high-explosive rounds have no effect on it, so the cannon is even less useful. They can only return to base to reload ammunition before flying back to fight. Layla, holding binoculars, observed the battle ahead from her Z-20 helicopter and couldn't help but exclaim, "This Godzilla's hide is really thick. Even such powerful weapons are completely useless against it." It's still useful, but this level of damage is still within Godzilla's tolerance range. Zhang Hongyu held up a tablet computer, zoomed in on the image, and saw that Godzilla already had some wounds on its body. Inside the Victory Port missile base, 5 plumes of white smoke suddenly rose into the sky. A sharp sound ripped through the sky, leaving only a few wisps of white smoke. This is one of the most advanced short-range missiles currently in China. It is a derivative of the HQ-17 and has tremendous power, making it very suitable for hitting such large targets. The warhead was very fast, and its tail flame left several slightly wave-like traces in the air, arriving above Godzilla in an instant. Perhaps because he had just suffered the consequences of being bombed, Godzilla wanted to turn away as soon as he saw the plumes of smoke coming. But before Godzilla could turn around, the HQ-17 missiles, carrying high-frequency rotational kinetic energy and guided by the laser, precisely struck Godzilla's massive head. 5 enormous sounds echoed across the sky, and 5 thick plumes of smoke appeared above Godzilla's head. The intense chemical and mechanical energy instantly penetrated Godzilla's skin, blasting its epidermis apart. Boom! The moment it hit Godzilla, Godzilla was knocked onto the sea surface by the enormous impact, creating huge tremors and waves, and soon went silent. That's it. Layla looked somewhat disappointed as she held the binoculars. Although she knew that the weapons of the Rabbit Kingdom were extremely powerful, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they had the ability to split mountains and cleave rocks. But this Godzilla behemoth was something that the magician Layla had high hopes for. She thought it could at least withstand several rounds of attacks from the Rabbit Kingdom. A drone swiftly swooped down from high altitude to conduct close-range reconnaissance. Godzilla has been defeated, and its current status is unknown. We are currently investigating. The J-10 commander reported to the command center. Half an hour later, Godzilla still did not make a move. This monster should be gone. Open the hatch and let me go down and take a look, Layla said to Colonel Zhang Hongyu, who was accompanying her. That won't do. It would be troublesome if it came back to life. Zhang Hongyu quickly refused. Sure enough, the giant beast began to move as soon as Colonel Zhang Hongyu finished speaking. As expected, it wasn't that easy to defeat it. Layla felt a little excited as she watched the Godzilla monster come to life. Other drones, fighter jets, and helicopters hovering overhead unleashed all their weapons on Godzilla before it could fully stand up. However, these weapons were significantly less powerful than the missiles from before, and when they hit the behemoth, they only produced a plume of thick smoke. These blows seemed to alert Godzilla to some danger, and it turned and began to walk into the deep sea. This giant beast is heading into the deep sea. We mustn't let it get away. If it doesn't surface again, it will be even more difficult to defeat it, Layla said hurriedly. Zhang Hongyu and the leaders at the command center also knew that if Godzilla were allowed to return to the deep sea, it would take a great deal of effort and time to defeat it in the future. They quickly launched 10 more short-range missiles from the Victory Port missile base. Boom, boom, boom. The missile hit Godzilla accurately once again. This time, however, it didn't hit its head, it only struck its body. This creature seems to have become smarter. Upon realizing the missile was approaching, it immediately covered its head and rolled into the sea. Smoke billowed and thunder roared incessantly. Godzilla was badly injured by the explosion, its eyes filled with confusion and fear as it continued to walk into the deep sea. Where are our special warheads loaded with magical energy? Bring them out and blast them to smithereens. Layla said hurriedly as Godzilla was about to enter the deep sea. It's too late. It would take at least 10 minutes to launch a missile from Star City. This Godzilla could reach the deep sea in just a few minutes. It's too late to strike now, Zhang Hongyu said regretfully. He had just been informed by his superiors that preparations for a long-range ballistic missile strike had been cancelled. You guys are so stupid. Layla hurriedly opened the cockpit and flew out. Layla, don't be impulsive. Zhang Hongyu tried to grab her, but Layla had already jumped out of the helicopter and flew directly towards Godzilla. Attention all units. Attention all units. Ceasefire. I repeat, ceasefire. Zhang Hongyu hurriedly issued the order to avoid accidentally injuring the magician Layla. The magician Layla has exited the capsule and is flying towards Godzilla. Cover her. Zhang Hongyu continued shouting into the communicator. Even if the magician Layla wasn't injured this time, she'll still face a lot of criticism and reprimands when she gets back. Chapter 187 Layla vs. Godzilla. Ignoring Zhang Hongyu's shouts, Layla flew straight up to Godzilla. The slower-flying drones also flew close to Layla, ready to provide support at any time. Layla glanced at the several large drones around her and smiled dismissively. These few drones could hit Godzilla without even feeling the pain. Not to mention, I wasn't able to help in any way. Layla gently jumped onto Godzilla's head and grabbed one of its horns. Zhou Yibai stared at Layla's cool figure on the screen, dumbfounded. Has this girl been watching too many movies? How can she be so reckless, going straight for it like that? Even the slightest glancing blow from Godzilla could send her sprawling. At this moment, Godzilla was unaware that a majestic magical girl had appeared above its head and continued to walk into the deep sea. In an instant, whether it was the command center, the Star City headquarters, or other rabbits watching the live footage through various channels, all eyes were focused on Layla and Godzilla. Several high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft adjusted their positions as if filming a movie, showcasing the impending battle from multiple angles. Such a huge beast would be great as a mount, but I wonder what it eats to grow so big. It's a pity my salary can't afford to support you, Layla said to Godzilla. Godzilla, of course, did not hear what she said and continued to sail into the deep sea. Layla watched as Godzilla went deeper and deeper into the abyss. She calmly leaped off Godzilla's head. She conjured a long lightsaber from her glove, then leaped high into the air, sword in hand. Its momentum was overwhelming, as if it were about to break through the boundaries and transform into a dragon. Then, the 49-meter lightsaber sliced through Godzilla's head as smoothly as if cutting tofu. The Godzilla behemoth stiffened for a moment, and then its head and body were split in two. Then, slap slap, two bodies fell into the sea one after the other, creating a huge wave. In an instant, the rabbits watching the battlefield on the screen were all stunned. It was just a single sword flash, yet it managed to cut down this Godzilla? Godzilla, which withstood various missile attacks, was actually sliced to pieces by the magician Layla with a single slash? What kind of logic is this? Zhou Bai snapped out of his daze, took a sip of water to moisten his throat, shook his head with a tsk sound, and said to the person accompanying him, "This Godzilla is such a waste of its more than 100-meter-long body. It got sliced into sashimi with a single sword strike. It's just a weakling." In fact, he knew better than anyone the power of the lightsaber that Layla's gloves conjured. However, he was somewhat indignant, as he was clearly the owner of the glove. Such a cool moment should be performed by myself. Moreover, I'm clearly the main character. So how did this magician Layla steal the spotlight? The people at the command center were also amazed by Layla's performance. After all, only a handful of people know the power of Layla's gloves. Her move completely stunned the onlookers. Even leaders who knew Layla's strength didn't expect her to be able to kill Godzilla in one blow. Such a powerful magician would be an extremely difficult opponent for the Rabbit Kingdom. Fortunately, the magician Layla had already sworn in as a citizen of the Rabbit Kingdom and even held a fairly high-ranking official position there. Otherwise, the Rabbit Kingdom wouldn't have been so confident in letting her use this magical infinity gauntlet. After completing her mission, Layla flew directly back to the Z-20 helicopter cabin. Zhang Hongyu quickly made way for her and praised her. "So Miss Layla is really that amazing. I underestimated you before. If I had known, I could have just sent you to take care of this Godzilla directly. Why waste so much ammunition?" Layla smiled smugly. "It's nothing. I told you to bring me here a long time ago, but you wouldn't listen. Now that the mission is complete, you should quickly drag the carcass of this giant beast back to the harbor. If it stays in the sea for too long, the meat will probably not be fresh. Oh, and while you're at it, try testing whether its meat is edible. It would be such a waste if such a large piece of meat couldn't be eaten." Zhang Hongyu didn't care whether Godzilla's flesh was edible. Such a large monster must eat all sorts of random foods. The larger it is, the more toxins it will accumulate. Moreover, meat of this size is usually very dry, so the taste is definitely not very good. But it will definitely be necessary to take it back for further study. Zhang Hongyu picked up the communicator and immediately gave the order. "Mobilize all ships and helicopters to bring the monster's carcass back to the harbor." The Z-20 helicopter was then sent directly back to Shengli Port. After reporting his chat history with De Yao to Li Qixing on Air 1, Zhou Bai got off the plane and waited for Layla's return at the airport. "How was your trip? Was it worth it?" Zhou Bai said with a smile to Layla, who had just stepped off the plane. "It's all right, but this Godzilla is too fragile. It fell down before I even put any effort into it," Layla said smugly, smoothing her windblown hair. "All right, stop being so smug. They won't dare take you to the battlefield again next time. If you act recklessly like this, it'll be troublesome if something goes wrong. What danger is there? Don't you trust my strength? Even if you don't trust my strength, you should trust your gauntlet, right?" Layla waved the infinity gauntlet in her hand boastfully. Zhou Bai really didn't trust these gloves. He originally made this for his own amusement, who knew it would turn out so strangely later. "All right then, now that Godzilla is dealt with, let's go check on that big monster. Once we've taken care of it, we can go back," Zhou Bai said to Layla as he got into the car. Layla also got into the car and sat next to Zhou Bai, saying, "Why go back so early? Don't you want to try Godzilla's meat? It should be quite delicious if it's braised." Zhou Bai swallowed hard. "Don't you know that generally, the larger the animal, the less it tastes?" And what if Godzilla grew to that size by absorbing various forms of radiation? What if you mutated after eating it? Layla looked at Zhou Yibai curiously. What is mutation? Like turning Banner into the Hulk? That's pretty scary. She didn't want to become a super wizard covered in muscles. Becoming human is lucky. It would be terrifying if you had a tumor or something growing on your head, Zhou Yibai said, trying to scare her. Layla was startled upon hearing this and immediately abandoned the idea of eating Godzilla meat. Chapter 188 Another Dialogue. After returning to the marine laboratory, Zhou Yibai did not rush to see the great demon, but went to Professor Wu's laboratory instead. Professor Wu, you've been researching this giant squid for so long. Have you made any special discoveries? Zhou Yibai asked. Professor Wu nodded. Besides confirming that this creature possesses a certain level of intelligence, we have also discovered traces of genetic modification in this great demon, which basically confirms that it is a creature cultivated by a high-level civilization. So, the gods it refers to? Zhou Yibai asked, somewhat surprised. It seems that the great demon is not a product of natural evolution, but a special species created through artificial intervention. However, if it was a product of the previous civilization, then it must have been a long time ago. It may have been so long that people have forgotten that there was once a super civilization in this world. Even the angels and elves who have lived for hundreds or thousands of years have never seen a technology more advanced than that of the Rabbit Kingdom. The legends and stories passed down from them contain no mention of the previous civilization. Scientists from the Rabbit Kingdom have been here for so long, yet they have never encountered a product that surpasses the technological advancements of the Rabbit Kingdom's civilization. Therefore, if a super civilization with the ability to modify these great demons really existed in another world before, it must have happened at least 1,000,000 years ago. After all, time can turn everything created by humankind into dust. As for these powerful demons, that's hard to say. We don't know yet. We know nothing about the gods it mentioned. But now that you have defeated Godzilla, you can send people to explore the underwater god ruins it mentioned. Professor Wu was also very curious about what the divine ruins the great demon had mentioned were. But Godzilla lives in a deep-sea area that is more than 5,000 meters deep. No human can dive down to that depth except with a robot. Zhou Yibai was starting to have a headache just thinking about it. If they only sent deep-sea robots down, the things they would learn would definitely be limited. If the relics of a deity are located in a cave or inside many houses, it would be very difficult for an underwater robot to enter and work inside. You can ask this great demon if it has any good methods to withstand the pressure of the seabed and enter the deep sea. Professor Wu naturally also wanted to personally go to the deep sea to explore. Didn't you collect some water pearl pills that allow you to breathe underwater from the sea people before? Did you come up with any results? Zhou Yibai suddenly remembered. The exact composition of this product hasn't been determined yet, but we've tested it, and this water pearl pill does indeed allow people to breathe freely in water. Moreover, the breathing method isn't through the nostrils, but through the pores all over the body, which is quite amazing. Taking one water pearl pill can keep you submerged in water for about 3 days. As for side effects, none have been observed so far. Professor Wu took out a water pearl pill and handed it to Zhou Yibai. Zhou Yibai took the bead called water pearl. It was similar to a transparent glass ball and felt soft to the touch. How do you use this? Will it work if you just eat it? Zhou Yibai asked, examining the beads. These beads can be taken directly. According to the soldiers who have eaten them, they taste like drinking water, with no particular flavor. Moreover, after eating it, breathing becomes very slow, and not only that, even the eyesight and perception in water become stronger. Even if your skin is soaked in water for several days, it won't feel like it's been eroded at all. It will form a protective film on your skin, protecting it. It's amazing, Professor Wu explained. Some of these beads have been taken back to the Chinese Academy of Sciences for analysis, but the results have not yet been released. That's quite amazing. Zhou Yibai handed the water pearl pill to Layla and teased, "Want one? That way you can catch dragons in the sky and turtles in the sea. You'll be invincible." Layla looked at the bead in Zhou Yibai's hand and said with some disdain, "I don't want it. I've heard my master say that the water bead pill of the sea people is not a good thing. Who knows what side effects it might have? It might even cause mutations, like the merfolk in the sea who grow a tail." That would be troublesome. It seems she's still thinking about how eating Godzilla meat will cause mutations. Mermaids? We have one here too. She's very beautiful. Shall I take you to meet her later? Professor Wu said from the side. Yaya is here too? Zhou Bai thought of the mermaid when he heard about the mermaids. Yes, we rescued some sea people and mermaids who were injured in a fight over territory by a great demon. These sea races were quite afraid of us at first, so I asked Miss Mermaid to come and speak on our behalf. After I finish what I'm doing, I'll have to go see this mermaid lady. Zhou Bai returned the water pearl pill to Professor Wu, saying, We haven't finished talking with the great demon yet. Let's continue. After putting on the headsets prepared by Professor Wu, Zhou Bai and Layla walked together towards the pool. When the great demon saw Layla approaching, it suddenly became afraid. Its tentacles shrank into a ball, and it dared not look directly at her. It seems this great demon also witnessed your battle just now. When we came earlier, it wasn't afraid of you at all, but now look at it. It doesn't even have the courage to look at you anymore, Zhou Bai said to Layla with a smile. Of course. Miss has a lot of tricks up her sleeve. Even if a few more of these seafoods appeared, I could catch them and make them into sashimi. Layla waved her gloves proudly. Fortunately, the great demon couldn't understand Layla's words. Otherwise, it would have been too scared to come out. We've dealt with that giant beast. Now, is there anything else you want to say to me? Zhou Bai asked directly. After all, he was specifically summoned by a great demon, which is why he flew over from Bika City. The great demon slowly crawled over. Thank you very much for your help. If possible, I hope you can tell our people to return to the deep sea and continue to guard the divine ruins, and tell them that I am all right. We don't know where your people are, only their general area of activity. Is there any way we can notify them and prevent them from attacking us? Zhou Bai asked. Although Godzilla has been dealt with, the problem of the monsters is still unresolved. If they continue to roam the ocean, it will be a problem as well. I know you have a machine that can play our sound wave frequencies. Record my words and play them back to them. Put them together, and then put the bead that was given to you in your mouth and communicate with them. They will then obey your commands. The machine that the great demon was talking about must be the sonar that was originally designed to capture it. If commanding these sea monsters were that simple, it would save a lot of trouble. Chapter 189 Exploring the Deep Sea. Zhou Bai talked with Di Yao about some things and learned about the deep sea before leaving the ocean laboratory. Beside an artificial river not far from the laboratory, Zhou Bai brought Layla to meet Yaya, the mermaid who was vacationing there. Yaya and several of her mermaid clan members were having a barbecue on the riverbank. A loud player next to me was playing a beautiful piano piece. So even when Zhou Bai and the others came to her side, Yaya didn't notice. Yaya, you seem to have a lot of free time today, even eating barbecue here. Aren't you afraid of getting a sore throat? Zhou Bai said with a smile, patting Yaya's head as she fiddled with the food on the barbecue grill. Yaya turned around and saw that it was Zhou Bai. She said happily, Oh my, when did you arrive? You didn't even tell me beforehand. I'm here to resolve the issues with Godzilla and the Kraken. We've defeated Godzilla, and the Kraken have agreed to let their people return to the deep sea. If you want to go back in a few days, you can do so, Zhou Bai said to her with a smile. Real? Yaya stared wide-eyed at Zhou Bai, then suddenly hugged him and said excitedly, Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know when I would have been able to return to the sea. Zhou Bai was a little embarrassed by Yaya's sudden hug. The main problem is that Yaya was completely naked the whole time, without wearing any clothes to cover herself, which made people feel quite awkward. Layla covered her eyes, looking as if she couldn't bear to look at her. This was the first time she had ever seen a mermaid. I didn't expect her to have such a great figure, even better than Princess Anna's. Zhou Bai patted her shoulder and comforted her. You've been ashore for so long. It's really time to go back and visit. If you want to come back and find me again, just remember to contact me by phone. You know how to use other functions of a phone now, right? Yaya let go of Zhou Bai and picked up a cell phone from the table next to her. I've learned how to use it. This thing is quite fun. I used to think it could only play songs, but I didn't expect it to have so many functions. Even if the clan leader asks me to hand over my phone in the future, I won't give it to him. There will be no internet access underwater in the future, so you'll have to try to contact me from near the harbor, Zhou Bai instructed. Okay, I'll come visit you occasionally. You should also come visit our place when you have time. The underwater world there is very beautiful and spectacular. All right, I won't disturb your barbecue any longer. You can tell the staff whenever you want to go back. I have something to do, so I'll head back now. Good. After saying goodbye to Yaya, Zhou Bai was arranged to return directly to the Star City headquarters base. Layla rested at the harbor for a night, enjoying a delicious seafood meal before boarding a private plane to the imperial capital to continue her mission. 5 days later, at Victory Port Base, a newly developed unmanned submarine, Qianlong 1, slowly sailed into the depths of the ocean. Communication remains uninterrupted at a depth of 1,000 meters underwater, and the images are crystal clear. The operator reported to his superior. Is this the latest domestically developed unmanned submarine? How did they manage to maintain communication signals over such a long distance? Professor Wu stared at the live feed from the submarine and asked in surprise. The communication connectivity issue for unmanned submarines while submerged has been a challenge that countries are working to solve. Underwater communication generally requires the use of very long-wave communication or a direct wired connection. However, ultra-long-wave communication has a delay and a very limited range. Generally, submarines lose almost no signal when the depth exceeds 100 meters or the distance exceeds 1 kilometer. Therefore, most countries now use wired connections to control unmanned submarines. However, wired connections also have drawbacks. For example, submarines have limited freedom of navigation, and a command ship must accompany them. Furthermore, if the communication cables connecting the two ends are severed by ocean currents or other marine life, the unmanned submarine will essentially be rendered useless. However, this unmanned submarine was airdropped directly by helicopter without a command ship following it. That's why Professor Wu was surprised. This unmanned submarine, at a depth of 1,000 meters, still managed to transmit such clear images wirelessly. It seems that China is really getting a lot of new technologies out there lately. The state-of-the-art external imaging system on this unmanned submarine projects a detailed, high-definition 3D image onto the side. The underwater scene within a 1-kilometer radius of the submarine will be presented in 3 dimensions. The seabed, trenches, and underwater mountain ranges, and even schools of fish are depicted with great detail, making them easy to see at a glance. It can even zoom in and out on the screen at will, allowing people to observe every detail around them very intuitively. This technology surpasses not only the most advanced unmanned submarines in China, but also the most advanced unmanned submarines abroad. It's so beautiful. It's absolutely stunning. This is so much better than an aquarium. Professor Wu exclaimed excitedly as he watched the transmitted images. We're at 3,000 meters underwater. Begin deploying the communication buoy. The operator gave orders to the submarine. When the unmanned submarine dives to a depth of 3,000 meters, it becomes difficult to maintain communication using only the communication equipment on board, so it begins to release communication buoys to the sea to ensure uninterrupted communication signals. The images transmitted back from the imaging system show that the area 3,000 meters below the seabed is completely empty, with no fish in sight. Below lies the deep trench, still like a bottomless abyss, inspiring fear as if one were staring into an abyss. The unmanned submarine continued to descend until it reached a depth of approximately 5,000 meters, at which point it gradually began to see the seabed. There are no marine creatures to be seen here anymore. It's a mystery how these great demons manage to ensure their food supply in such deep waters. Because the pressure in the deep sea is so great that even a tank would be crushed by the immense pressure, theoretically there wouldn't be many fish that could survive in such deep waters. Even if they exist, they are usually small fish or mollusks. As for why monsters like Kraken and Godzilla can survive in the ocean with such high pressure, scientists are still investigating. Sudden, after the unmanned submarine descended to the seabed, a golden light appeared on the screen. What's going on? Professor Wu hurriedly went to the monitor. But the scene that came into view gave him a jolt. On the vast seabed, there was a yellow brick road, more than 10 meters wide, stretching as far as the eye could see. Those bricks were rectangular, and very similar to the bricks that are now used to pave the ground in the city. However, The yellow brick road on the seabed appears even more ancient. Under the spotlight, it emitted a dazzling yellow glow. Chapter 190, the magic class that will soon be established. Could it be a remnant of a maritime civilization? This road isn't made of gold, is it? And it seems to have no end in sight. It looks very long. Where does it lead? Professor Wu Xinmin stared at the images transmitted back by the unmanned submarine, his mind filled with doubt. It is estimated that only a road paved with gold bricks, a chemically stable metal, could withstand long-term corrosion from seawater. This couldn't have been laid by the fishmen or sea people. According to their understanding, these underwater races are still in a very primitive stage of society, and they do not have the ability to refine so many gold bricks to lay here. Moreover, the pressure at such a depth in the ocean would be unbearable for those deep-sea creatures, just like how humans cannot climb Mount Everest without oxygen tanks. As for whether the underwater world has been able to develop a civilization comparable to human civilization over the years, who knows? Follow this brick path and see where it leads. Professor Wu gave instructions to the unmanned submarine operator. The unmanned submarine moved slowly along the yellow brick road, almost skimming the seabed, kicking up clouds of seabed dust. The yellow brick road shone even brighter under the searchlights. As the submarine ventured deeper into the ocean, the entire image on the screen began to become extremely blurry. It appears to have been affected by some kind of electromagnetic interference. What is that? An underwater palace. Professor Wu pointed to the footage captured by the unmanned submarine and asked in surprise. Although the footage is not very clear, at the end of the Golden Road, a magnificent underwater structure can be vaguely seen, and it looks a lot like a palace. But just as the submarine was about to ascend to capture more footage, the connection signal began to weaken. Even the image began to become distorted and blurry. The interference seems to be getting worse. What happened? Why did the signal suddenly drop? Professor Wu looked at the disconnected screen and hurriedly asked. The operator explained, Professor, it seems that our equipment is being shielded by some kind of electromagnetic wave. The unmanned underwater submarine has now completely lost connection and is unable to receive commands. Soon, the command center confirmed that it had lost contact with the unmanned submarine. Although the full extent of the underwater palace was not ultimately discovered, it was still fortunate to find the mysterious ruins mentioned by the great demon. Without the interference of the demons and Godzilla, they can now conduct more targeted explorations of this area next time. Star City. Wasn't Godzilla defeated? Haven't you retrieved that bead yet and sent those great monsters back to their homeland? Inside the command center office of Star City, Zhou Yibai chatted with Li Qixing while drinking tea. We discovered a huge palace in the original habitat of the great demon, which may be the divine ruins that the great demon spoke of. We are now very interested in this palace. We've already communicated with the great sea monsters, and they've agreed to give us some time to explore this area. They've already moved to other sea areas, and the mermaid has returned to her underwater city with her people. Li Qixing sipped his tea and said slowly to Zhou Yibai, By the way, we've arranged for 2 special envoys to accompany Yi back to the underwater town. We plan to make contact with the underwater administrators and see if we can get in touch with them. Won't this scare them? Zhou Yibai was simply worried that these races in the sea might harm the 2 special envoys who had entered their town. Fear often leads people to do wrong things when they don't know who the other party is. Probably not. Besides, even the great demons are under our command now. I believe they would be happy to deal with us, Li Qixing said casually. Well, it seems they have no choice but to deal with you, whether they like it or not. With such abundant seabed resources, it is indeed a cake that China cannot afford to give up. The mage Layla has returned and is currently reporting to the university town. Li Qixing then spoke to Zhou Yibai. Really? That's pretty fast. Zhou Yibai took his teacup to the window and looked out at the Star City. The scale of Star City has been initially formed, with a building being completed and interior decoration beginning almost every day. Workers, soldiers, scholars, and officials were continuously transferred from the country, and every one of them had a smile on their face. Confident and full of hope. A university town covering nearly 10,000 hectares has sprung up at the foot of a scenic mountain. This soon-to-be-completed school will not only accept some outstanding locals from other planets, but will also select 10,000 outstanding students from within the country to study here. In addition to regular courses, they will also learn entirely new courses here, including the main languages of various countries in the other world, the ecology, flora and fauna, planning and development, and other new knowledge, laying the foundation for managing the other world in the future. Most importantly, a special course will be offered here, a magic course. The president of Mingxing University is Professor Wei Jiping, the former vice president who was transferred from the country's top university. He was previously an expert in scientific research and one of the senior advisors of the Rabbit Kingdom. The Otherworld office has transferred him from China to manage this newly built university, oversee the establishment of this new course, the magic department, and recruit students within the university. The secrets of magic are known only to a very small number of people. Even after Layla put on a truly spectacular performance, due to strict confidentiality regulations, very few people knew about it. Professor Wei Jiping already had some understanding of this other world when he was in China, and he had also heard about magic. However, he always thought that the so-called magic was just a kind of energy that the people here could control and had nothing to do with real magic. Inside the president's office at Star University, Professor Wei looked at the white-bearded old man in front of him, dressed in a white robe and somewhat resembling Gandalf, with a hint of despair. Standing next to him was a little girl with a baby face and wearing a glove inlaid with several gemstones. Professor Wei had never met Layla before, nor had he ever seen her use magic. Principal, this is Mage Layla, who is also our assistant professor in the magic department. This is Mordia, the greatest mage in the Empire, and also Mage Layla's mentor. They will be the professor and assistant professor in our school's magic department from now on. A man who appeared to be a security official introduced the person to Principal Wei. Mage Mordia, Mage Layla, what are you doing setting up a magic department in our school? I have no problem with recruiting students here, but do you have a curriculum? Can I have a copy? The principal asked, somewhat exasperated. He has never really believed in magic or anything like that. He's not some kind of charlatan. What is the teaching syllabus? The magician Modia looked at Layla with some confusion. Chapter 191, Professor Wei's Shock. Since the magician Modia used translation magic directly, he understood every word Principal Wei said, but he was somewhat confused about their meaning. You mean, teaching techniques? Layla's Chinese is pretty good, but she's not entirely sure. She only knows the general meaning. The principal just wants to ask you how you plan to teach your students. Want to be my student? That depends on whether they have talent. Although I have been teaching Layla for 18 years, and although her magical abilities are mediocre, she is still the youngest mage in the Empire. Learning magic requires talent. Not everyone is suited to become a magician. What Modia didn't know was that during the time he was researching magic with the elven magicians and researchers from the Rabbit Kingdom, Layla's magic had grown significantly, even surpassing his own. He thought Layla was still the same novice mage who couldn't even cast spells properly half a year ago. If it weren't for the frequent high-level exchanges between the Empire and the Rabbit Kingdom, the Empire's king's consideration for the Rabbit Kingdom's past assistance in regaining his throne, and Layla's strong encouragement, he would have had little interest in coming here to become a magic professor. However, after seeing the bustling cityscape of Star City and the ubiquitous amazing products, coupled with the beautiful campus of University City, he felt that working here for a period of time would be quite good. Principal Wei, on the other hand, didn't take these so-called magic teachings seriously at all. After all, he was already used to all sorts of charlatans and scams from Qigong masters back in China. Moreover, magic, this kind of mystical thing, is fundamentally in conflict with the scientific education he received from childhood. If he hadn't seen the video clips of Layla performing fire-making in midair that the Otherworld office had shown him, he would never have allowed this so-called magic to enter the university. But in his eyes, those so-called magic tricks were more like the magic of a third-rate magician. However, since the higher-ups have agreed to offer magic courses here, it must be that this so-called magic is something worth studying. Otherwise, he would have kicked those two so-called magicians out long ago. Magician Modia, our university's students are among the best in the country, and they have made great achievements in subjects such as mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Moreover, our school teaches the most advanced scientific knowledge currently known. If you want to select students from our school, I at least need to know how you intend to teach them. Principal Wei Jipping said patiently. Principal Wei, please don't make things difficult for Magician Modia. He has just come into contact with our culture and doesn't understand many things yet. Don't worry, our Otherworld office will take care of the rest, a security official said anxiously. This is an educational institution, not a government agency. I am responsible for my students. Professor Wei had served as an advisor to the Rabbit Kingdom, and coupled with his inherent pride as a university professor, he consistently upheld academic independence and refused to allow administrative interference in academic matters. Therefore, he has always disliked these officials who come to give orders to the school. Principal, this is a mission assigned to you by your superiors. Please carry it out, the official said solemnly. Seeing that he couldn't fight against the powerful, Principal Wei had no choice but to pick up the phone and issue orders to each class, instructing them to cooperate with the two magicians' assessment. If these students pass the assessment, they will form a special class, the magic class. This will also be the first magic class opened in the Rabbit Kingdom. After making the call, Professor Wei angrily left the principal's office and went directly to the headquarters command center to confront Wang Guohua, the director of the Otherworld office, about the matter. I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. If they are just bringing magic tricks to my campus, then I'm sorry, please approve my resignation and find someone else. Professor Wei sat down in a swivel chair in Wang Guohua's office and said sternly. Wang Guohua was not surprised by Principal Wei's arrival. He walked to the water dispenser, made him a cup of coffee, and then slowly said, I know you have some doubts. After all, magic shouldn't exist in our previous education system. However, there are indeed some special energies here that we don't know about, and these so-called magicians are the ones who can create and utilize these energy elements. Although we have been studying these energies for some time, we haven't made many progress. So far, apart from these mages, none of our people have been able to control these energies. Wang Guohua then turned on the large screen behind him, and Layla's image immediately appeared. This video is footage of a magic performance that Layla had given before, which Professor Wei had also seen. In the scene, Layla is seen holding a wooden magician's staff, unleashing flames, lightning, and ice spells within seconds. The dazzling performance was truly incredible. Professor Wei wasn't impressed with this kind of magic performance. After all, many magicians could perform things like releasing lightning and fire with the right props. In his eyes, the magic wand that Layla held was nothing more than another magic prop. Director Wang Guohua then played a clip of Layla battling Godzilla. This was the first time Professor Wei had ever seen such a wonderful scene. When the video ended, Professor Wei was so shocked that he was speechless. This is not CG special effects, but real footage taken by our drones and helicopters. The body of that Godzilla is still stored in Victory Port. If you are interested, you can go and see it for yourself. Wang Guohua smiled and continued. As you can see, this energy conversion is extremely rapid, and it doesn't consume any energy that we know of, and its power is also astonishing. According to our research, this energy should be guided by something called a magic stone, transforming into various energy forms desired by the user. Moreover, this kind of energy exists not only in this other world, but also on Earth, although it is relatively scarce on Earth and not as abundant as it is here. Of course, I don't believe we've found something like a perpetual motion machine. It's just that the energy is so great that it's enough for us to use for a long time at this stage. Our magic research program is designed to study and master this energy. Imagine what the world would be like if we could control this energy right now. Professor Wei was still reeling from the image of Layla slaying Godzilla with a single sword strike. Scenes that only appear in works of art are hard to accept in the real world. This is especially true for someone like him who is engaged in scientific research and academic education. Chapter 192 Magic Test. Director Wang Guohua took a box out of the drawer and placed it on the table. He opened the box and took out a black Halfinger glove, on which several magic stones emitted a faint glow, although the light was blocked by the leather gloves. He put on his gloves, then raised his right hand. Suddenly, a bright ball of lightning appeared on his hand, crackling with a pop sound. This is impossible. Professor Wei stared in disbelief at the ball of lightning in his hand. The scene before him was clearly beyond his knowledge. This is not magic, and I don't know magic. It's just a glove that we developed that can store magical energy. But true magicians can sense the energy of these magic stones and trigger magical elements in the air. Although we learned some basic magic from the magician Layla and the elf magician Simone. However, we believe that to make better use of this magical power, we need more scientific knowledge. Only by combining scientific knowledge can we enable these magical energies to do more things that seemed impossible before. After extinguishing the ball lightning on the glove, Wang Guohua took off the glove and put it back in the box. This glove has a limited amount of magical energy stored in it, and it can't be used after a few uses. He was waiting to use it again to perform for those who questioned the magic class. After Wang Guohua's explanation, Professor Wei stopped worrying about opening magic classes at the university and said he would fully cooperate with the magician's recruitment efforts. As for why the Otherworld office didn't recruit Simone, a magician with stronger magical abilities, to be a professor here, it's because these magicians were sent to the Rabbit Kingdom by the Elf King, and they were clearly not very interested in the olive branch extended by the Rabbit Kingdom. Even though the Rabbit Kingdom had offered them generous terms and privileges, the three elven magicians remained unmoved. I only promise to come over and offer some guidance when I have time. Therefore, when the Rabbit Kingdom planned to establish a magic department, it considered finding a suitable magician to teach there. Then Layla's master, the magician Modia, came into their view. The news that the university was setting up a magic class caused a great sensation on campus. The students, in particular, were both puzzled and excited. After they learned about the existence of an alien planet, many people fantasized about whether such a planet contained the powerful beings found in fantasy novels. However, after learning that this world was populated by indigenous empires with technology comparable to that of ancient Europe, my expectations for this planet diminished considerably. The sudden establishment of the magic class has given these imaginative young people even more to look forward to. As a result, college students flocked to sign up, all wanting to experience what it's like to be a magician. Even Joey Bai, who had already left school and worked outside for some time, was brought here to take the test. Although Layla had previously said that she had no talent for magic, now that her master had come, he should be allowed to take a look. What if Layla misjudged her? Inside an indoor basketball court, a long line of people waited to be tested. Only by passing the test of the magician Mordia can one successfully enter this magic class to study. They entered one by one, then looked at Modia and the magician Layla with strange eyes. Layla was assisting her master, and she also wanted to know if she could recruit some students at the school who were suitable for learning magic. Therefore, these students must first pass Layla's test, and ideally, they will be able to receive a personal interview from the magician Modia. You can just stand still, Layla said from the side. The student stood still obediently and looked at Layla with a questioning gaze. Layla picked up her magic wand and gently tapped it on the student's head, then asked in fluent Chinese, when making scrambled eggs with tomatoes, "Do you put the eggs in first or the tomatoes first?" What? The college student was clearly stunned for a moment, then looked at Principal Wei, who was supervising from the side, his eyes filled with the expression of, "Is she kidding me? Is this really the entrance exam for the magic class? Or is New Oriental recruiting cooks here? All right, you can go now." Before the student could speak, Layla waved him away and muttered under her breath, "He claims to be an elite student selected from the country, but he can't even make scrambled eggs with tomatoes." Professor Wei, who was standing nearby, wanted to jump out and knock her on the head. If he hadn't known that this magician could kill Godzilla single-handedly, he might have actually done so. Layla conducts her interviews very quickly. Each student's interview lasts no more than a minute. The students queuing outside completed the test in groups, organized by department, and then left with puzzled expressions. Layla's questions are still quite strange. She doesn't just ask about scrambled eggs with tomatoes, but sometimes she also asks about how to make fried rice. Or some very simple math problems, such as what 5 plus 5 equals. However, even if those students answer correctly, she would simply pass them over. Soon, all of the nearly 1,000 students who had come to queue were excluded. Your students are really not qualified. There are so many of you, and not a single one of you meets the requirements. The magician Modia, who was sitting to the side drinking tea, shook his head and said to Professor Wei beside him, Professor Wei shouted in exasperation. What did you say? My students are among the best in the country. Look at the question she asked. Is this a question a college student should be answering? Oh, Principal, are you referring to the questions I asked? Actually, these questions are not very useful. It's just that if we didn't ask some questions and went straight into the test, it wouldn't seem very sophisticated. Layla was a little tired after the long interview, so she sat down and took a sip of water. But we already have over 1,000 students, and not a single one meets your criteria? Professor Wei asked, somewhat angrily. To him, every student here is a rare talent, and it's impossible for there not to be one who doesn't meet the requirements. What's so strange about that? In the entire empire, you can count the number of people who can become magicians on one hand. Unless you bring in elves, who are naturally gifted with magic, among other races, 1 in 10,000 might be lucky enough to become a mage. The magician Modia spoke slowly and deliberately while sipping his tea. Putting everything else aside, this tea is quite amazing. The more you drink it, the more flavorful it becomes. Even in the kingdoms of the empire, you cannot taste this kind of tea. Chapter 193 Magic Test, Part 2. The night in Star City is incredibly beautiful. When the bustling streets are lit up, they look like a galaxy scattered on the ground from a distance. The light pollution here is still minimal, and you can still see the stars in the sky when you look up. The headquarters command center building of Star City is still brightly lit, and the staff inside are very busy with a lot of work to do. Inside an office, Wang Guohua held a report handed to him by his assistant, his brow furrowed. Out of thousands of students, only one is qualified. Wang Guohua stared at the records on the tablet and asked, Yes, she's a freshman in college, recruited through a special program. Magician Modia said she's the only qualified one, the assistant said. Wang Guohua thought there would be at least 100 qualified students in the whole school, which would be enough to make up a class. If only 1 or 2 appear, that's far too few. Wang Guohua flipped through the file of the student who had passed the magic interview. Zhao Qingya, 18 years old, top scorer in the college entrance examination in a certain city of a certain province, 162.5 centimeters tall, 46 kilograms in weight, home address. The document provides detailed information about the student, including their personal profile, family background, and academic performance in various subjects at school. In addition, the student's blood sample and DNA are being tested. We hope to find patterns to more efficiently find students who are suitable to become magicians in the future, or perhaps even rediscover the relationship between magic and humanity, the assistant explained. Wang Guohua put down the documents and said to his assistant, Not only college students, but all the military personnel or other staff who will be stationed here in the future should be tested. Try to gather 20 people. If even one person appears, it means that people on Earth also have a certain chance of becoming a magician. The number of a few thousand students in the university is still too small. If we consider all the people who have entered the other world, a base of 500,000 should be enough to select even more qualified individuals. Zhou Yibai originally didn't want to participate in this magic test anymore. When he first met Layla, Layla told him that he had no talent and had long since given up the idea of becoming a magician. However, he couldn't refuse Li Qixing's insistence on him going to participate in the test, so he had no choice but to go along with him. Now, those participating in the magic test are no longer students from the university town, but most of the staff involved in administrative work. Zhou Yibai even saw that many high-level leaders had participated in the magic test. It is said that after this batch of tests is completed, the next batch will be the soldiers stationed here. When it was Zhou Yibai's turn, Layla didn't even look up, but mechanically said, Stand still and don't move. Just as she was about to nod at Zhou Yibai with her magic wand to test him, she was surprised to see that it was Zhou Yibai and asked, Why are you here? Didn't I test you before? You don't have the talent to become a magician. Zhou Yibai shrugged and pointed to Li Qixing beside him. Director Li asked me to come. I didn't even want to come. Layla reluctantly picked up the magic wand, tested it on him as usual, and then asked numbly, What is 1 plus 1? Zhou Yibai glared at her. Are you kidding me? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm used to it. I'm used to it. Layla waved her hand, ready to dismiss him. You're not qualified. Next one. TCH. Zhou Yibai turned to leave. Wait a moment. Layla suddenly called out to him, then came to Modia's side, pointed at Zhou Yibai, and said, "Master, this is the person who opened the time portal to the Rabbit Kingdom, and also the owner of this infinity gauntlet. Would you like to take a look at him?" Oh, Modia stood up, looked Zhou Yibai up and down, then touched his forehead and nodded, saying, he certainly doesn't have the talent to become a magician. However, he did not let Zhou Yibai leave, but continued, "It is indeed incredible that you can open your space-time portal without any props. To open a portal to another dimension, at least 2 great mages are needed. Ordinary people cannot open it. However, there are only a handful of great mages in the entire empire. Furthermore, the gloves you crafted can unleash the full power of the magic stone, which is also incredible. How about this? You'll be my probationary student for now, and we'll study together at school. Let's see if we can make any breakthroughs later." "Can I refuse?" Zhou Yibai asked directly. "What? You don't want to be my student? You should know that there's a long line of people in the empire who want to be my students. Even some of the empire's princes and princesses can't become my students because they lack talent," Modia said, staring at Zhou Yibai. "I don't want to at all. Although I think magic is amazing, that's all I think about. I have no intention of becoming an apprentice or learning magic." Zhou Yibai shook his head and refused. There are so few magicians now. If he really learns magic, there will definitely be many tasks that he will need to do in the future. He worked so hard to get to where he is today, and he basically has no material needs. He could just lie down and relax. Why bother with all that effort? Most importantly, it took him more than a decade to graduate, and now it's impossible for him to go back to school. After entering school, there will definitely be a lot of things that require time to learn. Isn't the King of Glory game great? Isn't eating chicken more appealing? Isn't it great to be able to go wherever you want whenever you want? Is the fruit wine made by the little angels not tasty? Or is Princess Anna not pretty enough? Really? Congratulations on becoming the 2nd student in our magic class. Although you don't have much magical talent, you are very good at crafting magical items. I have high hopes for you." Modia patted Zhou Yibai on the shoulder happily. "Brotherly, does the magician Modia not understand me? I clearly said I didn't want to join this magic class at all, so why is he letting me in? Besides, I don't have any magical talent at all, and I didn't even make that infinity gauntlet. You should go to the workshop that makes the gauntlet. I can't do anything." Zhou Yibai complained to Li Qixing. "Little friend, I can understand what you're saying," Modia said to Zhou Yibai in the imperial language. "It's all right. You don't have any missions lately anyway. Just think of it as a training session." Li Qixing patted his shoulder. "Okay, you've been accepted." Layla smiled and said to Zhou Yibai, "Although it's just recruiting students, not apprentices, otherwise you'd have to call me senior sister." Zhou Yi rolled her eyes at her. "I'm much older than you." Left with no other choice, Zhou Yibai had to return to school for further studies a year after finally graduating. Chapter 194 Exam. After half a month of testing, they finally found 11 people with the talent to learn magic from among the 500,000 people who participated in the otherworldly work. Of these 11 people, all except Zhou Yibai had genuinely passed the tests. Of these 10 people, apart from the female student named Zhao Qingya, the other 9 were selected from the military. There's no way around it. The troops stationed here alone number nearly 300,000, so the chances are much higher. In the newly established magic class, Principal Wei gave a speech first, followed by Magician Modia, and finally Layla also gave a speech. As for what was being said, Zhou Yibai, who was dozing off the whole time, didn't hear a word of it. When they finished speaking, Zhou Yibai mechanically clapped along with the students below, and then fell back into a drowsy state. As the instructor of the world's first magic class, Li Qixing was somewhat at a loss for words. After all, this is still quite strange. Moreover, it remains to be seen whether the so-called magic class can unleash their full combat power as expected. This is Professor Mordya, a magician at our Magic Research Institute. This is our magic class teacher, the magician Layla. It is thanks to her that we have gained some understanding of magic. This is Professor Qian Jinglong from our Magic Research Institute, who is in charge of research on magical items. Li Qixing introduced each of the 11 students below. In addition to the 2 magicians, several professors were also in charge of the magic class's research. This isn't Hogwarts, Why bother with a magic class? It's so boring. Zhou Yibai quietly said to Zhao Qingya, who was sitting next to him. This college student with glasses gave off a very refreshing feeling, making him inexplicably want to get closer. A magic class? Don't you think that's cool? Zhao Qingya whispered. Apart from Zhou Yibai, the others were all from the military, and only 2 of them were really worth talking to. It's really cool, making us look like the Avengers, Zhou Yibai muttered under his breath. He also knew that the Rabbit Kingdom planned to establish a special force here, mainly composed of Titan soldiers. Their magic class will most likely be placed under the management of the military. While the 2 were talking, several people in white coats suddenly came in, carrying a stack of test papers, and then gave each of them 5 test papers. Didn't we all pass the test? Why do we have to take another one? A soldier who had passed the test asked, looking troubled. Even more troubled than him was Zhou Yibai, who had failed the test but still had to suffer here. Everyone, please be quiet. Layla stepped onto the podium and addressed the students below. As a magician, one must have sufficient scientific theory as a foundation. Otherwise, one often knows what but not why, and cannot be a good magician. We are about to conduct a diagnostic test, but due to time constraints, we have not prepared any other test questions. Therefore, we have prepared last year's college entrance examination papers for mathematics, chemistry, and physics for you to test your basic knowledge and abilities. You have 5 hours. The exam will begin now. When they realized it was a college entrance exam question, a chorus of groans erupted from below. After all, apart from Zhao Qingya, most people have been away from the college entrance examination for many years. I've almost completely forgotten all the knowledge I painstakingly learned in school back then. Damn it, I'm doomed. I'm a liberal arts major. This is discrimination against us liberal arts students. Couldn't they have included history or politics in the exam? A student nearby wore a look of despair. I thought I could learn a few tricks and become a charlatan after returning to the army, but I never imagined that these days, if you don't study math, physics, and chemistry well, you don't even qualify to be a charlatan. Another student also shook his head. Was this exam prepared just for you? Zhou Yibai looked at Zhao Qingya helplessly. Last year's college entrance exam questions? I've done them a few times before, and I got a perfect score back then, Zhao Qingya said casually. 5 hours later, apart from Zhao Qingya, a student who had just taken the college entrance examination, everyone else looked desperate. I'm doomed. I'll be lucky to get 50 out of 150 on this test. Zhou Yibai's face was ashen. That's good. I'll be grateful if I can get 15 points. A student named Sun Zealand patted Zhou Yibai on the shoulder. I wonder what will happen if we fail. Will they disqualify us? A student next to me said worriedly. If I were persuaded to return to my unit halfway through, my other comrades would definitely laugh at me. Moreover, since he learned that he had passed the magician's exam, he had been promoted from sergeant to lieutenant. If he went back now, would he be demoted back to his original rank? You're overthinking it. You were selected from hundreds of thousands of people with great difficulty. We will definitely not disqualify you. We just need to train you until you pass. If you keep failing, you might be silenced, Zhou Yibai joked. In fact, Zhou Yibai thought to himself that even if Layla Magic came to participate in the test, she probably wouldn't get 10 points. This must have been the idea of the magical science research team behind it. Before the group's desperate discussion had even ended, Li Qixing walked in again. This exam is just the first step. You will have many more tests to come, including physical fitness tests and military pentathlon tests. So everyone, gather at the training ground in 10 minutes. Remember to wear the magic training suits that have been issued to you. This time, Zhou Yibai was dumbfounded again. This is aimed at him, isn't it? For these soldiers, this training was just routine. But for someone who's usually too lazy to move, this was pure torture. Command Center. Apart from Zhao Qingya, no one else passed the science exam, and no one even scored more than 50 points. I know they're far from taking the college entrance exam, but to have 3 subjects with a combined score of 150 points and still less than 50 points, that's just unbelievable. Li Qixing handed the report card to Wang Guohua. In addition, apart from Zhou Yibai, everyone else met the good standard in the physical fitness test. This was to be expected, since most of them came from field units. If they weren't qualified in this respect, then they would be far too incompetent. That female student passed too? Wang Guohua took the documents and looked at them with some disbelief. Yes, this was indeed beyond our expectations. The student not only got a perfect score on the exam, but also did very well in the physical fitness test, even better than Zhou Bai. All right then, we knew this would be the outcome. Fortunately, there are still very few people, so we can provide them with targeted training. Those who are struggling academically will be given extra help by their counselors, and those who are physically weak will be given military training by their instructors. Especially Zhou Bai, let him get more exercise. If you need anything in the future, just contact me. Need manpower? Need equipment? I can provide it all. Wang Guohua put down the documents and continued. In addition, the Titan Special Forces should also be trained well, and we should find tactics and weapons that suit them. They will be an invaluable force in the future. Yes. Li Qixing picked up the documents and walked out of the office. Chapter 195 Preparing for the New Year. 10 months have passed since the Rabbit Kingdom entered the other world. As the year draws to a close, the weather here is getting colder and colder. Snowflakes began to fall in Star City, damp and cold, making people instinctively pull their clothes tighter in an attempt to keep warm. Many of the staff working and building here are starting to prepare to return to China early to celebrate the Spring Festival. Most people, however, will still need to stay at their jobs. These 10 months have been incredibly fruitful for the participants in the Rabbit Kingdom. In addition to defeating its rival, the Milan Empire, it also established connections with the old and powerful empires here and the ancient Tang Empire in the east, and the parties reached a series of agreements on many issues. In terms of diplomacy, in addition to cooperating with the two traditional empires, it also maintained good relations with the elves of the border forests and the titans of the grasslands. Even in the ocean, they have good relations with the sea creatures and mermaids. Aside from the Mill Empire and dealing with the ancient Tang beast horde, the Rabbit Kingdom has hardly wasted any resources elsewhere, yet it has maintained the trust of various races in the Rabbit Kingdom, which is truly remarkable. Unlike a certain great power on Earth, which not only conquered other countries, but also wiped out their indigenous people. Moreover, gold, silver, copper, and various rare gems and other precious metals from the other world and the empire are being continuously transported back to China. Domestically produced surplus products were also transferred here to exchange for various resources. In terms of construction, the urban prototype of Star City has already begun to take shape. Airports, train stations, and bus stations have all been completed. A waterway connecting Shengli Port has long been open to navigation. The construction of Victory Port and the shipyard are also underway in full swing. This seaport will become the second largest city and the largest outlet to the sea for the Rabbit Kingdom in this other world. Meanwhile, the angel villages near the Western Forest have also come under the full control of the Otherworld Development Office and have begun modern transformations, becoming a great place for health and leisure. Angel's Fruit Wine, due to its special effects, has been listed as a national treasure-level medicinal wine. Its limited release into the market has led to a frenzy of purchases by many wealthy individuals. With the increasing investment in the other world over the past 10 months, the number of people working in the other world has now exceeded an astonishing 500,000. And this number is still increasing. Especially after the Office of the Otherworld is planning to allow domestic private enterprises to enter the Otherworld to participate in development and entrepreneurship, it is believed that the population will soon exceed 1 million within a few months. With the Spring Festival approaching, this is the most important festival for all people in the Rabbit Country. Of the 500,000 people working on this alien planet, a large portion hope to return home and reunite with their families. How to arrange for them to return without putting a burden on the time portal is a very serious problem. The return of these people to Earth caused problems such as construction stagnation and staffing shortages, which gave Director Wang Guohua of the Otherworld Development Office a major headache. However, there is nothing that can be done about this traditional custom. After all, most Chinese people are busy working away from home throughout the year, and they can only return home to reunite with their families for a few days each year. According to the statistical report submitted below, more than half of these 500,000 people have submitted applications to return home. Therefore, the development office could only arrange for some employees to go home first by taking turns to have holidays, celebrating the holidays early, and improving their welfare benefits. Meanwhile, another group of people postponed their return home to reduce manpower shortages and congestion at the Spring Festival. To alleviate the manpower shortage caused by the upcoming holidays, Wang Guohua decided to increase wages and recruit more laborers from the Empire and the Titans to work in Star City. Although their efficiency was somewhat lower, they were still able to ensure that the construction progress of some large-scale projects in Star City remained uninterrupted. So people working in Star City and other places started packing their things to go home for the holiday. Of course, there are also some people who are working and training hard in another world. On the training field of Star University. After a period of training, Zhou Bai was so tired that he lay on the grass, panting and unwilling to get up. Li Qixing, carrying a briefcase, walked up to Zhou Bai after Zhou Bai finished his training. Catching his breath, Zhou Bai saw Li Qixing and complained speechlessly. Isn't this just asking for trouble? I don't have that talent, so why am I supposed to join this so-called magic class? Li Qixing found a seat and sat down, smiling as he said to him, I just thought you were too weak, so I wanted you to exercise more. Our great time travel project can't do without you. I'm just a spare key. Now, I'm not needed to open the door to enter this other world, so it doesn't matter if I'm there or not. Zhou Bai looked at the white clouds floating in the sky and said weakly. He is very aware of his own position. Unlike other protagonists who have systems or anything like that, I'm basically no different from a useless person. By the way, what's up? Zhou Bai turned to look at Li Qixing. Li Qixing said, We're preparing for the new year, so I wanted to come and ask if you need to go home for the new year. If you are, we can make arrangements for you in advance. Oh, but I saw the notice. The magic class students won't have a holiday this year. They'll have to continue training here even during the Lunar New Year. They don't get holidays, but you're different. If you want to go back, the organization will arrange for you to go back and reunite with your family. Li Qixing patted him on the shoulder. Is this for real? Zhou Bai stood up and looked at Li Qixing. If he could go back, he would of course want to go home and reunite with his family. When the notice was issued, he did not ask his superiors for leave to go back, simply because he did not want his classmates to think that he was being treated specially. But this also proves Zhou Bai's dispensable nature in this magic class. Thinking about it this way, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Zhou Bai thought about it and realized that since he didn't have any magical talent, he was just there to make up the numbers in the class and wouldn't learn anything anyway. Since the higher-ups have agreed to let me go back home for the Chinese New Year, I certainly can't give up this opportunity. And you don't even have to participate in this damn physical and cultural training. Wouldn't it be better to just stay home and enjoy the New Year comfortably? We have to go back. The sooner the better. Zhou Bai hurriedly replied. Okay, I'll make the arrangements with my superiors right away. I estimate you can be sent back in the next couple of days. Just pack your things in advance. Li Qixing stood up and said. However, my hometown has been expropriated, so I won't be able to spend the Spring Festival there this year. It seems I'll have to go back to the city to spend the New Year with my parents. Chapter 196 Preparing for the New Year, Part 2. To celebrate the traditional festival of the Rabbit Kingdom, the Spring Festival, the entire Star City was filled with a festive atmosphere. The streets were decorated with lanterns and colorful lights, and the buildings were surrounded by neon lights that shone brightly. Red couplets and the character, Fu, Fortune, have already been pasted on the entrances and doors of various buildings and rooms, creating a festive atmosphere. In this white world, these red lanterns and couplets shine like flames rising on this continent, bringing a unique atmosphere of warmth and harmony to this land. The Spring Festival is the most important festival for the Rabbit Kingdom, but the natives of this other world do not understand the significance of this festival to the people of the Rabbit Kingdom. All they knew was that many construction sites had recently stopped work, shops and supermarkets had closed, and some institutions had shut down, leaving only a few staff on duty. The usually bustling main roads of Star City suddenly became quiet. The Imperial civilians and Titans who came here to work received greetings and gifts from the leaders of the Rabbit Kingdom in the days leading up to the Spring Festival. Those exquisite little gifts made them feel that they were more dazzling and refined than anything in the king's palace. They even received special leave and bonuses, much to the delight of these honest and simple imperial civilians and Titan giants. The tens of thousands of Milran Empire prisoners who poured in from another time portal have been getting rest these past few days, and their food has even been much better than usual. According to the policies of the Rabbit Kingdom, as long as they serve and work here for 3 to 5 years and accumulate a certain number of points, they can apply for a special certificate issued by the Rabbit Kingdom's Otherworld Development Office. With this certificate, one can become a citizen of the Rabbit Kingdom in this other world and enjoy the same treatment as everyone else. However, this document can only be used in the special administrative region of the other world and cannot be used in the Rabbit Country. To obtain an ID card like ordinary citizens of the Rabbit Country, one would need to be considered a special talent. Therefore, the soldiers of the Milland Empire are working hard every day in order to apply for this certificate as soon as possible. They usually finish the tasks assigned to them several days ahead of schedule. So, in order to prevent them from suddenly dying at work, we decided to give them a few days off during the Spring Festival so they could rest. Those who couldn't return home and stayed here to work brought a grand festive atmosphere to Star City, allowing those from other worlds to also blend in. Zhou Bai has received a message from Li Qixing that he can return to China tomorrow to celebrate the holiday. Inside the room, Eileen, who had moved to Star City to study, was helping Zhou Bai pack his luggage. Aside from the 5 days she spends at school, she would come to Zhou Bai's house after the weekend to help him clean, and sometimes she would even cook for him. But ever since he was transferred to the magic class, he has rarely stayed at his house in Star City. Alice, let's go buy some things together before the supermarket downstairs closes as a Chinese New Year gift for you. As Zhou Bai packed the magic clothes he was going to take back, he spoke to Irene, who was helping him. We're going on holiday soon too. I heard the teachers are going back home for the holiday. I've noticed there are fewer people in the city lately. Is this holiday important to you? While busy working, Eileen asked with a puzzled look. Of course, after all, many people may only have a few days a year to go back and reunite with their families. So basically everyone will go back for the new year as long as conditions permit. Don't you have similar holidays here? Zhou Bai asked. Eileen shook her head. No, we only celebrate for 1 day on the king's birthday. Then you guys are quite pitiful. At least we get holidays for Mid-Autumn Festival, National Day, and Labor Day, except for the Spring Festival. It's just that the Spring Festival holiday is longer. But I believe that your empire will soon be like ours, celebrating the Spring Festival on the same day. Given the influence of the Rabbit Kingdom here, Zhou Bai believed that the entire empire would soon follow suit and celebrate the Spring Festival together. Just like many people in China are influenced by Westerners, they celebrate holidays like Valentine's Day and Christmas. Is the Spring Festival a festival to celebrate spring? Spring is still quite far away, Irene asked. It does have the meaning of celebrating the arrival of the Spring Festival, but it also has other meanings, so it's quite complicated. Think about it, the Spring Festival is already here, so how far away can spring be? Spring will arrive here very soon too. According to scientists' investigations, the environment here is similar to that of Earth, with a day having 24 hours and a year having approximately 365 days. The latitude of Star City is similar to that of Rabbit Kingdom on Earth, so the seasons will also be similar. After packing their things, Zhou Bai took Ailin to the supermarket downstairs to do some shopping. Since he was going back tomorrow, he needed to buy some gifts for his friends from another world who were still here. I bought several outfits for Ailin and asked her to bring back some Chinese liquor and sausages to her parents. I also bought shoes, clothes, and snacks for her younger brother. These things would take her parents a long time to save up their wages to afford them, relying solely on their salaries from working here. On Monday, I bought some exquisite little gifts for the little angels. The little angels don't have high demands for material things, and they don't lack anything, so these small gifts are very suitable for them. He also bought many gifts for Thanos and the elf princess, Ximin, who was studying here. As for Layla, I heard she can also return to the Rabbit Kingdom to participate in festival activities held by the higher-ups, so I won't buy her anything now. I'll just take her a gift to visit her during the Lunar New Year. After dropping Irene off at her parents' house, Zhou Bai drove to Angel Village. Thanks to the construction efforts of the Rabbit Kingdom, Angel Village has gained a more modern feel. But they still keep the wooden houses built in the trees. The wooden house has simply undergone some modern renovations. For example, lights and electrical appliances have basically all been installed. Zhou Bai parked his car in the village parking lot and took out the prepared gifts from the trunk. Brother, it's been a long time. What brings you here? Gonna flapped her wings and flew to Zhou Bai's side. It's almost Chinese New Year, so I was thinking of buying some gifts for you and wishing you a happy new year in advance, Zhou Bai said while busy getting things. What is Chinese New Year? Gonna asked, tilting her head. It's nothing, it's just one of our holidays. Here, I bought you a hat, try it on and see if you like it. Zhou Bai took a tiger head hat he had bought for her from the trunk and put it on her. You know what, this red tiger head hat, which has a very comical feel, actually suits this cute little angel quite well. It's quite warm. Gonna touch the hat on her head. The only odd thing about the design was that it looked a little strange, but everything else was fine. If it weren't for the fear of causing a sensation and the otherworldly authorities' objections, Zhou Bai would have loved to take Guana home to celebrate the new year together. I wonder what Mom, Dad, and my sister will think when they see this little angel. Chapter 197 Preparing for the New Year, Part 3. Gunna, I brought a lot of gifts for you, Guoli, and Grandpa Carl. Could you come and help me carry them? Zhou Bai took out various bags and packages from the trunk, all of which were gifts he had bought for them. There were various warm gloves, tea sets bought for village chief Carl, and various dried fruits without added technology or high-quality ingredients. After paying his respects to village chief Carl with gifts, Zhou Bai did not linger in Angel Village. Instead, he drove back to Star City and headed to the new village specially built for the Titans. Titan New Village is different from other communities in that the houses are built particularly large. There are already domestic companies that produce daily necessities specifically for these Titans. Whether it's the door, the bed, or even the faucet, everything is several times larger than what you usually see. This was Zhou Bai's first time visiting this Titan village. Fortunately, the driver was familiar with the area and drove him directly to Thanos' house. According to Li Qixing, these houses were not given to the Titans for free, but were allocated to them based on points earned through their labor. After a few years, they can buy it or redeem it with points to obtain the right to use the house. The houses here are huge, like giant warehouses. After getting off the bus on Monday, I looked around the new Titan village and sighed. Yes, the houses here are 2 or 3 times bigger than the ones we live in. The buildings are 8 meters tall, which is equivalent to a 2-story house back home. Driver Xiao Zhang explained that he is also a security guard responsible for Zhou Bai's personal protection. Zhou Bai picked up the gift and knocked on Thanos' door. This gate alone is bigger than the gate of most people's courtyards. Who is it? A giant opened the door. Cronus? Why are you back? When Zhou Bai saw Kronos open the door, he asked in surprise. You're on vacation, so you came back here to rest. Come on in. After Kronos finished speaking, he made room for Zhou Bai to enter the house. After entering the house on Monday, Bai looked around at it. It has to be said that the Rabbit Kingdom really treats these Titans well. Even this sofa is 2 or 3 times bigger than the ones in ordinary people's homes. Custom-made furniture like this must cost a lot of money. The TV is also 100 inches. Even Zhou Bai's family didn't buy one that big. However, thanks to the strength of the Titans, one person could do the work of 10, laying a solid foundation for the Rabbit Kingdom's development in the other world. It can be said that they made many contributions. It's not a big deal to produce something for them as an exception. Zhou Bai sat on the sofa, and Kronos found a cup and poured him a glass of water. This cup is as big as the inner pot of a rice cooker. If he finishes drinking this cup of water, he'll probably have to lie down to get back home. I heard you joined the army? How's it going? Zhou Bai didn't drink the water, but instead asked a question. It's all right. The captain said that the higher-ups would be making some special weapons for us, but these weapons haven't been issued to us yet. Right now, we're still using weapons that we made ourselves, Kronos said. There are many stages from weapon design to testing to production, and it takes a long time. But I believe you will definitely become a strong and special force for us in the future, Zhou Bai encouraged him. Really? But you haven't had any battles to fight lately. You even defeated that Godzilla behemoth. With your strength, there shouldn't be any opponent here. It seems like forming a special team won't be of much use. Kronos said somewhat dejectedly. It seems Cronus is quite clever. He can even see through such a problem. Given the strength of the Rabbit Kingdom and the level of civilization of the alien planet, there is indeed no need to use a special squad like the Titans. After all, they were too big and moved very slowly. When performing routine tasks, they were not as agile as the soldiers of the Rabbit Kingdom. But other worlds are so complicated, who knows what kind of monsters might jump out of some future portal. Putting everything else aside, these giants are incredibly strong. If anything unexpected were to happen, they would certainly be far superior to the soldiers of the Rabbit Kingdom in carrying heavy weapons and equipment. How could it be useless? There will definitely be opportunities for you to go to the battlefield. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. Zhou Bai changed the subject and asked, "By the way, where's your brother?" He came here to see his brother Thanos. Zhou Bai really enjoys playing with this little giant, who looks a lot like a purple sweet potato spirit. Moreover, the gems he collected successfully triggered the Infinity Gauntlet, allowing Layla to steal the spotlight when fighting Godzilla. My brother went hiking, saying he went to look for some stones. You know, he likes to collect all sorts of random things, Kronos said with a hint of helplessness. He didn't know what to say about his younger brother's hobby of collecting strange stones. Oh, I see. I'm going back tomorrow. I brought him some gifts to give him this time. Zhou Bai took out several sets of newly bought test papers from his bag. These were the gifts he prepared to give to Thanos. What did you send? Kronos asked curiously. It's just a few sets of test papers. It's almost holiday time, you know. We can't let the kid be idle, or he'll easily become lazy. Zhou Bai handed him the test papers. Kronos looked at the sets of test papers, and his head started to ache. He has been trying hard to learn Chinese recently, but unfortunately his brain is not good enough, and Chinese is particularly difficult, so he and other Titans are finding it very difficult to learn. Kronos put down the test paper and nodded in agreement. This is good. He should definitely study at home more, so he won't have time to go to the mountains to look for gems. Zhou Bai was very interested in the gem that Thanos was looking for. According to Layla, some of the 6 gems on the gloves were very rare energy gems. This shows that Thanos was very talented at finding gems. When he comes back, let's see what good stuff he's found this time. Maybe he'll be able to create another magic glove next time. After leaving the gift for Sasno at his house, Zhou Bai chatted with Kronos for a while before leaving. They then drove to the Elven Liaison Office in Star City. Princess Westminster and the other elves usually live here. It's close to the school, making it convenient for the elf children to go to school. Unfortunately, Monday arrived a little too late. After the holiday began, Princess Westminster had already flown back to the border forest. He didn't manage to give her the sets of exam papers he was supposed to give her. Chapter 198 Chinese New Year. Because of his special privileges, Zhou Bai did not need to queue up for inspection like everyone else when passing through the time portal, so he quickly returned to Earth. He received special permission to take some special products from another world back with him when he went back for the festival. He brought some wine from Biku and fruit wine made by the angels. This is a benefit that others don't have. Winters in the Rabbit Country are quite cold. Especially in the south where Zhou Bai's hometown is located, a light drizzle was falling, and the damp chill was no less intense than the heavy snowfall in the other world. After a 2-hour drive, he finally returned to the neighborhood where his parents lived in the city. In the past, he would usually go back to his hometown from the city to celebrate the Spring Festival. But this year he went back to the city from his hometown to celebrate the festival, which made him feel less looking forward to the Spring Festival. In the past, every time I returned to my hometown from the city for the Spring Festival, I could see my old classmates and friends from the village whom I hadn't seen in a long time. The entire village has now been relocated. Although most of the villagers were relocated to the same residential area in the town, and some even used their compensation money to buy houses in the city, it will be difficult for them to see each other again in the future. Moreover, when I used to come back, I could brag to my friends about how I was doing in the city, how much money I made, who bought a nice car, and who got a beautiful girlfriend, etc. These days, you can't even find someone to brag to. After returning to the neighborhood where his parents lived, Zhou Bai's strange mood finally calmed down, and he carried his luggage upstairs. "Mom and Dad, I'm home." Zhou Bai knocked on the door and shouted loudly, "Brother, you're back." When Zhou Qian opened the door and saw Zhou Bai, she was pleasantly surprised and quickly helped him with his luggage. And check if there are any gifts that I brought for her. I came straight back from the company this time, and I didn't go to the mall to buy you a gift. Zhou Bai was afraid she would mess up his luggage, so he quickly said something. Zhou Yiqian rummaged through the items for a while and found nothing. She was quite disappointed. I thought you earned so much money that you would be willing to bring back some gifts for your sister. It turns out there really is nothing. Didn't I bring back a few bottles of good wine? And you still have a lot of money from selling the gems, right? Go buy whatever you need, Zhou Bai said after putting down what he was carrying. Will the ones I buy myself be the same as the ones someone else gives me? Zhou Yiqian pouted unhappily. What's the difference? If you don't want to spend your own money, how about I go shopping with you tomorrow? I'll pay for whatever you want. Never mind, my best friend asked me to get my hair done tomorrow, so I don't have time to go shopping with you, Zhou Yiqian said after putting Zhou Bai's luggage on the stool. Zhou Bai didn't understand why these girls like doing things like hair and nails so much. I've bought all the furniture for my house, right? Have you gone to see it? Zhou Bai asked, sitting on the sofa. He left in such a hurry that he didn't even have time to go buy furniture with Yi Qiuyu before being transferred back to another world to work. Yes, I stayed there for a few days. You have good taste. The location is great, and the house is very spacious, much bigger than ours. The decoration is also nice. I really like the style. But you can't stay there now. Didn't you tell me to rent it out? I've already rented it to a friend of mine. She's spending the Chinese New Year there this year, Zhou Yiqian replied. Zhou Bai didn't want to stay there. He just wanted to find out what was going on. Since I finally got to go home, I naturally stayed with my parents. Okay, where are Mom and Dad? Zhou Bai asked again. Dad probably went to the park to play chess, and Mom should have gone to buy groceries. She hasn't come back yet. Soon, Zhou's parents also returned from outside. They were both very happy to see Zhou Bai. It's already the 29th of the lunar year. If Zhou Bai doesn't come back soon, everyone will think he's working overtime at the company and won't be able to come home for the new year. Knowing that Zhou Bai was involved in a state secret project, they usually didn't dare to ask too many questions. It was really gratifying that he was able to return before New Year's Eve. For dinner, Zhou's mother prepared 6 dishes and a soup, and the family of 4 happily gathered together for a meal. Mom and Dad, I brought back a bottle of red wine and a bottle of fruit wine. What would you like to drink? I want to drink red wine, said Zhou Yiqian, the younger sister, raising her hand. My parents didn't care too much about my sister drinking, and since it was a rare family reunion, they let her have her way. Oh, is it the fruit wine you brought back before? That's good stuff. You should have brought back some more. Zhou Jianzhong, Zhou's father, asked with some surprise. Since drinking this fruit wine, the couple has clearly felt that their health has improved a lot. Sure, I'll send some back for you guys to drink often in the future. Although this fruit wine is still considered a national treasure, given his current status and relationship with the Angel clan, there's no problem with him giving some to his parents. Zhou Bai also knew the value of these fruit wines. Drinking more of them was very beneficial to the body, so he naturally hoped that his parents could drink more. The capital city. Layla, along with her mentor Modia, participated in various events organized by the Rabbit Kingdom's high-ranking officials. The capital city, 100 times more prosperous than Star City, made the magician Modia realize the powerful foundation of the Rabbit Kingdom. The endless stream of high-tech products also made him feel very incredible. He even felt that these things were more magical than magic. Each event is accompanied by a grand banquet, where the 2 magicians can feast on a variety of national delicacies. New Year's Eve. In Star City and all the areas controlled by the rabbits, including various embassies, all the buildings were brightly lit and bustling with activity. Amidst the colorful snow bathed in lights, all the Rabbit Kingdom members still holding their posts in the other world gathered together for a lively New Year's Eve dinner, followed by the traditional Spring Festival Gala. People of all races, including the Imperials, Elves, Titans, and even the Little Angels, dressed in thick clothes, some even wrapped in blankets, and sat together in front of the television screen to watch the untranslated Spring Festival Gala programs. Although most of them couldn't understand the programs and few could understand Chinese, they could still feel the sensory enjoyment brought by modern music and dance. Everything about the Spring Festival took root in the hearts of these alien races. As midnight approached, Fireworks began to light up the skies in various locations. The colorful fireworks burst open in the sky, creating vibrant petals that gave the people of this other world another visual feast. Princess Anna, King Grant VI of the Empire, King Sixtus the Elf, the Titan Chieftain, and others were all invited by the ambassadors stationed in the Rabbit Kingdom to celebrate the Spring Festival together at the embassy, watch the performances, and enjoy a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner. Everything seemed so wonderful. Chapter 199 Interlude, Part 1. Just before the people of Rabbit Kingdom were celebrating the Spring Festival, a new bloody storm was quietly brewing against the Empire. A small town called Vilberg in the northern part of the Empire has been occupied by a special army. With the arrival of winter and its remote location, even though the city had fallen, no one in the Imperial Palace knew about it. Colonel Karen of the Milland Empire Special Operations Team escaped the massacre because he did not participate in the Great War between Milland and the Rabbit Kingdom, but instead carried out a decapitation operation against the Empire. Subsequently, several thousand more Milrand deserters who had survived the Great Battle fled to the Imperial capital and joined him, bringing the number of Milrand Empire soldiers under his command to over 5,000. Although Qianzhan later regained power in the Empire with Princess Anna, Kurlin had already fled to another place with a large amount of wealth looted from the palace before Qianzhan and his men arrived. Only a few dozen people were left in the Imperial capital to create chaos for Qianzhan and his men, who came to retake the capital. So after dealing with these remnants, Qianzhan thought he had taken care of all the deserters from the Milland Empire. Moreover, after numerous investigations and tracking by drones and scouts, no trace of Milrand Empire deserters was found anywhere else. The Rabbit Kingdom assumed that most of the deserters who had not surrendered in the war had been dealt with, so they lowered their guard. Colonel Karen, with his remaining troops and the help of advanced firearms, escaped to the northern border of the empire and took over a small border town called Welberg. This small town has only a little over 5,000 people and is more than 500 kilometers away from the imperial capital. Due to its inconvenient transportation and its location on the border, this small town became Colonel Kurlin's best target. After Karen took control of Welberg, he militarized the small town, quickly transforming it into a fortified city. He also arranged for his soldiers and merchants from Welberg to form a caravan, using the wealth plundered from the palace and the city's rich to purchase large quantities of winter clothing, food, coal, and ironware from other cities so that they could survive the cold winter. The Milland Empire's goal of conquering the other world has now failed, but as Milland Empire soldiers left behind here, they still have the task of completing the goals that the Milland Empire failed to achieve. Since brute force couldn't defeat the Rabbit Army, Karen decided to use another method to conquer the Empire. Then find an opportunity to mobilize the common people of the Empire and drive the Rabbit Kingdom out of the Empire. He founded a cult in the area, which specialized in training various charlatans and controlling local sects, using the concept of theocracy as its core theory to control these believers. They then sent these fanatical followers to other cities in the empire to develop their own networks, gradually creating an anti-Rabbit Kingdom movement that led to the collapse of social order in various regions. In the past 10 months, the number of believers in the cult created by Karen has reached more than 50,000, and almost every city in the empire has more or less of their followers. These believers were not only responsible for missionary work in the area, but also for gathering information about the Rabbit Kingdom in the region. Recently, for some unknown reason, the people of the Rabbit Kingdom suddenly withdrew most of their people back to their time portal. The number of people remaining here now is less than a third of what it used to be. Major Duzer handed over the information he had gathered to Kurlin. Since Karen was already the highest-ranking general of the Milland Empire stationed here, he naturally became the general of these people. Duzer was the one who led several thousand deserters from the battlefield to the capital to seek refuge with Karen. I already know what festival they went back for and will be back soon, but now it's time to execute our plan. Karen had already gathered information from various sources that people from the Rabbit Kingdom were returning home for the Spring Festival, so he didn't pay much attention to the information provided by Duzer. Soon, under Karen's arrangement, his soldiers, along with an army formed by the Christian believers, launched a fierce attack on several small towns near Welberg. Because these small towns had few troops stationed there to begin with, and because the Milan soldiers possessed a considerable number of firearms, these towns offered no significant resistance and surrendered without further resistance. A few days later, a medium-sized city with a population of 20,000 also fell to this army in less than a day. From knights to ordinary soldiers, most of them threw down their weapons and fled. This resource-rich city was quickly brought under the control of Karen. The sheer number of weapons and armor captured from this city made the believers in his allied forces extremely happy. The grain stored in the city made Karen extremely happy. This amount of food is enough for him to feed more soldiers. With the swift advance of the Milan soldiers and the Christian alliance, most of the northern territory of the empire fell under Karen's control. Chiosi Town. It is a small town located only 200 kilometers from the imperial capital. The Allied forces, having successfully joined forces here, were in high spirits, and Karen personally came to inquire about the well-being of the soldiers. All the generals and soldiers were overjoyed. Along the way, they had encountered almost no significant resistance, and their casualties were surprisingly low. At a military conference held in the town, Kurlin raised a serious question. The places we are occupying now are places that the Rabbit Kingdom has not yet infiltrated. Next, I'm a little worried. If the Empire finds things are not right and asks the Rabbit Kingdom to deal with us, with their strength, they can help the Empire reclaim the territories we have occupied at any time, if they need it. I even suspect that they could destroy every single city in the Empire if they wanted to. Therefore, we must be extra careful from now on. First, we must remain restrained and not let them realize that we are from the Milan Empire. Make them believe that the war currently taking place in the Empire is an internal problem, thus giving them no reason to send troops. In addition, try not to let them know that we have used firearms. As long as we don't provoke them, they shouldn't know that it was us. In addition, our next target is the city of Kashmir, known as the Holy City of the Empire. We cannot take this city by force. Instead, we should send our trained charlatans there to spread propaganda. Give those poor people small favors to get them to join our cult. Once our cult has grown and prospered there, we won't be far from controlling this holy city. Kashmir is the holy city of the empire, governed by the fourth prince of the empire. With a population of over 100,000, it is another major city of the empire and the seat of the empire's state religion. There are many clergy and saints here, and religious influence is deeply entrenched. Karen planned to fight fire with fire, infiltrating the city with their religion. Once they control these cities, they will spread the message that the Rabbit Kingdom is populated by heretics, that they are demons from hell who are trying to seize the Holy Empire. If successful, it would have a serious impact on the relationship between the Rabbit Kingdom and the Empire, and could even be a fatal blow. Chapter 200 Interlude, Part 2. General Karen, we found our comrades. Duzzer suddenly rushed in excitedly and reported to Karen. Upon hearing Duzzer's report, Karen frowned, put down his coffee, and asked, "What happened?" This coffee was a personal item he brought from his hometown, and it was also his favorite brand. However, he now has fewer and fewer coffees left, and he probably won't be able to taste his hometown's coffee again in the future. One of our reconnaissance squads encountered a group of people repairing a road on their way to Maghrib. Our soldiers discovered that there were at least 100 of our Miran people in this group, who were probably soldiers captured by the Rabbit Kingdom and assigned there to build roads, Duzel reported. Does the Rabbit Kingdom have many guards? Karen asked. Not many, less than 10 people, and even fewer of them are armed, only 2 or 3. The rest are probably technicians or logistics personnel. Because of their yellow skin and black hair, the Rabbit Kingdom is easily recognizable in a crowd. If there were fewer than 10 Chinese people, rescuing these captured compatriots wouldn't be a difficult problem. However, if a conflict were to break out between the two sides, it could attract the attention of the Rabbit country. After thinking for a while, Karen ordered Duzzer, arrange for several hundred followers of the cult to charge their camp. Let these followers fight them to the death. We can take advantage of the chaos to rescue our compatriots. Even if the Rabbit Kingdom investigates later, they won't suspect us. It would be best for him if he could gather more of his fellow Moranians. After all, These soldiers are much stronger in combat than those charlatan believers, and they are more reliable to use. Inside the duty room of the road construction project in Rabbit Kingdom. Drone reconnaissance report. A group of Imperials, about 200 in number, are coming from the north. Be careful to avoid them and prevent conflict. The duty officer picked up the walkie-talkie and reminded the other staff members. Many Imperial people usually come here from there, some looking for work, others just passing through. Moreover, these people were not carrying any weapons, so the duty officer was not wary of them. Soon, the group of more than 200 people arrived at the construction site. What are you doing here? Looking for work? We don't need any more people right now. You can go back. A soldier on duty shouted to the group. Kill these otherworldly beings. Suddenly, an overzealous cult follower shouted. Soon, the 200-plus believers stormed into the Rabbit Kingdom's construction site camp and attacked the soldier on guard. Attack! This place is under attack. The soldier shouted into the walkie-talkie. He then picked up his rifle and fired warning shots at the surging crowd. After realizing that the warnings were ineffective, they decisively opened fire on the individuals. However, these fanatical believers were too close and too numerous. Before the warrior could fire a few shots, the believers swarmed him, seized his weapon, and attacked him. The entire camp was in chaos, especially the sleeping quarters and the tents where supplies were stored, which were engulfed in flames. Where do you want to go? When they saw the captured soldiers of Milland and wanted to go back to help, Karen had already arrived with a force before them. I am Colonel Karen of the Milran Empire Special Operations Team. You are all Milran soldiers captured by the Rabbit Kingdom, right? We have come here specifically to rescue you. Put down your hose and come with me. After introducing the soldiers, Karen planned to take them away directly. If this drags on too long, given the speed of China's response, they will quickly send people to suppress it. But when Kurlin turned around, he found that no one was following him. What's wrong with you? Those guards from the Rabbit Kingdom have been killed by the Empire's people. Why aren't you coming with me? Karen shouted. One of the Milan prisoners stepped forward and cautiously said to Karen, Colonel, we don't want to go with you. Why? Do you want to be slaves to those Rabbit Country people for the rest of your lives? Karen asked curiously. General, we're wearing special ankle bracelets made by the Rabbit Kingdom. These bracelets only allow us to move around in designated areas. If we go beyond those areas, they'll explode and render us immobile, the prisoner whispered. Karen looked down at his feet and, sure enough, found a black anklet on his foot, as did everyone else. Can't we pry this thing open? Karen asked. The soldier shook his head. No. If you use brute force to pull it off, it will explode just like that. My comrades who didn't believe it at first were all crippled by the explosion. Upon hearing this, Kurlin suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder no other Milran soldiers have escaped. It turns out the people of the Rabbit Kingdom have put such powerful ankle bracelets on these soldiers. Soldiers who are no longer capable of fighting are of no use to Karen. On the contrary, they will only be a burden to him. Colonel, even if we agree to go back with you, do you think the Rabbit Country will let us go? With their technology that is a generation ahead of ours, it's only a matter of time before they unify the entire planet. Actually, they're quite easy to talk to. If the Colonel is willing, I can introduce you to them. They certainly won't make things difficult for you. The soldier continued. Our Milran Empire has no cowards like you. Karen pulled out a pistol and shot the soldier down. He then left with his soldiers. He dared not linger here any longer. Xiao Chun, should we report him? Shortly after Karen left, a Milan prisoner asked another prisoner named Little Chun. Of course, these are points earned through walking. Quick, let's report to our superiors immediately and say that there's another big fish in the empire, the Milran Empire. The prisoner named Xiao Chun said excitedly. Influenced by the rabbit, and because their class monitor disliked their names for being too hard to remember, they had long ago been told to change them to Chinese names. Even without these electronic ankle bracelets, these prisoners wouldn't have gone with Karen. They knew that if they worked there for 3 to 5 years and accumulated a certain number of points, the Rabbit Kingdom would grant them freedom. In the future, whether it's buying a house or a car, or starting a business, or working in Star City or other cities built in Rabbit Country, there won't be any problems. Moreover, the food and sleep are good in the Rabbit Kingdom, and the work intensity is average. They would never agree to live with Karen in fear and hunger. Not long after Karen left, the Milland Empire prisoner named Xiao Chun led his companions to another camp to report the matter to their superiors.